Welcome to Manhwa Recap, a place where love is tested by money, power, and fate. Rich families, broken homes, and one man trying to protect the people he loves. Sometimes love saves you. Sometimes it destroys everything. Let today's story begin.
I made $20 million in a single night live streaming childcare tips. I thought my little daughter and I could finally live a peaceful, comfortable life. But on the way home, I got into a car accident. The moment I opened my eyes, I found myself transmigrated into the body of a gambling drunk. Before me, a little girl stared up at me with tear-filled eyes. "Daddy, please don't hit Mommy anymore." My eyes went wide, and in that instant, memories came flooding back. The previous owner of this body was clearly a gambling addict and alcoholic, yet somehow he'd managed to marry a rising star. When their relationship was exposed to the public, she didn't hesitate to walk away from her career as a singer. She even gave him an adorable daughter. But after the honeymoon phase faded, he got fired from his company for sheer incompetence, and he took out all his failures on his wife. He convinced himself that marrying this jinx was why his career fell apart. After absorbing the previous owner's memories, I couldn't help but curse under my breath. What a piece of trash. Then, with a complicated expression, I looked up, toward the corner of the room. The mother he'd just beaten was curled up against the wall. Serena held her daughter close, and when she saw me staring at her, her body trembled uncontrollably, instinctively pulling Lily tighter against her chest. Tears brimmed in her eyes. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about taking Lily and leaving, but she was an orphan with no one to turn to, and all the money in this house was controlled by this monster. She'd even thought about ending it all, but she couldn't bear to leave her daughter behind. If she died, what would happen to Lily, only 3 years old? So every time he beat her, she could only endure it alone, not even daring to cry out loud, afraid it would frighten her child. After a long moment, I let out a heavy sigh, slowly got up, and turned on the light. Warm amber light filled the room. The furniture was old and worn, and the thick stench of alcohol in the air made my head spin. Looking at the mess before me, I scratched my head helplessly, then quietly began cleaning up. Serena still held Lily, frozen in place, but a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. This monster had never once cleaned the house. Every time he finished drinking, he just passed out. This was the first time anything like this had happened. I didn't rush to disturb the mother and daughter, but went to the kitchen to grab a rag and wipe down the table. By the time everything was spotless, I was drenched in sweat. After resting for a moment, I went to the bedroom to grab clean clothes, then headed into the bathroom. Serena watched the bathroom door close, then looked at the room I'd just cleaned. Her eyes filled with utter confusion. He'd even thrown out the leftover alcohol. Why would he do that? If someone said he'd changed for the better, she didn't believe it. A monster was still a monster. "Mommy, Lily's hungry." 3-year-old Lily opened her big round eyes wide, looking up at her mother. Serena stroked Lily's head. "Be good, sweetie. Mommy will make you dinner soon, okay?" Lily nodded obediently. Even at her young age, she understood that only after Daddy fell asleep would she get to eat. I finished showering and pushed open the door, clearly seeing mother and daughter sitting on the worn-out sofa, shrinking back at the same time. I shook my head, not paying them any attention, and walked out the front door. Serena froze, a hint of despair in her eyes. Was he going out to buy more alcohol? She and Lily would have to go hungry another night. Serena bit her lip, her face pale as paper, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lily thought her mother was crying. Because she'd said she was hungry, she quickly reached up with her tiny, pale hand, clumsily wiping the tears from Serena's face. "Don't cry, Mommy. Lily's not hungry anymore." Serena bit her lip, tears falling even harder. After a long while, she finally managed to speak in a trembling, gentle voice. "Be good, Lily. Mommy will sing you to sleep. Once you're asleep, you won't feel hungry anymore. Tomorrow morning, Mommy will. Wake up early and make you something yummy, okay?" Lily nodded obediently. "Okay, Mommy. Please don't cry." Serena held Lily and slowly stood up, the wounds on her back throbbing with the movement. Long-term malnutrition made her vision blur for a moment, but she still forced herself to stand. carrying her daughter step by step into the bedroom. Once she lay down on the bed, Serena finally felt a little more comfortable. She softly sang a lullaby to put Lily to sleep. Watching Lily's eyes slowly close, Serena thought about the 2 years since her marriage, her heart filled with endless bitterness. She'd made up her mind. Tomorrow, she would leave. Escape this hell. Even if she died on the streets, it would be better than being tortured to death by this monster. Just then, the sound of a key in the lock echoed through the apartment. Serena, lost in thought, couldn't help but tremble again. She instinctively covered Lily's ears, listening silently to the movements outside. I pushed open the door and, out of habit, looked toward the sofa, momentarily stunned. They'd gone to the bedroom, but it seemed like they hadn't eaten anything. I looked at the food in my hands, dazed. After thinking for a moment, I set the food on the table, then walked toward the bedroom. Serena's whole body tensed, listening to my footsteps slowly approaching, quickly closing her eyes and pretending to sleep, praying in her heart that I wouldn't come in. But then came a knock on the door. I bought dinner for you two. If you're hungry, come out and eat. I'll sleep in the spare room tonight. Hearing that familiar voice, Serena's eyes flew open. Then she heard the footsteps gradually fade away. The room fell silent again. Serena's tense, ragged breathing echoed through the bedroom. Lily had woken up at some point, having clearly heard my voice, now staring curiously at the closed door. Today, that smelly daddy wasn't coming into the bedroom, and it sounded like he'd said he bought them food. Thinking about food, she felt hungry again. She swallowed hard, looking at her mother with hopeful eyes. Everything was too strange, leaving Serena at a complete loss. But seeing the hopeful look in her daughter's eyes, she gathered all her courage, tiptoed to the bedroom door, and opened it. The aroma of food on the table hit her immediately. Serena's eyes suddenly blurred with tears, the food in the distance becoming hazy. Had he really bought dinner for the two of them? Faced with the monster's sudden kindness, Serena felt no joy, only deep-seated terror. Why was he acting like this? What more could he possibly want from her? Lily ran out barefoot with quick little steps, clinging to the doorframe and peering out. Her eyes suddenly lit up, drool escaping before she could stop it, but she didn't act on her own, instead looking up, her big eyes fixed unblinkingly on her mother. Serena closed her eyes helplessly, then looked again at her daughter's hopeful expression, took a deep breath, and forced a smile onto her lips as she picked up Lily. "Shh, be good, Lily. Let's eat quietly, okay?" Lily happily squeezed her eyes shut, eagerly nodding her little head. From inside the spare room, I could hear the sounds outside. I let out another sigh. When I'd gone out earlier to get a haircut and buy food, I discovered that the household's savings had dwindled to barely $1,800. If I'd transmigrated any later, this family would have had nothing left to eat. I needed to make money. After thinking for a moment, I suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Why hadn't I thought of this before? This was a parallel world. I quickly grabbed my phone, scrolling through everything about this world. Just as the memories suggested, traditional culture and the entertainment industry were completely different from my world, especially the entertainment scene here. It was remarkably bland. Trashy songs that made me cringe were actually topping the charts. My mind raced with calculations, classic songs appearing one after another. The more I thought, the harder it became to stay awake, so I dragged my exhausted body and slowly drifted off to sleep. The next morning at exactly 6 o'clock, I stretched, then quietly opened the door and stepped out. The dining table and kitchen had been cleaned spotless. Serena must have tidied up after eating last night. Standing there thinking for a moment, I remembered that Serena usually didn't get up to cook until 8, because the old me always slept until past 10. Only after I woke up and finished drinking could the mother and daughter eat whatever was left. I sighed again out of habit. Serena was actually already awake in the bedroom, but she didn't dare come out. The sounds outside disappeared, and the front door opened and closed. Serena pressed her lips together, staring at the bedroom door, somewhat curious about what he was going out to do. After waiting and hearing nothing more outside, Serena glanced at Lily still sleeping soundly beside her, thought for a moment, then gathered her courage and quietly got out of bed, opening the bedroom door and stepping out. The smell of alcohol in the room had mostly faded, fresh air drifting in through the window, smelling wonderful. This situation felt surreal to Serena. It had been so long, so very long since she'd breathed air this fresh. She'd forgotten the house could ever feel this comfortable. Serena walked to the window and looked out at the world beyond, lost in a daze. Only now, did she suddenly remember she was only 24 years old? She didn't know how much time had passed before the sound of the door came again. Serena snapped back to reality, her whole body tensing instinctively, mechanically turning around. I also stood frozen awkwardly in place. I hadn't expected Serena to already be awake. I woke up early and saw we were out of food, so I just went out to buy some meat, vegetables, and rice. We both stood there frozen, and only now did I get a clear look at my wife's face. She was beautiful, far more beautiful than any influencer or celebrity from my old world, especially those eyes, as if they could speak. But now those eyes were filled with fear and unease. She was also too thin, her face impossibly pale, probably from years, without sunlight and severe malnutrition. Seeing this, my heart ached with pain, hatred, and shame all at once. What an absolute monster. A wife this beautiful, and he'd abused her like this. He deserved to die. I broke the awkward silence first. Good morning. I'll go make breakfast. After saying that, I kept my head down, not daring to look anymore, grabbed the grocery bag, and hurried into the kitchen. Serena simply couldn't believe her eyes or ears. Did he just say good morning to her? And when did he learn to cook? Serena silently watched the figure bustling in the kitchen, an overwhelming wave of grief rising in her chest. She bit her lip hard, tears gradually blurring her vision. What was this? Pity? A guilty conscience? Lily had woken up by now. When she saw Serena's silhouette in the living room, she ran out barefoot. The moment she stepped out, she smelled the aroma of food, turning her head to stare wide-eyed at the kitchen. I was in the kitchen, and naturally saw the little girl, too. I flashed her a big smile. But to my surprise, Lily hid behind Serena in fear. I rubbed my nose helplessly, immediately feeling a tightness in my chest, like I couldn't breathe. Before long, the food was ready. I took off my apron, looking toward the two of them still standing timidly in the distance. Go wash up and come eat breakfast. Lily was clearly swallowing hard, but she still didn't move. Serena looked at the scene before her with horror. I'd had a little hope, but seeing how guarded they were, that hope sank to the bottom of the ocean. I was silent for a moment, then sighed again. You two eat first. With that, I turned and went back to the spare room. Serena felt no gratitude, watching the spare room door close, then looking down at her daughter's hopeful eyes, sighing inwardly. Come on, Lily. Let's wash our hands and eat. Hearing this, Lily's eyes lit up. Mommy, did Daddy make this for Lily? Serena was momentarily at a loss for words, but looking at her daughter's expectant eyes, she finally nodded. Seeing her mother's confirmation, Lily's eyes immediately lit up even brighter. She eagerly scooped a spoonful of steamed egg into her mouth. This was the first time Daddy had ever cooked for her. It was so delicious. Serena ate in silence, her heart torn and confused. I sat at the desk in the spare room, actually starving by now. But I knew. The mother and daughter out there still couldn't sit at the same table with me. This was rough. I pulled out my phone, opened this world's short video app, deleted the old account that had a few thousand followers, and registered a new one. Out of habit, I opened the trending search charts. A second later, I frowned. What was this garbage music? Since when could trashy songs like these dominate the top searches? A plan immediately formed in my mind. I rummaged through the desk drawer and found some sheet music paper that had been gathering dust for ages. These were things Serena had left behind. I spread the sheet music out on the desk, softly humming a familiar melody, pen in hand, quickly writing notes onto the paper. In my previous world, I was a professional songwriter, so this was nothing difficult for me. In just moments, a complete musical score appeared before my eyes. I eagerly opened the closet beside me, pulled out a guitar, and sat properly at the desk with it in my arms. I took a moment to get into the right headspace, then closed my eyes, letting my fingers glide gently across the strings. When the sound of the guitar drifted out from the room, Serena, who had been quietly eating, suddenly froze. She turned her head toward the closed door, her eyes filled with astonishment. Serena knew perfectly well he couldn't play guitar. So what was happening now? Even Lily, happily eating her meal, was drawn in by the singing, pausing the spoon in her hand, gazing toward the closed door of the spare room. So gentle. This was the first time she'd ever heard Daddy's voice sound so soft. Though Serena had never heard this song before, she could still feel how beautiful it was. Such a gorgeous melody, such moving lyrics. She could hardly imagine this was coming from the mouth of a monster. The singing remained gentle, my voice still echoing in their ears, but the mother and daughter sitting at the dining table had both gone completely still until the next verse rang out. Hearing this, Serena couldn't hold back anymore, her shoulders beginning to tremble slightly, tears streaming down her face. 2 years, 2 whole years, 2 years of living in constant fear, 2 years without hearing music, 2 years without stepping outside the house, every day facing the struggles of putting food on the table, the mess of this apartment, and a man who had slowly transformed into a monster. Voila! Now, just when she'd finally found the courage to plan her escape, what did he mean by singing this song? Why had he suddenly changed? Serena felt herself breaking down, once again lost in confusion. She was terrified this was just a fleeting dream, and when she woke up, everything would go back to the way it was. The singing stopped at that very moment. Lily also noticed her mother crying, and panicked, she climbed onto Serena's lap, reaching up with her tiny hands to try to wipe her mother's tears. "Don't cry, Mommy, don't cry. Lily will blow on it for you." Lily thought her mother was hurting again, so while wiping Serena's tears, she lifted her little face up, pulling down Serena's collar and blowing gently. What was revealed beneath the collar was Serena's back, covered in wounds. I had no idea what was happening outside the door. Right now, I was opening my phone to record a video, playing and singing the entire song through. When the song finally ended, I saved the video and posted it. I let out a soft breath. Finally done. Now I just had to wait for people's reactions. With everything finished, I put the guitar back in the closet, then rubbed my empty stomach. I wondered if the mother and daughter had finished eating. I rubbed my belly, finally unable to wait any longer, and gently pushed open the door, cracking it open just a sliver, peeking out like a thief. Right at that moment, I saw Serena carrying Lily away from the dining table. Her eyes were red, as if she'd just been crying. Serena clearly saw me too, freezing for a moment, before quickly carrying her daughter back to the master bedroom. I breathed a sigh of relief and pushed the door open, heading to the dining table. Finally, I could eat. I looked at the rice and soup clearly left out for me on the table, feeling a small warmth in my heart. After eating, with nothing else to do, I wandered around the apartment. Just then, the master bedroom door suddenly opened, and I looked toward the sound, seeing a little head poking out from behind it. It was Lily. She tilted her head, curiously watching me. Seeing Lily, I instinctively wanted to smile, but before my lips could even curve upward, Lily quickly shut the door in fear, darting back inside. Serena's clear voice came from inside the room, comforting her daughter. I touched my nose, feeling innocent. Time passed quietly, and before I knew it, I'd been scrolling on my phone for 4 hours. By noon, I set my phone down, rubbed my temples, and stood up. Time to make lunch. Right at that moment, the bedroom door opened, and Serena walked out expressionlessly, holding a pile of laundry. From inside the room, she acted as if she didn't see me standing in front of the sofa. Walking straight toward the bathroom, I clearly noticed that when she stepped out, her body stiffened slightly. Was she going to do laundry? I suddenly remembered that yesterday, my clothes were still in the washing machine. Thinking of this, I quickly headed toward the bathroom too. Serena's heart was racing. She hadn't expected me to still be home. Normally at this hour, he would have already gone out with his friends to drink. She heard my footsteps approaching, and her heart immediately tensed even more. Beating faster, her body trembling slightly. "Hey, my clothes are still in the washing machine. Could I take them out to hang first?" My familiar voice came from behind her. Serena was bending down to open the washing machine door when she startled, her body swaying, nearly falling into the bathroom. "Careful!" I couldn't help but call out. Only then did Serena react. Was he asking for her permission? She avoided my gaze, not daring to look at me, but still said, "Why, yes, you go ahead." "Okay, thanks." I nodded. My hands suddenly trembled, my eyes unable to hide the rage and heartache I had just clearly seen beneath Serena's collar, a crisscross of purple and red wounds. Even with the memories of this piece of trash, seeing it with my own eyes, I truly couldn't imagine how anyone in this world could be so cruel. I gathered the clothes from the washing machine, not looking at her anymore. My mind was racing with thoughts. "I'll make lunch soon. Remember to call Lily out to eat." "Lily's sleeping. Then I'll wake her up later." Serena shrank back a little more, her entire being looking utterly panicked, even stammering when she spoke. I knew my presence was only putting pressure on her, so I quickly grabbed the clothes from the washing machine, went to the balcony to hang them, then headed into the kitchen. In the bathroom, Serena stood frozen in place, still clutching the laundry. Only when she smelled cooking did she snap back to reality, trembling as she loaded the clothes into the washing machine, her eyes involuntarily glancing toward the kitchen. What on earth was wrong with him? He was cooking for her and her daughter again. Hearing the drum of the washer spinning, Serena's emotions were incredibly complicated. By the time the laundry was done, she took it out to hang on the balcony, and that man was still busy cooking in the kitchen. Lily didn't wait for Serena to wake her. She'd woken up on her own. As usual, she pushed open the door barefoot, her two little hands still rubbing her big sleepy eyes. A moment later, when she saw me busy in the kitchen, her beautiful big eyes clearly brightened. Then she curiously clung to the kitchen door frame, watching my back. Serena finished hanging the clothes, and when she turned around, she saw this scene. She froze like a statue, quickly turning to press her back against the wall, covering her face with both hands as she slowly slid down, tears falling silently. This was a scene from so long, long ago, one that only appeared in dreams. I still didn't sit at the same table with the mother and daughter. After setting out the rice and dishes on the table, I hurried out of the apartment. Hearing the door close, Serena hastily wiped the tears from her face, got up, and carried Lily to the dining table. On the table were still 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, plus 2 bowls of rice already served, and a bowl of steamed egg. Serena stared at the delicious, abundant meal, dazed for a long moment before slowly sitting down. No one knew how complicated her feelings were at this moment, not even. She herself knew what she was thinking. The food was just as delicious as breakfast. The little girl had been happily eating her steamed egg for a while now, but the peaceful lunch for mother and daughter was quickly interrupted by the sound of the door opening. They instinctively looked up, seeing me push open the door. Carrying a large bag of things, Lily shrank toward Serena, the little spoon of steamed egg still in her mouth. Frozen in place, her big eyes followed my every movement. I lowered my gaze, not daring to look at the frightened mother and daughter. I just walked over to the sofa, set down the bag in my hands, and spoke, my voice slightly low. "I bought you some ointment. Remember to use it. And there are toys I got for the little one. I don't know if she'll like them. I saw other little girls all have these, so she should have them too." Serena still hadn't responded. After I finished speaking, I was silent for a moment. "I know you don't trust me, but there are some things I still have to say. From now on, I won't hit you or the child anymore. You and Lily don't have to be so afraid in your own home. She's still young. This kind of atmosphere isn't good for her." I said it all in one breath, and the weight in my chest lifted considerably. I didn't wait for Serena to respond, quietly returning to the spare room. Serena watched my figure disappear, her emotions incredibly complicated. Faced with this man's sudden transformation, she still couldn't let her guard down. Inside the room, my mood was even worse, tears threatening to spill from my eyes. Transmigrating into the body of this scum made me deeply uncomfortable too, especially when I saw all those wounds. covering Serena's body, my heart grew even heavier. After just one short day in this home, my heart had already been crushed to the point of breaking. I truly couldn't understand how anyone could treat their own family so cruelly, so mercilessly. After Serena finished eating, she still left a portion for me. She washed her and Lily's dishes, looked at the bag on the table for a moment, and finally still led Lily back to the master bedroom. With kindness this sudden, she really couldn't accept it. Who knew if this was just another trap he'd set to lull her into complacency? Besides, she'd long grown used to the pain on her body. She just didn't know what she had left, that he'd go to such lengths to obtain. After experiencing one short day of gentle treatment, she was terrified those old days would return. She even harbored a small hope that maybe if she didn't accept his kindness, he would keep being like this. She just hoped he would stay this way. For one more day, just one more day. I heard the bedroom door close next door, knowing the mother and daughter had finished eating, and only then did I get up and leave the room. Then, I saw the bag on the coffee table still unopened, still sitting right where I'd left it. I let out a sigh, not knowing what else to do, and sat down to eat with my head lowered. Just then, the master bedroom door unexpectedly opened again, and Lily poked her little head out, curiously watching me eat. I tried flashing her a toothy grin again. This time, it finally worked. The little girl didn't run away scared, still curiously watching me eat. My heart relaxed a little, the weight pressing down on it, soothed considerably by this soft, adorable little girl. I set down my chopsticks, using the gentlest voice I'd ever used in my life, to call out to her. Lily. My sudden call made the little girl startle and tremble slightly, but she didn't shrink back, instead turning her head to look into the master bedroom, then, as if encouraged, looked back toward me. A soft, tender voice came from her lips. Daddy. Hearing that word, my whole body trembled, my eyes instantly blurring with tears, a smile blooming across my face like a flower. Since transmigrating here, this was the most beautiful sound I'd heard. Lily tilted her little head, looking surprised at this father who was crying and smiling at the same time, seemingly wondering why anyone would laugh while tears were falling. I let out a soft, responding to the little girl. Then I stood up and walked over to the sofa, pulling the doll I'd just bought out of the bag, gently waving it back and forth in front of Lily. Lily blinked her big eyes, looking a bit tempted, staring at the doll in my hand, then turning her head to look into the master bedroom again, before, finally, slowly walking toward me. My heart was pounding, looking at this little angel before me. I even held my breath, afraid of startling this little girl who had finally, with great difficulty, agreed to approach me. Lily only knew that Daddy was now cooking yummy food for her, and now he was holding a toy she liked. It seemed like Daddy wouldn't be mean to her and Mommy anymore. She walked up to me, lifted her little face, and sniffed hard, then broke into a happy smile. Daddy doesn't smell bad anymore. So happy. Lily, isn't the doll in Daddy's hand pretty? Looking at the tiny girl before me, I spoke to Lily with all the gentleness and sincerity I could muster. Lily's little hand twitched, as if she wanted to take the doll from my hand, but she still didn't have the courage to reach out, only using her big, crystal-clear, sparkling eyes to stare at me. My gaze never left Lily, so of course I noticed this small movement, so I slowly crouched down, until I was at eye level with Lily, then gently placed the toy in her hands. When my fingers touched Lily's tiny hand, I felt my whole being melt. Lily finally got the toy she wanted, her gaze shifting from me to the doll, her tiny fingers stroking the doll's soft, long dress, her eyes immediately curving into happy crescents. I watched the little girl before me holding the toy, with such joy, my heart, a tangled mess of emotions, especially looking closely at Lily's dry, brittle hair, her thin little face, and her faded, overwashed clothes, that were clearly too small now. My heart felt pierced by needles. She was only 3 years old, an age when she should be cherished and adored, yet now she was this happy, over just one small toy. I gritted my teeth, quickly wiped my eyes, and forced a smile. Just like that, I quietly watched Lily play beside me. In that moment, there was nothing else in my eyes. Serena in the master bedroom was even more tense now, not knowing if she'd made the right choice. But she agreed with what I'd said earlier. The child was young. She shouldn't grow up in an atmosphere like this. Letting her daughter get close to him was the most she could bring herself to do right now. Outside, Lily occasionally let out clear, happy laughter, and Serena couldn't hold back her tears when she heard it. She just sat there on the bed, silently wiping away her tears. Before long, Lily seemed to have tired herself out playing and was getting sleepy. Hugging the doll tightly, glancing at the father who was smiling foolishly at her, her little face showing some hesitation, before turning and scampering back to the bedroom. I just sat there, dazedly watching the tiny figure disappear, touching my nose, and laughing. It seemed I needed to buy the little girl a proper pair of slippers. Walking barefoot all the time wasn't good for her. Time slowly passed, and dinner was still made by me. 3 dishes and a soup. As always, I let the mother and daughter eat first, then came out to clean up the plates. I went to bed early that night, not knowing that after just one night, the song, A Lifetime with You, had taken the internet by storm. That evening at 10 o'clock, the video had successfully climbed to number 5 on the trending charts, and its popularity was still rising. The next morning at 6 o'clock, the video had reached an astonishing 500,000 likes. On TikTok, with over 200,000 comments. You have to understand that even major influencers, who get hundreds of thousands of likes, are doing amazingly well if they get tens of thousands of comments. So this comment conversion rate was unbelievably high, and my follower count had surpassed 1 million overnight. With just one song, one video, I'd become a 1 million follower creator overnight. Of course, most of these followers were fans of this particular video. If I couldn't produce songs in the future with the same quality as this video, I would quickly be forgotten by most people. I woke up at 5 in the morning, and at that point I still didn't know my song had gone viral. After quickly washing my face, I stepped outside for my morning workout. By the time I got home, it was already 7:40 a.m. The moment I pushed open the door, I ran right into Serena, who had just come out of the bathroom. The instant she saw me, she startled, her expression somewhat panicked. She looked at me covered in sweat, slightly flustered, but still somewhat nervously. Said, "I didn't know you went out. I'll go make breakfast right now." I paused for a moment, a bit awkward facing this situation, but still quickly replied, "Is Lily still sleeping?" Serena pressed her lips together, lowering her head with a soft, She felt her heart beating faster. After my workout, the vibrant energy radiating from me made her very uncomfortable. She felt confused inside, instinctively avoiding me, walking quickly toward the kitchen. "Go watch Lily. After I shower, I'll make breakfast. Is there anything you want to eat?" My voice, slightly eager to please, came from behind her. Serena stopped in her tracks, and after a long moment, her voice came out trembling slightly. No, whatever you make is fine. I'll go watch the baby." After saying that, Serena walked even faster, fleeing into the bedroom as if escaping. I watched the bedroom door close, and shrugged helplessly. After showering, I was absolutely starving, and this body's alcohol cravings were also acting up, making me very uncomfortable. I could only cook, while constantly drinking hot water to ease it. Millie was awake by now too. After Serena helped her wash her face, she clung to the kitchen doorframe watching me cook, still hugging the doll I'd given her yesterday. I turned around and saw the little girl, and immediately flashed Lily a grin like a doting aunt seeing her niece. I asked gently, "Lily, what do you want to eat this morning? Daddy will make it for you." Lily tilted her little head and thought for a long time. Then her big eyes curved up and widened. "Lily likes steamed egg," I answered indulgently. "Okay, steamed egg it is." After saying that, I reached out to pat Lily's head, then secretly pulled my hand back. I was afraid of scaring the little angel in front of me. Take it slow, no rush, I thought to myself. Lily was clearly starting to accept me, which gave me hope. My mood couldn't help but brighten, and even the alcohol cravings and hunger seemed to fade away. Breakfast was as abundant as usual, one meat dish and 2 vegetable dishes, plus, of course, the steamed egg Lily had requested. As always, I returned to my small room, letting the mother and daughter eat first. But what was better than before was that, while the two of them ate outside, there was clearly more laughter and conversation. In the spare room, I lay on the bed, holding the phone I'd put on silent, wanting to check how the video was doing. The moment I unlocked the phone, I was shocked. Holy crap, why were there so many notifications? Every app notification had hit 99 plus. I shakily swiped away all these notifications, swallowed hard, and opened my account homepage. The number showing over 1 million followers on the screen nearly blinded me. Over 1 million followers overnight. With my heart racing, I opened the video. Over 2 million likes. And when I looked at the comments, they were all praise. Nothing but compliments. I checked the account's private messages, almost all from advertisers seeking partnerships, and all kinds of invitations to join entertainment companies. I ignored them all, because next came the moment to see my earnings. I opened the TikTok creator dashboard, and when I saw the amount in my wallet, I grinned from ear to ear, even without accepting any advertisements. In just one day, this video had generated an incredible $30,000 in revenue from views alone. Seeing the money earned, I breathed a huge sigh of relief. I had money now. Life would finally stop being so desperate. Before, holding the family's entire fortune of just over $1,000, I had to pinch pennies even buying vegetables. Now with this initial capital, my mood naturally lightened considerably. After transferring the money to my bank account, I waited for the two outside to finish eating. Hearing the bedroom door close, I hurried out to eat breakfast. After eating, I rushed out of the apartment, heading straight for the shopping mall for my memories. First, I bought Serena a new phone, then picked up a whole pile of other things, busy until 10:03 a.m. I loaded up with all my spoils and followed the mall's delivery truck, happily heading home. Indeed, life with money was just about buying, and it felt amazing. After I left the house, Serena led Lily out of the bedroom. Serena cleaned the house from top to bottom, then sat down on the sofa, gazing at the clear blue sky outside the window. After 2 days of ventilation, the house no longer smelled of alcohol. Fresh air occasionally drifted in through the window, making her feel incredibly comfortable. Lily lay beside Serena, playing with her newly acquired doll. Her big eyes had long curved into happy crescents. She'd smiled so much more these past 2 days, and was so much happier. This was something Serena hadn't dared to imagine before. Watching Lily play happily, the corners of Serena's mouth curved up involuntarily. Days like these were so wonderful. Then suddenly Serena froze, disbelievingly touching the corner of her mouth, then noticing the medicine box, still sitting on the coffee table. Did she just smile? So she still knew how to smile. Serena sank into thought, and the living room suddenly held only the sound of Lily playing alone. The sudden sound of the lock turning pulled Serena from her thoughts. Lily quickly scrambled up, hugging her doll and burrowing into Serena's arms. Noise came from outside, my familiar voice rising with it. "Hey, slow down, don't scratch it. Stand it up straight, then carry it in." Serena felt a bit panicked. She quickly picked up Lily, about to retreat to the bedroom, but her eyes couldn't help but curiously look toward the door. I appeared first in her line of sight, along with an unfamiliar man. They were carrying a cream-colored, cloud-style sofa into the room. Seeing Serena, my eyes clearly lit up, my face beaming with joy. "Hey, could you pour a few cups of hot water? After we're done, the movers can take a break. I'll pour it right away." Serena hadn't interacted with outsiders in so long. She felt a bit flustered, but she quickly composed herself, carrying Lily and hurrying into the kitchen. I helped the movers carry the new sofa into the house, then carried the old sofa out. After that came the TV, the refrigerator, trip after trip. I worked tirelessly, hauling things alongside the movers myself. As each new piece of furniture was brought in, the apartment was instantly transformed. The worn-out look from before suddenly became fresh and new, radiating a vibrant energy. Serena stood frozen in the kitchen like she'd seen a ghost, watching everything unfold so suddenly, her expression shifting from shock to disbelief, then to bewilderment, her arms holding Lily, unconsciously tightened. Lily had been wide-eyed, curiously looking at all the new furniture, when Serena held her tighter and tighter. Her big eyes shifted to look at her mother, her little face aggrieved. "Mommy's being mean. You're holding me too tight." Thankfully, Serena quickly caught herself, shifting to a more comfortable hold, then apologetically kissed Lily's cheek. Then she soothed Lily, while watching me busily finish up in the living room. I was haggling with the movers over the old furniture being replaced. In the end, I sold it all for $800. Serena felt a bit of regret. Those pieces were a bit old, but they still worked fine. $800 really was a loss, but what she was more curious about now was where I'd gotten so much money. By her calculations, this household should have been almost out of grocery money by now. After seeing the movers off, I carried a large bag back to the living room, set it down on the new coffee table, and plopped down onto the soft sofa. The mother and daughter were still standing dazed in the kitchen. By now Serena had set Lily down, and she was clinging to her mother's leg, like a curious baby looking left and right, clearly exploring all the new things in the house. Seeing the little girl like this, I broke into a smile, my eyes squinting into crescents. I suddenly felt a great sense of accomplishment. I pulled out from the large bag on the coffee table a huge pink toy and set it on the table. Sure enough, when she saw the toy, Lily's eyes were immediately drawn to it, one tiny hand still clutching her doll, the other gripping Serena's hem, her head tilting slightly forward, wanting to see what toy I was holding. The way she wanted to come over but didn't dare made my nose sting with emotion. Other people's 3-year-olds would have happily thrown themselves into their father's arms by now. The sense of accomplishment from before vanished. I silently clenched my fist, then relaxed it, waving to Lily, looking at her adoringly. "Lily, come see what Daddy bought you." Lily didn't run over immediately. She lifted her little face to look at her mother first. Seeing Serena's lips move without saying anything, she reluctantly walked over. By now, I had opened the toy's packaging, revealing what was truly inside. Wow, it's a princess house. Why is the princess house so messy? Does Lily want to help Daddy decorate the little princess's house? Hearing me say this, Lily's eyes sparkled, clearly filled with longing. Her tiny body inched closer to the sofa, until she was right next to my leg. Lily blinked her big eyes and glanced at me, then tentatively raised her small hand, until she touched the little princess in my hand. Serena stood in the distance, unconsciously holding her breath. Her gaze was fixed on Lily's outstretched little hand. I kept my smile, placing the little princess in Lily's hand, then tried taking her tiny hand in my large one. When that warm little hand was held in my palm, the corners of my lips gently curved up, one hand holding Lily's small hand, the other offering a tiny dress. My gentle voice rang out again. "Can Lily help dress the little princess? Daddy's so clumsy. Can Lily teach Daddy? Daddy's hand is so warm, even warmer than Mommy's." Lily looked at the little princess, before her, then at my pitiful expression, and suddenly burst out laughing. "Daddy's so clumsy. Lily will teach Daddy." The little girl laughed, showing all her pearly baby teeth, her almond eyes curving into 2 crescent moons. She leaned against my leg, took the tiny dress I offered, and clumsily dressed the little princess. I laughed along with her, humbly accepting the little girl's instruction. In that moment, the small room suddenly seemed to glow. The happy laughter of father and daughter echoed through the living room. This was the first time in her 3 years of life that Lily got to snuggle in her father's arms and play. Feeling the warmth that only a father could give, Serena leaned against the doorframe, silently watching the beautiful scene before her, her eyes blurring with tears. Father and daughter hadn't been playing for long. Lily was still being guided by me to decorate the princess, when I looked up and saw Serena standing dazed in the kitchen doorway. Her faded light blue shirt, washed so many times it had lost its color, was strangely dazzling now, making me squint involuntarily. This seemed to be a matching set for mother and daughter. In a haze, I suddenly remembered that yes, it was a matching set, bought secretly when Lily turned 2, hidden from that man by Serena. When he found out, Serena was beaten badly, and he sold her phone too. Remembering this, I fell silent. A moment later, I stumbled to my feet, covering my mouth as I rushed to the bathroom, retching violently. Only now did I understand that when a person with a conscience looks back at these actions from a first-person perspective, how much nausea and rage it could create. This sudden turn of events frightened the mother and daughter outside considerably. Serena was even more terrified, trembling all over, quickly stepping to the sofa, scooping Lily up into her arms with one hand. Lily burrowed desperately into Serena's embrace, afraid that any moment that vomiting father would suddenly charge out and hit and scold her and Mommy like before. Every time Daddy made sounds like this before, he was as terrifying as a man-eating tiger. A moment later, I staggered out of the bathroom, my eyes bloodshot, looking at the frightened Serena and Lily. My heart felt even worse, my stomach churning endlessly, but I still endured the discomfort, weakly speaking to them. "I'm sorry. I scared you both. I just felt a little sick, thinking about what that man did before. I couldn't help feeling nauseous, especially now that I'm occupying his body. My whole body feels like millions of ants are crawling on it." Seeing Serena and Lily still looking at me warily, I let out a heavy sigh, walked around Serena, who was holding her daughter, quietly stepped into the kitchen, and picked up vegetables to wash. Lily probably hasn't played enough yet. Take her to play a bit more. I'll make lunch. Serena studied my profile carefully. That face was so familiar, yet so strange. Finally, she nodded, carrying Lily to sit where I'd been sitting. Lily secretly poked her little head out of her mother's arms, and when she saw that Daddy was still, the same gentle Daddy, her little face finally broke into a smile again. The unexpected father-daughter activity had ended, turning into relaxation time for mother and daughter. By the time lunch was ready, the aroma of food filled the living room. Serena watched me set out the rice and dishes on the table, then quietly returned to the spare room. The corners of her mouth moved slightly, but she couldn't say a word. While eating, Lily held her little spoon in her mouth, suddenly turning to look at her mother, her tiny eyebrows furrowing, her face full of confusion. "Mommy, why doesn't Daddy eat with us anymore?" Serena was chewing a small piece of spicy stir-fry, her favorite dish, whether before or after marriage. She'd rarely gotten to eat it, because he couldn't handle spicy food. Hearing her daughter's question, Serena couldn't help but turn to look toward the spare room, then looked back at her puzzled daughter, and suddenly smiled. That smile was like spring flowers blooming, probably because Mommy and Daddy aren't ready yet. The little girl didn't understand, her tiny eyebrows furrowing even tighter, her little head completely unable to comprehend what Mommy meant. I was sitting dazed in the bedroom. I knew my sudden vomiting was a psychological issue, but there was nothing I could do to change it, even though my subconscious kept telling myself. It wasn't my fault. It still couldn't change the fact that I was him. Helpless, I could only take out my phone and scroll through videos to distract myself. My work was still holding steady on the charts, and many comments below were urging me to release new songs, but I had no intention of doing that now. Making money was the means, not the goal. The video was still slowly generating income, though this revenue would decrease day by day, and in just a few days, there might be no income at all. However, the money now was completely enough for the family's daily expenses, so there was no need to post new videos for money. Just then, the sound of dishes being washed came from outside. I set down my phone and pushed open the bedroom door. On the dining table, a portion of rice and soup was still left for me. Serena was washing dishes in the kitchen, while Lily had run back to the sofa, playing with her new toy. The doll I'd given her before had also been placed in the princess house, lying side by side with the little princess, on the tiny sofa inside. Seeing Daddy come out, Lily was no longer as scared as before. She just opened her big eyes wide to look at me, the expectation in her gaze crystal clear. The little girl just wanted Daddy to stay by her side and play with toys together. I smiled, walking over to gently pat her head, but I didn't play with the little girl. Instead, I sat down on the sofa and turned my head to look toward the kitchen. Seeing that Daddy had no intention of playing with her, Lily pouted in disappointment. She propped herself against the sofa arm and plopped down, leaning against me to play by herself. Serena had just come out of the kitchen. When she saw me staring at her, she couldn't help but tense up inside, not knowing what to do with her hands, only able to helplessly grip the hem of her shirt. Seeing Serena looking so timid, I couldn't help but furrow my brows, sighing inwardly once again. It was precisely this gentle, meek personality of hers that had allowed that monster before to bully her so brazenly. Thinking of this, I relaxed my frown, picked up the phone I'd just bought from the coffee table, and placed it on the table. I bought you a phone. See if you like it. There's also something I want to discuss with you. Could you sit down here? Serena had been keeping her head down, only looking up at me when she heard me speak. First, she met my clear, pure gaze, then saw the brand-new phone box on the table. Serena hesitated for a moment, and only after a while did she softly say, slowly walking over to sit down on the sofa. What did you want to discuss? Her voice was very soft. I had to strain my ears to hear clearly. I didn't answer, but picked up the phone from the table and opened it myself. I took out the sky-blue new phone, removed the protective film, and turned it on. The melodious startup music playing. I did some simple setup, then held it out to Serena. This phone is for you. You'll need to get a SIM card yourself. I've already saved my number in it. From now on, if I'm not home, and something comes up, just call me. As I spoke, I pulled out a stack of cash from my pocket and placed it in front of her. This is cash I just withdrew. If you're free this afternoon, take Lily out for a walk. Staying home all the time isn't good. If there's anything you want to buy, just buy it. Especially clothes. I noticed both your clothes are getting too small. Oh, and remember to open a bank account too. Carrying cash around isn't safe or convenient. I rambled on continuously, saying everything on my mind in one breath. Serena looked up, staring at the man before her, listening to me ramble, the corners of her eyes slowly reddening. Seeing that Serena still hadn't taken the phone, I helplessly touched my nose. Don't you like this phone? I thought the color was pretty, and it's the newest model, so I bought it. If you don't like it, you can go buy a different one you like. Serena shook her head, then looked at me deeply. No, I really like it. Thank you. Her voice was still very soft, with a slight tremble. Our eyes suddenly met. I awkwardly looked away, but inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you like it. It's nothing. I'm going to go eat now. After saying that, I stood up and quickly walked to the dining table, wolfing down my food. Serena was still wondering in her heart where I'd gotten so much money to buy all these things, but since I didn't say, she didn't ask. She picked up the new phone on the table and looked at it. I'd even bought earphones. A pair of pristine white earbuds sat beside it. Beside her, Lily had also set down the toy in her hands, poking her little head closer, curiously looking at the new phone in her mother's hand. Serena casually reached over and rubbed the little girl's head. One big and one small stared at the phone and began exploring it together. At 5 p.m., the heat outside had finally subsided. Serena sat on the sofa hesitating for a while, then still picked up the stack of cash on the table and led Lily out of the house. Lily hadn't been outside in so long. She loved going out to play. Before, Mommy never took her outside, and Daddy wouldn't allow them to leave. So this outing made her extraordinarily happy. The little girl held her doll in one hand, and her mother's hand in the other, skipping the whole way. Her round eyes looked everywhere. Everything outside was full of wonder to her. Only Serena felt somewhat self-conscious, her footsteps unconsciously quickening. Looking at the people passing by on the street, she felt inexplicably inferior, especially she and Lily, in these ill-fitting clothes, made her constantly feel like. Other people's gazes kept glancing at her a few extra times. The shopping mall wasn't far. She vaguely remembered it was just 2 blocks away. Compared to her memory, the place had changed quite a bit. In just 2 years, it seemed to have been renovated more elegantly. As soon as she walked in, she saw a phone store, with a counter for getting SIM cards inside. Serena hesitated for a moment, then let her daughter inside. After getting the SIM card, Serena also opened a bank account, depositing all the money she had. After paying for the SIM card, she had $4,900 left. I had given her exactly $5,000 this time. Walking out of the bank with phone and bank card in hand, Serena looked at the tall buildings around her, suddenly feeling like she'd come back to life. Now she could take her daughter and leave. She could rely on the money in her hand to find a job and support herself and her child. She could even pursue her dreams again. This sudden freedom made Serena stand frozen in place for a long time, until a childish little voice rang in her ear. "Mommy, Mommy, can Lily have an ice cream?" She immediately snapped back to reality. Lily beside her was still tugging at her hand, her round eyes staring at the ice cream stand not far away. Drool was about to spill from the corner of her mouth. Serena smiled, a brilliant and radiant smile. "Of course, but you can only have one bite, or your tummy will hurt. Okay, Lily loves Mommy the most." Mother and daughter had finally gone out. I leisurely enjoyed a nice long shower, completely unaware that Serena out there might not come back. After showering, I started preparing tonight's dinner. Still 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes as usual. I planned to make noodle soup tonight, but since I didn't know when they'd be back, I was worried the noodles would get soggy and taste bad, so I didn't make them just yet. After cutting the noodles and leaving them on the cutting board, I returned to the living room, flopping onto the sofa and scrolling through parenting tips on my phone. I scrolled until I got a bit drowsy, looking at the clock in the corner of the screen. It was already 7 p.m. Why weren't the mother and daughter back yet? I suddenly sat up straight. No way. Nothing happened to them, right? I was a bit worried, about to go out and look for them. The moment I opened the door, I ran right into them coming back. A fragrant breeze blew in from the doorway, and I was completely stunned. Right now, Serena was softly humming some unknown melody, her steps light, the corners of her mouth curved up, showing her mood was very good. She was carrying several shopping bags, Lily holding onto her mother's hem with one hand, the other hand holding the same doll I'd given her. What stunned me most was that both of them had changed into new, well-fitting clothes. Indeed, fine feathers make fine birds. One big and one small had gone out for a trip, and seemed completely transformed, making me almost unable to look directly at them. A moment later, Lily sweetly ran over, calling out, "Daddy!" That, Daddy, nearly made my soul fly away. I responded, my voice still trembling. The tension from earlier immediately relaxed. I picked up the adorable little girl, walking into the house first. "Tonight Daddy will make you noodles, okay? The kind with 2 eggs. Yes, Lily loves eggs. Lily loves Daddy the most." Serena stood outside the door, frozen in the wind. The little girl had just said she loved Mommy the most, and now she'd already turned traitor. Lily didn't have to wait long. The noodles with eggs were quickly ready. I set the bowl of noodles in front of her, tapped her little nose, then habitually turned to go back to the bedroom. I had just turned around when I was unexpectedly grabbed by the hem of my shirt by the little girl. "Can Daddy stay and eat with Lily?" That soft voice rang out again. I turned back around, facing Lily's expectant gaze, somewhat hesitant, sneaking a glance at Serena sitting beside her. Serena said nothing and didn't look at me, as if she hadn't heard Lily's words at all, eating her own bowl of noodles. I felt a bit helpless. This situation was really awkward. Just say yes or no already. What did saying nothing mean? I could only tentatively ask, "Then Daddy will stay and eat with Lily?" Daddy sit next to Lily. The one who answered me was Lily. She happily patted the empty space on the other side. I touched my nose, my expression awkward, as I went into the kitchen to get another bowl of noodles, sitting down beside Lily. Mommy sat on the left, Daddy sat on the right, and Lily in the middle was surrounded by her parents for the first time. The smile on her face never faded. Even her eating became more enthusiastic, finishing the entire heaping bowl of noodles. Finally, Serena was worried the little girl would eat too much and stopped her from having more. Only then did the little girl give up. After dinner, Serena went back to the master bedroom alone. This I could understand, letting me sit at the same table to eat. Serena. Must have gone through a lot of internal struggle. I put myself in Serena's shoes, thinking about if it were me, after enduring the treatment from before, being asked to live peacefully with my enemy. I definitely couldn't do it. No, wait. If it were me, that previous owner probably wouldn't even have a body left to find. I'd have chopped him up and fed him to the dogs. I played with Lily until 9 p.m. Lily was so sleepy her little head kept nodding, but she still refused to go to sleep. During this time, I also discovered a very serious problem. Lily was already 3 years old, yet she still didn't know how to take off her own shoes. You have to understand that normal 3-year-olds are already old enough for preschool. I knew this too. It was caused by the unhealthy family environment before. It couldn't be rushed. But I still felt incredibly heartbroken. Serena came out of the bedroom right at that moment. She didn't say anything, just silently looked at me and Lily on the sofa. The meaning in her eyes was clear. I picked Lily up from the sofa, kissed her cheek, then said with a smile, "Lily, it's time for bed. Daddy will play with you again tomorrow, okay?" Lily's drowsy eyes had been closed, but now they cracked open. She looked at my face, then turned to look at Serena, then suddenly buried her little head in Daddy's neck. "Tonight Lily wants to sleep with Daddy." This unexpected statement left me not knowing what to do, and also made Serena's face darken slightly. The most terrifying thing was the sudden silence. I looked at Serena with an innocent expression. This was the little girl's own idea. I really didn't put her up to it. Serena silently clenched her fists. This ungrateful little white-eyed wolf? All that care for nothing? Just 2 days, and she'd already been won over by the enemy's sugar-coated bullets. In the end, the little girl got her way. Serena simply helped her wash up, and the little girl happily burrowed under Daddy's blanket. Lily was like a little koala, clinging to my neck and refusing to let go. I just let her cling like that. This was my first time putting a child to sleep. I remembered the parenting tips I'd read online, so I gently told Lily a bedtime story. This was also the first time Lily got to sleep, in her father's broad arms, the first time Daddy told Lily a bedtime story. From the first time Daddy cooked for Lily, to the first time he bought her a gift, now there were 2 more firsts. Lily felt incredibly content inside, sinking deep into sleep. Early the next morning, Willie was still sound asleep. I still got up early as usual, quietly pushing open the bedroom door, going to the living room to prepare for my morning jog. A moment later, I noticed. The box of ointment on the living room coffee table had disappeared. My eyes gradually lit up, a radiant smile spreading across my face. Today I left the house in a great mood. Jogging, showering, then cooking took me over 2 hours. After finishing breakfast, today I had one more task, waking up my daughter. Lily was awakened by my gentle voice. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, and the moment she saw me, the little girl reached out her soft little arms, clearly wanting Daddy to hold her. I immediately reached out and gently picked her up, helped her change into new clothes, then carried her out to wash her face. I had watched videos on how to take care of small children, but theory was still just theory. Only when I actually tried it did I realize how difficult it was. The little girl's body was so soft, I didn't dare use any force. So the whole process was clumsy and awkward, especially when tying her hair. I was even more helpless, fumbling around, only managing a lopsided style in the end. "Daddy's a dummy." Lily looked at her crooked hair in the mirror, pouting and teasing me. I pinched her little nose, making Lily giggle. Serena came out of the bedroom and saw the warm scene between father and daughter. She didn't say anything, just quietly went to the kitchen to bring out breakfast. Perhaps even she herself didn't notice that the corners of her mouth had curved up at some point. The family of 3 simply finished breakfast together. I didn't return Lily to Serena, but continued leading her to the sofa to play princess. But this time, while playing with Lily, I casually slipped into her little head. Some, very simple, numbers, from 1 to 10. After discovering Lily's issues, I had secretly made a plan to gradually teach her during regular playtime. Now, under my casual guidance, she was quickly memorizing some of the knowledge. Furthermore, I noticed that since Serena came back yesterday, She seemed like a completely different person, though she was still just as quiet. Between her brows, there was clearly a spirit that hadn't been there before. Like right now, she didn't go back to the bedroom, but sat on the other side of the sofa playing with her phone, occasionally glancing our way. This was a good sign, making my heart feel much more at ease. Serena was downloading phone apps, while observing the interaction between father and daughter. By now, she had also noticed that I was quietly teaching Lily. She watched, silently, a touch of sweetness rising in her heart. She had long wanted to teach her daughter, but with their previous family situation, their lives were already so difficult. She had no way to be like a normal mother and educate Lily. Serena withdrew her gaze and looked at her phone screen. The apps had finished downloading. As soon as she logged into her account, unread messages appeared. It was the young assistant who had worked with her 2 years ago, Mia Parker. Her friends list only had a few people. Besides me, there were a few people from her old company. Mia's messages, from after she got married, until 2 days ago, had been sent continuously, mostly asking how she was doing. She just hadn't been able to reply. Looking at all these messages, Serena felt warmth in her heart, and immediately replied, "I'm sorry, Mia. I couldn't reply to your messages before. I'm doing well now, don't worry." Less than 2 seconds after the message was sent, the other side replied immediately, "Serena, you're finally alive. I thought after you got married, you didn't want to talk to me anymore. Serena, you don't know, since you disappeared, the company's been full of rumors, especially that awful Rebecca. She's been so arrogant these past 2 years, bad-mouthing you to everyone, saying you deserved it. It makes me so mad." Reading Mia's message, Serena pressed her lips together. Rebecca wasn't wrong. She did deserve it. Back at the company, she had always outshone Rebecca. After she left, it was only natural for Rebecca to act that way. However, this little assistant of hers was still as lively as ever. "Mia, how have you been lately? Is life going well?" Serena didn't respond to Mia's comments, but asked about her situation instead. "I'm great. Don't worry, Serena. I'm the cockroach that can't be killed. I just miss you so much. Boo-hoo. Serena, are you coming back?" Serena froze, a hint of longing flickering in her eyes. Was she coming back? She turned to look at me, then looked at Lily. After a moment, the longing in her eyes slowly faded. "Probably not. But if you miss me, Mia, we can meet up?" "Yes, Serena. I'm off this Saturday." Serena looked at this message, and a smile finally appeared on her face. Then she switched to Twitter. On Twitter, her last post was still from 2 years ago, when she announced she was leaving the entertainment industry. Her followers, once numbering in the hundreds of thousands, had dwindled to just a few thousand. Besides bot accounts, there were still some old fans who regularly commented, checking in on her. After scrolling around, the trending topics on Twitter were all recent entertainment news, but among them were a few posts about a song that was extremely hot lately. Mysterious singer with just one video gains over 1 million followers overnight. Who exactly is he? Serena was quite curious about what this trending song was like, so she clicked on the title. The lengthy article was the poster's review, all praise for the song, with a link attached below. Serena clicked the link, and a familiar face appeared on the screen. A familiar guitar melody started playing. Then a familiar singing voice echoed through the living room. The living room suddenly fell silent, with only the singing ringing in the ears of all three. I awkwardly turned my head away. Lily blinked her big eyes, threw herself into Serena's arms, and looked at the phone screen. Serena was completely stunned. This familiar singing voice. Wasn't this the song that came from the room the other day? So that day he was recording a video. Lily spoke up first. She pointed her tiny finger at the phone screen, looked up at Serena, her big eyes full of curiosity. "It's Daddy." "Daddy's in the phone." "Yes, that's Daddy." Serena rubbed the little girl's head and replied. Now she finally understood why I had so much money to buy furniture for the house. With millions of likes already, of course there was money. She turned to look at my angular face, her expression complicated beyond words. With her mother's confirmation, Lily happily rushed toward me, her two chubby little hands lifting my face up, her big eyes sparkling. Daddy's so gentle. Lily wants to sing too, and be in the phone too. With those soft little hands pressing against my face, my gaze gradually melted. I also used my big hands to cup my daughter's little face, asking gently, "Does Lily like singing too?" Lily curved her big eyes and nodded without hesitation, her smile even more radiant. "Yes." "Then Daddy will teach Lily to sing. After Lily learns, you can sing in the phone too, okay?" Lily nodded her little head continuously, then happily planted a big kiss on my cheek. Getting this reward, I immediately beamed with joy. Under the little girl's adoring gaze, I dashed to the spare room to get my guitar. On the sofa, I held the guitar and tuned the strings. When I turned around, I saw both Serena and Lily staring at me without blinking. My face rarely turned a bit red. Then I strummed the guitar strings. Today, Daddy's going to write a children's song just for Lily. Daddy will sing it once for Lily first. Next time, Daddy sings one line, and Lily repeats after Daddy. Okay? Lily nodded happily, her two little hands hugging my neck tightly. Daddy! Lily likes Daddy like this. Daddy, can you not go back to how you were before? Lily's soft voice rang in my ears. I opened my mouth to speak, but my eyes suddenly blurred with tears. I hugged Lily tightly. Yes! Daddy won't be like that anymore. My voice was hoarse but full of resolve. Serena couldn't see my expression at this moment. By now, she was already crying profusely, but there was a smile on her face. I was the first to regain my composure. I set the guitar aside and sat Lily on my lap. Lily, let's learn to sing now. Daddy sings one line, and you sing after Daddy, okay? Okay, Lily answered quickly. The next stretch of time became a lesson for father and daughter. I slowly sang one line, and Lily followed, learning each line. Indeed, children's songs should be sung by children. When the lyrics came from Lily's mouth, they were much better than when I sang them. Throughout the morning, the living room echoed with our singing. Seeing us absorbed in our singing lesson, Serena quietly went to make lunch. It's just that. Her cooking clearly wasn't as good as mine. At lunch, Lily insisted that from now on, she only wanted to eat Daddy's cooking. This made Serena jealous, and she shot the little girl a look, feeling even more indignant inside. Ungrateful little traitor. Just 2 days, and she's already been won over. Lily learned very quickly. In just 3 days, she sang even better than the original. At Lily's strong insistence, I recorded a video of her and posted it online. In the video, Lily wore a pink princess dress, with a butterfly bow on her head, her tiny body swaying to the music. Incredibly adorable. While filming, my face was beaming, full of pride. This is my daughter. I'm so proud. Serena was watching the excitement from the side. When she accidentally saw my expression, she nearly choked trying to hold back her laughter. This was the first time she'd seen me looking like this. These 3 days, thanks to my good behavior, the relationship between Serena and me had softened considerably. At least, Serena was now initiating conversation with me. No one expected that the second video from the 7 Memories account would be a children's song. It was still an original composition, still just as wonderful. Sure enough, this time the video blew up even more. In just one afternoon, it hit 5 million likes, with an unbelievable number of comments. The next day, I had just finished my morning jog. Wiping my sweat, I pushed open the door and saw Serena wearing the new spaghetti-strap nightgown she'd bought, stepping out of the bathroom. She had clearly just showered and was drying her hair, her face flushed from the heat. The nightgown seemed a bit loose, and you could faintly see the fair skin underneath. This was the second time I'd caught her after a shower. It was a bit awkward. The two of us stared wide-eyed at each other. Serena instinctively covered her chest, her face gradually turning red, even her earlobes starting to flush. We'd clearly been married for over 2 years, yet the feeling right now was like a newly dating couple. Good morning, Serena tried to calm herself, greeting me, her steps toward the bedroom unconsciously quickening. Morning, I replied briefly. Serena didn't say anything more. scurrying back to the bedroom as if fleeing. I smiled helplessly, singing as I walked into the bathroom. Showering, cooking, waking Lily up. 3 daily routines. Serena also came out of the bedroom right at this moment. She had changed into a different outfit, looking young and beautiful, making it hard to believe. She was the mother of a 3-year-old. Serena looking like this made my eyes light up involuntarily. I nodded. This was the vitality someone in their 20s should have. She was just still too thin. If she filled out a bit more, she'd definitely be even more beautiful. Serena still felt a bit nervous inside, her cheeks slightly flushed. This was the first time she'd dressed up like this at home. She didn't know if she looked good. She looked up at me, taking care of Lily, then casually walked to the dining table and sat down. His eyes seemed to light up just now. So she did look good, right? Wait, why did she care about his opinion? Serena puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. Her chopsticks unconsciously stirred around in her bowl. She was angry at herself for being so weak-willed. Just then, Lily sweetly called out, "Mommy!" Then she picked up her special little spoon, scooping up the golden millet porridge in front of her. "Can you come with us today?" I was eating with my head down, when I suddenly heard Serena's words. I looked up at Serena, then pointed at my own nose, my expression questioning. Serena nodded, not looking at me. Only her earlobes had turned bright red. "Sure," I answered readily. So after we finished eating, the whole family of 3 walked from the apartment complex to the street. The rate of people turning to look was 100%. Everyone was captivated by our good looks. At the same time, they were curious. The complex had neighbors as beautiful as angels, and yet they'd never seen them before. Lily held Daddy's hand with one hand, and Mommy's hand with the other, skipping along, her little face having long bloomed with joy. She never imagined there would be a day when she could be like other children, holding both Daddy's and Mommy's hands at the same time to go out. At this moment, Lily felt her happiness was too big even for the giant princess house to contain. Although the weather outside was a bit hot, the family of 3 didn't seem to notice. From their curved lips you could tell. Everyone was in a great mood. On the way, I hailed a taxi. First, I lifted the little girl into the back seat. Then, very gentlemanly, let Serena get into the back seat, closing the door for her. I sat in the front passenger seat. Today we were going to Central Plaza downtown. Serena and her former little assistant had arranged to meet at a milk tea shop there. The reason I and Lily had to come along was entirely because Mia wanted to see the little girl. And these past 2 days, the little girl had become my little shadow, following me everywhere. As for me, I was just tagging along thanks to the little girl. The car drove along the road. From here to downtown took over 40 minutes. Lily kept clinging to Serena's neck, looking at the scenery flashing by outside. For the little girl, this was her first time going so far. Everything she saw was new and exciting. The driver first marveled at the whole family's good looks, then suddenly felt the little girl in the back seat looked somewhat familiar, but couldn't remember where he'd seen her. So he occasionally chatted with me, and I naturally conversed with him too. The atmosphere in the car was no longer stuffy. The car quickly arrived at its destination. Central Plaza was the most bustling place in downtown Riverside City. It wasn't far from where Mia Parker worked and lived. After being apart for 2 years, she was finally getting to see Serena again. Mia was feeling very emotional. She had already bought several cups of milk tea, sitting there staring at the shop entrance. You could say she was counting every second. Having worked with Serena for a 1.5 years before, the 2 were as close as sisters. Serena had treated her very well. It was just a pity that Serena had gotten married. She still didn't understand why Serena had insisted on being with a man who seemed so useless. She couldn't comprehend it. She had even tried to talk Serena out of it back then, but she had made up her mind, completely ignoring all advice. Mia was lost in her thoughts when she suddenly saw a familiar figure leading a skipping little girl through the shop entrance. Her eyes lit up, and she jumped to her feet, waving. "Serena, over here!" Serena heard the voice, and as soon as she looked up, she saw Mia Parker's waving hand. A smile couldn't help but spread across her face. Mia really hadn't changed. still just as lively and cheerful. Walking up to her, both their eyes held joy, along with a hint of tears. Sisters reuniting after so long apart, they both couldn't quite contain their emotions. Mia looked Serena over carefully, her eyes growing redder. She grabbed Serena's hand, her lips pouting. "Serena, you've gotten so thin. Has that man been treating you badly? Where is he? I'll teach him a lesson." Serena pressed her lips together, shook her head, and sat down with Mia, then sat Lily down beside her, before speaking. "Mia, don't worry. I'm doing well now. What about you? After I left, has work been going smoothly?" "I'm doing great too." "Serena, you have no idea how much I've missed you." The two caught up with each other. Lily's big eyes looked round at the young woman across from her, full of curiosity. The two sisters hadn't seen each other in so long. Naturally, they had a lot to talk about. After chatting for a while, Mia finally turned her attention to the little girl. The little girl had been sitting beside them, very well behaved. Mia had been so focused on talking with Serena that she hadn't looked at her closely. Now looking carefully, her eyes immediately lit up. "Wow, Serena, is this Lily? She looks just like you. So adorable." Mia spoke while getting up from her seat, crouching in front of the little girl, her eyes sparkling, reaching out to touch her little face. Then her brows furrowed slightly. The little girl was just like Serena, both too thin. Mia was furious inside now. That useless man must have been treating Serena and the little one badly. She remembered back then. Serena had kept herself nice and healthy. How had things become like this? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Right now she just wanted to confront that man. So she looked up at Serena. "Serena, didn't you say he was coming too? Where is he?" Serena could also sense Mia's hostility toward me, but she didn't know what to say. If she said he had changed, it would be like telling Mia that he used to treat her badly. She didn't want others to know about this, especially Mia, who was like a sister to her. She could only smile awkwardly. Lily wanted ice cream. He went to stand in line to buy some for her. Mia naturally noticed Serena's expression and grew even angrier inside. Her, Serena, had always been gentle and elegant. Now within that gentleness and elegance, there was added timidity. She could sense it clearly. Afraid of scaring the child, Mia could only let out a cold huff and return to her seat, but secretly gritted her teeth, wanting to kill me. "Serena," Mia was about to speak, when she suddenly stopped, her gaze gradually sharpening, looking toward the milk tea shop entrance. Serena froze, her expression becoming even more awkward. She thought I had arrived, and that's why Mia's attitude changed. She was about to turn around to look, when a rather grating voice came from behind her. "Mia Parker, you have time to drink milk tea? Have you finished the work I assigned you?" "Rebecca, are you done? Today's a day off." Mia's face turned ugly, like a cat with its fur standing on end, glaring at the speaker. Serena turned around, finally seeing who had arrived. It was a slender woman. She was wearing a baseball cap, face covered with a mask, her narrow eyes flashing with arrogance, raising her eyebrows when she saw Serena. "It was Rebecca!" Serena was slightly stunned. The rising star from her former company, also on the vocal artist track. It's just that back then, Rebecca had always been overshadowed by Serena. When Serena was still at the company, she had always sweetly called her Serena. When a person leaves, the tea grows cold. Serena understood this principle, so she didn't take it to heart. "Oh, isn't this Serena? Shouldn't you be at home being a good wife and mother? What are you doing here looking for Mia?" Rebecca's eyes were full of amusement, but her words were full of mockery. She had just been out shopping, and didn't expect to run into Mia and Serena meeting up. Before Serena could say anything, Mia beside her exploded in anger. "Rebecca! Worry about yourself. Today's not a work day. Stop being all snarky here. Serena, let's go. There's a rabid dog here barking nonsense. It's only going to ruin our mood." After Mia finished speaking, she picked up Lily and grabbed Serena's hand to leave. But Rebecca stepped in front of them first, blocking their way. Her eyes somewhat dark, she looked at Serena, the corner of her mouth curling up in a smile. "Oh my! Serena, why are you so thin?" Life not going well? If things are bad, just tell me. I could give you some charity. After all, I'm so kind-hearted. Look at Mia now, doing grunt work under me. Life's not too bad, right? Isn't that right? Mia? Mia's face hardened, silently glaring at Rebecca. Serena suddenly turned to look at Mia, her eyes full of disbelief. Mia was doing grunt work under Rebecca? Hadn't she told her she was still working as someone's assistant? And that work was going smoothly? Grunt work meant manual labor. How could the company let Mia do this kind of work? But now was clearly not the time to ask. Serena turned back around, but her gaze at Rebecca now carried anger. She clenched her fists. Bullying her, she could endure it and let it pass, but bullying Mia was something she couldn't accept. She was just about to speak, when Mia spoke first. My contract with the company expires at the end of the month. I'll naturally resign then. I hope someone doesn't climb too high and fall too hard. If Serena comes back, someone will probably wake up screaming from their nightmares. Rebecca froze when she heard this. She really did have a bit of a complex about Serena. After all, Serena had overshadowed her for a year and a half. Rebecca quickly laughed, looking at Serena with disdain. Come back! Ha ha, that's the funniest joke I've ever heard. What company would dare sign a contract with a washed-up artist who has a kid in tow? Speaking of children, Serena, your kid's not bad-looking. You could consider grooming her to be a new generation star. Rebecca spoke with a contemptuous expression, even smugly reaching out to pinch Lily's cheek. Stop. Get your filthy hand away. I guarantee if you touch her, I'll make you cry without tears. Two voices rang out simultaneously. One was Serena's. The other was a deep male voice, coming from the milk tea shop entrance. It was me. I strode quickly in front of Serena, handed the ice cream in my hands to the three of them, then turned to face Rebecca, shielding Serena and Lily behind me, my voice cold. Who are you? Rebecca startled, involuntarily stepping back 2 steps, but she composed herself, and after looking at me carefully, she suddenly laughed. Oh, it's this useless-kept man. I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's you. What? You want to hit someone in public? I frowned and turned to look at Serena, my eyes questioning, clearly asking Serena where this shrewish woman came from. She's a singer from my old company. I didn't expect to run into her here either. Other people might not be afraid of my anger, but Serena was a little scared. Seeing Serena like this, my frown deepened, and I sighed inwardly again. I turned back to look down at Rebecca. A singer? Sorry. I've never heard of you, and I don't know you. I only know you're blocking our way. Please move aside. I spoke very seriously. My words were perfectly polite, but to Rebecca's ears they were extremely grating, so her voice became even shriller. People should know their own worth. You think I don't know? You used to cling to Chase and Brandon from the Starlight Boy Band every day, always treating them to drinks. Now you're here acting big with me? Chase? Brandon? I thought carefully about these 2 names, finally remembering who they were. They were members of the boy band the previous owner had been in. After leaving the group, wanting to make a comeback, he had indeed often bought them drinks to curry favor. It's just that they never gave him the time of day. However, those were all things he did before. What did that have to do with me? I don't know the 2 people you mentioned either. Thanks, but a wise dog doesn't block the road. If you keep causing trouble, don't blame me for calling security. Central Plaza was the largest shopping center in Riverside City. They definitely wouldn't allow anyone to cause trouble here. Rebecca choked, shooting me a resentful glare, cursing me non-stop in her heart, but still obediently moved aside. I pulled Serena behind me, then signaled Mia to follow and walked straight out. But as we passed Rebecca, she suddenly spoke to Serena. Oh, what a pity. Someone can't sing anymore. Serena, my new song will be released at Harmony Records at the end of the month. Ha ha! Rebecca laughed gleefully after saying this. How could Serena compare to her? Rebecca's smug voice echoed in everyone's ears. Mia just wanted to rush up and slap her right now. She clearly knew Serena loved singing, and now couldn't sing anymore. Saying this was truly killing without a knife. My footsteps also paused. I gave Rebecca a deep look, then expressionlessly continued walking out. Serena didn't say anything, just gently pressed her lips together. However, at this moment, a childish little voice suddenly rang out, clear and determined. "Mommy sings better than you. You're a mean lady." It was Lily. She waved her little hand, her lips pouting, her face full of anger. Mommy actually sang beautifully. Lily had heard Mommy sing lullabies before. She sang even better than Daddy. Everyone was stunned. No one expected the little girl to speak up to defend her mother at this moment. I was only stunned for a second, then smiled and rubbed the little girl's head. "Good job. Worthy of being Daddy's daughter. Much tougher than your mom, that punching bag over there." I had been a bit angry inside, but the moment Lily spoke up, that anger immediately flew to the clouds. My eyes and heart holding only this little girl, not bothering with Rebecca's reaction. By noon, we took the adorable little girl to a restaurant. I carried my daughter, and under the staff's welcome, walked in first. Serena and Mia walked behind, chatting as they went. Mia clearly didn't like me, glaring at me for no reason. If my performance earlier hadn't been passable, she wouldn't have even bothered acknowledging this man. Everyone sat down. I handed the menu to Serena and Mia. They ordered a few simple dishes. I added some dishes that Lily liked to eat, then returned the menu to the server. Serena was still talking with Mia. Earlier on the way, there was something she was worried about but hadn't asked. Now they had finally sat down, and there were no outsiders around. She held Mia's hand, finally asking the question she wanted to ask. "Mia, why are you doing grunt work for Rebecca? And where's Miss Claire?" "What's she doing now?" Miss Claire was Serena's former manager, nearly 40 years old, and had treated her very well, like her own daughter. Hearing Serena's question, Mia's face couldn't hide her sadness. "After you left, Miss Claire was fired not long after. She looked for work for a long time but couldn't find anything. Then her mother got sick and had to be hospitalized. She had to stay at the hospital to take care of her, so she could only find work as a housekeeper." Serena didn't expect Ms. Claire to have fallen into such circumstances. Her eyes blurred slightly, hazily seeing Miss Claire's nimble figure from when she used to work. Both fell silent, the atmosphere somewhat heavy. After mentioning Miss Claire, neither Serena nor Mia had much appetite for the rest of the meal. After eating, Mia chatted with Serena a bit more before hurrying off. Serena's mood kept sinking. Originally, the family of 3 had planned this afternoon to take Lily to the amusement park, but now she wasn't in the mood to play. I naturally sensed her mood. I wanted to say something, but in the end, I didn't. Actually, I didn't understand either. Why? Serena back then had seemed bewitched into marrying the previous owner. Serena wanted to go home. She wanted some quiet time alone. But when she saw the expectant look in Lily's eyes, she couldn't bear to disappoint her. So as not to let Lily down, the family of 3 still went to the amusement park. The little girl was very happy. This was her first time at an amusement park. She tugged at my hand, wanting to rush in, impossible to hold back. At this point, Serena also tried to lift her spirits. She didn't want Lily to remember her first trip to the amusement park with a sad mother. We first rode the carousel, then took Lily on the snail squad ride. After that, we played several more attractions, and before we knew it, the sky had gradually darkened, the amusement park lit up with colorful lights, and a castle straight out of a fairy tale slowly appeared before our eyes. The appearance of this castle immediately captured Lily's attention. She stared without looking away, her big eyes full of wonder. Perhaps she was also thinking whether one day she could be like a princess and live in a castle. The final ride was the giant Ferris wheel. This Ferris wheel could fit 2 people per cabin, or 3 people could share one cabin. When I carried Lily and got in with Serena, she had already fallen fast asleep in my arms. If not for the fireworks show still to come, Serena and I would have taken the little girl home already. The Ferris wheel slowly ascended. I didn't know that. This was also Serena's first time at an amusement park. and especially her first time on a Ferris wheel. Her curious eyes looked out of the cabin, her gaze sparkling. She looked out the window, while I looked at her, perhaps sensing my gaze. Her earlobes slowly flushed red, and she shyly glanced at me. This was the first time I'd seen such a look from her. It was a bit overwhelming. A moment later, from all four sides of the castle, almost simultaneously, fireworks shot up into the sky. The moment the fireworks bloomed, I clearly saw on Serena's face a breathtakingly beautiful smile. It was a smile from the depths of her heart. I was completely mesmerized. The Ferris wheel had also slowly reached its peak. The fireworks even clearer now, and Serena's smile even more enchanting. You don't have to be afraid like before anymore. Amid the fireworks, my voice was rather soft. Serena didn't hear clearly. She turned her face to look at me. I didn't look at her, continuing to watch the brilliant fireworks in the sky. You're too gentle. That's not good. You'll get bullied. You don't have to be afraid like before anymore. I know you want to sing. I also know you have many things you want to do. Don't worry, I'll take care of Lily. Before Serena could respond, I turned my face back, only to see two glistening trails of tears on her face. She pressed her lips together, looking at me without blinking, her eyes holding deep grievance and complexity, as if wanting to drown me. I immediately tensed up. Everything was fine. Why was she suddenly crying? Who are you? Serena kept staring at me. Her almond eyes filled with mist, her clear voice not loud, but landing in my heart with resonance. I froze. The air gradually fell silent, as if even the sound of fireworks had disappeared. After a long while, I finally smiled gently at her, then opened my mouth, my voice suddenly a bit hoarse. I am James Rivers. Serena continued looking at me. She felt her heart suddenly beating erratically, like a startled deer. My answer was something she hadn't expected. She sniffled, looking into my clear, bright eyes, tears suddenly falling faster. She hugged her knees, burying her head, softly sobbing. Let me tell you a story. Once upon a time in an orphanage, there was a little girl. She was very timid, but in the orphanage, there was always a boy 1 year older than her, who protected her. One day, she was being bullied by a group of older boys. That boy shielded her behind him, not letting her get hurt at all. At that moment, in the little girl's eyes, that boy 1 year older was her entire sky. But later, the boy disappeared, until the little girl grew up, met that boy again, and as she had wished, married him. Hearing this, I was somewhat stunned. Now I finally understood some things. Serena lifted her head, her teary eyes hazy, her whole being looking lonely and pitiful. She had finally spoken the secret in her heart. No one understood her stubbornness. Everyone thought she wasn't worth it. Only she herself was certain she deserved it, but the result had been so terrible. She had regretted it countless times, until I appeared now. This was enough. Serena couldn't hold back anymore. She threw herself straight into my arms, competing for space with Lily, softly sobbing. Lily was awakened, her eyes drowsy, dazedly watching her mother take her spot. The little girl was only stunned for a moment, then happily wrapped one arm around Daddy, and the other around Mommy, planting kisses on both our cheeks. Today was the best day of Lily's life. I looked at the mother and daughter in my arms, and couldn't help but smile. Life was heading in a better direction. That was enough, though some plans would need to change a little. The fireworks gradually faded, and the Ferris wheel slowly descended to the ground. After getting off the Ferris wheel, Serena immediately left my embrace, her whole demeanor instantly returning to the coldness she'd shown me before. Could it be that the person who had just been crying in my arms was a ghost? Serena was very nervous inside. Even her arms holding Lily tightened. She felt her earlobes and cheeks burning hot. She had just been in my arms for so long, and like a young girl, had nuzzled back and forth in my embrace. How embarrassing. Thinking of this, Serena's footsteps couldn't help but quicken, as if she were speed-walking in a competition. I didn't understand either why this woman had suddenly become so energetic. I had to jog to keep up with her pace, until we were out of the amusement park gates. Seeing that Serena had no intention of stopping, I had to call out to her. Hey, are you planning to walk home? Let's catch a taxi here. Only then did Serena stop, standing by the road but not looking at me. When we got home, I carried Lily into the room and got her settled before coming out. Serena was already in the bathroom washing up. I didn't stop, heading straight into the kitchen. She hadn't eaten much at lunch. She must be hungry now. Thinking, miss. I rummaged around in the fridge, finally deciding to just make some simple noodles. Serena was indeed very hungry. She hadn't been in the mood to eat at lunch, had played all afternoon, then cried in the evening. Now she was starving. She just washed her face simply, then planned to go out and find something to eat. Pushing open the bathroom door, she saw I was already busy in the kitchen. Serena's heart suddenly warmed. She casually walked to the sofa and sat down, but her gaze kept following the tall figure in the kitchen. So handsome. Serena suddenly thought this, and the next moment she covered her face, not daring to look anymore. What was wrong with her today? She was already a mother, yet she was acting like a young girl. Serena, you're getting more and more embarrassing. Come eat. I brought out the finished bowl of noodles and saw her on the sofa, curled up like a noodle herself. I didn't think much of it, just gently called out, hearing my voice. Serena's body clearly tensed up a bit. Then she casually lowered her hands from her face, nodded, and walked to the dining table. Thank you. Her pretty face was slightly flushed, but she acted as if nothing was wrong, lowering her head to eat. In just a short while, Serena had finished the entire bowl of noodles, not even leaving a drop of soup. She set down her chopsticks but didn't get up, just sitting there quietly in her chair, until I finished eating and stood up to clear the dishes. She, somewhat flustered, stood up, grabbing the dishes from the table first. Let me clean up. Her voice was still very soft, but very pleasant, so she had been waiting for me all along. I didn't argue with her. We were all family. I didn't think we needed to be so polite. When I finished my hot shower and came out, Serena had already gone back to the bedroom. I turned off the living room lights and also quickly headed to my bedroom. Today was the latest I'd gone to bed since arriving in this world. 6 a.m. The early risers began their new journey. I still woke up on time as usual. Jogging, washing up, cooking, waking Lily up, all done in one go. By then, Serena was also awake, cheeks slightly flushed as she walked through the living room to the bathroom to wash up. Do you still want to continue singing? Hearing my voice, Serena froze slightly, not responding for a long while. I held my phone, leaning against the bathroom door frame, quietly waiting for her answer. A moment later, her gentle voice finally reached my ears. Yes. Just one word, no further explanation. In Serena's heart, her current life was already something she hadn't dared imagine these past 2 years. As for singing, that was a distant dream, one that could only be buried in her heart. I didn't ask further, just nodded and took my phone back to the spare room. I opened the private messages on my account to search. My private messages had exploded long ago. Since the first video was posted, I had only skimmed through briefly, then stopped checking. Now it was very difficult to find what I was looking for, but I still quietly scrolled through the screen, patiently filtering through each message. Finally, my eyes suddenly lit up, and I opened one of the private messages. Looking at the content, Starlight Entertainment cordially invites you to join our team. With your musical talent, we will, in the shortest time, make you a top-tier superstar. At the end of the message was Starlight Entertainment's contact information. I didn't hesitate any longer, entered Starlight Entertainment's contact number, and made the call. The phone only rang a few times before it was answered. A warm female voice came through the receiver. Hello? Hi, who's calling, please? Hello, my account name is 7 Memories. I received an invitation message from your company. May I ask if now is a convenient time to talk? At that moment, at the Apex headquarters all the way in Metro City, Angela Lynn received the call, her expression somewhat stunned. Then she suddenly realized, and afterward, her face couldn't help but show joy. Hello, Mr. 7 Memories. May I ask if you're interested in joining our Starlight Entertainment? Angela was secretly delighted inside, but quickly regained her composure. But my answer left Angela somewhat stunned. Hello, Deputy Director Yang, I'm sorry. I don't have any intention of entering the entertainment industry for now, but I'd like to recommend a singer to you. I wonder if your company would be interested. Hearing this, Angela couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. What she wanted was 7 Memories, this guy who came with his own fame, whose 2 songs had gone viral across the internet. Mr. 7 Memories. Here's the thing. I'm just a deputy director. If it were you wanting to join, with your reputation, I could make that decision entirely on my own, but if it's someone else, I'm afraid I don't have the authority to agree immediately. I can assure you, she's a very talented singer. Furthermore, I'll write music for her. Additionally, if your company needs songs in the future, I can be a songwriter for Starlight Entertainment. However, there will definitely be conditions. Don't have just anyone come asking me to write songs. I won't write for people I don't like. If you agree, we can discuss the specific details further. What do you think? The voice on the phone spoke gently. Angela was tempted, but the company wasn't hers alone to decide. She still had to report to her superiors. Mr. 7 Memories. This isn't something I can decide alone. How about this? Let me discuss it with the company and get back to you. Whether it works out or not, I'll give you an answer as soon as possible. All right, then I'll wait for your reply. After hanging up, I opened the door and stepped out of the spare room. Lily was still playing nicely with her toys, muttering something under her breath. Serena had finished washing up and was sitting at the dining table eating breakfast. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Hearing the sound, I looked at Serena questioningly, but found that Serena was also looking back at me with confusion. Both Serena and I were orphans. This house hadn't had visitors in ages. Who could it be? The knocking continued, getting louder and louder. Clearly, the person outside wasn't getting a response, so they were using more force. I stood up to go open the door, but unexpectedly, the person outside suddenly shouted, "Little Rivers, open up. I know you're home. It's your buddy Chase. Don't you message us every day asking us out for drinks? We're here now. Your buddy Brandon's here too. Open up." Hearing those 2 grating voices, my face completely darkened. Serena's expression changed even more, her brows furrowing, looking toward the door with disgust. Lily had long since put down her toys, running into Serena's arms. The violent knocking had scared her. I turned my head and happened to see this scene. My face grew even darker, even carrying a murderous air. I'd spent so many days coaxing, finally winning over my little princess, and these 2 dared to scare her like this. Unforgivable. I opened the door, waving my hand to shoo them away. Go. Let's talk outside. Without waiting for Chase and the other one to react, I grabbed one in each hand and dragged them out. By the time Chase and Brandon realized what was happening and struggled to break free, they discovered my strength was strangely immense. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't escape. I walked all the way out to the apartment complex hallway, before finally letting them go. Go back to wherever you came from. Chase's and Brandon's faces had turned red. They had made a firm promise to Rebecca, but didn't expect to be thrown out. But my strength just now had scared them. They didn't dare act rashly for the moment. Don't you want to know why we came looking for you? After Chase finished speaking, Brandon, as if afraid I'd refuse, quickly continued. We came to invite you back to the boy band. Haven't you always wanted to come back? You even said Serena ruined your future. Now we can help you come back, but you have to divorce Serena. How about it? Simple. I shot them a glance. Done talking? Then get lost. Just looking at you 2 is bad luck. I'm about to throw out my breakfast. Go tell your boss to stay away from Serena. Otherwise, hey. After saying that, I couldn't be bothered with these 2 idiots. I turned and walked back. Watching my figure leave, Chase's and Brandon's faces were blotchy red and white. They thought this would be easy as pie, but instead, the 2 of them had completely botched it. But Brandon had already taken the money and was still upset. Chase, or just letting him go like that? Chase answered irritably. What else? That was weird. How did he suddenly become like a different person? So strong. Let's go back. Since this didn't work out, we'll just have to think of another way later. Brandon deflated with a, and the two turned and left. As for me, I walked leisurely back home. The mother and daughter at home saw me, and both breathed sighs of relief. They're gone. They won't come back again, I said gently, reaching out to pick up Lily and sitting down on the sofa, seeing me casually playing with toys. With Lily, Serena finally turned back and continued eating with her head down. The warm atmosphere in the house returned to what it was before. This small incident was quickly forgotten by all three of us. Unlike our side, Chase and Brandon were incredibly frustrated. They'd just been humiliated by me, then got chewed out by Rebecca again. The two of them had guaranteed to Rebecca that they could convince me, but didn't expect to be kicked out directly. This made them hate me even more. In the late afternoon, Serena took Lily out to buy groceries. I was home alone, when I received a call from Angela. The moment the call connected, the warm female voice on the other end spoke. Mr. Seven Memories, we've finished our discussion. The person you're recommending can join the company. However, the higher-ups still want to see more of your composition abilities. I wonder if that would be convenient. I didn't think much about it, and immediately said, Composition? Sure. My answer was simple and clear. My head contained an entire world's worth of culture. Naturally, I wasn't afraid of any challenge they could throw at me. Angela had been a bit worried inside, but hearing Seven Memories agree so readily, she couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. She'd been running around all day for this matter. She really liked the two songs he'd made. She believed in Seven Memories' talent, but the higher-ups still had doubts. After all, no one knew how long it had taken him to make these two songs. For all they knew, he prepared for a very, very long time, just to squeeze out these two. If Seven Memories could resolve this issue, the company would no longer doubt him. Mr. Seven Memories, can we discuss the specific details in person? You'll still need to come over here, to compose on the spot. Angela spoke very sincerely. She also wanted to meet this mysterious guy, and see what he actually looked like. Even in his videos, he never showed his face. I thought for a moment. At home, besides taking care of my daughter, I had nothing else to do, so I readily agreed. Sure. When? Where? Metro City. If possible, tomorrow would be best. After all, the sooner the better for you. Hearing Angela say this, my impression of this woman couldn't help but improve. After all, very few people thought of others like this. Most would prioritize the company's interests. All right, let's do tomorrow then. Seeing Seven Memories agree so readily, Angela also breathed a sigh of relief. Her voice then became noticeably lighter. Then once you've decided on the specific time, send me a message. This same number. Tomorrow I'll come pick you up on time. Then let's keep in touch by text. Goodbye. I agreed. After hanging up, I started researching flights to Metro City. I finally booked a 10 a.m. flight for tomorrow. I closed my eyes to rest for a bit. When Serena brought Lily home, she saw me sound asleep. She quickly put a finger to her lips, softly shushing Lily. Serena quietly carried the grocery bags into the kitchen. Lily walked over to the sofa and gently nestled into my arms. In my dream, I only felt a little cat kept rubbing against my face, soft little paws patting my face, indescribably comfortable. Suddenly, the little cat used both little paws to pinch my nose shut. I could barely breathe, and jolted awake. Lily's giggles rang in my ears. So it was my little princess. Daddy, time to eat. I smiled, suddenly feeling that life like this was truly wonderful. On the table was a plate of crispy stir-fried pork, a plate of sautéed potatoes, and a bowl of tomato egg drop soup. It all looked very appetizing. Serena's figure emerged from the kitchen, hands holding 2 bowls of rice. She glanced at me, saying softly, I saw you sleeping and not waking up, so I went ahead and made dinner. It's not as good as yours, but I tasted it, and the flavor's okay. I picked up Lily and stood up. I think it looks delicious. Color, aroma, and taste all there. Just looking at it makes me hungry. Hearing my praise, Serena felt a bit shy. The whole family ate together. I looked at Serena and said, Oh, right. I have to go on a trip tomorrow. I'm not sure yet how many days until I'm back. Serena suddenly heard me say this and choked on her food. coughing nonstop. I hurriedly handed her a napkin, my face worried. Serena took the napkin, hearing me suddenly say I had to leave. She truly felt a bit lost. She didn't know if she should ask where I was going. Clearly, just a week ago, she'd wanted to run away. Now hearing that I had to go out, she instinctively felt reluctant. It was Lily who asked instead. "Where's Daddy going?" Lily pouted, her face full of unhappiness. "Daddy's going to find a job for Mommy. That way, you'll get to hear Mommy sing often from now on. Doesn't that make you happy?" Lily was still young. She didn't know what a job was. In her memory, she often heard Mommy sing, so she was very happy. Mommy will sing for Lily all the time. Satisfied, I rubbed her little head, then looked toward Serena. "I'm sorry. I made this decision for you without asking. Lily said you like to sing. I figured you probably really do. Before, things weren't settled, so I didn't tell you. Now the company has invited me to come talk. If this works out, you can properly make your comeback and continue singing. Starlight Entertainment sings pretty good." He's letting her sing? Serena instinctively looked toward me. The two of us faced each other, and Serena's eyes suddenly filled with mist, the corners of her eyes reddening slightly. "Thank you, James. I love singing." I quickly said, "It's nothing. As long as you like it, that's enough." The next day, I took a flight to Metro City. The moment I got off the plane, I felt Metro City's enthusiasm. I looked out at the crowd of people holding signs, searching for my name. Before coming, I had arranged a time with Angela. She would pick me up at the exit. There were too many people holding signs at the scene. Most of them were fans welcoming their idols, which made me search for a long time, before finally spotting a tall woman in a business suit. Indeed, a mature professional type. You could say her voice matched her appearance. I quickly walked up and waved to her. "Hello. Are you Director Yang? I'm Seven Memories. My real name is James Rivers. Sorry to keep you waiting." Angela looked at the person before her, surprise flashing in her eyes. She knew I was young, but didn't expect me to be this young. Furthermore, I had a face that was perfectly suited for stardom. Angela thought how great it would be if she could sign a contract with me. "Yes, I'm Angela Lin. I just got here not long ago myself." Angela wore a professional smile. "This way. It's too crowded here. My car's in the underground parking lot. It's mealtime right now. Let's find somewhere to eat first." After chatting, the two of us arrived at a local specialty restaurant. After Angela ordered, while waiting for the food, only then did she get to the main topic. "I'll just call you Mr. Rivers." "Mr. Rivers. Who exactly are you recommending this time? A newcomer or a professional singer? I wonder if Deputy Director Yang has heard of Serena Hayes. She used to be a singer, but later left the entertainment industry. This would be considered a comeback." Angela frowned. She had heard Serena's songs before. 2 years ago, she was a rising star. Her voice was indeed very good, but the reason she frowned was because, back then, Serena's relationship had been exposed, forcing her to leave the industry. Furthermore, her boyfriend had apparently been some useless kept man. This would be very tricky to handle. Angela thought for a moment, before staring intently at me. "I know her. May I ask what your relationship with her is, Mr. Rivers? Do you know why she left the industry before?" I looked Angela in the eyes. "She's my wife." Even someone as experienced as Angela couldn't help but freeze when she heard my answer. "Husband and wife? You're that legendary kept man? Are you joking?" Looking at Angela's expression, I could guess what she was thinking. I couldn't help but smile bitterly. "You guessed right. I'm the one whose relationship with her was exposed. We left the industry together back then." Angela suddenly didn't know what to say. She had heard of Serena, but didn't know who she was with. For someone like the old me who lived off his looks, she naturally didn't care. Now she was even, doubting whether those 2 songs were really written by me. I didn't give her much time to think. "Is it that difficult to let her join your company?" "If it's really that hard, I'll think of another way. Furthermore, my requirement isn't just for her to join your company. I also want her to have top-tier resources at your company, and the contract can't be too restrictive. I believe with my help, Starlight Entertainment will develop even further. I still hope you can carefully consider this. I said it all in one breath, then calmly picked up my glass and took a sip. Angela's expression was serious, clearly somewhat troubled. After all, we've never worked together before. Just based on 2 songs you posted on TikTok, that's not enough value. I acknowledged Serena's voice. But the entertainment industry needs more than just a voice. I'm sure you understand. Getting her to come back isn't hard, but the top-tier resources you're asking for, we've basically never signed that kind of contract. Let us discuss this further. This isn't a small matter. Although Angela didn't outright refuse, everything she said implied. This was basically impossible. You can discuss it. I'm also here to express my position. Not only will I help with the difficulties you're facing now, but in the future, whenever you need songs, even scripts, regardless of genre, as long as you ask, I can provide them. I really do hope we can successfully work together. This time you invited me here? Wasn't it to see my abilities? I'm already here, so why not see them before making a decision? I spoke calmly. Exuding an air of complete confidence, Angela looked at me deeply. This was the first time she'd met someone so confident. In the end, Angela hurriedly left after finishing her meal. She had to go discuss with the company. I went to my hotel room, washed up simply, then lay on the bed thinking. If Starlight didn't work out, I'd go to another company. Surely somewhere would work. If none of them did, at worst I'd make more money and save up to start my own company. Angela's call came at 3 p.m., saying I needed to go with her to the Starlight building for a visit. At this moment, in the reception room on the 18th floor of the Starlight building, Chairman David Yang and several other executives from Starlight Entertainment were all present. I have nothing but praise for Deputy Director Yang's professional abilities, but this time, I think she's putting too much importance on this James Rivers. He used to be a nobody artist, and now he's making such unreasonable demands of us. The 2 songs on TikTok are good, but who knows where he got them from? I think we're wasting our time. In response to Victor Zhang's complaints, David Yang waved his hand, a kind smile on his face. We should still give young people some opportunities. Let's see his talent first this time. Angela, leading me, had arrived at the reception room by then. The moment I entered the reception room, I felt the gazes of everyone in the room turn toward me. Their eyes revealed all sorts of expressions: doubt, surprise, disdain, and scrutiny. I naturally sat down in the guest chair. All right, the main character is here. Let's begin then. Mr. Rivers, is it? We've already discussed your requirements. Signing a contract with Serena is fine. We can also provide top-tier resources, but a flexible contract that we really can't offer. Nobody signs contracts like that. You understand what I mean, right? I nodded. I naturally understand, but cooperation requires negotiation. Without negotiating, how would we know what the limits are? I understand. So how many years for the contract? David Yang laughed heartily, looking straight at me. 5 years. We'll train her with top-tier resources, and whatever songs she wants to release, whatever activities she wants to participate in, we won't restrict, but the contract must be 5 years. This is the standard contract for all top-tier artists at the company. I frowned slightly, not at all intimidated by his gaze. Looking right back, 5 years is too long. I believe in my abilities. Your resources plus my talent. Within 1 year, she'll definitely be a top-tier star. Maybe even less than a year. So the most I can agree to is 2 years. Bringing sufficient profit to your company within 1 year is enough. These 2 years, you don't need to worry about Serena's songs. Furthermore, I can write music for Starlight for free, though in limited quantities. Anyone can talk big. Becoming a top-tier star in 1 year? Are you dreaming? I had just finished speaking when I saw a balding man sneer, looking at me with disdain. I just glanced at him, not bothering with this type of person. Slapping him in the face with real ability would suffice. Talking more was useless. David Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, his fingers tapping lightly on the table, the smile on his face becoming more pronounced. Confidence in young people is a good thing. 2 years isn't impossible. But everything depends on your actual abilities. Inviting you here this time, is partly to discuss cooperation, and partly because Harmony Records recently launched a nationwide campaign requiring every company to participate, but only one song will be selected. I want to win it. I wonder if you have what it takes. I nodded slightly. Wasn't I here for this campaign anyway? Good. Confident and bold. I like it. For the specific details of the campaign, Deputy Director Yang will brief you. Then I'll await your good news. As long as your song is approved, we can sign the contract immediately. Everything had been agreed upon. I left the reception room and went to Angela's office on the 16th floor. Angela was somewhat emotional. She hadn't expected her father to agree to such unreasonable conditions. However, this campaign was indeed very important. When Angela looked at me, her expression was somewhat complicated. She rather hoped I could make it big in one shot. That would mean her judgment was correct. Then the gossip in the company would naturally disappear. Take a look. These are the details for this campaign. You only have 3 days to compose. I hope you achieve what you want. I also hope we can work together successfully. I opened the folder. Before my eyes appeared a large headline, The Ordinary Hero. Seeing these big words, my expression immediately became serious. I continued reading. Heroes are ordinary, but also extraordinary. They don't have the powers of gods, but they do things even gods cannot do. The office was very quiet. Only the sound of me flipping through documents could be heard. My expression was the most serious it had been since transmigrating. I flipped through the documents. Below were several photographs. The first was of a group of doctors, nurses wearing protective gear under dim lights in the middle of the night. They hadn't even had time to take off their gowns before collapsing from exhaustion outside the operating room. The second was of 3 firefighters. They were covered in soot. Behind them, a fire that had been extinguished. The firefighter at the very front, despite his face full of ash, still wore a radiant smile. All because in his arms, he was holding a baby still in diapers. The third was of several officers with only their backs visible. You couldn't see their faces, only the words on the back of their uniforms. Anti-drug unit. And before them, they faced a group of vicious criminals. The fourth was of a classroom about to collapse. 2 teachers were shielding students running toward the door, while another teacher was handing a child to someone outside. Behind her, there was no one left. She was the last one. There were many similar photographs. I looked at each one carefully. My heart trembled slightly. I suddenly felt that, even if Starlight Entertainment didn't agree to my conditions, I would still write this song. This was my honor, having nothing to do with profit, not calculating gains and losses. Angela broke the silence of the office. Moving, isn't it? To be honest, if I had the ability, even if I had to pay out of pocket, I'd want to write a really good song to dedicate to them. It's a pity I can't. Even with Starlight Entertainment being this big, there isn't a single person who can produce a satisfactory work. So, can you? You only have 3 days. In 3 days, Harmony Records will end this selection process. I nodded. As an American, how could I not be moved? Don't worry. Leave it to me. After saying that, I put the documents away. Then, how about this? You prepare some sheet music paper for me. I'll go back to the hotel and take my time working on it. All right, I'll see you out. Angela didn't hesitate either. She knew that 3 days. To compose a good song was very difficult. Time was pressing now. She didn't say anything more. Standing up and going downstairs with me. That evening, I spread the sheet music paper out on the table, holding a pen and thinking quietly. After reviewing the documents, 2 songs had already come to mind. Both were very fitting for this theme. One was The Nameless Ones. The other was Just Want to Be Ordinary. I thought for a long time before deciding. This one, Just Want to Be Ordinary. In my old world, this was the theme song from Dying to Survive, later adopted by major networks. As the anthem for pandemic relief, it was perfect for this theme. I picked up my pen and wrote out the score, each note appearing on the paper. After finishing the score, I contentedly lay down on the bed. I suddenly found myself looking forward to their expressions when they saw this song tomorrow. The next day, after a simple breakfast, without notifying Angela, I took a taxi to Starlight Entertainment alone. Angela was still busy with work in her office. When she suddenly saw me arrive, she was very surprised. "You have time to come here? There are only 3 days, man. Hurry up and go work on the song." I smiled at her. "I'm already done." Under Angela's stunned expression, I handed her the sheet music paper. "Take a look. I think this one should work." Angela looked at me like I was some kind of monster. This quick-witted professional woman rarely lost control of her emotions. "Are you joking? One night? What kind of good song? Can you write in one night? He wasn't just rushing through this, was he?" Angela frowned as she took the sheet music paper. Yesterday she had thought this young man was impressively composed. Today he had come to slap her in the face. She had to see what he had written in one night. Angela cast her eyes onto the sheet music paper. When she saw the song title, she was still calm. But when she slowly read through all the lyrics, her whole being froze. What kind of divine lyrics were these? Everywhere it wrote about being ordinary, but everywhere it exuded extraordinariness. The whole song didn't have a single word hero, yet every line was about heroes. These lyrics hit the theme perfectly. Then Angela eagerly looked at the music portion. A moment later, she suddenly looked up at me, her eyes blazing. "Did you really write this in one night?" I touched my nose and said calmly, "What else? I stayed up all night to make it. So, is this song good enough?" I deliberately asked again. Actually, I knew clearly in my heart, if this one wasn't good enough, then nothing would be. Angela's eyes grew brighter and brighter. "You're truly amazing. My choice was indeed correct. Can you sing it for me? I want to hear how it sounds when sung." One night, Angela couldn't imagine how much talent it would take to accomplish this. "Sure." I nodded, closed my eyes to settle my emotions for a moment, then gently began to sing. "Perhaps you and I were born ordinary." My expression was serious, my demeanor reverent, as if slowly, recounting ordinary yet unforgettable stories. "The long night is brief." Yes, this was exactly the feeling. By now, Angela's heart had begun to tremble slightly. This was exactly her first impression when she had looked at the documents. Heartache, marvel at life, loving and respecting them while also feeling sorry for them. Now she finally understood what the gap was. The gap was that others could feel it, but couldn't express it. Yet I could perfectly express this emotion through a single song. That's right, because of these lovable heroes, who feared neither hardship nor danger, igniting the flame of life. So many miracles happened in this world. Angela was immersed in my singing. Neri. I sang softly, the corners of my eyes slightly moist. And in Angela's eyes, tears had long been falling. She seemed unaware of it herself, just staring at me. Before, in her heart, I was just a talented but arrogant person. But now, my image in her heart was becoming clearer and clearer. I didn't just have talent. I also had a sensitive heart. The song ended. Angela was still immersed in the singing, unable to break free, until I gently coughed twice. She finally snapped out of it. "Is it okay?" Just as Angela was about to speak, the office door was suddenly pushed open. David Yang walked in while applauding, with HR Director Victor Zhang behind him. Victor's face was clearly ashen. He couldn't believe it. It had only been such a short time, and I had actually produced a song. And it was such a perfect song at that. "Dad? Why did you come in without knocking?" Seeing who it was, Angela's expression became somewhat flustered. She secretly wiped the tear marks from her face. David Yang showed no sign of remorse, still laughing heartily. It's just that his gaze at his precious daughter was somewhat strange. How long had it been since he'd seen his daughter look so girlish? If I hadn't come, how would I have known that young friend Rivers had made such a wonderful song? All right, I was helpless. From Mr. Rivers to young friend Rivers now. Indeed, business people were business people. Whoever brought benefits was family. You flatter me. As long as Chairman Yang is satisfied. Satisfied, very satisfied. Young friend Rivers, now that we have the song. As long as this song is selected by Harmony Records, We'll sign the contract with Serena immediately. For now, let me sign a cooperation agreement with you first, also to put your mind at ease." David Yang nodded with a smile. At the same time, his efficiency was very fast. Directly finalizing this matter, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. I knew this matter was now about 80 to 90% certain. Everyone signed the cooperation agreement on the spot. After signing, I bid farewell to David Yang. Seeing that I was about to leave, Angela suddenly said, "Let me see you out." Just now, she had been avoiding looking at me. Earlier, she had been staring at him like a fangirl. For a professional woman like her, that was really embarrassing. But now that I was about to leave, she suddenly felt a bit reluctant. Angie, doesn't Dad remember you still have work to finish? Young Rivers isn't a child. Why does he need you to escort him?" Before I could turn around and speak, David Yang across from us had already spoken first. Seeing this, I smiled at Angela with a grateful expression. "Thank you for your kindness, Deputy Director Yang. I can take a taxi back by myself." After saying that, I turned and walked out of the office. As for Angela still in the office, at this moment, she was like an angry little cat, suddenly bristling. "Dad, what's wrong with you? The man just brought you a song, and you immediately turn around and kick him out. Is there anyone like you?" David Yang looked at his daughter's appearance without getting angry. He just spoke thoughtfully. "Angie, you're not young anymore. You should find a boyfriend. That young Rivers fellow is pretty good, but don't forget he's already married. Furthermore, from what I know, he even has a daughter." Angela suddenly fell silent. After a moment, she said coldly, "I know that. I was seeing him out only because he's someone I invited. That's all." The professional woman returned to her aloof demeanor. All right. As long as you know." Dad suddenly remembered. "He also has work to do." I'm off. David Yang hurried away, but just as he stepped out the door, he suddenly poked his head back in. "I'm serious, sweetheart. You're 26 years old. You really should find a boyfriend." On the other side, I returned to the hotel, planning to pack up simply and prepare to go home. Before I could even select a flight, Angela's call came. "Hello, Mr. Rivers. I'm really sorry. My father's attitude wasn't very good. I apologize on his behalf. I was a bit surprised. I hadn't taken this matter to heart at all. Furthermore, David Yang had expressed himself very tactfully. For a capitalist tycoon, he had already given me plenty of face. As for whether there was an intention to politely dismiss me, sure there was, but it was a fair transaction. Having dealt with all kinds of people in the capitalist market, I had understood long ago. It's fine. I didn't feel anything was wrong. Don't worry about it." Hearing me say this, Angela's voice also softened a bit. "As long as you don't mind, that's good." "Oh, right. Are you on your way back to the hotel?" "Yeah, I'm already in the car. I'm planning to go back to the hotel to pack, and then head back to Riverside City," I said. The other end of the line went silent for a moment. Then Angela's voice came through again. "Here's the thing, Mr. Rivers. It would be best if you waited another 2 days. If your song is selected, Harmony Records will probably still need your assistance. After all, both the lyrics and music were made by you. You understand this song the best." My plans to go home were foiled. My heart suddenly felt empty. However, what she said wasn't wrong. If there were still matters to handle in post-production, flying back and forth between 2 cities wouldn't be ideal either. All right, I understand. Then I'll stay a few more days. After hanging up with Angela, I reluctantly put down my phone. I kind of missed the little girl at home. Thinking of Lily, even I didn't notice that a smile had suddenly appeared on my face. 2 days quickly passed. During this time, Angela and I talked on the phone a few times. The relationship between us wasn't as distant as before. At least now Angela no longer kept saying "Mr." with every sentence. Hearing it made me feel really awkward. I was clearly a young man, being called like I was old. During these 2 days, I still woke up early to jog. Everything seemed peaceful and uneventful. There was still no news from Harmony Records. I could only wait patiently. On the evening of the 3rd day, I received a phone call that was both familiar and unfamiliar. "Hello? Is this old Rivers?" "It's me, Derek Chen." "Derek Chen?" I hadn't expected to receive this call. I quickly searched through the previous owner's memories. After a moment, I finally remembered. This was the previous owner's best friend from college. You crazy bastard. Long time no see. Thinking of how the two of them had been inseparable during college, I smiled and opened my mouth to ask. I still didn't have any friends in this world. Thinking of the character and personality in the previous owner's memories, my smile grew wider. Having a sincere friend seemed pretty nice. Old Rivers, what's been going on with you since you got married? You don't answer calls. Don't reply to messages. Looking down on your brother now? Derek's reproachful voice came from the other end, but hidden within it was a tone of concern, which made me feel touched. Hey, I wasn't good before. You're a big person who doesn't hold grudges against little ones. Forgive me this once. Next time we meet, I'll treat you to dinner as an apology, okay? I'm sorry. After saying that, I cursed the previous owner again in my heart. That thing who couldn't tell friend from foe, making me lose face like this. Derek's voice was very excited. Ha, you said it. Then no need to wait for next time. Right now. Your brother's already in Riverside City. Hearing this, I replied somewhat embarrassed. It's not that I don't want to treat you. I'm not in Riverside City right now. I came to Metro City for business. It'll be a few more days before I can go back. I really didn't expect Derek to have come to Riverside City, and we missed each other. Why did you go to Metro City? No way. Wait there. I'm flying to Metro City right now. You can't escape this meal. I had such a hard time sneaking away from home. I'm about to do something big. Good news like this has to be shared with you. All right, I'll wait for you in Metro City. Not going anywhere. I'll send you the address on Instagram. I can still afford to treat you to a meal. He called out, and I answered readily. I also wanted to meet this close friend I hadn't seen in years. That evening, a taxi stopped in front of the hotel. 2 people got out of the car. One was a guy about 5'7", slightly chubby, his face full of excitement. As soon as he got out, he looked into the hotel. The other was a girl, dressed in anime style, petite and cute. She seemed a bit unhappy getting out of the car, following behind the slightly chubby guy. When this guy and I saw each other, both of us froze for a moment, then simultaneously broke into smiles. Hold Rivers, you crazy bastard. The slightly chubby guy before me was Derek Chen. Derek quickly walked up. You haven't changed at all. Actually, you've gotten even more handsome. I almost didn't recognize you. I smiled, looking at him. Ha, you've gotten fat. I remember before your physique was great. You had muscles where you wanted muscles. How did you end up like this? Haha, isn't it because there's a mom at home who thinks I'm too skinny, feeding me until I'm like this? I can barely fit through the door anymore, Derek joked. That's right. Derek stepped up and put his arm around my shoulder, then turned and pointed to the anime girl, saying, Let me introduce you. My girlfriend, Ruby Nguyen. I glanced at Ruby, nudged Derek's waist with my elbow, and said quietly, Not bad, you crazy bastard. Your girlfriend's pretty cute. After saying that, I nodded in greeting to Ruby. Hi, I'm Derek's best friend. Hi, I've heard Derek mention you all the time. Didn't expect you to be so handsome in person. When Ruby saw me, her eyes clearly lit up a bit, but she quickly reined it in, smiling in response. That's right. Consider whose friend he is, Derek continued, his face full of a smug smile, earning an eye roll from Ruby. It's not because of you. What are you so proud of? Haha, me and my buddy are one and the same. Let's go. I flew all this way to hang out with you. You're not getting away today. Derek put his arm around my shoulder as we walked. Today's your call. Hit me up. I'll take the punishment. In the end, Derek just found a sidewalk barbecue stand and pulled me down to sit. I laughed to myself. He talked about hitting me up but was still being cheap. The 3 of us sat down. Derek called out loudly, Boss, bring us some skewers. I noticed Ruby seemed a bit unhappy. Derek, being oblivious, didn't notice this at all. Seeing this, I patted Derek's shoulder and deliberately said, You crazy bastard. How about we go somewhere else? Didn't you want to hit me up? How much can you spend here? Unexpectedly, Derek shot me a sideways glance. What? Looking down on street barbecue? Didn't we used to come here all the time in college? Right here, right here. Today we're eating till we drop. All right. My good intentions were kicked away. This guy was still as straightforward as ever. I smiled bitterly. Fine, fine, fine. Here it is, your call, but no drinking. I've quit drinking. Derek frowned slightly. He didn't understand what I meant. First looking down on street barbecue, now quitting drinking. I quickly patted his shoulder, explaining, Bro, I really quit. I made a lot of mistakes because of drinking before. I've changed and don't drink anymore. Seeing my sincere tone, Derek let it go, saying with some regret, All right, quitting is good too. Drinking too much ruins things. Then today we'll just eat our fill. Oh, right. Where's my superstar sister-in-law? Didn't she come to Metro City with you? I shook my head. No, I came here for some business. She's at home watching the kid. What about you? How did your family let you out? At this topic, Derek was clearly full of pride, mysteriously leaning close to tell me. Of course, it took 100% effort to get out. Didn't I go home to inherit the family's little supermarket? Not long after I got back, I discovered. It wasn't some little supermarket. It's a nationwide supermarket chain. Can you believe it? My family hid it from me for so long. Only at the end did I find out I'm actually a rich heir. My face was full of shock. Back in college, this guy had mooched off me plenty. Who knew he'd turn around and become a rich heir now? I could only say his family really knew how to play. I gave him a thumbs up. You're awesome. Now that you know you're a rich heir, why aren't you staying home living the easy life? Why go out? Your brother here is a man with ideals and ambitions. How could I be a parasite? I had to sweet-talk the family before they'd let me out. Derek's face was full of exasperation. All right. Very ideologically enlightened. At this moment, the barbecue was just being served. The three of us ate and chatted. Oh, right, old Rivers. What are you doing now? How about coming to work with me? I quickly shook my head to refuse. I don't have any dreams. I just want to be a salted fish. Forget it. I won't say more. I'm planning to be a full-time stay-at-home dad. How about it? This ideal is pretty noble too, right? Derek looked stunned. Noble? Super noble. You're planning to be a kept man and mooch off your wife? Hey, I choked, coughing violently several times. Who says being a stay-at-home dad means mooching? Wait, actually mooching off. Serena didn't seem so bad either. I fell into thought. Derek saw I wasn't speaking, and was even more stunned. You're not really planning to mooch, are you? Though your looks are pretty suitable for it. Ha! Who says being a full-time stay-at-home dad means mooching? Being at home doesn't mean you can't make money, I argued stubbornly. Derek patted my shoulder again, his tone thoughtful. I'm being serious. How about coming to work with me? I'll give you half of my shares. You know my dream is to do animation, producing uniquely American animation. So, I came out with my girlfriend and found a partner. We're opening a studio. See, my girlfriend is a voice actress. When the time is right, I'm even planning to start a company. You also graduated from communications college. Your major fits too. What do you say? After hearing this, I thought for a while. I could tell Derek genuinely wanted the best for me. After thinking, I still shook my head. You crazy bastard. I appreciate the thought. If you need any help in the future, just tell me. But working together, I'll pass. I really am planning to be a stay-at-home dad. All right, I won't try to convince you anymore. Whenever you want to come, you're always welcome. Seeing that I'd made up my mind, Derek stopped trying to persuade me. The two of us dropped this topic and continued eating barbecue, while reminiscing about the good times in college. Most of the time, Derek talked, and I listened. Ruby occasionally chimed in, sharing some stories about Derek. Even though no one was drinking, the atmosphere at the table was still pretty lively. It was nearly midnight before the three of us headed back. On the way, Derek and I were chatting, when Ruby took a call from someone. She walked off to the side. Her voice was very quiet. Neither Derek nor I could hear what she was saying. After a while, she hung up and caught up with us. Derek turned his head and asked curiously, "Who was that?" "Victor Wang." There was a small issue at the studio. He called to update me. Ruby answered. "What issue?" Derek's expression became a bit tense. "Just some equipment problems. Already handled." "It's nothing. Keep chatting." Only then did Derek relax. He turned back to continue talking with me. This studio took a lot of effort from me. In the early days, I stayed up late at home making editing videos. I ground away for nearly half a year. I nodded. It seemed Derek really hadn't gone into this blindly. He'd prepared for so long. He'd already started preparing while still at home. "Don't worry, you crazy bastard. I think you'll definitely succeed this time." "Oh, who is this Victor Wang anyway?" "Oh, he's my partner, also in animation." I met Ruby, and him at an anime convention. We hit it off right away. So one became my girlfriend, and one became my partner. I didn't respond. Instead, I looked toward Ruby. At this moment, her face showed no expression, as if she hadn't heard anything. Derek said. I had some thoughts. Why was Derek's partner calling in the middle of the night? Not calling him, but calling Ruby instead? But this wasn't something I could bring up. No matter how close Derek and I were, I couldn't just meddle in these matters. Derek was oblivious. He didn't notice many things. But I, having lived 2 lives, was different. I vaguely felt this Ruby seemed to have some issues. The 3 of us returned to the hotel. What surprised me even more was that they actually got 2 separate rooms. Derek saw my slightly strange look, and his face turned red. "Ruby, she's traditional. We're not married yet, so I understand." I gave Derek a sympathetic look, then continued asking, "How long have you been with her?" Derek only thought for a moment. "Almost a year and a half. Ruby's a good girl. This time, going out to open the studio. She encouraged me a lot. That's what gave me the determination to go out. All right, a proper traditional good girl." I patted Derek's shoulder. "You crazy bastard. Be more observant about things in the future." The 3 of us went upstairs. Derek didn't come to my room to drink either. Everyone went back to their own rooms. The next day, I had just finished my jog and was about to call Derek to have breakfast together when I saw they had already packed up and were coming out of their room. "Old Rivers, something came up at the studio. I have to rush back." "That urgent?" I was a bit surprised. Everything was fine yesterday. "What happened today?" Looking at Derek's worried expression. "It wasn't a small matter. Once I handle it, next time I'll come straight to your place and try sister-in-law's cooking while I'm at it. I won't say more. I have to go now," Derek said, while still pressing the elevator button. "All right, then I'll see you off downstairs." The 3 of us hurried out of the hotel. Luckily, we didn't wait long before a taxi arrived. Derek got in and waved at me. "Old Rivers?" "Head back." "See you when I see you." "Yeah." "Oh, and you crazy bastard. If there's any big problem, make sure to contact me." Derek nodded. The car slowly disappeared from my sight before I sighed. I hope everything goes smoothly for that crazy bastard. 9 a.m. I received a call from Angela. "Your song was selected by Harmony Records." Angela's voice was very emotional. She was calling me from downstairs at the hotel. Harmony Records was preparing to shoot an MV and needed the lyricist and composer to come to the scene to supervise. They called it supervising, but really it was giving input. After all, I made the song. I understood better how this MV should be shot, how the song should be sung. This was Harmony Records, a division directly under the National Broadcasting Network. I tidied myself up a bit before going downstairs. Angela saw me and brushed her bangs, her eyes lighting up slightly. "Didn't notice before. When you dress up a bit, you actually look the part." I touched my nose, automatically ignoring Angela's gaze. "Let's go. It's getting late. Finish early, leave early. We can still make it for lunch." Without another word, I got into the back seat. Angela's eyes widened. Was the passenger seat too small for me? The 2 of us got in the car. Angela drove while talking. "From Harmony Records. The director in charge of shooting the MV called. He couldn't stop praising you." "Oh? Do you have any ideas about the MV and the lead singer? Don't mess things up when you get there. Angela was clearly quite worried. I was young and hadn't been through such situations before. Afraid I'd get nervous, she mentioned a few things in advance. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I didn't look tense at all. On the contrary, Angela seemed even more nervous than me, the main character. At 10,040, the two of us arrived at headquarters. Immediately, a group of people came to greet us. Leading them was an elderly man with graying hair. Grandpa Lin, why did you come down personally? If my dad finds out, he'll scold me to death. Angela quickly walked up, holding the old man's hand and acting cute. This action startled me. A professional woman acting cute. Even immortals couldn't handle it. Sure enough, the elderly man leading them broke into a smile, full of doting. Little Angie, stop with these antics. Your dad dares to scold you? If you don't beat him up, he'd be burning incense in gratitude. Ha, Grandpa Lin. The professional woman rarely blushed, calling out, Okay, let's talk business. This is young friend Rivers, right? Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Exceptional talent at first glance. Hello, sir. You flatter me. I'm James Rivers. I politely nodded in greeting to the elderly man. Good. Talented and polite. Worthy of being the one who wrote this song. I'm the director in charge of this MV, Robert Lin. If you don't mind, just call me Grandpa Lin like little Angie here. Seeing that I was both polite and unpretentious, calm in the face of honor or disgrace, Robert Lin was even happier. I was exactly as he had imagined. Great ambition in his heart, talented yet grateful. Young people like this weren't common nowadays. Grandpa Lin, then I won't stand on ceremony. Robert Lin pulled me into the recording room. Young Rivers, I heard from little Angie that you sing very well. Could you sing it once for us? Since we received this song, we still haven't heard it performed. We haven't decided on the lead singer yet either. Sure, I nodded in agreement. Young Rivers, a cappella or with piano? This song just needs piano accompaniment. Good, play it. Let's officially begin. Robert Lin was clearly much more serious now. He left me alone in the recording room and took everyone else outside. When the staff turned on the microphone, a group of middle-aged people were all waiting nervously, watching me sit down in the recording room, settling my emotions. When I got into work mode, I was very serious. Robert Lin nodded approvingly at this. This was a true musician. When a musician sings, they must first imbue the song with emotion, not just belt it out. Inside, I began playing the piano. The opening of Just Want to Be Ordinary also rang out. Outside, everyone immediately held their breath. Robert Lin had only heard one line, when his eyes suddenly widened. That's right. This was exactly the image he wanted to express in his heart. When he saw this song, he had known. Now hearing it performed was even more moving. As for Angela, even though this was the second time she'd heard me sing this song, she still couldn't help but have her eyes light up, staring intently at me inside. A man like this was truly too captivating. I was completely unaware of this. I had immersed myself in the song. The song gradually reached its ending. By now, Robert Lin's eyes were slightly red. He had been a soldier. He could feel even more deeply the meaning the lyrics wanted to convey. Often it was those who hid behind the scenes, silently unknown, the most ordinary people who were the greatest, who most deserved the admiration of the younger generation. But of all the people chasing idols, how many chased them? Not just Robert Lin. Everyone outside was deeply moved. At this moment, they were like me, having all entered that state. It turned out a good song. Really could touch everyone. One piece finished. I took a deep breath before standing up and walking out of the recording room. The next moment, everyone couldn't help but applaud me. Robert Lin emotionally stepped forward and gripped my hand tightly, his gaze fervent. Young Rivers, this is exactly the feeling. I don't think we need to change the lead singer anymore. You should sing it. I have a feeling this song will create a storm of attention for ordinary heroes across the internet. This is exactly the effect we want to see. Hearing the old man's praise, even someone like me who had seen many things Couldn't help but blush a little, but I still shook my head. Grandpa Lin, I won't be the lead singer. I have a better idea. Would you like to hear it? Robert Lin frowned. Was there a lead singer better than the lyricist and composer? There were plenty of good singers, but I believe no one could understand the meaning of this song better than you. Seeing that Robert Lin was clearly somewhat reluctant, I didn't keep it a secret anymore, and quickly shared my idea. It's like this, Grandpa Lin. I think this song is more suitable for children to sing. On one hand, children's voices are clearer. On the other hand, having the flowers of our nation praise, these nameless heroes, will resonate even more deeply with people. Hearing my explanation, Robert Lin couldn't help but widen his eyes. Was this person a genius? That's right. Why hadn't he thought of this? Children inherently had an endearing quality about them. Having them sing, combined with the footage he had shot, would definitely touch people's hearts. Young Rivers, you truly are a rare talent. Do you want to come work at Harmony Records? Don't worry. At Harmony Records, your talent definitely won't be wasted. Robert Lin's love for talent was aroused. He wanted to bring me to his side. Leaving such talent outside was too wasteful. No. Grandpa Lin, I'm just a salted fish. Being able to help you all this time already makes me very satisfied. I kept shaking my head to refuse. Was he kidding? I knew my own weight. I was merely standing on the shoulders of giants. To offer opinions. After all, in my previous life, the version that impressed me most. Was this song sung by a children's choir? Robert Lin was helpless, but didn't push. Anyway, the person was here and couldn't run away. He could look for opportunities later. All right, people have their own aspirations. Then, Young Rivers, you must contribute a lot this time. Future cooperation opportunities can be discussed later. Follow me. First, let's look at our footage. See if you have any opinions about these materials. Robert Lin waved at me and took me to another office. This was the editing room. All materials would go through multiple layers of selection here, then be edited into this MV. After entering the room, those middle-aged people also began, eagerly introducing things. I looked at the computer screen in front of me. On it appeared various shots. Each one featured nameless heroes, silently dedicating themselves. I was shocked. I hadn't expected there to be so much footage. Furthermore, many of these shots would ultimately be cut. This made me a bit sad. In my eyes, every person in each of these materials deserved respect and deserved to be known by everyone. Robert Lin seemed to understand my thoughts. He patted my shoulder. Young Rivers, don't be sad. This is their responsibility. This promotional video can't make people remember every single person. They represent a group of people. As long as everyone can be grateful to this group, silently remembering that in this society, there are such lovable people, that's enough. Actually, they should thank you. This song, Just Want to Be Ordinary, not only fits the aesthetics of most young people today, but also promotes this positive energy. Us old folks couldn't make this kind of song suitable for young people, but we're afraid people will forget them, so we thought of calling for song compositions. Robert Lin sighed emotionally, then smiled at me again. Fortunately, you created what we wanted, letting me see the passionate heart of today's young generation. That's already very good. I looked at Grandpa Lin, then looked at the people, continuously appearing on the screen. I was truly moved by them. Indeed, no matter what world, there was always a group of such lovable people. Grandpa Lin, I have no opinions about these materials. As for making the video, I'm not an expert in this field. It still needs you and everyone to complete it. To be honest, now I'm already eager to see the complete video. I spoke very sincerely. I believed that through the hands of this group of people, the complete video they produced would definitely touch hearts even more than the original. Good. We'll definitely make it as fast as possible. By the end of July, at the latest. When that time comes, this wind will definitely blow through every corner of America. Hearing me say this, Robert Lin nodded happily. Oh right, I heard from little Angie that you also have a TikTok account. Tens of millions of followers. and you've already released 2 songs. When this promotional video is released, we'll collaborate with your TikTok account. After all, you're also a main force behind this video." I froze. Why was I involved in this too? I thought I'd just have my name listed in the lyricist and composer credits. I didn't expect TikTok to be involved too. This was clearly the old man helping me out. You had to know that videos released by Harmony Records would get views, no question about it. At that point, just the income from views alone would be enough to feed me well. I naturally didn't refuse this. I felt even more grateful to Grandpa Lin in my heart. "Then I thank you, Grandpa Lin." I thanked Robert Lin, my voice very sincere. Robert Lin waved his hand, indicating this was what I deserved. When I stepped out of the Harmony Records building, it was already 1 p.m. Now my whole head felt tense. Once those people got into discussing work, everyone became incredibly enthusiastic. They were true workaholics. Afterward, it was Angela who whined about needing to go eat lunch. That the 2 of us finally escaped. Robert Lin had originally wanted me to join everyone in the Harmony Records cafeteria for a meal and continue participating in discussions in the afternoon. I used the excuse that my mind was already completely empty to escape. That professional knowledge, I was truly an outsider who couldn't contribute. There was no need to stay any longer. The 2 of us walked out of Harmony Records side by side. When we arrived, the weather had been nice. Now it was drizzling. James Rivers: "Shouldn't you treat me to a meal? Collaborating with Harmony Records. You're about to get rich." The 2 of us walked through the light rain toward the car. Angela was rarely playful, sticking out her tongue to tease me. This professional woman was becoming less and less professional by the day. I raised an eyebrow. "You're from a wealthy family, and you want to mooch off a commoner like me? Aren't you embarrassed?" "Cheech, cheapskate." Angela shot me a look, quickening her pace, getting into the car in a huff. I smiled and hurried to catch up. The more I got to know this professional woman, the more I could feel her personality was really quite nice. In the end, I still couldn't escape this meal. Angela happily devoured a big feast. After eating, Angela drove me to Starlight Entertainment. This time, I was here to get the contract for Serena, my original goal. The 2 of us stepped into the elevator. For some reason, I suddenly felt that Angela didn't seem very happy. Her whole being was listless. She had clearly just enjoyed a big meal. I didn't understand. Women's minds were too hard to guess, like the weather changing at a moment's notice. Exiting the elevator and heading straight to David Yang's office. He had been waiting in the office for a while. The contract was already prepared and placed on the desk. His face wore its perpetual smile as he watched me push open the door and enter. "Young friend Rivers, happy cooperation. Here's the contract. Take a look and see if anything needs to be added." I nodded and sat down in front of the desk, immediately beginning to review the contract before me. The contract was very professional. 1 document, 3 copies. It would take effect as soon as Serena signed. The contract contents were the same as discussed before. Starlight Entertainment would give Serena top-tier resources and maximum freedom. To put it simply, Serena could do whatever she wanted. No one could force her to do anything. This was also what I wanted to see. The contract term was 2 years. Whether to renew afterward was entirely up to Serena. After reviewing the entire contract, I put it away and stood up to shake David Yang's hand. "Thank you, Chairman Yang. Happy cooperation. Being able to offer such a contract." My impression of him had improved considerably. "Don't mention it. I see your talent. You see our company's resources. It's mutually beneficial. Also, you promised to write songs for our company. I won't make a separate contract for that. I trust young friend Rivers' character." David Yang also stood up and shook my hand as he spoke. I naturally didn't refuse, but I also made my position clear. "Rest assured, but let me say this up front. I only write title tracks. Furthermore, who I write for is entirely up to me. Don't let just any random person come asking me to write songs." David Yang's impression of me kept improving. It's just that when he looked at his daughter beside him, he silently sighed and sighed. "What a pity. So young, yet already married. With young friend Rivers' talent, unless it's a top-tier singer at our company, Who needs a song? I wouldn't dare invite you anyway. After all, I also know that with your reputation going forward, anything you write will definitely be a masterpiece. Ordinary people don't have that qualification. Both sides happily reached a cooperation agreement. At this moment, David Yang suddenly changed the subject. Now that you have the contract, when are you planning to head back, young friend Rivers? I didn't know what he meant by asking this, but I still answered immediately. I'm planning to pack up and book a flight. I'll leave in a bit. After all, nothing here needs me anymore. Does Chairman Yang have any other instructions? No. Then I wish you a safe journey home. David Yang hurriedly said with a smile. It's just that this smile, in my eyes, why did he seem so happy? Hearing that I was about to leave? Not thinking too much. I stood up to say goodbye. Angela saw me off all the way to the hotel entrance, but didn't come up. Ever since entering Starlight Entertainment, she had seemed unhappy, her whole being listless. James Rivers, I won't see you off to the airport. Go by yourself. I have some things to do. I'm leaving first. I turned and waved. Yeah, be careful on the road. Then I turned and walked into the hotel. Angela watched my back, feeling inexplicably annoyed. She stepped on the gas and left, finally getting to go home. I miss my little princess so much. This was my heartfelt thought at this moment. I quickly packed my things. There wasn't much anyway. Just 2 changes of clothes, booking the flight, checking out, catching a taxi, all done in one go. 6 p.m. Riverside City. My hands were full of gifts as I walked into the familiar old apartment complex. My footsteps suddenly felt lighter. Pushing open the door I hadn't seen in so long, I took a deep breath. The living room was quiet. Serena and Lily didn't seem to be home. Not being able to see the people I wanted to see right away, I felt a bit disappointed. But the next moment, the master bedroom door suddenly opened. Serena rubbed her drowsy eyes, stepping out looking sleepy. The moment she saw me, she suddenly became fully awake. At this moment, she was wearing a spaghetti-strapped nightgown. One strap had already slipped down her arm. Her hair was messy from sleep. Her lips were slightly parted. She truly looked like Sleeping Beauty from the forest. Both of us froze at the same time. Under the evening glow, we just quietly looked at each other like this. Then my face gradually brightened, a smile blooming on my lips. I'm home. Serena's face slowly flushed pink. She stood there, not knowing what to do, feeling a bit flustered inside, yet also a hint of sweetness rising up. She lowered her head and softly replied, not forgetting to instinctively pull the strap that had slipped down her arm, secretly back onto her shoulder. You're back. Oh, right. This is for you. On the way back, I happened to see someone selling them. They smelled nice, so I picked up a bouquet. They're beautiful. Serena pressed her lips together. She stepped forward, gently accepting the bouquet of lavender from my hands. Her face was already covered in a rosy glow. This was the first bouquet I had given her. Lavender symbolized redemption and hope. She loved it. Thank you. Serena gathered all her courage and looked up, looking straight into my eyes. Have you eaten? I suddenly smiled. Not yet. You and Lily probably haven't eaten either, right? I'll make dinner. Go wake Lily up. Serena had originally planned to cook herself. I had just come back from outside, and must have been tired all day. But seeing the determination in my eyes, and thinking that my cooking was indeed much better than hers, she finally nodded. I'll go wake Lily. Lily was lying on her back, on the bed, sound asleep. Serena carefully picked her up. The little one had no reaction, until Serena carried the little girl in front of me, kissed her cheek, and whispered in her ear, Lily, wake up! Daddy's home. Lily suddenly stirred, drowsily looking around. Then the little girl's eyes suddenly lit up. It's Daddy. Daddy, hold Lily. Lily missed Daddy so much. The little girl was like a koala. After I held her, she wrapped her arms around my neck and wouldn't let go. Even when I went into the kitchen to cook, she refused to get down. In the end, it was Serena who pouted, combined with using newly bought toys to lure her, that finally got the little girl off me. After bustling about for a while, dinner was on the table. The whole family happily sat down at the dining table. After eating, I played puzzles with Lily. I deliberately took this opportunity to ask about things at home. The little girl told me everything she knew, especially when it came to Serena. The little girl completely sold out her mother. Mommy thinks about Daddy a lot too. Lily saw Mommy always, watching Daddy's singing videos, secretly smiling, secretly covering her mouth and smiling. I really hadn't asked about this on purpose. The problem was, Lily spoke very loudly, completely not noticing that Serena had already rushed out from the kitchen. At this moment, Serena's pretty face was as red as a ripe apple. Her eyes were full of meaning as she looked down at the little traitor who sold out her mother to get on Daddy's good side. Lily noticed Daddy had suddenly stopped talking. She looked up in confusion and saw her mother's flushed face. "Ah!" she yelped, hiding in my arms, muttering. "Can't see, Mommy. Can't see," Serena couldn't help but laugh, explaining. "Don't listen to Lily's nonsense. I didn't. You did. Mommy's lying. Lying. Is being naughty." Lily buried her face in my chest and mumbled. Serena looked like she was about to lose it. I immediately raised both hands in surrender, completely exposing the little girl. "No, no, I believe you. Those who know the times are wise." Lily suffered for it, though. She was immediately snatched by Serena and had her head ruffled. The little girl never expected that Daddy would turn around and sell her out to Mommy. I kept my eyes on my nose on my mouth. For the sake of making Serena happy, for the prosperity of this family, I had to let my little princess suffer a bit. The whole family played around for a while. Lily, finally, feeling wronged, bore everything alone. I rubbed her little head, before standing up, taking a paper folder from my suitcase, and placing it in front of Serena. Mission accomplished successfully. Take a look. This is the contract from Starlight Entertainment. Serena lowered her head and took the folder, opening it, looking through the contract inside. By the time she reached the end, her hands had begun to tremble slightly. This was a contract she wouldn't dare dream of having. Top-tier treatment, perfect degree of freedom. Even if she hadn't left the industry and continued singing, she still couldn't have gotten a contract like this by now. Serena didn't know what I had done. In just a few days, what I had gone through, how much I had given, to be able to exchange for a contract that others wouldn't even dare to think about. Serena looked up and stared at me, her eyes glistening with tears, pressing her lips together, just facing me like this. My face still wore a gentle smile, as if everything was as light as clouds and wind. After a long while, Serena finally spoke softly. "James." "Actually, I don't have to sing." Her voice was quiet, but without any hesitation, very resolute. I frowned slightly in confusion. She clearly loved singing. She clearly wanted to sing. What did she mean now? Somewhat puzzling. I didn't understand what this woman was thinking. Why? Didn't you always want to sing? Now that you have the chance, why are you backing down? My tone became a bit heavier. This was the first time since arriving here that I had spoken to her like this. As someone who had been single his whole life through 2 lifetimes, I naturally couldn't understand the tangled mess in Serena's heart right now. She suddenly felt that living like this was also fine. If she really went to sing, she was afraid things would change later. Afraid life wouldn't be like this anymore. Serena pressed her lips together again, looking straight at me, tears rolling down one by one. After a moment, she finally whispered, "I'm scared. Scared that there will be bad changes later." This was the first time Serena had, frankly, told me the fear in her heart. I froze for a moment, then suddenly smiled. A very warm smile. "Serena, what kind of person do you think I am? I'm being very serious. Just relax. No matter what happens, nothing will change. I'll stay home and take care of the kid. After all, I'm already prepared to be a full-time stay-at-home dad." Serena never expected me to say this, and even directly reach out to wipe away her tears. It had been so long since anyone had treated her so intimately. Serena immediately lowered her head in embarrassment. I had thought she was still worried about those random things. Now I understood. I knew Serena was probably afraid of change. After all, people who stay home too long without going out will all have this kind of mentality. So I continued. "I'm serious. Just leave Lily to me. I'll take good care of her. Besides, you've seen the contract. The degree of freedom is very high. You can come home whenever you want. No need to worry about things at home. Just take care of yourself when you're out. I spoke, but Serena didn't hear a single word. In her mind there was, still, only, the scene of me gently brushing across her face just now. Lily on the sofa had long since started secretly, watching her parents interact. She was too young to understand what was happening. She only knew Mommy was probably happy right now. So she jumped onto my lap, looking up and suddenly coming up with an idea. Daddy, tonight Lily wants to sleep with Daddy and Mommy. The moment these words came out, I immediately turned to stone. Serena looked up even more, her panicked gaze on the little girl, her heart pounding as if it would leap out of her chest. Is that okay? Daddy! Seeing I hadn't agreed, Lily launched her ultimate cute attack. Rolling around on my lap, I swallowed, turned to look at Serena, whose entire neck had turned red, her gaze evasive. This, ask Mommy if she agrees. How was I supposed to answer that? Serena was so embarrassed she wanted to collapse. She panically stood up and headed toward the bathroom. I'm not sleepy anymore. I'm going to wash up and get ready for bed. Serena fled in panic. The living room was left with just me and Lily, staring at each other wide-eyed. I was completely at a loss, not knowing what to do. Lily jumped up from my lap and hugged my neck. Mommy said as long as Daddy's okay with it. Had Serena said that? I took a deep breath of the milky scent on the little girl, giving myself courage. I was doing this completely for Lily, not for any other reason. After a long while, Serena finally came out of the bathroom, walking to the bedroom as if nothing had happened. Passing through the living room, she didn't even glance toward the sofa. Only then did I pick up Lily and stand, going to the bathroom, helping the little girl wash up. I also washed up quickly, then carried the little girl out. It wasn't until this moment that my heart started racing. From the living room to the master bedroom, the short distance felt like it would never end. My mind had gone completely blank. The room was filled with a faint fragrance, very pleasant and alluring. In 2 lifetimes, I had never experienced anything like this. At this moment, I really wanted to seek help. What should I do? What to do? Serena had already gotten under the covers, as if asleep, lying on her side facing inward. I couldn't see what she looked like right now. Only her glistening rosy earlobes revealed her current state. I gently closed the door. The sound of the door closing made Serena's body shiver slightly, but she still didn't get up. By now, I had completely given up. Things were already like this. Being nervous was useless. I just needed to lie still. Thinking this way, my mood indeed became much lighter. Placing Lily in the middle, I sat down on the other side of the bed, holding Lily and starting to tell a bedtime story. Today, Daddy will tell Lily the story of Snow White. Once upon a time, there was a cute little princess, just like Lily. Her skin was as white and smooth as snow, yet rosy like a red apple. Her hair was as black and shiny as the night sky, so her mother named her Snow White. My gentle voice echoed through the room. Serena's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Her wildly beating heart also gradually calmed down with the story. Eventually, she unknowingly fell asleep, just like her. Lily also slowly fell asleep to my story. I breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that their breathing had become steady. I finally turned off the light and got under the covers to lie down. The next day, my biological clock was still on time. I instinctively held the soft body in my arms, then suddenly froze. When did Lily get this big? I swallowed, my eyes looking into the blanket. There was no trace of Lily in my arms. It wasn't the little girl. It was Serena. I completely froze. When did this happen? How did she end up in my arms? A faint fragrance drifted by my nose. The body in my arms was soft and warm. My heart melted in that instant. I unconsciously leaned down until I was close to Serena's beautiful face. I could even feel her warm breath brushing against my face. Very hazy. The distance between us was only inches. I could even see the rosy glow beneath her smooth skin. I just stopped there like that, having an intense internal struggle. Then I saw her long eyelashes flutter slightly. Startled, I hurriedly sat up straight, secretly withdrew the arm she was using as a pillow, bent over carefully to get off the bed, and snuck out of the bedroom. Go into the bathroom to wash up? My face was full of defeat. This early in the morning, and it was already torturing me. I didn't know that the moment I left the bedroom. Serena on the bed had opened her beautiful eyes, breathing a slight sigh of relief. She hugged her burning face and hid under the covers, too embarrassed to face anyone. The moment I sat up, Serena had already woken up. She didn't know when she had ended up in my arms, even using my arm as a pillow. It was so embarrassing, until she felt my breath on her face. She felt a bit panicked inside. What was he going to do? Was he going to steal a kiss? What should she do? Serena was scared to death at that moment, but didn't dare wake up, and could only continue pretending to sleep. Fortunately, I stopped in time. Otherwise, she really wouldn't have known how to face me. But when I actually left, she vaguely felt a bit disappointed. Serena didn't know if she was ready. She only knew her heart was a tangled mess. After a long while, Serena, still under the covers, finally let out a deep breath. Just let nature take its course. She lay there until 8 o'clock. When Serena heard the door open outside, she finally got out of bed, tidied up a bit, and walked out of the room. I had already gone into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Seeing Serena come out, my expression was a bit awkward as I greeted her. "You're up?" Serena's expression was also a bit awkward. "Yeah." After saying that, she went into the bathroom to wash up. I didn't think too much, and continued turning around to make breakfast. Unexpectedly, Serena finished washing up very quickly, and came straight into the kitchen. "Let me help you." Serena's expression was natural. She skillfully took the basin from my hands, helping me wash the rice. I was only stunned for a moment, before quickly reacting, happily accepting this kind gesture, turning to start washing vegetables. The two of us were in perfect sync, like a couple who had lived together for years. The small kitchen was unusually warm at this moment. 20 minutes later, the whole family happily ate breakfast. After the meal, Serena saw a hairstyle that was very pretty, perfect for Lily. It just so happened that the little girl's hair had grown a lot recently, so she coaxed and cajoled Lily to go out for a haircut. As for me, I expertly sprawled out on the sofa, took out my phone and opened TikTok to scroll through videos. Wife and kid not home. This life. At this moment, I felt I had reached the peak of existence. I had only scrolled through 2 videos when I saw the Just Want to Be Ordinary trailer had already appeared. Harmony Records. Speed was truly efficient. The video was coming out at the end of the month, and it was only the 26th, yet the trailer was already up. The Just Want to Be Ordinary trailer was very simple. A few video clips paired with 2 lines of singing, enough to pique the audience's curiosity. The moment I clicked on the trailer video, my voice came from the phone, falling into darkness, falling into the abyss, face covered in mud, without the glory of gods, holding tight to the ordinary in my hands. Then appeared 3 firefighters. They held fire hoses, facing the raging flames, faces covered in ash, their gazes unusually resolute. The video suddenly stopped there. Only a deep voice rang out. They are nameless, ordinary, but worthy of being remembered in our hearts. I thought about it but couldn't understand. Robert Lynn had clearly said he would use children as the lead singers. Why did my voice appear in the trailer? However, this didn't affect at all the trailer's popularity online. A piece of footage, a line of song, a heartfelt message. Very brief, but enough to touch hearts. The trailer had only been out for 2 hours, thanks to major media outlets competing to cover it. They used all kinds of headlines to heavily promote this trailer. At the same time, it also brought this trailer to the attention of major online influencers. Everyone knew that once the full version was released, the buzz would be incredible, so they also started sharing. Following the shares from major influencers, this trailer's popularity grew stronger and stronger. The comment section was full of people from all walks of life, sharing about the ordinary people around them. At this moment, the sound of the door opening rang out. I put down my phone and looked toward the door. It was Serena holding Lily's hand, returning from the haircut. Seeing Lily's new hairstyle, I just felt my eyes light up. The little girl's 2 small pigtails had now been rolled into 2 small buns. Her thin bangs in front reached her eyebrows. She was truly a little fairy, stepping out of a fairy tale world. Looking at her made my heart melt. I hurriedly reached out both hands. "Whose little fairy is this? Come here quick and let Daddy hold you." The little girl immediately smiled with her eyes curved, but was a bit shy as she ran behind Serena, hugging her legs, burying her face against them. Serena also couldn't help but laugh at Lily's actions, amusedly watching this father-daughter interaction. Ha! The little girl even knew how to be shy now. I wasn't going to indulge her. Right now, I just wanted to hold my adorable daughter. I got up and walked over to Serena, crouching down, pretending to be surprised. Oh my, so this little fairy is Daddy's precious daughter. With that, I picked her up despite Lily struggling. No matter how I looked at her, I was delighted. Lily doesn't want Daddy to hold her? Then Daddy's going to be sad. I do. Daddy can't be sad. The little girl immediately hugged my neck, nuzzling into my chest. Afraid her refusal had hurt her daddy, I happily kissed Lily's smooth cheek. The little girl's cuteness was too much. It completely conquered me. Even the depths of my heart felt as sweet as eating candy. Indeed, they say a daughter is her father's little cotton jacket. That saying wasn't wrong at all. All right. Stop being lovey-dovey at the door. Come inside. I happily carried the little girl back to the sofa. I scooped a piece of watermelon and fed it to my daughter, then turned to Serena. "Oh, right. You're reporting to Starlight Entertainment at the beginning of August, right?" Hearing this, Serena's beautiful eyes blinked. "Yeah. Before that, I need to bring Mia back and go find Miss Claire. If they knew I could make a comeback, they'd definitely be very happy," Serena said, a sincere smile appearing on her face. When she had suddenly left the industry before, she felt most guilty toward these 2 people. Now, even if not for her own dream, she had to work hard for their sake. I nodded, rubbing Lily's hair, while thinking in my heart about what song I should write for Serena. This was her first battle upon returning. It had to be a beautiful victory. Serena's voice was excellent. Whether it was sweet songs or sad songs, she could sing them all. So, with too many choices, I was momentarily a bit undecided. After thinking for a while without results, I thought of something else. Oh right, let's go buy a car in a few days. No, let's buy 2. Lily will start kindergarten in another month. It'll be more convenient for drop-offs and pickups. Also, even though Starlight Entertainment will provide you with a company car during your free time, you'll still need a car when you go out. Serena thought for a moment, and also felt they could buy a car. Before, staying home and not going out? Having a car or not didn't matter. Now that she would frequently be going out, not having a car really was inconvenient. But she was worried my money wasn't enough. After all, the income from the 2 previous videos had been used to buy a lot of things for the house. I had also gone on a trip. She didn't know how much was left, even though before I left, I had linked my bank card to Serena's Instagram. Serena didn't know exactly how much money was in there. Now, with kindergarten coming up, that would be another expense. After thinking, Serena looked up, her eyes showing worry. "Let's just buy one. It'll be more convenient for you at home for drop-offs and pickups. I'll have the company car outside for now. I probably don't really need one. Wait until I make some money, then we can talk about buying a car," Serena thought. Wait until she released songs and albums and had income. Then they could discuss these things. Thinking of this, Serena became a bit worried again. She wasn't even sure when she would have songs to sing. Although the Starlight Entertainment contract offered top-tier resources, it also included a clause about providing her own songs. She didn't know what I had negotiated with the company. They had given top-tier resources. Why not help her get songs too? She was a bit puzzled. After all, she didn't know many songwriters. Thinking of songwriters, Serena suddenly froze, then looked toward me sitting calmly. He seemed to know how to write songs, although she didn't know when he had learned. Of the 2 songs on TikTok, one of them I had directly taught Lily to sing. I naturally knew Serena's worry about not buying a car. I calmly waved my hand. Don't worry. You don't need to worry about not having enough money at home. Let the bullet fly for a bit. In a few days, there'll be money. July 30th happened to fall on a Sunday. The Just Want to Be Ordinary MV went live at exactly 8 a.m., released as a collaboration between Harmony Records and the 7 Memories account. The National Broadcasting Network coordinated with multiple departments to share it. The lineup could be called unprecedentedly grand. Of course, no matter how grand the lineup, what audiences wanted to see was still quality. Only if the quality met standards. Would people support it? However, a saying had been circulating online recently. If 7 Memories produces it, it's guaranteed to be a masterpiece. Although I had only posted 2 songs, I had already won over the ears of countless fans. Everyone was also satisfied with the quality of the songs I composed. Now, seeing that both lyrics and music for this MV were by 7 Memories, everyone was immediately interested. This mysterious guy, when he made a move, it was sure to be astounding. So audiences flocked to click on this MV, wanting to witness it. In Riverside City, at home, our family of 3 had already been sitting on the sofa early. I cast my phone screen to the TV and opened TikTok. Serena and Lily were still being kept in the dark. They only knew I had dragged them out of bed early this morning, saying I'd show them something good, not knowing what it was. Opening the song MV, the whole family simultaneously looked at the TV. The moment the MV image appeared, Serena and Lily both fell silent. They were a bit surprised. They saw on the TV screen the title, Just Want to Be Ordinary, in large letters appear, with the lyricist and composer both being 7 Memories below. Furthermore, this MV was a full 7 minutes long. Even I was stunned. I didn't know where they got such a long runtime. Robert Lin had contacted me before, planning to let me see the complete version, but I hadn't agreed. I wanted to share this moment with my family. Furthermore, I had complete trust in Robert Lin's professional skills. Serena turned to look at me, her beautiful eyes shining. She was surprised that I had written more music, and had even collaborated with Harmony Records. How amazing. So when I went out before, I had done so much? She hadn't even known. Serena turned her gaze back to the TV, wanting to see what I had been hiding from the 2 of them, and doing. In the MV, the title had ended. In the frame appeared a group of children, about 10 years old, full of vitality. The children were all in matching black t-shirts. In the middle of them was a middle-aged teacher playing the piano. The piano sounded, the camera cut away. A close-up of a little girl first, her eyes full of emotion, reaching out her hand as if gently calling for something, beginning to sing. The image transitioned. A group of firefighters in orange uniforms, their faces resolute, carrying all kinds of rescue supplies, using their bodies as bridges to wade through the water. The camera cut again, to another little girl. Her eyes were slightly red, her head bowed as she whispered softly. The little girl's figure gradually faded, transforming into a family gathered around a table, eating dumplings and watching TV. What should have been a happy reunion was silent here. Only the grandmother sat in the main seat, holding back tears as she stared at the TV. On the TV was news of her grandson's heroic sacrifice. 2 more figures of little girls appeared, one after another, singing softly. After 2 lines of singing, the figures disappeared, replaced by an ordinary-looking man, but his eyes were bright, staring intently at a pickpocket on the bus. The moment the pickpocket made his move, he grabbed the thief, but the people around him fearfully kept their distance, just standing by indifferently. In an instant, 2 other thieves surrounded the man. The situation was momentarily against him. Countless people watching this video couldn't help but feel anxious at this moment, clenching their fists, eyes glistening with tears, just wanting to jump into the video to help him catch the thieves. But the video image at this moment faded away. The teacher just silently played the piano. One of the little girls began singing again. The image suddenly cut to a hospital. An exhausted doctor handed a newborn baby to an elderly couple. The elderly couple wept with joy on the spot, thanking the doctor repeatedly. The beating heart grows vines, willing to fight for danger, caring for nothing else. It was none other than the man catching the thieves. At this moment, he was facing 3 thieves, but his face still showed no fear. The camera cut again. 2 more little girls appeared, spreading their arms wide as if beckoning. Everyone was captivated by this deeply moving music and imagery. They only regretted not discovering sooner that there were so many lovable people around them. Throughout the entire MV so far, the heroes who appeared in it hadn't said a single word, but what they did had been remembered by all the viewers. The images continued. The chorus of all the children began, shaking hearts. Those clear voices sang of each moving story, making everyone fall into silence. Usually they chased internet celebrities, fooled around online. This was the first time some flame in their hearts was ignited. The final section of the song was the image of all the children singing together. No regrets in this life. The flame of life has been lit. The image faded to darkness. A male voice suddenly rang out. "We're not heroes. We're just doing what we should do." I sat on the sofa, rubbing my stinging eyes. I had thought this video would be very profound, but I hadn't expected it to be this moving. This video, by now, had made countless netizens watching the MV shed tears, and also made them collectively break down. At this moment, no one cared about the video's length anymore. They just quietly watched, quietly felt heartache, quietly shed tears. After the man's voice ended, in the pitch-black screen, another dialogue began. "Young Rivers, a cappella or with piano. This song just needs piano accompaniment. A simple question and answer." It's just that the male voice in the dialogue, many netizens felt it sounded familiar. They listened carefully, then suddenly realized, wasn't this the distinctive gentle voice of Seven Memories? So there was behind-the-scenes footage afterward? Was Seven Memories himself going to appear? Sure enough, behind the scenes, material that had been cut flashed quickly across the screen. My distinctive gentle voice rang out, combined with this footage. Once again, it made the masses of netizens break down. Until the last piece of footage disappeared, Seven Memories' figure still hadn't appeared. He remained just as mysterious, but everyone was satisfied with this footage. Every figure in this video had been deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. For a long time afterward, they wouldn't forget what they saw today. Even long after the official version was released, there still wasn't a single like, not a single comment. Everyone seemed to have disappeared. At this moment, in the Harmony Records conference room, Robert Lin was still monitoring the real-time data online. He didn't understand. Why were there over 100 million viewers at the same time, yet not a single like? Could it be that everyone didn't approve of this video? Robert Lin was a bit disappointed. He wiped his slightly red eyes, finding this situation hard to accept. But the next moment, the data for this video suddenly took off. Likes and comments exploded like a flood. Unstoppable. This was the first time in TikTok history that in such a short time, data increased in such an explosive manner. In just a few breaths, likes jumped from 100,000 to 5 million, then 10 million, 20 million. The TikTok platform experienced its first ever comment system crash. Even so, it seemed, nothing could stop the masses of netizens from liking and commenting. Following that were 5 trending topics, all about Harmony Records' Just Want to Be Ordinary, MV. In the conference room, cheers suddenly erupted. Robert Lin also emotionally clenched his fists, silently watching the data soar. It turned out everyone wasn't unmoved. They just hadn't had time to process these emotions. The Just Want to Be Ordinary storm swept across the internet just like that. The speed at which the storm rose was unexpected even for the experienced Robert Lin. Now he was incredibly glad he had chosen this song of mine. This footage, if paired with any other ordinary song, definitely wouldn't be as hot as it was now. In just one short hour, plays on the Harmony Records platform had exceeded 100 million, and on TikTok, it had even reached 200 million plays. As for me, I was holding mother and daughter, gently rubbing one head, patting one back. I wanted to say something but didn't know what to say, because I myself was also moved. Although I had given this song to Robert Lin, the entire video was created by the Harmony Records production team. I hadn't previewed it either. I could only say, Harmony Records had given this song a perfect home. Serena was sobbing in my arms, holding onto my shirt, wiping both tears and snot on it. Her pitiful appearance made my heart ache. It was just watching a video. Crying was one thing, but why was she also feeling aggrieved? Serena finally knew what I had been busy with those days outside, composing such a song, collaborating with Harmony Records, helping her get that unimaginable contract. What had he gone through? She hadn't even known. She felt aggrieved because I had done so much outside, and didn't even tell her when I came home. Had James Rivers been given a hard time by anyone over this? Had anyone given him the cold shoulder? How much effort had he put in? To compose such a song? She knew nothing. She had just stayed home comfortably enjoying the results. All right. Stop crying. Aren't we having lunch? I'll go cook something delicious for you. Can you hold Lily? I gently patted her back again. The little girl had cried herself tired, and had fallen asleep in my arms at some point. I know. Serena wiped her face on my shirt once more, then crawled out of my arms, pouting as she took Lily into her own arms. At the same time, in downtown Riverside City, Rebecca's face was so dark it looked like it might drip water. Her manager, Ms. Yuan, also had a terrible expression. The atmosphere in the room was stifling. Only Mia in the distance was secretly smiling, looking completely delighted. Rebecca glanced at her manager, finding this old, ugly woman even more useless. Ms. Yuan, wasn't my song supposed to go live on Harmony Records at the end of July? What's going on now? The song got pushed back? I'm told it won't go live until early August? The company's already made the ads. I just bought trending topics, and they pull this, pushing my song back without a word, taking over all the trending spots. Ms. Yuan, you're in charge of this. You need to give me an explanation. Ms. Yuan's face grew even darker. Something like this happening already made her unhappy. Now Rebecca was yelling at her too. Shut up! She was even angrier inside. Explanation? You want me to explain? If you're so capable, go find Harmony Records. Why are you getting mad at me? Originally, this campaign over there wasn't supposed to end until mid-August. Who knew this? 7 Memories would come out of nowhere. One song made Harmony Records MV go live early. If she didn't still need Rebecca to make a living, Ms. Yuan wouldn't even want to deal with her. So what do we do now? Rebecca's tone was still very aggressive. Ms. Yuan frowned. Right now they were grasshoppers on the same rope. They couldn't fall out yet. What can we do? We can only wait for this wave to pass, then release your album. However, this time the company definitely won't give as many resources. We'll have to figure it out ourselves. Rebecca also knew this was all they could do. She was just truly unwilling to accept it. She could only silently curse 7 Memories in her heart. It was because of him that the buzz that should have been hers was stolen. When Rebecca turned around and saw Mia in the distance, covering her mouth and giggling, she immediately became even more furious. Mia Parker, can't you see it's chaos over here? Why aren't you coming over to clean up? The harsh, unpleasant voice made Mia unable to resist digging at her ear. Oh, sorry. My contract expires today. I've already submitted my resignation. Haha. This lady isn't serving anymore, Mia said, then laughed loudly. Some people were happy, and some were even happier. After lunch, the happy family of 3 took a taxi out. Today we were going to the car dealership to buy a car. Although the income from the MV collaboration with Harmony Records hadn't come in yet, the savings I had on me were more than enough to buy a car for getting around. The family of 3 arrived at the car dealership. Welcome. Do you have any models you're interested in? The sales associate who greeted us had bright eyes. He had several years of sales experience. A family of 3 coming to look at cars like this meant an 80% chance of closing a deal. I nodded. At home, Serena and I had done our research beforehand, choosing the model before coming. Do you have the H9? The top trim. Yes, we do. Hearing that I indeed had a model I wanted, the salesman's eyes grew even brighter. The H9 top trim, even at the cheapest, cost over $30,000 on the road. Sir, we have the H9 top trim in stock. I generously pulled out my bank card and driver's license, handing them to the salesman. I'll take that one. Paying in full by card. Leaving the dealership and getting home, it was already 5 p.m. Just as I got home, I received a phone call from Angela. Hello? Big talent. Congratulations. Right now, the internet is flooded with that MV. And news about you. This time you're really famous. Mutual joy. Mutual joy. I don't want to be this famous. As for your company, you must have gained quite a bit from this, right? I smiled. This song was submitted to Harmony Records on behalf of Starlight Entertainment. Their company definitely gained quite a bit. These benefits might not be visible right away, but they would gradually show later. If Harmony Records had anything good in the future, they would definitely think of them first. That's all thanks to you, big talent. Let's talk business. When is Serena coming to register? On the other end, Angela teased me once, then asked with a smile. I looked at Serena on the sofa, pretending to be indifferent, but secretly listening to my phone call, and smiled. In a few days. The 3rd at the latest. There are still some things at home. She'll come over after handling them. All right, then I'll be here respectfully awaiting her arrival. Angela was very curious inside. The woman I had been running around for. What kind of personality would she have? The next day, Serena went to find Mia and Ms. Claire. Tomorrow, she would bring them together to Starlight Entertainment. She drove near the Celestial Beauty Entertainment building, before calling Mia. She wanted to give her a surprise. The phone was quickly answered. Serena's face broke into a smile. Even her voice was much brighter. Mia? Guess where I am. Mia was in her rental room, packing her things. After quitting, she was planning to go back to her hometown. She had already decided if this place wouldn't keep her. There would naturally be another place that would. Serena, if you're not at home, where else could you be? Silly girl. I'm downstairs at your company. Come down quick. I have something to tell you. Then wait a moment, Serena. I'll be right down. Mia suddenly felt a bit flustered. Why had Serena come to her company? She momentarily didn't know how to tell Serena about quitting her job and going back home. Before long, she had run downstairs, out of breath. Serena, Mia's eyes curved into beautiful arcs as she quickly walked up to Serena. Serena, you bought a car? Mia looked at the brand new car beside Serena, her face full of disbelief. That man actually bought a car for Serena? Didn't he treat Serena badly? Serena smiled and nodded, holding Mia's hand. Yeah, just bought it today. I have something I want to discuss with you today. Are you free? Serena's eyes curved slightly, her joy evident on her face. Only then did Mia notice that Serena this time seemed a bit different from the last time they met. Her skin was much smoother, her face a bit fuller, and her complexion was clearly much better. Most importantly, the confidence about her seemed to have returned. Serena, I'm free, very free, very free. Whatever it is, just tell me. Mia, come back and be my assistant. Let's call Ms. Claire, too. I'm about to make a comeback. Mia froze. She couldn't believe her ears. After a long while, she finally came to her senses. Really? Serena, you're not tricking me, are you? You're really about to make a comeback? Really? Serena gave a definite answer. I knew it. Heaven never bars one's way. Ha ha ha. Serena, what a coincidence. I just quit my job. Oh, we can be together again. Mia! Do you know where Miss Claire is? Let's go find her now. I know. Right now she's definitely at Qingpu District People's Hospital, taking care of her mother. Every day, except for 4 hours of work. Miss Claire is there. All right, let's go now then. Serena didn't waste time. She directly told Mia to get in the car. The two of them headed to the hospital. In the car, Mia asked curiously, Serena, you're making a comeback. Does he know? Serena nodded, the corners of her mouth unconsciously curving up slightly. He knows. This comeback. He's the one who went to negotiate the contract for me. Plus, this car was also bought for me by him. Mia's small mouth fell open. She couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "He negotiated a contract for you? How is that possible?" "Bikes, Serena. You're not tricking me, are you?" Serena shook her head, speaking very seriously. "It's true. He negotiated a Starlight Entertainment contract for me, and it's the top-tier kind." Mia didn't know what to say. She couldn't figure it out. How could someone like James Rivers negotiate a top-tier contract? Serena saw that Mia wasn't responding, and continued talking about James Rivers. "He treats me really well now." "Don't use that attitude toward him anymore, okay?" "Serena, so protective of your husband. I'm so jealous. The kind that can't be consoled," Mia pouted, drawing out her words, teasing Serena. Serena's pretty face suddenly flushed pink, but she didn't argue back. Arriving at the hospital, Serena knocked on the door with worry in her heart. The moment she saw Miss Claire, she almost cried. Miss Claire's once thick black hair now had streaks of gray. Her once beautiful face was now weathered, looking extremely haggard. Wearing simple clothes that had been washed until faded, she looked just like Serena used to. When she saw Serena, Miss Claire completely froze, staring intently at her. Serena didn't know what to say. The two faced each other, momentarily speechless. It was Mia, who ran in first and took Miss Claire's hand. "Miss Claire, Serena and I came to see you. How is your mother doing?" Only then did Miss Claire react, a bit flustered, her hands wringing together. "You're here. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? Look at me like this. Serena, come in and sit. I just coaxed Mom to sleep. She's still healthy, eating well. One more surgery and she'll be fine." Speaking of her mother, Miss Claire finally showed a hint of a smile. Though that smile still held a trace of bitterness, she was completely drained. She still owed over 100,000 outside. She had already borrowed from all relatives and friends. What would she use to pay for the next surgery? Serena walked into the hospital room and sat down. She lowered her head and bit her lip, like a child who had done something wrong. Not daring to look at Miss Claire anymore, Mia patted Miss Claire's hand, her gaze directed toward Serena. Miss Claire also looked toward Serena, looking carefully. After a moment, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. She walked over and sat beside her, holding her hand. "Serena, I'm very happy you came to see me. Seeing you like this now makes me even happier. It means you're living well. When I tried to stop you before, it was also for your own good. Don't hold it in your heart." "Miss Claire, I'm sorry." Serena couldn't hold back anymore. She threw herself into Miss Claire's arms, tears falling like rain. Miss Claire gently patted Serena's back, speaking softly. "No need to apologize. What mother blames her own child? I truly see you as my daughter. Stop crying now. Cry any more, and you'll become ugly." Serena was an orphan, but ever since graduating from college, Miss Claire had always been taking care of her, from when she was still unknown, to when she participated in a singing competition and became famous, to when she left the industry. Miss Claire was always by her side. Miss Claire had watched her grow up step by step, so when she impulsively left the industry that year, the one hurt most wasn't her, but Miss Claire. Miss Claire just kept gently comforting Serena, until she had cried all her tears, looking up at her with already red and swollen eyes. Only then did Miss Claire smile gently at her. Serena pressed her lips together. "Miss Claire, I'm about to make a comeback. Will you be my manager again?" Hearing Serena say this, Miss Claire froze, then furrowed her beautiful brows. "Setting aside the comeback talk first, what about your child? You're comfortable leaving that James Rivers kid to watch her?" Compared to Mia, Miss Claire was more rational. She remembered clearly. That kid didn't look proper. Not like someone who knew how to take care of children. But Serena nodded. "James Rivers is Lily's father. He'll take good care of Lily. Trust him." Miss Claire rubbed her temples, not knowing what had happened, but seeing Serena's very resolute appearance. "Fine. Let's say he can take care of the child well. You should know a comeback isn't easy. Do you have any company to sign with now? Even if you've signed, what resources will the company give you? Miss Claire, take a look. This is the contract from Starlight Entertainment." Serena hurriedly took the contract from her bag, handing it to Ms. Claire, afraid that if she was even a moment slower, she wouldn't believe her. Seeing the contract, Ms. Claire paused, and it was Starlight Entertainment, one of America's big three. All right, let me see. With that, Ms. Claire took the contract and reviewed it carefully. Then the more she read, the more shocked she became. By the end, her hands had begun to tremble slightly. What kind of divine contract was this? Had Serena kidnapped the boss of Starlight Entertainment? This was completely an unequal contract. For an entertainment company, many of the clauses in here were like tyrannical terms Serena had imposed on Starlight Entertainment. For example, top-tier resources. For example, unlimited freedom. For example, a 2-year contract. Miss Claire suddenly looked up. Is this real? It's real. Miss Claire, look. It even has Starlight Entertainment's seal on it. How could it be fake? Come on. Serena, tell me honestly. How did you get this contract? Seeing that Miss Claire finally believed her, Serena finally relaxed, her face slightly red. James Rivers went to Metro City and got it for me. He wrote a song for Starlight Entertainment. James Rivers? Miss Claire almost couldn't believe her ears. James Rivers negotiated a contract for Serena, and even wrote music? Wasn't this absurd? The world was truly a strange place. Serena, don't blame me for not believing. Does he know how to write music? Even if he knows how to write music, what kind of song would be worth a contract like this? Serena, don't be fooled. Miss Claire? James Rivers really did write music. Seeing that Miss Claire didn't believe him, Serena hurriedly took out her phone and opened TikTok, clicking on the 7 Memories account and holding it up to Miss Claire. Miss Claire took the phone with half belief. Even Mia beside her leaned over to look. She also didn't believe that man could write music. But the next moment, oh my God! Over 100 million likes. Mia screamed. Then she shrank back, smiling apologetically in embarrassment. This was a hospital room. Yelling this loud would disturb the patients. Miss Claire was also stunned. What video had over 100 million likes? Then she saw the account name, 7 Memories, with Harmony Records collab behind it. 7 Memories? Harmony Records? So that's how it was. Miss Claire didn't even need to open the video, because they had all already seen this video. Miss Claire looked up in a daze. 7 Memories is James Rivers? Mia also exclaimed in amazement beside her, but this time she kept her voice down. 7 Memories, the most mysterious and hottest person on the entire internet right now. That's right, he does seem to have the last name Rivers. The shock of the two made Serena blush again. Him being recognized made her very happy too, she said seriously. Rivers 7 Memories. His daughter's full name. Oh my God, a big shot was right beside us. So before, he was acting like a pig to eat the tiger? How annoying. Miss Claire had also come to her senses by now. She looked up and returned the phone to Serena, her expression somewhat complicated. Serena could live well. With a bright future ahead, she was naturally very happy. It's just... Serena, with your conditions, you could definitely find a better manager. Count me out. No. Miss Claire, why? You don't want me anymore? Mia and Serena spoke up at the same time. Serena's face was even full of grievance. Miss Claire sighed and looked toward the hospital room. You can see my situation. My mother needs care. I really can't leave. You can hire a caretaker. Technology is so advanced now. You can check in remotely any time. Mia said directly. Serena also looked at Miss Claire with eyes full of hope. Miss Claire looked troubled. How could she not know she could hire a caretaker? But her current financial situation, how could she afford to do that? Besides, following Serena like this, she would only drag her down. Serena, you don't need to persuade me anymore. I want to stay by my mother's side. You two should go. Miss Claire turned away. Serena, you must cherish such a good opportunity. Don't be impulsive anymore in the future. Miss Claire rubbed Serena's hair, steeling herself to turn away and not look at her anymore. Serena bit her lip. She didn't understand why Miss Claire wouldn't go with her. She came with hope and left with disappointment. The whole way, Serena and Mia were both silent. Serena dropped Mia off. then drove home alone. The door opened. I was playing games with Lily. Seeing Serena, I couldn't help but freeze. She had been crying? What happened? Did everything go smoothly? When in doubt, ask, I asked directly. Serena pouted and sat down on the sofa. The moment she saw me, she felt like she had found someone to lean on, and again felt a bit like crying. Miss Claire won't come with me. Why? I scratched my head. In my memories, that strict woman should have adored Serena. I wondered why she wouldn't agree. Serena recounted what she had seen and heard at the hospital today. To me, she told me with grievance. I listened quietly. After hearing everything, I thought for a moment and nodded. I understand now. You really are a dummy. Stay home and watch Lily. I'm going out for a bit. Where are you going? Serena pouted, her face full of unhappiness. I didn't know if she was unhappy because I called her a dummy, or unhappy because I wasn't staying with her at this moment. I'm going to get back someone important to you. Dummy. I first went to a home care agency, then drove to the hospital Serena had mentioned. I didn't go directly to find Miss Claire, but first found the doctor. I learned from the doctor the specific condition of Miss Claire's mother, then went up to the inpatient ward, arriving at room 302. Outside the room, I adjusted my mood, trying to make my expression cold, and knocked lightly on the door a few times. Footsteps came from inside. A moment later, the door opened. Miss Claire, her eyes slightly red, appeared before me. Seeing me, Miss Claire couldn't help but freeze, not knowing what I had come for. Miss Claire, aren't you going to invite me in first? My voice was calm. Miss Claire said nothing, but still stepped aside, letting me into the room. Claire, is this your friend? As soon as I entered the hospital room, I saw an elderly woman with graying hair, her cheeks sunken to the bone, sitting propped up on the bed, looking toward me. Before Miss Claire could answer, I had already walked quickly to the bedside, taking her mother's hand. Auntie, my wife is Miss Claire's friend. My wife came by once before. You were sleeping at the time, so she didn't want to disturb you. So you're Claire's friend. Young man, you're all so kind. For my Claire to have friends like you, it's her blessing. Miss Claire's mother gently patted my hand, her face full of kindness. It's just that her stick-thin body was heartbreaking to look at. What is Auntie saying? We're the blessed ones to have Miss Claire as a friend. My wife talks every day at home about how great Miss Claire is. I've heard it so much my ears are about to go numb. It's just a pity that, this time, for the job my wife wants Miss Claire to join her for, she's worried about Auntie's health and won't go. Auntie doesn't know. My wife came home so sad, kept muttering to me about it. Miss Claire's expression behind me suddenly changed. So Serena had sent him as a persuader? What job? Claire, what's going on? Miss Claire's mother didn't know the specifics of her daughter's work. Hearing me say this, her gray eyebrows immediately furrowed. Mom, don't listen to his nonsense. There's no job. My job is fine. Miss Claire glared at me, hurriedly explaining to her mother. Although Miss Claire's mother was nearly 70, she wasn't stupid. She knew it was definitely because she made her daughter worry, that it affected her work. She immediately gripped my hand tightly with both hands, asking, Young man, Claire has troubled you all. This girl is very stubborn. Tell me, what job is it? I showed a troubled expression looking at Miss Claire, then said, Auntie, look at this mouth of mine. Can't keep anything secret. Mainly this job requires travel. The original plan was to hire a caretaker to look after Auntie. Miss Claire isn't comfortable with that. She wants to take care of Auntie herself. Claire, you child, why didn't you tell Mom about something like this? If the job needs you to travel, then go. Miss Claire's mother heard me speak and turned to look at her daughter. Mom, Miss Claire was anxious, hating me even more inside. It was true she wanted to stay here and take care of her mother, but the fundamental reason was she couldn't afford to leave. Where would she get the money to hire a caretaker? Even the money for the next surgery was already draining her. Miss Claire, let's talk outside. My expression remained calm, as if completely ignoring Miss Claire's angry gaze. I held Miss Claire's mother's hand, speaking kindly again. Auntie, don't worry. I just need to talk with Miss Claire for a moment. After saying that, I stood up and left the hospital room. Miss Claire gritted her teeth, looking at her mother, then followed me out. In the hallway, Miss Claire looked up and glared at me. What exactly do you want? Just consider me a bad person. I just don't want Serena to be sad. Oh, right. I've already paid for Auntie's next surgery. I've also arranged for a caretaker. Here's the phone number. You can choose the person yourself. I answered calmly. The height difference between us made me seem like I was looking down slightly. James Rivers. Are you giving me charity? Miss Claire laughed angrily. You're overthinking it. It's a loan. It'll be deducted from the salary Serena pays you later. You and Mia. This time, Serena is hiring you directly. It has nothing to do with Starlight Entertainment. I don't care how much she pays you. Anyway, this is my money. You have to pay me back. I had a complete rogue attitude. Anyway, the surgery money and caretaker money, I've already paid. They won't refund it either. What you do next is none of my business. After I finished speaking, I didn't give Ms. Claire time to react. I turned and walked quickly toward the exit. James Rivers, don't tell Serena. When I was about to reach the door, Ms. Claire's voice came from behind. I didn't turn back, just waved my hand. Ms. Claire just watched my figure disappear through the door, her expression complicated. On this side, I had just gotten home. When Serena sidled up, her face full of curiosity, I deliberately didn't notice, but happily picked up Lily. What does Lily want to eat tonight? Serena's expression completely froze. She watched in disbelief as I walked past her. I like everything Daddy cooks. The little girl really knew how to flatter, she said, completely not noticing that her mother now had a sulky face. Great. Then Daddy will go cook right now. With that, I kissed the little girl's cheek, heading toward the kitchen. James Rivers. I'm angry now, Serena pouted, her face full of grievance. This person was ignoring her again. Didn't he know she was waiting anxiously at home? What is it? I turned around. My innocent expression made Serena even angrier. When he left, he had gently called her dummy. Now that he was back, he was playing dumb. The more she thought, the angrier she got. Serena plopped down on the sofa, crossing her arms and turning away, not looking at me anymore. That little temper was quite something. I smiled, deciding not to tease her anymore. When you leave tomorrow, remember to bring your 2 loyal bodyguards. With your temper, if you go out without them, you'll get bullied to death. Serena suddenly turned back, her eyes shining. The speed of her mood change surprised even me. Miss Claire agreed. What do you think? All right. I need to go cook. Please don't bother me. James Rivers, how did you do it? In the end, Serena still couldn't get me to tell her how I did it. Whenever she asked, I played dumb. But this didn't affect the way her eyes shone when she looked at me. Ever since James Rivers changed, there seemed to be nothing he couldn't do. I calmly enjoyed Serena's admiring gaze. I was a big shot now. Any problem that could be solved with money wasn't a problem. The income from the Harmony Records collab had made my wallet swell, bulging beyond description. Speaking of Ms. Claire's situation, after Serena told me, I had already guessed the reason. When someone doesn't even have food to eat, how could they follow you to chase dreams? Early the next morning, Serena was already up. Today I also rarely didn't go out jogging. The two of us worked together seamlessly in the kitchen, making breakfast together. Serena's luggage was already packed and placed in the living room. Lily was still sleeping. She didn't plan to wait for Lily to wake up before leaving. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to bear it then. Breakfast was quickly made. Serena quietly ate breakfast. I sat beside her, talking on and off. We were like an ordinary family. The wife was about to leave for work far away. The husband rambled on with reminders. Remember to call often when you get there. Otherwise, Lily will miss you. I've already told them there. You'll be arriving today. Metro City isn't far either. Come back when you have time. If anything happens outside, remember to tell me. Don't be a dummy and keep it all inside. Serena ate porridge while listening to me talk. Her heart suddenly felt a bit empty. She was a little reluctant to leave home. Serena ate this meal very slowly, even when the porridge was nearly gone, and her phone rang. She was still in a daze. It was only when I reminded her that she reacted and answered. Hello? Serena, I'm all ready. Ms. Claire is with me. When are you coming over? I'll be there in a bit. Everyone, wait a little longer. Okay, then see you downstairs at my place. No show, no go. I looked at the luggage. It's time to go. Don't keep people waiting. Serena nodded. Let me go look at Lily first, then I'll leave. On the other side, at the Starlight Entertainment Building in Metro City, Angela had arrived at the office early. It's just that today she was restless at work. With difficulty, it finally reached noon. Calculating the time, Angela went downstairs to the building entrance. That guy's wife would be arriving today. She wanted to see what kind of person. The wife he doted on so much was. She only waited a short while before Angela saw a car, with Riverside City plates, drive into the parking lot in front of the building. Angela squinted slightly, looking carefully. 3 people got out of the car. 1 young and lively girl, chattering nonstop. 1 older, already with gray hair, looking steady and composed. Seeing these 2 friends of Serena's, she knew Serena's personality must be very good. She turned her gaze to the woman walking in the middle, an oval face with a rosy complexion, almond eyes as lively as water. This gentle, water-like woman made one feel tender just looking at her. No wonder that guy was like that. Angela adjusted her mood and walked up quickly. Hello. You must be Serena? I'm the Deputy HR Director of Starlight Entertainment, Angela Lin. On behalf of Starlight Entertainment, I welcome you to join us. Angela smiled and extended her hand, her eyes looking straight at Serena. Hello, I'm Serena. Serena's voice was gentle. A girl like this. How had that fool James Rivers seduced her before? The professional woman thought to herself, her eyes also showing some complexity. It had to be someone like this, to have the eye, to pick up the useless James Rivers from back then. Then let me show you around first. After all, you'll be working here for the next 2 years. The sooner you get familiar, the better. After the tour, I'll take you to the artist apartment complex. The group followed Angela into the building. The whole way, Mia was completely shocked. This place was much more luxurious than the Celestial Beauty Entertainment branch in Riverside City. Moreover, at any moment, you could see stars who frequently appeared on trending topics. This was completely incomparable to the Celestial Beauty branch. You had to know that over in Riverside City, a second-tier singer like Rebecca could already throw her weight around. Angela led them into the elevator, going all the way up to the 11th floor, enthusiastically introducing things to them. During this time, many people greeted Angela. Their faces all wore strangely flattering expressions. Serena was quite curious when they saw her, their eyes clearly carrying envy. She didn't understand. Wasn't Angela just the deputy HR director? Why was everyone looking at her with such expressions? Moreover, what puzzled Serena even more was, she even saw a balding middle-aged man, wearing an HR director badge, proactively stopping to greet Angela, and even greeting her as well. Serena was a bit flattered and responded. This director, named Victor Jung, had such a nice disposition, being so polite even to her. You had to know that back at the Celestial Beauty branch, any leader there, meeting people would always have their nose in the air. At this moment, Angela stopped at the end of the hallway. She pointed to the lounge room ahead, speaking to Serena. From now on, this will be your private lounge. Usually, when there's nothing on your schedule at the company, you can rest here when you're free. Serena looked up. She saw this lounge room had its door tightly closed, with a keypad lock installed, and her name was indeed written on the nameplate. Angela pressed the passcode. While introducing these codes to Serena, the initial passcode is 6 sixes. You can change the passcode later. Done. Go in and see your lounge. The door opened. Everyone stepped inside. Mia was the first to exclaim, "Wow! Oh my God, this lounge is huge! And the decor is so luxurious." Besides Miss Claire being a bit calmer, even Serena was shocked. She had never seen such a luxurious lounge. Angela looked at their surprised expressions, and also smiled. Not everyone gets this treatment. Top-tier resources means the lounge naturally has to be top-tier too. At this moment, the door to the adjacent room suddenly opened. An elegant woman, in high heels, walked out from inside. Behind her followed a bespectacled young assistant, who then greeted Angela. "Ms. Yang, you're personally showing someone around?" "Yes." "Lena, are you heading out?" Angela replied, her expression calm. "Yes, there's a meet and greet this afternoon. I need to go out." "Ms. Yang, you're busy. Go ahead. I'll leave first." After Lena finished speaking, she glanced at Serena and the others, didn't greet them, and elegantly walked away in her high heels. "Let's go too. It's already noon. The floor above is all meeting rooms. Usually you only go up there for company meetings. Other times you basically won't need it. I won't take you to tour there. Let's go straight to the artist apartment complex. You can put down your luggage, then we'll go eat." "My treat." Angela turned back, her face breaking into a smile again as she spoke to Serena. Serena just felt she was being overly enthusiastic. Today, Serena had a pretty good impression of this company. It was just a bit strange. Some people were clearly much more enthusiastic toward her. Getting into the elevator, Serena suddenly asked quietly, "Miss Yang, are you very close with James Rivers?" After asking this question, she clearly saw the smile on Angela's face suddenly freeze. So that was it after all. Serena's gaze darkened, an indescribable feeling rising in her heart. "Not really. When he came, I was also the one who received him. The cooperation was always followed by me, so I'm just a bit more familiar with him." Angela quickly said, Serena only gave a soft response, saying nothing more. Everyone went downstairs. Angela still drove her gray Mercedes. Going ahead, Serena slowly followed behind. Mia started carefreely talking about the good things here as soon as she got in the car, until Miss Claire signaled her. She suddenly realized Serena's mood didn't seem very good. She had clearly been happy just a moment ago. "Serena, what's wrong?" Mia grabbed the front seat and asked curiously. "Nothing. Mia, keep talking." "Nothing but like this?" Mia didn't understand at all. She turned her head to seek help from Miss Claire. Miss Claire smiled without speaking. She could tell at a glance. Someone had fallen into a jar of vinegar. "Lily, be good. Daddy will make you a little tiger. Can we stop crying?" At home, I now had a splitting headache. Ever since Lily woke up, she had been demanding to find Mommy. I had coaxed her in every way possible, but Lily only cried more miserably. Yesterday I had assured Serena that I would take good care of Lily. Now I just wanted to say one thing. This humble servant cannot do it. Clearly before, when Serena was home, Lily was always clinging to me, never crying or fussing. What was going on now? Facing this situation, I also wanted to cry. I had thought I was a king. Now reality proved I was just bronze tier. I made a tiger face with a grimace, but Lily's little pearl tears still fell drop by drop. "Daddy's bad. You hid Mommy away." "I want Mommy." Lily sat on the sofa, looking like she wouldn't give up, until she saw Mommy today. I squatted in front of the sofa, scratching my head. What to do? Serena had only been gone half a day. Should I call her back now? Then she would laugh herself to death at me. No way. I was torn. The tiger image on my face collapsed instantly. At this moment, the phone on the table rang. I glanced at it absently. The next moment, my eyes suddenly lit up with joy. My savior had arrived. I wanted to cry. I hurriedly grabbed the phone. It was an Instagram message from Serena. Just 2 simple words. "Are you free?" I hastily sent a message. "Yes. Definitely yes. Aren't you busy?" Serena had finished lunch and was resting in the apartment, looking at the message on her phone, her expression calm, seemingly carrying a hint of murderous intent. Had lunch with Ms. Yang today. What kind of off-topic answer was this? So what if she had lunch with Ms. Yang? Why did she have to tell me? I scratched my head, not having time to think much, and hurriedly pressed video call. Serena's cold, pretty face appeared on the screen. I grinned, then pointed the phone toward Lily. Hey, Lily misses you." "James Rivers. Is this what you call taking good care of Lily?" I pretended not to hear, my face full of innocence. I saw the little girl with tears streaming down her face. Now she had finally seen Mommy in the phone. She used her small hands to wipe away tears with all her might. Aggrieved. Mommy, did Daddy hide you away? Mommy doesn't want me anymore? Lily, be good. Mommy just went to work. I'll be home soon. Serena, on the other end, gently coaxed the little girl. The tears gradually stopped falling. Her little hands held the phone, wanting to get closer to Serena. At this moment, I just felt in my heart. I had suffered 10,000 tons of damage. I had coaxed her for half a day, making funny faces and pretending to be a tiger, and it wasn't as good as one sentence from Serena. Serena coaxed her a few more times. Willie finally stopped crying completely. I breathed a sigh of relief. After coaxing the little girl, I turned the phone back toward myself, my eyes shifty like a thief, not daring to look at Serena. James Rivers, can you really take care of a child or not? Serena's questioning voice came from the phone. I immediately refused to accept it. Who are you looking down on? Today was just an accident. If I went out, you couldn't coax Lily either. My face was full of defiance. Serena looked at me deeply. Didn't this person have any self-awareness? Wait, that wasn't why she called. This man was changing the subject. Serena's gaze darkened. She pretended to ask casually, You and Ms. Yang are very close, huh? It's all right, I answered casually, completely unaware that I was, frantically testing the edge of a cliff. It's all right? Serena's deep gaze looked at me, repeating once. I vaguely sensed a cold current approaching. Yeah, it's all right. Are you getting used to things there? Not used to it. I have things to do. Hanging up now. Serena shot me a look, deciding not to bother with me anymore. The video was suddenly cut off. Only then did I slowly realize she was angry. How unreasonable, getting shot while lying down. I put down the phone, looked at my daughter curled up on the sofa, no longer crying and fussing, becoming adorable again, and grinned. For the next 2 consecutive days, Serena called home once a day. This relieved me quite a bit. But what puzzled me was, every time she called, she only talked to our daughter. When it came to me, it was as if I owed her 8 million. Not a single pleasant expression. I could only comfort myself. Women always have a few days like this every month. Just bear with it and it'll pass. These 2 days, Serena was very free, either at the apartment or at the company lounge. The company didn't give her any schedule at all. Ms. Claire kept contacting outside songwriters, but unfortunately there were no results. This made Mia complain all day. For example, right now, she was lying face down on the sofa, hugging a pillow and complaining. Serena, what's with Starlight Entertainment? They don't give you any activities. Don't even release news of your comeback. How is this any different from not coming back? Ms. Claire also had a face full of worry. These 2 days? She had already contacted quite a few songwriters from the industry before, but as soon as they heard Serena wanted to make a comeback, they all tactfully declined. After all, no one was stupid. Someone who had been out of the industry for over 2 years. No buzz, no resources. Writing songs for her, wasn't that just throwing money out the window? Be patient and wait a bit longer. There will be a way, Serena comforted Mia. These 2 days, she had also been trying to compose, but she was always just missing a bit of inspiration and couldn't produce anything. This made her remember what I had said. If it were 7 Memories, he could definitely make an even better song than this. Thinking of this, Serena couldn't help but feel discouraged. She seemed to be inferior to him in everything now. Why don't you ask James Rivers? Mia suddenly flipped over and sat up at this moment, saying abruptly. Serena was a bit hesitant. Her purpose in leaving was not wanting to depend on me like this. She thought carefully for a while, before saying, Let's wait 2 more days. If it still doesn't work, I'll call James Rivers. Okay then. Mia hugged the pillow in her arms, her expression somewhat dejected. She didn't understand. James Rivers was Serena's husband. Why couldn't Serena just directly ask him for a song? What Serena and the others didn't know was, in the Starlight Entertainment conference room, David Yang and the executives were having a meeting. Before them lay an invitation. David Yang raised his hand to quiet them. The noisy conference room immediately fell silent. Everyone has seen it. New Music Festival. America's most famous star-making show. The singers who once shone at New Music Festival are basically all in top-tier positions now. Now their show is about to start. We have 2 spots. Let's discuss who should go. After David Yang finished speaking, the conference room immediately buzzed with discussion again. Before long, a refined-looking man spoke up first. I think Diana would work. Beautiful appearance, decent popularity, sings well too. Currently at 2nd tier. If she can get a ranking at New Music Festival, there's a good chance she'll rise to 1st tier. As soon as this man finished speaking, most people present nodded in agreement. David Yang, seeing this, made the decision. Then Diana gets 1 spot. As for the other spot, who do you all think would be suitable? As soon as he finished speaking, Victor Zhang stood up and spoke. Chairman, I think Serena would also work. Serena? David Yang suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the person that young Rivers kid had introduced? She's already arrived at the company? Victor Zhang had just finished speaking, when that refined man spoke up again. Director Zhang, I don't think Serena would work. Even a complete newcomer would be better than her. Not to mention she has no popularity, no works. Just talking about how she left the industry because of marriage back then, her impression with audiences is already not good. Victor Zhang didn't care, waving his hand, firmly arguing. Precisely because of this, we should choose her even more. She's already returned to our company. We need to give her a stage. I've listened to Serena's previous songs. She sings very well. Moreover, Serena's appearance is no less impressive. That being the case, why can't we choose her? The refined man frowned upon hearing this. Director Zhang, you manage HR. I manage operations. Compared to you, I understand better that what a singer needs most is popularity. We're not a charity. Just because she's at the company means we have to give her a stage? Director Pierce, you're talking to me about popularity? Then don't you know who introduced Serena here? May I ask Director Pierce, what's 7 Memories' popularity like? What if he writes music for Serena? 7 Memories? Bradley Pierce, upon hearing the name 7 Memories, was also a bit surprised. Did he dare say 7 Memories had no popularity? He didn't dare. That MV collab with Harmony Records had over 100 million likes. He heard his fans had already reached 50 million. Bradley Pierce pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. Are you certain 7 Memories will write music for Serena? All right, stop arguing. This I can confirm. David Yang raised his hand to quiet them, signaling them to stop. That being the case, the personnel will be Diana and Serena. Send out the notice. Seeing the chairman had spoken, Bradley Pierce could only reluctantly nod. He still had another candidate in mind. But, unfortunately, the decision was made before he could speak. At the Celestial Beauty Entertainment branch in Riverside City, Ms. Yuan ran quickly, arriving at the lounge out of breath. Rebecca, good news. This time can be considered a blessing in disguise. Rebecca frowned. What good news? Her enthusiasm met with coldness. Ms. Yuan's excited mood was also dampened. She looked at Rebecca, finding her more annoying the more she looked. The two of them now truly despised each other. But in a situation where Rebecca hadn't fallen yet, she still had to serve this princess. New Music Festival. The company decided to let you participate. Moreover, they've invited the famous songwriter Frank Morrison to write music for you. This can be considered the company compensating you for last time's loss. New Music Festival? Rebecca froze, looking at Miss Yuan for confirmation. Is it that New Music Festival where just getting a ranking means you can enter the ranks of first-tier singers? Yes. Could there be 2 new music festivals? Rebecca, this is your opportunity. You must seize it well. You have no idea how much effort I spent to get you this chance. Seeing Rebecca become serious, Ms. Yuan also relaxed, even changing how she addressed her. New Music Festival. I'm about to become famous. Only then did Rebecca react, jumping up from her chair, overjoyed beyond words. She didn't hear at all that Ms. Yuan was taking credit. She only heard the news that she was about to become famous. Rebecca, there's still 3 days before it starts. Let's stay calm. This time, the famous songwriter Frank Morrison is writing music for you. You must sing it really well, Ms. Yuan advised, hoping Rebecca wouldn't get too excited. After all, only if Rebecca became famous could she get a bigger cut. This time, Ms. Yuan also hoped she could achieve a good ranking. But Rebecca didn't think so. Hearing Frank Morrison made her even more excited. Is it Frank Morrison who's known as the godfather of music? Then isn't victory guaranteed? What is there to worry about? He and I together are a powerful combination. Ms. Yuan sighed. But thinking about it, she was right. Although Rebecca's character was terrible, her singing skills were genuinely solid. With a song from the music godfather Frank Morrison, this time she could definitely charge into the top 3. In the artist apartment complex in Metro City, Serena received a call from the operations department, notifying her to prepare to participate in New Music Festival in 3 days. After hanging up, Serena's whole being was dazed. Just now they had been discussing what method to use for her comeback. She didn't expect the company to deliver a pillow. Seeing Serena finish the call, her face full of adorable bewilderment, Mia couldn't help but curiously ask, "Serena, who was that?" The company's operations department notified me. In 3 days, I'm participating in New Music Festival. New Music Festival? That New Music Festival? Really? Serena, are you serious? Mia just heard that, and the next moment directly sprang up, grabbing Serena's shoulders and shaking her back and forth, excited beyond words. Serena, is the company really letting you participate in New Music Festival? Ms. Claire sat properly to the side, asking carefully, Yes. The operations department just sent the notice. Serena nodded in confirmation. Ms. Claire's face also showed joy, using New Music Festival as the stage to announce a powerful comeback. Very good. It's just that, now, the most urgent thing is finding a suitable songwriter. I'll contact the songwriters I knew before. Serena, you keep trying to write music. In the next 3 days, we must find a good song to make a statement with the first shot of the comeback. The 3 of them divided up the work clearly. Mia started selecting food for today's lunch. Miss Claire picked up her phone and started contacting songwriters. Serena spread sheet music flat on the table and began thinking. At this moment, in Riverside City, James Rivers and I were teaching Lily her second nursery rhyme. These 2 days, Lily had been very well behaved, although it might be because Serena called home every day. I felt my contribution was also significant. At least now I had completely gotten used to the routine of coaxing a child. Lily clapped her little hands to keep rhythm for me. I wore a gray wolf hat, pretending to be fierce, but my mouth sang cute lyrics. Little bunny, be good. Open the door now. Quickly open up. I want to come in. By evening, after dinner, Lily had played all day and couldn't resist her drowsiness. Her little head kept nodding down, yet she still persevered, insisting on hearing me finish the bedtime story. Before falling asleep, it was only 7 p.m. now. These 2 days, I had been thinking constantly about what song to prepare for Serena. But until now, I still had no clue. There were too many songs from the old world. It momentarily left me confused. Moreover, on Serena's side, ever since arriving at Starlight Entertainment, there seemed to be no news coming back. I thought for a while, still with no clue. So I opened TikTok, planning to scroll through videos for a bit before sleeping. Just Want to Be Ordinary was still trending online. I scrolled through 3 or 4 videos, basically encountering a related video each time. Quite a few netizens exclaimed that after listening to 7 Memories music, their ears couldn't hold any other songs. They had even spontaneously formed a 7 Memories fan club, with avatars all being Lily's expressions when singing Courage Explosion. Only then did I discover that I didn't know since when they had made Lily's expressions into stickers and were using them with great delight. Fortunately, most netizens' attention was on 7 Memories. Only a minority of mom fans and child fans were fans of Lily. Otherwise, the little girl would have to wear a mask when going out in the future, which would be troublesome, besides the buzz around Just Want to Be Ordinary. The hottest topic online right now was the upcoming New Music Festival. New Music Festival happened once a year. Each time, 1 or 2 hit songs would emerge. This kept many people always buzzing with discussion, and the fans of singers participating in this new music festival were even more actively rallying votes for their idols. Every edition of New Music Festival was conducted entirely through live stream. There were 4 famous veteran mentors voting. There was no possibility of a tie, because there was still one vote that would be cast by netizens in real time. This also maximized audience participation. Early the next morning, I was awakened by the phone ringing. Lily beside me had been up for a while. I didn't know how long the little girl had been playing. I just saw her playing happily, patting Lily's little head. I casually picked up the phone. The screen showed an incoming call from that girl Mia. "Hello. What's up so early in the morning?" I asked with a yawn. "Hello, James Rivers. You need to take care of Serena. She's obsessed. She hasn't slept since last night." Mia spoke quietly, like a thief. She was calling me behind Serena's back. What happened?" I frowned. Why didn't this woman know to take care of herself? I had spent so much effort to finally fatten her up a bit. Don't let her get thin again. Serena is participating in New Music Festival, but we don't have a song. Serena's been trying to compose one. She's become obsessed. I scratched my head. I didn't expect Serena had only been gone a few days, and already had to compete. Originally, in the cooperation terms with Starlight Entertainment, I was supposed to write music for her. This was truly my oversight. I was still thinking about songs over here, but over there, the fire had already reached her eyebrows. Got it. I'll call her. Mia, also thank you for helping me take care of her. Who's helping you? I'm taking care of Serena because it's only natural. I won't say more. Serena's coming out. Mia hurriedly hung up, looking a bit guilty at Serena. Fortunately, Serena hadn't slept all night. Her mental state was very poor right now. She didn't notice her little action. Serena was very frustrated right now. She felt she was about to grasp that melody, but every time she was just a bit short. She didn't understand what was missing, so her mood was naturally bad. Just then my call came through. Serena quickly adjusted her mood and answered. "Hello. Does Lily miss me?" "If Lily doesn't miss you, am I not allowed to call you?" "I'm your husband." My voice came from the phone. Serena's face turned slightly red. This was the first time I had called myself her husband. Serena didn't respond. For a moment, both of us fell silent. After a while, a sigh came from the phone. "You're participating in New Music Festival. Why didn't you tell me? Something that could be easily resolved. Why make yourself so tired? If you really hurt your health, Lily will be very sad," I said helplessly. In my eyes, this was clearly something that could be easily accomplished. Serena could have just told me directly, but she didn't. Serena had stayed up all night. Her spirit was already on the verge of collapse. Now, hearing me ask like this, Serena felt like I was interrogating her. She suddenly felt an enormous sense of grievance well up inside her. She unconsciously bit her lip. A stubborn look flashed across her face. Tears gradually filled her eyes. Serena didn't speak. She was afraid her voice would reveal her current state. I couldn't see her expression. I instinctively frowned. A moment later, I suddenly heard sobbing from her end. She was crying? What happened? I just felt it was absurd. I didn't seem to have said anything. What a headache. This emotional stuff was a bit hard to handle. Why are you suddenly crying out of nowhere? I still couldn't help myself. Serena felt she was so useless. "James Rivers," Serena spoke with a crying voice. Her voice very loud. To my ears, it sounded somewhat like anger turning to embarrassment. "I'm listening." This was the first time I heard Serena talk to me like this. Her voice trembling, full of grievance. I suddenly imagined her expression right now. Serena biting her small lip, tears still glistening in her eyes. She also realized she had lost her composure. It's just that there were words she couldn't say, and it felt terrible keeping them inside. "James Rivers, do you think I'm completely useless? Only knowing how to depend on you. I don't want to be like this. I'm sorry. I'm not blaming you. I'm just worried about your health." Forgetting to write music was truly my oversight. So that's what he was thinking about. What I said earlier did have some problems. I slowly realized, and quickly said with a smile. Serena's words were cut off by me before she could finish. On the other end, I laughed, laughing as if I was happy. She was already so upset, and he didn't even notice and was still laughing. Serena felt even more aggrieved. After meeting the professional woman Angela, she suddenly felt that compared to her, she seemed to have nothing. That professional woman had figure and figure, had elegance, and was talented too. Moreover, from her eyes, Serena could see the admiration she had for me. Serena was lost in random thoughts. My voice from the phone continued to reach her. But, Serena, I really want to knock open your little head, to see what's inside. To me, you and Lily are the best gifts heaven has given me. Don't overthink things. I'm telling you very seriously. Serena is my wife, one and only, irreplaceable by anyone. I spoke loudly, my voice extremely firm. Ever since I came to this family, accepted by Serena and Lily, we've been one family. A family where no one depends on anyone else, only leaning on each other. Serena was stunned by my words. She didn't expect me to say such things. What wife? What one and only? These words made Serena's already rosy, pretty face instantly flush red. Serena softly murmured, her mood clearly much better. All right. Don't have such random thoughts in the future anymore. Understand? I'll send you the song tonight. Use these 2 days to practice well. If you die before even entering battle, wouldn't that be slapping this Rivers fellow in the face? My voice continued from the phone. Serena heard this boastful talk and laughed out loud. And this Rivers fellow? Someone who didn't know would think he was some historical figure. However, that phrase, die before entering battle, was quite good. I didn't even know when I suddenly became so cultured. Then I'll have to see what kind of song your Rivers fellow actually wrote. After being convinced by me, Serena let it go. Go sleep quickly. Only with energy can you practice singing well. Then hung up the phone. I heard the dial tone in the phone, before finally breathing a sigh of relief. Coaxing a wife felt even harder than coaxing a child, but fortunately, neither could stump this Rivers fellow. I took out a pen and sheet music from the drawer, starting to deliberate which song would be suitable. If others knew about my dilemma right now, they'd probably be furious to the point of vomiting blood. Others exhausted their heart and soul to compose one song, while I didn't know which to choose among tens of thousands of songs. Deliberating for half the day, I still couldn't decide. I had too many good songs in my heart. For a moment, they all crowded in my head, competing, making my thoughts very chaotic. I irritably opened the window. A cool breeze blew over, lessening the irritation in my heart. Downstairs in the apartment complex, a young couple was saying goodbye. The young man pulled a large suitcase, his face full of reluctance. The girl's eyes were misty with tears, lingering in parting. Seeing this scene, I suddenly remembered a phrase. Love rises with the wind. When the wind stops, feelings remain. They were parting now. When the young man returned, would they still be together? It was unknown. But the young man still had to go to the wider world outside, to venture and see. Thinking of this, I was suddenly struck with realization. Then I walked quickly to the desk, picked up a pen, and wrote on the sheet music. The wind rises. Now my head was filled with this familiar melody. Back when this song was released, it was an unforgettable part of so many people's youth. Spreading out the sheet music, my eyes carried a hint of nostalgia. Bit by bit, I wrote the notes onto it. Yetually, I completely immersed myself in this wonderful music. My mouth also unconsciously began humming along. I didn't know how much time had passed. Until Lily's call rang out, I finally snapped awake. Daddy! Num-nums. I immediately broke into an auntie-like smile. Is my little girl hungry? Daddy will prepare lunch right away. My daughter's words were imperial decree. As my daughter's servant, I didn't dare delay a single moment. Putting down the pen, I turned and went into the kitchen. 2 hours later, father and daughter lay sprawled on the sofa, full and satisfied. Lily giggled, not forgetting to rub Daddy's little belly. Then she also burped. Father and daughter immediately dissolved into a playful heap. Serena's video call also came at just this moment. Her eyes still had dark circles under them, clearly still not having slept enough. Seeing father and daughter looking so lazy like this, Serena felt extremely jealous inside. Oh, some people are out working hard, while some people are at home enjoying family happiness. One big, one small, both heartless things. Serena rarely put on a pitiful expression, her almond eyes sparkling with accusation. I'm not free either. I've finished writing the song. I'll send it to you in a bit. Lily also sidled over, her matching almond eyes also sparkling, seemingly competing with Serena to see who was more pitiful. I'm not free either. Today I watched at least 2 episodes of cartoons, and learned 5 more numbers. Serena immediately couldn't hold it in, instantly breaking down. She admitted she couldn't win against this little imp. All right. Our Lily worked the hardest. Quick, let Mommy give you a kiss. The little girl immediately happily offered up her small mouth, also rewarding Serena with an air kiss. Hey, don't I get a reward too? I coughed, shamelessly also bringing my face in front of the phone, making Serena's pretty face turn red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Most importantly, the little girl was cheering beside us, telling Mommy to reward Daddy with one too. In the end, Serena really couldn't resist the little girl's enthusiasm, nor could she resist my thick skin. She pursed her lips and symbolically blew an air kiss, just without making a sound. Having received my reward, I grinned from ear to ear. I quickly ran into the bedroom, holding up the completed sheet music in front of the phone camera. See? I didn't lie to you. I really finished writing it. Your kiss wasn't wasted. Serena shot me a flirtatious glance, but inside she was shocked, beyond words. It had only been a few hours, and he'd already finished writing a song? What a blow. She had thought for so many days, had a bit of melody, but couldn't grasp it no matter what. Yet he took only a few hours, and a complete song was done. This man was truly a monster. The family of 3 chatted for a while longer before hanging up. I photographed the music score and lyrics, completely, and sent them to Serena. Serena received the message, somewhat eagerly opening the images. A large title appeared before her eyes. The Wind Rises. What kind of divine song was this? After Serena finished reading the lyrics and music score, she just felt her heart beating a bit faster. Now she finally understood the value of those comments online. What 7 Memories produces, guaranteed masterpiece, meant this was it. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was, I had only used a few hours. To compose such a song, Serena was eager to ask me, what exactly was hidden inside my head? Thinking of this, Serena took a deep breath and picked up the phone. At this moment, I had just finished changing Lily's clothes, preparing to go out and take her to play, when I saw Serena's video call coming again. Is there something else? I didn't understand. Hadn't we just hung up not long ago? Why was she calling again? In the video, Serena's gaze was burning, staring intently at me, making me feel a bit overwhelmed. What is it? My voice started to stammer, my eyes avoiding hers. What did this woman mean? Showing off her beautiful eyes? Can't I video call you if there's nothing? How nice. Learning and immediately applying it. I had just used this reason on her before, and she immediately returned it. This woman was not only pretty, but also held grudges. I thought to myself, but my mouth laughed. Ha ha! Of course you can. James Rivers. What exactly are you hiding from me? Where did that come from? How could she wrong someone like this? I scratched my hair, frowning in confusion. Seeing me like this, Serena's pretty face reddened, a bit angry, her voice unconsciously louder. Your songs? Oh, those? If I said I suddenly had an epiphany one day, would you believe it? Ha ha. Suddenly enlightened, really. I didn't know how to explain, so I could only rub my nose and try to brush it off. Serena looked deeply at me, not pressing further. After a long while, she suddenly spoke. Thank you. I was completely confused by her sudden words, and could only nod. Practice singing well. Lily and I will cheer for you. Okay. Serena's voice was very soft. When she looked up, a smile had appeared on her face. I won't let your song go to waste. I nodded, holding Lily's hand and waving in front of the camera. Lily and I are heading out. The video call ended, Serena held her phone and knocked on Mia's door. Mia, get ready. We're going to the company to practice singing. Practice singing? Do we have a song now? Really? Did James Rivers give it to you? I knew it. He wouldn't abandon you. Mia got excited, her face full of joy, directly grabbing Serena's hand and shaking it, completely not realizing she had let something slip. Serena's face turned slightly red. She shot Mia a look, only then realizing it was this girl who had sold her out. The three of them drove to Starlight Entertainment. Serena planned to stay here for these 2 days, until she was satisfied with singing this song, only when she actually sang The Wind Rises. Did she know just how good this song was? After trying it a few times, Serena gradually found the feeling. Her singing became more and more relaxed. If I were here, I would definitely exclaim in amazement. Compared to the original version I had heard, it was almost indistinguishable. Practice time flew by. Before she knew it, it was already afternoon. The three of them came out of the recording room. The door to the room opposite also happened to open at the same time. A cute girl with a doll face also happened to step out from inside at that moment. She paused slightly when she saw Serena, but still nodded friendly to greet her. Serena smiled in response, reciprocating the goodwill. It's just that. The man with gold-rimmed glasses, standing behind her, had his nose in the air, not giving Serena even a single pleasant look. After Serena left, this man coldly snorted. Truly has no eyes, meeting a leader and not even knowing to greet. I don't know what the company chose her for. Uncle, she just joined the company. It would be strange if she knew you. Diana, this time you must sing well, understand? You were chosen by your uncle. Don't embarrass your uncle. Yes, I understand. This girl was Diana, who would participate in New Music Festival alongside Serena, and her uncle was none other than Bradley Pierce. Over the next few days, Serena left early and returned late every day, practicing very hard. This effort made even Mia feel heartache. Miss Claire wasn't idle either. She recovered Serena's Twitter account and posted a comeback announcement. Hello everyone, I'm Serena. On August 7th at New Music Festival, I will set off again. Starlight Entertainment singer Serena is on her way. I hope everyone can support me more in the future. I also hope everyone can interact more under my Twitter. Thank you all. The announcement was very short. Serena's remaining fans were only a few thousand, most of which were fake accounts anyway. So after the announcement was posted, it was like a stone sinking to the bottom of the sea. It didn't cause any waves at all. Only a small number of old fans from before, and some small marketing accounts discovered this announcement. Although Serena had been out of the industry for over 2 years, New Music Festival's traffic was large enough, so these small marketing accounts began writing articles one after another. Through the promotion of these small marketing accounts, quite a few people vaguely remembered this rising starlet from the past. However, they didn't pay much attention. It was old news. Who still cared? August 7th, New Music Festival officially opened. It's just that. This time's New Music Festival director, Ryan Shaw, was very worried, because a song by Seven Memories kept occupying the trending topics, so their New Music Festival's traffic compared to before simply couldn't compare. But New Music Festival happened once a year. It couldn't be postponed because of one person. They could only stubbornly start this New Music Festival. It was a pity they couldn't contact Seven Memories. If they could invite him to sit in the mentor's chair at New Music Festival, the traffic would definitely explode. At this moment, I was completely unaware of all this. I was leading Lily, standing in a long line to enter the arena. That's right, after finishing lunch, I had secretly come to Metro City without telling Serena. Having said I would cheer for her, I naturally had to cheer at the scene. The atmosphere at the scene was very lively. I looked around. Basically everyone had light sticks in their hands. There were also people holding signs supporting the singers they liked, waving them, cheers never stopping. I was truly the odd one out. Only I was like a thief, holding just one little Lily, sneakily finding my seat in the arena. The competition hadn't started yet. Comments in the live stream room were also sending viewers' opinions in real time. I glanced through briefly. The comments seemed to have no one supporting Serena. There were 4 hot candidates for the championship, namely Diana, Rebecca, Sean Fisher, and Bella Monroe. I only knew one of them, Rebecca, the woman who dared to bare her claws at Lily. I hadn't heard of the other 3, so I didn't pay much attention. The competition was about to start, but backstage at this moment was anything but quiet. Serena, why are you here? Rebecca's face turned pale. She simply couldn't believe her eyes. She was seeing Serena backstage again. If you can be here, why can't our Serena be here? Mia directly glared back. That dismissive expression made Rebecca even angrier. Rebecca's gaze flickered. She hadn't expected Serena to appear. Moreover, Mia and Miss Claire were still by her side. This feeling reminded her of how Serena used to always be above her back then. The Serena of the past seemed to have returned. Especially Serena's outfit today made her expression even uglier. Standing in front of her, she was like a clown, inferior in every way. Competing with a fairy was exactly Rebecca's mood right now. Ms. Yuen saw this and quickly pulled Rebecca away. Seeing the gazes of other contestants converging, she quietly advised in her ear, "This is backstage. Don't make a fool of yourself. It's just a Serena. She has nothing now. She's not worth you lowering yourself." Rebecca's expression improved quite a bit after hearing Ms. Yuan's words. That's right. The Serena of now was no longer the rising starlet of back then. What did she have to compete with her? Besides, she still had a song from the music godfather Frank Morrison. She had even less to fear. Thinking this way, Rebecca calmed down again, contemptuously glancing at Serena. So what if she sings well? So what if she's beautiful? She's a married woman. What good song could she possibly produce? The production team naturally didn't know what happened backstage. Outside on the stage, the MC had already taken the microphone and gone on stage. He simply said a few words, then invited the 4 mentor judges to join. Before long, 8 pairs of opponents were selected. Looking at the matchup list on the big screen, I smiled. At this moment, the MC's voice also echoed throughout the hall. Please give a round of applause to welcome the 2 contestants of the first match to the stage. One is from Starlight Entertainment, Serena. One is from Celestial Beauty Entertainment, Rebecca. 2 spotlights appeared at the back of the stage. Serena and Rebecca followed the spotlights, slowly walking onto the stage. You could see Serena was somewhat nervous, someone who hadn't been on stage for a long time. Going on stage for the first time would naturally feel a bit anxious. As for Rebecca, her face was gloomy. She also completely hadn't expected the first match to be this dramatic. Going head-to-head with Serena, the audience below was amazed. Quite a few people didn't recognize Serena. Such a beautiful woman. How had they never heard of her? I also noticed Serena's nervousness. So I lifted Lily up high and waved. At this moment, Lily directly transformed into a cheering sign. Her mouth continuously shouted, "Go, Mommy!" On stage, Serena suddenly saw those familiar figures. She suddenly covered her mouth, looking in disbelief toward that spot in the audience. Those 2 lively figures instantly dispelled the nervousness in her heart. The next moment, her eyes suddenly shone with an unprecedented brilliance. "Daddy! Daddy! Mommy sees us!" Lily's gaze met Serena's. Her short little arms waved even faster. I also looked toward Serena, a gentle smile appearing on my face. Mommy sees Lily. First match, Serena versus Rebecca. Serena sings first. Please give the stage to her. At this moment, the MC's voice echoed throughout the hall again. Then the lights gradually dimmed. On the stage, only 1 spotlight shone on Serena. The background music started. I held Lily in my arms, slowly closing my eyes to listen. I didn't know why, but Serena's pure smile just now was deeply imprinted in my mind, impossible to shake off. Suddenly, I thought of that lyric. Having now passed through this world, everything lingers, turning through different phases of the years, unexpectedly falling into your smile. The melody of the song rang out. The scene unconsciously fell silent. At this moment, on the big screen, the song title also appeared, The Wind Rises. The name was very simple, but the lyricist listed below made everyone's eyes slightly narrow. 7 memories. This unfamiliar singer was actually able to get the mysterious 7 memories to write music for her? Everyone simultaneously perked up their ears. They were now eager to hear what 7 Memories' new song was actually like. Back. Stage. Rebecca's mouth was hanging open in shock. If you looked carefully, you could see her hands were trembling non-stop. The opening melody was very simple, but it firmly captured everyone's ears. Serena's singing voice also rose with it, following the drifting traces of youth. Through long nights, still warm like this, the wind blows up the old days. The scene became so quiet, you could hear a pin drop. They followed the music as if seeing the past again. The footsteps of their youth had never stopped. Serena at this moment had completely immersed herself in the singing. She had practiced this song countless times. Only this time was she most invested. Her glistening eyes looked down at the audience. Down there were the 2 people most important to her. They were all here, even through fire and water, turning through different faces of the years. Another divine song. Whether it was the audience at the scene or those watching the live stream, at this moment they were all completely captivated by the song. Their minds were like flickering lights, surging, collectively remembering the past. Countless faces, both familiar and strange, finally settled on one smile. That was the most unforgettable person of their youth. So this was what "The Wind Rises" meant. What rose was the wind long buried in their hearts, called youth. The singing continued. Everyone was entranced. The vast arena was dead silent. Everyone followed the song into their memories. Behind the stage, Rebecca slumped to the ground, her face deathly pale. She no longer had the courage to sing. Serena, with the most dazzling appearance, the most perfect singing skills, carrying this nearly invincible song, had completely shattered all her courage. Ms. Yuan stood not far from Rebecca, her eyes full of confusion. Who exactly was the music godfather? She had heard the song Frank Morrison wrote for Rebecca. Now hearing this song by 7 Memories, she felt that song wasn't worthy of holding a candle to this one. Ms. Yuan smiled bitterly. Skill inferior to others was still skill inferior to others. She was crushed before. Now that person had returned powerfully. She was still crushed. Not just backstage was like this. Even the mentors in the judges' seats at this moment were captivated by this song. They were mentors, also veteran singers. At this moment, they all felt a bit envious of Serena. If back then they had such a song to pave their way, perhaps they would have achieved superstar status long ago. Clearly it was telling trivial stories. Returning to find it was still that person, but in the audience's hearts, infinite regret surged. They also wanted to leave for half a lifetime and return with their original intentions unchanged. But regret would forever be regret. They seemed to see in the cold morning light a smiling face, gradually fading and disappearing. At this moment, in the live stream room comments, someone had sent a message. I wondered why we lost each other. It turns out the wind had risen. The originally silent comment section suddenly exploded. Countless people with tears in their eyes sent the same message. All the netizens at this moment broke down. After hearing this song, their hearts were filled with the regrets of youth. They cried while sending comments, telling the stories of their youth, finally all unifying into, I wondered why we lost each other. It turns out the wind had risen. Love rises with the wind. When the wind stops, one song remains unforgettable. Right at this moment, Serena's singing was gradually reaching its end. Her voice, like a clear spring, seemed to be soothing everyone's hearts, and also seemed to be giving youth an answer. The ending of the song seemed to be giving herself an explanation. Everyone woke from the dream of youth. Waking up, life continued. And memories were just emotions triggered by the moment. Memories were regrets, but youth without regrets. How could it be called youth? I didn't know since when. The viewership data backstage had exploded in growth, far exceeding the viewing rates of previous years. Director Ryan Shaw wiped the tears from his eyes. Couldn't help but smile bitterly. This is 7 Memories. The one who makes you cry, then makes you laugh. What kind of immortal is this person exactly? To have such great appeal? When Serena first arrived, Ryan Shaw had somewhat looked down on her, someone who had nothing. If not for Starlight Entertainment's insistence, he would have even wanted to kick Serena out of the show. He didn't expect things to turn around so quickly. Now he just wanted to enshrine Serena on an altar. Great song, beautiful person. She had everything. Ryan Shaw felt not the slightest shame for his change in attitude. It was just making money. Nothing wrong with that. On stage, the singing continued. Ryan Shaw cast aside his random thoughts and continued listening. The music stopped. The lights came back on. Serena also slowly came back. From the lingering notes of the song, she nervously looked down at the audience. The silence below made her a bit flustered. I slowly opened my eyes. Seeing Serena's nervous expression, I couldn't help but smile. Serena sang beautifully, on par with the original version I had heard. Willie curiously looked at the aunties and uncles around her, not understanding why they all had tears in their eyes. Mommy clearly sang so well. She was too young to understand at all. That they were reminiscing about the past. But none of this affected Lily. She extended her little hands, trying hard to clap and cheer for her mother. The next moment, like a chain reaction, thunderous applause echoed throughout the hall. With tears in their eyes, they one by one gave their support to Serena on stage. The new music festival live stream room comments surged like a tide. As expected, Seven Memories produces guaranteed masterpiece. Not disappointed? Too amazing. I'm crying. This isn't the wind rising. This is clearly a tornado, sweeping up memories buried deep in my heart for years. On stage, Serena, at this moment, bowed to the audience below, then reluctantly looked at me and Lily once more, before retreating backstage. The competition continued afterward. Next was Rebecca's performance. Rebecca had somehow gotten up from the ground, watching Serena pass by her. A deep sense of powerlessness suddenly welled up inside her. She didn't know how she had walked onto the stage. Even when the music started, she was still dazed for a moment before reacting. Unfortunately, she was still half a beat slow. The opening was already not smooth. The audience below booed in unison. This made her even more panicked inside. Her singing voice unconsciously went off key. After finishing the song in a daze, backstage, director Ryan Shaw looked at the real-time viewership, couldn't help but frown. What was this Rebecca doing? He knew her singing skills. They had always been very good. How did it turn out like this today? However, Ryan Shaw was only slightly disappointed for a moment, then didn't think about it anymore. After all, she was definitely going to lose. What was there to think about? Today's viewership had already exploded, which was enough. Without any doubt, the final voting result was an overwhelming 5-0 victory. Serena's message also came at this moment, asking to meet me at the backstage exit. Seeing this, I didn't care about the rest of the competition. I carried Lily and left the arena first. As soon as Serena came out, she saw me holding Lily from afar. The warm orange lights stretched out our shadows. A feeling of happiness suddenly welled up in Serena's heart. It was the happiness of a husband bringing the child, under the lights, waiting for his wife to get off work and come home, plain and simple, uncomplicated yet incredibly warm. I saw her the moment Serena stepped out. She was very beautiful tonight, but this beauty was very different from on stage. On stage, she was like a fairy descending to earth, radiantly beautiful, making people not dare to easily approach. "Mommy!" Lily eagerly squirmed out of my arms. Her little feet pattered toward Serena. Serena immediately crouched down, a radiant smile blooming on her face, embracing Lily, who came rushing into her arms. At this moment, I also walked over, a smile on my face as I greeted Mia and Miss Claire. At this point, Serena also stood up, holding Lily. I smiled, looking at Serena. So, was this surprise good? A flush rose on Serena's face, but she still looked straight at me. Yes, very surprising. Then let's find a place to eat. Lily and I haven't had dinner yet. I'm fine, but Lily's little tummy has been growling for a while. Hearing me speak, Ms. Claire stepped forward at this moment. Let's go back to the apartment. There's still food there. Home-cooked food is more reassuring. Everyone walked shoulder to shoulder toward the parking lot. It's just that they didn't know, at this moment, their actions. had completely fallen into the eyes of Rebecca, and Ms. Yuan, who had just come out from backstage. Rebecca was holding her phone at this moment, watching Serena's departing figure, a glint of resentment flashing in her eyes. She suddenly thought of a great idea, an idea to utterly ruin Serena's reputation. She had already completely lost. She had to drag Serena down with her. What she couldn't have. What right did Serena have to have? The internet has no memory, but when you appear in their sight, their memory becomes incredibly strong. Serena's past began to be dug up by people, posted on Twitter. Rising starlet from 2 years ago had relationship exposed, left the industry. As soon as this hot topic appeared, it was immediately sniffed out by some unscrupulous media outlets. They began to hype up this topic. For a moment, topics about Serena became hotter and hotter, even somewhat overshadowing New Music Festival. 2 polarized camps also appeared online. One group of people thought that since Serena had left the industry because her relationship was exposed, she shouldn't come back. They couldn't be fans of a married singer. Another group thought that as long as she sang well, whether she was in a relationship was her freedom. Finally, Starlight Entertainment spoke up. Congratulations to our singer Serena for successfully advancing. We hope everyone can support her more in the future. Additional announcement. In the next competition round, Serena will still bring 7 Memories songs to the stage. Furthermore, during this New Music Festival, Serena's songs will be compiled into an album, released on Harmony Records after New Music Festival. As soon as this announcement from Starlight Entertainment came out, the internet immediately erupted. 7 Memories wasn't just writing music for Serena, and it wasn't just one song. This was outrageous. In an instant, the announcement from Starlight Entertainment and the topic of Serena immediately shot up to the #1 trending spot. Even the song The Wind Rises could only stand at #2. As for New Music Festival, it could only pitifully stand at the #3 trending spot. Trembling regarding the explosion online, none of us knew anything about it. After dinner, Serena alone drove me back to the hotel. Lily stayed at the apartment, sleeping with her tonight. Since I transmigrated here, I had basically never been alone with Serena. Now, with suddenly only 2 people in the car, the atmosphere momentarily became somewhat silent. I didn't know what to say. I looked at Serena, who was driving, then turned my head to silently watch the night scenery outside the car window. Serena sensed my gaze, couldn't help but secretly glance at me, but very quickly turned back, her little heart beating somewhat rapidly, her earlobes flushed pink. She tried hard to suppress the strange feeling in her heart, eyes looking ahead, pretending not to care. Until they reached the hotel, the 2 hadn't spoken to each other at all. If someone who didn't know saw this, they would think these 2 people didn't know each other. The car stopped in the hotel parking lot. Only then did I turn my head to look at Serena. Go back. Be careful on the road. Call me when you arrive. Serena lowered her head without answering. Instead, she unfastened her seatbelt, pushed open the car door, and got out first. My heart stirred. What did she mean? I secretly swallowed. Pretending to be calm, I followed and got out of the car. So, do you want to come up and hang out? I asked, my voice still carrying a tremble. In the cramped elevator, I could clearly hear the sound of my heart pounding. Serena wasn't any better. She didn't know what had gotten into her just now. When she heard me tell her to go back, she suddenly didn't want to leave so early. Oh no, why didn't I refuse just now? What should I do next? The 2 had a shotgun wedding. Since marrying me, she had never been intimate with me again. She stared at her shoe tips, not daring to look up, not knowing what to do. While the 2 were lost in random thoughts, the elevator doors opened. Floor 3 has arrived. The room I booked tonight was on this floor. I instinctively stepped out of the elevator. Serena dawdled behind, swiping the card to open the room door. I walked in. There was only 1 bed in the room. Serena's whole being was now dazed. She didn't even know how she had entered the room, how I had closed the door. In the room, there was only the sound of 2 people breathing. What was about to happen seemed predictable, but Serena suddenly felt a bit scared. She wasn't ready yet. She had only just slightly accepted me. She couldn't do anything else. But I completely didn't understand Serena's thoughts. No matter how stupid I was, I knew. what it meant when a woman wanted to go up to a man's hotel room to hang out. I was a perennial bachelor, but that didn't mean I had no EQ. Even if you've never eaten pork, you've seen a pig run, right? Regarding Serena, I had asked myself many times, from initially just wanting to make it up to her, to gradually pitying her afterward, then to slightly liking her, then to admiring her. I understood my own feelings clearly. I sat down, leaning against the edge of the bed, looking at Serena still standing there with her head lowered. I took a deep breath and took the initiative to hold her hand. I looked up directly into Serena's eyes, but the next moment, the fire in my heart suddenly went out. In those beautiful almond eyes of hers, at this moment, there was panic, unease, fear, all kinds of emotions. I let out a deep breath, slowly releasing Serena's hand. I'm going to wash my face. My voice was hoarse. Serena still had her head lowered. She just asked softly with a trembling voice. I washed with cold water for a long time. Before completely calming down, I came out of the bathroom, seeing Serena, and suddenly smiled. She still had her head lowered, standing there foolishly, like a quail. Didn't this dummy know she would make people commit crimes like this? Let's go. I'll walk you down. Serena suddenly looked up at me. Huh? What? Hurry up. I irritably reached out and knocked on her head. It hurt so much that Serena held her head. Her glistening eyes stared at me. Her small mouth also pouted. Oh my, truly a temptress. I could barely stand it. Didn't she know her own appeal? Hurry up. If you don't leave, don't think about leaving tonight. Still feeling aggrieved, I opened the door and started kicking her out. Only then did Serena hurriedly walk outside. Seeing me close the door, she even patted her chest in relief. I walked Serena all the way downstairs. Watching her get into the car, I silently waited for her to drive away. Who would have thought, just as the car started, Serena suddenly rolled down the window, staring at me? Her cheeks flushed pink. James Rivers, why don't you want to? I slapped my forehead and sighed. Hey, what are you saying? It's just that this kind of thing requires both people to want it. Whenever my lady is ready, I'll be more than willing. Serena's face flushed red all the way to her neck. It's just that her eyes became even brighter and more sparkling. I'm leaving. Drive slowly on the way. Call me when you get home. The car drove away. I smiled bitterly and went back to my room. Just as I finished showering, I received a call from Serena. She had arrived back at the apartment. The two of us wished each other good night. It's just that we didn't know. On Twitter, suddenly, a post about Serena appeared, slowly climbing up the trending list. By the next day, this post had risen to the 10th trending spot. Serena cheating, having an affair with the mysterious singer. 7 memories. The post claimed with absolute certainty. It mainly told the story of how Serena and I were married and had a daughter, but our relationship wasn't good. Because Serena wanted to make a comeback, she used her beauty to seduce 7 memories. Only then did 7 memories write music for her. This post was told with a beginning and end. Quite a few marketing accounts shared it, and there were many comments. So early in the morning, it successfully shot up the trending list. Netizens were initially somewhat skeptical when they saw it, but couldn't withstand the one-sided comments below the post, plus all kinds of marketing accounts sharing and promoting it. They went from skeptical to believing, then to cursing Serena. As more and more people woke up and saw this post immediately caused a storm. 9 a.m. This post and Serena's Twitter immediately got pushed to the first and second trending spots. As for me at this moment, I had just finished my morning jog, completely unaware of anything. Serena couldn't sleep last night. The moment she closed her eyes, her mind was filled with scenes from the hotel of me holding her hand. This caused her to wake up in the morning, with 2 huge dark circles, listless and without energy. Miss Claire and Mia exchanged glances, both with worry in their eyes. They thought Serena had seen the trending topics, which was why she had stayed up all night. Mia's eyes carried worry as she walked up to Serena, who had just sat down at the dining table. Serena, what did James Rivers say? Isn't he going to clarify things? This matter. It's best if James Rivers personally comes out to clarify. If you post an announcement, Serena, it will only backfire. Serena's mind was in chaos. Hearing Mia's words, she was dazed for a moment, not understanding what this meant. Clarify what? Did something happen to James Rivers again? Mia was helpless. Only then did she realize that Serena had no idea what had happened. I was even blaming James Rivers for not coming out until now. To defend you, Serena. The rumors online are about to drown your Twitter. Serena, you're still thinking about him now? He's fine. You're the one with problems. Look at your own Twitter. Only then did Serena realize from Mia's tone the seriousness of the problem. She took out her phone and opened Twitter. What appeared before her eyes were countless private messages and dense comment notifications. Serena clicked in. When she saw these malicious private messages, her hands unconsciously trembled. She took a deep breath, continuing to scroll down. Basically, 9 out of 10 messages were cursing her. Exiting the private messages, she finally saw that post, along with several follow-up posts from marketing accounts. After a while, Serena put down her phone and continued eating breakfast, her expression calm, as if nothing had happened. Seeing Serena like this, Mia became even more worried. The online backlash was this huge. Could Serena handle it? Serena, what do we do? Are we just going to ignore it? Serena patted Mia's hand, instead comforting her. Mia, the innocent will be proven innocent. As long as we know the truth, that's enough. Seeing Serena like this, Mia sighed inwardly. Easy to say the innocent will be proven innocent. But when did public opinion ever care about your life or death? Serena's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Actually, she wasn't calm inside either. But James Rivers had always posted music anonymously, which showed he didn't want others to know. That being the case, she couldn't reveal James Rivers' identity. At this moment, the masses of netizens were still waiting for the person involved to come out and explain. They waited for a long time. Finally, they waited for Serena's Twitter to update. They eagerly clicked in. Everyone was stunned. They thought this would be a long PR statement. They didn't expect it to be just 4 simple words. Innocent until proven guilty. What was this? Trying to dismiss them like this? So the online discourse immediately became even more intense. At the Celestial Beauty Entertainment branch in Riverside City, Rebecca was laughing very happily. Although she got scolded by the company when she returned from Metro City, it still couldn't stop her good mood right now. Serena had been successfully dragged into the mud by her. Miss Ewan was beside her, watching Rebecca laugh maniacally. She just felt the woman before her had gone crazy. She had only learned this news this morning. Rebecca had done all these things, while even hiding it from her, the manager. Rebecca, do you know what you're doing? You're slandering her. If 7 Memories really pursues this, you're finished. Hearing Miss Yuan's words, Rebecca just glanced at her with dissatisfaction. What am I slandering? Who knows if those two actually have something going on? You say there's nothing between them. Then, based on what could Serena, that woman who has nothing, make 7 Memories write music for her? I think there's an 80% chance they have a guilty conscience. Look, she can't even give an explanation. Haha, and innocent until proven guilty, pretending to be noble. Ms. Yuan still had a gloomy face and said nothing. She watched Rebecca go crazy. She could only hope that everything Rebecca said was true. Otherwise, she could only abandon Rebecca. I was leisurely showering in the hotel, not expecting my phone outside to ring like crazy, non-stop. Seeing the caller's name, I was a bit surprised. Why was she calling me? Director Yang, what brings you to call? An idle person like me today. Idle? You have the nerve to call yourself idle? Do you know that since you appeared, the trending topics have basically been monopolized by you? On the other end, Angela said irritably. I scratched my head. Thinking about it, she was right. Ever since I released With You for Life, it seemed like trending topics related to me never stopped. Who told me to be born so lovable? Get to the point. Why are you really calling? I shamelessly praised myself. Then got serious. Angela gritted her teeth. She really wanted to beat this man to death. Why was she really calling? Was she not allowed to call him if there was nothing? Weren't they friends? Angela's voice became even more unpleasant. You think I want to call you? It's just about your family's business. What kind of job are you doing? Serena's being smeared like this and you can still sit still? Serena's being smeared? I immediately became serious. What happened to Serena? The unprecedentedly serious tone made Angela's heart ache slightly. It seemed like whenever it involved Serena's matters, this man would become extremely serious. Trending topics. Go look for yourself. Bye. The phone was directly hung up. I frowned, not understanding what this woman was going crazy about. However, now wasn't the time to think about this. I hurriedly opened Twitter. The first thing I saw were several posts at the top of the trending list. The moment I saw the headlines, my face darkened. By the time I finished reading all the posts, and finished reading the messages and comments, on Serena's Twitter, my face had completely darkened. I directly laughed in anger. Ha! You really think my wife is easy to bully? And that dummy, something this big, and she didn't tell me. What was she thinking, carrying this alone? I just wanted to confront that dummy face to face, asking if she actually considered me her husband. However, before asking her, I still had some things to do. Since someone wanted to play, let's play to the end. Rebecca didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. So hard. She hadn't even been happy for long before falling into panic. She didn't expect 7 memories to actually be that pretty boy from before. 10 a.m. Everyone was still buzzing about Serena's cheating scandal when 7 Memories' short video on TikTok was spotted by people scrolling. As the other main character of the incident, and as the mysterious big shot with tens of millions of fans, the moment he posted a video, it was immediately seen by countless people. TikTok didn't even need to push it specially. Fans had already spontaneously pushed this video up. 7 Memories revealing his face to prove himself. This was big news. Everyone hadn't expected that the mysterious 7 Memories would, at this moment, unhesitatingly come forward and post a video. He could have said nothing at all. After all, he wasn't the main target of attack this time. But when everyone clicked on the video, they discovered this wasn't some self-defense video at all. This was clearly a video of showing off love while also condemning. In the video, I was dressed in smart, casual, and although my face was very serious, it still made people's eyes light up. They didn't expect the mysterious 7 Memories to be this handsome. Love it already, but the following words made netizens feel like they had taken 10,000 points of damage. Hello everyone, I'm 7 Memories. Just woke up and saw some very ugly comments online. Many people are questioning why I write music for Serena. Some people are even spreading rumors that Serena is cheating. I just want to ask loudly here. So what if I write music for my wife? My wife doesn't bother with you people. I won't indulge you either. Innocent, until proven guilty, doesn't exist. Originally, I wanted to interact with everyone as an ordinary person. The result was being shunned. Sorry, I'm not pretending anymore. I'm showing my cards. My name is James Rivers. You should be able to find me online. Back then, Serena and I left the industry together because we were dating. After that, we got married and have been together until now. As for why I chose the name 7 Memories, because our daughter's name is Serena Rivers Lily. Now you all know the result. I also want to say to the person who posted that, and those marketing accounts, sorry, I've already collected the relevant evidence. Not a single one of you will escape. Oh, right, and those troll armies. The teams behind you, counting each one. All of you wait for the lawyer's letter. All right, that's all for today. I advise those people to take care of themselves. Peace! Everyone who watched this video was immediately shocked beyond words. They had been arguing for so long, and it turned out they were husband and wife all along. Everyone knew 7 Memories was probably married. After all, Lily had appeared on his TikTok back then. But no one expected that 7 Memories was actually James Rivers? Too crazy. This video instantly spread like wildfire. While everyone was still discussing the video I posted, Starlight Entertainment's Twitter immediately followed up, posting an announcement. Hello everyone, this is the legal department of Starlight Entertainment. Under Mr. Rivers' authorization, regarding the false statements and rumors online, we will continue to follow up. Lawyers' letters have already been sent to the previous poster, and the companies behind those marketing accounts. Before long, official Twitter also came forward. Hello, bloggers. This morning, after our verification, we have now locked 1,500 accounts that posted false statements, warning once again to some people, the internet is not a lawless zone. Those who create and spread rumors will surely regret it for life. Following the official Twitter announcement, the video I posted was pushed to the #1 trending spot. Serena's latest Twitter post also immediately took the second spot. In a short time, wife doting maniac and innocent until proven guilty. These two hot keywords also appeared one after another. The drama-watching army now love to share the most. My wife doesn't bother with you people. I'm a wife-doting maniac. I won't indulge you. Innocent until proven guilty? Doesn't exist. In the artist apartment complex in Metro City, Serena was still holding Lily watching cartoons. Mia came running over like the wind holding her phone, her face beaming with a bright smile, her whole being appearing extremely excited. Serena, look quick. James Rivers posted a video. Serena took the phone and clicked on the video. My voice immediately came from the speaker. Lily also curiously leaned over, opening her big eyes wide and staring. That's Daddy's voice. Daddy got into the phone again. By the time Serena finished watching the video, her small mouth was slightly open, clearly very surprised. Mia beside her continued speaking. Serena, do you know what people are calling James Rivers now? Wife-doting maniac. Haha. So fun. Hearing Mia's words, Serena's face quietly flushed pink. A sweet feeling also gently rose in her heart. Who wouldn't want to be doted on? Thinking of this, Serena directly left Lily behind. Walking quickly to her room, looking at the dial interface, she suddenly felt a bit hesitant. She didn't know what to say if she called. Say, why did you say such embarrassing things? Wouldn't that be indirectly admitting she was embarrassed? Or say, thank you for protecting me? No, no good. Would he think she was being petty or jealous? Serena buried her face in the soft bed, her face buried deep in the blanket, like a little girl. In the end, she still gathered her courage, picked up her phone, and directly made an Instagram video call. Serena's small face was still buried in the blanket. Flushed red from the stuffiness, her muffled voice said, What are you doing? Serena didn't wait for my answer, but waited for my mocking laughter. What are you doing? Performing self-suffocation by blanket? Serena cried out in surprise, panickedly raising her flushed little face. She was startled, not knowing how I knew what she was doing. Until she saw the phone screen, she finally discovered that she had accidentally pressed video call by mistake. The words, I'm dead, were written all over her face. Serena stared blankly at me on the other end of the video. I touched my nose. Serena like this was unexpectedly cute. The next moment, Serena let out an then, like an ostrich, buried her face in the blanket again, refusing to look up anymore. So embarrassing. You're not allowed to laugh. A muffled voice came from within the blanket. I finally managed to stop laughing. Okay, I won't laugh. I'm about to leave and head to the apartment. Will you come pick me up? Then wait there. Serena still didn't ask me why I had posted that video. Some things seemed like they didn't need to be asked. It's just that she didn't ask. But I took the initiative to bring up the topic. But there are some things I still have to say. Serena, you were being smeared like that. Why didn't you tell me? What do you even consider me as? Serena bit her lip and fell silent for a moment. What did she consider James Rivers as? Actually, Serena was also a bit confused. Did she like James Rivers? Serena asked herself. But very quickly, she had an answer. Yes, she did. She liked that he had changed, carefully taking care of her and her daughter. Those thoughtful gestures in daily life made her happy. When looking at her, the tenderness and sincerity in his eyes couldn't be faked. Someone like me was hard not to like. It's just that her past experiences made Serena a bit afraid to open her heart. After waiting a long time, I still didn't get Serena's answer. Then I was also silent for a while, before my voice rang out again. It's just that this time, My voice clearly carried a sense of disappointment. It's okay if you don't say anything. I'm downstairs. Come pick me up. The video call ended. Only then did Serena snap back to reality, remembering my voice just now. Her heart suddenly ached, as if pricked by a needle. Had she disappointed him? Serena hurriedly scrambled out of bed. She suddenly wanted to see me quickly. Thinking this, her footsteps unconsciously quickened, running out the door. Mia was still wondering what Serena was doing alone in her room, in the middle of the day like this. The next moment, she saw Serena stumbling out of her room. Then, just like that, running out the front door. Mia frowned. Serena seems to have been crying. Serena had indeed been crying. She didn't want to either, but the tears just couldn't help but pool in her eyes. She suddenly feared that because she didn't answer, he would be sad, would leave them. These moments of time all flashed through her heart. She became even more afraid. Clearly, James Rivers had been, trying so hard to get close to her. Why was she hesitating? Until the car arrived downstairs at the hotel, Serena saw that tall figure, standing in the sunlight. Only then did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. The car stopped beside me. I got in. My emotions seemed to show no fluctuation. After getting in, I just silently looked out the window. Serena didn't start the car. She just turned around like that, staring at my profile, taking several deep breaths, before finally speaking. James Rivers, I'm sorry. Only then did I turn my head, looking at Serena's slightly red eyes. Actually, when Serena didn't answer clearly, I felt very uncomfortable inside too. I couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed like I had never truly possessed anything. No need to apologize. Serena, actually, I'm not the James Rivers you think I am. So you don't need to feel guilty about anything. Then are you James Rivers or not? Serena still looked straight into my eyes, her gaze still gentle as water. I suddenly remembered back at the amusement park, the conversation between Serena and me. Serena had asked me, "Who are you?" I had answered, "I'm James Rivers." Now Serena was asking again. I scratched my head. "I'm James Rivers. Then you are the James Rivers." "I think you are." Hearing Serena's firm answer, I was suddenly stunned. I tried hard to clench my slightly trembling fist. "But I'm a bit scared. I'm afraid that one day you and your daughter won't need me anymore." Serena suddenly interrupted me. Seeing me like this made her heart ache. She reached out and tightly held my slightly trembling hand, then gently leaned against me. "James Rivers, you're Lily's father, and also my husband. No matter when, no matter what happens, we will never leave you. Also, Lily and I don't need much. Your talents, Lily and I only. Admire them. But they're not the most important thing. What's most important is that you're by our side, treating us well. That's already enough for us." Leaning against my chest, speaking gentle words, nothing could reassure me more than this. I hugged Serena and suddenly smiled. I had gotten the answer I wanted. This was enough. From now on, except for Serena and Lily, nothing else could shake me anymore. The two only cuddled for a moment, before Serena shyly slipped out of my arms. Her little face was burning hot. This was already the maximum she could do right now. I didn't push either, just wearing a silly smile on my face. She shot me a flirtatious glance as I smiled foolishly. "You dummy." So easily satisfied? The car slowly left the hotel. It was just one trip there and back, but the mood of both people had completely changed. How is this possible? Impossible. How can 7 memories be that pretty boy James Rivers? Crash. In the Celestial Beauty Entertainment Artist Apartment Complex in Riverside City, Rebecca was going crazy. On the table lay a lawyer's letter from Starlight Entertainment's legal department. She had been exposed. Now, Celestial Beauty Entertainment had ordered her to rest. She knew she was finished. In a few days, she would definitely be sitting in the defendant's chair. Miss Yuen was not far away, gleefully watching this scene. Being an old fox, she knew, things were definitely not that simple. Sure enough, the situation turned out to be even more dramatic than she imagined. James Rivers was 7 memories. Hey, hidden so well. Ms. Yuen secretly sighed. She naturally knew James Rivers. 2 years ago, Serena's matter had caused a commotion at the company. No one had thought much of that pretty boy back then. But unexpectedly, you had to say, Serena really had good taste in men. I refused to accept this. Ms. Yuan, lend me your phone. Rebecca was panting, her eyes bloodshot. Her phone had already been smashed at the very beginning. Ms. Yuan just glanced at her. No. What won't you accept? Singing? You can't sing as well as her. Looks, you're not as pretty as her. Even when it comes to finding a man, you can't compare to her. And here you are telling me. You refuse to accept it? Rebecca suddenly turned around, staring at Ms. Yuan. Ms. Yuan wasn't afraid. She still glanced at her. What? Did I say something wrong? Wait until you're locked up. The contract between us will naturally end. You understand what the company means, right? Rest and recuperation? They abandoned you long ago. Why? Rebecca gritted her teeth, still not believing the company would abandon her. Why? You're still asking why? The company needs cash cows. You don't have any value at all. Naturally, you get pushed aside. As someone who's been around, let me give you a piece of honest advice. You still have some looks. After you get out, find a decent man and marry. Stop making trouble. Tee-hee. So should I thank you, my kind Ms. Yuan? Rebecca laughed in anger. At this point, the two finally tore off their masks. That being the case, can Ms. Yuan lend me her phone for a moment? Just a moment. Consider it having some closure between us. Miss Yuan watched Rebecca suddenly smile eerily, and her eyebrows furrowed again. What else do you want to do? Rebecca kept smiling. Just that the smile was somewhat creepy, giving Ms. Yuan goosebumps all over. What do I want to do? If the fish dies, the net breaks. That's Serena. What right did she have to always be above me before? I finally managed to drive her away. Didn't expect her to come back like a ghost that won't leave. She's an orphan. What right does she have to be better than me in everything? Even when finding a man, she has to crush me. Hehe. But now that I know 7 memories is James Rivers, I still have one trump card. If I can't touch Serena, then I'll utterly ruin James Rivers' reputation. Push me into prison. Then no one gets to live in peace. Thinking of this, Rebecca took out a phone and dialed a number. A man's voice came from the speaker on the other end. William Crawford, it's Rebecca. As for me, I was currently having lunch in the apartment. It's just that the atmosphere at the dining table seemed a bit unusual today. Little Lily hadn't changed at all, still eating very happily. Miss Claire had an auntie-like smile on her face the whole time, slowly peeling lobster and rinsing it in clean water, then feeding it into little Lily's mouth. Mia looked completely shocked, keeping her head down, eating rice, occasionally stealing glances at Serena sitting across from her. Serena's pretty face, even her neck, was flushed red. She just wanted to bury her head in her bowl, not daring to look at anyone at the table. The person making everyone like this was me. At this moment, I was smiling foolishly while peeling lobster for Serena, and personally using chopsticks to feed it into her mouth. Serena felt this person wasn't normal anymore. Ever since getting out of the car just now, he had suddenly become abnormal, but I didn't think there was anything wrong with what I was doing. Just now in the car, Serena had admitted I was her husband, never having dated before. I could only think of showing intimacy by personally feeding her. Was that wrong? Nothing wrong at all. Serena finally couldn't stand everyone's strange looks. She felt her pretty face was just like this lobster, already cooked through. Can you please not do this? I can do it myself. After saying this, she looked up, her eyes carrying shyness as she glanced at me. The charm in her eyes made me daze out, so being looked at by a girl with shy eyes was such a wonderful thing. I felt I had completely achieved enlightenment. Before, I always thought romance was something even dogs wouldn't want. Now I just wanted to say one thing. So sweet. Okay, then do it yourself. I stopped feeding my wife and turned around, continuing to feed my precious daughter, Lily. Serena helplessly shot me a look. It seemed this person couldn't eat properly today. But fortunately, after the meal, I finally returned to normal. I plopped down on the sofa, starting to think about what song to write. for the next competition round. Each competition round was only 3 days apart. New Music Festival's rules had always been this brutal. Round of 16 to 8, Serena had won very easily. The next round, quarterfinals, might not be so simple. According to the single elimination format, the remaining contestants would only get stronger and stronger. Their singing skills were not at all inferior to Serena's. The real competition was about the songs and performance form. Producing a good original song in 3 days wasn't easy for anyone. Even I was starting to worry. I was deliberating. What kind of song to choose this time? To ensure victory, Serena wasn't idle either. She sat right beside me, with several sheets of music spread on the table. She was perfecting the song she had been thinking about for days. Every time Serena wanted to grasp it, it would mischievously slip away. Until I left that evening, she still hadn't been able to complete this song. Just a little more, just a little bit more. Serena was so anxious that her originally smooth hair had been scratched into a crow's nest. Finally, late at night when everything was quiet, little Lily had long been asleep. Only then did Serena finally put down the unfinished music and lyrics, helplessly lying down on the bed. Sometimes inspiration was something that couldn't be forced. Miss by an inch, lose by a mile. One could only wait. Once enlightened, it would feel as refreshing as having nectar poured on one's head. After all, not everyone was like James Rivers, directly bringing cheats into battle. Early the next morning, Serena had just woken up and hadn't even washed her face when she discovered a major incident related to me online had shot up the trending list again. These past few days, trending topics about me and her had never stopped. At first, Serena didn't pay attention, but when she saw the post's headline, her eyes immediately narrowed. At this moment, her heart completely panicked. Netizens seemed to have gotten used to it. Ever since, the 7 Memories account appeared in the public eye. They could see topics about him every day. Today was no different when the drama-watching army saw another post with my name in the headline. They weren't surprised at all. They very naturally clicked in. This had become daily routine. Now, if they went a day without seeing 7 Memories' name, they would feel uncomfortable all over. But this time was different. When the drama-watching army clicked on the post, they all collectively froze. They rubbed their eyes, seemingly not daring to believe what they were seeing. 7 Memories was a domestic abuser? Yesterday they were still sharing wife-doting maniac James Rivers. Today they were being told he was a domestic abuser? Even making things up required a better reason. Who would believe this? After the drama-watching army froze, they couldn't help but hold their bellies laughing. They eagerly clicked on the video in the post, wanting to see what this thing was actually saying. 2 men appeared in the video. One was named William Crawford. The other was named Marcus Hayes. Seeing this, the drama-watching netizens smiled knowingly. Were these 2 here to promote themselves? Couldn't stand seeing others doing well. At this moment, William spoke up. "Hello, everyone. I'm William Crawford from the boy band Stellar. Some of you might know James Rivers." That's right. James Rivers is the currently hot songwriter 7 Memories, and also an old friend of mine. Why do I say old friend? Because afterward, I was too ashamed to be friends with this kind of person. I'm guessing everyone hearing this definitely won't believe what I'm saying. He's so popular now. Why would I hate him so much? You'll understand after hearing me continue. What I want to say is, ever since he got married, he kept calling the members of our band. He wanted to make a comeback. Originally, regarding his request, we did consider it. After all, we were all friends before. But when he called, we found out about something, so we firmly rejected him. That is, James Rivers is a domestic abuser. I have a phone recording as evidence. It was quite coincidental. At that time when he called, saying he wanted to make a comeback, I recorded it because I had something to do. Didn't expect it to now become important evidence, exposing his hypocritical face. I don't know why he's now bringing Serena out, and is able to make Serena not report him. But I guarantee everything I'm saying is the truth. Since I, William Crawford, dared to show my face, I'm not afraid of confronting him directly. When the drama-watching netizens heard this, they all fell somewhat silent for a moment. Although they believed in me, believed in Seven Memories' character, this William was speaking with a beginning and end, using his real name and having evidence. This made them waver for a moment, too. At this point, Marcus in the video also spoke up. He held the phone in front of the camera. "Hello, everyone. I'm Marcus Hayes. I can testify that everything William said is true. What I'm holding now is William's phone. Now, let's listen to that recording from back then together." After speaking, Marcus unlocked the phone. On the phone screen was clearly a call recording. He had a smile on his face. As he casually pressed play on the recording, netizens all perked up their ears at this moment, wanting to hear the contents carefully. "Hello, is this Mr. Crawford? It's James Rivers. Do you have time tonight? I'll treat you to drinks." It was James Rivers' voice. Netizens immediately couldn't stay calm and continued listening. William's bland tone came through. "Hello, James. Forget about drinks. If you have something to say, just say it directly." "All right," thought Mr. Crawford had time. "It's like this. Do you think I could come back to the company? Bro, I'm not saying this to be mean, but you've already married a rising starlet. Why are you still thinking so much? Hee hee, Mr. Crawford. Women are just like clothes. I've figured it out now. Career is still what's important. So if you want to come back, what about Serena? Didn't you two just have a kid? Mr. Crawford, I won't hide it from you. In this house, what I say goes. She dares to disobey? Beat her once, and it's done. Can't spoil women." Hearing this, the masses of netizens couldn't listen anymore. Was this even a man? Outside, he was all flattery, but only knew how to bully the woman at home. Disgusting. Hearing this, not only could female netizens not stand it, one by one they transformed into warriors, starting to curse me out. Even the male netizens were unanimously outraged. At this point, the recording also ended. William's face carried an expression of indignation as he continued speaking. "Did everyone hear that? This is the wife-doting maniac you were talking about. James Rivers. I don't believe a person can change this much in such a short time, so I ask everyone to open their eyes wide. Don't be deceived by this two-faced person. One last thing. I, William Crawford, swear I cannot live under the same sky as this kind of domestic abuser." The video abruptly stopped there. However, the rage of the masses of netizens could not be stopped. Comments flooded below the post. I must have been blind to like this kind of person. Listening to that recording made me want to puke. It's hard to imagine what kind of filthy existence he is behind the scenes. Sisters, follow me to flood Seven Memories TikTok. Demand an explanation from him. However much we liked him before, that's how disgusted we are now. For a moment, curses were endless online. This behavior had touched everyone's bottom line. True to the saying, however much everyone liked him before, that's how much everyone hated him now. No one could have expected that the idol they liked was actually like this. My TikTok was even completely flooded. Countless people cursing below. They one by one told me to get out and explain. Online public opinion was boiling. And at this moment, I was also looking at this post on Twitter. I silently listened to the recording in the video. After a while, that familiar feeling of nausea surged up again. I ran into the bathroom and started vomiting again. At this moment, I felt like I had returned to that suffocating atmosphere of the past. Regarding the past, I could only feel sick. I couldn't change anything. But I also couldn't refute it, because those things had actually happened. Serena had suffered even more than this. At this moment for Serena, it could be considered vindication. I just sat there in a daze. Since transmigrating until now, this was the first time I couldn't do anything. The phone beside me rang again and again. I didn't answer. I didn't even look. I didn't know who was calling, nor did I know how to answer. For the first time, I chose to hide. I wrapped myself in the blanket, as if not caring would make it less painful. I wasn't upset because people were cursing me. I was upset because those memories had flooded back. The suffering that Serena and Lily had endured appeared before my eyes again. What upset me was that in my heart, no matter how many times, I couldn't accept the sins. this body had committed before. Only at this moment did I realize that I had never actually forgiven myself. Since transmigrating until now, I'd always been constantly making it up to the mother and daughter, but I still couldn't change the facts of the past. When this bloody scar was torn open, I finally understood that the hardest thing to overcome was myself. I just curled up like an ostrich, shrinking into this small space. Meanwhile, on the sofa in the artist apartment, Serena's face was full of worry, calling me again and again. After seeing that post, she had been extremely worried. She knew. No one understood the current me better than her. She had watched me change, watched me atone bit by bit. She understood it all. Now that this had suddenly happened, Serena actually didn't feel anything. The past would never appear again. She was absolutely certain, but she knew. The current me definitely couldn't forgive my former self. Miss Claire and Mia beside her were full of heartache. When they first saw that post, they were also extremely angry. Mia even wanted to rush to the hotel to confront me. Is all that true? Did you really hit Serena? But when? They saw Serena's worried face, her anxious expression. They didn't know what to do. The phone still couldn't get through. I had seemingly evaporated from the world. Serena's heart immediately tightened. Little Lily in her arms looked up, watching her anxious mother. She extended her 2 little hands, holding Serena's hand. Mommy, are you calling Daddy? Looking at the well-behaved Lily, Serena gripped her phone tightly and nodded. Then why doesn't Mommy go find Daddy? Little Lily looked at Serena in surprise. How could Serena not want to come find me? It's just that she was afraid if I saw her right now, I would feel even worse. But when she saw little Lily's eyes, Serena couldn't sit still anymore. She panickedly stood up and rushed toward the door. She had to go find me. Mia anxiously wanted to stop her. This was the first time she had seen Serena so panicked. Miss Claire shook her head to stop her. Both of them watched the door with worried faces. Serena's figure had already disappeared. Very quickly, Serena arrived at the hotel. Getting out of the car, she ran the whole way. Arriving at the door of my room, already panting, she paused for a moment. She bit her lip and gently knocked on the door. There was no response from inside the room. Serena didn't hesitate and continued knocking. Today she was determined to make me come out. I lay curled up in the blanket. I heard the knocking outside. I didn't want to move, right now. I felt like a walking corpse, but the knocking outside didn't stop. Again and again, as if it would never end. Finally, I still got up, dragging my heavy body to open the door. What appeared before my eyes was Serena's smile with red-rimmed eyes. Clearly just yesterday, I had still felt being by Serena's side. It was such a joyful thing. In the blink of an eye, just 1 day had passed. Meeting her again, I couldn't even dare to look at her. My gaze averted, standing at the door not knowing what to do. She had definitely seen that post too. Did she remember those days again? Move aside. I'm coming in. Serena bit her lip and pushed my hand away. Walking into the room first, I silently closed the door, following behind her like a prisoner about to be executed. What do you think? My voice was slightly hoarse, with a hint of fear in my heart. Now everyone knew. What would she do? Divorce? If she divorced now, everyone would stand on her side. She wouldn't have to suffer any grievances. James Rivers. Serena looked at my eyes, and immediately knew what I was thinking. She angrily reached out and pulled me down onto the bed, grabbed my arm and bit down hard. Serena really used all her strength. It really hurt. I was in so much pain. I felt my mind instantly become alert. I instinctively wanted to pull my hand back, but very quickly stopped. Letting her vent a bit would make her feel better. Until Serena came back to her senses, released her mouth and looked up at me still gently. Her tears could no longer be held back. Are you stupid or what? She shouted, then pulled up my sleeve. On my arm, there was already a row of deep, bleeding teeth marks. All right, we're even now, Serena said with a crying voice, her whole body throwing herself into my arms. You've also been domestically abused now. Now we're even. You're not allowed to be sad anymore. Feeling the warm embrace in my arms, I was completely stunned. After a long while, I disbelievingly stroked Serena's head. Was this real? My mood went from hell to heaven. I grinned. It was real. Serena said we were even. My tears kept falling. I wasn't just redeeming them. I had also always been trying to redeem myself. The two of us hugged each other, crying like two fools. You can't be like this anymore in the future. Lily and I will worry about you. Gradually, Serena stopped her tears first. Her voice came from within my arms. I nodded, my voice still slightly hoarse. I won't anymore. Actually, besides you and your daughter, no one can shake my heart. All you know is how to talk. Serena looked up. Her flushed face and slightly red eyes made her look radiant. She seemed to suddenly think of something, her eyes carrying barely concealed joy. Oh, right. James Rivers. I think I've figured out that melody. What melody? Looking at Serena in my arms like a little bird nestling against someone, I couldn't help but reach out my hand. The song I've been composing. Before, I was always missing a bit of inspiration. Now I've suddenly figured it out. Serena still slipped out of my embrace. She now wanted to take advantage of having inspiration to quickly complete this song. The warm embrace left. I felt a bit reluctant. I hadn't hugged enough yet. I scratched my head, stood up, and took sheet music from my backpack to give her. I was planning to write music tonight. It's just that, unexpectedly, since you already have a song, you write it. After I set down the paper and pen, I stood by the bed watching Serena. I also wanted to see what song had troubled Serena for so long. Serena nodded firmly with a red face, thought for a moment, and sat cross-legged on the bed to receive the paper and pen. Since coming to Metro City, most of this song's melody had always been echoing in her head. She had also always been composing. It's just that she could never grasp that bit of melody. Now that she had grasped it, the entire song naturally came together smoothly. Writing the music score, humming the little melody, Serena wrote very quickly. In just a short while, a complete song had appeared on the paper. She looked up and stared at me under the light, stars twinkling in her eyes. Finally finished it. I'm not just a decorative vase after all. Do you want me to take a look? Serena asked. I had a smile on my face, gently shaking my head. I'd rather you sing it for me. Serena lowered her head, her face even redder. She was a bit shy. This song was entirely written according to her own feelings. It could also be considered another kind of confession. Sing it. It seems like you've never sung just for me before, I urged. Serena said softly with a red face. There aren't any lyrics yet. Humming is fine too. I smiled. Unable to resist my request, Serena shyly nodded. Without accompaniment, everything was just that natural. Serena's humming gently rang out, like a portrait of her at this moment. Both she and I needed a bit of courage. The moment the melody rang out, I directly froze in place. I looked at Serena, my eyes slightly surprised. For no other reason. This melody I had heard before, moreover in my previous life. It's just that I wasn't certain yet. I continued listening attentively, until Serena finished humming a section. I suddenly interrupted. Wait a moment. After saying this, I hurriedly picked up the pen, quickly writing on the paper. Serena was slightly surprised, not understanding why I had interrupted while she was singing so well, but when she leaned her head over and saw what I was writing, her eyes suddenly lit up. On the paper was written a large title, Courage. These were lyrics. I had only heard her hum a little, and had already written out lyrics. Seeing the lyrics, Serena was even more delighted. These were exactly the lyrics she had always wanted, even better than she had imagined. She had also written some lyrics. It's just that, compared to these, they fell far short. Serena's face was red. She shifted her gaze to my serious profile. He really was very handsome when serious. And these lyrics? He understood her thoughts. Thinking of this, Serena also became a bit dreamy. She couldn't help but gently kiss my cheek. My hand that was writing lyrics suddenly trembled. I was stunned. I could clearly feel the wetness on my face, and also that soft spot from just now. Looking down at the lyrics on the paper, my heart bloomed with flowers. I just felt, at this moment, heaven and earth were magical. This was the courage Serena wanted to express. After kissing me, Serena panicked. She buried her face, just wanting to find somewhere to hide. Just now, she didn't know what had gotten into her, what possessed her to kiss me. Fortunately, I didn't have a big reaction. Otherwise, Serena felt she would definitely flee in embarrassment. At this moment, I was holding back with great difficulty. I also knew Serena was thin-skinned. I tried hard to suppress the stirring in my heart and continued writing lyrics. Only when I finished writing did I finally breathe out. I turned my face around, pretending nothing had happened as I handed the lyrics to Serena. Take a look. Can you sing it completely for me this time? Serena still had her head lowered. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. It's just that her small hand still reached out, taking the lyrics and placing them on her lap. Seeing the complete lyrics, Serena finally knew just how good this song was. Follow the lyrics and match them to the music score to sing it again. I looked at Serena, my eyes full of anticipation. The humming just now had already amazed me. If lyrics were added, wouldn't it be even more perfect? This song had also been extremely popular in my previous life. It had been used by countless people for memes. Who gave you the courage? Just thinking about it made me excited inside. Then I'll sing, Serena said softly. The room fell silent. Serena opened her mouth again, gently beginning to sing. I've finally made this decision. I don't care what others say. As long as you agree to, I'm willing. To the ends of the earth, I'll follow you anywhere. I know none of this is easy. My heart keeps rehearsing, convincing myself. What I fear most is you suddenly saying you want to give up. The moment she started singing, I was dazed. This song seemed tailor-made for Serena, worthy of being a song she composed herself. At the same time, I was also very amazed. Two different worlds could actually collide and create the same sparks. Love really needs courage to face the gossip and rumors. As long as you give me one affirming look, my love becomes meaningful. We all need courage to believe we'll be together. In the crowded masses, I can feel your hand placed in my palm, your sincerity. Singing to here, Serena had also completely immersed herself in the song. Her mind was like a revolving lantern, remembering every moment with me. Love really needs courage. I had changed. She had made her decision. From now on, one umbrella, two people walking, not caring about others' gazes, having endured those gossip and rumors before. This was the courage she had wanted to express all this time. Serena sang softly. I listened quietly. What I was listening to now wasn't the song, but Serena's heart. Such a treasure of a girl. How could I not be infatuated? The singing continued. Both Serena and I now had the courage to face the future. If my stubborn persistence will unintentionally hurt you, can you gently remind me? Although my heart is too hasty, I'm even more afraid of missing you. This section of lyrics made Serena like it even more. It was like I was whispering in her ear, like I was telling her I was even more afraid of missing her. Serena looked up, her gaze meeting mine. The two of us just looked at each other like that. The thoughts in our eyes were all clearly expressed. Having you is enough. Meanwhile, in the apartment, little Lily was drinking yogurt and let out a burp. She pouted dissatisfiedly at Mia, beside her. Auntie Mia, why haven't Mommy and Daddy come back yet? Did they forget about Lily? The song ended, and we came back to our senses. I nodded at Serena with a smile on my face. Very good. The next competition round is settled. A shy expression appeared on Serena's face. She lowered her head and fiddled with the sheet music in her hands. It's your lyrics that are good. Without my lady's music, I couldn't have thought of such lyrics either. We began our mode of mutual commercial praise. It's just that Serena clearly didn't have skin as thick as someone else. After hearing those 4 words, my lady, she was completely defeated, like an ostrich. She buried her face in my chest and refused to come out. This was the first time I had called her my wife to her face. Serena felt very shy inside, but also a bit sweet. However, before I could enjoy the beautiful sight before me enough, my phone at this moment inconsiderately rang, breaking the delicate atmosphere in the room. I picked up the phone. On the screen displayed the note, Director Yang. I raised my eyebrows. It seemed Angela had also seen the post. What I didn't know was that Angela hadn't just seen the post. She was about to go crazy. When she saw the post, she didn't believe it. But until my TikTok was completely flooded, the technical department had to step in for maintenance, and I still hadn't come out to clarify. This made Angela worried inside too. Could what was being said online all be true? Angela couldn't bring herself to believe it. In her mind, she kept thinking of me as having a gentle and refined appearance, exceptionally talented. Would someone like that be a domestic abuser? She waited a long time but couldn't wait for my clarification video, so she couldn't resist making this phone call. The phone connected. My voice still came through gently. "Hello? Is something the matter?" Angela froze. "Could it be I didn't know about this?" "Oh, it's nothing. It's just that there are some unpleasant comments about you online. Aren't you going to clarify things?" I scratched my head, instinctively looking towards Serena. At this moment, Serena was fiddling with the sheet music, pretending to look very focused, her gaze secretly glancing over, clearly looking distracted. This showed that she wasn't focused on the song at all right now. I winked at her. Serena's small face suddenly turned red. She hurriedly turned her gaze away like a guilty person. "No need to clarify. It's all true," I answered Angela. The other end fell into silence. After a long while, Angela's voice finally came through. "Why?" "I don't believe it. In my impression, you're not." "Sorry. Director Yang, let me interrupt. What I want to say is, how well does Director Yang understand me? What's online is true. There's nothing to clarify. If you've done wrong, you have to accept the punishment. As for the comments online, let them talk. As long as the people I care about understand me, that's enough." I interrupted Angela and spoke calmly. My gaze remained on Serena. I didn't care what others thought of me. I never intended to be liked by many people anyway. I just needed the person in front of me to like me, and that was enough. The phone fell into silence again. Hearing my words, Angela felt very uncomfortable inside. He only needed the people he cared about to understand him. Then what about her? "All right, I was just checking in. No other meaning. It's fine." "Then I'll hang up." Angela's voice was clearly off. I didn't think much of it, asked one question, and then hung up. "You were too cold. That's not good." I had just put down the phone. When Serena's voice came from beside me, I was full of question marks. Was I cold? It seemed pretty normal to me. I was stating the truth, and was quite polite too. "That professional woman probably likes you," Serena said again. It's just that this time her eyes dimmed slightly. "Angela likes me? No way." I scratched my head, feeling this was too much of a headache. I only considered her an ordinary friend. "Hey, how do you know? Just a feeling?" "I trust my feeling." Serena looked up and stared at me, her tone firm. "Then your feeling is wrong. Besides, everyone knows I'm a married man with a child. I also wouldn't develop feelings for anyone else. That would be very rude." I continued scratching my head, explaining. "Love in my heart should be serious and devoted. Otherwise, it would be rude to everyone." Looking at my sincere eyes, Serena softly said, But there was still a sense of urgency in her heart. I didn't like that person. But that didn't mean others didn't like me. That professional woman was very excellent, much better than her. She knew that. Serena continued fiddling with the sheet music in her hands, as if it were a treasure. I looked at Serena like this in surprise, carefully thinking about the conversation between us. Then I suddenly understood something. With a smile in my eyes, I gently nudged Serena's arm. "Are you jealous?" Serena's whole body panicked. Her face flushed red. "No, I'm not." Her voice was loud, but this reaction only made it more obvious. Case solved. She was definitely jealous. I continued looking at her with a smile on my face. Serena was also very beautiful when jealous. The more Serena tried to hide it, the more flustered she became. She could sense I was laughing at her. This feeling made her both embarrassed and annoyed. Finally, she couldn't stand my gaze anymore. She gave up and threw the sheet music in her hands onto the bed. "Fine, I'm jealous. Who told such a beautiful woman to like you?" My smile grew brighter and brighter. I suddenly leaned in close to her, my voice full of allure. "Then how about I stamp you? Would that stop your jealousy?" My face was very close. Serena could feel my breath on her face. This feeling made her heart feel like it was jumping faster and faster, as if it was about to leap out of her throat. Then she slowly closed her eyes. Her small lips also pursed slightly. Actually, I was also extremely nervous. Seeing Serena close her eyes, I was overjoyed inside. I secretly pinched my palm, closed my eyes, and slowly leaned in. Right at this moment, my phone disappointingly rang again, startling both of us. Serena even directly fell onto the bed, using the blanket to cover her face completely, not daring to come out anymore. My eyelid twitched. I picked up the phone with murderous intent. "Hello? Who is this? If there's nothing major today, don't blame me for making something major happen to you. Right now, I just wanted to kill whoever was calling." There was no sound in the phone. I frowned and looked at the screen display. It was Derek. "You lunatic. What are you doing? Not even saying anything?" I bared my teeth. This troublemaker better have something important. Otherwise, don't blame me for cutting ties. After waiting a bit more, Derek's voice finally came through. His voice was full of dejection. "Bro, what's with the stuff online? You've been bullying your wife?" "Aye, damn. You're calling about this?" "No, I haven't even had time to bully her. Your call already came through." My voice carried resentment. I looked at Serena hiding in the blanket again, then sighed. My face full of regret. "Forget it, let's not talk about this." "What's wrong with your voice?" "Got taught a lesson by society." Derek's voice was clearly off. After my anger subsided, I also noticed. After waiting another moment, Derek's voice continued. "Let's just put it this way. Got taught a painful lesson. Are you free now? Can you come over and have a few drinks with me?" "You don't need to drink. Just sitting beside me is fine. You're the only friend I have here." I frowned. Last time I had already vaguely sensed something was wrong. Didn't expect Derek to really have problems now. I didn't hesitate, directly saying to Derek on the phone, "Okay, send me the address. I'm in Metro City right now. I'll be there in 3 hours. Derek grunted and hung up. After I hung up, I helplessly and gently patted Serena, who was still hiding in the blanket. "My lady, can you get up for a bit? Take me to the high-speed rail station." Serena had been listening to my phone call just now. She naturally knew I had somewhere to be. Although she didn't know the specifics, hearing my tone just now, she didn't hesitate. She directly crawled out from under the blanket. Her small face flushed red from the stuffiness appeared again. "Okay." On the way to the high-speed rail station, Serena's eyes looked ahead, focused on driving. I sat in the passenger seat, looking at the serious Serena. "This trip is to find Derek. You've met him. My best friend from college. He seems to have run into some trouble. He's asking me to come sit with him for a bit." I spoke directly to Serena, so she wouldn't worry. Serena softly said, Her heart also relaxed. She had an impression of that. Derek. He was a very honest person, with a pretty good personality too. From the hotel to the high-speed rail station took less than 20 minutes. It was only noon now. The high-speed rail station was very crowded. I put on a mask, not letting Serena get out to see me off. The topics about the two of us were very hot right now, especially since my reputation was mixed. Wearing a mask could also avoid being recognized. "I'm going now. You don't need to see me off. Be careful going back. If there's time, I'll come to the venue to watch you compete." After saying this, I smiled and rubbed Serena's head. I suddenly liked rubbing her head now. Serena's almond eyes blinked slightly. She was still a bit unused to the feeling of parting. "All right, go back." I got out of the car and closed the door, watching Serena slowly drive away from the high-speed rail station. It's 3:30 in the afternoon, half an hour later than expected, mainly because the train wait was delayed. I arrived in Riverside City. While on the high-speed rail, Serena had already called to let me know she was safe, and told me to come back early, saying Lily missed me. I smiled secretly when I saw the message. I didn't know if it was really Lily who missed me, or if it was her who missed me. Catching a taxi, I went straight to the address Derek sent. After another 10+ minutes, the car arrived. The destination was a commercial building over 10 stories tall. The studio Derek rented was up here, on the 6th floor. When I arrived at the studio, the front door wasn't locked. I walked in naturally. The windows were shut tight. The room reeked of alcohol. Beer cans littered the floor. If compared to the scene when I first transmigrated, it was very similar. Derek was sitting slumped on the ground, raising a beer can and drinking it straight like that. I first threw open the windows, letting the fresh air outside circulate. Only then did I walk over and sit down beside him, removing my mask. Derek burped. His face was pale and bloodless. Seeing me, he raised the beer can in his hand as a greeting. His eyes were haggard and hazy. "You're here, bro. You're the only one who doesn't look down on me." I found it dirty and fanned in front of my nose. This alcohol smell made me want to vomit. Moreover, it reminded me of unpleasant memories. Tell me, how big of a blow was it? To make an optimist like you fall like this? Derek was silent for a moment. He drained the beer in the can again, then crushed it and threw it on the ground. "I mainly just really can't figure it out. Why? What did I do wrong? Why did they have to treat me like this?" Derek said through gritted teeth, conveniently grabbing another beer can. I didn't stop him. I knew Derek needed to vent right now. Stabbed in the back by both of them? Derek took another big gulp of beer. He nodded. "Those two dogs. Bro, I really didn't expect it. Couldn't figure it out either. No, wait, bro. Didn't you guess it early on?" Derek suddenly remembered that when we met, I had said to him, telling him to look at things more carefully in the future. I shrugged, then patted Derek's shoulder. "At that time, I was only suspicious. In the middle of the night, whose girlfriend calls another man? Moreover, it was your partner not calling you, but calling him instead. It's just that this was your personal relationship issue. It wasn't my place to interfere." Derek's expression somewhat froze. After a long while, he smiled bitterly. "Yeah, if I had spoken directly at that time, who knows, she might have even gotten angry about it." "So, what's the situation now?" I continued asking. "You can see for yourself. The whole studio only has this empty shell left. They had long been working together from inside and out to gut the studio. My designs are gone. My shares are gone. Hee, of course, my girlfriend is gone too." Derek became even more haggard. His whole body completely gave up. He tilted his head back and drank again. After hearing this, I frowned. "I can understand the girlfriend being lost. How did you get scammed out of your shares?" "I transferred my shares to Ruby." Derek smiled awkwardly. This was indeed pretty stupid. He could only blame Ruby for being too good at acting. He was momentarily bewitched. I sighed inwardly. I could only silently sit beside him. In his state, it seemed like nothing I said would help. I could only wait until he sobered up to talk more. Derek drank 2 more cans. He suddenly turned his head. "All right. I haven't asked you yet. What's going on with you? That post online." "Oh, that's a long story. So let's not talk about it. You just need to know that I used to be a bastard. Oh, right. It was also because of those things that I completely quit drinking. The terrible things from before I didn't want to bring up again. I just glossed over it simply." Derek nodded and didn't ask further. Instead, he patted my shoulder. "Then we're in the same boat now." "Bullshit." I directly got anxious. "You and I are different. Your sister-in-law and I are great. We also have an adorable daughter. Life is indescribably wonderful. The hell. Did you come to comfort me or attack me?" Derek was struck. He lowered his head and took another sip. "It's just that because I was beside him, his state was clearly a bit better than before. Bro, if only I had talent like you, was as handsome as you, would she not have left me? And wouldn't have acted for so long. Thinking back now, sometimes I really want to laugh. Good thing she managed to hold it in for so long." Looking at Derek so haggard like this, I was a bit confused. "You lunatic? Is it really necessary to be this sad?" Derek shot me a sidelong glance, then suddenly asked, "What did you say?" "We've known each other for 2 years. Been in love for nearly a year and a half. I really did like her. Bro, let me ask you, if one day Serena left you, wouldn't you be sad?" I frowned. "I haven't thought about that question." I thought carefully, answering with some uncertainty. "Probably yes. After all, Ever since transmigrating, I've been living for them. Derek saw me frowning and hesitating like this, and suddenly punched my shoulder. Do you even need to hesitate about this? Bro, do you even understand what love is? I suddenly froze and fell into deep thought. I had always been single. How could I understand what love is? What is love? Do I really love Serena? I silently asked myself, do you even need to think about this? Try thinking about love. Whoever appears first in your mind, that's the person. Derek slapped my shoulder again, his whole being completely helpless. He asked me to come comfort him. How did it turn into him enlightening me? That slap knocked some sense into me. Damn, I was going down a dead end. I was originally someone who had never dated. Suddenly encountering a question like this, I couldn't help but overthink it. Did I love Serena? Yes. At first I just wanted to make it up to the mother and daughter. Then later, I found that this kind of life wasn't bad. Then even later, beauty stirred my heart. Until all those small interactions in daily life gradually made me like her. I was originally a very serious person. What could move me? Had never been big, exciting events, but rather the small, ordinary things. Just as Derek said, when you think of the word love, whoever appears in your mind, that's the person. I grinned foolishly. Derek was in agony. He couldn't understand why he had eaten a bellyful of dog food, and at his most miserable moment, too. Sure enough, the best brothers know best how to irritate you. Derek just felt. The gloom in his heart had suddenly been dispelled quite a bit. He just wanted to jump up and punch this bastard. But I'm guessing Ruby doesn't know about your family situation. I hurriedly changed the subject. It's just that this topic clearly made Derek even more haggard. He shook his head. No! I always thought she was a good girl, that she wouldn't care about these things. He just didn't expect. The corner of my mouth twitched involuntarily. Whose good girl was like this? Oh ho, isn't this the domestic abuser from online? Derek, Ruby leaving you was definitely the right choice. You even hang out with this kind of friend? Just as I was about to continue speaking, a voice suddenly came from the studio door. Derek's face immediately darkened. I turned my head to look. The person who came was a fair and handsome man. The woman was naturally Ruby, whom I had met once before. She was still dressed in anime style. It's just that meeting her again this time, her makeup was heavier than before. Her figure was also a bit more alluring. Who I make friends with. What's it to you? Victor Wong, Ruby, you two actually dare to come to my place? Don't tell me you want to scam away. This empty shell of a studio too? Derek said angrily. I finally learned that this pretty boy was Victor Wang. Derek, don't be like this. We're doing this for your own good. Hearing Derek's words, before Victor Wang could speak, Ruby beside him spoke up first, putting on an act of, I'm doing this all for your own good. The hell? For my own good? You're really funny. Being good to me means making me a cuckold? Derek, Victor, and I have always liked each other. Before you, we already had feelings for each other. We just didn't realize it before. Derek, we didn't come here this time to argue with you. Seeing you destroy yourself like this makes me uncomfortable too. Why don't you join our studio? With your abilities, you'll definitely do better in the future. Victor Wang beside her also chimed in at this moment. That's right. At least we understand each other. That anime dream you've persisted with for so long can't just be wasted like this. You and Ruby couldn't be lovers, but you can still be friends, right? Hearing this, I couldn't help but want to laugh. Saying it like this, who exactly cuckolded whom? And today I finally learned what jackals of the same lair meant, what snakes and rats in the same nest meant, what being a whore while wanting to erect a chastity monument meant. These two people really demonstrated these phrases to the fullest extent. Derek became even angrier hearing the two of them. He pointed his finger at Victor Wang. Friends, my ass. Besides that face of yours, what else do you have? The designs were mine. The money was mine. Even the woman beside you used to be mine. What exactly are you thinking? Telling me to join you again? Be friends with you? I, Derek, don't have such a lowly habit. Victor Wang across from him frowned. Clearly, Derek's words had struck his heart. but he paused for a moment, and still smiled as he spoke. Don't get worked up. All those things are mine now. That smile was unspeakably smug. Derek directly scrambled up from the ground, wanting to charge forward, but was stopped by me. All right. If you can argue, don't use your hands. Victor Wang and Ruby, right? Do you know who I am? I asked with a grin, my face unspeakably gentle. Victor Wang sneered. Although he wasn't in the entertainment industry, he also knew of my great name, a regular on trending topics. It's just that now this great name was infamy. So what if I know? Domestic abuser, right? Derek was about to charge forward again. He was stopped by me again. I nodded, still wearing a smile. This made Derek feel somewhat stifled. I blocked in front of Derek, continuing to speak. Then you should also know I'm a songwriter. Victor Wang and Ruby both sneered at the same time. What did being a songwriter have to do with their anime industry? My identity here was completely useless. Derek also felt I was talking nonsense. Who here cared if you were a songwriter? Victor Wang looked at me playfully. So what if I know? Then you definitely don't know that I also know a bit about anime. Just like with music, I know a bit about both. Hearing this, Victor Wang suddenly had a bad feeling. He frowned, looking at the confident, smiling man before him, his eyes suspicious. But then he smiled again, shaking his head to dispel the random thoughts in his mind. These were two completely different directions. Unless James Rivers was some kind of monster, how could he possibly threaten him? Are you threatening me? Knowing a bit won't cut it. I suddenly stopped smiling, looking at the other party with pity on my face. Knowing a bit is enough. My knowing a bit, plus this lunatic's expertise, bullying too. Amateurs like you is completely no problem. Victor Wang suddenly didn't want to talk to me anymore. This bastard always spoke softly but with thorns. Nothing like Derek, who only knew how to curse, and what he feared least was being cursed at. So he decided to ignore me, and looked toward Derek again. Derek, have you thought it over? Do you want to join us or not? Or do you believe his words? Ruby was also persuading beside him, her eyes showing fake reluctance. That's right. Derek, this really is your chance to realize your anime dream. Join us, and tomorrow will be better. Derek had also calmed down by now. He stepped forward to stand beside me and sneered. Ignoring Victor Wang, he looked at Ruby. Ruby, we were together for 1.5 years. I never did anything wrong by you. My actions were never the slightest bit out of line. Today you say this to me? Fine. Then let me tell you, I don't like being friends with dogs. After speaking, he glanced at Victor Wang again. And you, listen clearly. James Rivers is my brother. I believe him. Are you two even worthy of being compared to him? Hearing this, Victor Wang's and Ruby's faces darkened. They stared at me and Derek, turned around and left. But my and Derek's voices still came from behind. Hey! Leaving already? I haven't finished this sentence yet. We have an old saying where I'm from. Listen up. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Don't look down on a poor youth. Scram. I'm not poor. I'm a rich second generation. Victor Wang and Ruby hadn't gone far. Their faces immediately flushed red, especially since I added another line from behind, making Ruby's face even uglier. Did you hear that? Rich second generation. Victor Wang and Ruby left very miserably. The moment their figures disappeared, Derek couldn't maintain his image anymore. His butt plopped onto the ground. His expression full of discomfort, tears unconsciously flowed down his cheeks. I knew he had been forcing himself just now. After all, she was a girlfriend he'd loved for 1.5 years. What he did just now was already his limit. Bro, I really did like her. Derek shouted with a crying voice. I didn't know how to comfort him. Comforting people was really difficult for me. I only knew how to use actions to support him. Seeing Derek like this, I could only pat Derek's shoulder, handing him a beer can. Cry it out. Get drunk tonight. Start fresh tomorrow. Let them see that after leaving you, they're nothing. Derek took the beer and drank another sip. When he drank, his face didn't turn red. It just got paler and paler. Bro, Starting fresh isn't that easy. For nearly 2 years, I designed that domestic anime. Gone. Scammed away. How can I think of a good concept in such a short time? The domestic anime market isn't doing well anyway. This time, they took that anime. Even two pigs could make it popular. I nodded. I knew. Derek's anime-making talent was indeed very high. Just looking at those two shamelessly trying to recruit him showed that. But when I said I knew a bit about anime earlier, I wasn't bragging. It's just that Derek was clearly drunk now. He wasn't in the mood to think about these things. I decided to talk about it tomorrow. Derek was drunk. I took him to a hotel, then took out my phone. There was an Instagram message on it, sent by Serena in the afternoon. I still hadn't seen it. How are things going? I smiled lightly. Nothing major. Almost done. It was already this late. Serena was probably asleep. The next second, the Instagram notification sounded. An instant reply. Had she been staring at her phone? Or was she waiting for my message? In the apartment in Metro City, Serena was holding the long sleeping Lily. Looking at the message on her phone, she lightly bit her lip. She didn't know what he had been busy with today, only replying to messages now. Is my lady worried so she hasn't slept yet? I quickly replied. The smile on my face grew brighter. No, I just woke up and saw your message. Women are stubborn in words. Everything else is soft. I smiled without speaking. Then my lady should sleep early. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll be back tomorrow. A smile also unconsciously appeared on Serena's face. She gently typed, Oh, right. Good night. My message came again. Serena blinked her beautiful almond eyes. Good night. Serena put down her phone. Only then did she contentedly burrow into the blanket, happily falling asleep holding the milk-scented little Lily. I also put down my phone on my end. I glanced at Derek, who was sleeping like the dead, then sighed, finding paper and pen to stay up writing. Early the next morning, after I finished my jog, I bought some buns, congee, and fried dough sticks and came back. Derek had just woken up with puffy eyes. I chased him to wash his face. Then the two of us had breakfast. Derek stuffed buns in his mouth, looking at my two huge dark circles, a bit confused. How were this guy's dark circles even worse than his puffy eyes? From drinking? Did you go stealing last night? Derek asked quietly. I glared at Derek unkindly through gritted teeth. Isn't it all because of you? Derek was startled hearing this. He hurriedly checked his own body, feeling nothing unusual before relaxing a bit. Then he looked at me with suspicious eyes, his body even leaning back slightly. Hey, bro, I like girls. Go die. Isn't it all because of you? Believe it or not, I'll tear up this anime concept. Right now? This time Derek was even more shocked. He widened his eyes, looking in disbelief at the notebook I was holding up. What did you say? Anime? You mean, you stayed up all night writing an anime concept? My face remained unkind. Last night for this anime, I racked my brain to pieces. On one hand, it's for you, lunatic. On the other hand, I want to go back sooner. To be with Serena and Lily. What do you think I was doing? Hey, don't be mad. Was everything you said yesterday true? Derek still looked at me in amazement. Yesterday I said just like with music. I also knew a bit about anime. At that time, he just thought I was provoking Victor Wong and Ruby. Didn't expect that after one night, I had actually produced an anime concept. Of course, brothers never lie. This is just a rough outline and character designs. Wait until I get back, then I'll slowly refine the details for you. Actually, last night I wanted to finish writing it all, but I don't know specifically how anime is made. I could only write the rough outline, and the main characters' personalities and designs. After I get back, I'll search online, learn some knowledge about anime scripts, then give you a complete anime script, I said, then tossed the notebook into Derek's lap. Derek stared blankly at my dark circles. He was even more moved inside. This was his real brother. Although I didn't say anything with my mouth, I used actual actions to express my intentions. Derek opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. Then he lowered his head and opened the notebook, reading attentively. He saw the first page had a big title written on it, under one person. Derek was stunned. The domestic anime he designed was called Above All Beings. The one I gave him was called Under One Person. Was this a coincidence? Then he flipped to page 2. Inside, it told of an incident related to extraordinary people. Then Zhang Chulan appeared. He had always carefully hidden himself, until one day Feng Baobao appeared. From then on, he was chased by extraordinary people, attacked by monsters, caught up in unprecedented trouble. Unperturbed, Zhang Chulan digging graves, Feng Baobao. Just as I said, this was only a rough outline, and character personalities and designs. But the more Derek read, the more amazed he became. This was so much better than what he had designed. Just the rough outline had Derek reading with fascination. This plot with its ups and downs, these deep characters, he really wanted to crack open. My damned head right now to see how this brain was wired. Derek's hands holding the notebook began to tremble. This was a treasure. Derek suddenly looked up at me. Even his voice was slightly trembling. Bro, did you really write this? For me? What else? I calmly nodded. In this world? This was Under One Person, written by me. In the old world, it was Me Too's extremely popular domestic anime. It had once been a dominant existence in the anime world. I believed that now in this world, it could still shine brilliantly as it should. Bro, do you know how valuable this is? You're just giving it to me like this? I smiled. Between brothers, some things don't need many words. Just like you, lunatic. You clearly know I'm 7 Memories online. But you never brought it up. You don't care how famous I am. You only care about the negative comments about me online. What? You don't like it, lunatic? Then give it back. I'll tear it up. I glanced at Derek and deliberately said with a grin, pretending to snatch back the notebook. No way. What's mine is mine. Derek hurriedly hugged the notebook to his chest, like a mother hen protecting her chicks. I laughed heartily, patting Derek's shoulder. All right, being human means looking forward. We have another old saying, the old man lost his horse. Who knows if it's not a blessing? Lunatic, what are your plans next? Derek looked at me smiling. He also suddenly smiled, although he didn't know why I had suddenly changed so much, speaking in such a refined way, knowing how to write music and anime. But he didn't care much about those things. What he cared about was that with one phone call, I came running no matter how far. This kind of friendship was what mattered. Bro, I won't let this anime of yours go to waste. I'm planning to find more people. Reopen the studio. Let the name Under One Person resound throughout the anime world. Hearing Derek's words, my eyes showed joy. I didn't care what Derek could make of this anime. Seeing Derek regain his confidence was enough for me. Then this time, keep your eyes wide open when finding people. Haha, I teased. Derek awkwardly scratched his head. Got it. How could I fall in the same place twice? Trust me. This time, the people I find will definitely all be professionals. Then I won't say more. Wait until I get back. I'll finish designing the complete anime and send it to you. Young man, keep it up. The two of us looked at each other and laughed. After that, I didn't stay long in Riverside City. Derek also started getting busy again. He had to shamelessly ask his family for investment, then go recruit people. At 1 p.m., I arrived back in Metro City right on time. Tomorrow, Serena would participate in the quarterfinals match. These past few days, she had been busy practicing the new song. When I arrived at the apartment, only Ms. Claire was there watching little Lily. Little Lily hadn't seen Daddy for 2 days. Now suddenly seeing me, she quickly threw herself into my arms. I picked her up, then nodded to greet Miss Claire. Miss Claire, is your mother's condition still okay? Miss Claire looked at me with a complicated expression, and also nodded. The final surgery has been done. Very successful. Currently recovering. The hired caregiver is also very good. Regarding this matter, Miss Claire was very grateful to me inside. Moreover, Serena also treated her very well. Serena had given her 10% of the revenue from all future activities and songs. Mia also got 10%, so Miss Claire's feelings toward me now were a bit complicated. I had helped her. I now treated Serena very well, but I had bullied Serena before. I didn't think that much about it. Hearing Miss Claire's words, I nodded. That's good then. Then I'll trouble you, Miss Claire, to take more care of Serena in the future. It's what I should do. Miss Claire waved her hand. Even without this matter, she would still take good care of Serena. However, Miss Claire also understood. After all, I was Serena's husband. Saying this was reasonable. Thinking for a moment, Miss Claire continued speaking. Serena is at the company practicing singing right now. Aren't you going to take a look? She'll definitely be happy if she knows you're back. Miss Claire had noticed long ago, since I left yesterday. Serena would occasionally stare at her phone. Hearing this, my eyes lit up. Site visit? I like that. It just so happens I can also listen to my lady's heavenly voice again. I agreed immediately. The three of us headed toward Starlight Entertainment. At this moment, netizens still hadn't received any news from me. Even the victim Serena had no news. Everyone was guessing whether Serena was discussing divorce with me. After all, now that everything had been exposed, public opinion pressure was very favorable for Serena. Whether she was being controlled or whatever, she could use this incident to break free. Some curious netizens even specifically set up a condemnation group, condemning me, supporting Serena. The group updated with the latest news of the incident every day. The latest news in the group. Someone had seen Serena appear at Starlight Entertainment with only a small assistant beside her. Under my TikTok was still a sea of curses, and right at this moment, Serena's Twitter suddenly updated with a pinned post. The netizens who discovered this Twitter post first were very excited. Brothers, big news. Serena's Twitter updated. There must be results. This sentence immediately stirred up 1,000 waves. Everyone got excited, starting to call their friends. Some people even spammed under my TikTok. There were also some entertainment media hiding in the group, who also sniffed out that this was another hot topic. They immediately posted all kinds of news. Everyone had waited over a day. Now finally, one of the parties involved had spoken up. In an instant, countless people flooded into Serena's Twitter account. However, when they clicked on the pinned post, the short 2 sentences inside immediately made them dumbfounded. In this life, to have met a good man, how fortunate I am. When a gentleman changes for the better, all admire him. My heart feels the same, netizens expressed, that they knew every word here. But put together, they completely didn't understand. They had been condemning for so long. The result was the victim giving them a rejection. In an instant, netizens' hearts ached, like being stabbed in the back. They couldn't even believe. This was posted by Serena. They naturally understood the meaning of these 2 sentences. That's why their mentality exploded. In an instant, a flood of comments poured in under this Twitter post. Basically, everyone suspected whether I had taken control of Serena's Twitter, but they had no way of getting an answer now. They could only continuously comment under this Twitter post. I don't believe it. Netizens had no choice. They could only wait now. Wait for New Music Festival tomorrow. By then, everything would become clear. They would ask Serena clearly at the scene whether this was real. When Ms. Claire and I brought Lily to Starlight Entertainment, Serena had just posted on Twitter not long ago, and was in the recording studio practicing singing. She had thought about that Twitter post for a long time before posting. Originally, she didn't want to pay attention to the rhythm online, but she saw those people continuously cursing at me. She couldn't help wanting to protect me. After posting, her face was red for a long time. Those bold words were her greatest courage. But after posting, her mood was clearly much better. Even her singing became much more natural. I carried little Lily. Miss Claire led me to take the elevator straight to the 11th floor. This floor was all recording studios. Serena was most likely here now. They didn't call Serena in advance. They wanted to give her a surprise. As soon as we reached the 11th floor, we hadn't seen Serena yet, when we happened to run into Diana coming out of a recording studio. Her eyes clearly lit up when she saw me and little Lily. This was Diana's first time meeting me in person. Her first impression was that I looked very gentle, not as vicious as they said online. She was one of 7 Memories' earliest fans, when the 7 Memories account wasn't even fully popular yet. Listening to the song With you for life. 7 memories holding a guitar, not showing his face. That mysteriousness had attracted her. Moreover, she especially yearned for the love in that song. So many people once loved your youthful face, but who is willing to endure the merciless changes of time? Diana had always thought that someone who could write and sing such a song must be such a romantic person. From then on, she had been quietly following 7 memories. Although she didn't believe the online rumors this time, she was still quietly following along. The Twitter post Serena made, she had seen it from the very beginning. She was very envious. Envious that the two of them could have such a dream-worthy love. One person displayed his talents for his wife, coming alone to Metro City. One person said to have met a good man, how fortunate. Bravely speaking up for love. She also wanted such sweet love. I also noticed this girl who had suddenly stopped, with her sweet appearance. I also recognized her. Diana, one of the hot championship candidates for this new music festival. I smiled and nodded at her in a friendly manner, then carried little Lily and prepared to continue walking forward. Are you here to find Serena? She's in the second recording studio on the left up ahead. At this moment, Diana suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, I curiously turned my head to look at Diana. This little girl I had never met was wearing a light yellow long dress. Her whole body exuded a lively aura. Thank you, I thanked her. Just as I was about to turn and continue walking, unexpectedly, Diana suddenly spoke up again. 7 memories. Can I have your autograph? I'm your fan. Diana was a bit shy. Even her voice was trembling. Her appearance was exactly like a young girl meeting her idol. I was slightly surprised. My reputation online right now could only be described as terrible. Didn't expect this fairly famous little girl would dare to openly admit she was my fan. I couldn't help but have a better impression of Diana. I smiled and set down little Willie from my arms, holding her little hand as I walked up to Diana. Sure, didn't expect I still have fans now, and a big singer at that. Hearing me say this, Diana's face turned slightly pink. She cutely stuck out her tongue, then unexpectedly took out a small notebook and handed it to me. 7 memories, you're so nice. My name is Diana. Please sign this notebook. I really like your songs. Sure, Diana. Thank you for liking them too. I took the notebook and saw that this notebook recorded all the songs I had written. I awkwardly touched my nose, then signed my 7 memories name on it. Returning the notebook to Diana, didn't expect Diana was actually a hardcore fan. I was a bit unused to it. You can just call me Diana. Diana happily took back the notebook, looking at the signature on it, full of joy. Diana, what are you doing? At this moment, a male voice suddenly came from the elevator direction. My gaze passed over Diana. I saw a scholarly man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, frowning as he walked this way. Nothing. Diana hurriedly put away the notebook. Looking obedient, she said to the scholarly man, Uncle, why are you here? The person who came was Bradley Pierce. Bradley Pierce walked up to everyone. He naturally also saw me. His expression was somewhat cold. He pulled Diana's arm, leading her toward the elevator. While walking, he lectured Diana. Your mother asked me to bring you some things. Also, don't go near just anyone you meet. Understand? I know. Diana kept nodding, going along with her uncle, while secretly turning her head, sticking her tongue out at me. I completely didn't understand what was happening. I didn't know what I had done to offend this man. However, this was just a small matter. I shook my head without caring, turned around and headed toward Serena's recording studio. I knocked on the door. Mia opened it. She was clearly a bit surprised to see me. She was about to call out to Serena inside, who was practicing singing, but I had already made a shushing gesture. Mia understood and immediately stayed quiet. I led little Lily and snuck in. Ms. Claire closed the door, standing at the entrance with Mia looking inside. This wasn't the first time I had heard Serena sing. It's just that no matter how many times I watched her sing, I always found that she treated songs with extreme seriousness. That serious, focused appearance was truly beautiful. Serena was fully concentrated on singing. She completely didn't notice that little Lily and I were standing outside. A smile appeared at the corner of my mouth. This song had accompaniment. Coming from Serena's mouth, it sounded even better. Little Lily leaned against my leg, her big eyes staring at her mother. She was still innocent, but she also really liked seeing her mother so confident like this. Serena, when singing, and normally seemed like two different people, that charm emanating from her bones made people unable to help but be entranced. When Serena finished singing a song, she habitually turned her head to look outside and saw the figures of me and little Lily. Her eyes couldn't help but widen, even carrying a bit of surprise. My face carried a gentle smile. Little Lily's almond eyes curved into crescent moons. Her bright smile seemed to illuminate the entire room. Seeing this warm scene, Serena suddenly smiled like a blooming flower. Smiling as she walked over, she said softly, "You're back." The tip of Serena's nose was dotted with sweat, looking especially playful and lively. This was the appearance someone in their 20s should have. I nodded. My eyes contained a smile that was hard to hide. Is my lady surprised?" Serena's face immediately turned red. She saw Mia and Ms. Claire at the door, covering their mouths and secretly laughing. How could this person be like this? There were still people here, and he was already calling her my lady. Serena lowered her head and didn't look at me. Instead, she picked up little Lily. It's just that her translucent red earlobes and the smile that wouldn't fade from her face had already betrayed her thoughts at this moment. That I could suddenly appear before her made her very happy. The next day, the much-anticipated second round of New Music Festival arrived as scheduled. Originally, the popularity of New Music Festival's first round had already reached extraordinary heights because of Serena singing The Wind Rises. This round, because of my incident, caused several more platforms to start cooperating with New Music Festival, live streaming this competition. Sure enough, from early morning, countless netizens were already waiting in the live stream rooms of various platforms, waiting for this competition to arrive. And in front of Metro City Stadium, a huge crowd had gathered even earlier. They were mostly pure drama-watching armies. Among them were many members of the Serena support group. There were also some mainstream entertainment media. They also wanted to get the first news, so they had arrived at the stadium early. From this, one could see that this new music festival had created such a grand scene entirely because of one person's topics. Until 8 p.m., the official live stream room had just opened. The broadcasting platforms also synchronously started. Countless comments flooded the screens of the live stream rooms. New Music Festival director Ryan Shaw saw such dense comments, grinning from ear to ear. Regardless of whether my publicity was negative or positive, the popularity I created was real and substantial. This was heaven-sent great news for Ryan Shaw. But at this moment he also desperately hoped that between Serena and me, nothing would go wrong. How wonderful it would be if everything was harmonious. As long as the two of us had no problems, the next round, the round after that. As long as Serena was there, it represented that I was there. Me being there represented that traffic was there. After all, being full for one meal versus being full for every meal, Ryan Shaw could still distinguish between them. So he sincerely prayed that Serena and I could be well. Inside Metro City Stadium, the scene this time was much grander than before. After all, the production team had made money. They were willing to invest in a venue like this. This time, both little Lily and I wore masks, sneaking into the venue with the crowd. The sky in the stadium had transformed into twinkling starlight. A Milky Way poured down from the dome, falling straight onto the stage, like a deep summer night sky, covering overhead, mysterious, and making people yearn. And the host, this time, had also changed to the famous host Sarah Chen. She was currently dressed in celestial attire, walking on the Milky Way as she slowly ascended the stage. Welcome everyone to New Music Festival. I'm your host, Sarah Chen. I'm very happy to meet everyone at this grand event. Now our competition has reached the second round. The original 16 contestants only have 8 remaining on stage, and today, 4 more singers will leave. This is the cruelty of competition. and also the charm of competition. At this moment, I believe the audience at the scene and in the live stream rooms are all extremely excited, looking forward to the contestants they support successfully advancing. So without further ado, let's first look at the big screen, the profiles of our 8 contestants. As soon as Sarah Chen's voice fell, she gracefully turned to look at the big screen together with everyone. On the big screen, the profiles of the 8 contestants appeared one by one, until the last contestant's profile finished displaying. Only then did Sarah Chen turn back around, holding the microphone to continue. All right, we've finished watching the profiles of our 8 contestants. Next, please welcome our 4 judges to the stage. The Milky Way on stage suddenly split into 4 paths. The 4 judges bathed in the Milky Way, appearing one after another, in succession. When they appeared, they each sang their signature songs. Until the last judge finished singing, they waved together to greet the audience. Below the stage immediately erupted thunderous cheers, applause, and whistles. Amidst the audience's cheers, the 4 judges, one by one, stepped up to the judges' panel, sitting in their positions. Sarah Chen looked at the judges with a smile, then raised the microphone in her hand again. Backstage, Serena had been in position for a while. She wore a mask, sneaking in through the staff entrance. There were really too many people out front. Moreover, many people were holding signs supporting her. She was a bit nervous, especially when she saw there were also people holding signs opposing domestic violence. She felt especially uncomfortable inside. She didn't know if I had seen them. She worried that if I saw them, I would also feel sad inside. Of course I saw them. I wasn't blind. Signs that big were really glaring. It's just that I actually felt nothing. It didn't matter. As long as it wasn't Serena and Lily, no one could break through my defenses. Moreover, this was something the old James Rivers did. What did it have to do with me? After making up with Serena, I had thought it through long ago. I shifted my gaze to the stage. There, today's competition bracket had already been randomly assigned by the audience. Serena was competing in the second match today. Her opponent was Sean Bai from Imperial Entertainment, also a hot championship candidate. It seemed like heaven had deliberately arranged this. Serena had to pass 5 trials and slay 6 generals before she could win the championship. 2 consecutive matches were against strong opponents. Last match, if Rebecca hadn't had her heart shattered, only performing at 40% of her ability, she wouldn't have lost so miserably. At this moment backstage, Sean Bai had also received the news. His face was ashen. He was also very surprised inside. Among these contestants, the person he least wanted to face was Serena. This woman had behind her a man who brought his own trending topics. Fortunately, this time that man's image had collapsed. Moreover, he didn't know what was going on between Serena and me. Whether this time's song was written by me, this made Sean Bai feel much more relaxed inside. He acknowledged Serena's singing skills, but if Serena's song was lacking, but his singing skills also weren't afraid of her, unless I stepped in again, writing another treasure of a song. Otherwise, Sean Bai believed he could still put up a fight. The first match was Diana. Her opponent was the only remaining singer from Celestial Beauty Entertainment. Diana's voice was very different from Serena's. Her voice was naturally sweet, combined with her petite figure and that adorable doll-like face. Singing sweet little songs, she melted the hearts of the audience below the stage. This was also my first time hearing her sing. Last match, Serena performed first. After she finished competing, I had already left the stadium. This time, I finally got to hear Diana's song. I nodded. This song was indeed not bad. Very suitable for Diana to sing. My little fan's singing skills were indeed impressive, worthy of being a hot championship candidate, and her opponent's ability wasn't even as good as Rebecca's. Naturally, she lost to Diana in this match. In the second match, Serena still went on stage first. As soon as Serena stepped on stage, she, immediately, searched for the figures of me and little Lily with her eyes. When she saw our waving hands, the corners of her mouth curved up slightly. The spotlight shone on her face. Her smile was heart-stirring, devastatingly beautiful. It made me stare in a bit of a daze. The song hadn't even started yet. when someone below the stands shouted loudly, "Serena, may I ask if you posted that Twitter post? Serena, do you really like James Rivers? Or is he forcing you?" The scene instantly became chaotic. Serena gripped the microphone tightly and looked at me below the stage. She suddenly remembered the first time she met me, the purity in my eyes, that clarity and hint of affection. Thinking of this, Serena's almond eyes became even brighter. Then, with a smile in her eyes, she raised the microphone, loudly declaring to the audience below the stage and in the live stream rooms, "Yes, I like James Rivers. He's wonderful. Some people, some loves are destiny." Amidst the brilliant Milky Way, her gaze pierced through the sea of people. Meeting with mine, I was somewhat dazed, as if seeing a fairy from the ninth heaven, gazing at me from across the Milky Way. So what if it's destiny? So what if it's not? I felt this most deeply. It was destiny that I transmigrated here to meet her, to love her. The scene also became so quiet because of Serena's words, that you could hear a pin drop. She said destiny. The smile and happiness in her eyes couldn't be faked. She really did like me. She also really felt she was happy. And she had said such words again. Whether it was the audience in the stadium, or the audience in the live stream rooms, everyone was silent at this moment. The joy overflowing from this screen wasn't something someone who had been domestically abused for a long time could fake. At this moment, the music also slowly began playing on the big screen behind the stage. The song title, Courage, slowly appeared. Lyrics, James Rivers. Composition, Serena. Performed by Serena. The song, Courage, they had created together. The intro played. Everyone unconsciously immersed themselves in the music, slowly feeling along with the melody. Serena at this moment also raised the microphone, her gaze still on me. This song was like her telling me, "I now have the courage to love you." The intro ended. Serena's voice gently rang out, as if telling an insignificant little story. Damn it! Whether it was the audience at the scene, or the audience in the live stream rooms, in this moment, they all completely cursed out loud. What the hell was this if not a naked confession? What was this if not spreading dog food? And they were saying she was living unhappily being abused? I swear if this is called unhappy, then this single dog also wants to. Try feeling unhappy at this moment. William Crawford and Marcus Hayes were also watching the live stream. Their faces were ashen, as uncomfortable as if they had eaten 100 dead rats. Why? They just wanted to know. Why did James Rivers treat her like that? Yet she wasn't angry, and was here confessing her love instead. Fortunately, Rebecca had already gone in by now. She couldn't see this scene. Otherwise, she would directly have her heart shatter and ascend to heaven on the spot. The next moment made everyone feel even more damned. Listen to this. Were these words even human? Netizens collectively vomited blood. Turns out we were all the ones creating gossip and rumors. Your courage toward her is too much. We're impressed. Not cursing anymore. They just want to love each other. Stop showing off. We were wrong. Boo-hoo, thought today would be a criticism session. Turns out it's a dog food night. Damn it. But this song is really too good. Boo-hoo, what do I do if I've fallen in love with it? I also want to forgive 7 Memories now. In the future, without his music, how am I supposed to live? Forgive. Must forgive. Serena has already come out and spoken up. What are we still hesitating about? You're forgiving this kind of person too? No way. No way. What's wrong with the person above? Why are you jumping out at this moment? Are you the one involved? Who gave you the courage? Serena? Ha 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 ha, I'm dying laughing. Serena gave the courage. But this song is really good. Makes me remember the old days. Too bad back then. If I could have had courage like Serena, the ending might have been different. Love in the heart is hard to speak. Having such courage is something so precious. Wishing those who bravely pursue love eternal happiness. The comments online when Serena sang this song gradually calmed down. Although netizens still felt a bit uncomfortable inside, the actual people involved were loving each other to death and back, even spreading dog food. What else could they The drama watchers say. Could it be the emperor wasn't anxious, but the eunuch was? They didn't have such bad hobbies. Serena's love declaration and one song, Courage, completely conquered the audience. They weren't just moved by this good song, but also by her fearless courage. Backstage, Sean Bai's face was like ash. At this moment, he had no courage left inside at all. Sure enough, what you fear comes. He had originally been praying I wouldn't write music for her. Now great, the two people had composed a song together. If it was just a good song, he could accept it. That way, he wouldn't be without a chance of winning. But the problem now was, not only was the song good, but this song was too fitting for the situation. It was completely a song written for this situation. Too suited to Serena's feelings right now. One song plus a love declaration. Directly turned tonight's competition venue into a dog food night. How was he supposed to win? Sean Bai smiled bitterly and shook his head. The song he had prepared was a bit inferior to Courage. In terms of emotional investment, he couldn't be more focused than Serena. He could only compare a bit in singing skills. The competition wasn't even over yet. Sean Bai already knew the result. At this moment, Serena had finished singing. She bowed to the audience at the scene, and the judges, slowly exiting the stage, until the music ended. Everyone only then dazedly realized the song had finished. They had just been immersed in the emotions the song brought, still not having come back to their senses, and Serena's figure had already disappeared from the stage. Only then did the scene suddenly erupt in thunderous applause. They all admired Serena, someone who dared to bravely pursue love. She deserved their support. It was Sean Bai's turn to go on stage. He quickly composed himself. No matter what, he still had to try his best. This had nothing to do with anything else. This was a singer's professional quality toward songs. Sean Bai indeed lived up to being a hot championship candidate. As soon as the music started, he quickly got into the zone. His tone was very good, clear and bright, singing an upbeat song. The atmosphere at the scene also couldn't help but liven up. The audience waved the glow sticks in their hands, following the upbeat music, swaying rhythmically. The judges on stage all showed expressions of appreciation. Although this song wasn't as good as Courage, the fact that he could still perform so excellently after Serena's performance was already very good, at least better than last match. Fellow hot championship candidate Rebecca. In terms of attitude, Sean Bai's fans also felt a bit regretful. They also knew their idol had already done his best. After all, there was only one 7 Memories in the world. Not everyone could compose such high-quality songs in this amount of time. I was also attentively listening to his performance below the stage. Although he was an opponent, music knows no boundaries. Good music deserved to be treated seriously. The result was as expected, although this time it wasn't like the first-round match, with an overwhelming vote count, directly crushing the opponent, but this time Serena still easily won. With a score of 4,001, Sean Bai's one vote was from a judge who quite liked his voice, and serious attitude, giving him a sympathy vote. Sean Bai also happily accepted this. He had anticipated this result. He could only say his skills weren't as good as others. Working harder in the future was the right thing to do. The second round of New Music Festival also ended at 11 p.m. Serena, Diana, Mia Anderson, along with a contestant from a small entertainment company named Kevin Wong. The 4 people successfully made it to the top. 4. Among them, besides the 2 dark horses, Serena and Kevin Wong, the other 2 were both previous hot championship candidates. This made the audience even more excited about New Music Festival. After all, competitions with dark horses were interesting. The championship battle would be more surprising. Now, the online calls for Serena to win the championship were growing louder. 2 consecutive songs had proven her personal ability, and also proven 7 Memories' monstrous composing ability. If these 2 people weren't a couple, netizens now wouldn't accept it. Originally before, netizens still felt Serena wasn't worthy of James Rivers. That was 7 Memories after all. What virtue and talent did Serena have to receive his favor, having him write music for her? But gradually, everyone discovered things weren't as simple as they thought. especially after New Music Festival ended. Netizens suddenly realized they had completely thought wrong before. It wasn't that Serena wasn't worthy of James Rivers, but that James Rivers wasn't worthy of Serena. Wow, such a treasure of a goddess. Who wouldn't cherish her properly? So after New Music Festival ended, a post on this topic shot up the trending list again. James Rivers' self-redemption comes from the courage Serena gave. The original meaning was very simple. It was that James Rivers, you being forgiven by us, was entirely because you have a good wife. Be grateful. And right at this moment, Starlight Entertainment also wasn't about to stand aside. Riding this trending topic, they posted a Twitter message and tagged Serena. Congratulations to our singers, Serena and Diana, for making the top 4. Additionally, we'd like to explain to everyone, he's not as bad as the outside rumors say. He and Serena came together mutually. The fact that Serena could sign with us was entirely because he came alone to Metro City, running around for her sake. As a result, netizens only found out after seeing this that the two of them had actually made each other complete, coming together mutually. Love it. Such feelings are amazing. They expressed that they were blinded. Mutual love was already something that made people happy. This was also a fairy tale couple, making everyone like them even more. The previous Serena support group, the condemnation group, after the competition ended, the group admin, had quietly changed the group name to Serena CP Shipping Group. The people in the group also unconsciously chatted. The two of them better be together for life. I'm betting on it. Rest assured, I can tell 7 Memories isn't someone who doesn't know what's good. If these two dare to break up, I'll be the first to flood 7 Memories TikTok. Hey, actually, I'm a fan of Lily Rivers. Haha, I also want to have a daughter like that. Right, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Lily is our favorite little princess. You're a fake fan. You just said you forgot. The group admin quietly lurked, watching the members enthusiastically chat, then slapped their head. The group name changed again. Serena Family Group, Lily Rivers, James Rivers. Don't ask why. I'm ranked last. If you ask, it's because comparing the whole family, only I'm the ugliest. Oh, right. Also has a criminal record. When Serena came out from backstage, only I was left waiting for her outside. Serena blinked, not knowing where Mia and the others had gone. Even Lily had been taken away, and my staring gaze made her face a bit hot. However bold she had been on stage just now, that's how embarrassed Serena was now. She lowered her head. Her small lips that were originally pursed together, her delicate face also grew increasingly red. Serena stared at the tips of her shoes, not daring to look anymore. This man had no shame even in the middle of a main road. Who stares at a girl like that? I completely didn't realize anything was wrong. I was looking at my own wife. Even immortals couldn't control that. I just felt that the word destiny, Serena said today, really spoke to my heart. It was destiny that I transmigrated here to love her. Serena couldn't stand my burning gaze anymore. She raised her head and glanced at me. Just this one glance. I panickedly stepped back, awkwardly touching my nose. Serena like this was truly invincible. The flirtatiousness in that glance was full of killing power. Seeing me like this, Serena couldn't help but burst out laughing. She glanced at me and asked, "Where's Lily?" Mia and Miss Claire took her back. I smiled awkwardly. I also didn't know why. I suddenly wanted to be alone with Serena. When alone with her, my heart was very peaceful. Serena softly said, On her rosy cheeks, she was still smiling. She had clearly understood my intention. Her little woman appearance was indescribably charming. Anyway, I had completely fallen. I took a deep breath, barely suppressing my stirring heart. I took the initiative to step forward, holding Serena's warm little hand as I walked forward. The two of us just like that, quietly strolled under the streetlights. The streetlights stretched out our shadows. At this moment, the two of us were extremely close. Gurgle. While walking, the quiet atmosphere between the two of us was suddenly broken by a sound. Serena's originally slightly curved small lips parted. She looked at her stomach in disbelief. At this moment, her stomach had disappointingly made a sound, making Serena want to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. So embarrassing. Serena lowered her head. Her face flushed red. I laughed out loud. The laughter echoed very loudly in the night, until Serena squeezed my hand harder and harder. I finally held back my laughter, my bright, sparkling eyes looking at Serena. Serena like this was the most genuine. Hey, I'm hungry. Let's go get some late-night snacks. Serena didn't say anything. She just gently nodded, then was led by my hand, walking toward the nearby snack street. The late summer night market was very lively, especially this kind of snack street. A small street was packed with people. The aroma of all kinds of snacks drifted over, making both of us crave food. Serena hadn't eaten much at lunch. Now it was already past 11:40 p.m. She had been hungry for a long time, now smelling so many delicious snacks. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva. This scene naturally caught my eye. I secretly smiled. Didn't expect Serena was also a snack lover. Then she must have suffered before. How long had it been since she tasted these snacks? Following the crowd, the two of us entered the snack street. At this moment, we were like an ordinary young couple on the streets. I bought all kinds of snacks, feeding the snack lover beside me. Whether in the old world or here, I rarely hung out. And the times Serena went shopping could be counted on one hand. Before she was an orphan. When studying, she worked while studying. After graduating, she became a singer. She had even less time to go shopping. She had forgotten. When was the last time she came to a night market snack street like this? But at this moment, she really loved snack streets like this, mainly because it really smelled good. For example, right now, she hadn't even said anything. Her almond eyes just lit up, looking toward the grilled chicken leg stall by the road. I would go straight over there. When I came back, I would definitely have 2 skewers of fragrant, grilled chicken legs in my hands. Just from such a simple thing, Serena knew. That happiness had really come to her side. This feeling kept the corners of her mouth curved up. Her heart grew even warmer. I was also really enjoying time like this. This was probably what they called dating. In other people's eyes, she and I were an old married couple who had been married for years, even already having a child. But in reality, we were like a newly dating couple. Many things were first-time experiences. The two of us leisurely strolled through the snack street just like that. This time was when Serena ate the most. She tried a bit of all kinds of snacks. Whatever she couldn't finish all went into my stomach. Is that Serena? At this moment, on the originally noisy snack street, someone suddenly exclaimed in surprise. People nearby immediately inquired. Immediately. Most people on the entire snack street were looking around. Until they saw those 2 familiar faces, they immediately froze. Oh my God! It really is Serena and James Rivers. Serena is as beautiful as on TV. That face is absolutely gorgeous. How much good karma did James Rivers accumulate in his past life? Immediately, most people recognized the 2 of us. Even those who didn't recognize us were asking what was going on. The entire snack street immediately became chaotic. Quite a few people crowded toward the 2 of us. This was their first time on such a chaotic snack street. Seeing a live celebrity, who wasn't even wearing a mask or any disguise, didn't they know how popular they were right now? Serena and I also fell into a state of panic. We had indeed momentarily forgotten about this, mainly because neither of us had been famous before. How could we have thought we'd be recognized? Only now did the 2 of us belatedly react. These past few days, the trending topics were all about us. It would be strange if we weren't recognized. After being recognized, the entire snack street went into chaos. Complete chaos. Whether it was people who knew us, or those purely watching the excitement, they all crowded over in an instant. Oh my God! Reacting, I exclaimed in alarm. I grabbed Serena, who was still dazedly holding up snacks, and ran. Fortunately, this snack street had winding paths, and there were many people. I turned east and west, and soon escaped from the large army behind. The 2 of us had now gone from the center of the snack street to the edge. Like thieves, we put on masks. I even bought a baseball cap, putting it on Serena's head. When things had settled down, I wiped my sweat, helplessly looking at Serena, who still hadn't fully recovered. Being a celebrity is really troublesome. Scared me to death. Serena's eyes under the baseball cap blinked. She touched the mask on her face, then raised the snacks in her hand. Can't eat like this anymore. Her voice was a bit aggrieved. I sighed. Why did it feel like this woman was getting more and more silly? Even now, she was only thinking about eating. Let me wrap them up for you. We'll find a quiet place to eat. Serena looked at the snacks in her hand and thought for a moment. Only then did she reluctantly hand the snacks to me. Her eyes kept staring at them, as if afraid that if she wasn't careful for a moment, I would sneak a bite. Helplessly, I wrapped up the remaining snacks, then took tissues from my pocket, naturally pulled Serena's small hand, and gently wiped the oil stains on her hand. Don't worry, they're all yours, I said softly while wiping. Serena stared blankly at me, being so gentle. The corners of her eyes couldn't help but get moist, but deep in her eyes, a light that was hard to hide rose up. Let's go, I observed for a moment. When I saw that the smooth little hand had been wiped clean, I withdrew my hand. A smile spread across my face. Serena lowered her head, blindly following me forward, until the two of us arrived. At the plaza in front of a shopping mall, I pulled Serena to sit down on a bench, handing the still warm snacks to Serena. Now you can eat in peace, Serena nodded. She took the snacks from my hand, removed her mask, and ate small bite by small bite. I tilted my head back with both hands behind my neck, looking up at the starry sky. The starry sky in this world was really beautiful, even though it was already midnight. The moon in the sky still illuminated the ground brightly. In just a moment, Serena had demolished all the snacks. I handed over a tissue to wipe her mouth. Serena pursed her lips and took the tissue. She kept feeling like I was taking care of her, like taking care of Lily. After she finished wiping her mouth and looked up, she happened to see above the shopping mall the huge movie theater sign. Serena's eyes suddenly lit up. Let's go watch a movie. Is that okay? And I scratched my head. It was already this late. Would it be okay not to go back? But seeing the hopeful light in Serena's eyes, my heart immediately softened. I stood up, pointing my hand toward the movie theater. Let's go! Serena's face immediately bloomed with joy. She had wanted to go to a movie theater to watch a movie for a very long time. It's just that she never had the chance. Now she could finally go. And it was with me. When the two of us arrived at the movie theater, it happened to be right before the last showing was about to start. This made Serena secretly happy. If they had come a little later, wouldn't they have missed it today? The two of us quickly bought tickets and went in. Perhaps because it was late at night. There weren't many people in the theater, just a few scattered couples. The seats were quite hidden. Serena and I very naturally bought the center position facing the screen. Because there weren't many people, the two of us very naturally removed their masks. At this moment, the lights also went out. The movie began. This was a youth romance film. I found it quite boring to watch. I basically didn't watch this kind of movie. Serena was watching attentively. I preferred looking at Serena's serious face, especially when the movie reached the middle part. When the plot had the male and female leads being romantic with each other, I clearly saw Serena's beautiful face, gradually turning pink. Her eyelashes were also unconsciously fluttering. Then she suddenly turned her head to look at me, and happened to catch me secretly looking at her. Serena instantly panicked. Her pretty face turned even redder. This man wasn't watching the movie. What was he looking at her for? I smiled. Sure enough, this kind of movie was still more suitable for girls to watch. They were more easily moved by films. Serena was no exception. Domestic youth romance films always had endings that weren't very good. Sure enough, at the end, the male and female leads still broke up. The movie ended. The theater lights came on. I clearly saw Serena's eyes were slightly red. Women were naturally emotional. This kind of movie, to me, wasn't as impactful as one glance from Serena. When I led Serena to stand up and leave, we saw the couple in that corner, still intimately embracing each other. Seeing this scene, Serena's face immediately flushed red, and I shamelessly took another look. I was quite envious of such youth, passionate like fire. The two of us walked out of the movie theater. I could feel Serena's hand was slightly sweaty. She was nervous. I quietly looked at her profile. Under the moonlight, she was so beautiful it was unreal. Sure enough, even her ears were red. The two of us just strolled under the moonlight like that. Neither spoke first. Because I was enjoying Serena's shy appearance right now, and Serena was simply embarrassed. Finally, I was still the one who gently squeezed her soft, boneless little hand. Speaking first, "Don't be so nervous. I'm not going to eat you." Hearing this, Serena immediately became even more nervous. What did eating mean? What did he want to do? She raised her small face. Her eyelashes fluttered. Her gaze held a hint of panic. This was being overly nervous. Seeing her like this, I suddenly wanted to tease her. Acting on impulse, I suddenly stopped, pulling the walking Serena toward me. Being pulled, Serena suddenly stumbled. In a panic, both hands braced against my chest. She raised her face in confusion to look at me. The next moment, my face suddenly leaned in close. Serena could feel my hot breath on her small face. Serena was stunned, her eyes wide. In an instant, even her heart stopped for half a beat. I saw her fair, rosy face immediately flush red. I saw panic suddenly flash in her eyes. Innocent. I saw her small lips move slightly. She even swallowed her saliva. Too cute. Also too against the rules. I had only wanted to tease her. Being startled like this, my heart immediately collapsed. I couldn't hold back. So I chose to completely follow my instincts. I directly lowered my head, gently placing a kiss on her face. Serena had already closed her eyes by now. Then, she felt a warm sensation transmitted to her face. After that, she waited and waited, but there was no other movement. Serena secretly opened her eyes. I was looking at her with a bright smile. So annoying. This bad person. Serena braced against my chest, forcefully pushing me. She huffily turned around and walked away. Being pushed back, stumbling, I scratched my head and hurriedly chased after her. Serena walked ahead. Her small steps were a bit fast. I had to take long strides to catch up. She was angry. Teasing was fun for a moment. Chasing your wife to the crematorium. Serena ignored me. Hey, I really couldn't control myself. I didn't do it on purpose, I hurriedly explained, but Serena still ignored me. Her small steps became even faster. I could only continue following Serena with a bitter face. The two of us walked one in front and one behind for a long time. Serena also didn't see me catch up and pull her back. Then she became even angrier. How come she didn't discover before that I was this stupid? Really indescribably stupid. Walking all the way to the parking lot outside the stadium, Serena pulled open the car door and got in. I hurriedly took 3 steps as 2 to follow, sitting in the passenger seat. Serena's face was still cold. She released the handbrake, started the car, and set off in one smooth motion. The car left. 20 minutes later, the car arrived at the apartment. I watched Serena walk into the apartment, leaving me outside the door. Mia came out from inside the apartment, not understanding. She saw her Serena with a flushed face, huffily walking into the bedroom. Mia had just come to the door. When she saw me with a pained expression wearing a mask, Mia frowned. "Did you bully Serena again?" My eyes were evasive. "No, I didn't." Seeing my guilty appearance, Mia became even more certain. "Great! Serena just confessed her love for you in front of everyone. And you bullied her again? Are you even human?" Mia was clearly angry. Her. Serena had protected me like that. How could I still bully her? It's not what you think. I hurriedly waved my hand to explain, scratching my head as I roughly told her the situation. Mia's eyes widened as she listened, an expression of disbelief. But my expression didn't look fake. Mia remembered the rosy flush on Serena's face. Only then did she believe my words. Then she looked at me with a complicated expression. "Go, given the chance, and you're still useless. You don't even know where Serena's anger point is." Hopeless. Mia knew the truth. She was a bit helpless. She decided to stop bothering with this man, who was as stupid as a pig, turned around and closed the door, going inside. I looked at the closed door in front of me. I sighed. If I had known, I wouldn't have teased her. Now look what happened. I turned around and hit my head. Looking completely disappointed, I was about to leave. The apartment door behind me suddenly opened again. Yeah. Then, a car key was stuffed into my hand. The key still carried a bit of warmth. I turned my head and saw Serena's pretty face with her small lips pursed. Dummy, were you planning to walk back? I smiled. I breathed a sigh of relief inside. Her paying attention to me was good enough. Then I carefully asked, "Still angry?" Seeing me like this, Serena couldn't help but burst out laughing. Silly, but also quite cute, just a bit unromantic. I was never angry. Serena pursed her lips and glanced at me, saying, "Were all women this changeable? Then what was all that huffing and ignoring me just now? A ghost? Even if I was stupid." I wouldn't say these words at this moment. I hurriedly nodded. Right, not angry. I saw wrong, not wanting to bother with him anymore. Serena glanced at me and went back into the apartment. I grinned, holding the car key, and leisurely left. All the way until the hotel. After I finished showering and had just lain on the bed, I received an Instagram message from Serena. Good night. The corner of my mouth curved up slightly. I also replied with one sentence. My lady, good night. Early the next morning, I had already driven to the apartment. Today I had to take little Lily back to Riverside City. The round-trip plane tickets booked when we came were for today. My life as a stay-at-home dad would continue. I was quite looking forward to it. So after finishing breakfast, the group had arrived at the airport. Serena was affectionate with little Lily for a while. Only when it was almost time did she hand the little one to me. Her eyes full of reluctance. I was no less reluctant. But I still held Serena's small hand, gently saying, "Go back. Remember to call home. Often. Also, if anything happens, you must tell me. Don't hide it, understand?" Serena nodded. I gently squeezed her small hand, only then reluctantly letting go. "I'm going now," I said. Carrying Lily, I turned and walked into the corridor. "Wait!" Suddenly a fragrant breeze rushed over. I had just turned around, when Lily and I had already received Serena's kiss on our faces. Then Serena stepped back 2 steps. She pursed her lips. "Go on." I smiled softly, looking at Serena's pretty face. I waved. "From now on, the mortal world's smoke and fire, mountains and rivers far away, nothing is not you. Nothing is you. Rivers and seas with the rest of life is all you." The plane arrived in Riverside City at 11 towns a.m. Returning home after so long, I first cleaned the house from top to bottom, then cooked lunch. Only then did I rest. After eating and drinking our fill, the father and daughter very naturally, as always, sprawled out on the sofa in a Garfield pose, can only say, like father, like daughter. I also didn't know since when. Little Lily had learned this lying posture of mine, and imitated it perfectly. Looking at little Lily, who was copying me, I sat up straight again. I suddenly remembered something very important. That was that little Lily was now already 3 years old. She needed to go to kindergarten, and kindergarten started in September. There was still 1 month left. I needed to find a kindergarten to register first. Thinking of this, I looked toward little Lily, who had also sat up straight on the sofa. "Lily, do you know what kindergarten is?" Lily blinked her big eyes. She thought carefully for a moment. She nodded at me. "I know. Kindergarten is a place with lots and lots of little friends. Lily saw it on TV. I smiled. I rubbed the little one's head. "Lily is so smart. So does Lily want to go to kindergarten?" This time Lily didn't answer immediately. She furrowed her small brow and thought for a long time. Her big eyes just stared. At me, I thought. The little one was very resistant to going to kindergarten. Then she spoke up. "Lily wants to go, but Lily can't bear to leave Daddy." I looked at little Lily seriously. I picked her up and held her in my arms. "After going to kindergarten, you can still see Daddy every day. Daddy will take Lily to school every day and pick Lily up after school. Kindergarten also has many little friends to play with Lily. There are also teachers to teach Lily nursery rhymes. If you're good, there are little red flowers to receive," I said patiently. Lily's current personality and living habits mostly came from my and Serena's teaching, but I knew that I, after all, hadn't received systematic educational training. I couldn't compare to teachers at school, hearing my words. Only then did Lily nod her little head. Then Lily wants to go to kindergarten. Good. Then Daddy will find a really good kindergarten for Lily. I smiled and rubbed little Lily's head, then put her back on the sofa. Only then did I pick up my phone to search for nearby kindergartens. Then I discovered that kindergarten registration had all ended. Registration had stopped in July. I scratched my head. What to do now? At that time, I hadn't transmigrated yet. The original owner, that scumbag, hadn't thought about this issue before either. No choice. I could only continue searching online, looking for which nearby kindergarten was good. In the end, I chose a nearby kindergarten, called Riverside Blossom. This kindergarten had very high ratings online. Its reputation was also very good, especially highly rated by parents. With an anxious heart, I brought various documents, and led Lily by car to Riverside Blossom Kindergarten. This place really wasn't far from where we lived, only about 10 minutes by car. As soon as I got out of the car, I hurriedly asked the security guard at the gate. I smoothly arrived at the admissions office of Riverside Blossom Kindergarten. In the office, there were only 2 female staff members around 40 years old, sitting and chatting. I knocked on the door. Both simultaneously turned their heads to look at me at the door. One of them immediately stood up. She politely asked, "Hello, can I help you?" The other one stared at my face and frowned slightly. She kept feeling like this man looked familiar somehow, but she couldn't remember who he was. Little Lily at this moment was still a bit afraid of strangers. She hugged my leg and hid behind me. I also politely responded. My face carried a slightly embarrassed expression. "Hello. It's like this. Because of my carelessness, I forgot to register my child for kindergarten in June. She's already 3 years old this year. Could you see if there are still any spots available?" The woman who stood up shook her head. She had seen many careless parents like this, not to mention a kindergarten like Riverside Blossom with such a good reputation. Right now, I'm afraid even ordinary kindergartens wouldn't have any spots left, although every kindergarten kept a few special spots in reserve, just in case. But she could see I clearly didn't fall into that category. "I'm sorry, sir. Our spots are already full," she said to me with a regretful expression. Hearing this, I was a bit disappointed. Little Lily behind me also poked her little head out at this moment. Her big, innocent eyes looked around. She had only seen this place on TV. She was very curious about everything here. "Lily, are you little Princess Lily?" The staff member who was sitting, when she saw little Lily, suddenly spoke up. Her voice couldn't hide her excitement. Just now, seeing me had felt familiar, but she couldn't remember. But seeing Lily, she immediately recognized her. She had a son. Both she and her son were fans of Lily. She was a mom fan of Lily. The staff member who was standing heard this and froze for a moment. She murmured, "Lily?" Then she shifted her gaze to the tiny little Lily. Her eyes also suddenly lit up. As mothers, they didn't know me, but they were very familiar with Lily Rivers. "It really is little Princess Lily. My little darling. Just as cute as online." I was also startled by the 2 people's unexpected reaction. I scratched my head. So these 2 were both fans of Lily. Regarding Lily's mom fans online, I was quite familiar with them. They all called Lily Little Princess Lily. Lily saw the 2 people looking at her with shining eyes, also calling her name. She first timidly looked at me, and after receiving my encouraging gaze, she finally stepped out from behind me. "Hello, aunties." This was what I usually taught her. When meeting people, you should greet them. "Hello, sweetie. Let me touch you. Wow, wow, wow. I really got to meet little Princess Lily. So happy." Both of them squatted down. One touched Lily's hair. One pinched Lily's little cheeks, making Lily furrow her cute little brows. At this moment, one of them suddenly looked up. "Hello, Mr. Rivers. Could you wait here for a moment? I'll call and ask our principal. I think our principal would also be very happy to accept Lily Rivers into our school." There was such a good thing. I hurriedly nodded. I couldn't help but sigh with emotion. So Lily was this amazing. Her mom fans were even more enthusiastic than ordinary celebrity fans, and so, one staff member hurriedly went to the side, calling the principal. The other one was still cooing at Lily, simply couldn't let go of her, and I had completely become an outsider. Soon after, that staff member finished her call. She came over with a happy expression. "Mr. Rivers, you brought all the documents, right? I'll enter the spot for you right now. Thank you. Sorry for the trouble." I hurriedly nodded in thanks, handing over all the documents in my hand to her. Before coming, I had searched online for what documents were needed. The spot was quickly successfully entered. The staff member returned all the documents to me, then rubbed little Lily's head and said, "All done. Registration is successful. Mr. Rivers, please keep your phone available. Our teacher will find a time for a home visit to meet the child and also learn about her situation. Mr. Rivers, just wait patiently. Also, our school starts on September 1st. This time, Mr. Rivers, remember not to forget." I took back the documents and hurriedly shook her hand. Yes. Really sorry for the trouble. I'll pay attention." Everything was done. Only then did I lead Lily, under the reluctant gazes of the two staff members, and left. After leaving the kindergarten gate, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. I had come with the intention of just trying, didn't expect it to actually succeed. Moreover, there was a home visit before kindergarten enrollment. This I didn't know before. Thinking of this, I became a bit nervous again. First time being a father. My child's first teacher was about to visit our home. I was a bit worried. However, this was all a necessary path for parents. I could only try to suppress the nervousness in my heart and lead Lily home. Now I had many tasks, things to prepare for Lily going to kindergarten, the song for Serena's next competition match, the complete anime concept Derek needed. All these things needed me to prepare. Even as a transmigrator, I was getting a bit of a headache. I was busy running around. But fortunately, everything was going quite smoothly. And at this moment, the sky over Metro City was drizzling with light rain. In the Moonrise Hotel, Bradley Pierce was dining with a fashionably dressed woman. This woman had long, wavy hair. Right now, she was very elegantly swirling her wine glass, taking a small sip, then gently placing it on the table. "Director Pierce, I got to where I am today thanks to your promotion back then. But what you're asking now isn't easy to do." Although she was already around 30 when her voice came out. It had a sickeningly sweet feeling. However, Bradley Pierce clearly liked this coquettish tone of hers. Even the way he looked at her carried a treasuring expression. "Bella, don't worry. I've already talked to William Barnes. If Serena's opponent in the next match really is Diana, he will vote for Diana. Plus your vote. We're set." Bradley Pierce had an expression of having everything under control. He was even feeling a bit smug inside. People who worked for others would forever be working for others. How could they compete with capitalists like him? New Music Festival had 4 judges in total. He had already convinced 2 of them. Now, as long as Bella Summers agreed, Serena would definitely lose the next match. Bella Summers saw Bradley Pierce's attitude like this. She slightly narrowed her phoenix eyes. "Even if you've convinced William Barnes, adding my vote is still only 2 votes. How can you say we're set?" Bradley Pierce's face still carried a smile. He pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. "What if we add Nathan Harper's vote?" "Nathan Harper? That upright guy? How is that possible?" Bella Summers frowned. If it were someone else, she might still believe it. But talking about Nathan Harper, she completely didn't believe it. Bradley Pierce smiled mysteriously. He poured another glass of wine for Bella Summers, laughing openly. "Nothing is impossible. You don't need to worry about this. You just need to tell me whether you'll help or not." Bella Summers thought for a moment. Looking at Bradley Pierce's certain-to-win appearance, she raised her glass again. She took a light sip and said to Bradley Pierce, "Cheers." Bradley Pierce's face immediately bloomed with joy. "Cheers!" After the meal, Bradley Pierce reluctantly saw Bella Summers to her car. Watching her drive away, she was now a popular female star. She couldn't be casually ordered around like before. This made Bradley Pierce feel a bit empty, but he quickly concealed his disappointment. A smile spread across his face. Again. Now, New Music Festival had 4 judges. He had already gotten through to 3 of them. If Serena met Diana, what did she have to win with? Did she really think the entertainment industry was that clean? Naive. Moreover, he had also invited Marcus Wu, the godfather of music, to write music for Diana with full effort. At that time, he wouldn't be afraid of the audience not buying it. As for Marcus Wu losing to me last time, he didn't care at all. Marcus Wu had personally promised him this time. This time's song would be very good. Moreover, last time was entirely Rebecca's uselessness. It had little to do with Marcus Wu. With all people and matters arranged, Bradley Pierce smugly got in his car, driving towards Starlight Entertainment. I naturally didn't know about these things. I was now simultaneously looking up how to write anime concepts online, while writing the story of Under One Person in a thick notebook. Even though I remembered this anime clearly, when writing it out, I still found it very difficult. What troubled me most was scene description and transitions, along with character personalities and dialogue. I had to rack my brains bit by bit. This was extremely difficult for someone who didn't write professionally like me. Even a minor character, I had to think about for a long time, before I could describe them in words. However, this was still much faster than ordinary people. You have to know that for ordinary people to write a concept, they need at least long-term accumulation, starting from nothing, and standing on the shoulders of giants were completely 2 different things. Moreover, this wasn't too urgent. After I finished writing, I still needed to find an artist to draw it. Only then could it be made into an anime. At my current speed, I believed at most 1 month, I could completely transcribe Season 1 of Under One Person. I also already had ideas for Serena's song. It was when I video called Serena today. I suddenly thought of a song written specifically for long-distance love. I knew as the competition progressed, it would only get harder later. Not playing a few trump cards would probably lead to a miserable loss. Mainly, Serena's foundation was still too weak. Unlike other established singers, whose fans had formed long ago, and only kept increasing. Compared to other singers, Serena's path to fame was short, with many controversies and few fixed fans. This was also her weakness. Only by continuously producing good works could this weakness be compensated. Being busy until evening, after coaxing little Lily to sleep, I went back out to the living room. Sitting in front of the table, I spread out the sheet music. I didn't write immediately. Instead, I quietly tapped the rhythm, first singing it softly once through. This song wasn't just invincible in its lyrics. Most importantly was the melody of this song, and its opening. After singing through it once, I picked up the pen and wrote out the complete melody, then noted all the instruments used inside. The pen stopped. The piece was complete. I held the sheet music and reviewed it once. Only then did a smile spread across my face. This opening is truly invincible. 3 days passed very quickly. These few days, besides writing that song for Serena, I was completely immersed in creating Under One Person. I felt like I must have owed Derek in my past life. Otherwise, why was writing anime for that bastard? Even more tiring than writing music for Serena? However, fortunately, the more I wrote, the more skilled I became. Now I didn't need to pay special attention to the layout. I could also write the entire format correctly. Sure enough, as the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. There's nothing that hard work and effort can't solve. 8 p.m. I led little Lily and sat punctually on the sofa, casting my phone screen to watch the direct live stream. Today was the 3rd round of New Music Festival, the semi-finals, with 4 into 2. I was already eager to hear that song from Serena's mouth, to see how amazing it would be, and at the scene, Serena's face still carried a smile. She only thought for a moment, then directly answered, "I won't talk about proof. In a moment, you can see for yourselves. As for who I most want to draw, I haven't thought about it. I think they all have strong abilities. No matter who I draw, I will try my best." In front of the TV, I also smiled hearing Serena's answer. Serena answered very cleverly. This way, she didn't offend anyone, while also showing she would try her best. Sarah Chen didn't get anything out of her. Her expression was a bit disappointed, but she quickly adjusted, continuing to ask a few small questions. After Serena answered them one by one, Sarah Chen interacted with the other contestants for a bit, then officially began the drawing. Backstage, Ryan Shaw saw the actual traffic data online. He was indescribably happy. For competitions like this, after a few rounds, the traffic usually gradually declined, mainly because each round was basically the same. Nothing creative, completely relying on the singer's songs to maintain it. Over time, the audience would naturally leave. But New Music Festival was now in its third round, and the traffic data was higher each round. This was all the popularity Serena and I brought. A hit song every round. Even immortals couldn't handle this. At this moment, the drawing on stage had ended. Serena's opponent today had been determined. It was Diana. Diana looked at Serena's absolutely beautiful profile. Her mood was both nervous and excited. She didn't know what song I had written for Serena this time, but she could guess that the song her idol wrote would definitely be better than the song in her hands, but she would still try her best. Being able to compete with Serena on stage, even if she lost, she would be very happy. Losing to my song wasn't a loss. Moreover, getting to hear another good song was already great. Next, Marcus Gow, Bella, Summers, Nathan Harper, and William Barnes, the four judges, sang their signature songs, and under everyone's attention, took the stage one by one. The atmosphere at the scene also ignited because of this. After all, these veteran singers each had countless fans of their own. In this round's competition, Serena and Diana were the second match. The first match was Mia Anderson versus Kevin Wang. Mia Anderson sang a passionate love song like Fire, also dancing while singing. Fireworks shot up brilliantly. Sure enough, she was the hot rising star of the new generation. Even I secretly marveled at this ability. The four contestants who could break through the siege, sure enough, none of them were all talk and no substance. Although Mia Anderson sang very well, I still felt that my own Serena would forever be the goddess. Next was Kevin Wang. He brought a rock song, heart-wrenching music, accompanied by Kevin Wang's unique husky voice. He was indeed a tough competitor. Even the audience at the scene was swept along, swaying their bodies. The first match ended. Marcus Gow's and William Barnes's votes both went to Kevin Wang, while Bella Summers's and Nathan Harper's votes went to Mia Anderson. Both songs were very good. They both sang very well. It's just that the judges liked different types. Each person's understanding was also different, so the votes were tied. The final vote was decided by the audience. In the end, Mia Anderson was still slightly better. She won the final audience vote. On one hand, Mia Anderson had more fans. On the other hand, rock music's audience really wasn't that large. For ordinary audiences, love songs really touched their hearts more easily. Mia Anderson and Kevin Wang slowly exited the stage. Host Sarah Chen then took the microphone and went on stage. Next is today's final group of contestants, also the match of the biggest popularity king of this new music festival. Let's welcome contestant Serena, Sarah Chen said enthusiastically. Serena slowly walked out from backstage. Today she was dressed plainly, like an office worker who had just gotten off work. A white t-shirt paired with blue jeans. Light makeup. It was just this simple outfit. That made her look more genuine than the previous two times. The feeling it gave the audience was that she had walked into ordinary life. Plain and simple was what's real. Even more refreshing, this match. Serena still went on stage to sing first. The host also exited at this time. The stage darkened. Only one beam of light shone on Serena. The music started. On the big screen behind her, the song title also slowly appeared. Sea of Flowers. Lyrics and composition. Me. Performed by Serena. The audience hadn't even clearly seen the song title yet, when they were already drawn in by this opening. In front of the TV, my face still carried an entranced expression. This opening was truly invincible. You have to know this was Jay Chou's song. Everyone knew that Jay Chou's songs basically all had invincible openings. As soon as the opening played, It could completely bring people into the world of music. On stage, the production team rarely used special effects. A sea of flowers bloomed. Serena bathed in the sea of flowers just like that, slowly walking forward. Seeing this scene, the audience at this moment closed their eyes again. Following the music, they felt as if they were, in a sea of flowers under the sunshine, body and mind relaxed. They kept marveling inside. I was truly amazing. This time song had them immersed just from the opening alone. They, even, didn't need to think about the upcoming lyrics. Just the opening alone had already completely defeated the two songs from the previous match. Serena's eyelashes fluttered gently. The hand holding the microphone trembled slightly. This time's song was harder than the previous ones. She had practiced for a very, very long time. Moreover, in her heart, this song was better than all the previous ones. She didn't know how my brain was wired to be able to write such a song. She could only do her best to not let this song down. Serena composed herself and gently opened her mouth. All the audience members who had their eyes closed. In the moment, the lyrics rang out, sank deeper into the world of music. Their hearts became soft, filled with a faint melancholy and joy. The melancholy was in the melody. The joy was in the memories, contradictory yet not contradictory. The audience's hearts, when hearing this part, suddenly seemed to skip a beat. The sea of flowers in their hearts suddenly became empty. In the mist, the sky drizzled with light rain. Everyone bathed in this drizzle, waiting for the ending to come. On stage, Serena's gaze at this moment suddenly became resolute. Holding the microphone, her gaze seemed to pierce through time and space. Seeing my figure, her singing voice also rang out along with it. Each time Serena sang a line, her feet would lightly step forward one step. Her voice seemed to pierce through time and space, entering the audience's hearts. Even more so, entering my heart. I watched Serena walk step by step to the edge of the stage in front, my eyes full of tenderness. The judges at this moment were also all holding their breath. They didn't even dare to breathe heavily, especially Bella Summers. She felt like she might have made a mistake. If she didn't vote for this song, she would be cursed to death. This kind of divine song was the best song she had ever heard. There was no second one. Serena was still singing, her hand slowly raised to wave. The audience at the scene at this moment also all opened their eyes, waving along. Hearing up to this point, they had been shocked into opening their eyes. In their eyes was only Serena waving her small hand on stage. Backstage, Ryan Shaw was still pressing on his heart, preventing it from suddenly jumping out. Oh my God, was this a competition? This was a personal concert, wasn't it? Completely a one-woman show. I couldn't help but lift little Lily's tiny hand, clapping. Serena sang so well. J2 could now rest easy too. I didn't let his song be buried in this world. The accompaniment and vocals gradually ended. Serena gently exhaled a breath, her face slightly flushed. She had unknowingly just now also been drawn into the psalm. She even raised her hand to wave. So embarrassing. The scene erupted with thunderous applause. Wave after wave, as if it would never stop. More enthusiastic than any previous match, and lasting longer. This was the audience's affirmation of Sea of Flowers. Especially in the livestream room, I wanted to turn off the comments, but couldn't bear to. These bastards were all praising me and my wife. I have never heard such a good song, especially the opening. Absolutely legendary. As soon as this song's opening played, I was pulled in. First time having this feeling. Too magical. The lyrics are also amazing. I'm just speechless. Do I have to play the lossless full recording on repeat again? When is 7 Memories registering the copyright for release? Is this James Rivers? This bastard 7 Memories' songs are each more soul captivating than the last. I'm impressed. Still have to wait for New Music Festival to end before the album comes out. I kind of can't wait anymore. New Music Festival. Hurry up and end. The person above, no. Think about it. 7 Memories will release several more songs next. Hold it in. I guess that's also true. On stage, the judges, especially Nathan Harper, at this moment were also clutching their chests. His vote couldn't go to this song. His heart ached so much. Too bad he had come here with a mission. Something this, against his conscience. Why did it have to be his turn? Uncomfortable. Wanted to cry. And backstage, Diana had now transformed into starry-eyed mode. Sure enough, it was me. This song was also too amazing. Right. And Serena sang too well. Boo-hoo. From now on, these two were both her idols. One song successfully conquered Diana's ears. Diana had already liked my songs. Now she was even a fan of Serena's singing too. She felt her own song wasn't even half as good as Sea of Flowers, and someone still called himself the godfather of music? Diana had never really liked Marcus Wu's songs. If it weren't for Bradley Pierce's insistence, she originally wouldn't have chosen this song. Serena at this moment had already walked off the stage, walking in the opposite direction of Diana. The two nodded at each other in a friendly manner. Serena even raised her small fist, a cheering gesture. Diana immediately liked Serena. Even more. The two looked at each other and smiled. On stage, the host's voice rang out again. It was Diana's turn to go on stage. Diana still sang a sweet song. Combined with her sweet singing voice, it dispersed a bit of the faint melancholy that Serena's previous song had brought. This kind of sweet young girl was very popular among male netizens. When the song ended, the audience at the scene also applauded appreciatively. It's just that this applause was clearly not as enthusiastic as when Serena sang Sea of Flowers. This kind of song, for the audience, was already somewhat ordinary, mainly because I, that bastard, had raised their appreciation standards, even raising the level of the entire Chinese music scene by more than one notch. If it were placed before, this song could have completely swept the nation. Too bad now it was just the youngest of the youngest. When it came to voting, the first judge to vote was Marcus Gao. He first commented on the two songs, then, as expected, voted for Serena. Then came Nathan Harper. You could see Nathan Harper's face full of difficulty. He highly praised Serena's song with great fanfare, but when voting, he voted for Diana. All the audience understood tacitly. This was clearly a sympathy vote. Just like last time. Sean Bai had also received a sympathy vote. But next, the way things developed was beyond their expectations, also beyond Nathan Harper's expectations, even more beyond Diana's expectations. No one expected that William Barnes's vote also went to Diana. Nathan Harper's face grew increasingly ashen. Diana's eyes unconsciously widened. With this, the scene immediately fell silent. Everyone was looking at the last judge, Bella Summers. Her vote became the most crucial vote. Bella Summers instantly became the focus of the entire venue. She had cursed Bradley Pierce 1,800 times in her heart. If the gap between the songs really wasn't that big, she could still muddle through. But now this situation was clearly putting her on a fire to roast. She momentarily hesitated. Her heart was torn beyond description. Once this step was taken wrong, what she would face afterward could be complete ruin of her reputation and all kinds of controversy. She quickly weighed the pros and cons in her heart. The audience were all holding their breath. The scene became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. No one expected things to develop like this. As for the audience in the live stream room, they weren't holding back at all. Comments flew chaotically one after another. Oh my God, what's going on? Nathan Harper's vote. I can still understand as a sympathy vote. What's going on with William Barnes? Is he blind? No, wait, is he deaf? Can't tell good from bad? And he's still a veteran top-tier singer? Shady. I get it now. These judges have brain problems. Or do they think our IQs have problems? There's clearly something wrong with these votes. Keep watching. Don't rush. Isn't there still one vote left? If it's tied, the audience vote will definitely go to Serena. She can still win. I feel like even I could do better than these judges. If Serena really gets eliminated, I'll directly transform into a keyboard warrior. Damn it. I'm depending on 7 Memories' future songs to live. Not only were netizens exploding, in front of the TV, I was also narrowing my eyes. I no longer cared about what the vote count was now. Even an idiot could see there was a problem. I only cared about Serena now. At this moment, the camera happened to show the two people on stage. Diana's eyes were wide, an expression of disbelief. And Serena, I saw that she seemed to not feel disappointed because of the judges' votes. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. Serena actually still felt a bit disappointed inside, but the reason she was disappointed was because she felt my Sea of Flowers was really very good. It seemed like she was about to let this song down. And at this moment backstage in the director's room, program director Ryan Shaw was already so angry. He was pounding the table loudly. What do they mean by this? How dare they do this? He asked the assistant beside him like this. The assistant smiled bitterly and said nothing. He also didn't know. Ryan Shaw's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Was someone trying to smash his rice bowl? The program having such an abnormal situation. And he, the director, didn't even know about it? If Serena really lost today, the audience won't see it that way. They'll just think the production team rigged it. And when that happens, he, the director, is going to get torn apart online. The more Ren Chao thought about it, the angrier he got. He was determined to root out whoever was pulling strings behind the scenes, messing with things on his show. Did they have a death wish? But right now, his only hope rested with Ron Xiaoqiao. Every eye in the venue was fixed on this very moment. Ron Xiaoqiao vaguely felt as though he had returned to the peak of his glory days. On stage and off, the audience had once looked at him the same way. Seeing this, a surge of emotion welled up inside him, and in that moment, he had already made up his mind. If he could ride this wave and get back in the spotlight once more, even infamy was still exposure. Besides, even if the whole thing blew up later, he could always pin the blame on Yinping, and it wasn't just him anyway. Shui Xiaotian and Wang Bin had both cast their votes the same way. His mind made up. Ran Xiaoxiao parted his lips slightly. His voice wasn't loud, but it hit like thunder. I'm sorry, Serena. I prefer Chen Di's song, so my vote goes to Chen Di. In the director's booth, Ren Chao, the moment he heard Ron Xiaoxiao's words, felt the world go dark before his eyes. The water cup in his hand was hurled to the floor. Water splashed everywhere. His assistant nearby was trembling with fear. The entire control room fell dead silent. Host Chen Xia was completely flustered in that moment. She didn't even know how to continue hosting. The votes were already decided. Was there even any point in the audience voting now? And what's more, the live audience was visibly restless. Online, the backlash was even fiercer. The comment stream had completely flooded the live stream screen. LOL, this is absolutely insane. Obviously rigged, and there's nothing anyone can do about it, huh? Trash production team, trash show, trash judges. Every last one of them is garbage. Rigged. Rigged. If this isn't rigged, I'll eat 10 pounds of it. Don't go fishing for a free meal. Even an idiot can see this is rigged. Lol. And to think I've been following this show for so long for nothing. These votes are honestly speechless. I used to actually like Ron Xiaoqiao. Never would have guessed. Never. Why are you only going after our Xiaoqiao? Shui Xiaoqian and Wang Bin voted the same way too, didn't they? This is genuinely wild. These votes had my heart on a freaking roller coaster, and in the end it crashed straight down. The internet exploded. It was nothing but rage and accusations. The venue was buzzing with unrest. People were shouting about rigging and demanding refunds. On stage, Chen Xue'a let out a long sigh. The way things stood, she had no choice but to make the announcement. Chen Xue'a picked up the microphone, her professional smile back in place, though it looked a little forced. Now that all 4 judges have cast their votes, Chen Di is— Wait a moment. Chen Xue'a's words were suddenly cut off. Everyone turned to look at Xue Xiaoqian and Chen Di, both of whom had spoken up. Xue Xiaoqian's expression had gone dark. Chen Di looked visibly anxious. The cameras kept their focus trained on both of them. Chen Di saw that Xue Xiaoqian had also started to speak, and nodded to signal the judge to go first. Xue Xiaoqian picked up the microphone. His expression was grave. I'm sorry. Host, let me interrupt. There's a problem with the votes. I need to apologize to Serena and to the audience. I'm sorry. I received a message from Yin Ping, the operations director at Yinghai Entertainment. He told me that Chen Di and Serena are both signed to Yinghai Entertainment, and that if the gap between them was too wide, I should give Chen Di a courtesy vote, so he wouldn't lose too badly, but instead, it ended up putting Chen Di through. I feel responsible. Today, because of what I did, Serena ended up getting eliminated. I am resigning from New Song as my way of taking responsibility. Shui Xiaotian's words rang out like a hammer strike, echoing through the entire venue. The audience erupted. They never could have imagined it wasn't the production team, but Yinghai Entertainment, and none of them had expected Shui Xiaotian to be this bold, to come forward and expose something like this himself. Watching this familiar scene unfold from in front of the TV, I raised an eyebrow. This Shui Xiaotian. He's interesting. His integrity is on par with the venerable Shui of the Yuan family. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yinping, watching this unfold, shoved away the heavily made-up woman in his arms, his hands trembling slightly. His face was pale with terror. He couldn't believe Shui Xiaotian had actually come after him like this. Wasn't he afraid of the backlash that would come his way? But there was no time to worry about Shui Xiaotian now. He knew. He was finished. The woman beside him had by now realized something was very wrong. Her voice came out shaking. Yin Ping, this is all on you. If you hadn't kept going on about how Serena stole your spot and how you wanted to teach her a lesson, would any of this have ever happened? It's over. Everything is over now, Yinping roared back, shoving all the blame onto the woman beside him. Even now he couldn't believe it. The votes had already been announced, and yet Shui Xiaotian had still stepped forward to confess on his own. No, I can't just sit here and take this lying down. Yinping still wanted to fight back somehow, but just then his phone blared to life. The screen showed the name of Chairman David Yang. Yinping's eyes went blank. With trembling hands, he answered the call. David Yang's furious voice came roaring through the line. Yinping, get over here right now. You'd better explain yourself. On stage, Chen Di was stunned. He didn't know the full details, but he could sense something was seriously off about the whole voting situation. He had been about to call for his own abstention, but Shui Xiaotian's bombshell had left him completely dumbstruck. He never, not in a million years, expected that the person behind all of this was actually his own uncle. His lips trembled, but no words came. The facts didn't matter anymore now. What his uncle had done, was that really so different from what he himself had done? Even if he tried to explain, probably no one would believe him. The internet had already blown up. The moment Sui Xiaotian finished speaking, Weibo and Douyin were immediately flooded with trending topics about the incident. Ren Chao never could have imagined that the explosive traffic boost he had been hoping for would come like this, wave after wave of people, flooding into every major livestream. Most of them had rushed over after seeing the trending topics. In an instant, the comment streams multiplied several times over what they had been before. Comment: came here from the trending topic, heard it's rigged? Shui Xiaotian's character is solid, you can count on that. But those other two? Who knows what they're made of? Serena, forget the competition. Let me write you a few more songs. We'll release them ourselves. We'll buy out your album the moment it drops. Pulling this off right in front of everyone. Do they think we're all idiots? Just gonna say quietly? Chen Di does sing really well, though. Nobody's saying he doesn't. The point is the comparison. No comparison, no hurt. You get it? I just want to know if Chen Di was in on this. I used to really like his song, Sweet Girl. How could he not know? Seriously? The whole rigging was literally to make him win. If he didn't know back then, I'll eat 10 pounds on stream. Another one trying to mooch a free meal. Chen Di also just shouted, wait. Though, makes you wonder. Honestly, it's hard to make sense of. They're from the same company. Why would they do something like this? Online, the debate was fierce. Even the live venue had grown loud and chaotic. People were whispering among themselves how Serena had performed, how good that song was. They all knew in their hearts. None of them had expected things to turn out this way. It was too much. The only person in the entire venue who remained calm was Gao Yu. He watched with quiet amusement, his gaze fixed on Wang Bin and Ran Xiaoxiao, both of whom had gone pale. A faint smirk crossed his face. These two had really lost their minds. Doing something this stupid for the sake of Yinping, he had no idea what they were thinking. Wang Bin, at this point, was practically cursing both Yinping and Ran Xiaoqiao in his head. He had taken something from Yinping in exchange for voting for Chen Di. When the vote was happening, he had hesitated, but he couldn't bring himself to give up what had been offered. And besides, Ran Xiaoxiao still had a vote coming after his. He figured that even if he voted for Chen Di, as long as Ran Xiaoxiao voted for Serena, the final result would still be Serena winning. Everything would be fine. After all, in that scenario, he didn't believe Ran Xiaoxiao would also vote for Chen Di. But no one could have predicted that Ran Xiaoxiao would suddenly let greed get the better of him, and actually cast another vote for Chen Di. Ran Xiaoqiao himself was in a complete panic. He had planned to use this to drum up some attention and buzz for himself, then play the victim afterward, and pin everything on Yinping. But, after Shui Xiaoqian's bombshell, not only was he the last one to vote, there was no traffic boost to speak of. His reputation was completely ruined. Shui Xiaoqian could at least say he had cast a courtesy vote, but Ran Xiaoxiao, as the last to vote, had absolutely no way to clear his name. Ran Xiaoxiao's composure had completely crumbled. Host Chen Xuer was frozen in place, utterly mortified. In all her years of hosting, she had never once seen anything like this. Even with all her experience, she had no idea how to salvage the situation. Ren Chao was nursing a massive headache right now. The votes were done. What was he supposed to do now? Was he really going to void the previous votes and start over? But it seemed like that was the only option left. What a mess. A broadcast disaster like this was an absolute nightmare. If Yinping were here right now, Ren Chao would have strangled him with his bare hands. There was nothing to be done. Ren Chao let out a helpless sigh, and prepared to step in and handle things himself. But before he could, Chen Di suddenly spoke up. Chen Di held the microphone, his eyes vacant, but his voice came out strong. I abstain. He knew the production team was in a terrible bind right now. The only way to fix this was for him to step up himself, regardless of Serena's performance, or the song Sea of Flowers is itself. Both are far beyond anything I brought. I don't accept the voting result either, so I'm choosing to abstain. The one who should be advancing is Serena. She's earned it without question. Chen Di said all of this, without bringing up the matter of Yinping. He simply spoke what was on his mind. The audience began whispering to one another again, and online, netizens were weighing in all over again. They didn't know whether Chen Di's words were genuine, or born out of pressure. For a moment, the internet was a complete mess of arguments. Trending topics of all kinds kept piling up. Within just 10 or so minutes, the earlier incident had already broken into the top 10 trending searches, and now Chen Di's statement had followed right behind, landing in the top 50 trending topics. By now, nearly all of the trending topics were about this year's new song competition, and then Serena moved. She had stayed composed throughout the entire voting process, but now she pressed her lips together and walked over to Chen Di's side. She took his hand gently. You did good. Her voice was soft, just loud enough for Chen Di to hear, but her gesture made it clear to everyone watching that Serena and Chen Di were on good terms. So Chen Di probably hadn't known anything about this. Otherwise, why would Serena be acting this way? Netizens thought it over and agreed. After the voting ended, Chen Di had stood up alongside Shui Xiaoqian. He just hadn't gotten the chance to speak. Before Shui Xiaoqian went first, what he had wanted to say back then was probably, I abstain. The uproar online also quieted down because of Serena's gesture, holding Serena's warm hand. Chen Di turned his head and met Serena's warm, steady gaze. In that moment, he suddenly felt the urge to cry. Not out of guilt, but because he got to care about someone like her, and that made him genuinely happy. She was really worth it, Chen Di thought. He made up his mind. When he got home, he'd have his mom give his uncle a serious talking to, and then ground him at home. Having an uncle like this who caused nothing but trouble? It was just too much. Ren Chao walked onto the stage at that moment. He was genuinely grateful to Chen Di. Because Chen Di had voluntarily stepped down, it had saved him a great deal of trouble. He took the microphone from the host. "Hello, everyone. I'm Ren Chao, the head director of New Song. That something like this happened. On our New Song stage, I feel deeply pained, and I take full responsibility. Serena's talent speaks for itself. I will not allow her to be driven off this stage. Because of something like this, fortunately, Judge Shui Xiaoqian and contestant Chen Di came forward in the end and gave us the truth. I now officially announce the disqualification of Wang Bin's and Ran Xiaoxiao's votes, along with the immediate termination of their contracts. They will no longer be associated with this program in any capacity. Furthermore, this round of the competition will now hold a complete revote. Our New Song will absolutely not tolerate any form of injustice." When Ren Chao finished, he bowed deeply to the audience and stepped off the stage. The host took over, and the revote began. Only this time, Wang Bin and Ran Xiaoqiao sat in the judges' seats, squirming as if on a bed of nails. The result of the revote was clear. Serena had won the competition. Ren Chao breathed a sigh of relief. Next, he'd need to bring in 2 new judges. Fortunately, Wang Bin and Ran Xiaoxiao had broken their contracts themselves, so there was no need to spend any extra energy on that matter. The competition, full of twists and turns, was finally over, but the online backlash had only just begun. Furious netizens went straight to track down Ran Xiaoqiao and Wang Bin, flooding the Weibo pages of their respective entertainment companies, demanding answers about how artists with such a blatant lack of ethics should be handled. As for Yinping, the one who had orchestrated all of this, Yinghai Entertainment's Weibo had already been bombarded well ahead of everyone else. Finally, not long after the competition ended, Yinghai Entertainment's official Weibo formally responded to the incident and released an official apology statement, an open letter of apology to the public and to Serena. Due to a failure in our company's internal management system, Yinping, head of our resource operations department, abused his position and subjected our company's own artist, Serena, to severely unjust treatment during the New Song competition. This has also resulted in a deeply unpleasant viewing experience for all of our fans and the public. Following a board meeting and thorough review, Yinping has been formally dismissed from his position and will never be rehired by this company under any circumstances. We hereby declare that Yinghai Entertainment has always upheld fairness and integrity as our guiding principles. We will show absolutely no leniency toward anyone who engages in fraud or deception of any kind. We welcome continued public oversight and your ongoing support as we work together to foster a fair and stable entertainment environment. Not long after Yinghai Entertainment's statement went out, Ran Xiaoxiao and Wang Bin's respective companies followed suit with statements of their own. The outcome awaiting both of them was a formal public apology to audiences and to Serena, issued without delay, along with a guarantee that nothing of the sort would ever happen again. Once both statements were out, everyone knew that both of their careers were effectively over. Because of these statements, the heat around the incident slowly began to die down. Netizens had only ever wanted a resolution. Now that justice had been served, they naturally drifted away. But after everything that had happened, Sea of Flowers had completely blown up. Even people who had never paid much attention to New Song now knew this song. In just a single night, the play count for Sea of Flowers had surpassed every song that came before it. Even The Wind Rises could only sit in second place. Online, my songs were in a league of their own, leaving every other song far behind in play counts, and this was despite the fact that these songs still hadn't been officially released on any streaming platform. They were only available in raw, unmastered quality. You could only imagine what would happen once New Song wrapped up, and Serena released her album officially. What kind of response those songs would generate. Right now, I only had one song officially out. Just Be Ordinary. Up on the Huayin streaming platform, and it was sitting at the very top of Huayin's new releases chart. leaving every other artist unable to even come close. People were all marveling at the fact that someone who wasn't even part of the entertainment industry had single-handedly pushed the Chinese music world to a height it had no business reaching. As for the storm raging online, I couldn't care less right now, because I was facing something that, as far as I was concerned, mattered far more. Lily's preschool teachers were coming for a home visit. The very next morning, I got up bright and early, tidied the house from top to bottom, and arranged fresh fruit on the coffee table. For the next 3 years, Lily would be under the care of these 2 teachers, so I took this home visit very seriously. At 9 in the morning, I brought Lily downstairs right on time, to wait for the teachers to arrive. Before long, 2 female teachers in matching uniforms came walking toward us. They spotted Lily waiting downstairs right away. I smiled, and quickly stepped forward to shake their hands. "Hello, hello. Thank you so much for coming out." Of the 2 teachers, one was young, around 20 years old, and the other was a bit older, around 40. What they had in common was that both carried themselves with grace and poise, and both wore soft, warm smiles. That kind of smile just naturally put you at ease. An instant, irresistible sense of warmth. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. My name is Su Lin. I'm a teacher in Class 3 at Manhwa Kindergarten, and I'm a huge fan of yours, by the way." Su Lin was the younger one. When she smiled, 2 little dimples appeared on her cheeks. She introduced herself with a look of pure, undisguised delight. The other teacher, the older one, waited until Su Lin finished, then chimed in with a smile. "Hello. My name is Liu Dan. I'm also a teacher in Class 3 at Jianghua Kindergarten. Unlike Su Lin, though, I'm actually a fan of little Lily's." When Liu Dan finished, she crouched down and gently ruffled Lily's hair, her face full of warm affection. Unusually for her, Lily wasn't shy at all. She lifted her little face and gazed up at this teacher, who already seemed so kind. I scratched the back of my head and laughed a little awkwardly. How did this turn into, feels more like a fan meet than a home visit? "It's warm out here, teachers. Please come on inside." With that, I led Lily and guided the 2 teachers inside. The group made their way into the house. After showing them to the sofa, Su Lin and Liu Dan each pulled out the notebooks and pens they had brought with them, and began asking about some basic details regarding Lily. I sat across from them, answering every question like an eager elementary school student. "Mr. Jiang, could you tell us who usually looks after the child day to day, and who will be handling drop-off and pick-up once school starts?" Su Lin noticed how stiff I was sitting and quietly smiled to herself. She hadn't expected that someone as well-known and celebrated as me would be so down-to-earth. For the first 2 years, Lily was with her mom, but lately her mom has been really busy with work, so I've been the one taking care of her. When school starts, I'll be handling drop-off and pick-up too. I answered a little sheepishly. Being a full-time stay-at-home dad, I wasn't quite sure what the 2 teachers across from me made of that. Su Lin nodded, jotting notes in her notebook while continuing to ask questions. After that came a whole string of them. What the child liked to eat, what she was allergic to, her favorite cartoons, her favorite toys, her daily routine, her personality, question after question, all of which I answered in full, careful detail. I had nothing but the deepest admiration for these teachers. They had genuinely thought of everything that could possibly be thought of, and gone through every last bit of it, recording it all clearly and carefully. And given how many children they were responsible for, that level of thoroughness was truly remarkable. After finishing up their questions for me, the 2 teachers somehow reached into their pockets and produced little gifts they had prepared in advance. They offered them to Lily. Lily glanced over at me first, when I nodded. She reached out and accepted the gifts from the 2 teachers and said thank you. Su Lin and Liu Dan were clearly completely taken with Lily. They crouched down and chatted with her, and in their eyes, she was well-behaved, polite, and absolutely adorable. She practically melted their hearts on the spot. After Su Lin and Liu Dan had spent some time playing with Lily, they settled back onto the sofa, faces full of warm smiles. "Mr. Jiang, Does Lily have any particular hobbies or interests? Having spent time interacting with Lily, they had already learned her nickname. She loves to sing. Lily takes after her mom. She has a real natural gift for music. Without even thinking, I said that Lily loved to sing, and had an excellent ear for rhythm and melody. It was something I had noticed a long time ago. Hearing this, a flash of delight crossed both Su Lin and Lu Dan's eyes. They already knew that Lily had a beautiful singing voice, and to find out that her favorite hobby was also singing came as a wonderful surprise. When a child's hobby matches their natural talent, they are the easiest to nurture. So, Lily, would you like to sing a song for the teachers right now? Su Lin crouched down and looked at Lily, asking with a gentle smile. Lily, having been playing with the two teachers for a while now, had already fully warmed up to them. Hearing that the teacher wanted to hear her sing, she nodded her little head eagerly. She loved singing. Whether it was Daddy or Mommy, they both looked so wonderful when they sang. She wanted to look just as wonderful as they did. Then, with 3 adults watching, Lily opened her mouth in her sweet, childlike voice, and sang the Little White Rabbit song I had taught her. All 3 adults swayed along together, keeping the beat for Lily. Lily sang beautifully, and this brand-new children's song had both Su Lin and Lu Dan lighting up with delighted surprise. As preschool teachers, their instinct for evaluating children's songs was sharp. If the song that had circulated online before, the one Lily had sung, Courage Explosion, wasn't quite suited for a 3-year-old to sing, then this Little White Rabbit song was without a doubt the kind of song children could easily latch on to and remember. The song was short, and Lily finished it quickly. All 3 adults broke into applause for Lily's performance. The Kisi festival was about to begin. Her big, bright eyes had already curved into little crescent moons. She liked kindergarten even more now. Teacher Su and Teacher Lu were both such warm people. After that, Su Lin and Lu Dan chatted with me for a little while longer. They walked me through Zhanghua Kindergarten's educational philosophy and curriculum. I listened attentively, nodding from time to time. When the conversation wrapped up, Lu Dan produced a home visit record form and asked me to fill it out before putting it away. The home visit was more or less wrapping up at this point. Su Lin and Lu Dan tucked away their records, but they didn't seem to be in any hurry to leave. Instead, they both looked over at me with slightly awkward expressions. I scratched my head, not quite sure why they had suddenly taken on that look. It was Lu Dan who finally spoke up first. Mr. Zhang, here's the thing. September 1st is the first day of school, right? Our school has planned a welcome ceremony for new students. At that time, all parents and new students will be in attendance. The principal has asked each class's teachers to prepare 2 children's songs. For the welcome ceremony, to teach the children the songs and the dances right there on the spot. Every year, year after year, we end up teaching the same 2 set songs we always use. They're not even that great to begin with. And on top of that, they're a bit difficult for the kids. It ends up with a lot of the children not being able to learn them, and we feel pretty embarrassed ourselves. This year, when Teacher Sue and I found out that your child happened to be joining our class, we thought, why not prepare 2 fresh new songs and dances instead? We were wondering if Mr. Jiang might be willing to try writing 2 children's songs for us. Of course, this is purely a personal request on our part. Please don't feel pressured. It's completely fine if it's too much trouble. Lu Dan finished in one breath, her expression visibly apologetic. You could tell. She was only raising it on the off chance it might work out. Su Lin stood to the side, eyes blinking, her gaze fixed on me with barely concealed hope. Oh, of course. Absolutely. Teacher Lu, no need to be so formal with me. It's all for the kids, after all. I agreed without a moment's hesitation after hearing them out. I'd honestly been expecting something far more complicated. Something like this was completely easy for me. I agreed. Su Lin and Lu Dan both let out a sigh of relief at the same time, and their faces broke into happy smiles again. The thing was, the 2 of them had gone completely off script in doing this. There was nothing in the home visit guidelines about this, and the principal, if she found out, wouldn't have allowed them to make requests of a parent like this. They had only done it because They truly couldn't find any better children's songs out there, and figured it was worth asking. After all, I had already written something like Courage Explosion, so it seemed worth a shot. Thank you so much, Mr. Jiang. Both of them thanked me at the same time. When you finished writing the songs, Mr. Jiang, just send them to us on WeChat. We'll figure out how to choreograph the dances from there. They had already added me on WeChat during the visit, which also made it easy for them to keep me updated on how little Lily was doing at kindergarten going forward. What they didn't expect, though, was that I waved my hand and said, "No need to make it that complicated. Give me 2 minutes. I'll write 2 songs right now, and you can see if they work." With that, I walked briskly back to the bedroom, grabbed some manuscript paper, and started composing right there in front of them. Children's song melodies are basically all simple by nature. 2 children's songs? I could knock out 2 with my eyes closed. Su Lin and Liu Dan were completely stunned. What did he mean? Just 2 children's songs? Was he looking down on children's songs? And sure, they knew I was talented at writing songs, but they hadn't expected it to be like this. Not even a word of hesitation, just composing on the spot. This person was genuinely not a normal creature that could exist on this earth. Could he actually be some kind of mysterious visitor from another planet? What Su Lin and Lu Dan didn't know was that their thoughts, in that moment, were actually not that far from the truth. If it weren't for the fear of being too earth-shatteringly shocking, I could dismantle every single person in the entire songwriting world. In a matter of minutes, especially that so-called godfather of music, Wu Fan. If I really wanted to go up against him, I could pin him to the ground and demolish him without breaking a sweat. In just 10 short minutes, under Su Lin and Liu Dan's stunned gazes, I put down my pen. I picked up the sheet music and lyrics and handed them over. Done already? Su Lin was too shocked to even form a proper reaction. I nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Of course. Take a look at the lyrics first. Feel free to ask if anything's unclear. Su Lin and Lu Dan exchanged a glance, then turned their attention to the lyrics and sheet music in their hands. The sheet music they couldn't quite read, but just from a quick look at the lyrics alone, they could already see that both songs had extremely simple words. Totally straightforward at a glance. Su Lin lifted her head and held up the paper in her hand. I'm sorry, I can't quite read the music notation. Could you sing it once so I can hear it?" Liu Dan also looked up at me. She wanted to hear it too. What these 2 seemingly very simple songs actually sounded like when sung. Now it was my turn to feel awkward. Teaching little Lily songs and singing along with her, that was fine. But singing children's songs solo, in front of 2 female teachers, I genuinely struggled to bring myself to do it. Still, it had to be done. I rubbed my nose, reached over and took the paper from Su Lin's hand. "All right then, I'll give it a go. Bear with me if it doesn't sound great. These songs are written for kids to sing, so when I sing them it might not have quite the same charm." Su Lin waved her hand dismissively. She was a fan of mine, and she knew my singing was good. "It's completely fine. Mr. Jiang, we sing children's songs all the time." I nodded, set the paper down on my lap, cleared my throat, and cheerfully started to sing. The song Su Lin was holding. The song was called 2 Tigers. The lively melody flowed out from my mouth, and Su Lin and Liu Dan's eyes both lit up. They both perked up their ears and listened closely to 2 Tigers. 2 tigers, 2 tigers, running fast, running fast. One has no ears, one has no tail. How strange, how strange. Simple lyrics, a catchy and infectious melody. Little Lily had only heard it once, before she started swaying her head and singing right along with me. Su Lin and Lu Dan looked at each other as if they had just discovered treasure. A melody this simple and clear, paired with repetitive lyrics, was absolutely perfect for children to learn. The kids would definitely be able to pick up this song with total ease, and the moment they heard it, a clear vision of the dance, for this song had already taken shape in their minds. Lily and I finished our duet, and father and daughter exchanged a perfectly synchronized celebratory fist bump. Su Lin and Lu Dan couldn't help but burst into applause. I scratched my head. A childlike, playful song like this, coming out of the mouth of a grown man, in front of two teachers. It was genuinely a little awkward. Thank goodness Lily had been right there singing along. Without her, it really would have been embarrassing. The song finished. I handed the sheet music over to Su Lin. Su Lin took the sheet music from my hands, her smile so bright she couldn't even try to hide it. This is wonderful. Mr. Jiang, this song is absolutely amazing. It's completely perfect for kids, this age to learn. Lu Dan nodded in full agreement. Simple songs like this are exactly what kids need most. Once we get back, all we have to do is choreograph it into simple, easy-to-follow movements, with matching gestures, and the kids will pick it up without any trouble at all. I'm glad I could help. I was all smiles, too. I could already picture the welcome ceremony, a crowd of adorable little kids, all singing Two Tigers together. Su Lin carefully tucked the sheet music away. Then Lu Dan held out the paper in her hand toward me, the eagerness in her eyes impossible to miss. I was caught off guard. Again, Lu Dan's meaning was obvious. Two tigers had been sung, so this song should get a turn too, right? Fine. Facing the teachers, who would be spending the next 3 years with Lily? I gave in. I had already sung one song, and by the second one I was considerably more relaxed. I even started adding movements. The song was also a very simple children's song. In its original world, it had once gone absolutely viral on Douyin. It was called Planting Flowers in the Garden. I cleared my throat, raised both hands, and didn't notice at all that the front door of the apartment had just been pushed open from the outside. 3 familiar figures stood right there in the doorway, frozen, staring at me as I performed. In the little garden, dig, dig, dig. Plant tiny little seeds, grow tiny little flowers. I sang along, my hands tracing shapes in the air. First, I drew the outline of a garden, then mimicked the motion of planting seeds, and finally brought my hands together in front of my face to form the shape of a flower blooming. All 6 people in the room refrained from interrupting me, letting me stay fully immersed in the performance. Behind me, by the front door, someone had even pulled out their phone and started recording. In the big garden, dig, 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 plant big seeds, grow big flowers. This time I made the garden a little bigger, and shamelessly kept up the adorable act as I finished the verse. Then I gestured out an even bigger garden in front of me. In the extra big garden, dig, 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 plant extra big seeds, grow extra big flowers. A barely stifled burst of laughter came from behind me. I froze on the spot. I turned around mechanically. Serena, Miss Claire, and Mia stood clearly right in front of me. The one who hadn't been able to hold back the laugh was Mia. She was still covering her mouth, quietly cracking up, while her other hand had just sneaked her phone out of sight. I was stunned. When had they gotten back? I had just made a complete fool of myself. I went quiet for a moment, looked at Serena's strikingly beautiful face, and blinked. "What are you doing back?" Serena, who had been wearing a small, happy smile on her face, felt it vanish the instant she heard my words. What did this guy mean by that? He didn't want her to come back? She had been planning to surprise him. Now she was genuinely annoyed. She pressed her lips together. "This is my home too." After saying that, Serena felt that wasn't quite enough, so she added another line. "I missed Lily." With that, Serena walked into the house. Miss Claire and Mia followed her in, and exchanged a quiet, amused smile. This Jiang guy really had it coming. They knew perfectly well just how eager Serena had been before coming back. She had been practically bursting with anticipation. She had even dragged them both out of bed first thing in the morning, seeing her mom walk in. Willie squealed with joy and flung herself into her arms. I rubbed my nose and quickly stood up, making the introductions. These 2 are Lily's kindergarten teachers, Teacher Su and Teacher Lu. They came for the home visit. Su Lin and Liu Dan, who had already risen to their feet with warm smiles, were standing there ready to greet them. They had already recognized the strikingly beautiful young woman standing before them, Serena, the singer who had been blowing up online lately, and also little Lily's mom. They had also heard a little about the domestic abuse story from before. But looking at the scene in front of them now, there was nothing about me that looked like someone who would do that. If anything, one look from Serena could have me completely wrapped around her finger. Hearing my introduction, Serena's smile returned to her face. She shook hands with Su Lin and Lu Dan in turn. "Hello. Thank you both so much for your time." Su Lin and Lu Dan quickly waved it off. "Not at all. This is all part of what we do. Actually, Mr. Jiang did us a huge favor today. If it weren't for Mr. Jiang providing us with those 2 children's songs, we'd be the ones in a real bind." Serena glanced over at me sideways without a word. So that was it. The children's songs I had just been singing were for the kindergarten, but to think he hadn't said a single word to her about Lily starting kindergarten, or the teachers coming for a home visit, something this important. Was this man trying to monopolize all the household affairs himself? Once again, on the receiving end of Serena's sharp look, I blinked back at her. The grievance I felt inside. It was real. Weren't we supposed to have agreed on the full-time stay-at-home dad arrangement? Weren't we supposed to have agreed that living off her was perfectly fine? Weren't we supposed to have agreed that she handles the outside world while I handle the home? Women really are impossible to please. This silent back and forth between the 2 of us, played out in plain sight of Mia and Ms. Claire. They could barely stand to watch. It was almost too much. Mia even rolled her eyes in the most dramatic way possible. There are still other people in the room, you know, flirting in front of everyone. Have some decorum. Su Lin and Liu Dan had by now gathered up the sheet music from the table and turned to me with warm smiles.
"Mr. Jiang,
Today's home visit has gone wonderfully. We'll be heading out now." I quickly tried to keep them a little longer. "Why don't you 2 stay and have lunch before you go?" Su Lin and Lu Dan hurriedly waved their hands and moved toward the door. No! We've already taken up so much of your time. There are other children's parents still waiting for us to visit. Mr. Jiang, please don't bother seeing us out. Go on back inside." With that, Su Lin and Lu Dan were seen off by Serena and me as they left the building. All in all, the home visit had gone beautifully for everyone involved. I finally let out a long breath of relief. Being a full-time stay-at-home dad was no easy job. Back inside, I watched Serena settle onto the sofa with Lily in her arms. I wasn't sure if it was just my imagination, but she seemed like she might have put on just a tiny bit of weight compared to a few days ago, and her face, it had become so dewy and radiant without me even noticing. I vaguely remembered the first time I'd come into this world, and opened my eyes to the faces of this mother and daughter. Back then, their faces had been so pale and helpless. That strange, time-blurred cutting sensation left me feeling momentarily distant and dazed. Serena glanced over at me out of the corner of her eye and found me just standing there like a fool, staring motionlessly at her and little Lily. This hopeless man. Serena shot me an embarrassed, flustered look, silently gesturing that Mia and Ms. Claire were still here. That glance, full of charm, hit me like a bolt. I snapped out of my time-blurred daze. I rubbed my nose and asked, "Isn't the new song finale in a couple of days? What made you come back now?" Before Serena could say anything, Mia jumped in first, all fired up. "James Rivers, one look at you, and it's obvious you don't care about our Serena at all. The finale isn't for another whole week." Serena had barely gotten a moment to rest before she rushed straight back here. "Mia, what are you talking about? I really did miss Lily." Hearing Mia say that, Serena's face flushed a light pink. She immediately jumped to explain herself. Mia blinked and looked over at Serena. The implication was clear. She hadn't said anything about missing him. That was practically a self-confession. At that, Serena's face went even redder. "A whole week?" I scratched my head. I genuinely hadn't checked. After the revote ended, I got a call from the kindergarten right away. I had no headspace left to keep watching the show. Serena gave a soft little, accepting that as an answer. I nodded. There was more I wanted to ask, but asking how many days she planned to stay felt impolite. I was afraid Serena would hit me. I held it back. "Serena, we've dropped you off safe and sound. We're heading out now. We finally made it back. Mia and I are going to go visit Mom at the hospital. At that, Miss Claire walked over and looked at me. Miss Claire, let Serena and me walk you out. No need. Serena just got back. Spend some time at home. We can get there on our own. Miss Claire said this as she took Mia by the arm and headed toward the door. Serena still stood up with Lily in her arms and walked them downstairs. I didn't follow. I had been assigned to stay home and start on lunch. Mia had made that call on her way out. Mia, thoroughly pleased with herself, pulled out her phone and opened the video she had just recorded. Watching with her, Miss Claire and Serena also leaned in curiously for another look. Seeing me in that state all over again, they still couldn't hold back their laughter. Even Serena. She had rarely ever seen me looking this goofy. Miss Claire suddenly said, "Serena, can this video be posted? Ever since your comeback, you've only updated your Weibo twice. Now that we have such good material, post it. Let your fans see what your life at home looks like. It would do really well, and on top of that, it could completely change the way people see me. Ever since the last incident wrapped up, my image online has shifted quite a bit, but people's impression of me still stops at mysterious. Great at writing songs. Guy with a shady past. Fans don't really know what I'm actually like in real life." The comments Serena's fans left under her Weibo were mostly asking about new songs, asking when the album was dropping, and wondering how she and I were doing in our daily life. These topics. Serena's Weibo account had always been managed by Ms. Claire. Ms. Claire had a sharp instinct for this kind of thing. Hearing Miss Claire's suggestion, Serena thought it over and still shook her head. I need to ask James's opinion first. If he's not comfortable with it, then we dropped the discussion. Mia quietly put her phone away. She couldn't quite figure out what the situation between Serena and me actually was at this point. By any measure, they were practically an old married couple. A small decision like this. Did Serena really still need to run it by me? In Mia's mind, a husband and wife should function as a single unit, not like Serena, who seemed to tread so carefully around everything she did. But there were things she didn't know. The Serena of today was already so much better than the one from before. At the very least, she now had her own little temper. And in many situations, she had her own stance and made her own decisions. When Serena came back inside, I was busy in the kitchen. The smell of food drifted from the kitchen into the living room. Serena set Lily down on the sofa, then leaned against the kitchen doorframe and quietly watched my back. My shoulders had filled out considerably since before. There was none of that frail, withered quality from back then. My whole presence radiated with youthful energy. More than any of that, though, the biggest change was in my personality. I had become endlessly patient with everything. Steadier. Exceptionally, genuinely good to the two of them. Especially in the small, everyday details of life. The thoughtfulness I showed had her sinking, without even realizing it, deeper into my warmth. This man was her treasure. When I turned around, I found Serena gazing at me with a look of quiet adoration. Her eyes, clear and still as autumn water, held a tenderness that nearly melted me on the spot. I scratched my head, suddenly feeling a little shy, but I held her gaze anyway. "What's wrong?" Seeing my dopey, flustered expression, Serena smiled. A smile that bloomed like peach blossoms, leaving me even more hopelessly dazed. "Nothing. Miss Claire just wanted to ask you whether the video of you singing that children's song just now could be posted on Weibo." My eyes went wide in an instant. Even the hand holding the ladle trembled slightly. "What? She filmed it?" Serena pressed her lips together and smiled. She nodded. "Mia suggested it, and Miss Claire said posting it on Weibo could help reinforce your image a little." My face was a picture of resignation. Was posting that going to reinforce my image or destroy it? Serena saw my expression and knew right away I wasn't exactly thrilled, so she added, "It hasn't gone up yet. I thought I should check with you first. If you're not okay with it, it doesn't go up." Looking at Serena's expression, I suddenly asked, "Well, do you want it posted?" Serena paused for a moment. She looked at me, serious as ever, and her smile grew even brighter. Then she nodded. I do. It doesn't matter whether you want it. We still have to check with Teacher Sue first. Ha! I burst out laughing, like I had just pulled off a successful prank. Both songs were written for Teacher Sue and the others, since we gave them to those teachers. We still need to get their okay first. Having been played by me, Serena froze for a second then. A flash of embarrassed indignation crossed her almond eyes. Even her voice came out a little louder than usual. She gave me a small, sharp little smack. The sound of the two of us laughing and bickering immediately filled the kitchen. Little Lily, sitting on the sofa playing with her toys, looked curiously toward the kitchen. How strange! It sounded like Mommy was hitting Daddy. And then, Lily heard Daddy let out a startled yelp from the kitchen. Hey, stop it. The food's burning. The kitchen erupted into another round of total chaos. After all the commotion, the food finally made it to the table. Only today's dishes had picked up a slight burnt smell throughout. Maybe it was because everyone was in such a good mood. It didn't seem to matter one bit. Even so, Lily and Serena ate every last bite with great enthusiasm. That made me feel a quiet sense of warmth. Sometimes what really matters isn't how good the food tastes. It's how happy the family is to be together. After the meal, the three of us sat together on the sofa. I finally took out my phone and sent Sulin a message on WeChat, asking her about the children's songs. Before long, a WeChat notification came through. Mr. Jiang, those songs. Or yours to begin with? We'll only be using them at the kindergarten welcome ceremony. And nowhere else. Whatever you'd like to do with them, you don't need to ask us. You could tell Su Lin was in great spirits too. I smiled to myself. Dealing with genuinely good-natured people like this was truly effortless. No scheming, no hidden agendas whatsoever. With Su Lin's reply in hand, I filled Serena in on what she had said. Sure, it was a scene I found personally embarrassing, but at worst I could just look the other way and pretend I hadn't seen it. Just don't look at it. Simple as that. But things didn't go the way I hoped. After receiving Serena's message, Ms. Claire and Mia edited and touched up the video a little, and uploaded it to Serena's Weibo. At that moment, netizens across the country were still deep in heated discussions about the upcoming new song finale, with no idea whatsoever that another bombshell was about to land on them. Xiao Hong was a stay-at-home wife. Her husband was a 9-to-5 company manager, which meant she had a lot of free time every day. Take right now, for instance. She was lying on the sofa with half a watermelon in her arms, scrolling through her phone. She also held another title, group admin of the Serena and James Rivers fan group. She had been a fan of Serena's for a long, long time. She had been one from the very beginning. Her phone was full of Serena's songs, not just the ones written after Serena's comeback, but some from 3 years ago as well. 3 years ago, when Serena stepped away from the industry, she had also gone from a young girl to someone else's wife. When she saw Serena come back, she still supported her just as faithfully as ever. Xiao Hong's fingers scrolled lightly across her phone screen. The group was full of recent topics about Serena. All things Xiao Hong had already seen. Xiao Hong felt a little underwhelmed. She switched her phone over to Weibo, and then her eyes suddenly lit up. Serena, who rarely ever updated her Weibo, had actually posted something today. She quickly tapped through to the post. It was a video. Quite a few people had already commented below. Xiao Hong's face broke into a smile. She thought to herself, this woman finally posted a video. Her fingers tapped the video open in a flash. What she saw next disappointed her a little. The person who appeared in it was me. Why is it James Rivers? Xiao Hong muttered to herself, but kept watching anyway. Love me, love my family. By now she was basically a fan of Serena's whole household. In the video I was making goofy gestures, my hands tracing shapes in front of me, while my mouth sang a surprisingly charming children's song. My movements and singing made Xiao Hong burst out laughing. She genuinely hadn't expected that someone with such a mysterious reputation would be like this in everyday life, so straightforward and adorably dorky. Serena, living in a family like this, must be really happy. Xiao Hong listened once, then tapped the video and listened again. She suddenly realized that the more she listened to this song, the more it was getting stuck in her head. So she rushed to the group chat and typed out a message, and sent it. Everyone get over to Serena's Weibo right now. There's something good to see. The group went quiet for a second, then immediately erupted. The group admin, who was usually always lurking in silence, had actually come out to post something. Is it photos of Serena? Drooling emoji. What are you dreaming about? Since Serena made her comeback, she hasn't even posted a single candid photo. Curious. Going right now. What's so good about it? The group admin really knows how to build suspense. And now I have to go check it myself. Only a fool would still be sitting here chatting right now. Can't you see that most of the group has already gone quiet? Then you're the only one still causing a scene in the group. The excitement online was only just getting started. Plenty of sharp-eyed people had already spotted the video. After listening to it again and again, they went wild, recommending it to family and friends. Go check Serena's Weibo right now. What on earth is dig? What even is this? Dig? Oh my god, I literally cannot stop. Once it started, it swept through like a wave. After a whole afternoon of spreading, everyone knew Serena had posted on Weibo a video of me performing children's songs. Another children's song. A lot of people rushed over to Serena's Weibo full of excitement to witness the spectacle. The last children's song was already something else. Courage. Explosion is genuinely so catchy. By 8 o'clock that evening, Serena's Weibo post had successfully climbed to the top of the trending searches. As everyone knows, the comment section is always where the real entertainment is. The comments under this post were even more entertaining than the video itself. First, listen. What even is this? Second, listen. In the little garden, dig. Ahahaha. I'm dead. You're telling me this is James Rivers? The image is crumbling, bro. It's over. I'm dying laughing. I want to plant flowers now too. Plant such big seeds. Grow such big flowers. James Rivers dance meme. In a tiny little office. Crawl. Earn a tiny little paycheck and still afraid to spend it. Help. His daughter is already singing along. Now all I can hear in my head is dig. I'm different though. I'm a 500-plus-month-old baby, and I'm loving every second of this. This is the kind of joy that comes with having kids. Us single folks just can't relate. As long as they're not little terrors, that is. Who the heck is out there calling him abusive? Come say it to my face. What kind of abusive guy digs like that? I can't hold it together anymore. Let me just laugh at all of you while I slowly dig. It was clearly just a simple little children's song, yet it had suddenly become the internet's greatest source of joy. By 9 o'clock that evening, the song had officially hit the top spot on the trending search chart. Poor oblivious me still had no idea any of this was happening. I was in the middle of enjoying a happy moment together as a family, and at the very moment that post hit number 1, inside a luxury residence somewhere in the capital, Yinping was pathetically nursing a small bottle of liquor, staring at the post as it exploded in popularity. He had not only lost his job, but had also been thoroughly chewed out by Chen Di. And it wasn't just Chen Di. Even Chen Di's mother, his own sister, had torn into him until he was black and blue. Yinping felt he had done nothing wrong. Wasn't this just how things worked in the entertainment industry? So why was he suddenly the one in the wrong this time? Besides, everything he had done was for Chen Di's benefit. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he got. Yinping could only drown his sorrows in drink. But then, he saw Serena's Weibo post trending. For crying out loud, this is all Wu Fan's fault. The more he looked, the angrier he got. Yinping hurled the bottle straight to the floor. He told himself that if Wu Fan had written better songs, none of this would have happened. And honestly, he wasn't entirely wrong. If Wu Fan had been capable of writing something that could rival Sea of Flowers, the judges' votes would never have been called into question, and none of this would have unfolded the way it did. Yinping redirected every last drop of blame squarely onto Wu Fan, so he picked up his phone right then and called him. The call connected quickly. Wu Fan hadn't even gotten a word in yet, before Yinping launched into a full-on verbal assault. You're useless trash. You call yourself the godfather of music? You literally promised me this song would be bulletproof. Turns out you're nothing but a pretty package, with nothing inside. Pathetic. On Wu Fan's end, He had just been about to go to sleep when the call came through. He hadn't managed a single word before finding himself on the receiving end of Yinping's full-blown tirade. Only when Yinping finally stopped talking did Wu Fan come back to his senses. He, a self-proclaimed music legend, was being screamed at by someone who knew absolutely nothing about music, and a disgraced nobody at that. Wu Fan felt rage bubbling up so fast it almost came out as laughter. Without a single word in response, he hung up and blocked Yinping on the spot. Someone like this. Even one more sentence would be a waste of breath. Wu Fan sat on his bed staring at his phone. There was no chance of sleeping now. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. And what made him angry wasn't the insults. It was the fact that ever since I had come onto the scene, he had suffered back-to-back losses against me, and now even the number of artists reaching out to commission songs from him had dropped noticeably, especially because quite a few artists, when Wu Fan's name came up these days, would think of me first. That made Wu Fan deeply uneasy, and the resentment he harbored toward me kept growing. He wouldn't deny that my songs were good, but his weren't bad either. He genuinely believed the two of us were neck and neck in terms of ability. The reason for his losses, he told himself, was the singers, not him. Agitated and restless, Wu Fan opened his phone again, wanting to check the latest entertainment news. That was when he saw the #1 trending topic, Serena's Weibo post. Wu Fan narrowed his eyes. Serena again. He wasn't sure when it had happened, but the entertainment world he used to know had disappeared. In its place, every day the trending searches were flooded with Serena's name. Wu Fan opened Weibo with a sullen expression. There was a video inside. In the video was the very source of all his pent-up frustration, James Rivers. Wu Fan listened to me sing the children's song in silence, his brow creasing tighter and tighter. He listened twice in a row. Then, with an irritated flick of his hand, he threw his phone onto the bed. All he knows how to do is pander to the crowd. And he actually has the nerve to post a children's song like this? Wu Fan felt it was an insult to him personally. A song this simple was sitting at the top of the trending charts. He could write something like this with his eyes closed, especially since so many people online were now saying that after listening to my songs, they couldn't enjoy anyone else's anymore. Wu Fan felt that was the greatest insult of all. Thinking about it, the resentment in Wu Fan's eyes deepened. A moment later, as if a thought had suddenly struck him, he picked his phone back up and posted a Weibo, tagging Serena. He actually has the audacity to post this. Everyone keeps saying the songs written for Serena are so great. Looks pretty average to me. Nothing but a crowd pleaser. Once the post was up, Wu Fan immediately felt a whole lot better, especially when he saw his fans rallying to back him up. That felt even more satisfying. Sure enough, there were still people in this world who understood real music. Wu Fan looked at his fans' comments and felt like he had found kindred spirits, but before long, the smile faded again, because by then, a wave of netizens who had still been browsing Serena's Weibo had also stumbled upon his post. They were immediately in an uproar, and even more so were my and Serena's fans. They had been happily enjoying themselves at home, minding their own business. When someone suddenly took a swing at them, the mood turned sour fast. So whether it was netizens of all stripes, or fans from both camps, everyone descended on Wu Fan's Weibo and started going at it. Sitting at home, minding your own business, and drama still finds you. Serena just posted a casual home video, and someone's already showing up with the jealousy? Even tagged her. Does he really think he's still the godfather of music? To be fair, Wu Fan's songs are actually pretty good. It's just that he and James Rivers focus on completely different styles of music. His stuff is more unconventional. Calling it unconventional is being generous. Personally, I just can't get into it. There's no need to be picking sides. Wu Fan's dark style songs do have their own vibe. I mean, I find them kind of unsettling personally. Nobody's picking sides. Nobody's even paying attention to him. He jumped out looking for a fight all on his own. The way I see it, he lost 2 songs in a row and couldn't take it, so he came out swinging at people. My Wu Fan songs are just better than James Rivers's. James Rivers has what? A handful of songs? Does anyone not know how many my guy has? Wu Fan's Weibo post, amid the bickering of netizens, was slowly climbing the charts too. Without him even realizing it, it had made the trending list as well. Wu Fan had been keeping an eye on the activity the whole time. When he saw his post trending, and that a good number of people were standing behind him, the gloom that had been festering inside him gradually lifted. A good deal of his old confidence came flooding back. As for the people doubting him, he would shut them up with his abilities. The reason he had dared to post something like that was precisely because the first round of the new song finale had a keyword of tragic and horror. Exactly his specialty. Wu Fan smiled to himself. He wasn't someone who acted without thinking. If he was willing to start a fight, he had already come prepared. Right after that, Wu Fan opened his Weibo again, and, while the momentum was still hot, posted another update. I know a lot of people will question me for saying this, but I, Wu Fan, don't care. A great song is a great song. It can't be proven by someone pandering to the crowd. You doubt me? Then I'll respond with my ability. The first round of the finale. I'm asking if James Rivers dares to accept my challenge. If I lose, I'll voluntarily give up the title of Music Godfather and personally apologize to Serena. If I win, all I need is for James Rivers to step forward and admit out loud that he's not as good as me. Wu Fan posted it to Weibo. Wu Fan smiled. He didn't bother watching anymore. He tossed his phone onto the nightstand and lay down, completely satisfied, because he knew this was effectively a formal challenge. He didn't even need to look to know that this post would definitely shoot straight up the trending charts, and things played out exactly as Wu Fan had predicted. The moment his second post went live, it immediately sent shockwaves through the internet. A veteran songwriter had officially issued a challenge to the rising new songwriter. This was a once-in-a-century event for the entertainment industry. Countless media outlets were buzzing with excitement. They cranked out headlines at lightning speed, all racing to be first. The question of the hour was, would a new king take the throne, or would the old king write the next chapter of his legend? The moment this gunpowder-charged headline appeared, it rocketed straight up the trending charts. Whether it was my fans, Wu Fan's fans, or the casual spectators just there for the show, pretty much everyone was, now, eagerly counting down to the first round of the new song finale. Meanwhile, inside an artist apartment at Chengxi Entertainment in the city, Miao Anyun's young assistant, Yu Ranran, clutched her phone and burst through Miao Anyun's bedroom door with a startled cry. Miao Anyun rubbed her temples, pulled the blanket up over her chest, and sat up. She found her little assistant's constant overreactions a bit exhausting. She had been practicing her runs all day and was just trying to get some rest. Ran. What happened? Why the rush? Yu Ran. The moment she laid eyes on her boss, in that delicate, barely dressed state, swallowed hard. In her mind, when it came to looks alone in the entire entertainment industry, it seemed like only Serena could hold a candle to her boss, though the two of them had completely different styles. Serena gave her the impression of being gentle and soft, while her own boss was fierce and passionate. Both of them made her heart flutter. Miao Anyun, seeing Yu Ranran's love-struck expression, felt her headache deepen. This little assistant of hers was great in every way, except for always harboring those kinds of intentions toward her. Ran. Miao Anyun's voice went up a notch. Yu Ranran snapped back to her senses immediately, and remembered there was actually something important to say. Yun, sis, big news, take a look. As she spoke, Yu Ranran shoved the phone screen right in front of Miao Anyun's face. Miao Anyun took the phone helplessly and looked it over. After a moment, her brow furrowed. She pointed at something on the screen and said, "Did I agree to use James Rivers' song for the finale? How come I don't remember that?" The next morning, I woke up to find my whole body aching and numb, especially my entire arm, which had completely lost all feeling. I opened my eyes in a daze, and that was when I realized that Serena had somehow crawled into my arms during the night. She had even wrapped herself around me completely, clinging to me like an octopus. And Lily, at some point, had sprawled diagonally across the corner of the bed. I was speechless. These two had practically identical sleeping styles. Both absolutely terrible. I had actually been sleeping really soundly, even having a nice dream, but somewhere in the middle of the night, the dream had taken a sharp turn, and it felt like something was pinning me down in my sleep. Now, seeing this scene, the mystery was solved. I scratched my head with the one hand I still had free, and gently shifted myself up into a half-sitting position. The aching numbness in my body eased up a little. That small movement seemed to displease Serena. Her soft, fair little face scrunched up slightly, her lips pouting a little, letting out a small sound. And then she wriggled even closer against me, tightening her hold on me once more. I went completely stiff. First thing in the morning, and she was already pulling this. I couldn't handle it. I really couldn't handle it. I felt like I was in genuine agony right now. I glanced over at Lily, fast asleep and unbothered in the corner of the bed, and my whole face crumpled into a mask of suffering. I rubbed my nose, thinking to myself that Lily was already 3 years old. That was old enough. It was really time for her to start sleeping in her own room. With that thought in mind, I gently began to pull my arm out from under Serena's head. This arm had gone so numb it barely felt like it belonged to me anymore. I even had to use my other hand to help work it free, perhaps feeling that her pillow had suddenly disappeared. Serena's lashes fluttered softly. The next second, she slowly opened her eyes, lifting her head in a drowsy haze, blinking at me with a sleepy, unfocused gaze. She looked completely and utterly adorable. Their eyes met, and Serena snapped wide awake in an instant. I didn't move. Serena froze too. Her legs and arms were still draped over me. The realization of her position made the color rush to her face instantly. In a matter of seconds, even her earlobes had gone completely red. I felt like a prawn that had just been dropped into a hot pan. I blinked. Serena scrambled off me in a fluster, and turned her back to me, not daring to look. Her heart was pounding wildly. She was done for. He probably thought she had done that on purpose. Serena bit her lip, curling in on herself like a complete ostrich. She could even hear from behind her the sound of me swallowing. I will say, I was really struggling right now. I urgently needed cold water on my face to get a grip on myself. Anyone who woke up first thing in the morning to a sight like this impossibly gorgeous woman right there, and couldn't do a single thing about it, would be absolutely miserable. I scrambled out of bed as fast as I could, hunched over, and bolted out of the bedroom. The sound of the bedroom door clicking shut followed. Only then did Serena let out a long breath. She patted her burning face gently, a strange, unreadable look in her eyes. It seemed like ever since I had moved into the master bedroom, she would unconsciously drift into my arms in her sleep. She clearly remembered that before falling asleep, she had been lying properly, on the other side of the bed. And besides, Lily had been between them. Thinking of Lily, Serena suddenly froze. She quickly sat up, and found Lily spread out like a starfish, all alone in the corner of the bed. Serena pressed her lips together, and carefully scooped Lily into her arms, settling her back in the spot that had originally been hers. She placed a soft kiss on Lily's little cheek. Serena smiled to herself. It looked like Lily was ready for her own little room. It had to be said, quite remarkably, both of them had arrived at the exact same thought. By the time I finished washing up and came out, Serena had just stepped out of the bedroom as well, her loose pajamas draped over her, hiding every curve of her figure. I rubbed my nose, feeling, to my own surprise, a small pang of disappointment. I was her husband, after all. Maybe I should have taken a longer look just now. But pretty quickly, I pushed that indecent thought right out of my head. If I was going to look, it would have to be on a proper occasion. Catching my slightly strange gaze, Serena glanced at me sideways, then calmly went off to wash up without a word. It was still early. Normally, this would be the time I went for my morning run, but today I wasn't planning to go out. Serena had come back with so much effort. I wanted to spend more time with her. I dropped onto the sofa and pulled out my phone. I needed to look up what the keyword was for the first round of the new song finale. Serena never brought these things up to me on her own initiative. I could only stay on top of it myself. But the moment I found the keyword for the first round, I was far from calm. What on earth? tragic, horror atmosphere, I was done for. Was that a keyword any self-respecting show should actually use? I pursed my lips. Of all the things I had imagined, the keyword for the first round of the finale being something like this had never once crossed my mind. Right at that moment, Serena finished washing up and walked out of the bathroom. I looked up, completely baffled. The keyword for your new song finale is tragic. Horror atmosphere? Who came up with that keyword? Hearing me say that, Serena walked over and sat down on the sofa in front of me, nodding. The keyword for each round of the finale is set by the director. Nobody knows what it'll be in advance. I frowned. I privately thought this director must have something wrong with him. That style of music wasn't mainstream, sure, but it could test a songwriter's depth from a different angle. None of that mattered to me right now, though. Since the keyword was what it was, I had no choice but to rack my brain and figure something out. The truth was, I had genuinely listened to very little music of this kind. This was the first time Serena had ever seen me composing with a furrowed brow. I was struggling, and it showed. Every song before this had seemed to come to me so effortlessly. That side of me had always given her a sense of solid reassurance. Serena reached out her hand and gently smoothed the crease between my brows. Don't rush. Whatever happens, we'll work through it together. As long as we have no regrets, that's all that matters. Warmed by those gentle fingers brushing my brow, something like a current of warmth passed through my chest. I looked up to find Serena, gazing at me with quiet, earnest tenderness. Serena's freshly washed face was completely bare, and yet I couldn't help but feel that in that moment she had never looked more beautiful. Being stared at so directly and intently by me, Serena's face grew warm. She didn't understand why she had only said one simple sentence, and I was already looking at her like that. That gaze, beyond admiration, as if he wanted to devour her whole. I was so strange, but the very next moment, she didn't find it strange at all anymore, because right before her eyes, my face suddenly moved closer, until a warm sensation pressed against her lips. Serena's eyes flew wide open, blinking in disbelief. She had just been ambushed. In that moment, I fully understood. When you're in front of the woman you love, cold water to cool yourself down is absolutely useless. After a long while, it finally ended. Serena, feeling a little weak, leaned back against the sofa. She still hadn't come back to her senses. James Rivers had actually ambushed her, and it had gone on for so long. Then she noticed me, still staring at her with an unsatisfied look, as if wanting more. She quickly covered her face with both hands. So mortified, she wanted to flee on the spot. I savored that wonderful feeling for the first time, and my heart couldn't have been happier, especially with Serena looking so flustered and adorable right now. It only made me more delighted. I couldn't help but inch a little closer to Serena, until we were right up against each other. We're husband and wife. A kiss is an important way for a couple to express their feelings. I tried to get Serena to be less shy, at least to lower the hands covering her face. Instead, Serena's reaction was even bigger. She scooted back 2 steps and refused to put her hands down. My attempt was a failure. I could only stare at Serena with longing eyes, feeling a little disappointed inside. I wasn't done yet. If it hadn't been my first time and I'd been more experienced, knowing how to draw things out, I absolutely would not have let it end like that. I shamelessly moved back closer. All right, I'm just looking at my phone. I absolutely won't do anything else. I held my phone up and waved it in front of Serena, pretending to look at it. Serena peeked at me through the gaps in her fingers, and then saw the grin plastered across my face. She felt even more embarrassed. Then she shoved me hard, jumped to her feet, and bolted back to the bedroom. I watched her, not forgetting to slam the bedroom door behind her. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Only then did I actually pick up my phone for real. The song situation still needed some serious thought. For now, there was nothing pressing, so I figured I'd check Serena's Weibo. I remembered that Serena had mentioned she was going to post the video Mia had secretly recorded to Weibo. The moment I opened Weibo, I saw my own familiar name sitting right there on the trending charts. I sighed. I figured it was definitely the video stirring up discussion. My image was about to take a serious hit. I casually tapped on one of the trending topics, and my brow slowly began to furrow. It seemed like things weren't as simple as I had thought. What had started out as a perfectly ordinary Weibo post from Serena had indeed made the trending charts, but the topic now trending was about a formal challenge, and the challenge involved me. I kept scrolling through the trending topics one by one, and gradually pieced together the full picture. It had started with the children's song from my video, which someone had taken a shot at. Then one thing led to another, and it had escalated into this. Though I had to wonder, did this Wufan guy have a screw loose? What had I ever done to him? I genuinely couldn't figure it out. I had never even met this Wufan. How had I managed to offend him? And the thing was, coming after me was one thing, but he had actually tagged Serena too. That was something I, as a devoted husband, could not let slide for even a second. I did have my own Weibo account, though even I myself had forgotten it existed, let alone my fans. Everything I had done before was through Serena's Weibo. This would be my first time using my own. My fans were all usually active under Serena's Weibo anyway. I opened my own Weibo profile page and deleted all the random scattered dance videos I had posted before. Deleted them until the page was completely blank. Only then did I compose a new post and hit send, casually tagging Wufan. You want a battle? Then bring it, music godfather. Heh. Just a few plain words, but every line dripped with total contempt. I nodded in satisfaction after posting. That right there was what you called class. Did he really think I was a pushover? Short, pointed, and absolutely cutting. Maximum sarcasm. And that final, heh, was the perfect finishing touch. Very nice. With that done, I stretched and put the whole thing out of my mind. It was still early, and plenty of netizens were still fast asleep, blissfully unaware of this development. Even Wufan, who had stayed up too late the night before, had no idea I had already responded. By 9 o'clock in the morning, my family was sitting down for breakfast. Most people had gotten up by then, too. It was the weekend, and they were in the habit of lounging in bed, scrolling through their phones, catching up on whatever had been trending overnight, and that was when they discovered the Weibo post where I had replied. All at once, their sleepy eyes lit right up. There was fresh drama to enjoy. Netizens eagerly tapped open the post and read the short reply. In an instant, they were even more wide awake. Oh, hello. James Rivers has some fire in him. They loved it. One after another, netizens rushed to join in, flooding the comments section, especially my and Serena's fans. The moment they saw my dismissive, unbothered tone and wording, they rallied behind me in a chorus of support. All the way until 11 in the morning, Wufan, who had just woken up, grabbed his phone and saw that the post had already been pushed onto the trending charts. Looking at my cocky, unbothered words, Wufan let out a cold laugh. The style of music for this round was his specialty. He was fully confident he would grind me into the ground. Just thinking about it, Wufan felt a quiet rush of smugness. It was a good thing James Rivers had accepted the challenge. If he hadn't, there would have been nothing he could do. But now things were perfect. After this round was over, James Rivers' hot streak would be his to take entirely. After that, he would once again be the untouchable music godfather he had always been. Wufan was in high spirits. He immediately got on the phone and started making moves. All that was left now was for Shengshi Entertainment to agree as to whether they would agree to use his song. Wufan was 100% certain they would. After all, his credentials spoke for themselves. In the past, entertainment companies had always come to him seeking songs. Now, he was the one walking up and offering a song himself, one of his established pieces, no less. If they turned him down, that would be shocking. If I had known what Wufan was thinking right now, I would have burst out laughing. This poor guy had no idea what he was actually up against. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Shengshi Entertainment replied. As expected, they had agreed to Wufan's proposal, a once-celebrated songwriter, offering his work for free. Turning that down would be foolish. Of course, this was all based on the assumption that I had no intention of writing for them either. If I had been willing to write a song for Miao Anyun, They would have dropped Wu Fan without a second thought. After all, no one was stupid. Right now, my momentum was at its absolute peak. You'd be crazy not to ride that wave. And the track record proved it. Every single song of mine had blown up. When Yao Anyun got the notification from the company, she was in the middle of practicing. With Serena as her opponent, the pressure on her was enormous. When she heard that the company had accepted Wu Fan's song, her brow creased slightly. Because she already had a song, and she had been practicing it all day yesterday. Miao Anyun went to the company, unhappy and wanting answers. After all, they had made the switch without her consent, just deciding for her on their own. That was something she couldn't accept. But the reasons the company gave her, she couldn't argue back. First, there was no denying it. Wu Fan's song was genuinely better than the one she had been practicing. Second, the online buzz had exploded. This competition wasn't just a contest between Serena and Yao Anyun. It was also a face-off between the songwriters behind them, Wu Fan and me. The first round of the new song finale had captured the attention of the entire country. Shangxi Entertainment wasn't about to let this opportunity slip away. By using Wu Fan's song, they stood to gain far more. And just like that, Miao Anyun's personal feelings became irrelevant. Miao Anyun understood, of course, but she still felt a quiet sense of dejection. It wasn't that she looked down on Wu Fan's song. She simply didn't want to be used as someone else's instrument for profit. It made her feel an involuntary pang of envy for Serena. It seemed like ever since Serena's comeback, she had always performed with my songs or her own, and there had never been a single report of Yinghai Entertainment ever forcing her hand. Miao Anyun only needed to think about it for a moment before she understood. That was what it meant to have someone in your corner. So you and Wu Fan have a battle lined up. It wasn't until evening that Serena finally saw the trending topics on Weibo. She rarely paid attention to these things normally. This time, it was only after a phone call with Ms. Claire that she learned someone had actually issued me a formal challenge. Seeing Serena's anxious expression, I still said with a relaxed smile, "Yeah." Someone came to my door looking for a fight. Not accepting would be hard to justify, right? But you haven't written a song yet. What are we going to do? Unlike my casual attitude, Serena was filled with worry. She also knew that Wu Fan was genuinely skilled in this style of composition. And just this afternoon at noon, I had still been frowning over the song. I set down the script for The Outcast I had been working on, and quickly waved my hand to reassure Serena. "It's fine. Don't you trust your own husband?" Even with me saying that, Serena was still a little worried. If it were only her own competition at stake, she wouldn't care whether she won or lost. But now the whole thing was blowing up online, and this match was entirely tied to my reputation. Serena pressed her lips together in quiet thought for a moment. Then her eyes suddenly lit up, as if a good idea had just struck her. Seeing Serena settle down, I went back to writing The Outcast. Honestly, I was a little worried myself. I still hadn't figured out exactly what song could win this competition. All the way until 9 o'clock that night, little Lily drifted off to sleep amid my bedtime story. I had just been about to lie down when I saw Serena lying on the other side of the bed, carefully sit up, crook a finger at me like she was sneaking around, and then quietly walk out of the bedroom. After a brief moment of confusion, my eyes suddenly lit up. My heart surged with excitement. Could it be? I didn't dare let my thoughts go any further. But the look of barely contained excitement on my face refused to go away. I scrambled out of the covers and tiptoed out after her on light, careful feet. I gently pulled the bedroom door shut behind me and saw Serena already sitting on the sofa, waving me over. I trotted over and sat down right next to her on the sofa. I turned to look at her, heart pounding, and then, boldly, I reached around her slender waist. Serena froze immediately. "What are you doing?" A flush of pink crept up her cheeks. Serena protested softly, slapping my wandering hand. "What are you doing?" I froze too. "Weren't you the one who called me out here?" What else was I supposed to think? Serena rolled her eyes at me, but made no further move to do anything about the hand still resting around her waist. Instead, she said quietly, "I called you out here to help you find inspiration. What exactly were you thinking? Inspiration. I wanted to disappear on the spot. It seemed I had genuinely misread the situation, because he saw that Serena had searched for a horror film on her phone and was now casting it to the TV. So she had called me out to watch a horror movie. All right, I deflated completely. I had thought my moment had finally come. Serena turned the volume down low, and then caught the look of total disappointment on my face. She burst out laughing, and gave the flesh at my waist a little pinch, but then leaned her body right into my arms. I scratched my head. Well, this wasn't too bad either. So I stayed just like that, with Serena nestled in my arms, and we started watching the horror film. The movie was genuinely terrifying. You could tell Serena had picked it with great care. I had a strong heart, and barely reacted at all, but by the halfway point, Serena had curled herself into nearly a ball, clinging to me and refusing to let go, especially the moment the red-dressed female ghost suddenly appeared on screen. The horror music blared out of nowhere, and it scared Serena so badly that she buried her face straight into my chest. Too frightened to look anymore, I patted her back and comforted her. It's all fake. None of it's real. If you can't watch, we don't have to. But Serena just burrowed deeper into my arms, shaking her head. Her voice came out nearly on the verge of tears. No! I need to watch this part specifically. It'll only be scary for a little while. I smiled and stopped trying to talk her out of it. I kept watching the screen, and I genuinely felt like something was starting to come to me. The red-dressed ghost on screen was laughing a mournful, hollow laugh. Then her figure vanished, only to reappear in a close-up of her face. Serena stole another glance at the screen at that moment, and her entire body went limp. She collapsed completely into my arms, trembling slightly. That had genuinely frightened her. James Rivers, do you have your inspiration yet? Her voice was tiny, shaking with a tremor. I felt a warmth spread through my chest. I pulled the soft weight in my arms a little closer, and reached over to turn the TV off. The room went quiet immediately. Got it. Got it. Nothing to be scared of anymore. I've already turned the TV off. I gently patted Serena's back, my voice soft and warm, like soothing a frightened little wife tucked against my chest. Did you really get it? Don't lie to me. I gently ruffled Serena's hair that had come loose. Really? If I'm lying, I'm a puppy. Only then did Serena lift her head. Her eyes were misty and slightly damp, clearly still shaken from the scare. She looked at my face right in front of her and asked one more time. Really? I nodded, looking at the rosy lips so close to mine. My heart was completely steady and still. Tomorrow morning, my dear wife will get to hear a brand new finished song. Every bit of the horror atmosphere and tragic element will be in it. Taking in my gentle, resolute gaze, Serena finally believed me. She gave a soft little, Then she nuzzled her face back into my arms one more time, before finally crawling out from them. I looked down at the damp spot on my chest, feeling both amused and helpless. This woman was getting more and more like a little kid. All right. Go get some sleep. I'll go get changed out of these pajamas. I ruffled Serena's hair one more time, but this time my voice carried a hint of exasperation. The moment Serena heard I was leaving, she immediately pressed herself back to my side, threading both arms through mine, and locking onto me tightly. Don't go. The nervousness hiding in her eyes, the fear, and the shyness all hit me one after another, leaving me momentarily stunned. But none of that was the most important thing. What mattered was the soft warmth pressing against my arm, which made my heart skip several beats in a row. I let out a quiet, dry cough. When she had been in my arms before, I hadn't quite registered it like this, but somehow, now I was registering it fully. All I could say was that Lily was truly lucky to have her. But I really did need to change. Just a moment. I'll be right back. Back before Serena had gone to the city, the two of them had developed a kind of unspoken agreement. When changing clothes, they each turned away from the other, and changed alone in the bathroom. Now that Serena was back, things were the same. Serena's face went even redder, but she still refused to let go. She just looked at me stubbornly. Fine. I opened my mouth but held back what I was going to say. and brought Serena back with me into the bedroom. This time, I changed into my pajamas in the bedroom. In the soft haze of the night, I could see Serena's eyes shining bright and clear. That night, I fell asleep holding Serena in my arms. Both of us slept soundly. When Serena woke up the next morning, the memory of the night before surfaced in her mind, and her face warmed with color. When had she become this bold? Serena's lips curved up at the corners, but it had felt really nice, too. She placed a soft kiss on Lily's little cheek, climbed out of bed, and tiptoed quietly out of the bedroom. The moment she pushed the door open, the smell of food drifted in from the kitchen. Serena sniffed. She caught the scent of steamed egg. Go wash your face first, then wake Lily up for breakfast in a bit. I had just carried a dish out of the kitchen, and saw that Serena was already up. I smiled and said. Serena nodded in answer. After breakfast, I was in the kitchen washing dishes, and Serena stood nearby helping out. But her gaze kept landing on me. She felt like I was becoming more and more like a housewife. Oh, right. Hold on a second. Almost forgot about this. I had just finished putting the dishes away, when I looked up and caught Serena's dreamy, faraway gaze. Then I suddenly said, and my words pulled Serena's thoughts right back. She watched me set down the chopsticks in my hand, break into a jog, and head into the side room, which I had already converted into a study. When I came back out, I was holding 2 sheets of manuscript paper, with a face full of smiles. Here, what I promised you last night. I walked into the kitchen and held out the manuscript paper to Serena. The horror film last night wasn't wasted, and neither was my dear wife's effort. This song. I came up with it right when I saw that scene in the movie. Serena's face flushed slightly. The moment I said that, the scene from last night came flooding back to her. She took the paper and held it up to read. There was a single page of lyrics inside, with a song title of just one character. Serena paused, a little puzzled. She didn't understand how a title like that could possibly connect to themes of tragedy or a horror-style atmosphere. Then she kept reading further down, and after only the first few lines, goosebumps had spread across Serena's entire body. The 18th day of the first lunar month, an auspicious day. The 18th day of the first month was not a day for weddings. Every Chinese person knew that. It was a day associated with mourning and funerals, and yet the lyrics declared it an auspicious day. Serena swallowed. Suddenly, the image of the red-dressed ghost from last night flashed through her mind. So this song was from her perspective. Serena skimmed past the lyrics to the sheet music. She had only looked for a moment, before her body gave a small shudder. She looked up at me. I'm scared I won't be able to sing this. Her voice came out a little plaintive. I cleared my throat twice, and quickly reassured her. It's okay, it's okay. If it really doesn't work, we just won't use this song. It doesn't matter. In my mind, nothing right now matters more than you and little Lily. Even a competition takes a back seat. Hearing me say that, Serena took a moment to settle herself. She said softly, That's not what I meant. It's just that I'm a little scared. But if you're by my side, it would be much easier. Only then did I understand. It wasn't that Serena couldn't sing this kind of song. She was still shaken from the horror film last night. She was genuinely frightened by horror movies, it seemed. Realizing this, I felt a wave of warmth. As terrified as Serena had been, she had still been the one to initiate watching it, just so I could find the inspiration to write the song. I ruffled Serena's hair. Then I'll stay right by your side, through every step of this competition. Serena lowered her head and murmured back, a quiet smile spreading across her face. I suddenly had a feeling. Had this woman said all of that on purpose, just to get me to stay by her side? That very afternoon, the family packed up their things, got in touch with Ms. Claire and Mia, and headed to the city. After arriving in the city, I started to wonder if I had been wrong about that. Because after Serena returned, I barely got to see her twice in a whole day. Serena spent basically every waking hour holed up in the recording studio at Yinghai Entertainment. The reason Serena pushed herself this hard was entirely because every time she thought about my challenge with someone else, she couldn't help but want to polish the song just a little more. A little more. She didn't want me to have anything to say about it, so I could only stay on my side and keep working on the script for The Outcast. Time moved quickly. Before anyone knew it, the first round of the new song finale had arrived. The excitement surrounding this finale far surpassed anything from previous rounds, because this new song finale had not only brought in two highly celebrated veteran judges as replacements, but also featured the challenge between music godfather Wu Fan and me, which meant it was packed with storylines. At 8 o'clock that evening, the city's stadium opened its doors. Several lines of people stretched out like long dragons. Every face wore an expression of eager anticipation as they filed steadily into the stadium. I was somewhere in those long lines, head down, face mask on, not daring to look up, because I could see that many audience members were actually holding fan signs with my name on them. Lily hadn't come with me this time. She had stayed back at the apartment with Ms. Claire. By 9:30 that evening, all audience members had taken their seats. The competition officially began. On stage, a throne fit for a champion slowly rose from the floor. Beside the throne, a crystal microphone gleamed under the lights. Host Chen Xue stepped onto the stage in elegant, measured strides. She lifted the microphone, her smile warm and radiant as she looked out over the audience. Welcome, everyone, to the stage of the new song finale. I'm your host, Chen Xue. After the brutal elimination rounds of the previous episodes, new song has finally arrived at its first round of the finale. Let us first offer our congratulations to our competing finalists, Serena and Miao Anyun. These two contestants have fought through round after round of selection, and have at last stepped onto this champion stage, Chen Xue announced to the crowd, as the large screen behind her displayed photos of Serena and Miao Anyun, along with a highlight reel of the songs they had performed in previous rounds. She paused briefly, to give the audience time to take in the screen, then continued. But competition is unforgiving. There can only be one champion. This throne can only be claimed by one person. Will it be Serena who takes the crown, or Miao Anyun who reaches the top? Let's wait and find out. Next, please join me in welcoming our judges to the stage with a round of applause. The moment her words landed, all four judges rose slowly from below the stage, bathed in light. I also looked up at the screen to read the introductions for the judges. Two familiar faces, Gao Yu and Xue Xiaotian, were still here. The other two were Chen Yisun and Liu Huoying. I couldn't help but think. New Song had clearly come into some serious money. They had actually managed to bring in veteran names like these. Truly impressive. The moment the judges appeared, the entire venue erupted in cheers. The audience was bursting with excitement. The finale they had been waiting so long for was finally here. For them, this was an event overflowing with things to look forward to. A competition packed with spectacle from every angle. Two stunning female artists facing off on the same stage, with the two songwriters behind them oozing tension and rivalry. You couldn't ask for more drama than this. Even now, the audience seating below looked almost like two opposing kingdoms, a clear dividing line running through the middle. The entire right side was packed with Serena's fans, waving banners and cheering her on. The entire left side was filled with Miao Anyun's fans, refusing to be outdone, their light sticks waving wildly in the air, voices chanting without stop. I turned to look and couldn't help but purse my lips. In the corner of one of those banners, my own name was actually written there, though my name was written so small, you could barely see it unless you looked carefully. Pretty ridiculous. What I didn't know was that my name hadn't originally been on that banner at all. That banner had been personally made by Serena's #1 fan, Xiao Hong, leading an army of fans to create it together. But while they were making it, one college student fan among them had insisted strongly that my name be added. Xiao Hong had no choice. She could only go along with this fan named Xiao Ming and add my name in the corner. Beyond the live audience, every major live stream was also packed to capacity. The official New Song live stream had even experienced buffering at one point. Ren Chao quickly had the technical staff open up several additional dedicated streaming channels, and only then managed to barely hold things together. Ren Chao wiped the nervous sweat from his forehead. He recalled that the last time something like this had happened in a live stream was when the previous king of the entertainment world had gone live for the very first time. But at this moment, in sharp contrast to the fever pitch of the live stream in the venue, the area behind the stage was wrapped in an eerie stillness. Even the staff moving around had unconsciously slowed their movements. The source of this strange, unsettling atmosphere was none other than Serena, who sat in front of a vanity mirror, being attended to by a makeup artist. On the other side of the dressing area, Miao Anyun stood in a black evening gown, watching Serena with a complicated expression. She couldn't understand. Today's theme was clearly tragic elements and a horror atmosphere. So why was Serena wearing this vivid, blazing red bridal gown? It wasn't just Miao Anyun who didn't understand. No one in the entire room understood. How could clothes this festive possibly have anything to do with today's keyword? Serena sat quietly in front of the mirror, her heart completely still. She was trying to find that state of mind, the one I had told her about when teaching her this song, expression solemn, eyes vacant yet carrying a thread of grief. Right. I had also said that when singing this song, it was best not to blink. Serena remembered all of it. It was difficult, but as long as I had said it, she would do it well. Up front on the stage, the host had already called both contestants forward. The staff quietly notified both of them at this point. Serena steadied herself, rose to her feet, and walked slowly toward the stage alongside Miao Anyun. All the lights on stage dimmed at that very moment, leaving only 2 spotlights falling on the 2 of them. The moment they stepped out, a wave of sharp, unified gasps rose from the audience below. Every pair of eyes went wide. People stared at Serena, unable to look away. Some of them even rubbed their eyes, their faces full of disbelief. What had drawn those gasps was Serena, and her extraordinary appearance, a phoenix coronet and flowing red veil atop her head, dressed in a vivid red bridal gown, illuminated by the spotlight, looking so breathtakingly beautiful it defied description. And yet this stood in complete contradiction to today's theme. By contrast, Miao Anyun, in her black evening gown, projected a sense of gravity and solemnity, far more in keeping with today's keyword. Everyone was baffled. Why would Serena come dressed like this? Inside the live stream, after a brief moment of stunned silence, the comment stream exploded. No way. Am I seeing things? What is Serena doing? Can't figure it out. Has Serena and James Rivers given up? Are they planning to sing a wedding march? Ha! Turns out Wufan was right after all. James Rivers really is just a crowd pleaser. See? He exposed himself without even trying. The competition hasn't even started. Why are you barking already? Maybe there's a twist coming. A twist? If that outfit can lead to a twist, I'll eat 10 pounds. Another one, fishing for a free meal. But Serena, in a bridal gown, is genuinely stunning, though. James Rivers. You scoundrel, you're ruining my heart. On stage, host Chen Shuer went through the usual pre-competition questions with both contestants. But no matter what she asked, Serena's answer to everything was just one word: secret. This left Chen Shuer completely helpless. She was genuinely curious, too. What exactly were Serena and James Rivers hiding? Down in the audience? Wufan had, of course, arrived early and taken his seat when he saw what Serena was wearing. He almost laughed out loud. Even throwing in the towel, it still wouldn't be enough to save them. Wufan's eyes carried a mocking smile. He had painstakingly crafted a song with a haunting, tragic melody, specifically for this competition. The pre-competition interview segment on stage had now ended. Miao Anyun would be performing first. There was no denying that Wufan was genuinely skilled. The title of music godfather had not been undeserved, and Miao Anyun had done a beautiful job bringing out the hidden meaning layered within the song. Whether in the lyrics or her expressions, everything was flawless. After Miao Anyun finished her performance, she earned praise from the overwhelming majority of the audience. The competition pressed on. The lights on stage had gone completely dark. Caught in a single spotlight, Serena stepped slowly and unhurriedly onto the stage. Under the light, her expression was utterly at odds with what she was wearing. She was dressed in the most joyous of bridal attire, and yet her face showed nothing but emptiness, a hollow, deathly stillness. Especially her eyes, which were normally so clear and luminous. Right now they stared forward, vacant and unfocused. In the dimness of the stage, she simply stood there in silence. A strange, inexplicable unease began rising in the hearts of the audience. No music, no intro. The entire audience held their breath. Complete silence. On the large screen behind her, the title of the song slowly appeared. Performed by Serena. Written and composed by me. The moment the song title appeared, whether in the live stream or in the live audience, everyone was suddenly confused. This was the character for joy, for happiness. How had they suddenly stopped recognizing it? It wasn't that they didn't recognize the word, it was that they simply couldn't believe it. A song called Joy. Why was it appearing here, in this moment? Only I, watching Serena on stage, drew a long, slow breath. The expression Serena had right now was absolutely perfect. It made every single hair on my body stand on end. Joy, originally written and performed by Gedongki in another world, the moment it had appeared back then, it had ignited conversation across the entire internet, a song that sent chills crawling across countless listeners' scalps. And now, Serena was bringing to life the atmosphere at the front of this song, with nothing short of perfection. At that moment, the music began to rise. The audience's eyes suddenly lit up. Even the judges on stage had a look of unmistakable surprise in their eyes. That was the erhu and the pipa, the erhu weeping, the pipa crying. The moment the melody sounded, sorrow filled the air. Every pair of eyes in the room was fixed unblinking on Serena standing on stage. They still didn't understand. Why did a song called Joy open with such profound grief? Then the guqin joined in, followed by the sharp, urgent strike of the bangzi percussion. On stage, Serena's vacant eyes lifted, her gaze slowly sweeping across the audience as her voice began. Beautiful. Genuinely beautiful. But this was traditional opera vocal technique woven into pop music. The audience felt a chill, rising from the soles of their feet straight to the tops of their heads. Goosebumps spread across every inch of their skin. This, Joy, it was a ghost marriage from ancient China. Not a single word spoke of grief. Not a single word spoke of horror. And yet every line cut straight to the bone with a dread that burrowed deep. This was a horror only Chinese people could truly feel. Moonlight paired with folklore paired with a ghost marriage. It was enough to make every scalp crawl. The live stream immediately erupted completely. Unlike the live audience, who had to hold everything in, online viewers could say exactly what they felt. Holy. The moment that voice came in, I swear the cabinet behind me just moved. It's the middle of the night. Please, no. This is the horror that lives deep in every Chinese person's soul. I'm already listening from inside my blanket. I'm quietly pulling the corner of the blanket that was sticking out, back under the covers. You asked for horror, and delivered straight to the underworld. Can we please just have fun anymore? The song is good. Whether the person is good, I honestly can't say. This has my back cold, my whole body numb, my legs going weak, my joints aching, my scalp tingling, and my vision going dark. The person above managed to describe a full-on medical episode so elegantly. Bro, you're scared but still can't stop listening. What do you do? Serena had no idea how the live stream was reacting. She had fully immersed herself in the song. She slowly raised her hand, fingers curled in an elegant orchid gesture, lost in quiet sorrow, and she held firm to what I had told her. Don't blink. The next second, the music shifted. A drumbeat surged to life, and the entire piece became urgent and propulsive in an instant. Serena snapped her head up, eyes locking directly onto the audience. Her voice surged out urgent and intense. Every single person in the audience involuntarily swallowed hard, out of sheer fright. Even I couldn't help but shudder. I truly hadn't expected that having Serena sing this song would produce this kind of feeling. It was terrifying, as though she had lived through it herself. The pipa rang out again. Serena's expression was haunted and mournful, her body swaying slightly with the melody. The grand gentleman laughed along. The great gentleman was jubilant, and, after thinking it over for a long while, could only hum out a tune of a wanderer's sorrow. He smiled and cried. You ask how he smiled and cried and smiled. You see how he cried while smiling. The bright, celebratory music rang out startlingly in everyone's ears, paired with the wedding ceremony chants in the background. Score! Every heart was shaken to its core beyond words. When the Suona sounds, gold fills the hall. It means either ascending to heaven or bowing at the altar. Ufan's eyes went wide with pure disbelief. James Rivers. How dare he? What right does he have to use that rogue instrument? That rogue instrument. Ufan panicked. Completely panicked. Everyone knew. There is no soul, the Erhu cannot carry away, and no spirit the Suona cannot escort out. This song had both the Erhu and the Suona. Western instruments could never replicate the sound the Suona produces. It was over. Ufan's nails dug deep into his own flesh. This song didn't just have extraordinary lyrics. The arrangement was untouchable, weaving in every kind of folk element, with opera-style vocal techniques fused into pop music. It was explosive. The title said joy, but the song was about grief, and layered within the lyrics was a deep, bone-chilling terror. It wasn't just Wu Fan who panicked. Every viewer in the live stream panicked too. Hey, Serena, please blink. Please. Ha, she doesn't even need to blink. The person above has been claimed. I'm almost there too. James Rivers, you monster. Art can have spirit, but it shouldn't have a spirit altar. Wait, no. This is a wedding hall. Beautiful to the bone. Just why does it feel a little haunting? Look at my arm hair, standing straighter than steel needles. Oh God, Serena, why won't you blink? Please don't make me start wondering if you came up from below just to promote the place. Suddenly I'm no longer jealous of James Rivers. It's 10:30 at night. I'm alone at home. Lights off, hiding under my blanket. Can anyone relate? But no matter how much the live stream audience begged, Serena's voice kept flowing on, crawling under their blankets with them, pouring straight into their ears. It was as if the whole room was filled with Serena's voice. Serena herself had forgotten all about fear by now. She had truly and completely merged with the song. Serena's voice slowly drew toward its close. The soaring Suona gradually faded. The festive music drifted in, as if carried from the far edge of the sky. But everyone in the audience knew. This was not a joyful occasion. The audience fell silent. A faint, quiet sorrow rising from somewhere deep inside swept over every heart. If the moment the Suona first rang out earlier had filled people with a kind of dread, then this closing Suona, paired with the festive music, filled people with something far sadder, the tragedy of ignorance in ancient times, a living person bound to a dead one, and at the most flower-like age of her life. Especially the subtle expressions on Serena's face, the very slight furrow of her brow, the atmosphere of helplessness that hung around her like a shroud, and those eyes that had not blinked even once. All of these sensations together made the audience feel as if they were standing inside that very wedding hall, witnessing this terrible, sorrowful scene with their own eyes. The comment stream in the live stream also slowed. As the music quieted, only a handful of voices remained, expressing the feeling welling up inside them. The most beautiful ghost bride. Nothing could surpass this. Every smile, every frown, all of it grief. Every sigh, every breath, all of it, the cycle of fate. This is the right way to experience a great song. It puts you right inside it and leaves you haunted long after. The moment that Suona came in, I knew this song was something else. Serena was absolutely incredible. She brought this song to life completely. You people are demons. It's the middle of the night and I'm home alone. The ethereal music finally faded away completely. The lights dimmed along with it. Serena, in her red gown, was swallowed by the darkness and slowly dissolved from view. This entire spectacle had left everyone lost in it. Director Ren Chao let out a quiet breath and wiped the corner of his eye. This kind of ancient Chinese cultural tradition. Only those of his generation truly understood it. It was a helpless, inescapable kind of sorrow. Backstage, Miao Anyun stood slightly dazed. She watched as Serena, still clothed in that red gown, walked slowly toward her. Serena, in this moment, had not yet fully come back out of the song. The grief still clung to her like a veil, and Miao Anyun couldn't help but give a small shudder. She was confident her looks were no less than Serena's, but right now, the aura Serena carried far surpassed hers by 1,000 miles. This was the soul a great song bestows upon the singer who performs it. For a pure artist, it was the highest honor there was. Miao Anyun gave a quiet, self-deprecating smile. She had lost this round, not only in the song itself, but in the depth of her commitment to it. But Miao Anyun quickly brought her mindset back around. She clenched her fist quietly. A Serena like this, she was only more worth fighting with everything she had. She believed in her own ability. She also believed she could sing even better. Serena had by now walked to Miao Anyun's side. The two women looked at each other. Miao Anyun gave Serena a thumbs up. Amazing. Serena blinked for a moment, only then coming slightly further out of the song's hold on her. She blinked rapidly a few times. Your eyes look a little dry. Then she turned back to Miao Anyun with a light smile. You sang beautifully, too. Miao Anyun paused, then broke into a smile as well. This Serena. Her personality was even warmer than Miao Anyun had imagined. James Rivers really was a lucky man. In sharp contrast to the easy warmth between the two singers backstage, Wu Fan looked like a completely deflated balloon. He had completely collapsed into his chair. Defeated. Even before the voting segment began, he already knew he had lost. As an established songwriter, just by reading the judges' and the audience's reactions, he could tell the atmosphere his song had built had been completely overwhelmed by the atmosphere of joy. Who could even remember his song now? Even Wu Fan himself. His mind was still echoing with the suona and the festive sounds. Of all instruments, the suona reigns supreme. It means either ascending to heaven or bowing at the altar. 1,000 years of pipa, 10,000 years of jangda, a single stroke of the erhu, one long note. This damn song had basically covered all of them. How was he supposed to compete with that? Wu Fan sank even further into his chair, to be beaten in the very area he was most skilled in. He was both dejected and suffocated. Dejected because it seemed like he truly wasn't as good as me. Suffocated because he felt like I had cheated, using the suona. That was cheating. The lights on stage had already come back on. The bright lights pulled everyone back from that dreamlike wedding into reality. Host Chen Shui, dressed in a white gown, made her way slowly onto the stage. She held the microphone and looked out at the audience still slightly dazed below. She paused for a moment, then spoke out loud. I never imagined that on this stage I would hear two songs, this extraordinary. The dazzling spark struck between Western music and moonlit folk tradition. Two completely different songs, and yet they share the same depth of feeling. Let us welcome our two contestants back to the stage with a round of applause. The audience below seemed to finally snap out of a dream. Coming back to their senses, they applauded with everything they had. It was so beautiful, and so moving. They had anticipated the finale would be exciting, but hadn't expected it to be this exciting. In that moment, they felt that buying a ticket and coming in person had been absolutely worth it. On stage, Serena and Miao Anyun, waiting in the wings, walked out to the applause as the host's words came to a close. The moment the two of them simply stood side by side on stage, the audience's eyes lit up. Everyone silently marveled. What a pair of extraordinarily beautiful women. Just the two of them standing together was already a sight to behold, and even Chen Shui, standing nearby, felt a slight pang of pressure. Next is the judges' voting segment. Let us invite our judges to offer their commentary and cast their votes, Chen Shui said quickly, drawing the audience's attention toward the judges. The cameras followed reluctantly. The new song finale was more formal than any previous round, and had added a judges' commentary segment. Each judge was required to offer remarks before casting their vote. The camera turned to Gao Yu. He looked at Serena, and Miao Anyun on stage, and his expression showed genuine difficulty. Honestly, voting in the finale is really hard. In my view, both of them sang extremely well. But unfortunately, this is a competition. If it weren't a competition, I would absolutely vote for both of you. Let me share my personal thoughts. First, I want to say, Miao Anyun, you sang beautifully. Whether in terms of vocal technique or stage presence, it was first-rate. Now let me talk about the song itself. Toward the end of that song, quite a few people may not have fully understood it. But from a professional singer's perspective, the latter half is where it truly soars. It perfectly captures the suppressed inner world of someone tormented by illness and pain. Now, let me speak about Serena. For Serena's performance, the only two words I can find are perfect. Vocal technique? Perfect. Stage performance? Perfect. She pulled everyone directly into the world of the song, leaving no one able to look away, especially that moment when the Swana and her voice rang out together. I got goosebumps. I'm genuinely very curious now. What kind of creature is James Rivers, that he could write a song like this? So my vote goes to Serena. As for Miao Anyun, I can only say it isn't your fault. The songs themselves are on different levels. A song that everyone can love, versus a song that toward the end, only professionals can fully appreciate. There is an inherent gap there. Gao Yu offered a thorough and professional assessment of both performances, and cast his vote for Serena. A round of applause broke out on stage. Clearly the audience agreed with Gao Yu's verdict. Both Serena and Miao Anyun kept their composure, bowing in thanks at the same time. Down below, Wu Fan's face had gone a pale, ashen color. As a professional songwriter, he of course already understood. This round was his loss. The three remaining judges offered commentary no different from Gao Yu's. Especially after what had happened in the previous incident, the finale had eliminated even courtesy votes entirely. This resulted in the finale vote becoming 4-0. Wu Fan's face had gone completely white. There wasn't even a need for the audience's final vote. The outcome had already been decided, a crushing defeat. The song he had been so proud of had been annihilated in this most critical of competitions, beaten without a shred of dignity left. The audience voting results then appeared on the big screen, making it even harder for the already deflated Wu Fan to accept. 88% of the audience had voted for Joy, while his own song had received a pitiful 12% support. Salt poured into the wound. It was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Wu Fan's vision blurred slightly. He regretted it. He regretted letting his temper get the better of him, and provoking that monster, James Rivers. In Wu Fan's eyes now, James Rivers was simply not human. What normal human being could be this all-encompassing? Even a more unconventional style of song like this, James Rivers had produced it as if it were nothing. If that wasn't inhuman, what was? Wu Fan still couldn't figure it out even now. If James Rivers was truly this capable, why had he kept such a low profile for so long? Playing the pig to eat the tiger. Did he find that amusing? On stage, the host was announcing the keyword for the next round, but Wu Fan wasn't listening at all. He rose to his feet with a vacant expression and walked out. He knew that after today, he was no longer the music godfather. The remaining competition had nothing to do with him. The first round of the finale came to a close. Though the competition had ended, the heated discussion online had only just begun. After a week's wait, the audience had once again been blessed with a magnificent song. Their faces were lit up with pure joy. As always, clips of Serena's performance had already shot to the top of Douyin's trending searches. But unlike previous times, this time everyone seemed to have come to a unanimous agreement. Every title on the trending chart was some variation of Most Beautiful Ghost Bride. Clicking on any video at random, the live comments below were exceptionally passionate. I absolutely have to go in person next time. Serena is so beautiful. Recommended viewing from inside your blanket for maximum effect. You and I were strangers by fate, brought together by one monster who told me you don't blink. I just want to know, are your eyes dry? Are they dry really the question right now? Most beautiful ghost bride, one and only. That title belongs to Serena and no one else. I just want to know. When James Rivers holds Serena at night, isn't he scared? This man has ruined my heart. In contrast to the harmonious atmosphere on Douyin, Weibo at this moment was far louder, and the words far more cutting. Countless viewers were tagging Wu Fan, rubbing salt directly into his wounds. Where are you? Where did you go? Weren't you putting up quite a fight before? What's wrong with you people? Was Wu Fan's song bad? Anyone who brings us great music deserves respect. Nobody said his song was bad. He was the one who issued the challenge. He was the one who started it, so only your Wu Fan is allowed to go after people. But when he loses, he doesn't have to own it? You lose. You lose. Own it. Amid the wave of condemnation online, Wu Fan's Weibo finally updated. Just a single, simple sentence. Outskilled. I concede defeat. I am giving up the title of music godfather. And I personally apologize to Serena. I'm sorry. I was blind before. The moment that post went up, quite a few people stopped coming after him, since he had done what he said he would. There was no need to keep hounding him. It had to be said, Wu Fan was quite smart in this regard. If he had kept standing his ground, the outcome waiting for him would certainly have been far worse. The night was deep. When Serena came out from backstage, she found me standing on the side of the road, phone in hand, quietly waiting for her. Mia, seeing this, covered her mouth and smiled to herself, and made herself scarce without being asked. From a distance, I was looking at my phone, and right up until Serena walked up behind me. I still hadn't noticed her. What are you looking at? The sudden voice broke through my thoughts. I turned around and found Serena, standing right behind me with a playful little pose, hands clasped behind her back, looking adorably mischievous. Not a trace left of the haunting grief from the stage, looking at the comments online. Right now, everyone online is calling you the most beautiful ghost bride, you know? I laughed and gave my phone a little wave. Serena made a dismissive sound, a faint flush on her face. Most beautiful ghost bride. Makes it sound like she had actually turned into a ghost. It really is what everyone is saying, though. But I think it's quite fitting. Thinking Serena didn't believe me, I quickly held my phone up in front of her, so she could see for herself. That earned me a flat look from Serena. Isn't it fitting? I scratched my head. I genuinely did think it was very fitting. Serena felt like she didn't want to deal with this hopeless man anymore. She turned and headed toward the parking lot. Seeing that, I hurried to catch up. The two of us walked like that, a few paces apart, one behind the other, and hadn't gone far, when Serena suddenly stamped her foot, cheeks puffed out in frustration, and turned to look at me. What now? Women are as unfathomable as the ocean floor. In that moment, I felt that saying was completely accurate. I genuinely had no idea what Serena meant. Seeing my completely baffled expression, Serena bit her lip lightly, and muttered quietly, "Dummy." In her mind, I was getting more and more hopeless. I hadn't quite caught what she said, and then I saw Serena, as if summoning her courage, walk up to me and loop her arm through mine. That soft warmth pressed against my arm again. I stiffened slightly. You're supposed to link arms properly. Serena's face was lightly flushed, as she said softly, and then shifted to properly loop her arm through mine. I nodded mechanically and stepped forward, moving in a way that was more than a little unnatural, like a robot. Sensing my nervousness, Serena couldn't help but smile to herself. A husband and wife walking arm in arm was the most ordinary thing in the world, and yet, for some reason, Serena felt that for me, this simple gesture seemed strangely awkward, as if she were a kidnapper, and I was the hostage being dragged along under duress. It was a little ridiculous and a little endearing at the same time. Right now I was experiencing pain and joy in equal measure. The joy was the sensation of this very moment. The pain was that there was nothing at all I could do about it. Serena linking her arm through mine just now had been quite a jolt to my system. After decades of living the single life, this kind of thing still hit me hard. If it weren't for the fact that Serena and I had already shared a little closeness before. I suspected I might have turned and bolted. The two of them walked all the way to the parking lot, but there was no sign of Mia. Serena called to ask, and only then learned that Mia had already hailed a cab and left on her own, and Mia had quietly asked her on the phone whether she was still coming back to the apartment tonight. Serena's face went completely red. She glanced over at me, sitting in the passenger seat like a complete dunce, and replied softly to Mia, "Not coming back tonight?" Unlike the last time, the hotel I was staying in this time was very close to Serena's apartment. Even without a car, you could walk there in just a few minutes. The car drove straight to the hotel parking lot. I was a little puzzled. Why wasn't she driving directly to the artist apartment building? I had specifically chosen this hotel for the convenience. That way there was no need for Serena to drop me off late at night and then drive back alone. I'd worry about her traveling back by herself. Seeing that the car showed no signs of turning, I turned to look at Serena. "Just go straight to the apartment. I can walk over myself." Serena's face was flushed, eyes fixed on the road ahead. She didn't answer me. The car pulled smoothly into a parking space, and only then did I hear Serena's voice. Very soft, like a whisper the wind could carry away. "I forgot my apartment key." Forgot the key. Aren't Miss Claire and Mia at the apartment? I was still mid-thought when I saw Serena pull open the car door and step out first. Her head was lowered. In the dark of the night, I couldn't make out her expression. I quickly got out after her. I had just opened my mouth to say something more, but Serena had already turned and walked into the hotel. 5 minutes later, the two of them entered the hotel room together. Serena simply took a brief look around at the room's layout and sat down on the bed. There wasn't much in the room, just a perfectly ordinary room with a large bed. "Shouldn't you call Ms. Claire?" I closed the door behind me, still muttering under my breath. Serena, sitting on the bed, felt the color rush to her face in an instant. She quickly dropped her head. Then a soft, gentle voice reached my ears. "They're all asleep? I don't want to disturb them." I let out an "oh." Then the full realization hit me. Slightly delayed. Didn't that mean tonight it would just be the two of us, sharing this one room, with no Lily? I instinctively jolted awake. I looked over at Serena sitting on the bed. Serena had stopped talking. She kept her head down, fingers twisted together, her almond eyes not daring to look at me. The room fell quiet. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Although the two of them were technically husband and wife, a situation like this, being alone together, in the same room, had basically never happened before. My only frame of reference was theoretical, purely inexperienced, although I had already shared a small moment of closeness with Serena. Once or twice before, it had always stopped before going any further. In a situation like this, I was genuinely at a loss. "I'm going to go shower." Unable to bear the atmosphere any longer, I was the one who finally spoke first. Serena simply nodded. Her heart was just as tangled up inside. When she had set out, she had felt like she was ready. But now that she was actually here, her mind was a complete mess, until the sound of the bathroom door closing came, followed by the soft pattering of water from inside. Serena's lashes fluttered gently, but a look of faint bewilderment had crept into her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking right now. Inside the bathroom, I was no more at peace. I let the water run over me again and again. A shower that would normally take 5 minutes stretched on for over 10 this time. I dried off every last drop of water from my skin, tightened the towel wrapped around me, took a long, deep breath, and pushed the bathroom door open. Steam drifted out of the bathroom and into the room. Through the hazy mist, I suddenly froze in place, because I saw Serena still sitting on the bed, head bowed, but her shoulders were trembling slightly. Glistening teardrops were falling from her face one after another onto the floor. She was crying. My restless heart settled in an instant. A deep wave of tenderness welled up from somewhere inside me. I walked slowly to stand in front of Serena, crouched down, and gently cupped her small face in both hands, lifting it. My gaze was soft, my voice even softer. "Why are you crying?" Her tear-streaked face cradled in my palms. Serena's almond eyes shimmered with tiny glistening teardrops that fell like beads off a broken string, dropping onto my hands. warm to the touch. James. She opened her mouth, her voice thick with tears, and after only saying my name, she couldn't get another word out. But the flicker of guilt and longing hidden deep in those eyes was something I took in completely. I paused for a moment. What is it my dear wife wants to say? I gently used my fingers to wipe away the tear stains on Serena's face, but the very next second, a new teardrop slid down her fair, soft cheek, leaving a fresh, faint trail. Serena suddenly couldn't quite bring herself to meet my gaze. Gentle as it was, she wanted to lower her head, but her small face was held firmly in my hands. James Rivers, I feel like I'm not good enough for you. Serena suddenly cried out through her tears, her eyes squeezing shut. She didn't dare look at me anymore. Those pure, clear, dark eyes of mine. The tears came harder. I know everything. I know you're not him. But I still harbored selfish feelings. But I still fell for you. But I still want to keep you by my side. The closer I get to you, the more frightened I become. I've already tried my hardest. Why? She just sat there with her eyes closed like that, voice trembling with sobs, pouring out the secrets she had kept buried inside her heart. Tears fell one by one onto my hands. That face resting in my palms, streaked with tears like a rain-soaked pear blossom, made my heart ache deeply. I gently stroked Serena's face, and softly interrupted her. My dear wife, you're wrong, and you know it, and I know it, but I am honored to be loved by someone like you. Did you know? My whole life, I have never once been chosen by anyone with such certainty. Actually, I'm the same as you, dear wife. I used to be a very insecure person. Maybe that's the curse of being an orphan. I have never once felt my heart move for anyone, and no one has ever felt their heart move for me. My gentle voice drifted through the air around us. Serena slowly opened her eyes and looked directly at my face, close before her. The warmth deep within my eyes seemed like it could melt her entirely, until I met the two of you. Only then did I learn that I was actually capable of falling for someone. To hear you say all of this, dear wife, I'm truly, genuinely happy, because now I know clearly that you do love me. I have always felt that something you said before was right. Some meetings, some feelings, they are written in fate. Heaven brought me to your side, dear wife. This is a bond arranged by the heavens. There's nothing to be done about it. What heaven arranges carries the greatest weight. Is that really true? Serena's dazed eyes blinked slowly, gazing quietly at my face as she listened. Seeing me pause, she spoke in a tearful, soft voice, so soft and gentle. I pressed on and gently stroked Serena's face again, playing up the drama. Of course it's true. Think about it. Isn't what heaven arranges the biggest of all? And then I continued, besides, who says anyone is too good or not good enough for anyone else? When I'm with you, dear wife, I get nervous too. The most beautiful ghost bride loves me. I'm just an ordinary person, with a wife as wonderful as you. I have to work hard too. As for why I love you, beyond what heaven arranged, it's every little moment I've spent with you. The love I've always longed for was never the earth-shattering kind. It's always been the gentle, steady kind, exactly like you, quiet and unhurried. As I spoke, a smile spread across my face. I held Serena's gaze. Serena looked at the tender smile right before her eyes, and pressed her lips together softly. The next second, she suddenly reached out both arms and wrapped them around my neck. That soft warmth pressed against me again. In this moment, the two of them, finally and completely understood each other's hearts. This should be a cherished moment, the rest of a lifetime, growing old together. A deep and tender, drawn-out kiss left Serena almost breathless. In the end, she still gave my chest a small push. Only then did the two of them part. Serena covered her face with both hands, feeling as though she were about to catch fire. How else to explain why her face was burning so hot? Even my gaze had shifted from warm to scorching, making her drop her head, unable to look at me again. I looked at Serena's state and let out a quiet breath. When I spoke, my voice came out slightly husky. My dear wife's kiss was so fervent it caught me completely off guard. Serena's face went even redder. She pressed her lips together slightly. She felt like the man in front of her was getting more and more insufferable. A textbook case of taking advantage and then acting smug about it. You. Look at you, just squatting there not moving. Serena lifted her face. Almond eyes wide, lips pouting, looking exactly like a small rabbit that had been picked on. I need to go shower. My legs are numb. I laughed helplessly. It's not that I don't want to move. My legs went numb from squatting so long. Serena let out a small laugh. She looked at me and blinked. Oh, he's not insufferable. He's just a dummy. I scratched my head, feeling like my physical capabilities had just been seriously called into question. I dropped down to sit on the floor to stretch it out, then scrambled up and moved to one side. I genuinely couldn't understand why, when I worked out every single day, just squatting for a short while was enough to make my legs go numb. Could I really need to train more? Serena went off to shower. Only then did I unwrap the towel from around me. I hadn't brought pajamas. After thinking for a moment, I just slipped on a pair of boxers and crawled under the covers. Then I waited for a full half hour, long enough that I was already yawning. I genuinely couldn't figure out why girls needed so long to shower. That much time was enough for me to shower 8 or 10 times over. I reached for my phone and set an alarm. Tomorrow morning we still had to head back to the city. School started in a couple of days. The kindergarten welcome ceremony was coming up too. I waited a little longer and was already getting drowsy when the bathroom door finally opened. Serena padded out with small, careful steps. Her cheeks flushed red, whether from the steam or from something else entirely. She was using one hand to dry her hair, which the blow-dryer had just finished, while carefully sneaking a glance at me lying on the bed. Our eyes met exactly. My gaze gradually sharpened. Serena instinctively pulled her towel tighter around herself. You're still awake? Was that even a reasonable thing to say? I was a little speechless, but I kept a perfectly straight face and replied, I was worried my dear wife might faint from the steam in there. Serena caught the amusement dancing in my eyes and pressed her lips together. The intentions written all over this man were practically transparent, and yet he was still managing to act so composed and serious. She stood there where she was, momentarily unsure of what to do. What are you standing there for? Come to bed. Watching Serena's flustered, uncertain expression, I was quietly trying not to smile. Serena answered, forced a calm she didn't feel, and walked over to sit on the edge of the bed. The very next second, there was a soft click. She had reached over and turned off the room light. The room was plunged into darkness. Before I could even react, the covers were lifted, and something soft and warm slipped right into my arms. I felt the warmth and smoothness pressed against me. I didn't dare move a single inch. Right now, the two of them were, well, truly, skin to skin. In the darkness, I could even hear the slightly quickened sound of her breathing. Both of their bodies stiffened as they pressed together. After a long while of holding each other like that, Serena's muffled voice finally came from within the covers. I swallowed and forced myself to stay calm, reaching out both arms to hold Serena in my embrace. Serena, in turn, wrapped her arms around my neck and poked her head out from under the covers. It was in this moment that I truly felt it. The feeling from before, through my arm, had not been wrong. It really was as I had imagined. Dummy? Seeing me acting like a robot, only following instructions without a single thought of his own. Serena said it softly. What? Her voice was so small I hadn't caught it clearly. I said you're a dummy. In the darkened room, the two of them slowly adjusted to the low light. Serena's cheeks were pink, yet she tilted her head back without any hesitation, eyes fixed on my face, so close to hers. I looked down and found Serena's luminous eyes shining in the darkness. The two of them locked eyes. Even so, a dummy is still your husband. With Serena's words, I finally felt the last of my restraint ease. I looked at her with a smile in my eyes and pulled her just a little closer. Serena seemed to catch the smile in my eyes. She pouted her lips, thought for a brief moment, then quickly leaned in and pressed a light kiss to my lips, before pulling back immediately. James, I was actually really scared tonight, you know. I've been afraid of the dark and afraid of ghosts since I was little. When I was singing tonight, my heart was terrified, but the moment I thought of you sitting down there, I wasn't as scared anymore. I thought, even if I'm a ghost bride, I'm still your bride. Thinking of it that way, I was, actually, a little happy. And then after coming back with you, I got scared all over again, Serena murmured on softly, and I listened quietly, and still, until she finished. She tilted her head back to look at me once more, as if she couldn't bear to let her eyes leave my face for even a second. So that makes you the foolish one. I smiled, and leaned down to press a kiss to Serena's forehead. But a fool paired with a dummy is more than enough. All right, no need to be scared. I'll spend the rest of my life proving that I'll always be right here by your side. So, good night. Hearing my good night, looking at the smile lingering in my eyes, Serena froze. She felt the urge to cry again. My warmth, it was always right there beside her. Serena buried her face in the crook of my neck, unwilling to come back out. Good night. That was the last thing Serena said to me tonight, and the one that settled my heart most completely. So much had happened tonight, from the competition to the hotel room. Serena's nerves had been pulled taut the entire time. The moment she closed her eyes, she was asleep almost instantly, which left me in a rather difficult position. The warmth pressing against me in my arms left me completely wide awake. But I didn't regret not doing anything. Some things should happen at the right moment. Tonight, Serena's emotions were clearly not in the right place. Her being ready was not truly being ready in any real sense. So I endured this exquisitely torturous predicament, lying there wide awake, all the way until past 3 in the morning before finally drifting off. The very next morning we arrived at the artist apartment, and that was when I saw Serena pull the apartment key out of her bag and open the front door. Serena seemed to feel nothing was out of the ordinary at all and walked straight inside. She turned around and found me standing at the doorway, staring at her with a peculiar look. What are you spacing out for? Serena blinked, confused. The key! I smiled at the corner of my mouth and raised an eyebrow. I once came across a saying, before marriage 1 drink knocks you over. After marriage 1,000 cups can't get you drunk. Turns out it's true. Serena looked down blankly at the key in her hand. The next second it hit her all at once, and a flush of red rapidly claimed her cheeks. The moment was briefly awkward. Fortunately, right at that point, Mia came out of the bedroom with Lily in tow. Catching sight of me and Serena, Mia's face bloomed with a knowing smile. Morning, Serena, hee. Little Lily scrambled out of Mia's arms and flung herself over to Serena's side, wrapping her arms around her leg. She tilted her little head back and looked up at Serena with a wronged expression. The little one hadn't seen her mom or dad all night and had only fallen asleep after Mia coaxed her for a long while. Mommy, where did you and Daddy go? Their arrival broke the awkward tension from before. Serena quickly scooped Lily up. Nowhere at all. Mommy and Daddy are both right here, aren't they? Serena tapped the little one's nose and hurried to reassure her. But Auntie Mia said, you and Daddy went off to have a world of your own, that you didn't want Lily anymore. Serena froze again, then turned a murderous look toward Mia. Mia let out a nervous laugh, eyes darting. Serena, you haven't eaten breakfast yet, right? I already made it. Let me go dish it up right now. With that, Mia made a quick exit. She could feel that if she didn't slip away soon, Serena was going to hit her on the spot. Before long, the delicious meal was set on the table by Mia. Everyone sat down together. I picked up a spoon and started feeding Lily. Serena glanced around the room, then looked at Mia and asked, Where's Miss Claire? I don't see her. It's already 9 o'clock. Ms. Claire would definitely have been up by now. Ms. Claire left for the company first thing this morning. All the company side matters. Isn't Miss Claire handling the handover for all of that? Serena didn't say anything, but felt a pang inside. Since coming to Yinghai Entertainment, Mia and Miss Claire had always been rushing around on her behalf. Whether it was life matters or work matters, the two of them always handled everything perfectly. Truth was, in Mia and Miss Claire's hearts, being Serena's manager and assistant was something they felt genuinely happy about too. For other artists, Their managers and assistants had far more on their plates, taking on jobs, negotiating business deals, handling PR and packaging, plus food, accommodation, travel, and everything else. All of it fell to the manager and assistant. But with Serena, most of that barely needed their attention at all, because behind Serena stood me, someone who brought trending topics and songs along naturally. On top of that, the cut Serena gave them was far more generous than what anyone else offered. Coming across a star like this, who wouldn't be happy? After breakfast, Serena held Lily while I drove. The whole family, neat and complete, set off on the journey home. Tomorrow was the day Lily would start kindergarten. A moment this important. Serena refused to miss it no matter what. So whereas 2 people had come, the whole family was going back together. It was also a good thing that I had signed the highest tier freedom contract from the start. Otherwise, like other celebrities, how could I be this free to do whatever I pleased while our family was happily driving? Along the road back to the city, a haggard-looking woman had just stepped out of the detention center doors. Liu Qian stared at the empty suburban road ahead, eyes dark and clouded. The incident before had landed her a full 15 days in detention, and now that she was finally out, not a single person had come to pick her up. Her agency had already terminated her contract. She had nothing left. Liu Qian stood there by the roadside, pulling from the envelope bag the phone that had just been returned to her hands, and pressed the power button hard. She couldn't wait to find out whether Serena and I had fallen out because of the last incident. She was convinced that once they fell apart, a Serena without James Rivers, in the murky waters of the entertainment industry, would barely be able to make a ripple. Since she was already finished, she was not about to let Serena have an easy time either. Early on the second morning after kindergarten started, Serena and I both got up at the crack of dawn. Like all other first-time school day parents, we were in a complete state of frantic chaos. "Honey, the princess bag is already stuffed. Don't cram more in." "Lily won't be able to carry it. Bring that doll." "Yes, that one. Lily will be back after school in the afternoon. She doesn't need that many snacks packed in. Those are for sharing with the other kids, okay?" The day before, the 2 of them had especially prepared a small cartoon print backpack for Lily. By now, the little bag had already been packed to bursting by Serena. And yet Serena still wasn't satisfied. She stood there frowning, eyeing the remaining things on the table with worry. I stood to the side, starting to feel a bit of a headache coming on. I felt like Serena was making a mountain out of a molehill. Lily was going to school, not going away for the new year. After another round of fussing between the 2 of them, they finally dragged the still fast-asleep Lily up to eat breakfast. The little one's eyes were barely open. She submitted passively while I brushed her teeth, and while Serena tidied her hair, all the way until she was sitting down at the table. Little Lily's small head kept nodding up and down. After breakfast, Serena and I changed into presentable outfits, one of us carrying Lily, the other grabbing the little backpack, and hurried out the door. It was already 7:40. School started at 8. No time to waste. I pulled the car into the parking lot beside the kindergarten. After the 3 of them got out of the car, they found Jianghua Kindergarten, looking completely different from the last time I had visited. In the soft light of the early morning sun, the kindergarten entrance was buzzing with life. Parents bringing their children to school were everywhere. And inside the kindergarten, colorful flags were fluttering all around, a scene full of warmth and vitality. It left me feeling a little dazed. From when I had arrived in July to now, September 1st, barely 2 months had passed, and yet it felt like I had already completely settled into this life and fully grown into the role of a father. Little Lily had by now woken up completely. She lay against Serena's chest, peering curiously at the kindergarten entrance. All the little children, who were crying and fussing. In her heart, those kids roughly her age were not being well-behaved at all, because Daddy had said, "Only children who don't cry on the first day of kindergarten are good kids." Serena and I paused only briefly, before carrying Lily and joining the stream of parents heading into the kindergarten. Inside, the teachers were at their posts welcoming the parents and children from their classes. They hadn't gone far before spotting Su Lin and Lu Dan up ahead, warm smiles on their faces, cheerfully greeting the children's parents. Su Lin was smiling and chatting with one parent. She turned her head and saw me and Serena approaching with little Lily, walking toward her. Su Lin said a quick word to Liu Dan beside her. Liu Dan continued talking with the parents, and Su Lin hurried over to meet them. "Lily's daddy." "Lily's mommy, you're here. Come this way. Once all the parents and children have arrived, we'll head to the classroom first." This time around, even Su Lin's way of addressing them had changed. From Mr. Jiang to Lily's daddy, this also signified that from this point on, Lily had officially become a member of this kindergarten. I nodded, and followed Su Lin over to where the Class 3 parents had gathered. The nearby parents greeted the two of us in a friendly way. Some parents, upon seeing the two of them, had a flash of golden recognition in their eyes. That quickly shifted to a carefully composed expression. It was clear they had recognized us both. Their child would be in the same class as a celebrity's kid. And not just any celebrity, but the recently most talked about, James Rivers and Serena. They'd have plenty to talk about with family and friends when they got home. Before long, all the parents had arrived with their children. Su Lin and Liu Dan led the way at the front, and the whole group made their way in a lively procession toward the Class 3 classroom. Once inside the classroom, the children all sat on little stools, while the parents were arranged to sit together at the back. Su Lin and Liu Dan stood at the front, smiling warmly as they introduced themselves. "Hello, little friends. My name is Su Lin. From now on, I'll be your teacher here at kindergarten. You can call me Teacher Su." Down on the little stools, the children clearly hadn't been listening properly. They were wiggling their small bodies, and some had stood right up and run to their mother's arms, only to be awkwardly ushered back to their little stools. Lily, however, sat very nicely on her stool, swinging her little legs, big eyes blinking as she gazed at the two teachers up front. Then I noticed a chubby little boy sitting right next to Lily suddenly turn his head and look at her. "I've seen you before. You're the one who came out of the phone, right?" Hearing that, Lily's face was full of pride. "Yeah! My daddy is super amazing. He can put me inside the phone." The chubby little boy pouted at that, and turned to look at his dad with dissatisfaction, seemingly upset that his own father couldn't put him inside a phone the same way. But he quickly turned his chubby little face back around, tilted his chin up. "My daddy is super amazing too. He makes really yummy food, and he can eat a lot. My daddy can eat a lot too. My daddy can eat a whole pig." For some reason, the two little ones had suddenly started arguing about this topic. I listened with great amusement, and even some of the other nearby parents had their attention drawn to the two of them, until they heard the chubby little boy shout out loud, "My daddy can eat poop." Among the parents, one chubby man's smile suddenly froze stiff. The pretty woman beside him quietly covered her mouth and laughed. My heart leapt up into my throat too. I was terrified that the very next line out of little Lily's mouth would be something even more explosive. Thankfully, Lily didn't. She tilted her little head and thought for a moment, then said with a touch of genuine regret, "Your daddy is so impressive. Mine can't do that." I quietly let out a sigh of relief. Then I smiled warmly. Truly, a thoughtful little sweetheart. Top-quality warmth, without a doubt. Serena smiled quietly to herself too, because she had seen me nearly shoot to my feet in panic just now. Up at the front, Su Lin and Liu Dan were still working hard to engage with the children. It wasn't until the welcome ceremony finally began that the two of them let out a breath of relief. This time every year was always their most exhausting stretch. The welcome ceremony was a signature event Jianghua Kindergarten held to welcome each new intake of children joining the school. It took place on the stretch of green artificial turf in the kindergarten grounds. The parents were mostly there to watch the whole thing. The teachers led the children through various games to help them get familiar with one another more quickly. Interspersed throughout were children's song performances from each class, when Class 3 teachers Su Lin and Liu Dan soon led the children in singing Two Tigers. The teachers from other classes were still struggling to teach their own children their songs. Quite a few teachers glanced over at Class 3. listening to that perfectly in-sync singing, and practically drooled with envy. They wished they had something this simple and catchy, to teach the children quickly, too. Serena stood beside me, watching Lily sing along with the other children, a happy smile spreading across her face. She turned to look at my profile, her almond eyes full of quiet tenderness. The Jianghua kindergarten welcome ceremony came to an end. The children all followed their teachers back to the classrooms. Now it was time for the parents to separate from their little ones. Serena and I hid behind the window, watching our little Lily, our hearts nearly breaking. Lily no longer had any of the curiosity and excitement from when she first arrived. There she sat now, small as could be, on her little stool, arms hugging her own legs, long lashes fluttering, big eyes glistening, her little lips pressed into a pitiful pout. Unlike the other children who cried and made a scene, she just sat there quietly and still, golden tears dropping one by one. The sight of it sent a wave of heartache through me. I had half a mind to burst in and scoop Lily up and take her home. Skip kindergarten entirely. Serena beside me gently tugged my sleeve. I turned to look. Serena's head was lowered, and her soft voice carried a quiet resolve. Let's go. Every child has to go through this moment. I was quiet for a moment, and finally nodded. I took one last look at Lily in the classroom, then took Serena's hand, and walked toward the kindergarten entrance. The sunlight was a little harsh. My mood was not particularly bright. The reluctance to see Lily, upset, was one part of it, but the most important thing was that looking at little Lily, I seemed to see through time and glimpse the shadow of Serena as a little girl. When Serena was small, she must have been even sadder than Lily was right now, with no family by her side, a tiny little person, sitting alone and small on a little stool, quietly, without crying or making a fuss. No matter how sad, all she could do was press her lips together with nowhere to turn. Not only did Lily have Serena's eyes, even her temperament bore a resemblance to Serena's. Reading the bigger picture from the small detail, that was what pained me. Serena's character as a child must have been even more well-behaved than Lily's, or rather, not so much well-behaved, more like carefully watching others' expressions, trying her best to be obedient, so that as she grew into an adult, she appeared even more gentle and soft, always deferring, seeming to accept everything that came her way without resistance, just like last time. Even her love for me was expressed with such careful tentativeness, to the point of wanting to offer herself, as a way of expressing that love. In that moment, I felt a deep, heavy ache in my heart. I didn't want to see her like that. I wanted her to live more freely, more true to herself. I wanted her to cry when she wanted to cry, make a fuss when she wanted to make a fuss, say whatever she wanted to say. But I didn't know how to make that happen. All I could do was hold her hand. After we got home, neither of us was in particularly high spirits. I turned on the TV and clicked on some entertainment program at random, hoping to lighten the mood. Serena curled up nearby with her phone, texting someone. The entertainment program on TV was pretty mediocre. I glanced at it twice and lost interest. I turned to look at Serena instead. Compared to the TV, Serena was considerably more pleasant to look at, compared to when I had first arrived, after nearly 2 months of proper care. Serena now looked noticeably fuller. She had been so thin back then. Now, I couldn't help myself, and reached over to pinch the soft flesh of her calf. Very satisfying. The texture was excellent. Serena yelped in surprise at my sudden movement, and straightened right up, looking at me with some alarm. What are you doing? I'm your husband. What are you worried about? I was just checking if you'd put on some weight. Very pleased with the results. Definitely filled out quite a bit. I had a look of great satisfaction on my face. Serena gave me a skeptical look. Couldn't you just look and tell without touching? But having her legs resting across my lap like this, half lying like that, it actually did feel quite comfortable, she had to admit. Serena watched me warily for a moment longer, and, determining that I genuinely didn't seem to have any ulterior intentions, went back to looking at her phone. I looked at her fair little feet, still fidgeting restlessly. Clearly her heart was still a little on edge. I kept my face perfectly upright and gentlemanly, but both hands, or quietly kneading her calf. The pleasant sensation made it difficult for Serena to keep her focus on her phone at all. Her lashes fluttered rapidly, but she kept up the pretense of calmly scrolling through her phone. I, on the other hand, was thoroughly at ease. Serena's legs, the texture was just too good. Truly a champion-tier pair of legs. Unfortunately, this enjoyable moment didn't last long. It was time to start making lunch. I'll go make the food. I withdrew my hands with a touch of reluctance, set Serena's legs back on the sofa, stood up, said as much, and headed to the kitchen. Serena looked up and watched me walk away, a trace of something reluctant in her gaze too. Thinking of lunch, she thought of Lily. She wondered if Lily would eat the food at kindergarten. Lately the food I cooked had been genuinely delicious. All of Lily's clothes and things had been prepared by her. The water cup and utensils, as well as the bedding and such, were all provided by the kindergarten. While Serena was thinking of Lily, her phone suddenly rang. Serena came back to herself and looked at it. It was a call from Miss Claire. Just now. She and Miss Claire had been chatting about company matters on WeChat. Why was she suddenly calling? Hello, Miss Claire. What's going on? Is something urgent? Serena answered the call. She knew Miss Claire generally wouldn't call like this, unless there was something important to say. Serena, there is something I need to ask you. The second round of the finale is in a few days. This time a guest performer is being invited. The company is asking if you have a preference. If not, they'll invite a veteran singer from their own company to perform alongside you. Serena listened and went quiet for a moment. Her left hand resting beside her involuntarily gripped the hem of her clothing. Miss Claire, you already know. The key word this time is a romantic duet. The person I have in mind. You mean James Rivers, don't you? Miss Claire's slightly weary voice came through the phone. Serena pressed her lips together and said nothing. Have you made up your mind? You know James Rivers is not a professional singer, compared to the vocal technique and stage presence. Of those veteran singers, James Rivers has no advantage whatsoever. And have you talked to James about this? Has he agreed? Listening to Miss Claire's words, Serena looked up and glanced at my busy figure moving in the kitchen. Serena paused, leaving what she was going to say unsaid. She knew Miss Claire would understand what she meant. Always making people worry so much about her. That personality really ought to change. I'll turn the company down for you. As for James, forget it. The business between you two as a couple is not mine to stress over. Miss Claire just hopes you'll be happy. Miss Claire said this with a somewhat indulgent tone. Serena tucked her legs beneath her on the sofa and glanced once more at that busy figure in the kitchen. She said softly, I will be. The call ended. Serena sat there in a bit of a daze. There was actually one more thing she hadn't said out loud, which was, I'm already very happy. I was focused on washing the vegetables, when a fair, slender hand suddenly took them right from my grasp. It was Serena, who had slipped in without a sound. She was carefully washing the vegetables, standing pressed right next to me, not looking at me. I breathed in the familiar, clean fragrance coming from her, and looked at her face, flushed red for reasons unknown. I smiled, shifted my body slightly to one side, to give the two of them a more comfortable amount of room. Hey, husband, do you have any inspiration for the song yet? My hand slipped while cutting vegetables, nearly taking off my own finger. I perked up my ears in disbelief, and turned to look at Serena's face, already red enough to bleed. What did you just call me? Hearing my words? Serena looked about ready to bury her face in the vegetable bowl. The hands washing the vegetables had gone slightly frantic, tearing the vegetable leaves into pieces of every shape and size. I suddenly felt like I was being a little mean. I had clearly heard her perfectly fine, yet here I was making her say it again. Husband. Serena pinched the vegetable leaves in her hands, as if they were me standing right in front of her. But she still forced herself to say it one more time. Hearing that word, husband, land in my ears was like hearing the most beautiful sound in the world. It felt like my entire body went soft in an instant. My face broke into a full bloom of a smile, and even my voice came out slightly floaty. My dear wife, what made you suddenly think to ask about the song? Just asking. Let me think. I looked into the bowl. At the vegetables Serena had, torn into a complete mess, and after thinking it over carefully, I understood why Serena would have done this. My eyes flickered briefly, and a somewhat complicated expression crossed my face. Of course, I was thrilled that Serena could call me husband, genuinely delighted. Just like what had happened at the hotel last time, I cherished every one of these moments. But this was different, even though both came from her own heart. The starting point was not the same. She was trying to please me again. I suddenly felt the urge to cry. This foolish woman. Did she always have to express her love this way? So carefully and tentatively, like a stray little kitten that had been taken in. It made my heart ache. But I didn't know what to do about it. Serena waited a moment, and still got no response from me, and a flicker of unease stirred inside her. She wanted to look up at me, but didn't quite dare. After another short while, Serena felt me move beside her. The next second, her body was suddenly pulled into a warm embrace. My gentle voice drifted into her ear. I've already thought of a song. After we eat, I'll write it down and show you, all right? My warm breath landed softly against her ear. Serena's body stiffened for a moment, then quickly went soft. This closeness made her legs feel a little weak. In that moment, she had completely forgotten what she had meant to say. I only held her gently for a brief moment, before letting Serena go. Mostly because this soft, yielding Serena was far too tempting. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to stop myself from wanting to take advantage of her. Lunch ended up dragging on for a full hour to make. At the table, Serena was a little subdued. She ate in small bites, cheeks slightly puffed. Back in the kitchen just now, she'd had so much more to say, but my sudden movement had completely scattered her thoughts. That insufferable James Rivers was still sitting across from her, smiling. After the meal, Serena took it upon herself to clean up, while I went to the study. I seemed to have already figured out what I needed to do, even though this would make Serena feel a little wronged for now. I believed that after this, Serena would call me husband, naturally and freely, rather than only in a situation like this. After washing the dishes, Serena curled up on the sofa. She stared in the direction of the study in a daze, her eyes flickering between yearning and holding back. In the end, she pressed her lips together, and what remained in her eyes was nothing but tender warmth. The wait stretched on for a long time, all the way past 4 in the afternoon, before I finally walked out of the study with 2 sheets of paper. I saw the sudden brightness in Serena's eyes, and the hand gripping the manuscript paper tightened slightly without thinking. Her careful, tentative love was something that moved me deeply and left me helpless in equal measure. I forced a smile onto my face, walked over and sat down beside her. Take a look. A romantic duet? I've got that covered. Serena took the manuscript paper from my hands. By now she had grown completely accustomed to my creative abilities. None of the astonishment she had felt before remained. She quickly skimmed the lyrics and the sheet music. Needless to say, the song was excellent as always. My lyrics and melodies always had a way of drawing people in completely, but Serena had no interest in thinking about any of that right now. She had only needed one glance at this love song that matched the key word so perfectly before her eyes came to rest on me and refused to move. The anticipation in her gaze was plain to see, but I acted as though I hadn't noticed at all. I stretched lazily, my eyes drifting elsewhere. Serena bit her lip. The anticipation in her eyes turned to disappointment. She dropped her head and looked at the lyrics in her hand again, feeling a little wronged. She wanted to sing this song with James Rivers together. Serena, who needed a guest performer for this round of the finale, lifted her head, manuscript paper clasped in her hands, and said softly, "Husband, I don't have a guest performer." I shivered slightly. My heart gave a fierce lurch at that soft husband from Serena, and the trace of grievance threaded through her voice. I forced myself to tilt my head back and not look at her. I was afraid that one glance would make me completely cave. It's fine. Yinghai Entertainment will definitely sort something out. I stretched again to mask my own expression, and said in a casual, offhand tone. Serena bit her lip harder. She lowered her head, not daring to let me see the mist that had already begun to gather in her eyes. The room fell quiet. Neither of them said another word. I kept waiting waiting for Serena to speak up. But even after a long while, she still said nothing. I'm going to go pick up Lily. I drew a slow breath and didn't look at Serena, stood up directly, and walked toward the door. Serena sat there and watched my back disappear through the doorway, and then the front door closed. She sat there just like that on the sofa, perfectly still and quiet, just like Lily sitting in the classroom that morning, lips pressed together, silently letting the tears fall. A child who never cries and fusses never gets any candy. That phrase suddenly came to me. I stood leaning against the doorframe outside, dark eyes carrying a trace of sadness. I arrived at the entrance of Jianghua Kindergarten. It wasn't long to wait. The school bell rang out from inside before much time had passed. Rows of little children followed their class teachers, and cheerfully made their way to the parent pickup area. I successfully collected Lily. Compared to the morning, Lily's mood was noticeably much better. Her little face was already full of smiles, clearly having been won over by Su Lin and Lu Dan. These kindergarten teachers were truly skilled at coaxing children. The moment Lily spotted Daddy, she broke into a run on her little legs and flung herself at me. I scooped her up naturally and left a kiss on her little cheek. Lily glanced around in all directions, then blinked her big eyes and looked at her daddy with a puzzled expression. Daddy? How come Mommy didn't come to pick up Lily? I was instantly rendered speechless. Could I really say Mommy was at home crying because Daddy was mean to her? When we got home, Serena had already made dinner. Now that Lily had started kindergarten, early mornings meant an early rise, so she couldn't stay up as late as before. I continued just as I had before, avoiding Serena's gaze. I was afraid that, the moment my eyes met those gentle eyes of hers, I would instantly go soft. The dinner table was quiet. Even Lily wasn't being as playful as usual. The little one seemed to pick up on the mood between her parents. She kept turning her head, looking at Mommy sitting quietly eating with her head down, then at Daddy sitting silently to one side. Then her little lips pressed into a pout, and her small body subtly scooted, closer to Serena's side. Daddy is bad. He's definitely been picking on Mommy again. So after dinner, I spent a long time coaxing her, quietly reassuring the little one again and again that I had absolutely not been mean to Serena, before finally getting Lily to go to bed like a good girl. Before sleep, there was naturally the nightly bedtime story. I had been waiting for this moment for a long time, too. I snuck a glance at Serena lying quietly on the other side of the bed, cleared my throat, and began telling Lily a story with great expression. Once upon a time, there was a very, very good little white bunny. She had a very, very good friend, a little gray bunny, but the little gray bunny was lazy. That autumn harvest season, the little white bunny worked hard and gathered 5 carrots. One day, the little white bunny came over to visit the little gray bunny and found the little gray bunny sitting there hungry, looking at her pitifully. The little white bunny, seeing that her beloved little gray bunny was about to go hungry, without a moment's hesitation, gave the little gray bunny one of her carrots. The little gray bunny, now with a carrot, happily told the little white bunny, "You're so kind." Hearing that from the little gray bunny, the little white bunny was very happy too. After that, a few days would pass, and the little white bunny would go to visit the little gray bunny again, and give her another carrot, until finally, the little white bunny only had 1 carrot left. That day, the little white bunny came to find the little gray bunny again. The little white bunny looked at the very last carrot in her hands, then looked at her dear friend the little gray bunny. She knew that if she gave this last carrot away, she herself would go hungry. At this point I paused. I looked once more at Serena, still lying quietly and still on her side. Then I gently tapped little Lily on the nose. "Lily? If you were this kind little white bunny, and you were afraid of losing your best friend, would you give away the last carrot in your hands to the little gray bunny one more time?" Little Lily's big, round eyes were wide open, listening to the story quietly. Hearing Daddy ask her a question, she scrunched her little nose, thought hard for a good while, and then said in her childlike way, "Can we split it in half? That way, neither the little white bunny nor the little gray bunny would go hungry." I smiled and ruffled little Lily's head, saying, "Of course we can." Lily is so smart. But Daddy wants to tell Lily. What the little white bunny did was actually not right. She should tell her friend the little gray bunny what she's feeling inside, instead of being afraid of losing the little gray bunny and always giving away her very best things. Little Lily looked at her daddy with wide, innocent eyes. She thought the little white bunny was very kind and very sweet. From the other side, a slight trembling in the body. Serena bit her lip, a glimmer of grievance rising in her eyes. She felt the little white bunny hadn't done anything wrong either. I kissed Lily's little cheek again. The little white bunny is wonderful. But she forgot about herself. She only ever thought about the little gray bunny, but she never thought about herself. All right, Lily needs to sleep now, or she won't be able to get up tomorrow morning, and the teacher will give her a smack on the bottom. I turned off the bedside lamp and slowly coaxed Lily to sleep. Before long, the little one had drifted off. In the quiet room, only the soft breathing of 3 people could be heard, but I didn't lie down. I just leaned quietly against the headboard, eyes open, gazing silently into the dark night. I was waiting for Serena to come to me first. Serena's heart was far from calm either. She kept turning over the story I had just told. She knew it had been meant for her, but she didn't understand why I had to do it this way. I clearly already knew what she meant. So why couldn't I just say yes directly? More time slipped by. I heard Serena on the other side of the bed. Sit up. The soft sound of her footsteps followed. In the darkness, my eyes were deep and bright. James, you dummy. A soft, gentle voice pulled me slightly out of my thoughts. I saw Serena had already come to the side of my bed, her 2 small hands gripping my arm. My dear wife, do you know how long I've been waiting for you? Even my voice had gone a little hoarse. The heart I had been holding suspended finally settled back down. That Serena had come on her own. That was everything. Serena said nothing. She just pressed her lips together. I climbed quietly out of bed and gently led Serena to the living room. I didn't want to wake little Lily. Outside the window, the city's neon lights filtered in through the gap in the curtains. I could see Serena's eyes, already brimming with unshed tears. I could see the grievance and disappointment hidden in them. My throat felt heavy. I looked at this careful, tentative wife of mine before me and said softly, "What does my dear wife want to say to me?" Serena looked right at me sitting on the sofa. She finally bit her lip, and in an even softer voice said, "I want you to be my guest performer. I want you to come sing that song with me." Then why didn't my dear wife just say so directly? Serena went quiet again and lowered her head. I continued, "Were you afraid I would? Say no?" "No." Serena's answer came firm and clear, because she knew I would never refuse her. Then what was it? Did my dear wife feel she had to offer something of herself before I would be happy? Hearing me say that, Serena bit her lip, shaking her head gently a couple of times, trying her best to hold back the tears threatening to fall. "No, that's not what I was thinking. I know my dear wife has always been like this, swallowing whatever sadness is inside all by herself. When something hard comes along, it's the same, always treading so carefully, even with me." My voice was a little heavy. My hands rested on Serena's shoulders, my gaze meeting hers directly. "But my dear wife, I am your husband. Before, you had no one to talk to. When you were hurt, you could only absorb it quietly by yourself. But I'm here now. If you still do what you always did, silently bearing everything on your own, then what exactly am I here for?" As I said this, even my voice had begun to tremble. Serena could no longer hold back her tears, but when she looked at my eyes, her heart lurched in sudden panic. She had never seen such a pained look in my eyes before, and she had never once thought she would see me cry. She no longer cared about the tear tracks on her own face. She frantically reached up to wipe the corners of my eyes. "My dear wife wants to sing that song with me. I want that too, but right now I have another song. I want to sing for my dear wife. What I hope is that from now on, whenever you want to say something, just say it. Whatever you want to do, just do it. I'll be right there saying it with you, doing it with you. Even if my dear wife wants to cry or make a fuss, I would be truly glad." I just looked at her flustered, helpless expression. and felt an extraordinary ache in my heart. So this was what it felt like to ache for someone. So this was what it meant to love someone. To want nothing more than for them to be okay. Serena finished wiping the corner of my eye, and quickly tried to wipe away her own tears. She was afraid I would find her tiresome for crying so much, until she heard, my voice, still trembling, say those words, and she couldn't stop the tears even more. She sniffled, then glanced at me again with that careful, tentative look she had never known before. That. She was also allowed to cry and make a fuss in front of someone. Would James Rivers find her annoying if she did? But I answered that with action, pulled her straight into my arms. See? Isn't this so much better? And I will only love you more. Serena looked up, eyes blurred with tears, looking directly into mine. Dummy! And then, with a loud sob, Serena couldn't hold it together anymore. She buried herself in my arms and cried. She cried with complete abandon. I gently patted her back, leaned down and bent close to her ear. I have a song I want to sing for Serena. A song I'll only ever sing for Serena. Serena's two small hands gripped the corner of my pajamas, lips pressed together, her face buried in my chest, rubbing against it, but her little head still nodded out of habit. I let out a soft laugh, ruffled her hair, my gaze warm and tender, and gently began to sing. I'm not afraid of your tears, my gentle voice sounded beside her ear. Serena lifted her small face, red-rimmed eyes gazing at me with quiet adoration. So she really did have someone to cherish her now. Serena sniffled again, her grip on my clothes tightening more and more. She was allowed to cry like others now, allowed to make a fuss like others, because this dummy was telling her. He would stay by her side always, never leaving, never abandoning. I looked down at Serena's misty, glistening eyes and gently pressed a kiss to the corner of her eye. I stopped. Serena was a little unhappy. She pressed her lips together. She could tell. The song wasn't finished yet. Dummy, keep going. She reached out a finger and poked me in the stomach. It was a song sung for her, belonging only to her alone. She wanted to hear it through to the end. I smiled and pinched Serena's little cheek playfully. Honestly, making Serena grieve before she understood, it was meant to leave a lasting impression. And it was also the most helpless thing I had ever done. But I had no better way. I believed I could, over the long years ahead, slowly change Serena. But that way, Serena would still suffer many more moments of hurt, would still hide many more things in her heart. I never wanted to see her again, quietly absorbing her grievances alone without a word. I looked at Serena with deep feeling her grip on my clothing grow tighter and tighter, and sang softly again. Serena's gaze fixed on me grew even more captivated. The hands gripping my clothes gradually loosened and wrapped around my waist instead. Her whole body leaned against mine. Listening to the song, she seemed to see the days ahead, hers and mine, bickering and laughing until their hearts were full. These were days Serena had never imagined before, not because she didn't want them, but because she had never dared to. But now, with me holding her, she suddenly dared to dream. She had been careful and clumsy in expressing her love to me, even willing to offer herself to match what she thought I wanted, and time and again I had met her with sincerity. And this time, with a song, I told her what lived in my heart. The song came to an end. I let out a quiet breath. Feeling the arms around me growing tighter and tighter, I said softly, I sang this song to tell you, I will be by your side in all the days ahead. I will be your anchor. No matter what, I'm not going anywhere. All those grievances, you don't have to keep them locked inside on your own. My dear wife, in my heart, you matter more than I do. I hope you won't have to tread so carefully anymore. Love is a journey toward each other from both sides. My love for my dear wife will only ever grow deeper. Serena just kept her face buried in my chest, listening all the way through to the end. After a long while, she finally lifted her small face and pouted. Umi, you're so annoying. I pretended to look wounded. How am I annoying? You just are. You knew perfectly well that I wanted you to come with me to the competition, and you still deliberately made me upset. So that's why you deliberately called me husband. The moment those words left her mouth, Serena's face went instantly crimson. She fixed me with her still slightly watery eyes and glared at me fiercely, then shoved me down onto the sofa in indignation, covering my mouth. Don't say another word. My eyes were full of laughter. I made a token attempt to struggle, nodding my head eagerly, signaling I would stop. Only then did Serena release me, but the embarrassment in her expression was impossible to conceal no matter what. She sat on top of me, covering her face and glaring at me with indignant, puffed cheeks. So, my dear wife does have quite the temper after all. Seeing my dear wife like this makes me very happy. From now on, if something comes up, I hope my dear wife can tell me just like this, straight and without hesitation. I lay pinned to the sofa, smile warm and gentle. Life is short, my dear wife. You have to think about yourself first, before thinking about everyone else. You are you, and I am me, and together we are us, not a single one-sided me. If you only ever think about me, how would that be the real you? And I would worry about you. Serena looked at me like this, and nodded hard. Both hands propped on my chest came up to cup my face. Her lips pressed together. She wanted to cry again. This, James Rivers, who was so insufferable. How could she like him this much? Serena kneaded my face, her own face a little pink. Then she suddenly brought one hand up to cover my eyes, leaned down, and kissed me. I was being kissed first. I was stunned. The effect this approach had on me seemed to come rather quickly, and came with more than a little pleasant surprise. The night was enticing, and Serena in this moment even more so. A long, deep, lingering kiss left me somewhat dazed and intoxicated. Even my hand had slipped, without knowing when, into the folds of those loose pajamas. It was only just as things were approaching the peak that Serena finally came back to her senses, slightly delayed. She lifted her head in a daze, a shimmer of moisture at her eyes, and stared blankly at my large hand that had slipped inside her clothing. The soft warmth against my lips withdrew. I opened my eyes in a daze, too, and then caught sight of my own misbehaving hand. The next moment my expression went awkward. Hey! You have to admit, this hand of mine, it has a mind of its own. Serena's face flushed deep red. She switched instantly, from the one taking the initiative to the one on the defensive. She let out a little huff, pressed her whole body down on top of me, trying to stop my hand from continuing. I suppressed a secret smile. I swear on the lights, I genuinely had no intention of moving. I was only trying to pull my hand back out. But now, there we were, my hand trapped inside Serena's clothing. This time it genuinely couldn't come out. I breathed in the familiar queen scent of her, and could only hold her with my one free arm, hand gently patting her back. All right, up you get. I promised not to move. Serena didn't budge at all, and continued to stay pressed on top of me. Only a muffled voice came out from against my chest. You still haven't agreed, whether you'll come to the competition with me or not. So that's your reason for not getting up? Looking at Serena stubbornly refusing to move from on top of me. I felt like laughing. Silly Serena. Is this a reward or a threat? Even if my dear wife hadn't said a word, I would still go with you. Hearing my words, Serena snapped her head up from my chest, almond eyes wide, staring at me with an expression of utter disbelief. So you were doing it on purpose the whole time? Mm-hmm. I reluctantly pulled my hand free and spread both palms open. Caught me. The very next second, a small hand pinched the soft flesh at my waist. Hiss. Easy. You'll wake Lily up. I hissed through my teeth in a hushed voice. I was starting to question everything. Turned out even the gentlest woman had this move in her arsenal. I had seen men on Douyin who had wives. This was exactly what they all went through. I used to not believe it. Now I do. You bully, Serena glared, lowering her voice. All you know is how to pick on me. If my dear wife were always like this, how would she end up the way she was before? I really don't want to spend the long years ahead looking at a wife who's always hurt and treading on eggshells. Serena pouted. Then, with a little tenderness, gently rubbed the soft spot at my waist she had just pinched. Even so, that didn't change the fact that I had bullied her. I reached out both arms again and pulled Serena back into my embrace, pressing the two of us close together. It's just that Lily is in kindergarten now. If I'm going with you to the competition, we'll need someone to look after Lily for the time being. Serena listened to my heartbeat, her eyes gradually softening. She only thought for a moment, before answering quietly, "Let's ask Mia to come look after Lily first. It's only a few days. We still need to rehearse together. It would be better to use the recording studio at the company." After saying that, she paused for a moment, then called out my name softly. "James, dummy!" "Lily is in kindergarten now. Don't you think it's time she had her own little room?" Serena kept her head lowered, ears pink. I nodded. "Once we're back this time, I'll clear out the side room and make it into a little princess room for Lily. When the time comes, I'll leave the job of convincing Lily to you." Serena just gave my chest a gentle bump with her head. She didn't say anything. I thought for a moment, and continued. "There's also the car. I keep saying I'll buy one but never make the time. Tomorrow, I'll get back in touch with that salesperson from before. Pick up another one. It'll make dropping Lily off and picking her up easier. And the apartment, we need to move somewhere bigger. Though that one, we'll have to wait for my dear wife to earn enough to make it happen. After all, I'm a full-time stay-at-home dad." Ha! I called myself a stay-at-home dad, but I was genuinely swamped these days. The animated series script. I had been working on it continuously. 10 more days, and the first season would be finished. I was still writing all the songs, and now even the competition. I was about to take part as a guest performer. I laughed and brushed it off, but I really did feel like it was time to move. This apartment only had 2 rooms. The side room was still being used as my study on top of everything. Tomorrow, when Mia arrived, I would have to clear out the side room first. Serena let out a quiet, then tilted her head up and quickly pressed a kiss to my lips. "Thank you." "James, dummy." She had always wanted to say thank you to him. Only now had she finally managed to say it out loud. "If you really want to thank me, say, 'husbands,' one more time." I looked at Serena, a gleam of anticipation in my eyes. As I said this with a smile, this made Serena flush pink again. She scrambled off me quickly, moving at almost a power walk pace, hurrying back toward the bedroom. The only thing that reached my ears was an extremely faint voice. "Time to sleep." "Fair enough." I rubbed my nose. Tonight's mission had been accomplished anyway, plus an unexpected bonus. I was more than satisfied. I sat up, swung my legs over, and walked back to the bedroom. Back on the bed, I pulled Serena into my arms again. Little Lily had been ruthlessly abandoned to one side by both of them. In the darkness, I closed my eyes contentedly, ready for sleep. And then I heard my sweet wife in my arms, softly say, "Husband." This night had nothing left to regret. The next morning, when Serena opened her eyes, I was no longer in bed. She gently pulled back the covers and looked down at her own disheveled pajamas. What a lecherous dummy. Serena wrinkled her pretty nose, face tinged pink. She glanced at the time. Already 7:30 in the morning. Serena looked at little Lily still fast asleep and decisively hauled her up. Little Lily was being forced into service yet again. The habits the little one had formed before would have to be gradually changed now. I had already set breakfast on the table. By the time Serena emerged from the bedroom, carrying Lily, I looked at Serena with a warm smile. She had already straightened out. Her pajamas. "Morning. Go wash up and eat." Serena glanced at me, let out a little huff to make her feelings known, and took Lily off to wash up. Serena being coquettish and playful, it had a whole different kind of charm. After breakfast, I sent Lily off to school. Serena reached out to Mia, and they each handled their part. Mia agreed right away without any hesitation. When it came to going to look after little Lily, she was all in with both hands raised. Such an adorable little kid. She wished she could hold her every single day. By the time I got back, Mia had already set off for the train station. Serena and I started busying ourselves, clearing out the side room, getting in touch with the car salesperson, ordering a vehicle, and everything else. I didn't have particularly high standards for cars. As long as it drove, that was enough. I had no business meetings to attend, so I just asked the dealership salesperson to recommend something at random, only requirement, a car in stock that could be picked up the next day. Time passed quickly. After Serena and I finished tidying the side room, the two of them had barely taken a break. When midday was already upon them, Serena also got a call from Mia. She had arrived at the city's train station. With everything at home sorted, the two of them drove off toward the city, arriving in the city again. This time it was just the two of us, husband and wife. I felt a certain weight of feeling, back in my original world. Even as a single person, I was never this busy. Who would have thought that in this life, as a full-time stay-at-home dad, I'd be going out this often? That morning, Serena had already sent the competition song to Ms. Claire. Ms. Claire, as usual, took the song to the company's recording team to have the backing track produced and the copyright registered. The two of them arrived in the city, rested briefly at the apartment, and set off again for the Yinghai Entertainment Building. The two of them made their familiar way up to the 11th floor. Ms. Claire was already waiting there. Not far along, Ms. Claire spotted their hands, still clasped together. A smile couldn't help but spread across her face. She looked more closely at Serena's face, and couldn't quite put her finger on it, even though it had only been 3 days since they last saw each other. Something about Serena this time was different. There was a brightness radiating from within her, a state Serena had never had before. Seeing Serena like this, Miss Claire felt warmth bloom in her chest. She had been by Serena's side for so long, always feeling deeply protective of this girl. She also knew that Serena had always been so careful and guarded with everyone. Who would have imagined that in the end, the one to change Serena would be the person she had initially looked down on? Me. Miss Claire? Serena and I came over and called out. Miss Claire nodded. She looked at this couple standing before her like something out of a fairy tale, her gaze gentle. "You back? Are you going straight to rehearse now?" "Yes. I'm under a lot of pressure. I'm not a professional singer after all, so the sooner we practice, the better. That way I won't embarrass myself too badly at the competition." I scratched my head, a little sheepish. I was confident in my own voice. I wasn't going to go off key. Forever Have You had gone viral back then, partly because of that. But in terms of professional vocal technique, I genuinely wasn't at the level of a trained singer. That was a fact that couldn't be changed. This competition, I might end up dragging Serena down. I believe that no matter how you both sing, Serena will be very happy. So isn't Serena being happy what matters? Serena, hearing Ms. Claire's words, felt her face go a little pink. The hand holding mine also tightened slightly. I smiled. He agreed with that logic entirely. The three of them walked into the recording studio together. Serena took the manuscript paper out of her bag and set it on the music stand. Serena and I began focusing intently on studying the song. Both of them approached the music with complete seriousness. In that way, they were very much alike. This was the first time the two of them had ever sung a love duet together. Serena's eyes sparkled with brilliant light throughout. Singing a love duet with James Rivers. This feeling was wonderful. Serena looked at the song title on the sheet music, and then at the lyrics, a flutter of nervousness still in her heart. The words on the page were the same as what she had always wanted to say to me. Through rivers and seas, for the rest of my life, all the rest of my days are you. And this song was called For the Rest of Our Lives. I had the advantage of being fairly familiar with this song already, so when the two of them first started rehearsing, I was noticeably more fluent than Serena. I could even coach her on some parts. But further into practice, I was completely humbled. After only a few runs through, Serena was already singing noticeably better than me, especially in the transitions of breath control and the handling of the melody. She had pulled ahead of me by a considerable margin. So as things progressed, it became Serena coaching me. For a full afternoon, both of them were immersed in the world of music. Thanks to Serena's guidance, I had improved noticeably compared to the start. But rehearsing, this was genuinely exhausting. From 1 o'clock to 5 o'clock, I felt like my throat was about to catch fire. and especially when a song you love has been sung an endless number of times in a row. The ear fatigue was real. I glanced over at Serena with a sympathetic eye. Just from this alone, you could see how much effort Serena had put into practicing all those songs before to get them that polished. They always say 1 minute on stage, 10 years work off it. And it really wasn't an exaggeration at all. In the end, it was still Serena, who noticed the exhaustion written on my face and called a stop to the day's rehearsal first. I let out a long breath of relief. Sure enough, being a full-time stay-at-home dad felt genuinely effortless by comparison. As Serena, Ms. Claire, and I walked out of the recording studio, I held Serena's hand and leaned close to her ear. "My wife." "You work so hard." Serena blinked. She didn't answer. She didn't feel like it had been that hard. She had worked far harder than this when practicing before. But hearing those words come from my mouth, her heart felt extraordinarily sweet. Just then, someone else came out of the recording studio, and the three of us came face to face with them. I looked up. It was a woman draped in a shawl, looking every inch the picture of elegance. Behind her followed a small assistant with lowered head and glasses. The woman merely glanced at the three of them, then let out a light huff and swept past, heading toward the elevator first. The sound of her heels clicked sharply against the floor. What a piece of work. The three of us hadn't done anything to her. I had felt like this woman looked vaguely familiar. I just couldn't remember where I'd seen her before. And now her attitude had me thoroughly put off. I turned to look at Miss Claire and asked, "Does she have some kind of issue with Serena?" Miss Claire quickly shook her head, glanced at where the woman had disappeared near the elevator, and gave a wry smile. "There's no issue to speak of. This woman is called Lena, also one of the company's top-tier artists. You two are so wrapped up in each other. You have no attention left for anything else in the industry. The entertainment world only has so much of the pie to go around. Now that you two are dominating the trending charts every day, the others are getting a lot less traffic. There's bound to be some resentment." This Lena, back when Serena had just joined the company, she already had a bit of a look-down attitude toward our Serena. By now, that look-down has turned into something more like jealousy. Hearing Miss Claire's words, I finally remembered where I had seen this woman called Lena before, back when I was watching TV, those ads that kept playing in between. She had been in them. This was definitely worth keeping in mind. The entertainment world's pie was only so big. The more we took, the less others got. It was natural that it would attract animosity, but there was nothing to be done about it. Every industry was the same. The strong thrive and the weak fall behind. I certainly wasn't going to hold back out of fear because of that. Besides, the reason I had chosen Yinghai Entertainment was because Yinghai Entertainment specialized in developing singers with strong image-building capabilities. The other two, Jiangxi Entertainment, took a more relaxed approach with their singers. Although they were one of the big three, they focused on film and television. Their actors were more prominent. As for the other one, Tianmei Entertainment, there was nothing good to say. Also one of the big three, but with the worst reputation of the bunch. Serena was a pure vocalist. Binhai Entertainment was naturally the best fit. Back then, even if Yinghai Entertainment had truly been unable to accommodate Serena, I wouldn't have been without options. After all, there was always the quiet development route to fall back on. As the second round of the new song finale drew near, public interest in this competition was growing higher and higher. Serena's song Joy from last time was still sitting prominently on the trending charts of every major platform, refusing to come down. The reason wasn't just the high general click rates. It was also thanks to the wave of influencers rushing to cover it, especially on many audio streaming live channels. Joy seemed to have become a standard for gauging a streamer's vocal ability. But no matter how many influencers covered the song, netizens consistently agreed the most beautiful ghost bride belonged to Serena and no one else. No one could outshine Serena in this song. Someone had even taken the songs from this new song season and pulled them out to compare against songs from previous seasons. The conclusion they came to was that there was simply no comparison this season of new song. Not just Serena, but the songs performed across the board were noticeably higher in quality than previous seasons. Even the other artists, not wanting to look too bad by comparison, had brought out songs far stronger than anything before. So yet another post appeared online, cataloging the several hidden gem songs I had written, announcing that the era of throwaway pop in the Chinese music scene was coming to an end. The post traced a timeline starting from Forever Have You, then to The Wind Rises, and finally to Joy, detailing how each of these songs had appeared, and what records they had broken, even though the official albums of these songs hadn't appeared on Huayin's platform yet. Their play counts and click numbers spoke for themselves. The poster's final summary was one sentence: "Mark my words. The moment Serena's debut album drops, every single song on it will land on Huayin's new releases chart. Even a Golden Melody Award wasn't out of the question." The moment this post appeared, it immediately attracted an overwhelming number of positive responses. Everyone couldn't help but feel even more anticipation for the second round of the finale. Just what kind of song would James Rivers write for Serena this time? And worth noting, this round allowed the contestants to invite guest performers. Many people were speculating about who Serena would invite. Most people believed Serena would certainly invite a veteran singer, because this was the competition that would determine who took the crown. And James Rivers, after all, was not a singer. He would inevitably fall short compared to established veteran artists. The entertainment world, after all, those in the know understood how murky it could be. For the sake of money, even the most perfect couple would yield to the demands of interest. But there were also some people, particularly my and Serena's fans, who quietly harbored hope inside that Serena would invite me. After all, from the moment the two of them had appeared in the public eye, everything they showed was one person thinking of the other. They hoped that the entertainment world could have a couple like this, one that swam against the tide, to give the murky industry one patch of clean ground. As for everything happening in the outside world, Serena and I had no idea. Every day during that stretch, we were out early and back late, rehearsing the song with dedication. Thanks to Serena's coaching, my vocal technique was improving rapidly. September 7th, the second round of the new song finale officially began. All the way until now, the audience still didn't know who Serena and Miao Anyun had each invited as their guest performers. The production team, to maintain the suspense, had not released a single piece of information on the matter. Outside the competition venue at the city's stadium, people had already packed the area. Beyond the live audience, there were also reporters from various companies, far more of them than at any previous episode. The second round of the new song finale, a round that could very well determine who took the championship, and this episode was a romantic duet, with the question of guest performer choices already generating heated buzz online for days. Many were speculating whether the two major entertainment giants would pull out their biggest musical names for this round. After all, based on past experience, winning the new song championship was essentially receiving a ticket to break into the first tier of artists. To maintain the air of mystery, Ren Chao had arranged exclusive pre-show interview slots for the reporters gathered. Outside the stadium doors, the guest performers, already arranged by the production team, had quietly slipped into the backstage area. The only ones left for reporters to interview were Serena and Miao Anyun, the two known competing finalists. At 7 in the evening, Ms. Claire accompanied Serena as she appeared at the entrance. The moment they showed up, they immediately drew a wave of cheers from the crowd. Before long, Miao Anyun and her assistant also appeared at the entrance, greeted by another round of cheers. This was the first time Serena had given a formal interview since her comeback. The reporters' eyes all gleamed with a hungry, wolf-like intensity. They surged forward to surround her, all scrambling to be first with the best material. "Ms. Serena, who is the guest performer you've invited for today?" "You'll find out when we perform." Serena shook her head and gave a playful answer. She naturally wasn't going to say. The production team had made that absolutely clear. "Then, Ms. Serena, could you tell us what your everyday life with James Rivers is like?" "Sure," That one I can answer. Serena's face showed a small smile. It's just like any other couple, nothing out of the ordinary. The reporter who asked the question was caught off guard. What was the difference between that answer and no answer at all? He promptly turned the microphone toward Miao Anyun. Contestant Miao Anyun, you lost the last round. Do you feel confident about turning things around this time? Miao Anyun glanced at Serena beside her and smiled. I'll do my best. Serena is a formidable opponent. Competing against someone like her has taught me a great deal. The reporter was once again at a loss for words. Fair enough. These two had clearly rehearsed their non-answers together. Both questions might as well not have been asked. At that moment, another reporter called out, Ms. Serena, what do you think about the online hot topic? That James Rivers has elevated the entire standard of the Chinese music scene? Serena blinked and replied with complete seriousness. I don't know what others say, but in my heart, James Rivers is the best songwriter there is. That was guaranteed to go viral. The reporter who had asked the question broke into a grin. That was a bold statement from Serena. Even though she had said, in my heart, it was unmistakably telling the world that he was the best songwriter. A few more reporters asked a few more questions after that. Serena and Miao Anyun judged that it was about time, gave a few casual responses, and headed into the stadium. The reporters scattered quickly as they went inside. As for the content of today's interview, they felt both satisfied and regretful. Satisfied because they had gathered quite a bit of good material. Regretful because they still had no idea who either contestant's guest performer was. At the venue, the audience was also filing in one by one at this point. Before long, every seat in the venue was filled. As the stadium doors closed, a brilliant star-filled sky rose above the arena. Starlight cascaded slowly down onto the stage. The new song opening number rang out and filled the entire venue. The second round of the finale officially began. In contrast to the nervous excitement of the audience out front, backstage at this moment was completely calm. Serena and Miao Anyun, two strikingly beautiful women, were chatting quietly like close friends. Whatever they were talking about, their eyes occasionally drifted in my direction, with small smiles on their faces. And I was speaking with a man of around 40 or so. This man was the legendary veteran king, King Lu. The moment I laid eyes on him, I felt like laughing bitterly inside. This was my first time competing, and they had actually brought in this living legend across the way. They were certainly not underestimating me. Even though King Liu wasn't at his peak anymore, he was one of the original 4 heavenly kings. The fact that fans still called him king said everything about his ability and influence, especially when it came to commanding fan loyalty. He had an unparalleled advantage there, and right now, King Lu's impression of me was quite positive too. When I had written, Forever Have You, he had taken notice. That song? It was the one King Lu liked best out of everything available. Right now, especially the melody and lyrics of that song, they made King Lu feel this should be a song that only someone of his own generation could have written. In reality, this song had been created by me, someone far younger. Thinking about this, King Lu couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. He looked at me standing before him, composed and refined, and said with a smile, I truly didn't expect that a monster like you would emerge from the younger generation. Honestly speaking, the entertainment world these days is really hard to make sense of. After those of us from the older generation stepped back, the songs the new generation put out, I just couldn't listen to them. It wasn't until I heard your Forever Have You that I realized there are still genuinely impressive talents among the young. I scratched my head. Meeting him this time, I had also discovered that this king had a genuinely warm temperament, and he carried himself without any airs at all. Far better than those arrogant celebrities I had encountered before. King Lu, you're far too kind. You're my senior. There's still so much I need to learn. I was genuinely humble about it. A king like this deserved respect. Ha ha ha. Xiaojiang, young man, being too modest isn't good either. Ability is ability. At your age, I was still a nobody struggling in obscurity. King Lu's laughter drew the attention of the two leading ladies on the other side. Miao Anyun's eyes flickered briefly. This was also her first time working with King Lu, but when she had been chatting with King Lu, she had clearly felt a certain awkwardness, and yet the man across the way was right now chatting and laughing easily with a king. That was both ability and personal magnetism. This man was truly remarkable. Miao Anyun withdrew her gaze and looked toward Serena beside her. She found Serena watching me with eyes full of tenderness. In that moment, Miao Anyun genuinely felt a pang of envy. Up on stage, host Shen Shuia had already made her entrance. She introduced the two contestants for this round as usual, Serena and Miao Anyun, then invited the panel of judges to take their seats. Only then did the truly anticipated moment arrive. The contestants taking the stage. At the staff signal, Miao Anyun and Serena walked into the lights and made their way slowly onto the stage. Both of them were wearing matching long gowns that the production team had designed in advance. The difference was that Serena's was white, with a small golden rose at the chest, while Miao Anyun's was gold, with a small white rose at the chest. One looked like the girl next door, simple and captivating, the other like a royal princess, dignified and grand. Standing side by side, the two of them struck a uniquely beautiful image at first glance, but the longer you looked, the more they seemed like different paths leading to the same destination, each the ultimate beauty in her own domain. The moment both of them stepped on stage, a wave of cheers erupted immediately. Chen Xue, standing beside the two of them once again, felt a wave of feeling wash over her. The pressure these two put on her was genuinely immense. Welcome our two competing contestants to the stage. Next, let us welcome today's guest performers with a round of applause. First, please welcome Miao Anyun's guest performer, King Lu, to the stage. In this round, Miao Anyun would perform first. The first guest performer to have the veil lifted was Miao Anyun's guest, King Liu. Serena's guest performer would remain a mystery. The audience would only find out when she performed. This had the audience silently cursing the production team in their heads. They were genuinely skilled at hiding things, but it didn't affect their enjoyment of the show at all. When Chen Sui announced that Miao Anyun's guest performer was King Liu, a large portion of the audience was stunned. That was King Liu, the idol of their youth. Quite a few audience members were beside themselves with excitement. They grabbed their phones and started firing messages to family and friends. Quick, look! King Liu is on new song. This also brought in a wave of people who had previously paid no attention to new song. They all came flooding in to watch. For a moment, the livestream comment section was flooded wall to wall, the middle-aged army in their 30s reporting for duty. King Liu is unbeatable. Didn't expect King Liu to show up. What can you even say about Miao Anyun now? Honestly, I don't actually know who King Liu is. Who is this? One look and you can tell the person above is a minor. You don't know King Liu? I don't know either. Is he that famous? I only know Serena and James Rivers. They literally call him King. Do you really need to ask if he's famous? Our generation just got older. Not like we died. Support King Liu. Support Miao Anyun, unstoppable. This is the power of a king. His fans, even though most of them, have long since made peace with everyday life. The moment the king appears, their memories of youth come rushing back. On stage, Serena and the host withdrew to the backstage area, handing the stage over to Miao Anyun. Under the spotlight, King Liu walked slowly out from behind the stage. He waved warmly to the live audience. Even at over 40 years old, he was remarkably well-preserved in appearance, and exuded an even deeper sense of mature charisma. This sent quite a few audience members below into a frenzy, waving their glow sticks enthusiastically to welcome this veteran king. The music began to sound at that moment, too. Accompanied by the soft strains of music, above the darkened stage, points of starlight rained down and formed a sweeping star field. On the large screen behind, the title of the song they would perform slowly appeared, Holding You Beneath the Stars. As the star field emerged, King Liu in his black suit began to sing softly. His voice carried a certain weathered quality, but within that weathered quality was a distinctive flavor. That was utterly captivating. The audience closed their eyes one after another and listened with full attention. When one verse came to an end, King Lu turned his gaze toward Miao Anyun. In the floating strains of the music, Miao Anyun met King Lu's eyes and lifted her microphone, opening her mouth slowly. Her voice was clean and clear, like silver bells entering everyone's ears. Beautiful. This song captivated the audience from its very opening. Their duet successfully carried the audience into a starlit sky, beneath which a couple was locked in a warm embrace. Above the star-scattered stage, new shapes formed from points of starlight slowly began to appear one by one. Paired with the music, it made the hearts of the audience involuntarily recall the feeling of being held by someone they loved. Whether the audience in the live venue or the viewers in the live stream, everyone in that moment was lost in the ocean of love. Even I, backstage, had closed my eyes, slowly savoring the song. This was a king, after all. He had brought out every nuance of this song, in full. In terms of pure vocal craft, I was genuinely humbled, but I wasn't particularly nervous either. I believed my song was equally strong. Serena felt the same way. In her heart, as long as I was performing with her, she would not fear anyone, not even a king. Miao Anyun and King Liu's duet, Holding You Beneath the Stars, had completely awakened the love deep within the audience's souls. The couples in the venue, beneath those star-shaped patterns formed in the sky, leaned into each other's arms one by one, while the single people could only watch with envious longing and wrap their arms around the friend sitting next to them for mutual consolation. This isn't a love duet competition. This is practically a single people execution, until the twinkling starlight in the air finally faded and the music came to its close. King Lu and Miao Anyun bowed deeply to the audience before their figures gradually dissolved into the darkness and stepped off the stage. With both performers having exited, the glow sticks below were still swaying in perfect unison. I watched King Lu walk toward me and felt a deep surge of admiration. This was a king's ability. This was a king's influence. When I had first arrived in this world, I had assumed the music here was nothing special. Now I understood. It was the original owner's perspective that had been too limited. The music scene the older generation had occupied was something different from what it is today. Just as those middle-aged fan armies had said, they had only gotten older. They hadn't died. After the older generation of artists stepped back from the spotlight, they had only gotten busy with life. But when these people appeared again, those fan armies emerged right alongside them. These older generation artists were truly worthy of admiration. The livestream comment section was flooding wildly at this moment too. King Liu's appearance had moved many viewers to tears, and the ease with which he commanded this song was a testament to a king's ability. Long time no see, King Lu, and goodbye again, King Lu. After this song, I'm going back to deal with real life. Has anyone noticed? James Rivers and the older generation of artists seem alike somehow. The songs they create are all just so good. This is inheritance. China is always like this. There's always someone who steps up when any field hits its lowest point. James Rivers is exactly that. Honestly, I'm in my middle years too. The songs coming out of the industry before, what even were they? It wasn't until James Rivers showed up that I started listening to music again. I just really want to know who Serena's guest performer is. The suspense is killing me. I really hope it's James Rivers. Impossible. It won't be him. The entertainment world. Those in the know understand. Miao Anyun brought in King Lu. Serena won't be far behind. Why is it impossible? I genuinely believe Serena and James Rivers are different from everyone else. What's there to argue about? Just watch, and you'll find out. Such a bunch of contrarians. Shh, it's starting. While the debate online was still raging, Serena's figure had already appeared on stage. Her white gown, the small golden flower at her chest, paired with the expression of pure happiness looming on her face, left the audience momentarily dazed. That expression of happiness, It was something they had not seen on Miao Anyun's face just now. This was an expression that only someone truly in love could wear. When Miao Anyun and King Lu sang their duet, even though they performed beautifully, those eyes, the kind only lovers have, they didn't have. They weren't a couple after all. Naturally, they couldn't be as effortless as real lovers. But Serena was different. The look in her eyes right now was unmistakably the look only a woman in love could have. Seeing Serena like this, quite a few audience members felt a tremor in their hearts. Could it really be James Rivers? The stage lighting shifted gradually, and warm, gentle lights suddenly appeared. Accompanied by the lights, pink rose petals drifted down from above in a gentle shower, and then the song title appeared on the large screen behind. For the Rest of Our Lives. The lyrics, composition, and arrangement were still all mine, but when the audience saw the names listed under Performed By, their hearts gave a sudden jolt, then swelled with an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The live stream comments had barely settled for a moment, when they suddenly flooded again. I knew it! I knew it! They really are different. No wonder they're the ones I follow. They just genuinely aren't the same as everyone else. Open your eyes and look. Performed by James Rivers and Serena. A breath of fresh air in the entertainment world. Brothers, I'm done for. Just one name, and I'm already floored. This is Serena. So much for the entertainment world being murky. Clearly that doesn't apply here. For a romantic duet, you obviously need an actual couple. Serena and James, they really didn't let me down. How does he dare? Isn't he afraid of losing? How dare you look down on our James Rivers? Sure, he made mistakes before, but he genuinely changed. And his name carries serious weight, too. Regardless of how the audience was reacting, Serena in this moment simply turned with tender eyes and looked steadily toward the backstage entrance. A familiar figure was slowly emerging from there. Soft music also began to rise at that moment. In the warm glow of the lights, I walked out in a black suit, a small golden rose at my chest as well, walking toward Serena with deep, devoted feeling. The audience in the venue, and those watching the live stream, all had their mouths hanging open. It was their first time seeing me like this, dressed in formal wear, and in such clear, vivid detail. This guy actually looked quite handsome in formal clothes. The intro gradually faded, and amid a shower of rose petals, I lifted the microphone in my hand and sang softly. In the cold places in your life, I'll be your warm sun. The world is full of noise, and people, you are always too trusting. For the rest of our lives. By the time I reached this point, I had already walked slowly to stand before Serena. I lowered the microphone and looked at Serena with warmth, reaching up to tap her gently on the nose. The single people were absolutely finished. Execution. One round wasn't enough. Here came another. Audience members who had girlfriends or wives looked at the person beside. Them with a smile, mimicking my gesture, gently tapping the tip of their partner's nose. The two of them shared a knowing, happy smile. The singles without anyone could only look at the big, burly friend sitting next to them, feeling like they wanted to cry but couldn't. There was no way they could pull that gesture off. Serena's face turned a gentle shade of pink. She tilted her head back, looking at me, eyes full of nothing but me. She lifted her microphone in turn, and her gentle singing voice rose again. Beams of light sparkled all around, and within the pink shower of rose petals, starlight scattered and rose once more. Points of starlight fell across Serena, landing on her collarbone in a soft, shimmering glow, flickering delicately, beautiful enough to make my gaze completely melt into the tenderest of tenderness, the moment Serena's clear, gentle voice rang out. The audience was completely lost in it. Not just the audience, even the judges, as well as Miao Anyun and King Lu backstage, had a soft light flicker through their eyes, warm smiles on their faces. Professionals were professionals after all. When I sang, people paid more attention to the tenderness in my eyes and the atmosphere of the stage. But the moment Serena opened her mouth, people were immediately pulled straight into the song. The audience all felt this voice, like a tingling current, sweeping through their entire bodies, making it impossible to stop themselves. from sinking into the beautiful world of For the Rest of Our Lives. If you could say that. King Liu and Miao Anyun sang about the love of the present. Then Serena and I sang about the love of the future, both the present and the future. A perfect love. Utterly intoxicating. On stage, a suit and a long gown. Two people amid a rain of flowers, then amid a sky full of starlight, reaching for each other's hands. Facing the audience below, every single person in the crowd held their breath in that moment, staring with quiet awe at those two people on stage who looked like a match made in heaven. A love like this was something so beautiful. Everyone wanted it for themselves. Accompanied by the music, Serena lifted her microphone again. This verse was hers to lead. Her gaze was as clear and full as a pool of water, and with a smile she looked at me beside her and parted her lips. I took Serena's hand and walked one step forward toward the front of the stage. To the stunned silence of the audience, I suddenly pulled her into my arms, pressing a kiss to her forehead with a warm smile. Serena's mouth fell open slightly, her whole person indescribably adorable and flustered. She hadn't expected me to do this either. This was a spontaneous act on my part. Of all songs, this one moved me most deeply. Whenever I heard it, no matter where I was, I would find myself imagining what the person who would one day accompany me would be like. Now I knew. That person was Serena. I was completely immersed in the song, as if I could already see the rest of our lives together. I lifted the microphone, as if speaking tenderly to Serena alone. By now, every audience member watching New Song had stopped caring about whether I sang well or not. They were completely lost in the beautiful scene unfolding on stage, lost in the beautiful declaration of love that was for the rest of our lives. Several of the judges on the panel were visibly moved. People always talked about vocal craft, but even the finest vocal craft only existed so that listeners could more fully resonate with a song body and soul. My technique may have fallen slightly short, but I had achieved that resonance. The director backstage pressed a hand to his chest. He was no longer paying attention to the numbers on the monitors that were skyrocketing. What he cared about more was these two people in today's divided entertainment world. Even though he had known all along that Serena had invited me as her guest performer, when we actually stood on that stage, this feeling of excitement, this sense of awe, was something no pair, thrown together temporarily, could ever produce. This was a feeling born from within. It was captivating. And at this moment, across every major live stream, the comments had united into one drifting phrase: "All the rest of my days are you." Countless couples were quietly deciding that when they got married, they absolutely had to sing this song as a duet at their wedding. This was the power of a true love duet. Backstage, King Liu watched. The two on stage, like a prince holding a princess, a smile on his face, the corners of his eyes ever so slightly damp. He suddenly felt that coming here had been worth it. The entertainment world had worthy successors. It would never be led astray again. On stage, I had one arm around Serena's waist, and with the other gently spun her in a slow circle. The two of them came back to stand side by side, facing the audience. We both lifted our microphones, eyes full of love as we looked at each other, and the chorus began. The music drew to a close. The final note from both of them faded away. The venue suddenly erupted in thunderous applause. They were moved, and at the same time overwhelmingly envious. A life partner, a true companion, was nothing more than this. "Kiss her!" someone in the audience shouted out of nowhere. The next moment, every audience member joined in chanting, "Kiss! Kiss! Kiss!" Serena's face went even more flushed. With so many people watching, she was impossibly shy. I turned to look at the audience below, all of them stirring things up, raised the microphone to my mouth, and suddenly asked, "So should I?" The audience immediately erupted in screaming. But crafty as I was, a smug little grin spread across my face. As I said, "In your dreams, if there's any kissing, it'll happen at home." Boo! The audience couldn't take it. A wave of booing rose up. The atmosphere at the venue grew even more electrified because of it. Even the live stream viewers burst out laughing. They all transformed into outraged fans. Comments flooded the screen instantly. James Rivers, you're dead. Like anyone actually wanted to see you show off. Then don't kiss. Nobody cares. James Rivers, just admit you can't do it. Just say you can't. Be upfront about it. Let me do it instead. The person above. Your scheming is so obvious. I could hear it from 1,000 miles away. Once, there was a perfect opportunity right in front of me. I didn't cherish it. It wasn't until I lost it that I realized, if heaven gave me one more chance, I would absolutely, definitely kiss her. But brothers, he said he'd do it at home. Unfinished. Undone. I paid no more attention. To the wailing crowd below, I looked at Serena, flushed and adorably shy, with a warm smile, thought for a moment, and reached up to take the small golden rose from my chest, placing it in her hair. With that added touch, Serena was instantly even more beautiful, like the bride of my dreams. The delight in my eyes deepened. The audience below got another mouthful of secondhand sweetness, and howled even more gleefully. Fortunately, host Chen Shui quickly stepped onto the stage at this point to try to calm the audience down, and finally managed to settle their excitement. Miao Anyun and King Liu were then invited back onto the stage. All four of them stood shoulder to shoulder on stage, looking toward the judges' panel. It was now time for the judges' commentary and voting segment. The first to offer commentary and vote was still Gao Yu. He looked at the four people on stage, and suddenly felt at a complete loss for where to begin. After thinking for a long while, he finally let out a helpless smile and opened his mouth. This competition, asking me to give commentary, is harder than killing me. The moment the words left his mouth, the audience below burst into laughter. They all understood. What kind of combination was standing up there? One king, one currently undisputed greatest songwriter, and a song that made everyone want to bow down. But as a professional judge, I still have to say what I think. First, King Liu and Miao Anyun, your duet left even me in awe. King Liu is a veteran. His ability needs no words. But Miao Anyun gave me a huge surprise today. Your performance was exceptional. Standing on the same stage and singing a duet with a king. You held your own without a single crack showing. That's impressive. And then there's James Rivers and Serena. I can't say much about the two of you, because I was also pulled right into the happiness you were singing about. The stage presence was a perfect 10. Anyone who didn't know better watching this would have been convinced they were watching a wedding. Gao Yu paused here, a conflicted, helpless smile crossing his face again. For the audience, this competition was a feast. For him, it was a genuine trial by fire. Even now, he still hadn't made up his mind who to vote for. At this moment in the venue, every pair of eyes in the audience was fixed on Gao Yu. Gao Yu let his entire body slump slightly, then finally came to a decision. I'm giving my vote to Miao Anyun, because I'm a professional judge. From the standpoint of professional vocal performance, Miao Anyun and King Liu were clearly the stronger pairing. After casting his vote, Gao Yu's whole body went limp with relief, slouching back against his chair. This voting had genuinely worn him out, more exhausting than putting on a full concert. Only heaven knew how long he had been torn before finally deciding.
It was always the most tense moment of any live show. The four people on stage kept their composure, but the audience below had collectively held their breath. They seemed even more wound up than the contestants themselves, because every one of them had a contestant they were rooting for. It wasn't until Gao Yu's vote was cast that a few murmurs finally rippled through the crowd. From the perspective of a professional judge, Gao Yu's vote was not wrong, but from the perspective of the audience, they resonated far more with me and Serena's for the rest of our lives. A lot of people felt a quiet disappointment, but no one said anything. Gao Yu's commentary had been entirely fair. Even though I had worked hard and practiced for several days, my level of professional technique genuinely fell a little short of King Liu's. The second judge to vote was Sui Xiaoqian. He too wore a look of visible conflict. He sat there at the judges' panel thinking for a long while, and finally reached his decision. He took a deep breath and looked at the four people on stage. My view may differ somewhat from Judge Gao's. I believe a song is a way for people to pour out their feelings and emotions. People seek out the moment in a song that resonates with something inside themselves. The reason professional singers can move an audience is precisely because their performance connects with people on that level. And tonight, James Rivers and Serena did that more powerfully than anyone. So my vote this time still goes to Serena. When a song truly reaches people's hearts, in my mind, Serena and James Rivers had already won. Shui Xiaoqian said everything he wanted to say in one breath, then finally let out a long exhale. 1,000 readers will find 1,000 different Hamlets. 1,000 listeners will naturally have 1,000 different feelings. When faced with two extraordinary songs, Shui Xiaoqian chose the one that had moved him more. The vote evened out again, back to 1-1. The audience held their breath even tighter. How this night would end, no one had any idea yet. If there was anyone who seemed most relaxed right now, it was the four people on stage. In all of their hearts, they felt that win or lose, they had given everything they had. Giving your best is the best answer you can give yourself. Wasn't there a saying, you just do your part, and leave the rest to fate? That was the mindset all four people on stage had right now. It was now the third judge's turn, Chen Yixun's turn to vote. He didn't offer his commentary first. Instead, he stood up, bowed first to the four contestants on stage, and then spoke with great feeling. Honestly speaking, I hadn't paid attention to the Chinese music scene for many years, but it wasn't until today that I realized I had been wrong. It turns out, the Chinese music scene is not as diminished as I had imagined. Tonight, standing here, I witnessed the arrival of two extraordinary love songs. I also witnessed the spark struck between a new generation and an old one. If we're judging purely on the two contestants' performances and songs, I would give this vote to Serena. But factoring in the guest performers' contributions, I still choose Miao Anyuan and King Liu. I agree with Judge Gao's view. As a professional singer myself, I naturally lean toward the more technically accomplished pairing. So my vote goes to Miao Anyuan. As Chen Yixun's words settled, I gave a helpless smile from the stage. Sure enough, in the end I had dragged Serena down. With that vote cast, the tally moved to 2-1. All eyes turned to Lu Ruoying. The director's camera zoomed in, giving Lu Ruoying a close-up right on cue. When the camera moved in, everyone suddenly froze, because they saw that Lu Ruoying was quietly wiping away tears. As a former queen of love songs herself, Lu Ruoying felt the weight of a love song more deeply than anyone. She had been moved by the beautiful love that Serena and I had shown on stage. She saw that the camera was already pointed at her, and only then realized her composure had slipped. She quickly wiped her eyes again, and managed a small smile. I'm sorry. My composure got away from me. This vote goes to Serena. I don't have much to say as commentary. I only want to say, your song moved me. Seeing Lu Ruoying's genuinely heartfelt expression on stage, Serena and I both bowed to her at the same time, especially me. Looking at that familiar face on the judges' panel, my heart was filled with more emotion than I could express. This world's Lu Ruoying wasn't that different from the one in my original world, but one of her most celebrated songs had yet to appear here, and I had no way of knowing whether it ever would in this world. A quiet melancholy settled in my heart. I kept feeling that if that song never appeared, it would be a loss this world would carry forever. All four judges had now finished voting. A 2-2 tie, and now it was the audience's turn. The real-time voting opened on the big screen. Every audience member in the venue pulled out their phones, hands tense as they prepared to cast their own vote for the contestant they loved. In that moment, even the comment streams across every major live stream went silent. Everyone following New Song was busy tapping the vote button. New Song voting was strictly one person, one vote, under real names. So, in a situation like this, every single vote cast was absolutely critical to the outcome. For the audience, this was a different kind of battle entirely. Whether the contestant they loved could win depended entirely on them. So quite a few people started reaching out to friends and family, flooding group chats, rallying everyone to vote for their favorite. The Serena and James Rivers fan group that Serena had hinted at, what had once been a small group, had now expanded into 5 large ones. The long-lurking group, Admin Xiaohong, made a rare appearance at this moment, typing away furiously on her phone screen, frantically urging everyone to spread the word and pull in votes for Serena. And online, a number of accounts that hadn't been seen in a long time resurfaced. They were the middle-aged brigade who had long since come to terms with real life. They had received the call in this moment too. They were fighting for King Lu. This was a battle between the new generation of fans and the old. It was also a battle between the new king and the old. On the big screen, the real-time support percentages on both sides were neck and neck, refusing to separate, and still climbing. It was lasting longer than any previous competition. The audience's vote had descended into a tug-of-war, both sides chasing each other back and forth. In that moment, even the assembled media were watching the big screen's support numbers with expressions of disbelief. None of them had anticipated before the competition that my poll would be this strong enough to actually go toe-to-toe with King Lu. The king had aged, sure, but he was still a king. Most of them had assumed Serena choosing me as her guest performer would be a mistake, and yet the situation right now had slapped them firmly across the face. When exactly had this person come onto the scene? Thinking about it carefully, they suddenly realized, somewhere along the way, without anyone noticing, every song currently taking the Chinese music world by storm had been created by me. This seemingly ordinary guy had silently, without a sound, claimed half the territory of the Chinese music scene. Even though I had been on the trending charts constantly during this stretch, most of it had been about things that happened to me personally. The domestic abuse incident, the challenge incident, those things had quietly overshadowed the brilliance of my songwriting. It was only in this moment that everyone finally stepped back and took it in. Setting all of that aside, the songs they had been listening to all along were mine. The media outlets who picked up on this swallowed hard, one after another. They suddenly realized the Chinese music world might be on the verge of a shift. Once the songs I had written were compiled into an album and released on Huayin, the charts that would follow, they didn't dare imagine a single person's output capable of sweeping the charts. Thinking about this, their gazes drifted involuntarily back toward the large screen, directly above the new song stage. They knew that once Serena won this time, it meant the landscape of the entertainment world was truly about to change from this moment on. This season of New Song was the highest profile in its history. In this moment, it wasn't just the audience. The eyes of the entire entertainment industry were focused here. Shengxi Entertainment, Binhai Entertainment, Tianmei Entertainment, and every major and minor company in the business, their senior leadership, had all gathered in their respective boardrooms. What the media had picked up on, how could they possibly not have noticed? They had already held one meeting about it before, but at that time, very few of them had believed I was capable of shifting the balance of the entertainment world. But now things were different. The terrifying level of influence I had shown at New Song was undeniably telling them that I had already come close to a king's level of power. My track record might not be deep enough yet, but my reach had already grown to a formidable scale. Compared to a king, perhaps all I lacked was one defining moment. In the Chinese entertainment industry, ever since the four heavenly kings gradually stepped back, no one had commanded that kind of influence. I was the first. What made it almost laughable was that I couldn't even properly be considered an insider, someone who had always hovered at the fringes of the industry, and yet commanded this kind of reach. That was what made it truly frightening. In the Yinghai Entertainment boardroom, a group of senior executives were focused intently on the large screen, which was streaming the New Song competition live in real time. At this moment, the camera turned toward me, and a ripple passed through David Yang's otherwise calm eyes. He still vaguely remembered not long ago, me coming to the city on my own, walking into his office, and asking him for what had seemed like an impossible top-tier contract. At the time, David Yang had only seen me as a talented, bold, and capable young man with great promise. But he hadn't expected that in just 2 months. The trending charts would be like his personal backyard, entered at will, and the Chinese music scene had been taken over by this man. Every song going viral lately was mine. David Yang drew a slow breath, unsure whether to be glad or worried. A tall tree catches the wind. After all of this, life for Serena and me would likely not be easy. Even within his own company, there were already some dissenting voices emerging. The pie was only so big. If you wanted to eat it all, what did that leave for everyone else? David Yang's eyes shifted. He watched the large screen, fingers tapping the table surface without thinking. In the boardroom, the person with a more complicated state of mind than David Yang's was none other than Angela, seated below. The composed, poised young woman from before. Seeing her now, she seemed to have lost a little of that edge. She looked at me on the large screen, her gaze carrying a complex emotion. Since the last time she had spoken to me by phone, Angela had not reached out to me again. Because smart as she was, she had naturally caught the deliberate distance in my voice over the call. During this time, she had also come to understand her own feelings. She admitted to herself that she did harbor some admiration for me. Perhaps it started from the very first time she met me. Perhaps it was when I sang, "Just Be Ordinary," in the office. She wasn't sure when exactly I had made her heart stir. A man this talented and this genuine in character. It was hard not to be drawn in. She was no exception. But she also knew I belonged only to Serena. So, she had never disturbed me again, and had deliberately kept her distance from news about me. Now, seeing me again, I was more radiant than ever, more magnetic than ever. The connection between Serena and me was clearly even deeper than before. Angela lowered her head and gave a quiet, bitter smile. She didn't quite dare to keep looking. She also didn't know why. Why she had developed feelings for someone who already had a family. All she could say was that feelings arise without warning. And, once started, run deep. At this moment, Shangxi Entertainment, like Yinghai, had gathered all of its senior leadership in a boardroom. Seated at the head of the table was the chairman of Shangxi Entertainment, Tian Xinqi. Compared to the serious atmosphere in Yinghai's boardroom, Shangxi Entertainment's mood was noticeably more relaxed. Even the soft, fleshy cheeks on Tian Xinqi's face were trembling along with his chuckling laughter. Tianxin laughed as he spoke, one hand reaching up to adjust the gold-rimmed, round glasses sitting on his nose. Now this is interesting. This, James Rivers, coming in from out of nowhere, stirring up the music world's stagnant pool a little. Good for him. Anyway, music isn't where we focus. Film and television is the direction this company was built on. Ha ha ha. The executives in the room heard this, and all broke into laughter. The board member seated to the left of Tianxin was quick to offer flattery. "Chairman Tian, your strategy is brilliant as always. Bringing in a king. Letting everyone see James Rivers' real strength. If we lose, we haven't lost anything. Let the other companies stress about it. If we win, Shangxi Entertainment's Miao and Yun takes the crown. If we win, we're delighted. A win is a win all around. Even a loss is a clever little gain." Tian Xinqi blinked his sharp little eyes and cast an appreciative glance at the board member beside him. Flattery, they said, never missed its mark. Tian Xinqi felt thoroughly pleased with himself. James Rivers might come out of this with a small gain, but Tian Xinqi never comes out at a loss. The one having the hardest time right now was undoubtedly Tianmei Entertainment. This season of New Song, after the two dark horses from their company were eliminated one after another, Tianmei Entertainment had initially assumed none of this had anything to do with them. But now, sitting quietly at home, disaster had fallen from the sky. A single me had thrown everyone's plans into disarray. Just thinking about the possibility that from now on, every charting song in the industry might end up being something I created. It made their chests tight with dread. The Tianmei Entertainment boardroom was grim and lifeless at this moment. Chairman Lu Gao wore an even darker expression than usual. "Can someone tell me what's going on with Lu Qian? And where exactly did James Rivers come from?" A married woman who'd been out of the industry for 2 years, single-handedly lifted back up by one man. Lu Gao was exhausted. During this stretch, he had been overseas handling a project, and hadn't been paying much attention to things back home. He hadn't expected that in the short time he'd been gone, someone was practically robbing the house. The executives exchanged helpless glances. None of them had any idea where this monster of a person had come from. All they knew was that those songs were genuinely, undeniably good. Watching the executives sitting there one by one in silence, Lu Gao flew into a rage. "Useless, every one of you. All you know is how to enjoy the good life. You've been comfortable for too long. Not a shred of crisis awareness left. Right now, immediately, this instant, give me a full investigation into how all of this started. No one is leaving until this is figured out. And get me the paid commenters. Whatever it costs. This round has to end with Miao and Yun and King Lu winning. Don't let James Rivers successfully use this to make a run at the next king title. Minimize his influence as much as possible. Also, send someone out tomorrow to contact James Rivers. Feel him out. Tell him we want to set up a meeting." Lu Gao finished in one breath and fixed his gaze back on the large screen. He looked at my smiling face on the screen and found it more irritating the longer he looked. Beyond the big three, the various small and mid-sized entertainment companies were also making their moves at this moment. Some chose to approach me with goodwill, putting out signals of friendliness. Others, like Yinghai Entertainment, chose to try to snuff out my momentum. Before I fully rose to the top, for a moment, undercurrents surged through the entire entertainment world, and the calmest place of all right now was the new song venue itself. Everyone was staring unblinkingly at the real-time support percentages on the large screen. Not a single person dared to breathe too loudly, because the support percentages for both sides on the big screen were holding at an almost unheard-of dead tie at this moment. It was almost impossible to believe. Every audience member, the judges, and the contestants all had their eyes wide open, staring at the screen in disbelief. A tie. How would this even be decided? The support vote counts on both sides had landed on the exact same number. Looking across the entire history of New Song, this had never happened before. Given how enormous the audience base was, a situation like this was practically impossible. Time kept ticking by second, but the vote count seemed frozen in place. Neither side was gaining a single new vote. The voting deadline was approaching its final moments. The live audience swallowed involuntarily. Was this competition really going to end this way? Just as everyone had begun to accept that this might be how it ended, the support vote count for Serena on the big screen suddenly flickered. The two sides had been tied for nearly 5 minutes. With only 1 minute remaining, Serena had suddenly gained one more vote. A collective gasp erupted through the venue at that moment. Hearts were on the same ride as a roller coaster, lurching straight up into everyone's throats, the tension reaching its absolute peak. Was Serena really about to win? The countdown on the big screen had already begun. 60, 59, 58. In that moment, whether the live audience or the viewers in the live stream, everyone couldn't help but count down in unison, along with the numbers on the big screen. The tension and excitement were electric. Could I really pull off an upset win against a veteran king tonight? A comeback story like this was exactly what so many people loved most. At this point, the competition almost seemed to have nothing to do with Serena and Miao Anyun anymore. What everyone wanted to know was whether my popularity had surpassed King Lu's. And just as everyone was fired up, and the countdown had reached 40, Miao Anyun's support vote count suddenly gave a small jump. Another gasp erupted through the venue. It was tied again. But what happened next surpassed everyone's expectations. After Miao Anyun's vote count made that jump, it didn't stop. Within seconds it jumped again. 2 more votes rising at a steady, visible pace. This clearly abnormal development made everyone in the venue furrow their brows. Whoever was casting these votes was operating with military precision. This was simply not something regular fans could pull off. Vote counts rising at this kind of professional, uniform rate looked like assembly line work. It made everyone's gut clench with unease. The audience still hadn't quite grasped what was happening, but the judges and contestants on stage, along with Ren Chao watching from the backstage area, understood clearly in that moment. Someone had hired paid vote manipulators. Ren Chao clenched his fist. This was the second time. The second time someone had tried to rig things on his program. And the worst part was, there was nothing he could do about it. Loopholes that had never surfaced before had all shown themselves during this season of New Song. When he had invited the contestants, he had signed agreements with each of their respective companies. No vote manipulation allowed. But now someone was openly doing it. Ren Chao knew. This couldn't have been Shenxi Entertainment. The penalty for breaking the contract far outweighed whatever gain Miao Anyun winning could bring. And besides, this was only the second round of the finale. Who would take the championship was still undecided. Yinghai Entertainment was even less likely. Serena was their own contestant. That left Tianmei Entertainment and those smaller and mid-sized entertainment companies. Ren Chao instantly understood their calculation. There were people who simply didn't want to see me rise. Even though Ren Chao now understood what was happening, he was helpless. He was just a director. He had no power over these companies. Even the company behind him personally couldn't stand against this many competing interest groups. This was the entertainment world. This damned entertainment world, truly beyond saving. Ren Chao drove his fist into the table in front of him, jaw clenched as he said so. Then he closed his eyes and began to breathe deeply. After finally managing to smooth down his own emotions, Ren Chao's gaze settled into something calm, He seemed to have made some kind of important decision. He reached into his pocket, took out his phone, and dialed the company's number. On stage at the front, the final audience vote results had appeared. Miao Anyun had taken the win, by a margin of several thousand votes. But she and King Lu wore no trace of joy on their faces. A victory obtained this way was nothing short of an insult to their identities as artists. The venue, which had been wound to a breaking point, went eerily cold. The audience below all stood there frozen. If a few votes, or even a few dozen votes, had flipped things at the end, that would have been completely expected. There was always someone who voted late. But this kind of large-scale, perfectly synchronized vote surge was too strange. People in the live stream had already started speaking up in suspicion. The audience's eyes were sharp. Something this obviously wrong. They weren't fools. What's going on? My heart was literally in my throat just now. And then suddenly this happens. Rig it again. That doesn't seem right. Miao Anyun wasn't without a chance of winning. There were still tens of seconds left. I trust King Lu's character. The production team wouldn't be stupid enough to pull this. Probably someone outside stirring things up. Paid vote manipulation. Then what counts? What can you do about it? A loss is a loss. We can still catch one more round. You can't say it like that. These vote numbers are clearly not normal. So, Serena just deserves to lose? Whatever. Let's just see the result. See what the production team says. The result was already out. Regardless of how things had unfolded, host Chen Suer, as the host, still had to make the announcement. She picked up her microphone with a look of resignation. She had just opened her mouth to speak when she saw director Ren Chao come hurrying out from backstage, leaning close to Chen Shuer and saying something quietly. After hearing him out, Chen Shuer passed the microphone to Ren Chao with visible relief. Ren Chao took the microphone, gave a slight nod to the four people on stage, then turned to face the audience. Hello everyone, we meet again. I'm the show's director, Ren Chao. I'll be taking over as host for what follows. The competition result has now appeared. While the voting period had its moments of turbulence, and the result was not what many had hoped for, the fact stands as it is. Ren Chao looked out at the audience below, his voice measured and serious. The camera cut to me right on cue. The live stream went quiet too. Everyone wanted to know what he was about to do. As for those extra votes that appeared toward the end, I think most people already have a sense of what happened. This situation arising is a failure on the part of our production team. It is also a failure of the entertainment world itself. As the director of this program, the fact that I was unable to see contestant Serena win the championship today, I feel genuinely regretful about that. But that contestant Miao Anyun was able to win. I'm also genuinely happy, because in my view, both of their performances were worthy of winning this competition. As for the result, Miao Anyun is still the winner of this round. In my heart, both of them are champions. After Ren Chao finished those words, a few murmurs rose from the audience. But the murmuring quickly faded. They may have felt uneasy about the vote numbers, but they respected Miao Anyun's and King Lu's genuine ability. The venue settled back into quiet, and only then did Ren Chao continue. There's one more thing I need to announce, which is that this season of New Song ends here today. I'm sorry for being unable to provide a satisfying viewing experience. In the future, we will absolutely improve the competition format. The next season of New Song will not have any issues like these. Even though this season did not produce an official champion, I believe the true champion lives in the hearts of every one of you. Ren Chao said all of this with gravity and sincerity, and then, facing the audience, who wore expressions of shock and frustration, bowed deeply. Only then did he turn to the four people on stage with an apologetic look. All four of them gave Ren Chao a small smile. They felt a certain admiration for his having made this decision. After all, not just anyone would have had the courage to do what he did. New Song came to an end just like that, a strong beginning with a weak close. No champion. The program hadn't even finished airing properly. In the entire history of entertainment, this had never happened before. It was the most failed program there had ever been. It was also the most successful. Because of this program, the majority of people had come to know who I was, and the program had produced multiple songs capable of sweeping the charts. For the audience, it was a shame, but the champion in their hearts already existed. Backstage at the city stadium, the staff were cleaning up the venue. The four of us and Ren Chao stood to one side, watching the scene before us with a quiet sense of loss. A program that had been so good over just like that. The glory of those earlier days was vivid in all their minds. No one had expected it to end this way. Ren Chao especially had clearly aged a little in that moment. This program had been his life's work. And just like that, it was gone. It was hard to imagine ever seeing a competition this thrilling again. At this point, the 4 judges had also packed up and came over. Shui Xiaochen seemed to know Ren Chao fairly well. He looked at Ren Chao, who was slumped and deflated, and gave him a pat on the shoulder. Try not to be too hard on yourself. It's already come to this. Just make sure to tighten things up going forward. Get the rules right, and that'll be enough. Ren Chao let out a bitter laugh and shook his head. If only it were that simple. Because I forced the competition to end early. The penalty fees have wiped out every last bit of this season's revenue. Whether I can even hold on to my position as director is now very much in question. That serious? Shui Xiaochen was taken aback. Clearly, he hadn't known things were this serious. Ren Chao waved it off, seemingly not wanting to dwell on it. Everyone present exchanged glances, unsure what to say. I held Serena's hand and looked at Ren Chao, now well into middle age, feeling an even deeper admiration for his courage and character. A choice like that, most people truly couldn't make it. Ren Chao also noticed the awkward atmosphere that had settled over the group because of him. He managed to smile and said, "Hey, talk about whatever you want. Don't worry about my situation. It's not even settled yet, is it?" With Ren Chao himself saying that, everyone was able to ease out of the awkward atmosphere. King Lu, being the eldest, was first to open a new topic. He looked at me and said with admiration, "The biggest surprise this time was you. I can already picture it. The top of the Chinese music world in the years ahead. Will have a seat with your name on it." King Lu's gaze was full of genuine appreciation, and it made me feel more than a little embarrassed. I hadn't done anything worth praising. All of it was the work of those who came before me in my original world. Before I could even respond, Shui Xiaochen chimed in. "Exactly. King Lu is absolutely right. James Rivers, you're this talented. I wonder if I'd ever have the honor of commissioning a song from you someday." Everyone present heard Shui Xiaochen's words, and their eyes lit up at once. All of them looked at me. Being veteran artists, they naturally wanted to have a great song of their own. It wasn't that they lacked songs. They lacked exceptional ones. They understood perfectly well what made this guy so remarkable. Virtually everything I wrote was top tier. I looked at the hungry expressions on their faces and quickly waved my hand. "You're all my seniors. Please don't flatter me like that. If the occasion arises down the road, I can certainly try." Then it's settled. "Serena, you can't be jealous now." I only then realized. This Shui Xiaochan was quite the natural comedian. The moment his words landed, Serena's face went slightly pink. Her hand was still in mine as it had been all along. Hearing Shui Xiaochen's teasing, she shook her head quickly. "I won't be. James Rivers. Nah. When it comes to writing songs, he's always had his own mind." Shui Xiaochen had only meant it as a joke. Seeing Serena answer so earnestly, he paused, and then everyone broke into laughter. None of them had expected that Serena, who shone so brilliantly on stage, would be such a gentle and charmingly earnest person in real life. The group gathered together and chatted and laughed for a while longer. Before going their separate ways, all of the judges, including Ren Chao, and even King Lu had added me on WeChat. As for Miao Anyun, she didn't add me, but she had added Serena as a friend. After these 2 rounds of competition, the 2 of them had become quite well acquainted. The group left the stadium and went their separate ways. Normally, by industry custom, once a program wrapped up completely, everyone would get together for a wrap party, celebrating the program's successful conclusion. But this time, because of the unexpected end to the show, the wrap party naturally never happened. When Miao Anyun got into the company van, she happened to see through the window that Serena and I were talking as we got into our own car. Then the car pulled away ahead of hers. Watching the car disappear through the exit, Miao Anyun's expression was thoughtful and a little distant. She genuinely envied Serena. She thought Serena was talented, had a wonderful personality, and was beautiful. And most importantly, she had a good husband. Just now, when they had all been talking together, so many veteran artists in the room, including a king, and yet every conversation kept circling back to me. She and Serena were both contestants in the same competition, but clearly the 2 of them were no longer on the same level. The reason was that Serena had me, and she herself had only a company behind her that leaned heavily toward film and television. Everyone had their own hardships. She was no different. With new song ending unexpectedly like this, when she went back, she would have to keep grinding away at her position as a third-tier artist. On the other side, the moment the two of them had returned to the apartment, Ms. Claire came over with a pile of documents in her arms. Inside were all sorts of matters. Producing the album, publicity runs to promote it, fan meet-and-greet events, all kinds of things. The peaceful days seemed to be getting further and further away. When I saw that thick stack of documents, I couldn't help but rub my temples for Serena. Serena and Ms. Claire sat on the sofa, quietly going through everything together. I didn't interrupt them. I turned and went to the kitchen. This was Serena's career. As long as she was happy, that was all that mattered. Ms. Claire, turn these few ads down for me. These other two I can take, but the products need to be verified for authenticity first, and it has to be after the album is released. Only then will I have time to film. Serena went through the pile as she spoke, brow lightly furrowed, pulling out a few advertisement invitations. Every ad with even a hint of something questionable was flagged by her. Ms. Claire picked up those flagged ones from the table and looked them over carefully. Then a trace of concern crossed her face. Should we really turn them down? Two of these advertisers are major cooperative partners of the company. If we turn them down, I'm worried some people inside the company will have objections. Ms. Claire, don't overthink it. Turn them down. The contract spells it out clearly. There's no issue. And don't forget, the copyright on the album as well. We have to keep that in our own hands. Everything goes by the contract. Yinghai won't be losing out either. Before Serena could even finish speaking, there I was in the kitchen doorframe, spatula in hand, chiming in. The relationship with Yinghai Entertainment is a partnership, not a contract of ownership. Why worry about what they think? Hearing that, Ms. Claire and Serena both looked up at the same time. Ms. Claire, seeing how assured I looked, nodded. If the couple themselves were both standing their ground, she naturally wouldn't say anything more. Serena felt a warmth in her heart, as long as I was there. The next day, on the weekend, with the city matters wrapped up, I returned to our home city. Serena's schedule had been getting busier. Time to swap out Mia from her role as snack dispensing babysitter. As one of Serena's most important right-hand people, I couldn't let her end up like me, reduced to being a baby slave. When I got home, Mia was curled up on the sofa, with little Willie in her arms, watching cartoons, both of them grinning ear to ear, and spread across the table was a massive pile of snacks. That gave me 3 very prominent lines across my forehead. Hearing the door open, the two on the sofa turned their heads at the same time. The instant Lily saw me, she broke into a grin, and tumbled out of Mia's arms, and flung herself into mine. I scooped her up naturally. I wasn't sure if it was just my imagination, but in that moment I felt like Lily had put on a little more weight. Mia also stood up and looked at me, with a smug, satisfied expression, as if she was saying, see? Whether it's Serena or little Lily, I can keep them both well-fed and healthy. I had no energy to respond. All I could do was say sincerely, you've done a great service. Head on back, your Serena needs you now. Hearing my words, Mia immediately put her hands on her hips and felt thoroughly proud of herself. Then she quickly gathered her things, straightened up with her head high and shoulders back, walked right past me, stunned where I stood, gave a cool wave, and made her stylish exit, leaving behind nothing but an invincible retreating figure. My mouth twitched slightly. No need to see you out? Watching Mia's departing figure, it was as if a song could be heard drifting in from somewhere unseen. Being invincible, how terribly, terribly lonely. In the end, I still ended up carrying Lily and running after Mia, driving her to the train station. Over the next month or so, I finally had some breathing room. During that stretch, aside from the daily school drop-off and pick-up for Lily, I stayed home working on the script for The Outcast. I had completely become a solid, dependable homebody. Meanwhile, Serena was getting busier by the day. That stretch, when she wasn't recording at the company, she was running promotional appearances. In short, from morning to night, she basically had no downtime whatsoever. This meant she could only call me on a video call. Every evening before bed, the two of them on the video call would talk about all the little things that had happened throughout each day. Worth mentioning was that because of Serena's top-tier contract, some people inside Yinghai Entertainment were indeed grumbling, especially when Serena turned down certain commercial activities. The murmuring behind her back grew even louder. All of that grumbling had been drowned out by the wave of buzz Serena had been generating lately, and the company's chairman, David Yang, had also expressly put a stop to the idle talk inside the company. His position was simple. Everything goes by the contract. September was destined to be an extraordinary month. Serena's promotional campaign had been highly successful. The internet was now saturated with news about Serena's new album. The album would include The Wind Rises, Courage, Sea of Flowers, and a series of other songs that had appeared on New Song. There was also reportedly one brand new song that audiences had never heard before. This had netizens counting down eagerly for the album's release. Serena's Weibo had also updated right on cue. Get Not Lands Abound in Streave and Water would officially drop on October 1st at 8 p.m. on the Huayin platform. Because Serena's momentum was so enormous, a number of other artists who had originally planned to release new music on October 1st quietly rescheduled. Their stance was, there was nothing they could do. You can't fight a losing battle. Serena's arrival had thrown off the balance of the Chinese music world. Everyone knew the reason, and right now, no one could do a thing about it. Behind her, apart from Yinghai Entertainment, stood a man who was nothing short of a phenomenon. As early as the second day after I got back, I had already received commission requests from a number of companies. Tianmei Entertainment was among them. The prices they were offering were tempting, but I paid none of it any attention. With Serena's album about to drop, only an idiot would be out here writing songs for other people at a time like this. No matter how the entertainment world stirred and churned, no matter what undercurrents ran through it, my own life stayed calm and unhurried. September 20th, I had finally completed the full script for Season 1 of The Outcast. Chen Feng had called before to ask about the progress. Now I could finally give him a complete script. The next morning, after dropping Lily off at school, I got in touch with Chen Feng and drove over to the studio where we had worked before. Even though it was in the same city, Chen Feng's studio was a fair distance from my place. It took me over 40 minutes to reach that familiar commercial building again. On the 6th floor, Chen Feng had already been waiting in the office. When I pushed open the door and walked in with a thick folder under my arm, I was stopped in my tracks by what I saw. Was this really the same run-down studio from before? Last time I had visited, empty beer cans littered the floor and the space felt hollow and bare. That had made quite an impression on me. But now, the studio had potted green plants on the windowsills, full and vibrant. New desks were arranged in neat rows. More than 20 staff members were busy at their stations. Chen Feng was grinning from ear to ear as he draped an arm over my shoulder right there in the doorway. Brother, how about this? Not bad, right? Looking like the real deal, isn't it? I turned my head and stared at Chen Feng for a long moment. Then I said one thing. You cleaned out your savings. Chen Feng scratched the back of his head and laughed sheepishly, hurrying to pull me toward the inner office. He kept his voice low as he walked. Shh! Keep it down. Cleaning out my savings? Not quite. Though I'm not going to lie, it's been tough. What you're seeing here is all surface. The truth is, once the animation actually starts production, even the money I have right now might not be enough. I frowned, slightly puzzled. Man, you're not trying to put on a front to save face, are you? Though honestly, your face is already plenty round. Appearances aren't going to cut it. Tell me straight, how much do you actually have? 5 million. What? I thought I had misheard. My voice jumped up immediately, drawing every staff member in the room to turn and look at me. Good thing I still had my mask on. It seemed like no one recognized me. Keep it down. I know it's not much, but my parents have given me an ultimatum. 5 million is the last chance they're giving me. Old Jiang, everything is riding on this. My whole future is in your hands. My mouth twitched. I looked at Chen Feng with the expression of someone questioning all of their life choices. 5 million, and he still called it not enough, and said it might not cover it. Man, are you about to tell me that if this fails, you'll have no choice but to go back home and take over your family's nationwide chain of supermarkets, worth 100 million? How did you know? Because I know you, that's how. I was now fully convinced that my past self must have been out of his mind. To have felt sorry for this guy. I pushed the door open and the two of us went into the office. I sat down in a chair and gave Chen Feng the look full of quiet resentment. I'm just saying, man, you're a rich kid. How did you manage to get played by two lowlifes like that? Hearing me bring it up, Chen Feng straightened up. He poured me a cup of hot water and said as he did so, getting conned, That was my own problem. It had nothing to do with how much money my family has. And honestly, even though I trashed Wang Jun as being completely worthless, he did actually have some real ability. His professional skills were solid, and his family situation wasn't bad either. Chen Feng took a sip of water and gave a wry smile. Old Jung, you know how it is. When you're cursing someone out, you just focus on cutting them down. But in reality, he wasn't as useless as I made him sound. I nodded when I heard that. Chen Feng had a point. You get back up where you fell. I respected that mindset from Chen Feng. So, when you said 5 million might not be enough, what's the situation there? During this stretch, I only looked into how animation scripts are written. I'm not all that familiar with the detailed process of actually producing animation. Chen Feng, seeing me take on a more serious expression, became serious himself. He immediately started explaining. Old Zhang, you don't know the animation industry. It burns money like nothing else. Just a single average-tier animated show runs about 10 million in production costs. Making an animated show isn't as simple as people imagine. In the early stages, you need planning, scripting, visual design, scene design, character design, and so on. Specialized professionals for all of it. Hold on, I cut off Chen Feng just before he launched into a lengthy monologue. The moment I heard 10 million, my head started buzzing. I knew animation was expensive, but I hadn't expected it to burn through money like this. And now Chen Feng was throwing all these technical details at me. How was I supposed to make sense of any of it? Sure, I was someone who had crossed over from another world, but I hadn't come with the all-knowing system that crossover protagonists were supposed to have. I was hardly an expert in everything. Man, say it simply. You're going too professional, I can't follow. Basically, you pick the right script, and that script has to meet the standards and requirements set by the company and the broadcasting platform. Why does Chinese animation fall behind? Because domestic requirements are stricter. Chen Feng scratched his head and chose to explain it in a more straightforward way. Once the script passes review, you consider the audience and market demands, and produce the corresponding animation. When making the animation, you first lock down the character designs, costumes, personalities, voices, all of that. Then, you produce the music that matches the animation's feel and atmosphere. Only after those two steps are done can you officially begin the more complex animation production. It's fair to say that every single minute of animation production is burning money. And once the animation is finished, there are also massive promotional costs on top of that. So, never underestimate a small animated show. Every frame of it is burning through budget. Hearing Chen Feng lay it all out like that, I fell into a quiet contemplation. After a moment, I looked up. Man, you said even an average animated show runs about 10 million. So what's your plan going forward? Chen Feng spread both hands. Take it one step at a time, but our costs will be reduced quite a bit. The script costs nothing. Original content, fully in our own hands. Second, when it comes time to promote the animation, I'm going to need you and your celebrity wife to help. I know full well that you two are at the peak of your popularity right now. When the time comes, if you two casually cosplay as characters from the show, the traffic will go through the roof. Chen Feng laughed to himself. I pursed my lips. This chubby guy had been planning ahead quite thoroughly. Fine, since you've thought it all through. The script is yours to work with however you want. Only one condition. Don't you dare do this show a disservice. This is something I spent an enormous amount of time writing word by word. It's also a treasure from another world. If I didn't genuinely trust Chen Feng, I would never have handed something like this over. Chen Feng took the folder I handed him, opened it, and read carefully. One look, and he was completely pulled into the script. The twists and turns of the story inside had him thoroughly captivated, and from his professional standpoint, I had perfectly fleshed out every scene and every character, their personalities, including even the smallest details, all of it captured beautifully. Even every line of dialogue between characters had been written from a professional animation perspective. The more Chen Feng read, the wider his smile grew. With a script like this, he felt certain he would succeed. An hour later, Chen Feng shot to his feet and looked straight at me. Old Jiang, don't worry. This script combined with my expertise, I guarantee it won't go to waste. I let out a breath of relief when I heard that. I had written this script entirely through self-study. following what I could find online about the requirements. Now that Chen Feng had given it his stamp of approval, it meant I hadn't gone wrong. I smiled, stood up, and gave Chen Feng a firm clap on the shoulder. All right, I'm holding you to that. I trust you. Handing the script for The Outcast over to Chen Feng had lifted one more thing off my chest. I glanced at the time and kept talking. It's almost noon. Come on, let's go get lunch. This time, it's on me. Let me take you out properly. Rich boy, eat whatever you want. But before we eat, you need to sign this first. Chen Feng laughed and chatted freely with me, at the same time reaching into his desk drawer and pulling out a document, handing it over to me. I had no idea what scheme he was up to now. I took the document with a puzzled look and glanced at it. At the top of the page, the first thing my eyes landed on was a large, bold heading, Equity Transfer Agreement. My brow immediately furrowed. I looked up at Chen Feng. Expression not pleased. Man, what's the meaning of this? Chen Feng's face was dead serious. He looked at me and said with weight, Old Jiang, don't misunderstand. Didn't I say it back then? You come work with me. I split the company's equity half and half with you. Now, this script is yours. The hope that kept me holding on to this animation dream, you gave me that too. So naturally, half the equity goes to you. Stop feeding me that nonsense. Man, the reason I gave you that script is because I didn't want to watch my brother get pushed around and lose his dream. If you don't want it, give it back to me. I'll take it right back. I rolled my eyes and tossed the equity agreement straight back at Chen Feng. I understood Chen Feng's good intentions, but I couldn't accept them. I don't care. Today you're signing it whether you want to or not. Sign it or don't sign it. If you don't, you're not leaving. Look at the company name up there. If you don't want it, then consider it a gift for Lily. Lily's getting to that age. Her uncle here hasn't given her a single gift yet. I watched Chen Feng drop to the floor, grabbed the hem of my pants, and wail dramatically. My mouth twitched involuntarily. I had seen people cry while begging to borrow money. Never seen someone cry while begging to give money away. And when did this guy learn this move? Even if Lily herself showed up, she would have to bow down in defeat at this tactic. Watching Chen Feng sitting on the floor like a child, clutching my pant leg and throwing a tantrum, I rubbed my temple. I genuinely hadn't expected Chen Feng to pull something like this. Chen Feng, sitting on the floor, snuck a sideways glance at me and caught himself suppressing a small smile. But the moment my eyes came his way, he quickly schooled his expression and put on the most pitiful, aggrieved look imaginable. I thought it over and gave up. You absolute menace. I give up. First get up. We can talk about anything once you're off the floor. Stay sitting down there and I'm leaving. Hearing that, Chen Feng looked up at me, decided I wasn't actually joking, and scrambled up immediately, grinning shamelessly as he shoved the agreement back into my hands. Old Jiang, don't rush. Don't rush. Take another look. I mean it. Think about it. The script is yours. We'll need you for promotions later too. If you're not going to think about yourself, at least think about me. How am I supposed to feel if we don't do it this way? Although, as he said that, Chen Feng picked up a pen from the desk and held it out to me, looking at me with pleading eyes. I looked at Chen Feng's sincere expression and understood I needed to do something here. Accepting the equity like this with nothing in return, that wasn't something I could do. But there was a more mutually satisfying solution I could think of. All right, I picked up the equity transfer agreement and looked it over. It had Chen Feng's signature and the company's seal on it. 50% equity. But what caught my attention even more was the company name. Shi Yi Animation. I gave Chen Feng a sideways look. The moment I saw the name, I understood. This guy had planned all of this long in advance. This whole setup had probably been waiting here to ambush me. Man, the name I can sign off on. But on one condition, I'm also putting in capital. You're running a little tight on money, right? In that case, I'll put in 5 million too. If we're doing this, we're doing it right. Without giving Chen Feng a chance to respond, I kept going. But I don't have that much cash right now. Give me a little time. Next month at the latest. Use your money first in the early stages. Since there was no getting out of it, I decided to go in as an investor. I didn't have that much cash right now, but my wife would have money next month. Once the album's sales numbers came in, that money would come rolling in quite nicely. Chen Feng stood to the side, mouth opening and closing, but in the end said nothing. As long as I would sign, that was enough. He wasn't going to ask for more than that. After signing, Chen Feng filed the agreement away in the documents folder. After that, it was just a matter of finding time to update the business registration. The matter was half settled. Chen Feng finally broke into a full, happy grin and slung an arm around my shoulder as we walked out of the office. Huh, old Zhang, let's go. Today, I'm buying you a proper meal. And while we're at it, let me introduce you to a few of the company's core people. Get you acquainted. Let's call this the company dinner before the project officially kicks off. I nodded. I was now technically a member of the company. Getting to know the people here was a good idea. It seemed like my dream of the full-time stay-at-home dad life was drifting further and further out of reach. I sighed quietly inside. I had just wanted to live as a low-key nobody. Turns out that wasn't in the cards. It really was just like that saying, the greater your ability, the greater your responsibility. I pushed open the door and walked out of Chen Feng's office. The staff outside were still busy at their stations. Chen Feng stood in the hallway, with the newly received script in hand, and clapped his hands hard, drawing everyone's attention. The staff set down their work and looked over. 5 more people walked out from the other offices. When they got a clear look at my face, quite a few of them visibly froze for a second. Then their eyes lit up all at once. Chen Feng, seeing everyone assembled, smiled broadly, and called out loudly, "Everyone, set down what you're doing for a moment. Let me introduce a colleague to all of you. A lot of you have been wondering why our company is called She Animation. Now you should all understand, the person standing next to me is the songwriter currently taking the internet by storm, James Rivers. He's also, like me, one of the company's 2 largest shareholders. And I have some good news to share with everyone. We have our animation script. The script I'm holding right now is the animation we're going to produce. Starting today, everyone will need to put in extra effort. I'll say it here in advance. Thank you all for the hard work ahead. Lunch is on me today. Let's go eat big." The moment Chen Feng finished speaking, cheers erupted from the staff around the room. They had only joined the company recently and had genuinely been worried about its prospects. After all, there had been no real work during these early days. Chen Feng's salary offer had kept them satisfied, but they had truly been worried the company might fold. No one expected that today would finally bring the first script, and the person who had brought it was no ordinary person. It was me, currently the hottest name online. All of them suddenly felt like this company's future was looking bright. Chen Feng arranged for a staff member to book a restaurant, then pulled me over toward the 5 people who had come out of the back offices. Of the 5, 3 men and 2 women, 4 of them looked very young, somewhere around 20 years old. Only one appeared to be just past 30, and these 2 young women were both dressed in classic anime-inspired outfits, sweet and adorable in appearance, and they were identical twins. I shot a subtle sideways glance at Chen Feng. Was this guy about to cause trouble again? Honestly, back when things had gone sideways before, it was exactly this kind of anime-style look that had given me a bad first impression from the start. At that point, Chen Feng began his introductions. He first pulled me forward and said to everyone, "This is my closest brother." Then he introduced the others to me one by one. These 2 ladies are Chu Xian and Chu Simeng, sisters. One is the animation director. One is the art director. The 2 of them are responsible for the visual style, character design, and background design. These 2 are Tao Jin and Duan Heping. I headhunted them from the university district with great effort. They oversee photography and music. And this is Brother Hongwei, Fu Hongwei, an old friend of mine. He oversees production, handles drawing the storyboard breakdowns in simple lines, and gives direction on character movement and scene staging. After Chen Feng finished the introductions, I smiled and shook hands with each of them. Q Xiyin and Q Simeng's eyes lit up even brighter, and they spoke up first. James Rivers. Even though we work in animation, we're both huge fans of Serena. We've been listening to every one of her songs. That's right. We were actually drawn to this company because of the name. Tao Jin and Duan Heping also gave a shy, slightly awkward smile. They were fans of mine. They had been talked into joining the company by Chen Feng with a round of smooth talking. Though of course it was also because Chen Feng was genuinely sincere with people, and the salary he offered was something they were happy with. The group laughed and chatted as they headed out. They were all young people. Everyone warmed up to each other quickly. The 2 girls especially kept circling around me, asking all kinds of questions, mostly about Serena. It was a little unexpected. I had only come to drop off a script, and somehow ended up as a shareholder. Now I had only come for a simple meal, and it had somehow turned into a fan meet and greet. I glanced over at Chen Feng, who was laughing like an idiot beside me, and felt a strong urge to send him to the morning market. It guy. So he had been recruiting people everywhere by throwing my name around. This was the first full team dinner. Since Shi Animation's founding, Chen Feng was visibly overjoyed. This was also the closest he had ever been to his animation dream. The atmosphere at the table stayed warm and lively throughout. Pushed along by everyone's curiosity, Chen Feng eventually pulled the script out. Everyone gathered around with interest and looked at the cover of the script, that large title staring back at them, The Outcast. The moment they saw the name, everyone had a few guesses forming in their minds. A Chinese animated series called The Outcast that was definitely going to be action-driven. And everyone knew how difficult Chinese animation was to pull off. Even slightly weaker scripts had too many pitfalls, and action-oriented ones were even harder to execute. Strict reviews, can't be too violent, yet still needs to hold the audience's attention. Big limitations. And our company is jumping straight into this kind of project, right out of the gate. Everyone had quiet doubts in their hearts. Fu Hongwei flipped past the cover at that point, and let them keep reading. The people around the table said nothing. Whatever reservations they had joined the company. That meant they would give it everything they had to see it through. The story opened, a drunk man muttering to himself, as he stumbled through a dark, gloomy forest, wandering without realizing it into a graveyard, thinking he'd rest a bit by one of the graves. Ark and Myers of a Studley. The sound of a shovel digging in the earth caught the drunk man's attention. His skin crawled with dread. A cold sweat broke out. A ghost. I had written it vividly. Everyone who reached this point couldn't help but read on. What was especially interesting was that all the character dialogue carried a heavy regional dialect flavor. It gave the whole thing a fresh, unexpected feel. Next came the somewhat goofy protagonist, Zhang Chulan, then the appearance of the mysterious girl Feng Bao. The world the protagonist was stepping into began to feel completely different from anything before. First, his grandfather's body was stolen. Then, he was surrounded by zombies. As Chen Feng turned the pages of the script, the story unfolded one hook after another, and the eyes of everyone watching grew brighter and brighter, their excitement building steadily. This script was extraordinary, and so comprehensive. Just skimming through it like this, the characters' vivid, specific forms, or already taking shape in their minds without any effort. The background designs too. The goofy-looking background elements, the Sichuan-accented Sister Bao, Zhang Chulan, who seemed lazy and easygoing with a sarcastic streak on the surface, but was actually sharp and calculating underneath, and then this world of hidden arts practitioners slowly revealing its veil. The more everyone read, the more captivated they became, and the more their hearts raced. Once this animation was made, it would undeniably overturn the current conventions of Chinese animation. The thing was, Chinese animation at this point was still stuck in the same tired, formulaic frameworks of the past. But the power system within this world of arts practitioners was an entirely new type of combat framework. Meanwhile, I was still eating heartily. I had been so caught up in conversation earlier that I had barely gotten a few bites in. I had full confidence in the outcast. At that moment, my phone sitting on the table suddenly rang. I looked up and glanced at the people still engrossed in reading the script, picked up the phone, and stepped out of the private room. The call was from Lin Gudong. We had exchanged numbers when we crossed paths at Huayin, though I wasn't sure what the old gentleman was looking for me about this time. I stepped outside the door and answered the call, greeting him right away. "Good afternoon, Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, how are you?" "Ha ha ha." "Good afternoon, Xiao Zhang. You've been quite the storm lately. Even here at Huayin, I hear news about you every single day," I said casually. It was nothing special. "Not at all, Elder Lin, you're joking. I've been at home taking care of the little one, perfectly ordinary. The one time I went out, I just sang a song." I said it honestly. I genuinely had only gone out to sing one song. Every other moment I was home with the baby. "Son, you call that just singing a song?" "All right, I won't spar with you. Here's the thing. As you know, Huayin is a division under the broader Huayang system. The TV station is launching a program, an inspirational program. The theme is encouraging today's young people not to give up, to keep going, to pursue their dreams with courage." Lin Gudong paused on the phone at this point. I immediately caught the hint in the old gentleman's words, and quickly replied, "Mr. Lin, this program, It still needs a song, doesn't it? You've come to me looking for one. Ha ha ha, you really are sharp. That's right. The songs our department's composers have come up with haven't been satisfying to the TV station, so naturally I thought of you. Lin Gudong let out a warm laugh and explained how things had come about. I originally wanted to come straight to you, but you were busy going off to perform as a guest, and it didn't feel right to approach you while you were there for your wife. Now the TV station is pressing hard again, so I had no choice but to come ask, how does it sound? Do you think you can handle a theme song for a program like this? Hearing the old gentleman's words, my mind was already working quickly. Inspirational, brave, persevering, pursuing your dreams, never giving up. The moment those keywords came to me, I felt like I had heard a particular song somewhere before. A song I could even hum on the spot right now, and it surfaced in my mind. Wasn't this exactly the song I had listened to every single day in school? Back in my original world, chasing dreams with a young heart. Chasing dreams with a young heart. The meaning it carried was exactly effort and tenacity. Pressing forward without retreat, chasing your dreams. In my original world, it was an enormously popular song. It had won all kinds of awards on the strength of that track alone. It had also become the inspirational anthem that young people passed along to each other. Mr. Lin, I have some inspiration. It should be doable. Wonderful. That's what I expected from you. Xiao Jing, how about this? Are you free tomorrow? Can you make a trip to the capital? I'll be waiting for you at Huayang TV in the capital. If the song works, Huayang will certainly make it worth your while. Old Lin Gudong asked directly. Since I had said I had inspiration, he was confident my song would be strong. After all, working at Huayin, he knew the quality of the songs I had been creating lately. Hearing that I was being asked to go to Huayang headquarters in the capital, my eyes lit up for a moment, but then I hesitated. I still needed to look after Lily. Lily was in school now. Every day, I only had the window of time when Lily was at school to myself, but the old gentleman had come to me personally, and it was for writing a song for the national broadcaster. It wasn't easy to turn something like this down. I thought about it for a moment, and could only say, Mr. Lin, I really can't make it to the capital. I'm at home taking care of the baby right now. The child can't be left alone. How about this? Would this work? I'll write out the sheet music and lyrics tonight and send them to you, then record a quick demo and send that over too. You can give it a listen and see if it works. That works. All right then. The child comes first. I'll wait for your message tonight. After agreeing with old Mr. Lin Gudong, the call ended. I scratched my head. Well, the animation on this end wasn't settled yet, and now I had to put together a whole song on top of it. Sure enough, the full-time stay-at-home dad life I had been dreaming of was getting further and further away, but there was nothing to be done about it. Life was like this, one thing leading into the next, cause and effect all connected. From the very first step I had taken going to the city, this outcome had already been written. I put my phone away, cleared my head of these scattered thoughts, and walked back into the private room. Back inside, I immediately noticed that everyone had a completely different energy about them. They had finished reading the script. Right now their eyes were practically glowing. They looked up at me as I pushed the door open and walked back in. Fu Hongwei, the oldest among them, spoke first. James, this animation of yours is absolutely incredible. In all my years in this industry, this is the first Chinese animated script I've seen this brilliant. I have a feeling, the moment this show goes live, it's going to absolutely blow up the animation world. The other four nodded their heads rapidly. They completely agreed with what Brother Hongwei had said. All the praise made me rub my nose, feeling a little embarrassed. This was entirely the work of the original creators from my old world. It had nothing to do with me. When I was writing the script for The Outcast, I had done research into the animation of this world, especially Chinese animation, which was still at the level of old, outdated animation production. Even the few newer Chinese animated series that had appeared in recent years had content that leaned heavily toward Japanese anime and style. When I was writing this script, I had deliberately combined the original shorter first and second seasons into one, creating a new first season, The Outcast. What made it different from this world's Chinese animation was its setting, which was grounded in the history and development of China, incorporating elements from various traditional Chinese schools and sects. Take that line from the original that was the most famous, when the prince pays his respects to the Grand Master. Just that one simple line conveyed China's traditional greeting customs on sacred ground, and the demeanor of two distinct sects. So the fact that the script won everyone over didn't surprise me at all. If it hadn't, that would have been the real surprise. As long as everyone liked it. This could also be considered my contribution to Chinese animation. I settled back into my seat and said with a smile. Chen Feng, seeing that everyone was thoroughly satisfied, stood up and pulled me to my feet, insisting I say a few words of encouragement, that I had gained everyone's approval. As my good brother and the company's head director, he was naturally very happy about it. Watching Chen Feng looking so proud and gratified, I had no choice but to stand up again and give it some genuine thought. Then I glanced over at Chen Feng, a small smile pulling at the corner of my mouth. All right then, I'll say something, hehehe. Most of you probably don't know this, but your boss Chen Feng has walked a road full of hardship to get here. Shut your mouth. Seeing that I was about to expose the truth about himself, Chen Feng immediately yelled in panic, and rushed over to clamp a hand over my mouth. I said, say something encouraging. Why is this guy going there? The others around the table instantly became even more interested. They still didn't know what their boss, Chen Feng, had actually been through. By the look of things, there was definitely a story here. I blinked at Chen Feng with the most innocent expression imaginable. The implication was obvious. You were the one who told me to speak. I genuinely believed that nothing would be more genuinely encouraging for everyone at that table. Unfortunately, I never got to say it in the end. Chen Feng was on tight guard, watching me with hawk-like eyes. After the big meal, everyone headed back to the company, brimming with energy and determination. Chen Feng had to go to the broadcasting authority to handle the scripts, review and approval process, and a series of related matters. I had been planning to just step back and let him handle it, but Chen Feng pulled me aside. He wanted me to go with him to the Communications University in a few days, to recruit voice actors and other positions. Since the script for The Outcast had been entirely created by me, no one understood the characters' voices and their defining qualities better than I did. I thought it over briefly and agreed. It was true. No one who had actually seen this animation understood its characters better than I did. At 3 p.m, I got home and half lay on the sofa, eyes closed, carefully going over in my memory the melody of Chasing Dreams with a Young Heart, the instruments used in the arrangement, and that raw, screaming quality unique to rock music. Since this was needed by Hua Yang, I had to make the music as good as it could possibly be. Not a single flaw. Old Mr. Lin had recommended me. I couldn't go and embarrass the old gentleman. I thought it through for a long time, before I finally picked up a pen, and slowly wrote out the lyrics and sheet music for the song. I wrote it carefully, noting down in detail even what instruments should be used at each point. It wasn't until past 4 p.m. that I put down my pen, gathered the finished composition, and headed out the door to pick up the little one from school. I arrived at the entrance of Zhonghua Kindergarten and hadn't waited long, when little Lily's figure appeared among the stream of children coming out. But her state today was clearly off. On any other day, she came out bouncing and skipping at the end of school. But today, she was walking out with her lips pressed together, looking like she was trying her best not to cry. It made my heart ache the moment I saw it. I hurried forward and scooped little Lily right up into my arms. Aya, what happened to my little princess? Did someone pick on you? Now that she was safe in Daddy's arms, Lily looked even more aggrieved than before. Tears were already spilling out from the corners of her eyes. Woo, Daddy, Feng Xiaoxiao said, I got fat again. He said, I'm about to turn into a little pig. So it was being made fun of by a classmate, Feng Xiaoxiao, that seemed to be the chubby little kid, who had said his dad could eat poop back then. Though, wasn't he the actually fat one? I bounced Lily gently in my arms and thought for a moment. She did seem to have put on quite a bit of weight. That was thanks to Mia's babysitting before. And on top of that, during this stretch, the little one had developed a love of snacking. She really had gained a noticeable amount of weight. Even her little face had become rounder and chubbier. So did you say anything back? Feng Xiaoxiao is even fatter than you. I walked toward the car, while coaxing the little one in my arms. At that, Lily's little pout grew even more pronounced. I said that, but he said, I'm about to be just like him. I don't want to be like him. Okay. You won't be like him. So Lily needs to listen to Daddy. Eat a little less snacks every day, all right? We're not going to follow Auntie Mia's example. She's just a little chub herself. If Mia were here right now, she would definitely jump up and give me a punch for that. She just has baby fat. That's not being fat. Lily nodded her little head solemnly, and inside she was very seriously adding Auntie Mia and potato chips to her personal blacklist. Seeing the little one like this, I smiled quietly to myself. Sure enough, no matter how old a woman is, she will never allow anyone to call her fat. Even 3-year-old Lily was no exception. I had seen a post once. That said, the fastest way to make a woman angry was to tell her to her face that she was fat. I hadn't believed it back then. I believed it now. After we got home, even at dinner, Lily ate a little less than usual. I kept her company and watched cartoons with her for a while, and only then managed to coax the little one off to sleep. Once the little one had fallen asleep, I carefully climbed out of bed and made my way to the living room. I went over the composition one more careful time, and after confirming there wasn't a single issue, sent it to old Mr. Lin Gudong. The old gentleman had clearly been waiting for my message all along. Not long after I sent it, a call came through. Xiaojiang, you're truly something else. These lyrics, this melody, I can say this with certainty. This song is guaranteed to be selected. Old Mr. Lin's excited voice came through the earpiece. I moved the phone a little further from my ear. That's great. That's wonderful. As long as Elder Lin feels it works, that's all that matters. More than works. Xiaojiang, this is your one flaw. You're too modest. Compared to your song, the ones from before were honestly hard to say anything good about. You really are a musical genius. Hearing the old gentleman say that, I wasn't quite sure how to respond. I could only laugh awkwardly a couple of times. Musical genius? I'm just an ordinary transporter of things across time and space. The best rock song of that year. Its worth goes without saying for those who know. I silently paid my respects to the original artist in my heart. Old Mr. Lin's voice continued through the earpiece. Xiaojiang, don't worry. Once this song is selected, the compensation will definitely be fair. You're chasing dreams with a young heart. What a heart it has. I truly love it. Then I'll thank you in advance, Elder Lin. I thought to myself, another tidy sum coming in, and from the national broadcaster no less. Very nice. Xiaojiang, it's us who should be thanking you. You're great in every way, except for being too modest. A person with your talent shouldn't be this modest. You need to let yourself open up more. Lin Gudong's words came through the phone again. This time I listened to them seriously. Back in my original world, I had been a nobody songwriter. Now that I was here, my mindset hadn't fully shifted yet, so I had been carrying myself with constant humility. But the old gentleman's words were like a wake-up call. In the eyes of everyone in this world, I was a genius. The kind of genius who had the entire entertainment industry gasping for air. Did a genius like that need to be this modest? No. Though being arrogant and dismissive wasn't right either. Excessive modesty was also wrong. Lin Gudong's words had woken me from a dream. I came back to myself, holding the phone, and said a sincere, heartfelt thank you to Lin Gudong. That single thank you caught Lin Gudong off guard. It took him a moment to understand. This young man had come to understand just how great his own talent was. Good. Good, as long as you can see it clearly. This is a specially produced promotional program for Huayang. Once there's news tomorrow, I'll let you know. The contracts and everything else. I'll send them to you by email to sign. Understood, I agreed. Lin Gudong was also ready to rest for the night. The two of them ended the call. Going by what old Mr. Lin had said, the matter of chasing dreams with a young heart was basically set in stone. I sat on the sofa without heading straight to bed. I tapped my fingers lightly on the sheet music lying on the coffee table, and quietly thought through a few things. The night passed without further incident. The next day, news came from the old gentleman's side. Huayang had confirmed they wanted the song. The contract had also been sent over. Song licensing usage fee, 400,000. And after the program aired, the song would be uploaded to all major music platforms under Huayang. But the song would not be behind a paywall. Anyone would be able to listen to it in full. Only the streaming revenue would go entirely to me. Of course, all these payments would only be processed after Huayang's program aired. And Huayang had scheduled this program to broadcast at the end of the month, which was actually very fast. Less than a little over a week away. That was only possible because Huayang had already prepared much of the program's other material in advance. Now that there was a song, all that remained was selecting a performer and matching it with the footage. I signed the contract without hesitation. Not to mention that Huayang's offered price was already very fair. Just having my name attached to a Huayang program was itself something to be proud of. On Chunfeng's side, the script for Shii Animation had also successfully passed the broadcaster's review. During this period, I was so busy I was practically running everywhere. The company had just found its footing. Everything was coming to life. I was tired but happy. My own life was moving along steadily. But the entertainment world at this moment was churning with turbulence. The pressure Serena was creating was growing more intense by the day. Now, on any given day's trending charts, 8 or 9 out of 10 topics were about Serena, the imminent release of her new album. The other 2 or so remaining, one of them was still the earlier incident from the second round of the new song finale, the vote manipulation scandal. No traffic, no momentum. Without anyone realizing it, a shadow had settled over everyone's head. The grumbling within the industry was growing louder and louder. The first to take the hit was Tianmei Entertainment. They had extended an olive branch to me before, but to this day had received no response. Inside Tianmei Entertainment's headquarters, a senior leadership meeting was called once again. Lu Gao sat with a dark expression, looking at the board members gathered around him. He now had a thorough understanding of everything that had happened during this stretch, the full picture from start to finish. One person, completely stirring a stagnant pond back to life. I honestly don't know whether to call you all useless, or call him too capable. When Serena was just starting to show signs of catching fire, where were you? Back then, with just a little effort to control the numbers, would Serena be where she is today? Watching the chairman's fury, the management seated below fell into a dead, chastened silence. A board member seated to Lu Gao's left gave a strained laugh, and was the first to speak. Chairman, you can't really blame everyone for this. After all, no one expected him to rise this fast. It happened too quickly for anyone to react. Right now, the most pressing thing is to think about how to handle what comes next. Who knew? Hearing those words, Lu Gao's anger flared even hotter. He slammed a fist on the table. Couldn't react. The very first song James Rivers wrote for Serena took over every trending topic. And you're standing here telling me you couldn't react? That first song, The Wind Rises, number. Did any of you actually go listen to it? A song like that appearing in today's entertainment world. And before that song, there was Just Be Ordinary. Are your ears broken? A song worthy of being handpicked by Hua Yang and the person who wrote it. You didn't go and reach out early. You didn't move to suppress him early. And now you stand here telling me you couldn't react? Lu Gao's anger grew with every word. He genuinely felt he was managing a room full of deadweight. Calm down, calm down. Wasn't he being protected by Yinghai Entertainment before? We couldn't exactly act unilaterally. Now that things have already happened, let's focus on thinking about countermeasures. The artists below are already very frustrated. We can't afford to delay any further. It was the same board member again. He wiped the nervous sweat from his forehead and kept trying to steady the ship. He didn't want to be the one speaking right now either, but he was second only to Lu Gao in shares, and had the closest relationship with him. Lu Gao's intent had only been to dress them down first. Now that the dressing down was done, it was time to move on to the actual business of the meeting. Blacklist them. He issued the directive, and notice, to every company operating under our name. Prohibit any business dealings with Yinghai Entertainment. They struck first at this piece of the pie. Don't blame us for bringing down the hard blade. Also notify all the media we work with, including advertisers and partner enterprises, that anyone in a cooperative relationship with Serena, we will terminate our contract with them. Once the current agreement period ends, get this decision implemented as quickly as possible. Additionally, contact Shengxi Entertainment. Let them know about this. Tianxin, John, that country bumpkin will understand what I mean. After Lu Gao finished speaking, a board member beside him immediately opened his mouth with a look of concern. Chairman Lu. 2. Isn't this a bit of an overreaction? This is essentially declaring war on Yinghai Entertainment. Our losses will be significant. Hearing that, Lu Gao waved his hand with an expression of complete confidence. David Yang isn't stupid either. Our losses are big. His losses are bigger. He'll understand what we mean. He won't sacrifice Serena for it. Once those words landed, that board member fell into thought for a moment and ultimately nodded. Not long after, news that shook the entire entertainment world reached the ears of every major company. Tianmei Entertainment had decided to blacklist Serena. Blacklisting. Serena. Every mid-sized and small entertainment company was stunned. TMA Entertainment was making a very big move. If they were blacklisting some nobody artist, with no backing and no traffic, everyone could understand that. After all, that was something they had all done before. But to blacklist without any reason a currently popular artist with no record of misconduct, that was a very easy way to blow up in your face. Right now, only the big three companies had the nerve to do something like this. And even among the big three, something like this was extremely rare. The last time it had happened was a while back. Also, TMA Entertainment. A famous director had tried to coerce a celebrity into an improper arrangement, and the celebrity had posted about it on Weibo, and publicly clapped back. After that, the celebrity had faded from the entertainment world, completely blacklisted. But this situation was different. That celebrity from last time had been under TMA Entertainment themselves, and she had no particularly powerful backing behind her either. But Serena, she was an artist under another giant, Yinghai Entertainment, and not just that. Behind her stood a monster of a husband, producing a godlike song practically every few days. Someone who had the entire entertainment industry outclassed. TMA Entertainment had really lost their minds. Every small and mid-sized entertainment company exchanged stunned glances. They found it hard to believe. And yet part of them hoped it was true. After all, if Serena was actually successfully blacklisted, their own slice of the pie would certainly grow. In that moment, these smaller companies didn't make any immediate moves. Instead, they all chose to sit back and watch. Their companies were small. They couldn't withstand the damage of a major storm. Right now they were watching what kind of response Yinghai Entertainment would give, watching what move Shengxi Entertainment would make, watching which way the money players would choose, watching which side the media would land on. For a moment, the entire entertainment world was churning with undercurrents. On the surface, it looked calm. But underneath, everything had already been turned upside down. Inside Shengxi Entertainment, Tian Xinxi called another meeting. This was already the second meeting that the major entertainment companies had convened because of one person. The boardroom erupted into heated debate. Practically everyone had their own view. Some felt this was a situation easy to blow up in your face, and Shengxi Entertainment should not get involved. Others felt that Serena's existence was also cutting into their company's interests, and they should back Tianmei. Tian Xinxi simply squinted his small eyes, paying none of them any attention. It wasn't until after a long while that everyone realized the chairman hadn't said a word, and finally quieted down. In the boardroom, Tian Xinxi adjusted the gold-rimmed round glasses on his nose, and said casually, "All right, we're done arguing. Wasn't the arguing quite lively just now?" Everyone gave a somewhat awkward laugh. Don't let this old man's usual easygoing manner fool you. He was a genuine self-made man who had started from running a mining district and built it into the entertainment giant it was today. A man like that was never as mild-mannered as he appeared on the surface. As everyone knows, in the entertainment world, we three giants are the benchmark. We are also bound together by shared interests. That's been understood by everyone for years. Even though music is not our primary development focus, that doesn't mean we can tolerate a potential threat like this existing. However, we also can't hand that old fox Lu Gao a free advantage. Didn't they send people to contact us? Here's the thing. Aren't we currently competing with Tianmei over a new film and television project? Make them give it up. Then this side of things won't need their involvement. Tian Xinxi said all of this with the calm of someone completely in control. The eyes of everyone in the boardroom lit up. It was the same board member as before. He immediately chimed in with admiration. Brilliant, brilliant. This is why Chairman Tian is in a class of his own. Killing two birds with one stone, truly ingenious. So Chairman Tian had planned all of this. Even back during the new Son voting. That's why he sent King Lu in to compete. Chairman Tian's foresight is truly something else. Tian Xinxi chuckled to himself. The more he looked at this board member named Ma Liang, the more he liked what he saw. Over at Yinghai Entertainment, a meeting was also underway. The boardroom there was equally in an uproar. In particular, Angela and Victor Zhang were having a rare, heated, red-faced argument. The two of them had witnessed firsthand my journey from nothing to where I stood today, one step at a time. Only they truly understood how formidable I was. David Yang, meanwhile, sat with a calm expression, arms folded. They got nothing. Angela, seeing her father like this, was growing increasingly frustrated. Even though she was David Yang's daughter, the company recognized no family in professional settings. In a public company setting, she was simply a vice director. Chairman Yang, could you say something? What have you decided? Give us a straight answer. No one else would dare question David Yang like this. Only Angela had the nerve. She sat there stone-faced, demanding an answer from her own father in frustration. The contract stipulates 2 years of top-tier resources and top-tier freedom. If we breach the contract, I'll take her away. We won't suffer any losses. So shelve Serena. Give the order. Pull back all resources. Meeting adjourned. David Yang said all of this in the same calm voice as always. Angela stood up immediately in protest. She felt her father was becoming more and more timid. The other side was a giant company. But so were they. Did they really need to be afraid of their threats? Of course, there were also people in the boardroom who were pleased. The artists under their other departments weren't getting their share either. They had plenty of grievances of their own. Hearing David Yang's words, the rest of the senior staff dispersed. Angela stayed behind in the boardroom. Dad! I need you to give me an answer. Facing David Yang, Angela held her ground without flinching, glaring at him. David Yang suddenly let out a small laugh, an unreadable expression on his face. He looked at his daughter who was still fuming, quickly stood up, walked over to her, and said soothingly, Shaolin, sit down first. Let Dad explain slowly, all right? Angela, who was so composed and cool in front of outsiders, in front of her own father, was at that moment like a child full of pent-up grievances. Lips pressed into a pout, she sat down and turned her face away, refusing to look at him. David Yang gave a quiet, wry smile. Only fathers of daughters know. No matter how formidable you are on the outside, in front of your daughter you're always wrapped around her finger. Shaolin, haven't you ever wondered why James Rivers chose to bring Serena to our Yinghai and sign that kind of contract back then? Top-tier resources, top-tier freedom, I won't even get into those. The specific clause that matters is this. For 2 years we have to deliver on all of it. If we don't, he can take Serena away at any time, without paying a single yuan in penalties. I have to say, James Rivers is the smartest young man I have ever met. He also gave us a choice. If we honor the contract throughout those 2 years, everyone benefits. If we don't, it looks like each side walks away with no loss. But in reality, they would have gained invaluable time and a head start in early development. David Yang finished saying all of this, and his mind couldn't help but drift back to that day when I had sat in this boardroom, that composed, unassuming confidence. Looking back now, I had mapped out my exit long in advance. Angela sat there for a long moment after hearing this, then stared wide-eyed at David Yang, complete disbelief written across her face. Dad, you're saying James Rivers already prepared a fallback for himself? Seeing his daughter still struggling to believe it, David Yang could only nod. He placed both hands on Angela's shoulders and spoke with quiet earnestness. I don't want to let Serena go either, but going head-to-head with Tianmei Entertainment will only leave both sides damaged. And outside, there's still Shengxi Entertainment watching, not to mention all the big and small companies, with their eyes on this. The company's interests come above everything else. We have no choice but to let her go. And, after we let her go, do you really think James Rivers will have no way forward? The two of them right now are not the unknown, invisible existence they were before. If back then they had chosen to start their own entertainment company and develop independently, the best possible outcome would have been James Rivers keeping a low profile with Serena, quietly growing in the shadows, all while carefully avoiding the gaze of every major entertainment company. It would be nothing like what they have now, riding the shelter of our backing. Yinghai doesn't owe them anything. We gave them the platform to establish Serena's name. David Yang finished in one breath, and looked at Angela, who was still in a daze. He quietly sighed inside. If his daughter also had someone like him standing behind her, he wouldn't have needed to explain this much today. Serena, truly a fortunate woman. No matter how turbulent things were inside the entertainment world right now, what the public saw was still a picture of calm. Netizens were happily speculating about what the new song on Serena's album would be, and what programs Serena would appear on after the album dropped. This string of topics seemed like something they could never get enough of. The audience's appetite was never satisfied, even though right now they were still listening to the earlier songs in unmastered audio quality. They were already looking forward to new music from me. At this moment, Serena had just finished recording the last song on the album and was sitting in her private rest area. Mia was hunched over the table, going through Serena's upcoming schedule. These past few days had completely worn them out. From morning to night, it was nothing but recording and running promotions. The schedule was packed with back-to-back activities going forward. Serena rolled her shoulder, took out her phone and opened WeChat. The chat history with me was still frozen at last night's conversation. Looking at the messages on WeChat, Serena couldn't help but smile quietly. Lily seemed to have kicked off her blanket last night. She didn't know what time I had fallen asleep. Thinking about it, another flush of warmth rose on Serena's face. Lily took after her. Neither of them slept properly. At that moment, the restroom door was suddenly pushed open. Serena and Mia looked up at the same time. It was Ms. Claire coming back. But Ms. Claire's expression looked very off. Ms. Claire, did something happen? Serena set down her phone and looked up to ask. Serena, something has happened. The company has already canceled all of your upcoming schedule. And going forward, they won't be providing any resources. I just received word. It seems someone outside has moved to blacklist you. Blacklisted? Why? Mia heard those words and immediately jumped to her feet, eyes going wide. What gives them the right to blacklist Serena? This makes no sense. Serena hasn't done anything. Serena's brow also furrowed. She had no idea what had happened either. Ms. Claire took a deep breath and pressed down the anger rising inside her. She had just gotten into an argument with some of the company's management, especially that agent of Lena's. That gloating expression on his face was truly infuriating. It's probably because Serena is too hot right now and has cut into other people's share of the pie. Something like this. Outside of the big three companies, no one would dare pull this. Either Tianmei has applied pressure, or Shengxi, or possibly both moved together. Miss Claire had been a manager for so many years. She had a sharp read on the entertainment world's dynamics. She had been afraid all along that Serena would attract this kind of trouble. She just hadn't expected it to actually happen, and not as a gradual suppression, but as an outright blacklisting. So, what do we do now? Is the company going to shelve Serena? Mia was anxious, looking at Serena with a face full of worry. Ms. Claire also looked toward Serena. Serena, contact James Rivers. Right now, only he has a way out of this. I've looked at the contract. If Yinghai breaches it, we can walk at any time. Right, contact James Rivers. Call your man and tell him you're being pushed around. The moment Mia heard my name, her eyes lit right up. That's right! Don't we still have that monster? They don't scare us. Serena hesitated only briefly, then nodded. She knew now was not the time to be holding back. Besides, she and I were already completely different from before. Last time something had happened and she hadn't told me. That was because she still had reservations in her heart. But now, she didn't have those reservations anymore. It was Saturday. I was out at the mall with Lily, browsing around, buying her new clothes. As a stay-at-home dad, dressing your daughter up beautifully was a sacred duty. The sales assistant was in the fitting room, helping little Lily try on new outfits. I was sitting alone on the sofa outside waiting. My phone rang. I picked it up and looked at the caller ID. My mouth curved up without thinking. Hey, how do you have time to call me at noon today? James, dummy, I've been blacklisted. Just one simple sentence made the curve at the corner of my mouth drop completely. My expression turned serious. Quite a bold move by someone. What did Yinghai say? My whole upcoming schedule has been canceled, and they've cut off resources too. Playing a pretty big game. I only needed a moment's thought to understand Yinghai Entertainment's position. When I had sent Serena to Yinghai, part of the plan had always been to use their backing as shelter. I hadn't expected the tree to prove unreliable this quickly. All right, I've got it. Wait for me. I'm heading over now. Serena let out a soft, but her tone had clearly shifted. The owner of that voice was noticeably happier now. I'll hang up then. Don't worry, I'll handle everything. The call ended. The sales assistant had just come out, carrying Lily in her new outfit, and walked over. Lily in her new clothes looked even more like a little princess from a fairy tale. The two small butterfly bows tied in her hair bounced back and forth with her smiling face. I took Lily from the sales assistant, gathered up the old clothes and paid, then carried the little one toward the exit. Willie, shall we go see Mommy? I smiled as I spoke and gave Lily's chubby little cheek a gentle pinch. Hearing the word Mommy, Lily's eyes immediately lit up. and curved into little crescent moons. Yes, Lily misses Mommy too. All right, then let's go right now, giggling Daddy. Is it Mommy who misses little Lily? She does, and this time, we're going to bring Mommy home. The big and small figures made their way toward the mall's parking lot. Their happy laughter echoed beneath the bright, open sky. At 3 in the afternoon, I arrived at Yinghai Entertainment's building, parked the car, and walked straight in carrying Lily. Along the way, quite a few people saw me carrying the child. Those who already knew what had happened had eyes that darted away, but couldn't help sneaking another glance at me as I stepped into the elevator. They knew Serena's biggest card had arrived. They were also curious. This man who had appeared out of nowhere and made a name for himself in the entertainment world. How would he handle this situation? I made my way to the 12th floor without a single obstacle. I pushed open the door to Serena's restroom. Serena, Ms. Claire, and Mia were sitting on the sofa, talking things through. All of their faces carried a shade of worry. After all, this was genuinely a thorny situation. Up until now, no one had ever managed to recover from being caught in the crossfire of a giant company. Hearing the door open, they looked up together to see who had come in, and a flicker of relief crossed every face. James Rivers had finally arrived. Hey there, ladies. Why the long faces? I greeted them with a smile, my manner completely relaxed. Just the sight of me like this made all 3 of them ease up slightly. Mommy, hugs. Daddy said he's taking you home today. Lily's face broke into the biggest smile. The moment the little one saw Mommy, she stretched out her arms, reaching to jump into her. Serena stood up and took little Lily from my arms. The instant she saw her daughter's smiling face, every last worry in her heart vanished completely, gone without a trace. She lovingly kissed the little one's cheek, then made a show of being dramatic. Oh my, who is this little chub? Is this still my Lily? The moment I heard Serena say that, I immediately knew trouble was coming. Sure enough, after Lily heard Mommy's words, her little lips instantly pressed into a pout. The happy smile from just a moment ago disappeared. She blinked her eyes with a grieved expression, staring at her own mother. Woo, Mommy has changed. She's not the good Mommy she used to be anymore. Everyone burst into laughter. At the little one's lightning-fast change of expression, Mia bounced over, wanting to tease her too, but Lily disdainfully turned her face away. She remembered what Daddy had said. It was this chubby auntie who kept feeding her snacks. That had made her gain weight. I laughed along a couple of times. This feeling of the whole family being together truly made me feel at ease. I stepped forward and took Serena's hand, eyes warm and smiling. Wife, wait for me a moment. Since we're leaving, I at least have to go say something to someone. Once I've taken care of that, I'll take you home. We'll go grow quietly on our own. Serena, whose hand had just been taken, flushed slightly. Her heart felt a sweet warmth. She just gave a soft, no matter what I was going to do. She trusted every one of my decisions completely. After saying that, I looked up at Ms. Claire and Mia and gave them a nod. Ms. Claire and Mia felt the worry in their hearts ease away in the face of my easy, confident manner. Both of them smiled. I made my way back to Angela's office. A quiet sense of feeling swept through me. The scene from the last time I had come here was still faintly vivid. I hadn't expected that the next time I returned would be the moment we parted ways. Without dwelling on it, I knocked on the door. Angela's familiar voice sounded from inside. I pushed the door open and walked in. Deputy Director Yang, long time no see. She was busy with work. Angela heard that voice and couldn't help but stiffen slightly. She looked up and saw my warm, easy smile. Like that day she had picked me up at the station. A man of rare grace and refinement, the kind you rarely find in this world. What a shame that fate had never stood on her side. Meeting the wrong person at the wrong time. All she could do was let it go with a smile. Angela smiled, lifted her gaze, and looked directly at the man now seated in the chair before her. I figured you'd come straight over. I just didn't expect it to be this fast. Long time no see, Mr. Jiang. I scratched my cheek with a helpless expression. When the wife has a problem, this husband has to get moving, doesn't he? Let's get to the point. You should already know why I'm here. Since you breached the contract, I have no choice but to take Serena with me. Your HR department, you're the only one I could find. Apologies for the trouble. The contract paperwork, I'll leave it to you. Angela set the files on the desk aside and nodded. It's fine. I was the one who brought you into the company. It's only right that I handle the departure. But my father would like to meet with you. Would that be all right? Of course, Chairman Yang wanting to meet with me is a good thing. Let's go now. We still need to pack up and head home this afternoon. I agreed without a moment's hesitation. My impression of Yinghai Entertainment had always been good. The decision Yinghai had made, I could understand it. After all, a company couldn't be expected to go up against another company for the sake of one artist. All right, let's go now. Angela didn't delay either. She stood up right away and headed toward the door. I rose and fell in behind her. The two of them walked side by side down the corridor, not exchanging much, this meeting. We seemed even more distant with each other than when we had first met. We made our way to the chairman's office. David Yang seemed to have been expecting us. He showed no surprise at seeing me, and instead poured a cup of tea and set it in front of me. Old Jiang, you're here. Come, have some tea. I sat down naturally, took a light sip of the tea, and smiled. Chairman Yang, you're too kind. I should be the one thanking you all for looking after my wife during this time. Truly, thank you. David Yang smiled as well. He looked at me, the same as that first day, and said with feeling, I'll accept that thank you. I didn't expect it would be such a short time before we'd be going our separate ways. Strats! It's also that we weren't capable of holding on to Serena. But your goal should have been achieved, hasn't it? I met David Yang's eyes. Both of us were like a pair of old foxes, smiles in our eyes. Chairman Yang, you're misreading me. Back then, I genuinely, sincerely wanted Serena to join your company. There were no other intentions. I said it honestly. And it was the truth. Back then, I had genuinely wanted Serena to have a big tree to rest under. I had just underestimated the depth of what I had brought from my original world. That depth from my original world made me appear extraordinarily talented in other people's eyes, and equally threatening. It wasn't until that phone call with old Mr. Lin that I had a sudden moment of clarity. From that point on, I had been thinking, if even Yinghai Entertainment as a big tree couldn't shelter what I had brought from my original world, then what then? Fortunately, I had already thought of a plan. It still came back to what the old gentleman had said. A person with talent shouldn't be this modest. David Yang heard my words and only smiled. Whether or not he believed it, he slid Serena's contract across the desk and continued. The contract is here. From this moment on, Serena has no further ties to our company. The copyrights to those songs also remain entirely in Serena's hands. All I can say is that our Yinghai Entertainment this time worked for you entirely for free. The only thing we got out of Huayin was a good name. You've come out of this very well, young man. David Yang slid the contract back to me, shaking his head with a look of helpless resignation. Seeing David Yang's manner, I thought for a moment, and immediately held out one hand. 5 songs. I'll write 5 songs for Yinghai Entertainment, free of charge. Whenever Chairman Yang has someone in mind, just contact me. Consider it a thank you to Yinghai Entertainment. Sincerity given will always be met with sincerity in return. Yinghai Entertainment had provided Serena with resources, and all the way until now, had never once asked me for a single song. That was their sincerity and their goodwill. 5 songs in return was precisely to express my gratitude for Yinghai Entertainment's care of Serena during this time, and also my own gesture of goodwill toward Yinghai. 5 songs. David Yang thought it over. It was roughly in line with what he had expected. After all, I had only written a handful of songs in total. They had merely provided Serena a platform. Receiving 5 songs in return was already more than fair. Good, Xiaozhang, you said it yourself. Then, when the time comes, I won't stand on ceremony. David Yang laughed and stood up, shaking my hand. Angela stood to one side, watching these 2 foxes, big and small, play their game, and felt she really was still too green. It was only now that she understood. So that was how negotiations could go. Neither of them had spelled anything out directly, and yet both had understood exactly what the other meant. After chatting with David Yang a little while longer, I stood up. The purpose of this visit had been accomplished. There was no need to stay any longer. Back in Serena's private restroom, the others had already packed up their things. They knew that since I had said I was taking Serena home, I had certainly already made plans for what came next. Only before leaving, the 3 of them lingered with a trace of reluctance, taking one last look at the luxurious restroom before them. When they had first arrived here, they had loved this place right away. They hadn't expected that they would barely have spent any time in this restroom before having to leave. I saw the slight reluctance on their faces and scratched my head. I didn't say much. Rather than painting a grand picture now, It was better to show them through actions later. I was also confident in myself. I would absolutely give them all a better restroom one day. We left Yinghai Entertainment and went to the artist apartments. Between the three of them, bags large and small, stuffed both cars to the brim. After completing the handover of everything with Angela, we got in the cars and drove toward home. This trip to the city, for the three of them, it felt like a dream. The scene of arriving here with such determination last time felt like it had only been yesterday. None of them had expected that in the blink of an eye, it was time to go back. Mia watched the scenery rushing past outside the car window, feeling a sense of quiet melancholy. She turned back and looked at Ms. Claire, who was driving. Ms. Claire, saying, "And Mary, what do you think James Rivers is going to do next?" Ms. Claire shook her head, but a small smile appeared on her face. "I don't know, but I believe he'll have a way. Just like when he came to the hospital to find me. In him, I can see a kind of confidence that other people simply don't have." Mia nodded, half understanding, and went back to looking out the window. She had noticed too, without knowing when it had happened, the man she had once disliked had become the anchor everyone else leaned on. By the time they all arrived back home, the sky had already grown dark. Mia would be staying over at Ms. Claire's place that night. They made plans to come to my house for noodle soup together tomorrow, then parted ways. Still back home, Lily, reunited with her mother, was clearly still full of energy. It was already past 7 in the evening, and the little one still had not a shred of sleepiness. She was burrowed in Serena's arms and refused to come out. You had to understand. Ever since she started kindergarten, she had developed a good daily routine. Usually at this hour I would be telling her bedtime fairy tales to coax her to sleep. But tomorrow was Sunday, so I didn't push too hard. The family of 3 had a simple dinner together. After eating, at the little one's insistent demand, Serena and I had no choice but to sit with Lily and curl up together on the cloud sofa to watch cartoons. Serena and Lily once again nestled into my arms, one on each side. In that moment I felt completely like the head of a family, and it made me smile so wide my face hurt. Sure enough, nothing felt better than the whole family being together. On ordinary days with only little Lily beside me, I always felt like something was missing from life. Under the warm, gentle light, in the spacious living room, little Lily's happy laughter rang out from time to time, accompanied by the sound effects from the cartoon playing on the TV, filling every corner. The warmth and happiness in this small home grew thicker by the moment. After 2 episodes of cartoons, little Lily, still not done with her animation fix, was dragged off by Serena to wash up. I laughed softly and stretched, then turned off the TV. Once Serena and Lily had finished washing up and gone back to the bedroom, I took a shower too, and then climbed contentedly into bed to tell the big one and the small one their bedtime fairy tale. Little Lily fell asleep quickly in the middle of the story. I carefully turned off the light, lay down, and got ready to sleep. But not long after, a line of warm softness crossed over little Lily and burrowed into my arms. Every trace of sleepiness I had left me instantly. I looked down and reached out, gently pinching Serena's rounded cheek. The texture was even better than before. In the darkness, I could hear Serena's slightly quickened breathing and her heartbeat. The next moment, I closed my eyes and found her lips in the dark and kissed her. Serena let out a soft murmur, her body stiffening only for an instant, before going soft. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Both of them lost themselves in the moment. After a long while, Serena propped both hands against my chest, breathing slightly uneven, but she still had her wits about her enough to push away my misbehaving hand, whispering, "Not now. We'll wake Lily up." I was struggling too. My throat had gone dry. I swallowed with difficulty, pressing down the restlessness inside me. "I know, I'm going to go shower." With that, I drew a deep breath, carefully rolled out of bed, and made a quick escape. I was afraid that if I stayed another moment I would lose control. Serena like this was truly too irresistible. What a difficult situation this was. It was clear that getting little Lily her own separate room had to be moved up the priority list. I took a serious cold shower, scrubbing every last thought out of my system. The weather at the end of September wasn't that hot anymore, especially at night. Right now all I felt was cold. Not a single other thought remained. I crawled back under the covers and pulled Serena into my arms. This time neither of them stirred. Outside the night was deep. Inside, the two held each other close. Slowly, they both drifted into a sound sleep. The next day, it It wasn't just Ms. Claire and Mia who came to my place. Chen Feng had also been called over. This was also Chen Feng's first proper meeting with everyone. Only the meeting turned out to be far less peaceful than I had imagined. Right now in the living room, Mia and Chen Feng were glaring at each other, eyeing each other with open hostility. Between them, an innocent little Lily was blinking her big eyes, not understanding at all why this uncle and auntie were about to fight. I was here first. Lily should be with me. Mia, though smaller than Chen Feng in both size and stature, had absolutely no shortage of attitude. She was gripping one of Lily's little hands and glaring daggers at Chen Feng. What does arriving first have to do with anything? Lily obviously likes my gift more. Look, she's still holding the toy I brought her. So what? Chen Feng looked down on Mia with clear condescension, wearing a smug expression. That made Mia want to jump up and punch him. All right, I didn't invite you all over to argue. And Lily doesn't belong to either of you. She's mine. I rubbed my temple helplessly and scooped little Lily out from between the two of them into my arms. At that, both of them turned and glared at me for taking Lily away. This guy was genuinely infuriating. Ignoring both of their resentful expressions, I sat down on the sofa with Lily in my arms. Mia huffed and ran over to Serena's side, grabbed Serena's arm and started shaking it hard. The message was obvious. Get your husband under control. He's bullying people. Chen Feng was also clearly unhappy. He had only just arrived and barely gotten to hold the little one. Hadn't even warmed up yet when Mia showed up and started fighting him for her. And now, even I had jumped in. Old Zhang, you called me here just to mess with me, didn't you? Chen Feng said with a long, drawn-out whine. But I didn't pick up that thread. Instead, I straightened up and said, I called you here because I want to discuss something with you. Seeing me turn serious, everyone dropped the playfulness and listened attentively. Man, I want to start an entertainment company. The name, let's call it Shiyi Entertainment. If you're free lately, help me look around for a suitable location. The initial scale doesn't need to be too big. After all, we don't have many people right now. Everyone hearing my words felt a surge of quiet excitement. Ms. Claire and Mia especially. When they heard I was going to start an entertainment company, a wave of anticipation stirred inside them. This would be building a company that was truly their own. No more having to answer to other people's moods. Even though something like this felt like a far-off dream, hearing it come from my mouth always gave people a sense of warmth and possibility. Chen Feng, hearing it, wasn't particularly surprised. He had also learned about Serena's blacklisting before coming today. Me wanting to set up an entertainment company now made complete sense. Chen Feng only needed a brief moment's thought. Before his eyes lit up, he hurried forward, face full of excitement. Old Jiangnang, the commercial building our company is in right now, one of the floors, is actually about to be listed for rent. Nobody's taken it yet. I think that location would be great, and on top of that, we could move both companies into the same building. Shiyi Animation, Shiyi Entertainment. Two companies together would make things so much more convenient going forward. I furrowed my brow and thought it over for a moment. That multi-story commercial building in the center of the city, it really was a good spot, and it was convenient. For an early-stage company location, it would absolutely work. Once the company took off later, we could always find a new place. All right, man, go talk to them first. If it works out, we'll go sign the contract officially in a week. Just a brief moment of thought and the decision was made. Why wait a whole week? Chen Feng asked with a puzzled look. If it was going to be delayed a week, he would also need to find a way to stall the lease date. I was slightly exasperated. What else would the reason be? I don't have that much money right now. And there are also some things that haven't happened yet. I need to wait a little longer. Right now isn't the optimal time. I need to let the bullet fly for a bit first. I smiled at their confused expressions, and nothing more was said. That was the end of the explanation. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, September was almost over. It had been a week since Serena's return to the city. The netizens online who had been eagerly waiting for Serena's upcoming new album were slowly starting to notice something was off. Without knowing when it had started, the latest news about Serena online had suddenly gone quiet. Abruptly and without warning, just gone. They didn't even know what had happened, and of course they wouldn't. It was all because those small and mid-sized entertainment companies, after sitting on the sidelines for a few days, and seeing that I hadn't made any moves, started to act. After all, this was one of the big three. Powerful capital could never be resisted by a single person. And with their concerns eased, the various companies began to move. And so the scene playing out online now had come about. The media stopped publishing any topics related to Serena. Other celebrities and influencers, freed from Serena's shadow, started making noise again. Even the entertainment gossip accounts slowly stopped posting anything related to Serena. All of this was the work of capital. Even netizens' own posts had their momentum suppressed by these forces. Time seemed to have had the pause button pressed. Every topic related to Serena appeared to have been frozen at exactly 1 week ago. Netizens who were gradually coming to their senses could only cluster together under Serena's Weibo and my Douyin to discuss what was happening, especially when they saw the latest trending topics. Full of chaos and noise, they found themselves missing Serena and me even more. And so, many netizens began flooding both of their Weibo pages and Douyin accounts, asking what had happened. Serena's most recent Weibo post was still the one announcing the album dropping on October 1st. At this point, the comment count under that post had surpassed 10 million. The view count had crossed 100 million. Still here, still alive. What's going on? Why did it suddenly go quiet? Come say something. This is making me feel awful. Another day with no new updates. Brothers, go help me boost my post. Seriously, my post already has that many likes and reposts. Why won't it trend? Exactly. Something definitely feels off. You don't need to feel it. It is off. This situation is giving me a vague memory of a certain artist from a while back. Are you talking about the one who got blacklisted? No way. As time went on, netizens grew increasingly uneasy, especially when they suddenly noticed that the Weibo tag under Serena's name, which had previously shown a Yinghai Entertainment label, was now gone. Has Serena actually been blacklisted? Or did she retire from the industry again? For a moment, all the netizens felt a wave of confusion. They had only just started listening to some truly good music, and now to go back to the garbage they used to hear was something they genuinely couldn't stomach. You ruined our ears, and now you just take it away like that. Netizens went from confusion to investigation, and then to outright anger. During this stretch, apart from Serena's Weibo and my Douyin, Yinghai Entertainment's comment sections were also flooded and wrecked by them. The furious netizens were like headless flies, banging everywhere. The frustration inside them was real. The album hasn't even dropped yet, and now the person is gone. At this moment in Tianmei Entertainment's building, Lu Gao's secretary was wiping cold sweat. As he reported the situation, he hadn't expected that Serena's disappearance would trigger this kind of reaction from netizens. Chairman, do we really not need to do anything? Online, it's pure outrage right now. The companies below us are finding it really hard too. The origin of this incident points to Tianmei Entertainment. If things blow up, everyone will point the finger at Tianmei. But Lu Gao's expression was perfectly calm. He waved his hand. Don't worry about it. Just a mob. Once they're done venting, they'll naturally disperse. Everyone has a life to get back to. Nobody is stupid enough to keep fixating on this. Lu Gao had barely finished speaking when the office door was suddenly pushed open. The head of the Human Resources and Operations Department came bursting in, covered in sweat. Before Lu Gao could even frown and say anything, he spoke first. Chairman, James Rivers, he posted on Weibo. Lu Gao's brow furrowed even deeper. His face showed pure impatience. He posted on Weibo, so he posted on Weibo. What are you making a scene about? Just keep suppressing his post's traffic. But nobody dares suppress it. The operations director's voice had taken on the edge of a sob. Even his hands were trembling slightly. He posted a song. It's called Counter-Strike. But that's not even the most important part. The most important thing is that Huayang reposted and liked it. Big news. James Rivers has finally posted on Weibo. At first, because the traffic had been suppressed, only a small portion of netizens knew about it. But now, the post had rocketed straight to the top of the trending charts. Why, you ask? Because the national broadcaster just reposted it. Eruption of joy. For everyone in that moment, it was like finding a beam of light in the darkness. Having been bottled up for so long, they eagerly tapped open the post. That had been reposted by the national broadcaster. Inside the Weibo post was a video and a long written statement. Hello everyone, long time no see. I'm updating Weibo today. because I want to explain to everyone what's been happening with Serena lately. As you can see, Serena has terminated her contract with Yinghai Entertainment. Of course, we in Yinghai parted on good terms. Everyone stay calm first. Talent attracts trouble. The entertainment world isn't easy to navigate. Someone didn't want things to go well for us. They issued a blacklisting order against Serena without any regard. I think you can all guess who without me saying it. Just know it wasn't Yinghai Entertainment. For now, we have no choice but to go out and build something of our own. Here, I want to say something to those people who think they can do whatever they want in this industry. This guy, you can't cover it. The new era of the entertainment world, we will be the ones to completely change it. The song below is called Counter-Strike. This is for them, and for all of you. Thank you all for your support and concern during this time. We will fight to the very end. Come on, let's go. Just reading these words had netizens erupting with excitement. Sure enough, their guess had been right. Capital was suppressing the entertainment world again. What had Chinese entertainment even become? And they still dared to do this. A rare genuine artist had finally appeared. A rare godlike songwriter had finally appeared, and they actually wanted to blacklist them. In that instant, the fire in the netizens' hearts was lit. They didn't even need to think if it wasn't Yinghai Entertainment. In the Chinese music world, it could only be one of those two giants capable of pulling something like this. They hadn't even read what Huayang had written when it reposted, hadn't even clicked the video yet, and the comments below had already exploded. Oh, come on. It goes without saying. It's either Tianmei or Shangxi. Do they really think we netizens are dead? This isn't just crossing a line anymore. This is taking a dump on our heads. My eyes and ears have been contaminated for days. Brothers, what do we do? Don't even go storm their pages. You'd just be giving them traffic. Let's be rational first, brothers. You're going now to give them heat. From here on out, whatever comes from those two companies, we boycott it. Exactly. The person above is right. Read what Huayang said first, then watch the video. And didn't James Rivers say, James Rivers will fight to the end. We just support him. That's right, that's right. Watch the video first. After the wave of outrage among netizens, they went back to reading the Weibo post. And what Huayang had written in its repost was right there in plain view. The song is great. If the entertainment world gets too hard to survive in, feel free to come to us at Huayang. Also, Huayang's new program, Chasing Dreams with the Young Hearts, will officially air tomorrow night at 8 p.m. on the Huayang channel. The theme song will be uploaded to Huayin simultaneously. Fun fact, the theme song was exclusively written by James Rivers. Everyone is welcome to tune in on time. What do you mean, can't survive in the industry? Come to Huayang's. We the netizens do not agree. Of course, the netizens understood. Once I went to Huayang, any new songs going forward would become far fewer and far between. I couldn't just casually put out songs anymore. That was unacceptable. Fortunately, I immediately replied to Huayang. Thanks for the invite, Huayang. I won't be coming over. The interaction, the response, it had the netizens deeply satisfied. In that moment, netizens reading this all nodded instinctively. Right? He belonged in the entertainment world. He couldn't go anywhere else. As for his momentum, they would be the ones to protect it. Stating, after that, netizens eagerly tapped open the video, hearts pounding with anticipation. Haven't heard a new song from him in so long? Missed it so much. The video opened. In the video I was wearing a denim jacket, eyes closed. Microphone raised high in one hand, every inch of my face radiating fighting spirit. The next moment, the music hit, a rapid, urgent melody driven by electric guitar, layered over an electronically synthesized battlefield anthem, had everyone involuntarily nodding their heads, up and down. Then, in the video, I snapped my eyes open, gripped the mic, and launched into the first line. I jumped along with the music, raised my arm high and brought it crashing down. Every netizen hearing this involuntarily started moving their bodies along. Some of them were even in the middle of cooking, holding their spatulas, and couldn't help but start waving them in the air. The song kept going. You want to know what a battle anthem sounds like? This is a battle anthem. This is absolutely fire. And this guy's songwriting is still as consistent as ever. Netizens listening to the song erupted. They hammered their screens with their fingers. Every one of them felt like they were turning into warriors themselves. Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike. Wildcard ready to go. You want to blacklist us? Come on then. Bring it. Fight. Woo, a battle. An anthem. How long has it been since we heard a battle anthem in the entertainment world? This is pure satisfaction. Ha 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 ha. Brothers, let me tell you a joke. I just saw some media outlet posting about Serena's latest update. These clowns are something else. They couldn't hold out. Hilarious. Same, I saw it too. Now even the gossip accounts are crawling out. Blacklist us? Go ahead and try blacklisting Hua-young. Did anyone ask for your permission to blacklist someone? Ha ha ha. My one Weibo post, carrying Counter-Strike, instantly gave the restless, frustrated netizens a place to belong. That man, in a manner that was almost invincible, had broken through the established order of the entertainment world. With his talent, Weber's and Marquis, he had stepped forward in the most high-profile way possible, declaring that a new era for the entertainment world had officially arrived. At this moment, the ones suffering the most were those media outlets and those independent gossip accounts. Every one of them was crying inside. Capital had applied pressure before, and after sitting on the fence for a couple of days, they had caved the same way they always had. What Capital hadn't expected was that I had been waiting here for them. Hua-young had already liked and reposted. They were Hua-young's little followers. Could they afford not to fall in line? This was genuinely too hard. It's like the new year has come early. The new year is here. As my Weibo post's traffic surged higher and higher, more and more netizens came flooding in after hearing the news. They excitedly tapped open this post they had been waiting so long for. Their expressions lit up with delight. Sure enough, it had to be him. Only this guy's songs could make them completely lose themselves. And not just today's Counter-Strike. Tomorrow, Hua-young still had Chasing Dreams with a Young Heart. And the day after that, Serena's album was dropping. Not only did it have the songs from New Song, there was also a mysterious new song, In Love, In Love. Netizens felt a wave of pure happiness wash over them in an instant. This really was like the new year coming early. The online buzz completely exploded. As various media outlets and gossip accounts all piled in, it wasn't just Weibo. Even Tujiao, Douyin, and even the sensational news feeds joined in. All at once, my Weibo post and Hua-young's repost simultaneously hit the top of the trending charts across every platform. Whatever had been at the top before was shoved all the way down, trembling in second place. Inside TMA Entertainment, Lu Gao stared at that post dominating the charts. Blazing with unstoppable momentum, his expression had sunk to its darkest point. He had never expected Hua-young to come out and back me like this. In the past, those artists and celebrities were nothing more than playthings of Capital. Even when Serena and I had been at the height of our popularity, he had never taken it seriously. Because momentum always passed, it could always be pushed back down. Once the momentum was gone, everything would return to quiet. Capital could never be beaten, because no one could ever refuse the benefits of cooperation. But now a single me had broken that rule. The reason was simple. Hua-young had come out. No matter how powerful Capital was, it didn't dare act recklessly in front of Hua-young. Lu Gao calmly set his phone down, and only at this moment did he finally acknowledge that I truly had the standing to be his opponent. He had wanted to blacklist me, and with one move, I had turned his force back against him, turning the blacklisting into a joke. What made it hardest to accept was that Hua-young had proactively come out and spoken on my behalf. You could only imagine just how formidable I actually was. Send the order down. All measures against Serena, terminate them. Ha, since James Rivers wants a fight, let him have what he wants. I want to see how one person takes on Capital. At the same time, over at Shengxi Entertainment, Tian Xinqi was squinting those small eyes of his, quietly watching everything currently unfolding on Weibo. After a moment, he suddenly laughed, murmuring to himself, "Interesting. Now this is genuinely interesting." Over at Yinghai Entertainment, David Yang was sitting comfortably reading Weibo, his expression relaxed and at ease. Angela sat beside him, eyes wide open at this point. He really had a way. He actually solved the whole thing perfectly. I told you. He's not an ordinary person. He wouldn't act without being sure. Daughter, look at your father. Isn't my judgment just a little better than yours? David Yang let out a light chuckle, picked up the teacup from the table and took a sip. Angela glanced at her smug father, and couldn't help muttering, "Two foxes. Neither one of them is anything decent." Hearing that, David Yang nearly spit out his tea. What do you mean, not anything decent? Saying that about James Rivers is one thing, But now you're even saying it about your own father? James Rivers, how on earth does your brain work? That was incredible. That's Hua Yang, for goodness sake. Mia's terrified scream made me want to cover my ears. I quickly told her to calm down. Easy, easy. Look at you. You've never seen anything like this before. I smiled. Truthfully, even I hadn't expected Hua Yang to repost my Weibo. Originally my plan had only been to post a Weibo first, and once Hua Yang's program aired, my song would naturally blow up along with it. At that point, all those so-called capital forces naturally wouldn't be able to suppress my momentum. The only difference between the two scenarios was one being proactive and one being reactive. I genuinely hadn't expected Hua Yang to speak up directly. This had put me in quite a considerable debt of gratitude, though owing a favor to Hua Yang didn't seem too bad. What do you mean never seen anything like this? Look at Serena, she's just as stunned. Hearing my words, Mia pouted with dissatisfaction. She turned her head away, implying Serena was no better. I turned to look, and found Serena on the sofa, staring blankly at me. Face flushed pink. I cleared my throat quietly. Don't talk nonsense. Serena isn't stunned. The truth was that, this morning, while the little one was still asleep, she had been soundly taken advantage of by me, before she could wake up fully. That was why she was like this now. Alright, you keep being stunned on your own. I need to head out. Today I made plans with Chen Feng to go to the communications university and recruit some voice actors. I picked up my phone, checked the time, and stood up. Then I turned to look at Serena, still in a daze. Wife, I'm heading out, alright? Serena. Her whole head was a complete mess right now. Hearing my words, she lifted her head in a somewhat absent way. She didn't even know herself what I had actually said. I rubbed my nose, smiled quietly to myself, and, under Mia's puzzled gaze, quickly pushed open the door and slipped out. Thank goodness, I had been single for so long. Seeing something like that first thing in the morning, of course I couldn't help myself. And it had resulted in Serena being left in that state. Though honestly, even if it happened again, I still wouldn't be able to help myself. I drove all the way to the gates of Zhangcheng Communications University. I put on the mask and baseball cap I had prepared in advance, and got out of the car. These days my online presence was getting bigger and bigger, which meant the mask and baseball cap had become essential items whenever I went out. At the university gate, students walked past in twos and threes from time to time. I walked to the main entrance, and found Chen Feng already standing there waiting. I didn't know much about recruiting people. I had only come this time because Chen Feng had asked me to. Old Jiang, over here. Before I had even reached the gate, Chen Feng had already called out. Sure enough, a mask and a cap were completely useless in front of someone who knew you well. I walked over quickly, and looked into the campus before asking, all right, what's the plan? How are we doing this? Let's go, let's go. I've already been in touch with some of the students inside. They've organized a good number of people for interviews today. They're all waiting for us. Got it, I nodded, and walked into the university with Chen Feng. It wasn't until the small-scale recruitment session started that I realized my main purpose in coming here was to be the mascot. I watched the young students looking at me with hungry, wolf-like eyes, and quietly swallowed. Right now I had nothing but contempt for Chen Feng, this guy who used his bosses to attract employees. No wonder a simple recruitment had almost turned into a small-scale fan event. It was because this guy had told these students in advance that I would also be coming. I wasn't numb from the recruiting. I was numb from signing autographs, even though in the end the recruiting objective was fully completed. Right now, all I wanted to do was take the chubby guy beside me, who was grinning like an idiot, and send him to the market. Actually, send him to the morning market. I wanted pork. After finally breaking free from the circle of students, I made my escape. I let out a breath of relief. For the first time, I had experienced the downside of being famous. Fortunately, these students still had professional ethics, and hadn't gone around making a big deal of it. Otherwise, I didn't even want to imagine what the scene would have looked like. The two of us walked out of the school. Chen Feng laughed to himself. Old Jiang Zheng, look at you coming along. The quality of the voice actors we recruited went right up. And with you here to judge, I feel a lot better. I gave him a sideways glance. That logic isn't wrong. But why does looking at him like that make me want to punch him? Now that the voice actors and all the other staff are fully in place, the professional side of things is up to you from here. Man, how are you feeling? You confident? I didn't dwell on the previous topic, and switched to another question. Chen Feng paused for a moment. Then, a confident smile spread across his face. He nodded, and said with complete seriousness, Absolutely, old Jiang. Maybe I dropped the ball on the personal side of things, but professionally, I know what I'm doing. Just wait and see. As Chen Feng spoke, he was already calculating the timeline in his head. He needed to get this animation completed and ready. By the time Wang Jun's animation aired, you get back up or you fall. Chen Feng wasn't the kind of fool who held a grudge and let it fester. I smiled and said nothing. I believed Chen Feng would handle everything that came next. The two of us walked side by side toward the parking lot. As we walked, I suddenly stopped in my tracks, lifting my head to look toward somewhere not far ahead. A cluster of students had gathered there at some point. From within the crowd, the sound of music drifted out. That music sounded familiar. It was unmistakably the very first song I had sung after arriving here. Forever Have You. Let's go take a look. My eyes lit up slightly. It was my first time hearing one of my own songs, being played on the side of the road. Naturally, I was a little curious. Chen Feng nodded. The two of us walked over quickly, squeezed into the crowd, and found two young men in the center of the circle. One was holding a guitar, singing Forever Have You with genuine feeling. The other stood beside him, interacting with the people around them. The two of them were clearly not students at this university. They were a bit older. Their looks were nothing remarkable, and the clothes on their backs were washed to the point of fading. Even though the clothes were worn, they didn't look disheveled. They were actually quite neatly put together. Their luggage was stacked on the open ground beside them. I closed my eyes and listened carefully. This guy sang beautifully, even a little more soulfully than I did. This made me even more pleasantly surprised. This was a good seedling. Sure enough, no matter what world you were in, there were always talented singers who went undiscovered. After all, not everyone was a singer-songwriter. With no one to write songs for them, no one to promote them, and no traffic, many people like this could only drift from bar to bar singing for tips, and hoping a talent scout would notice them. The young man on the spot finished his song. The two of them adjusted their equipment slightly, then switched to another song, singing together. This was a rap I had never heard before. One of them rapped at lightning speed, while the other joined in at the climax. Their coordination was flawless, and completely electrified the atmosphere around them. The students nearby were waving their hands, moving their bodies along. Cheers and whistles rang out from the crowd from time to time. The energy of young people was on full display in that moment. I found myself nodding my head without thinking. This rap was only so-so, but it was at least a lot better than that Snack Explosion Pig Knuckle, or whatever it was I had heard when I first arrived, and you could tell, both of these two had genuinely impressive vocal abilities. They had clearly performed in front of crowds many times before. Their stage presence was outstanding. This stirred something in me. I was actually going to start an entertainment company. It wasn't just talk. And right now I was genuinely short on people. Another song ended. I only thawed briefly, before decisively stepping forward. Hey, sorry to interrupt. I wanted to ask you too. Are you interested in joining an entertainment company? Since I had already made up my mind, I didn't beat around the bush. I asked directly and to the point. Both of them were visibly caught off guard. Then both of their faces broke into enormous looks of surprise. One of them, even the hand holding the microphone, was trembling slightly. Are you a talent scout? I felt a bit awkward. Good thing I was wearing a mask and no one could see. I'm actually planning to start an entertainment company. And I happen to be short on people. I was wondering if you two would be interested. Hearing those words, the two in front of me seemed to have fallen from heaven to hell. The excited expressions on their faces instantly dimmed. Seriously? Coming to recruit people when the company isn't even open yet? Probably some fly-by-night shell company. The students around them, not knowing what had just happened, simply stared curiously at the scene, some of them already showing impatience. It was because my sudden appearance had broken the lively atmosphere. I'm sorry. Even though we're not particularly well known, we'd still like to find a company with some real backing, one of them said with a wry smile as he spoke, and declined my invitation. Before I could say anything more, Chen Feng came bounding over. I quickly blinked at the two of them rapidly. Heh, are you sure you don't want to find out who you're actually talking to right now? Seeing Chen Feng like that, the two of them were noticeably shaken. They looked me over more carefully, then furrowed their brows. The build was getting more and more familiar the longer they looked. I let out a wry smile too. After all, I was someone whose company wasn't even open yet. And right now, I was also wearing a mask and a baseball cap. Anyone would turn this down. Don't be in a rush to say no. Let me introduce myself first. My name is James Rivers. I'm the creator of the song. You were just singing, Forever Have You. Hearing my words, both of them froze. Froze! Their emotions right now felt exactly like being on a roller coaster. Just shot up only to drop, and now suddenly surging back up to the very top. Their eyes went wider and wider, faces blank with disbelief as they stared at the familiar figure before them. James Rivers. James Rivers, their idol. More than once, the two of them had fantasized that if one day I could write a song for the two of them, they would die happy. This was the special feeling a gifted vocalist has toward an exceptional songwriter. There isn't a single artist who doesn't dream of having a great song of their own. A singer and a songwriter were like a great horse, and the one who could recognize its worth. Great horses are always around. The one who can truly recognize them is rare. Is it really James Rivers? The James Rivers from She, every song a masterpiece? Yes. I gave a clear affirmative. Both of them froze for another moment, then suddenly looked at each other. And then, in my completely baffled expression, they grabbed their luggage off the ground, grabbed me one on each side, and started pulling me toward the exit. Sign us up. Come on, let's go. There are too many people here. The way they moved was like two kidnappers seizing a hostage, terrified that I might bolt if they took their eyes off me for even a second. It wasn't until the group reached a quieter spot that the two of them finally released my arms. They looked at me with faces full of excitement. I smiled and reached up to pull off the mask I had been wearing, revealing the handsome face that had become well known to the public. I extended my hand. Hello? Formal introduction. I'm James Rivers. When they truly saw me standing right in front of them, the delight on their faces grew stronger and stronger. The taller one on the left, wearing glasses, quickly wiped his hand on his clothes and grabbed my hand firmly. Hello, hello! I can't believe it's actually you. My name is Feng Xiaoxiao. I'm so happy to meet you. Honestly, right now it feels like I'm dreaming. Feng Xiaoxiao grinned from ear to ear, the corners of his mouth practically reaching his ears. He genuinely hadn't expected that just a few days ago, the two of them had been drinking and listening to my songs, and he had said with envy, if only I could write a song for the two of them, they would laugh in their sleep. And now, here I was, very much alive, standing right in front of him. Hearing Feng Xiaoxiao introduce himself, the corner of my mouth gave an involuntary twitch. I turned to look at the other, shorter young man, the one who had just been singing Forever Have You. Don't tell me your name is Yi Shui Han. The young man was clearly taken aback, then stared wide-eyed in surprise. How did you know? Well then, Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shui Han together. Could these two guys' parents also be people who had crossed over? I let my mind wander, though I knew this world's history didn't contain that poem. All right, Feng Xiaoxiao, Yi Shui Han, I'm inviting you again to join my company. Even though my company isn't established yet, I can't make you any promises right now about the future. But at the very least, I can offer you the same terms as any other entertainment company, and of course, songs that suit you. I genuinely admired the two of them for their performance just now. I had been listening carefully the whole time. I felt these two had the ability to stand shoulder to shoulder with any trending artist out there. And their names, they had an unexpectedly poetic connection to me. It always gave me a feeling of running into someone from home. Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shui Han only needed to exchange one glance. Then both turned back and nodded with gravity, without a moment's hesitation. We're in. If we had known it was you, we never would have said no. Right now in this music world, if you ask us who we admire most, the answer is you, James Rivers. Yi Shui Han scratched the back of his head, a slightly shy expression on his face, and continued, You're actually our idol. Just a few days ago, we were drinking and talking about you. If we could have even one song written by you, we'd be completely satisfied. Feng Xiaoxiao also smiled. His face held not just excitement, but also a trace of quiet feeling. After we graduated, we left home and came out here to chase our dreams. We've been wandering and hustling for years, but the dream has never come true. We're just kids from ordinary families, trying to break into the entertainment world. It's so hard. You basically can't see any hope. At that, Feng Xiaoxiao's face bloomed into an even brighter smile. Meeting you, this is the closest we've ever been to our dream. Even if you hadn't invited us, we would have chased after you and begged you to take us. We'll work incredibly hard. Looking at the two sincere faces before me, I felt a genuine stirring in my chest. I was the one inviting them, and yet they were this happy about it. This was the reality of the entertainment world. No fame, only talent. So easy to be buried and forgotten. These talented artists stuck at the bottom. The moment a small opportunity came their way, they poured out everything they had, 100% of their passion. Alright, let's exchange contact information first. Once the company is established, I'll contact you and you can come in directly. I said this seriously. I took out my phone and swapped numbers with both of them, then added them on WeChat too. Both of them were visibly excited. Even the hands holding their phones trembled slightly. But the smiles on their faces grew brighter and brighter. After exchanging contact information, we chatted for a few more minutes. Before I said my goodbyes, everything else would have to wait until Shi Yi Entertainment was established. It wouldn't be long. Once Hua Yang's program aired, once Serena's album dropped, Shi Yi Entertainment would appear in this world. I hadn't walked far before I could still hear behind me Feng Xiaoxiao calling his family. That line of his, "Mom, I found a company," nearly brought tears to my eyes. That feeling, I understood it better than anyone. Back in my original world, after graduation, I had also wandered for years before making any kind of name. I remembered when I wrote my first song and had it recognized by someone. That feeling, I still remember it to this day. Back then, I had no one at all to share it with. I could only celebrate alone, buying myself a small cake to mark the occasion. Back home, the sky had gradually darkened. Mia and Ms. Claire had already left. Under the warm amber glow of the lights, little Lily was curled up on the sofa playing with her toys. Hearing the door open, she lifted her little head. Then her eyes curved into crescents. "Daddy's home." "I'm home. What's Lily playing?" I answered, and quickly walked over to the sofa to scoop the little one into my arms. Playing with the puzzle chubby uncle gave me. "Daddy, come help Lily put it together. We have to finish it before we can eat dinner." Mommy said so. "All right, then we'd better work hard." I laughed and held up little Lily, set her on the sofa, and started working on the puzzle with her. Serena came out of the kitchen at that moment, carrying steaming dishes. Her eyes were curved into crescents too. She set the dishes on the dining table and looked over at the two on the sofa. She hadn't seen this scene in a long time. No matter how many times she looked at it, she could never get enough. My heart was equally filled with warmth in that moment. That lonely feeling from the afternoon had long since vanished without a trace. In this life I had family. The moonlight was gentle. The small home was filled with laughter and chatter. The night passed. Today was the day Hua Yang would release. Chasing Dreams with a Young Heart. Only one day had gone by, and the promotional coverage across every platform was already everywhere. On Weibo, the top trending topic was blazing bright red. Netizens had long been primed and ready. They had already started buzzing about it online early on. Everyone gather round. Hua Yang and Shi Yi can't miss this. Still not done with counterstrikes. And now, Chasing Dreams with a Young Heart drops too. My ears are so blessed. More blessed than you. That's practically humble bragging. What's wrong with having too many good songs? Then don't listen. Haha, heard someone wanted to blacklist Serena? Ha, forget it. Give them 10 times the nerve. I'm standing right here. Let me see who dares to make a move. Yesterday, Tianmei and Shengxi's official accounts got completely wrecked. Unlike the fired-up netizens, the entertainment companies could only watch helplessly, not daring to make a single move. Just one day, and the trending charts were once again dominated by me and Hua Yang. Everyone knew exactly who I was standing up for. But no one could do anything about it. There was nothing they could do. The guy had Hua Yang covering him. At 8 p.m., the long-anticipated moment finally arrived. The Hua Yang program officially aired. Everyone who had been waiting for this moment immediately tapped over to the Hua Yang channel. The next second, a hard-working student appeared on screen. Stacks of books piled high on the desk in front of him. In the blazing summer heat, a fan was blowing steadily. Even so, beads of sweat kept falling down his young face. He looked up. Beside the blackboard was a college entrance exam countdown. The music rose at that moment. I was sitting in front of the TV watching the program. When the song began, I was momentarily dazed. For a brief moment, I seemed to hear the voice of the original singer from my other world. They were so alike. Hua Young truly delivered. They had understood the essence of this song right away. This singer's voice, and the power contained within it, every element made clear that Hua Young had truly heard and understood this song, and had brought it to life perfectly. The instant the song began, every netizen who was watching the video also froze. In that moment, every single one of them was involuntarily reminded of the time when they themselves had once fought for their dreams. The program's visuals shifted. The camera moved from the student to a worker covered in mud, his whole body already soaked through, but still carrying on his back steel beams, several times taller than he was. The song kept going. All along it felt like one person, calmly telling the story of how their pursuit of a dream had never once stopped. The visuals shifted from the worker to a white-collar office worker. He was being dressed down by his superior, bowing and apologizing. The netizens watching the program couldn't help but clench their fists at this moment. Every one of them, in each of these scenes, seemed to catch a glimpse of themselves. These were all things they were currently going through, or had already been through. Every person felt it deeply. Serena, who was sitting on the sofa watching the program with me, was at that moment staring at the TV and listening to the song. Even she felt it resonating within her. Those moments of sweat and struggle while pressing forward toward a dream. It was as if, the moment this song started playing, all of it came involuntarily rising to the surface. Seeing her like this, I gently took her warm hand in mine. I smiled. This is still just the intro. The real main section is still coming. This is rock, after all. When the vocals reached the word regret near the end of the verse, they suddenly soared. In the visuals, the student bent his head and wrote furiously. The worker bent his back and kept walking forward. The office worker frantically revised documents at his computer. This was devotion to the dream and anticipation for the future. Every person online felt their emotions suddenly clench in that moment. They understood this feeling. It made them want to cry. This was the refusal to admit defeat in the deepest part of their hearts, gritting their teeth and pushing forward and forward again, win or lose. In that moment, the blazing emotion in everyone's hearts was lit. They gritted their teeth and wanted to let it all out. The next moment, the music rose along with the screaming male voice. At the very same time, carrying a force that refused to yield regardless of outcome. It poured into every listener's ears. The burning fire in everyone's hearts was ignited in an instant by that screaming, surging vocal. This was why they were willing to hear me out. This was the reason my songs always pulled people completely into them. The pure, unchained spirit in the hearts of the netizens was awakened in an instant by that screaming voice. The emotions inside were fully released in this very moment. I'm crying. Only for this song do I allow cracking vocals. Let it crack. It's not just the cracking. I feel like the cracking voice is the essence. Chase the dream. Chase the dream. It feels like I'm not listening to a song, but a scream from the deepest part of my soul. Honestly, listening to this, I felt like I was back in those days. When I was grinding day and night, I made it eventually. You might not understand that feeling. It's a kind of hysteria after hitting rock bottom and bouncing back. This song is truly the best expression of that hysterical, all-out fight. At this point, I have no choice but to drag out that company that wanted to blacklist Serena and write them a poem. Go ahead and blacklist someone. Let us see. If you actually pulled it off, where would we ever go to hear music like this? Hearing this song, I finally understand why Hua Young came out to protect their own. The vocals can crack, but you cannot lower the key. At this moment, nobody cared anymore about what visuals were playing in the program, because just from the song alone, their minds had already automatically generated their own private image. Netizens listening to the song had their emotions completely ignited. Who says rock music has no future? Who says rock music is niche? Then what is this? Netizens gripped their phones, or sat before their TVs with eyes closed, letting the music coming through their ears wash over them. At this moment in Hwayoung headquarters, Lin Gudong and an elderly man past 60 were watching the real-time view count on the large screen. The delight in their eyes was impossible to conceal. This program was more successful than any they had done before. Old Du, what do you think of my instincts? Ha ha ha, I told you. With this kid's song, it was always going to work. Lin Gudong laughed heartily. sounding like he was praising himself rather than anyone else. As Hwayeon's chief director, Dogu also spoke with deep feeling. I haven't seen such a talented young person in a very long time. It really makes you want to meet him, and I never said it wouldn't work either. The moment I got this song, I already imagined this moment. Otherwise, do you think I would have spoken up for that young man? Dogu was still watching the numbers climbing on the screen, but his face was already covered in smiles. Lin Gudong raised an eyebrow. This old man just wouldn't admit that his own eye for talent was what had made this happen. The program had only just reached its halfway point. As more and more people streamed in, the momentum kept building. Newcomers hadn't even said a word before being completely conquered by the song. And then they too sank uniformly into the music. Top-tier music, top-tier lyrics. They had once again witnessed my creative ability. This guy, if he was gone, how would everyone's ears survive? I had no idea about any of this right now. I was completely lost in the music too. I held Serena's small hand, our fingers intertwined, clasped into one fist. In that moment, both of us were doing exactly the same thing. Both had closed their eyes, swaying their heads and savoring every word. Pure, complete enjoyment. Before this moment, no rock song had ever been like Chasing Dreams. With a young heart, making them feel as if their ears had been through an entirely new kind of cleansing. I had given voice to the relentless devotion to dreams that lived inside every single person, and the deep longing for success. The program reached its closing moments. On screen, the faces that had appeared earlier looked forward and toward the future, meeting the brilliant light breaking through ahead, breaking into happy smiles. Never yielding, all the way until old, the song reached its own ending. Every person's heart quietly settled. After the outcry, there was a return to everyday life, returning to the struggle of each and every day. At the very end of the program, a line of large text slowly appeared and pulled at every viewer's heart. This film is dedicated to all of you, still out there on the road, chasing your dreams. In just the length of one song, the short film had completely blown up online. Countless clickbait shock headlines appeared. Countless posts with flames in the title appeared. All of them were in awe of this song. If yesterday's Counter-Strike was me declaring war on certain companies in the entertainment world, then today's Chasing Dreams with a Young Heart from Hwayang was me announcing to them that I had both the standing and the ability to declare that war. This sky you cannot hold down. And this was only the beginning. The online momentum had already descended into fever pitch. As time passed, and more people would hear this song, the momentum that would come then was unimaginable. Inside Tianmei Entertainment's building, the lights were blazing. Lu Gao, who had been so confident just moments ago, was now starting to panic. The scale of this momentum was something he had never anticipated. He had assumed that this song of mine would at most bring roughly the same level of buzz as my previous songs, but the reality had exceeded his expectations entirely. Hwayang working with me, the two had meshed with each other in a way no one had predicted. Together they had played an impossibly powerful hand. Lu Gao stared hard at the screen, his fist unknowingly tightening, his nails pressing into his own flesh without his even noticing. In the office, the female secretary standing to one side on standby was trembling. This was the first time she had ever seen the chairman lose his composure like this. After a long while, Lu Gao finally came back to himself. His expression was dark as he kept squeezing the pen in his hand, thinking through what came next. Hwayang, he didn't dare go up against them. But I still didn't scare him. He was thinking about how, after this program concluded, to push down my momentum. As he thought, he suddenly lifted his head and looked at the trembling secretary to one side. He asked, "If I recall correctly, tomorrow is the day Serena's album drops." All in Hwayin, the secretary, who was already frightened, was suddenly addressed. Her body gave an involuntary jolt. Then she quickly and shakily replied, Yes. A lot of netizens online are already talking about them. They're calling these 3 days the 3-day music festival of the century." The secretary finished speaking and immediately clamped her mouth shut, terrified that one more word would provoke Lu Gao's displeasure. 3-day festival. Ha! Lu Gao let out a cold laugh. Then he continued, "Since they want to throw a festival, we should join in. Contact a few well-known songwriters in the industry, and tell A Ying to come. She's still a veteran queen after all." Saying a song will chart should be the least she can do. Full company support behind it. I want to see her song go live. Before tomorrow evening. Manhwa in. The secretary paused slightly after hearing that. She hadn't expected the boss was going to summon Sister Ying to make a stand. After all, Sister Ying was a queen from the previous generation. Setting aside her character, her ability spoke for itself. Understood. I'll go contact her right away. After only a brief pause, she immediately took the order. In the blink of an eye, she had figured it out. The chairman truly wanted to get under my skin, dropping a song onto the music charts at exactly the same time. The purpose was simply to stop my momentum from burning so brightly. Unlike Lu Gao, Tianxin made no moves whatsoever. He still maintained his original attitude, staying out of it and sitting high above the fray, waiting to reap the rewards. Yinghai Entertainment, however, had unusually called yet another meeting. The boardroom was completely silent. The old fox David Yang chuckled to himself. Why has everyone gone quiet? Weren't you all so talkative before? This meeting has been called for you all to decide which artist we should invite me to write a song. It's not like I'm having anyone killed. What is everyone sitting there in silence for? The people in the boardroom looked at each other. You look at me, I look at you. They had just agreed to push Serena out. Where did they have the face now? To speak? Though everyone understood perfectly, my current momentum was enormous. David Yang was obviously trying to ride the wave, invite a song and push it up the charts. That was good news for the artists under them. Chairman Yang, I think Lena would work. She was already a top-tier artist. But ever since Serena came along, she hasn't put out anything notable. This opportunity could go to her. From the left side of the boardroom, a middle-aged woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses spoke up first. She was Ji Yingping, who, after someone was dismissed, had taken the position of operations director. Before that, she had always been close with Lena. Seeing something this good land in their laps, she naturally couldn't sit still. I have a different view. Before David Yang could say anything, Victor Zhang, seated on the other side, spoke up. David Yang glanced over and furrowed his brow. This guy seemed to butt heads with whoever sat in the operations director seat. If you have something to say, say it. David Yang gave Victor Zhang a sideways look. The implication being, if you have something to get off your chest, out with it. I don't think Lena is the best choice. Director Ji just took the position and may not know that when Serena was at the company, she was relatively close to Chen Di. I think Chen Di would be the better choice. That way, the songs he writes for Chen Di would naturally be more heartfelt. That's a bigger benefit to the company. And from what I know, Chen Di is also a fan of his. Chen Di could also use this opportunity to advance to a second-tier artist. Victor Zhang finished with a composed, unhurried expression. This time, it genuinely wasn't about being annoyed at the newly arrived new director Ji. It was a genuine consideration for the company. David Yang listened and thought for a moment. Then he lifted his head and said, "That's a good idea. Just ask James Rivers for his opinion." "That's a good idea. Just ask James Rivers what he thinks." Let the choice be between these two. Whoever James Rivers agrees to write for, that's who gets the song. After David Yang finished, Ji Tongtong and Victor Zhang both said nothing more. The other managers who had been about to recommend their own artists let out a quiet sigh inside and felt regret for not having spoken up sooner. Sure enough, good resources like this were limited. Hesitate even slightly, and you'd miss out on everything. I had just been about to climb into bed when I received a message from Yinghai Entertainment asking for a song. I paused for a moment. I hadn't expected Yinghai to come asking for a song at a time like this, and on such short notice. But thinking it over briefly, I understood Yinghai's intention. They wanted to ride my momentum. Looking at the two candidates in the message, I didn't think long before choosing Chen Di. Setting aside the fact that I had met Chen Di and had a decent impression of him, just his sweet, bright vocal tone had suddenly made me think of a song. That song happened to be perfect for Chen Di's kind of sweet, light voice, like it was made for him. And that was Love You. Love You by the Queen of Sweet Pop, Wang Xinling, given to the equally sweet-voiced Chen Di to sing. Even I felt a little anticipation. Different people live different lives. While I was holding my wife and child at home in cozy warmth, over at the artist apartments in the city, Miao Onion was packing bags with a face full of quiet sadness. Her assistant Yu Ranran silently helped alongside her. No matter what her Youngyun sis decided to do, she would support it with everything she had. Ever since I had appeared, the entertainment world had been changing too fast. Just the other day, Miao and Yun had been feeling sorry that Serena was being blacklisted, and yet, in just a single week, I had directly turned the whole situation around for Serena. The wave of momentum flooding online was suffocating every other artist. She was one of those affected, of course, but she had never complained about any of it. The miracle I had created through sheer ability, that was someone else's doing. Miao Anyun could only work even harder in her daily life. She believed she would succeed someday too. But sometimes reality was just that cruel. Shengxi Entertainment had never focused heavily on music to begin with, and after this experience, the company's decisions had become even harder to understand. Some artists had even started pivoting toward film and television. Miao Anyun would never make that pivot. Singing was the dream she had always held on to, but just this noon, she had encountered a coercive advance from the company's upper management. That board member named Ma Liang had not only tried to pressure her into switching to film and television, but had also spoken and acted inappropriately. She had finally snapped. When he was just about to put his hands on her, she had slapped him, and that one slap had ended her career. Well, it just meant being shelved. Miao Anyun had no regrets. Even if she could choose again, she would still deliver that slap. Now even this apartment had been taken back by the company. The other accommodation they had arranged for her was a room that resembled a storage closet. If it weren't for the sky-high penalty fees tying her down, she would have left long ago. She was from an ordinary family. The money she had earned over these 3 years still fell a little short of covering the company's penalty fees. Ran. Miao Anyun lifted her head and looked at the packed bags, then turned to look at Yu Ranran, who was still by her side. She forced out a faint smile and said, "I think I really have no hope this time. Once I've earned enough to cover the penalty fees, I'm leaving the company." Right now, even the usually bright and cheerful Miao Anyun felt a sadness she couldn't shake. She didn't know how to say any of this to Yu Ranran. She only felt she had let her down. "Oh, Young sis, you don't have to say all that. Things will work out." Yu Ranran also knew. Miao Anyun's heart must be hurting right now. She could only pretend to be cheerful and encourage her. Truth was, she felt a little sad too. Once Miao Anyun left, she would certainly be reassigned to work under someone else. But compared to her own situation, she was more worried about Miao Anyun. Young sis loved singing so much. She worked so incredibly hard, and yet now she could only leave quietly in the shadows. This entertainment world really was beyond saving. Yu Ranran thought this to herself, and then thought of Serena, then thought of me. Then her eyes suddenly lit up. If I was willing to help Young sis, then the outcome would be completely different, wouldn't it? But then Yu Ranran's face fell again. We had no connection, no relationship. Why would I go out of my way to help Miao Anyun? The next day was also the day Serena's album would drop. The final day of the 3-day celebration. From early morning, the conversation online never stopped. Netizens were all waiting for the moment the album went live. The top spot on Huayin's new releases chart at that point, firmly held by Chasing Dreams with a Young Heart, released by Huayang the previous night. It was already sitting there unmoved. This had many netizens speculating exactly which chart position would the songs on Serena's album be able to reach. And just then, sharp-eyed netizens suddenly noticed that both Tianmei Entertainment and Yinghai Entertainment had just moments ago announced that artists under their labels were releasing new songs on Huayin. At the same time, Tianmei Entertainment's previous generation queen, Lu Yin, and Yinghai Entertainment's rising artist, Chen Di, had both posted on Weibo at the same moment. Both of them were promoting the songs they were releasing on Huayin that day. Lu Yin was bringing a heartfelt emotional ballad, The Day Doesn't Know the Heart of the Night, and Chen Di was bringing Love You. This discovery immediately sent the internet into an uproar. All kinds of discussion erupted. Wow, what are these two companies thinking? Releasing new songs now, aren't they afraid of getting steamrolled? There's mischief afoot, something's definitely up. Brothers, remember the promise we made? Tonight belongs to us. True, Lu Yin, even if she has a bad temper, a bad personality, not great looks, and a whole list of other flaws, her songs really are something else. Chen Di also shouldn't be underestimated. That sweet voice of his. Has this old heart nearly melting? Whatever happens, let's wait and see tonight. In terms of ability, Serena is no less than either of them. In terms of the songs, ha ha ha. No one who shows up is a match. I have to say, the entertainment world hasn't been this lively in a long time. Ha ha ha, there's going to be a real show tonight. The announcement from Tianmei Entertainment and Yinghai Entertainment sent netizens' enthusiasm surging even higher. Right now, all they felt was that time was passing way too slowly. They wished they could blink and be at the moment the songs went live that evening. Tonight is going to be a battle of legends, and they are the main characters of this whole drama. Ever since Serena had made her comeback and brought me into the picture, the audience's sense of presence had been growing stronger and stronger. Here in the city, in contrast to the netizens' impatience, Serena was feeling a little nervous. She knew that today's album sales were crucial to me. And so, even though half the songs were available through free channels, she was still nervous. I was confident in the songs themselves, but I couldn't help feeling a little anxious too. Right now, I was practically broke. The money I planned to use for starting the entertainment company, plus the 5 million for Shiyi animation, none of it had materialized yet. Good promised. Right now, everything was riding on how well Serena's album sold. As for whether the netizens would buy in, that was something I had no control over. Time passed and everyone's unconscious waiting, and 8 o'clock that evening arrived. At this hour, Serena's album and Chen Di's new song went live on Huayin at the same time. Netizens who had long been itching for this moment suddenly found themselves in a dilemma. So many songs dropping at once. Which one were they supposed to listen to first? Just as netizens were hesitating, someone posted a thread. The title was, "Holy, it's so good. I just hit the jackpot. Everyone go listen right now." The new song on Serena's album, As Wished. That had netizens' eyes lighting up instantly. What were they even hesitating about? Obviously the first thing to listen to was that mysterious new song on Serena's album, written by James Rivers. Something they'd never heard before was definitely the best choice. In that moment, everyone moved as one, and clicked on the song mentioned in the thread, As Wished. They didn't even care for a second that the song was behind a paywall. The free ones they had already heard before, even though the version they'd heard wasn't the deluxe quality. Right now, all they wanted was to hear what this, As Wished, was actually like. Don't ask, just rich and doing whatever I want. And then, accompanied by the sound of piano, those with earphones in started nodding their heads. This melody is truly beautiful. The moment Serena's voice came in, they felt their whole bodies jolted by it. Unlike the netizens, at this moment the management teams at every entertainment company, and all the artists in the industry, had absolutely no interest in listening to music. They were staring at Huayin's new releases chart, not even daring to blink. They all wanted to know which songs would chart today, and which ones would be knocked off. Especially the artists who had songs already sitting on the chart. Their hearts were pounding with anxiety. Then they suddenly noticed that Serena's As Wished on the new releases chart had appeared on the rankings almost instantly. Just as the internet was in an uproar over this song, everyone was stunned to discover that Huayang had posted on Weibo again and had tagged both me and Serena. What a song! As Wished. As Wished. What a James Rivers. What a Serena. Written beautifully, sung beautifully. I'm taking this. Everyone who saw Huayang's Weibo post was momentarily dumbstruck. It was their first time seeing Huayang speak like this. Just drop the pretense, huh? Just treating them like their own kids, huh? Fair enough, they really do have that right. I had also seen the Weibo post. I smiled and replied with one line, "Go right ahead, elder. If that's not enough, just come back and tell me. Is that something a person says? Not enough? Just say so? Seriously? I want to spit." Everyone in that moment was completely done for. They all wished they could have that kind of interaction with Huayang, but they simply didn't have the talent. It was genuinely heartbreaking. After replying on Weibo, I felt a wave of deep feeling. Sure enough, in any world, this song would always move people to their core. A song performed by the world queen Wang Fei, with lyrics written by the legendary Tangmen master. If something like that didn't blow up, there would be no justice in the world. And the effort Serena had put into this song, I had seen it all and felt it in my heart. I knew full well that when I had first brought this song out, Serena had practiced day and night without rest, all just wanting to sing this song as perfectly as she possibly could. And the result right now was undoubtedly the best possible answer to all her effort. Netizens had been lost in As Wished for a long time. Only after a good while did they finally remember there were other songs they hadn't heard yet. And then Huayin's new releases chart erupted into complete chaos. The original top 10. Apart from Chasing Dreams with a Young Heart, At number 1, which stayed unmoved. Every other song began slowly disappearing. As Wished replaced what had been in second place, settling firmly into the second place seat. Right behind it came Serena's The Wind Rises, this song that Serena had first performed live on New Song, and was also the one the public loved most. After that, Sea of Flowers entered the chart. Then, Courage climbed on without question. Ole. The songs on Serena's album, one by one, all made it into the new releases chart's top 10. Even Joy, that slightly more niche song, was pushed by netizens all the way to 10th place. In that moment, the netizens seemed to have reached a collective understanding. James Rivers and Serena, you brought us a song as beautiful as Wished as. We're treating you just like Hwayoung does. Like our own kids. We ask you, are you moved? Finished. Basically, every entertainment company's management team watching the chart, along with every other artist out there, was cursing. The new releases chart top 10. Every song on Serena's album had made it in. And the 2 songs that weren't sung by Serena had also made it into the new releases chart's top 10, because those 2 songs had been written, composed, and performed by me personally, Forever Have You and Counter-Strike. This guy, he had also uploaded his own songs to Hwayoung today, and they were all free. They just wanted to ask. That Forever Have You had been on Douyin for how long already? Almost 3 months. A song from 3 months ago is only now uploading to Hwayoung, and still counts as a new song? This absolute menace specifically came here to slam faces, didn't he? Though thankfully, I had only written 9 songs in total. He hadn't taken up every single spot in the top 10. If one person's songs had occupied all of them, where would every other entertainment company's dignity be? At number 5 on the new releases chart was a song by a veteran artist. Right now, that song was trembling where it sat sandwiched in the middle. Netizens who noticed this situation immediately couldn't sit still. They gleefully tagged that veteran. Artists Weibo one after another, surrounded on all sides. We dare you to move. That veteran. Artists saw the netizens' teasing comments on their Weibo and replied with a post that was half laughing and half crying. Not daring to move. Absolutely not daring to move. For a time, the entire Weibo became the source of all the netizens' joy. Listening to music and chatting and joking around at the same time. Absolutely delightful. Inside Tianmei Entertainment's building, Lu Gao stared at the glaring new releases chart and felt a flicker of frustration rise inside. Lu Yin's The Day Doesn't Know the Heart of the Night was showing no signs of movement. This had Lu Gao starting to feel restless. He couldn't figure it out no matter how he thought about it. A veteran Queen song just wasn't worth anyone's time to listen to. Lu Gao slammed his fist hard on the desk in front of him. He knew if he didn't do something, his plan would dissolve into nothing. On the other side, netizens were happily celebrating like it was the new year. They hadn't noticed at all that Lu Yin's The Day Doesn't Know the Heart of the Night was climbing with remarkable speed. It had already reached number 30 on the new releases chart. Without question, Tianmei Entertainment had started throwing money in, buying paid commenters, manipulating data, every trick in the book. Very quickly, The Day Doesn't Know the Heart of the Night charged all the way up to number 10 on the new releases chart, successfully knocking Joy off. Netizens who had been about to click on number 10 to listen to Joy had just reached for it, only to suddenly find the song was gone from the list. At that, netizens finally noticed what had happened. They were momentarily stunned. What the, where's my song? Has anyone seen where my joys went? How did this song suddenly appear in just a moment? Has anyone listened to it? What the? Nobody can take away my Ghost Bride song. Who on earth is even listening to Lu Yin's song? No idea. Can't even get through all of Serena's songs. Who has time to click on hers? Netizens were all puzzled. Nobody was listening. So how had this song climbed up? Quickly, sharp netizens sensed something was off. They furrowed their brows, feeling something unsettled in their chests. I think someone couldn't sit still. They're playing us for fools. Nobody listened. How did this song get up there? All right. This isn't a challenge to me. This is a challenge to the intelligence of all us netizens. Brothers, put in a little more effort. I refuse to believe one company can outdo all of us netizens combined. The discussion online was still raging, when at that moment, Yinghai Entertainment's official Weibo entered the fray. Woo! Everyone, has no one noticed that Chen Di's Love You is also a song written by me? was originally planning to give everyone a surprise. Turns out it became a scare. Nobody's listening at all. You can't play favorites. Please, give it a listen. This Weibo post tagged me, so it was quickly seen by everyone. Netizens were stunned again. What? Love You is also written by James Rivers. What the? Why didn't you say so sooner? Since you're sincerely asking us, then we'll show great mercy and give it a listen. Fine, I'll listen, alright? Giving Chendi, this sweet girl, some face. And giving that guy of ours some face, too. Today, I want to see James Rivers' songs take up all of the new releases charts top 10. What do you all think? I'll just lie back and watch. No more talking, I'm going in. By now, the time had already reached 11 at night. But netizens' enthusiasm showed absolutely no sign of fading. It was still running just as high. Tonight, they were going to use their own power to witness history. The top 10 on the new releases chart, they were claiming all of it tonight. Nobody who came could stop them. Their words. With that spirit in their hearts, netizens went and searched for Love You first, clicked it open decisively. Then they were surprised to discover there was even an MV. A point in Yinghai Entertainment's favor for this one. So netizens opened the MV, ready to watch and listen at the same time. In the MV, Chendi's sweet figure appeared, matching the background music. She danced and sang, sweet smile paired with sweet dance moves, sweet voice paired with sweet music. Netizens couldn't stay lying down anymore. Some netizens even jumped right out of bed, dancing and humming along with Chendi in the MV. Even those netizens who had been lingering in a faint trace of sadness from As Wished were completely melted. Love you. Ah, this old heart of mine can't take it. Love you. Someone save me. These two words keep echoing in my ears. My face has involuntarily taken on an old dad's smile. Brothers, this song. If you listen to it too much, can you get diabetes? What, you're still worried about that? Even if it sweetens me to death right now, I'm still listening. Chendi's Love You filled the hearts of every netizen. In that moment, their faces all wore the same smile. The smile of someone completely charmed. Love You. Also, in this sweet bombardment from the netizens, shot straight up to number 5 on the new releases chart, pushing that veteran artist's song right down to number 6. But that veteran artist didn't feel the slightest bit sad about it, because right now he was also watching the MV, shaking his hips to Love You. No matter male or female, at this moment everyone had become a little sweetheart. Inside a luxury residence in the city, David Yang was also watching the MV with a grin he couldn't contain. He suddenly felt whether it was time to give Chendi top-tier resources. Then he let out a quiet sigh. If only his own daughter could stand in front of him and sing and dance to a song like this for him, he would die happy. Netizens had been completely swept away, but Lu Gao was suffering inside. Just to get Lu Yin's song onto the chart, the company had already sunk several million into it. He never in a million years expected Yinghai Entertainment to step in at this moment. That David Yang was truly despicable, posting a Weibo like that at exactly this moment. A stab straight to the heart. Right now, the other board members inside the company were already grumbling quite loudly. They all felt it wasn't worth it. This had already exceeded the return they had expected from the song. The company wasn't his to command alone. When there were profits, everyone flattered him. When there were losses, they turned on him faster than flipping a page. Lu Gao tapped his fingers lightly on the desk. In the end, he gave up fighting for the chart. But even so, the netizens who had been having the time of their lives showed absolutely no signs of slowing down, even though it was already past midnight, and into the early hours of the next day. Netizens' enthusiasm hadn't diminished one bit. In fact, more and more waves of netizens were joining the celebration. This was a sleepless night. Every single song I had ever written was charging up the new releases chart with terrifying play counts. Even Joy, which had been knocked off the chart earlier, was pushed back on by the netizens. Finally, at 1:10 in the morning, the new releases chart's top 10 was completely taken over by my songs, one person sweeping all 10. This was an achievement that no one in the entire history of the music world had ever achieved. At that point, the other artists who were still awake, when they saw this happening, their eyelids gave an involuntary twitch. This is way too insane. Absolutely absurd. One person annihilating the entire music world for fun? But the facts proved it. At least in this moment, the entire music world had truly and completely been trampled underfoot by James Rivers alone. The netizens who had finally accomplished this great feat looked at the perfectly clean chart and felt a deep satisfaction inside. They finally lay back down in bed, put their earphones in, listened to the music, and drifted happily to sleep. As for those who were made to fall asleep listening, who knew if they would have nightmares? The next day, at the crack of dawn, I had just gotten up, when I was immediately bombarded with messages from all directions. Without a doubt, they were all congratulations on the song selling big. I didn't know many people to begin with, but now anyone I had any connection with at all had sent a message. Even Shui Xiaoqian, King Lu, and a number of others had sent congratulatory WeChat messages. I didn't read through them in detail. I just sent a uniform reply to all of them, and then started making breakfast. With breakfast ready now, little Lily could eat and head off to kindergarten right on time. Yeah, before long, Serena came out of the bedroom carrying little Lily, who was still yawning. She efficiently helped the little one wash up and get dressed. By the time they were fully ready, I had just come out of the kitchen carrying breakfast. Everything timed perfectly. The husband and wife team worked with flawless coordination. The three of them had just settled down to eat breakfast when the front door was knocked. Bang, bang, bang. I looked up with a questioning expression. I had no idea who would be coming this early. But Serena quickly stood up, and as she walked toward the door, she said, "It's Mia and the others. I asked them to come." Sure enough, the moment the door opened, Mia, with that booming voice of hers, let out a shout and launched herself forward, throwing her arms around Serena. Wow, Serena, you were incredible. I was so excited last night I couldn't sleep properly. Ha ha ha, Miss Claire followed behind her, looking at this little girl with helpless but fond exasperation. Mia, get down. Watching Mia practically strangle her, Serena quickly pried her off with a look of disdain. They closed the door, and all three walked inside. I nodded and greeted Miss Claire and Mia. Little Lily also sweetly called out, "Auntie," twice. But when Mia saw me greeting her, her eyes darted away nervously, which left me thoroughly baffled. What had I done to offend this little girl this time? As it turned out, nothing. The next moment, a faint greeting came from Mia's mouth. "Good morning, brother-in-law." I was instantly dumbstruck. I thought for a moment my ears were playing tricks on me. After all, Mia had always called me directly by name. It took me a good long while before I came back to my senses, and stammered back, good morning." Mia's whole face turned bright red. She was sure I must be laughing at her inside. Serena saw this scene unfold, and walked over to sit at the dining table, looking at me with a faintly flushed face but a smile. "It was me who told Mia to call you that. I'm her sister, so you're naturally her brother-in-law. That explains it." I let out a breath of relief. The sudden change from Mia just now had felt strange to me, like that feeling of, there are villains everywhere trying to get me. But if it was Serena's doing, it made perfect sense. "Ms. Claire, Mia, have you two eaten breakfast?" I looked up and asked. Both of them said at the same time that they had already eaten. Then Ms. Claire looked toward Serena. "Serena, you called us over so early. Is something going on?" "Ms. Claire, Mia, have a seat for now. We'll talk in a bit." Miss Claire and Mia, though puzzled, still nodded and settled onto the sofa. After the meal, I sent the little one to kindergarten as usual. When I got home again, I found the three people on the sofa, sitting in a strange, dazed trance. My arrival broke through that trance. Miss Claire's expression became complicated. Mia's eyes were slowly going wide, as if caught in some kind of shock, and Serena's face also wore an expression of disbelief. I scratched my head, not understanding what had happened in such a short time. Did something happen? I was a little worried and asked directly. It was Miss Claire. After quite a long moment, she finally held up her phone and said, The album's first-day sales figures are out." Hearing that, my eyes lit up. I hurried to the sofa and sat down. "That's good news. Let me see. What's the total?" "My album's first-day sales, 75 million. The hand I reached out to take the phone trembled slightly. I mechanically turned my face. I was also stunned. How much? 75 million? The entire new releases chart's top 10 is your songs. I went to sleep at around 10 last night, and this morning I had only just got back from dropping Lily off. I hadn't even had time to check the chart. When I fell asleep last night, my songs had only taken up half the new releases chart. Who knew that one night of sleep later, the netizens had given them such a massive surprise? So doesn't that mean adding in the earnings from the Hwayoung song? and my 2 singles, plus the royalty share from the Yinghai song. The first day sales total would break 100 million? I said this and involuntarily swallowed. I had imagined that the combined sales of these songs would be impressive, but I hadn't expected it to be this staggering. You had to understand, in my original world, Old Joe's biggest album had a first-day sales figure of only 1 or 200 million, and that album had 10 songs. Mine also had 10, but you had to remember, that half of those 10 songs were free to listen to. That was genuinely absurd. No wonder Ms. Claire and Mia were the way they were. Serena had given them a 10% cut of the pure profits. These two had in an instant crossed into millionaire territory. That would stun anyone. I had always thought of myself as someone who looked down on money, but when an amount this enormous was actually laid out in front of me, I finally understood, even if it was dirt, a pile this big in front of you would still shock anyone senseless. You had to understand. Normally, album sales gave 30% to the artist, 20% to the songwriter, with the rest split 70-30 between the company and the platform. But Serena and I had no company. The sales earnings she received only needed to be split 70-30 with the Huayin platform. The group stared at each other in silence. It took quite a while for everyone to come back to their senses. At this moment, Ms. Claire's heart was a tangled mix of emotions. Just recently, she had still been sick with worry over her mother's illness and the debts looming outside. Yet from the moment I had appeared, in such a short span of time, she had not only shed all of her previous hardships, but would never have to worry about money again. Mia's family was fairly comfortable by ordinary standards, but this was genuinely the first time she had earned this much money. She felt a little dazed, too. So the reason Serena had called them over early was to pay their wages. In truth, this had been on Serena's mind all along. Mia and Miss Claire had been with her for nearly 3 months now. They had worked diligently every single day without a word of complaint. Yet until now, they had not received a single cent. Yet, the very first moment she had money, she thought of them. She just hadn't expected the earnings this album brought would be this terrifying. Up until now, not a single album had ever broken 50 million in first-day sales, and Serena's album had shattered the historical record. I was the first to calm down. I quickly worked it out. Back in my original world, Old Joe's album could already break 120 million on day one, and Serena's album was a collection of iconic songs from many legends. Results like this were actually not so surprising when you thought about it. I looked up and smiled suddenly. I looked at Serena, who still seemed slightly in a daze. Now you're a proper wealthy woman. If it weren't for Mia and Miss Claire still being here, I'd want to call you rich wives like little Lily does. But actually there's nothing stopping me now. Heh, wife, now that you have money, I'm putting in a first application for 10 million. It's time to get the company off the ground. I said this with a grin, hands cupped. Chen Feng's animation company still needs 5 million. And that floor in the city center, 2,000 square meters of office space. Just the 6-month rent alone will cost 5 million. Equipment and everything else on top of that. Hordio blinked, looking so adorably dazed that I couldn't help but want to reach out and poke her little cheek. I do have a linked bank account, but I said before that going forward, household expenses would be decided by both of us. All right. Serena gave a soft, okay. She thought for a moment, then pressed her lips together and looked at me. She opened her mouth. Can we also set up a charity foundation when the company's established? I want to set aside 30% of profits going forward to help orphans in need and patients who can't afford their medical bills. Looking at the serious expression on Serena's face, I paused for a moment. Then I smiled and nodded. Of course, we're both orphans ourselves. Having experienced certain things, we naturally understand hardship better than most. Even if Serena hadn't said it, I would have brought it up later. You could only say the two of them were of one mind. Of course, this foundation we would oversee seriously and responsibly, making sure every cent went to people who truly needed it. Ms. Claire and Mia heard this, and their eyes immediately brightened. The two of them exchanged a glance. Ms. Claire then smiled and said, Serena, take 30% of our wages and put it into the foundation. Consider it our small contribution. All right, Serena agreed. The direction going forward had been roughly decided. I didn't waste any time. I stood up and made a welcoming gesture, saying, I wonder if these lovely ladies would like to come with me to see your future new company? Mia immediately cheered and raised both hands in agreement. Serena didn't say a word. She simply stood up and took my arm, expressing her answer through action. After calling Chen Feng, the four of them left the house and drove toward the city center. Once again, arriving at the base of that multi-story commercial building in the city center, I tilted my head back and looked up. This was my third time coming to this place. I truly hadn't expected that one day I would open a company of my own here. The floor available for lease was the 8th floor. Chen Feng had been waiting there long before we arrived. Beside him stood a man of roughly 40. The two of them were chatting and laughing. It wasn't until the four of us stepped out of the elevator that both of them stopped talking and came to meet us. Old Jiang, let me introduce you. This is Lin Fu, the manager of this building. Chen Feng pulled me forward to introduce the two of them. Mr. Lin, this is James Rivers, also the boss of our company. I quickly pulled off my mask and shook hands warmly with Lin Fu. The moment the mask came off, Lin Fu clearly recognized me. You could see the surprise in his eyes. Hello. I genuinely didn't expect it would be you. Who'd want to rent this floor? When little Chen told me earlier, I thought he was kidding. Didn't expect it was really you. These past 2 days, every time I open my phone, there's news about you. So you're opening your own entertainment company. After a brief handshake with Lin Fu, he looked at me with an expression of surprise and curiosity. You coming here to open a company? If that gets out, it'll be a massive story. Hello, Mr. Lin. I do want to start an entertainment company. That's why I'm looking at locations. Why don't we look at the space first? Yes. Let's deal with business first. Please follow me, Lin Fu smiled to himself. If I really opened an entertainment company in his building, the place would blow up. He knew how much momentum I had. This would be a gold-plated sign of prestige. The group walked through the floor together. Lin Fu explained everything as we went. By the time we had made a full round, I had a rough picture in my head. This floor was a total of 2,200 square meters, divided into 15 office areas. Each area was roughly 120 square meters. Of course, the offices could be renovated and modified later as needed. When the time came, he could completely renovate and reconfigure the layout according to the company's needs. For example, restrooms for staff, as well as recording studios, conference rooms, and various other spaces. All of those I would need to renovate and fit out later. Then there was equipment installation and a whole series of follow-up tasks. All of that was work for later. Right now, I was basically an empty-handed commander. Beside myself and Serena, Mia, Ms. Claire, and the two already agreed upon, Feng Xiaoxiao, and Yi Shuihan. The company temporarily had no one else. For now, I only needed to quickly set up a few basic rooms, then clear out an office space, and get Shiyi Animation moved in. I was fairly satisfied with this floor, so I started negotiating with Lin Fu on the spot. Lin Fu was genuinely happy that I would be moving into his building, so his pricing was very fair. The two of us hit it off immediately. By the time negotiations concluded, I had successfully signed a 6-month contract with Lin Fu. At 12 yuan per square meter per day, whether to renew, when it expired, depended entirely on whether I needed a larger space by then. Contract signed, first payment made. The first step in Shiyi Entertainment's establishment had been successfully completed. Everything is hardest at the beginning. With Shiyi Entertainment's address just confirmed, I wasted no time and immediately contacted a renovation company to come in. I needed to get the company set up as quickly as possible. Man, come with me tomorrow to get the company registered. While we're at it, post some job listings online. We don't have singers yet for now, but certain essential positions still need to be filled as soon as possible. Got it? We'll go together tomorrow. And don't worry about the renovation. I'll keep an eye on it. Haha, our Shiyi Animations office space. I'm personally overseeing every step. Chen Feng agreed. When it came to company matters, he was full of drive. With the renovation company contacted, I looked up at the vast empty floor before me and kept turning over what came next in my head. When it came to starting a company, I was like a first-time bride stepping into the sedan, completely new to all of it. All I could do was study it carefully and try to leave as little room for error as possible. Renovation was only the first step. After that came equipment installation, talent recruitment, and then bringing Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan into the company. That was roughly all of the early-stage planning. From there, it would have to be one step at a time. Mia was still pulling Serena from room to room. Ms. Claire followed behind them, her smile never fading. Now that they had a company of their own, this little girl had already started thinking about the company's layout. She was at this very moment pulling Serena along and studying every detail. Serena listened to Mia fantasizing about the future, while her eyes drifted involuntarily toward me, still deep in thought over there. Her heart wasn't calm either. It seemed like, without her even realizing it, her entire life had undergone a complete and sweeping transformation, like waking from a dream. Especially standing here in this moment, there was always a sense of unreality to it all. She suddenly felt afraid. Mia tried to pull Serena further along, and suddenly noticed Serena had frozen in place, the life seeming to drain from her expression. "Serena, what are you thinking about?" Mia called out tentatively. Serena didn't answer. The next second, she suddenly pulled free from Mia's hand and walked toward me. I was still deep in thought about the company's direction. Suddenly, a familiar clean scent drifted to me, and a warm small hand closed around mine. Holding tight, I looked up and found Serena's face, bare of makeup, naturally beautiful, right there before me. In those almond eyes, there was an unmistakable panic. "What's wrong?" I squeezed her small hand and asked quietly. The words had barely landed when the small hand in mine gripped tighter. Serena pressed her lips together, both eyes fixed unblinking on mine. Mia and Miss Claire, who had come out from the office area after them, instinctively stopped in their tracks. They had both noticed Serena's unsettled mood too. Miss Claire didn't know what was wrong with Serena, but she could guess. A quiet ache stirred in her chest. This foolish child had only just started to find a little happiness, and now the fear was setting in again. Even though Miss Claire didn't know what she was afraid of, she knew the reason was connected to me. She glanced over at me, looking at Serena with nothing but tenderness in my eyes, took Mia by the arm and walked to one side. Right now was the time to let this couple have some space alone. Chen Feng scratched his head. He had been confused up until now, but watching Ms. Claire and the others leave, he suddenly understood. He quickly followed after Ms. Claire and Mia. The atmosphere here was genuinely more than he could handle. The real warmth of the hand in hers made Serena's heart beat wildly. She wanted to ask, but was afraid the answer she got would leave her disappointed. And yet the steady tenderness in my eyes gave her the courage to finally ask. "James, dummy, you won't disappear, will you?" Hearing Serena's words, I paused. This was a question I hadn't thought about. When I had first arrived, I had thought about leaving, thought about traveling the world. But later that thought had faded. As for whether I would disappear, I genuinely hadn't thought about it, and I didn't know how to answer the question. Everything is decided by heaven. None of it is within one's own control. Not getting the answer she wanted, the panic in Serena's eyes deepened. The hand gripping mine tightened further. Her eyes began to redden at the corners. This question had been on her mind the whole time. From the very moment I appeared, she had been wondering. She had never changed. Especially as the happiness drew closer and closer. The fear inside her grew stronger and stronger. She was terrified that this happiness was nothing but an empty dream, nothing more than a passing shadow. The meeting in dreams always dissolves into nothing. Feeling Serena's panic, I felt a wave of my own. I clasped her hand in return and pulled her into my arms. There are some questions I don't know the answer to, but I won't leave on my own. As I said it, my eyes gradually grew steady. I gently patted Serena's back, which was still trembling slightly, and continued. "If one day I truly disappear, wait for me. I will definitely come back." Serena didn't answer for a long time. She just held my waist tightly, feeling the warmth of my body. Another long while passed before I finally heard her reply. Her reply near my ear. Okay. Just one word, but it carried the full weight of Serena's resolve. Even though my answer wasn't the one she had wanted to hear, I had given her something to hold on to. Both of their emotions gradually settled, though my heart now carried one more layer of worry. That was something I couldn't be certain about. With everything here settled, the four of them left the company and headed to the bank. On the way, with Mia playing the cheerful jokester and deliberately trying to lighten the mood, Serena's spirits lifted considerably. I drove, and inwardly marveled. They really were Serena's most trusted right-hand people. The two of them truly understood her. This trip to the bank was to pay these two for their work. After that, life began to find its footing. Serena had some breathing room for a while. And I, who had set out to be a full-time stay-at-home dad, was running myself ragged, registering the company, recruiting people, designing the company logo, and a whole string of other things. That left me with no rest at all. After half a month, the online buzz around the two of us gradually returned to a quieter pace. For a time, news about Serena and me seemed to have vanished off the face of the earth. Netizens could only listen to the songs to remember us by, and occasionally bicker in the comments under our Weibo posts. Hey, where are you? Still not coming out to post anything? I've been waiting so long, the flowers have wilted. Seriously, how can you be so inconsiderate? Half a month. Even a farm donkey doesn't get to rest this much. Didn't you say you were going independent? How come there's been no movement? That's it. If you don't show up soon, watch out, I'll park a ghost fire outside your building. She belongs to me. Haha. Unlike the netizens' constant nudging, the entertainment world had fallen into a rare period of calm. Every entertainment company let out a breath of relief. Without those two pressuring us, our mood is so much better. Though none of them dared to dominate the trending charts too aggressively, either. They were afraid that one day this menace would suddenly appear and hit them hard. After all, the moment I appeared, it was always a guaranteed trending topic. If that happened, all the money we spent would be completely wasted. As it turned out, their approach was the right one. The date came to October 20th. Serena's and my Weibo accounts both posted updates at the same time, and in just a short hour, the post had climbed to #1 on the trending chart. Long time no see, reporting back to everyone. Starting today, She Entertainment is officially open. Good morning, President Jiang. Good morning, Serena. She Entertainment, after half a month of renovation, had taken shape. The moment Serena, I, and the others stepped through the front door, the newly hired receptionist immediately stood up, a bright smile on her face, and greeted Serena and me. Good morning. I smiled back. This young woman, her name was Li Wenjing, I believed. She really did seem quiet and gentle. Very good. She truly lived up to her name, Li Wenjing. Receiving my response lit up even more. Ever since she had seen the job posting for She Entertainment, she had immediately sent in her resume. Even during the interview, she had prepared thoroughly. Even so, she had still been worried she might not make it. After all, getting to work at her idol's company and see them every day, that was a truly wonderful thing. The current She Entertainment, outside of the space used by She Animation, had now been divided into 10 restrooms, 10 recording studios, 5 offices, and 1 large conference room. All the basic facilities were in place. The company logo had also been designed and hung on the large sign outside. Of course, compared to larger entertainment companies, it still looked a little modest, but at this stage, I was already quite satisfied. Just as Serena and I were about to walk further in, 2 female voices rang out from the doorway. Good morning. Good morning, Deputy Director Yang. Good morning, Chen Di. Serena, I, and the others turned around to find Angela and Chen Di also walking in from outside. Chen Di came bounding over, grabbing Serena's arm. Serena, haven't seen you in a few days. You've put on a little weight. No, I haven't. Serena's pretty face turned slightly pink. She had put on a little. She had been home lately, and my cooking was too good. Every time she couldn't help going back for more. But admitting it was out of the question. I looked at Angela walking to the front and scratched my head. The company had just opened. I had only suggested to David Yang a partnership, borrowing 2 people to give the place some presence. Chen Di coming over, I had sort of expected. But Angela coming, I never would have predicted. This formidable woman was already juggling multiple roles at her own company. How did she still have time to come to my little startup? When they had first shown up, they had caught me off guard. But fortunately, Angela coming had solved a lot of problems for the company. At least on the HR side, none of us had to worry about a thing. Deputy Director Yang, how did Yinghai Entertainment bear to let you go? The group walked toward the restroom. I asked curiously as we went. Angela looked straight ahead without turning. There's Deputy Director Zhang in HR. I'm only a deputy director. Coming here to help isn't so strange, is it? Work-wise, it doesn't matter which office I'm in. She finished, then suddenly turned and looked sideways at me. Not welcome? Welcome. Welcome. You're most welcome. You're basically one of our company's most important people now. How could we not welcome you? I said quickly. This side is short-handed. Thinking of leaving after you got here? Dream on. Then stop calling me Deputy Director Yang. Call me Sister Ling. I'm older than you. Angela continued looking at me and said, clearly looking to pull rank over me. climbing on my head. I felt my fist hardening, seeing my pained expression. Serena and Chendi quietly laughed. They hadn't seen me get outmaneuvered too often. Fine, you're older, you win. Sister Ling, happy now? A real man knows when to bend. My expression immediately settled into composure. Now it was Angela's turn to feel a little irritated inside. She always felt this guy was subtly mocking her. The group chatted and laughed their way into the restroom. The company had just been established with just this handful of people. The development direction hadn't been fully set either. For now, there weren't too many rules and formalities. This restroom was designated exclusively for Serena. The layout and furnishings were all modeled after the one at Yinghai Entertainment. That had been something Serena and Mia had insisted on strongly. Well, it was really Mia the artist's idea. Back at Yinghai Entertainment, she had barely spent any time in the restrooms. Now at their own company, she had come prepared to spend a lot of time here. The moment she walked in, Mia threw herself face first onto the big sofa she had been dreaming about. She was delighted beyond words. Serena and Chendi also sat down, the two of them like sisters, chatting about their music. Oh right, Serena and I talked it over, and we both think you should have a secretary. You're a chairman of a company now. You can't do everything yourself. You need someone to help. I had barely settled into the sofa when I heard Angela, sitting across from me, say this. A secretary. That was something I genuinely hadn't thought about. Hearing Angela say this, my mind involuntarily conjured up the image of a tall, elegant beauty in a black pantsuit. I quickly shook my head, clearing that unrealistic image out of my head. The company just got started. There's not much going on yet. I don't think we need one for now. The expression on my face as I said this didn't escape Angela. She couldn't help but cross her legs, narrow her eyes, and smile. What were you just thinking about? Tell Serena and share the joy. I felt a little guilty. I sneaked a glance at Serena. This clueless woman was still happily chatting with Chendi, completely oblivious to what they were talking about. Not that I could be blamed for it. The key thing was, who wouldn't think that when someone mentioned a secretary? I wasn't thinking anything. Don't make things up out of nowhere. Obviously not going to admit it. I said this with a straight face. Angela let out a dismissive sound, and finally let it go. Then she continued. Neither you nor Serena have time to manage the company, and neither of you know how to manage one either. Finding someone professional to help is still necessary. Of course, the person has to be someone of solid character. Actually, rather than secretary, let's call it assistant. Hearing Angela put it that way, I nodded. Management. That was genuinely not my strong suit. But there's no rush right now. Let's talk about it later. The company hasn't even started normal operations yet. Talking about this now is too soon. Oh right, 2 singers are coming by later. Really good people. I pick them up off the side of the road. Have a chat with them. Offer whatever terms you can and make them work. Sign them. That way the company won't have just my wife carrying the whole thing alone. What I meant, naturally, was Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan, those 2 brothers. As the company's very first signed artists, I had high expectations for them. In the future, these 2 brothers would be Shi Entertainment's twin pillars. Angela's eyes showed surprise. Other people picked their singers from talent agencies, or from among those with some online following, and here I was, just picking someone right off the side of the road. Were singers really that easy to find? She had no idea. At around 10 in the morning, Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan arrived at the company. I only made a brief appearance, greeted them briefly, and handed them over to Angela. Professional matters had to be handled by professionals. An outsider like me was currently out with Serena, looking at apartments in a nearby residential complex. Besides renting several artist apartments, we were also planning to move into a bigger place ourselves. The artist apartments were quickly sorted out, all ready furnished units with full fittings. The agent, having landed a big deal for once, was now walking ahead with a smile, enthusiastically introducing the area to Serena and me. Mr. Zhang, Ms. Xia. This is one of the city center's most well-known residential complexes. The greenery here is among the best in the whole area, and the facilities are comprehensive. Security and property management are both excellent. Not only that, Jado whelmed. As you can probably tell, the transportation here is also very convenient. If you don't feel like driving, the subway station is just a short walk from the door. The shopping district nearby is quite developed too. The famous Yida Plaza is right around here. Choosing to live here is definitely the right decision. I nodded. Everything the agent was saying I had already researched beforehand. That was also why I had chosen this place. As he talked, the agent led the two of them through the entrance of Building 8. They took the elevator, which rose all the way to the 18th floor, and stopped. The agent quickly stepped out of the elevator and led Serena and me to the door of a unit. He entered the electronic code and opened the door. The three of them stepped inside. A faint trace of new renovation smell still hung in the air. Passing through the entryway, they were greeted by an enormous living room. The apartment had a premium renovation, done primarily in a minimalist light gray style. The agent continued his introduction. Mr. Zhang, Ms. Xiao, based on your requirements, this apartment should be the most suitable one for you. A standard 4-bedroom, 2 living room, 2-bathroom layout, clean and generous. Just look at this floor plan. Look at these floor-to-ceiling windows. Honestly, if I had the money, even I'd be tempted. The agent wore a smile and praised it effusively. I laughed when I heard that. I walked to the balcony, and those enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, pulled back the light gray curtains, and looked down. The view was genuinely beautiful. I was quite satisfied with this place. I turned to look at Serena, and then found that Serena's eyes also carried a trace of anticipation. It seemed she was happy with it too. The two of them made another round through the apartment. When Serena and I saw the children's room, we decided to buy it on the spot. The children's room was simply too beautifully done. Both of us agreed that Lily would definitely fall in love with that little room. Serena and I had a brief discussion. And then I began an intense negotiation with the agent. Not until both the agent and I were smiling with satisfaction did both sides begin signing the contract. Another major matter half settled. Serena and I said goodbye to the agent and drove back toward the company. This time, unusually, it was Serena driving. I sat in the passenger seat with my eyes closed, resting. Seeing the exhaustion on my face, Serena pressed her lips together. Over this past half-month, she had watched me leave early and come home late every day. Even when I got home, I would shut myself in the study for a while, doing something she didn't know. Seeing me like this made her heart ache, but even when she tried to say something, I would just smile and say it was fine. Serena felt she had to do something. Otherwise, she didn't know how much longer this dummy would keep going like this. The car quickly reached the parking lot beneath the company building. I, who had been resting with my eyes closed, also opened them. The smile returned to my face. The two of them got out of the car and headed into the company. On the street, inside a beat-up red car, a pair of eyes with a crazed expression were fixed hard on Serena and me as we entered the building. Ever since she had gotten out, she had been keeping a close eye on Serena. She had originally prepared thoroughly, only to find that the entertainment world had gone and blacklisted Serena at that moment. Being blacklisted was a good thing. She had wanted to watch Serena fall into ruin just like herself. But before she could celebrate for long, I had stepped in again. What, this man? Every time he appeared at the most critical moment. She hated seeing Serena's happiness now. She hated it even more. Serena had now become an obsession inside her, a thorn embedded in her heart. Truly didn't expect. The very first event invitation our company received would be an award ceremony. Back at the company, I took the event invitation notice from Ms. Claire and said with a smile, end of October, the Hawaiian New Releases Chart Award ceremony will be held at the City Music Hall. It's organized by Hawaiian together with the major entertainment companies, a fairly prestigious ceremony. We dominated this month's new releases chart. Of course we'd get an invitation. I just wonder how many songs Serena and brother-in-law will win awards for. Mia, still unwilling to leave her beloved big sofa, was currently sitting cross-legged on it, craning her neck to look at the notice in my hand. I looked up and smiled. Honestly, winning or not doesn't matter much to us. After all, these awards are mainly to raise an artist's market value and give them more leverage when negotiating with companies. In our own company, that leverage counts for absolutely nothing. But whether we win or not, showing up and being seen is still good. Appearing in the public eye like that will also put people at ease, and it'll add a line to the company's track record. After all, right now this company really does look like a shell company. When I finished, everyone laughed. What kind of shell company looks like this? Setting everything else aside, just this 2,000 square meter floor. Which shell company could afford to rent this? Serena and brother-in-law. It seems you two don't have outfits for the ceremony yet. Usually formal wear is provided by the companies. Or yay, sponsors. But we don't have any sponsors yet. Mia looked at the two of them sitting on the sofa in casual clothes, and added, Ms. Claire, sitting on the edge of the sofa, ruffled Mia's hair, and said to Serena and me, for the formal wear, let's have something custom-made. Let's go to Yida this afternoon and have a look. There's a bespoke formal wear boutique there. We have enough time. All right, I agreed. And so, after everyone had lunch at the company, the group filed chattering into the elevator. Poor me, surrounded by 4 women in the middle, feeling like there was a flock of sparrows chirping on all sides. Chen Di, hearing they were going to shop for clothes, had tagged along, so all 4 women got into one car, leaving me alone, driving the other car by myself. The car ahead turned onto the main road. I followed behind, but just then, a sudden roar of a car engine erupted. My eyes narrowed almost instantly to a slit. I watched a beat-up wine-red car coming from a distance, accelerating without stopping, heading straight for the car carrying Serena and the others. In that moment, it felt like every drop of blood in my body had frozen. I instinctively floored the accelerator and drove my car forward. In an instant, I had placed my car in front of Serena's. A violent crash of metal erupted. I felt the world spin violently before my eyes. Shards of glass flew everywhere. Through the shattered window, I glimpsed in a blur that face, twisted with madness into something unrecognizable. So it was you all along. Liu Qian, I smiled. Even with blood already spilling from my mouth, I still smiled. As long as I was here, no one could get past me to hurt her. Inside the car, Serena had gone completely blank. She watched the 3 people beside her, shouting in panic as they jumped out of the car. She watched Ms. Claire pull her out of the car and wrap her tightly in her arms. She watched Mia drag Liu Qian, covered in blood, equally crazed, out of the other car. She watched Chen Di, frantically dialing the emergency line and the police. Dummy, Serena called out, her voice like rain. Then she suddenly broke free from Miss Claire's embrace, feet stumbling and unsteady, running toward the car that had been smashed to pieces. Inside the car, all the airbags had fully deployed. She couldn't see my face clearly, only blood streaming continuously from my body. Serena's legs gave out beneath her completely. She collapsed to the ground, silently reaching out her hand. Tears streamed down from her eyes in a torrent. She wanted to grip my hand, but the short distance between them felt like a divine punishment. Sirens, ambulance wails, flooding in from all directions. The scene descended into chaos, but Serena seemed to hear none of it, because her whole world had collapsed in this moment.
This was a hospital. I rubbed my throbbing temple and forced my eyes open. What greeted me was a white ceiling. The air carried the smell of disinfectant. I dragged my aching, weakened body up into a sitting position, staring blankly at everything before me. All I had done yesterday was attend a celebration party, and had a couple extra drinks. How had I ended up in a hospital? And it felt like I had been asleep for a very long time, dreaming one very, very long dream. Only, whatever I had dreamed about, I couldn't remember any of it now. Doctor! Doctor! The patient in room is awake. Before I had made any movement, I heard a young woman's voice call out in surprise. Doctor! The next moment, a doctor pushed the door open and rushed in. A miracle, without any sign at all. The neural activity of someone in a deep coma has spontaneously recovered on its own. The doctor fussed over me with instruments for a long while, then shook his head with an expression of pure disbelief. It's nothing, doctor. Hello? I just slept in a little last night. It's not as dramatic as you're making it sound. Slept in? Ah, who sleeps for several months straight? I never would have expected you to wake up. Several months? I felt my grip on reality loosen. All right, the important thing is you're awake. I'll do a thorough examination for you shortly. It would be best if you could stay in the hospital for observation a while longer. The doctor continued as he looked at me. Wait, doctor. I want to ask who brought me to the hospital. And when you say several months, you mean I've been in a coma for several months? I was having difficulty processing this. I urgently needed to know what had actually happened to me. To be exact, 3 months. As for who brought you here, it was apparently a colleague of yours, because whoever it was dropped you off and disappeared. Hearing the doctor say that, the corner of my mouth twitched involuntarily. 3 months. I had actually been asleep for a full 3 months. Good thing someone had dropped me off at the hospital. Being an orphan, if no one had found me, after 3 months, my body would probably have started to decay. The doctor said nothing more after that, and began preparing to give me a thorough examination. The entire afternoon was spent on that. The results of the examination left even the doctor astonished. There was nothing wrong with me. Nobody could explain why I had fallen into a deep coma in the first place. During that afternoon, I also learned the details of my situation. It turned out that after I had been dropped at the hospital, the doctors themselves had been in a difficult position. Without any family present, they hadn't dared to treat me aggressively. Later, when the hospital learned I was an orphan, they had applied for assistance funds from a charitable foundation to pay for my treatment. The only problem was, no matter what they did, I seemed as though I would never wake up, like a living dead man. All they could do was keep me in a ward and maintain my basic nutritional needs every day. I gave a bitter smile. I had been working out every day, but 3 months in bed had left me as weak as a wrung-out rag. Just sitting up was a struggle. Thinking about how weak my body felt, I suddenly had the strange sense that I had experienced this feeling somewhere in a dream before. After a moment of sitting with it to no avail, I shook my head decisively and pushed those scattered thoughts aside. The most important thing right now was getting my body back to functioning normally. Through persistent effort, 3 days later I was finally discharged from the hospital. Even though this body still couldn't handle strenuous exercise, basic things like walking were already completely manageable. Back in my empty apartment, I picked up my phone and scrolled through recent news. I didn't have many friends. Naturally, no one would have known I had been in a coma for 3 months. Maybe just my former colleagues at most, though by now I had already been let go by that small record label anyway. After all, I was just a nobody songwriter. 3 months was all it took for someone who had always lived alone. The world hadn't changed all that much. After scrolling for a little while, I slipped my phone into my pocket and left the apartment again. There wasn't a single ingredient at home. I needed to go out and stock up. I went to the nearby mall, picked through things for a while, and was walking back carrying a heavy load of groceries. "Hey, mister, want to buy some flowers?" Outside the mall, in the plaza, a little girl with rosy cheeks held up a small bouquet, looking at me with hopeful eyes. I paused. My hands were already too full to take anything more, but when I saw the bunch of light purple, lavender in the girl's hands, my chest gave a strange, inexplicable ache. It was as if a voice had been quietly saying in my ear, "Buy it." Mr. Lavender's flower language represents a love that waits. It'll bring you good luck. Buy a bunch. The little girl's voice came again. I came back to myself, set down the groceries in my hands, and suddenly smiled. I reached out and gently patted the girl's head. Lavender has another meaning, you know, and that's redemption and hope. To the little girl's sweet smile, I bought a bunch of lavender. I didn't know why I knew those words, just as I didn't know where the frozen ache inside me had come from. Back home, I just stood there dazed, staring at this empty, hollow apartment. I suddenly felt like something was missing from this home. "Serena, you've barely eaten anything for 3 days. Please eat something. Otherwise, when brother-in-law wakes up and sees you like this, it'll break his heart." At the hospital bedside, Serena held tightly to that warm hand, even as Mia tried to persuade her from the side. Her eyes stayed on the figure lying in the bed, never once moving away. The doctor said it was only excessive blood loss. Everything else is normal, but even the doctors can't explain why he just won't wake up. He just lies there, breathing steadily like this, as if he'll never wake up. I'm telling you, if you won't think about yourself, at least think about Lily. 3 days without seeing either of you. Do you have any idea what little Lily must be going through? The little one hasn't said anything, but the teacher told me. She's been quietly wiping her tears alone. Miss Clare's firm voice rang out nearby. Hearing Lily's name, something finally lit up in Serena's eyes. She shot to her feet. 3 days of round-the-clock vigil. had left her body stumbling as she stood. Lily? If he woke up and found out the little one was like this, he would be devastated. She couldn't do this. She still had Lily to take care of. I had left home. Ever since waking up in the hospital, even I didn't understand what had happened to me. I had always been someone who lived like this, alone, but now I kept feeling like something was hollow and missing, like I had forgotten something. I longed for something, but didn't know what. All I knew was that the feeling was unbearable. I had woken up one day, feeling as though a piece of my heart had gone missing. Something inside me was urging me to go and search, to follow the feeling in my heart and find it, to search for whatever this unnamed longing was reaching toward. The late October night wind blew cold. I was sitting outside a convenience store. I had bought a bottle of liquor to warm myself up, but the moment I cracked the cap, the sharp smell of alcohol hit me and made me vaguely nauseous. I frowned and instinctively rubbed my nose. I didn't know why, but looking at the drink in front of me, I suddenly found it repulsive. In the end, I couldn't bring myself to drink any of it. I put the cap back on in disgust and set it aside. A stray cat that had appeared from somewhere caught my attention. It was pawing at the convenience store door, meowing insistently. The young woman at the register seemed long. Accustomed to its routine, she stood up smoothly, grabbed some food, came to the door, crouched down, and fed it. The stray cat licked her hand, took the food in its mouth, and left. The young woman at the register stood back up, watching the stray cat go, eyes full of quiet affection. If you like it, why not take it home? And keep it? I couldn't help but look up and ask. The young woman paused. She hadn't expected this strange older man, who had bought a bottle of liquor, and then refused to drink it, to suddenly speak. She looked toward where the stray cat had disappeared, and let out a small sigh. She turned and explained to me, "I'm not able to take care of it right now. Before I can take proper care of it, I won't bring it home. Haven't you heard this saying, mister? If you can't keep looking after someone, don't spoil them in the first place. Because compared to before, a creature that has been loved and then abandoned will be left in despair." The one called mister, fell silent. Those words made my heart ache suddenly again. This was the 10th day since I had left home. I felt like I finally knew where I needed to go. You can't keep a secret forever. On the 3rd day of my hospitalization after the accident, everyone had found out. The internet immediately erupted. Every kind of media descended at once. Shocking headlines in blazing red appeared across every major platform. Netizens couldn't believe it. After waiting all those days, what they had been waiting to hear turned out to be this devastating news. Everyone was struggling to accept it. This man who had just burst onto the scene and single-handedly taken on the entire music world had fallen just like that. They couldn't believe it, but the facts silenced them. Official news reports had come out, confirming that the event was real, and reporting on the cause of the incident, a car crash brought about by a woman with deep-seated resentment. I was currently in a coma and had not yet regained consciousness. Every netizen's heart instantly clenched with worry. They all rushed to Serena's Weibo account, asking after her and offering comfort. "Serena, stay strong. You have to pull through. We all believe he's going to be okay. This is deliberate attempted murder." Seriously, shouldn't this vicious woman be charged with attempted murder? When I first saw this news, I didn't believe it, but when I found out it was true, I went silent. There's nothing I can do. All I can do is pray for him. The joy and emotion this man has brought us during this time is something no one else in the entertainment world could ever replace. I thought I would get to witness the new era of the industry. Didn't expect, sigh. As deeply as the netizens were hurting, Tianmei Entertainment and all the other companies were just as pleased. They were secretly hoping I would stay in a coma like this and never wake up. Even Lu Gao quietly let out a sigh of relief. Truth be told, the pressure I had put on him was enormous, more than any person or any company had ever put on him. Other people or companies would at least negotiate with you over interests. I completely wouldn't. I was an anomaly who played by no one else's rules, and on top of that, this anomaly was extraordinarily talented. End of October. The Huayin New Releases Chart Awards ceremony was held as scheduled, but people had no desire to pay attention to the ceremony, because this time, the winner of the Best New Song Award and the Best Songwriter Award never appeared. Time is the most merciless of all things. The entertainment world returned once again to its usual rhythm. The man who had blazed through like a shooting star had gone silent. After October, the winds shifted. The entertainment world was about to welcome its most grand program of the entire year, China's Strongest Voice. China's Strongest Voice was a battle arena competition. It was supervised throughout by Huayin and invited entertainment companies from across the country to compete in a music battle arena format. It was also the benchmark by which an entertainment company was judged. The reason the Big Three were the Big Three was because in every edition of China's Strongest Voice, they always swept the top 3 places. The rules of the program were also very simple. 3 arenas operated simultaneously within the competition venue. The 3 arena champions from the previous edition were the defending companies, each sending a representative singer to defend. Any other company could step forward and issue a challenge. The winning side claimed the defending spot and earned 7 points. The losing side scored 0. As for judging, it was equally straightforward. The entire process was voted on only by the audience. There were no judges whatsoever. Huayin monitored and enforced the data throughout. For audience members who wanted to vote, they were required to use their real identity and accumulate a minimum watch time, and they also had to manually complete check-in tasks while watching. In order to cast a vote, this completely shut out any possibility of vote manipulation. Every year at this time was also the time when all the netizens were most riveted. Only this year, whenever people thought about this competition, they couldn't help but let out a sigh. They were all wondering, if that man were here, what kind of spectacle would this year's China's Strongest Voice be? No one knew, and no one knew whether Shiyi Entertainment would even participate in this competition. Inside a hospital in the city, Chen Feng sat alone at the bedside, gripping my hand hard and talking to me. "Old Jiang, if you're any kind of man, wake up already. I sent your sister-in-law home. These past days she's been here morning and night. She's lost a lot of weight. Little Lily still doesn't know. We've been keeping it from her. But the little one is too smart. Just a few days ago, I saw her clutching the doll you gave her, just crying her eyes out." Chen Feng kept talking to me as I lay there, his voice gradually cracking. During this stretch, apart from Shiyi Animation still running as normal, Shiyi Entertainment has completely shut down. It's like you're the soul of this company. Now that the soul is gone, everything seems to have had its pause button pressed in this moment. Serena picked up Lily from kindergarten and returned home. The apartment was still the same small space, only right now it felt hollow and empty to her eyes. She didn't even dare to look at Lily's eyes. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to hold back her tears. Little Lily wrapped her arms around her mommy's leg, tilted her head back to look at Serena's averted face. Her own little head drooped, her lips pressed together. She knew Mommy was sad, but she didn't know where Daddy had gone. She desperately wanted to ask Mommy if Daddy didn't want them anymore, but she didn't dare. All she could do was be even better behaved, hoping that when Daddy came back someday, he would see that his daughter had been so good. Serena coaxed Lily to sleep, but felt not a trace of sleepiness herself. She quietly slipped out of the bedroom and sat curled up on the sofa in a daze. She had been spending less and less time at home these days. In the days before this, even through the nights, she had been at the hospital. She wanted to be the first thing I saw. The moment I woke up, that was why Ms. Claire and the others had forcibly sent her back. In the darkness, Serena curled her body up, her eyes blank and empty. These days she had been asking herself, if she had never made her comeback, would things have been different? Would this never have happened to him? If he were here, he would certainly understand what she was feeling right now. But he wasn't. No one could give her an answer. After quite a long while, Serena quietly stood up. She didn't go back to the master bedroom. Instead, she went to the side room. She pushed open the side room door. It had been arranged back into a small study. On the desk, sheets of manuscript paper were scattered in disarray. Serena sat quietly in the spot where he had always sat. One by one, she gathered and organized the manuscript papers on the desk. Before all of this happened, he was always busy until very late. She had even planned to lecture him for it. But now, she could only wait until he woke up to lecture him. She pulled open the drawer. The moment Serena went to put the gathered manuscript papers away inside, her whole body froze. In the main drawer, a thick stack of manuscript papers caught her eye, dense with musical notation and lyrics written across every surface. Since leaving home, this was my first time coming back here. Little Sun Orphanage. I didn't know why I had come here, but somewhere deep inside, there had always been an impulse, pulling me to come and look. Right now, I truly looked like some kind of disheveled stranger. I hadn't shaved in many days. My hair was as wild and tangled as weeds. When I stood at the orphanage gate and looked inside, even the security guard at the door watched me like he was guarding against a thief. But I still saw it. A couple was inside, looking over the children. The children had all gathered around the couple, doing everything they could to show their best, most well-behaved, lovable selves to the two adults. I even saw a little girl press a lollipop she must have treasured for who knows how long into the couple's hands, holding their hands and calling them Mama and Daddy. As I watched and watched, tears streamed down my face suddenly. I didn't know why I had come here, why I had come to see this, but watching this, my heart ached so badly. I kept feeling like I had lost something, like I had once been won over in exactly this way. But who was that person? My memories had become a jumble. My breathing grew more and more ragged. I felt like I was on the verge of grasping something, yet I kept missing it. What had I forgotten? Damn it. What exactly had I forgotten? I crouched on the ground, helplessly pounding my fists against the gravel. In that moment, even as blood ran down my palms, I barely seemed to notice. I only wanted the pain to shock something loose inside me. My frantic behavior quickly drew the security guards from their booth, not out of sympathy for me. They were simply afraid I would frighten the children inside, and wanted to drive me away. Dragged by two guards to the corner of the street, my mind had already descended into chaos. All I could do was hold my head in my hands in agony. As tears kept falling, the harder I tried to remember, the more tangled and chaotic my mind became. But I could say with certainty in that moment, I had forgotten a memory that was the most precious thing in my life. Suddenly, a piece of familiar music drifted from around the corner, making me freeze where I sat clutching my head. I finally made this decision. No matter what others say, I don't care, as long as you feel the same. Together with the song entering my mind, there were also one after another of faint, familiar voices. James Rivers, are you stupid or what? There, now we're even. At the very end of the song, a small voice, childlike and soft, echoed completely through my mind. Daddy, hungry, food. In that moment, I had gone completely still. Tears still streamed from my eyes without stopping, but at that moment, clarity had returned. I pressed my hand over my wildly pounding heart, and suddenly smiled. I remembered. I had finally remembered. Serena and little Lily. They were the only tether I had in this entire world. November 8th, 8 p.m. Still, the city's stadium, China's strongest voice, officially began. Across the three arenas, Yinghai Entertainment's first defending representative, top-tier artist Lena. Shangxi Entertainment, staying true to their usual conservative strategy, had sent out a veteran artist. Tianmei Entertainment had brought out their company's most currently hot signature artist, Xiang Ruqing. As for the challengers, every other entertainment company had also sent out their own currently popular artists, even though they knew they couldn't topple the big three. Those three immovable mountains. Even losing still meant increased exposure. So why not? 3 matches in a row. Whether in the individual strength of the artists or the songwriting, the big three had shown the world their dominance. All 3 challenges ended in defeat. The defending champions held their ground successfully. The venue was lively, but the buzz online was far, far less than in previous editions. All because the netizens had suddenly realized they couldn't get into these songs anymore. They weren't exactly bad songs, but they weren't quite hitting the mark either. My music had spoiled their ears. Now listening to these songs felt dull and flavorless, just as netizens were feeling. Like all the joy had drained from the world. Suddenly, the host's voice came through the screen into everyone's ears. Next, please welcome Shiyi Entertainment's Serena to the stage to issue a challenge. In that instant, netizens even doubted their own ears. What? Serena? They paused for only a brief moment, then quickly grabbed their phones and looked at the screen. It really was Serena. Serena appeared in a long black dress, face pale, eyes carrying a trace of grief, walking slowly from the backstage onto the stage. She was challenging Tianmei Entertainment today. Ms. Claire and Mia watched Serena walk onto the stage with eyes full of worry. Neither of them understood how she had suddenly changed her mind. It seemed like ever since that one night when Serena had come home. The next day, Serena seemed like a completely different person. They could even see a trace of me in the Serena standing before them now. Nobody knew why Serena had suddenly come back to the company, or why she had proactively announced that the company would take part in China's strongest voice. Only Serena herself knew. She now stood on the stage looking out at the audience below. The lights dimmed accordingly. The background music began to rise gently. On the large screen behind her, a name appeared, one that brought tears to people's eyes. Shiyi. Oh my God, Shiyi is back. Brothers, I can't hold it together. Let me cry for a moment. Lyrics, composition, arrangement, all of it is Shiyi's. Can we say that phrase? She produces. Nothing but the best. Shiyi is here, just as before. Serena stood quietly on the stage. The music began to rise softly. A single tear, together with the music, slid down her cheek. Every single person who witnessed this felt their heart clench involuntarily. The next second, Serena slowly opened her mouth. Her ethereal voice reached everyone's ears, and in that moment made every heart feel close to breaking. That clear, pure voice, like a handful of spring water, landed in the hearts of the netizens and shattered into droplets. In just 2 lines of lyrics, everyone could feel the depth of my love. I'm crying. This was written by James Rivers for Serena, wasn't it? It must be. I'm tearing up. Just how deeply must he love her? To pray to heaven like this? Love has its bitterness and its sweetness. Serena, keep going. Someone who loves you this much, heaven will not allow him to just sleep on like this. On stage, Serena slowly closed her eyes. 2 lines of tears rolled down her cheeks without her meaning to. She had tried to hold them back, but she couldn't. She finally understood what I had been busy doing all that time. The song continued. The helplessness and ache in her voice made people involuntarily clench their fists. On stage, Serena raised her face slightly, her lips pressed together in grievance. It was as if I were using this song to tell her not to be afraid, that even if one day I was no longer by her side, I would ask heaven to look after her. But she wanted to tell me. What she would always want was me, right here beside her. What good was heaven to her? She didn't want it. Carrying a trace of sorrow, a trace of helplessness, the accompaniment drifted again into the audience's ears. On the large screen behind the stage, mechanical subtitles appeared in sync with the accompaniment, slowly appearing on the screen 1 line at a time. The legendary Gulf of Alaska. Due to the difference in density of the seawater, the water takes on 2 colors, yellow and blue, that refuse to mix. This feeling is like 2 people who love each other. Though they may be within arm's reach, there is simply no way to be together. So that's what the Gulf of Alaska means. The audience gritted their teeth. Looking at Serena on stage, eyes full of grief, they suddenly had this overwhelming urge to burst into the hospital and forcibly bite me awake. Your woman is this heartbroken, and you're still lying there sleeping. Wake up, you are not allowed to sleep. The song sent the audience into a collective emotional breakdown. It was too devastating. It felt like they had 1,000 things they wanted to say, but no way to say any of it. Yet the song continued. with its faint, gentle sorrow. It traced a quiet mark across their hearts. Inside Shi Entertainment back in the city, Chen Di had already dissolved into tears, streaming down in a flood. Angela sat beside her, patting her back. To comfort her, Angela raised her eyes and looked at the woman on screen singing with such feeling, and couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh in her heart. The first time she had met Serena, she had only thought this person was gentle and had a beautiful voice, but as time had passed, she had come to feel that Serena lacked a strong will of her own, always giving people the impression of a decorative figure, that everything was me quietly doing the heavy lifting behind the scenes. But just 2 days ago, when Serena had come back to the company and arranged everything with calm efficiency, she had realized she had been wrong. It wasn't that Serena lacked her own will. It was that I had always been there before. Serena hadn't needed to have her own will, or perhaps more accurately, Serena had always been hiding her own strength, willingly choosing to be the woman who stood behind me. Angela, raised in a prominent family, naturally didn't understand Serena's kind of character. She couldn't do what Serena did either. Perhaps only someone who had also been an orphan, someone like me, truly understood her. And unlike the netizens and Shi Entertainment, Tianmei Entertainment was collectively speechless right now. They looked at the television screen, listening to Serena's voice coming through it, and stared at each other. They couldn't figure out, with James Rivers in a coma, how was he still capable of stirring things up? Liu Gao, sitting in the head seat, the smile on his face, had frozen completely the moment Serena walked on stage. Serena showing up, and immediately challenging Tianmei Entertainment's arena. The meaning was unmistakable. She was here to knock Tianmei Entertainment off the stage. Chairman Liu, looking at the online momentum. This match against Xiang Ruxing is looking a little precarious. One of the board members couldn't sit still anymore. Looking at the data on the screen in front of him, he opened his mouth uneasily. Liu Gao was perfectly calm about it. He waved a hand dismissively and said, "What's there to panic about? We've already scored 1 point. Even if we lose this match, it's only a tie. We can take it back in the next one. What I really want to know is whether James Rivers has woken up. Even without James Rivers, it's just a Serena alone." Liu Gao wasn't afraid at all. But James Rivers, that anomaly, I'll admit I'm still a little uneasy. Mainly because that guy is just not a normal human being. Liu Gao had just asked a manager below, who immediately answered, "Latest word is, still not awake." The hospital also confirmed that even they don't know whether James Rivers will regain consciousness. Good. What a shame. James Rivers left Serena that many songs. Even if we lose this round, next time I'll put out a rap track with Will. Let's see how they handle that. No matter how everyone else was reacting, the audience at the city stadium right now had apparently unlocked this evening's NetEase Cloud moment ahead of schedule. Alaska's Gulf had rendered everyone into silence. They could only close their eyes and quietly absorb this pure heartache. And in Hua Yin's official live stream, the last comment had been frozen for a full minute. People who truly love each other will always find their way together, unless the love isn't deep enough, unless they are separated by life and death. After that comment, no one said another word. They just listened to the song in silence. For the final segment, there was no music. Serena's quiet, gentle humming accompanied it. The lights gradually faded. The song ended. In the darkness, Serena bowed deeply to the audience below. When the lights came back up, she was no longer on the stage, but the audience already seemed to know where she had gone. There was no commotion. Instead, everyone smiled knowingly. Unrequited love was because that person wasn't there. But if that person came back, that would be the most beautiful ending. The stage now passed to Xiang Ruqing to perform, but she also knew that no matter how well she sang, she couldn't change the sorrowful mood of tonight. Serena had successfully drawn everyone into this atmosphere. This was the realm every singer dreamed of reaching. This was also the unique power, a truly great song bestowed upon a singer. She had lost, both in terms of the song and in terms of the singer. She simply didn't yet have the ability to create that kind of shared feeling. Stars dotted the sky. A gentle night breeze blew. On a mountain path, I walked in plain clothing, climbing steadily upward at an easy pace, even though my face was haggard beyond recognition. In those eyes of mine, a clear, shining light flickered. Over the past 2 days, I had donated every last possession I had in this world to various orphanages. There was nothing left to hold me here now. I had come into this world alone and would leave it alone. My tether in this world was in another world. I finally climbed to the peak of this small mountain. The light in my eyes grew brighter and brighter. I looked up at the starry sky and seemed to see through to the other side. My steps moved forward, calm and resolute, and at that moment, a voice rang out in my ear. That voice, it sounded like the girl from the convenience store, and yet it also sounded like that little girl holding the lollipop. Have you made your decision? That voice rode in on the wind, cutting through clearly into my ears. I smiled. A smile full of pure, uncontainable joy. I gave a deep, firm nod in reply. My feet kept moving forward. Ahead of me lay a cliff that dropped thousands of feet. I had reached the very edge, but just then I suddenly froze. Wait, what about that scumbag? Get moving. Before I could even react, I was sent flying off by a sudden, hard kick, but through the roar of the wind. I clearly heard a voice coming from above. You already called him a scumbag, so there's nothing left of him worth saving. Besides, who in the world goes around cursing themselves like that? The wind screamed past my ears. In that instant, everything suddenly became clear to me. Both worlds. They had always been the same person, just another side of my own consciousness. What a complete and utter bastard. I burst out laughing, happier than I'd ever been. I plummeted like a falling star, and in the very next second, everything went dark. Jiangcheng People's Hospital. Serena had rushed back, road-worn and exhausted. Even though it was the middle of the night, she hadn't listened this time. Not to what Yoon-jie or Mia had told her. She came to the hospital anyway. After finishing that song, her heart and mind had been filled with nothing but thoughts of me. In this whole world, no one understood her the way I did. We were meant to be. Just like that old saying about fate. Isn't it heaven that makes the greatest arrangements? Inside my hospital room, Chen Feng was still keeping watch over me. During this time, it had mostly been Serena who stayed by my side on her own. When Serena wasn't there, Chen Feng was the only one who had every right to stay. At this moment, Chen Feng had just finished watching Serena's performance, and the tears in his eyes refused to stop swirling. He took my hand in his again, and started rambling. Hey, James, listen to how heartbroken she is. How the hell long are you planning to keep sleeping? But in the very next second, Chen Feng froze. He mechanically looked down, staring at the hand he was holding in his own. He could have sworn he just felt a finger twitch. Holy, James, are you awake? Chen Feng stammered, eyes locked on mine. But I still didn't open them. Chen Feng stood there, dumbstruck, staring at my face. He thought back to everything he'd just said, then tried again. Hey, James. She's heartbroken. The fingers in his hand twitched again. Chen Feng shot to his feet. He stared at me in stunned disbelief. Even my eyelids were fluttering now. You lunatic. If you don't want to die, then cuss me out again so I can hear it. My eyelids felt like lead. I struggled with everything I had just to force them open. My consciousness had barely found its footing. When I heard Chen Feng, that idiot, wildly cursing himself out, hearing that hoarse, ragged voice, seeing my eyes open, Chen Feng felt a wave of pure, heaven-sent joy wash over him. It felt like throwing back an ice-cold bottle of Coke on the hottest day of summer. That kind of deep, bone-deep relief. Doctor! Doctor! He woke up. I cussed him awake. Chen Feng didn't stop to think. He shoved the door open and yelled at the top of his lungs. The doctor had only just arrived at the hospital, when 3 figures in the hallway suddenly stopped dead in their tracks. Serena turned around, lips parting slightly, tears already beginning to slide down from her almond-shaped eyes. Chen Feng, not finding any doctor in sight, caught one look at Serena's expression, and his grin only grew wider. Hey, I cussed James awake. Serena's hands flew up to cover her mouth. Her face was flooded with pure disbelief. Miss Claire's nose stung, and she nearly broke down crying herself. Serena was already stumbling toward the door. She peered inside. Their eyes met, and what greeted her was a pair of clear, bright eyes. Serena opened her mouth, but couldn't find a single word to say. By then, I had already forced myself up, and was sitting upright in bed. I looked up at the figure standing in the doorway. That familiar face I had been longing to see again. I smiled. My voice was still a little hoarse. "I'm back." No one else understood what those words truly meant. Only Serena understood. Instantly, her lips trembled, and in that moment, tears came streaming down, deep within her eyes. The joy of having found what was once lost could no longer be hidden. With everyone watching, she threw herself into my arms. "James, you big dummy." Her voice came out soft and helpless, sounding utterly pitiful. All I could do was hold her tight, her warmth pressed against me, gently patting her back. That one little James, "You big dummy," said more than 1,000 words ever could. Okay. No more crying. I'm back. I won't disappear again. Hey, what's going on in here? The patient just woke up. We still need to run some checks. Make way, please. Unfortunately, our tender moment didn't last long. The doctor, who had rushed over at the news, pulled the two of us apart. What followed was a fast, thorough, no-nonsense round of medical procedures. After a full set of tests, the results showed nothing wrong except for malnutrition from blood loss. No other unusual symptoms to speak of. I had fallen into that coma for no apparent reason, and woken up just as inexplicably, leaving the doctor completely baffled. In the end, all they could say was, "Stay for observation, 2 more days." Even though I knew I was fine, and had no desire to stay, I couldn't hold out against everyone's insistence. In the end, I agreed to stay just 1 more day. Yunjie and Mia, along with Chen Feng, all 3 of them left the hospital, leaving the space to just the 2 of us. But as they were heading out, I could hear it from inside the room. Chen Feng out in the hallway, bragging to the other 2, about how he had personally cussed me back to consciousness. I was speechless. By now, it was well past midnight. Online, no one knew yet that I had woken up. They were all still completely lost in Alaska Bay, unable to pull themselves away from the song. Without question, Serena had become the first challenger to claim victory, and poetic entertainment had successfully staked its place on the stage. But before long, Tianmei Entertainment fired back with a response. Their official Weibo account posted a status update with an image, captioned, "Everything that belongs to us. We will take it all back." In the image, one of rap's most celebrated names, the rap powerhouse, Will, was throwing up a gesture known the world over, with the caption, "I might not out-sing you, but when it comes to rap, you can't touch me." Back in the day, Will had gone viral with a track called Last Minute Protagonist, sweeping across every corner of the internet, and went on to win the grand championship of China's new rap. But netizens weren't buying it. The moment that post went live, the internet erupted. "Are you serious? Since when does everyone think they can just pull this kind of stunt? Is rap just about having a loud voice now? The person above clearly has no idea what rap even is. Rap has so many styles. I personally love Will. Some people just don't get it. If you don't know, don't talk. You haters. Have you even seriously listened to Last Minute Protagonist? If you're so great, go write your own song. Write one yourself." But one thing was undeniable. With Will stepping into the ring, the pressure had now shifted squarely onto poetic entertainment. As netizens kept debating, the conversation began to drift in all directions, but everyone was genuinely excited, nonetheless. After all, rap, that kind of music that gets your blood pumping, had always been deeply loved by the masses. It was just that whenever anyone thought about me still being unconscious, the excitement faded a little. They all felt that poetic entertainment might be in real trouble this time. When the opponent came at them with rap, you couldn't exactly fire back with a love ballad. They weren't even in the same category. There was no real basis for comparison. Rap was far better at getting the crowd hyped up, no matter how Will performed. If Poetic Entertainment couldn't hold the stage with rap of their own, they were already at a disadvantage from the start. And when that happened, the online criticism and rumors would be relentless. As for the storm brewing on the internet, I, having just woken up in that hospital, had absolutely no idea. Neither of us slept. Instead, we lay there in the quiet of the room, opening our hearts to each other. This accident had undeniably brought our hearts closer than ever before. In the darkness, Serena's eyes shimmered like stars. She had found her gentle warmth again, though now there was something stronger woven into it. Through her words, I could feel the change in her. There in the pitch-black hospital room, my smile was radiant. We talked all the way until the early hours of the morning, and only then did I, in my hospital bed, and Serena, on the cot beside me, finally drift off to sleep, at peace. Even though Serena had gone to bed so late, the moment the sky began to lighten, she woke up out of habit. It had been that way for her throughout this entire ordeal. So, as she always did first thing, she came to my bedside. I lay there breathing calmly, sleeping just as quietly as I had in all those days before. Serena felt a sudden flutter of panic. She reached out and gently brushed her hand across my face. "It's early. Quit it," I said. A large hand wrapped around her small one. The warmth of it put her at ease again. I opened my dark eyes. "Honey, I want to go home. But the doctor. I'm fine. I know my own body. I miss Lily." I cut Serena off. I desperately wanted to go home right then and there. The little one hadn't seen me in so long. She must be heartbroken. Hearing that, Serena went quiet for a moment, and her resistance softened, but she still insisted that the doctor come back to confirm my condition, before she would agree. The doctor, still yawning, was summoned over quickly. After another round of checks, the results were the same as before. Just mild malnutrition. With a little rest and proper nutrition at home, I'd be no different from anyone else. That verdict finally allowed Serena to let go of every last worry. And I got my wish. I was discharged. Walking out into the soft glow of early morning, I pushed open the door to my home. A door I hadn't opened in what felt like forever. I took in all the familiar sights before me, and a quiet warmth spread through my chest. With them here, this was truly home. I tiptoed carefully into the bedroom. Little Lily was curled up small in the blankets, with nothing but her round little face peeking out. She didn't know what she was dreaming about, but her little mouth was pouty, and it tugged at my heart. I came to the bedside, leaned down, and gently nuzzled her cheek with my own. Then I planted a firm kiss on the little one's face, only then did the ache in my chest ease. Just a little. Still sound asleep, little Lily was stirred awake by my movement. She opened her big, hazy eyes and stared blankly at me. Right there, just inches away. The next second, she recognized who was in front of her. Tears began rolling down the little one's eyes in streams. She didn't make a sound, didn't fuss, just looked straight at me, crying quietly. In an instant, a wave of bittersweet pain surged through my heart, crashing over me again and again. "Lily, it's Daddy. Daddy's back." Fighting back my own tears, I leaned in and scooped little Lily into my arms. My own tears fell before I could stop them. Behind me, Serena, standing in the doorway, had already broken down completely. Little Lily still didn't say a word. She just wrapped her arms tight around my neck and refused to let go. "Lily, look at Daddy. Daddy's right here." I held the little one close, lifting her up until we were face to face, looking into her tear-filled eyes, my voice warm and gentle, wanting nothing more than to soothe away every fear in her little heart. "Daddy's sorry. Lily and Mommy were both so good. Please don't leave us again, okay?" The little one finally spoke. Through her crying, those words came out in her soft, childlike voice, and it sent a sharp ache tearing through my chest. All I could do was speak to her in the gentlest voice I had, making her a promise. It was Daddy's fault. Daddy promises he'll never disappear again. While you're in Daddy's arms, Lily, if you want to cry, you go right ahead and cry as loud as you want. Do whatever you need to do. Daddy will never, ever get tired of you. The little one's tiny hand was still gripping my shirt tight. Hearing my gentle voice, she wiped the tears from her little face and looked up at me. studying my warm expression with serious eyes. The next second, the crying broke free. She couldn't hold it back anymore, both little arms locked tight around my neck. And she wailed at the top of her lungs. This was the hardest she had ever cried, and the most freely she had ever let herself go. My heart ached even more, and yet at the same time, it felt like a long-held breath finally released. A weight I hadn't known I was carrying lifted, every kind of feeling tangled together, impossible to put into words. I wasn't afraid of her crying and carrying on. What scared me was that quiet, careful way she had been crying. So still, so contained, because sometimes, letting it all out through tears and sobs is the only way to release what's built up inside. If even that ability is lost, all those feelings just keep pressing down on the heart, and in the end, they break a person. I tightened my arms around my daughter, rocking her gently, softly coaxing little Lily in my arms. Slowly, between my whispers and soothing words, her crying began to quiet. Even so, her little face stayed buried against my chest, pressing herself into me as hard as she could. For the first time, little Lily understood that crying her heart out in Daddy's arms was something that made her feel truly safe. It was a kind of security Mommy had never quite been able to give her. Before long, the little one had cried herself tired and fallen asleep right there in my arms. Even like that, she kept her grip locked tight around my neck and wouldn't let go, still hiccuping every now and then in her sleep. I didn't put her down. I kept holding her, my little treasure, nestled warm against me. I had no intention of letting go. So Serena called in a sick day for Lily. In this state today, there was no way the little one would want to leave my side for even a second. The small home was warm again, just like it used to be. Serena cooked in the kitchen, while I gently wiped little Lily's face with a warm towel, a face blotchy and puffy from all that crying. By the time Lily woke up again, breakfast was already ready, even though it wasn't Daddy who had made the food. The little one had a surprisingly big appetite today. She ate far more than usual, filling Serena with pure, beaming delight. Because anyone who knew this little girl knew she had been spoiled by me. She would normally turn her nose up at Serena's cooking without a second thought. After breakfast, I hoisted little Lily high in the air and headed out together with Serena. I needed to stop by the company. I had been out for so long. Now that I was back, I had to show my face and let people see I was okay, to settle everyone's nerves. Serena had already filled me in on what had been happening at the company. I was genuinely relieved. During the entire time I was unconscious, not a single person had quit. Everyone had stayed at their posts, and they had all followed Serena's lead without question, especially Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan. They had only just joined the company, and yet they had stuck it out. The thing was, the contracts I gave them weren't like those at other entertainment companies. They didn't lock away anyone's freedom. On the contrary, my contracts were completely flexible. Walk out the door any time you want. The three of us drove over to the company. The moment we stepped inside, Li Wenjing jumped to her feet, smiling with a look of pure relief as she called out, "Mr. James!" "You're finally back." I raised an eyebrow. This girl didn't look the least bit surprised to see me, like she had already heard I was awake. Good to be back. You've all worked hard lately." "Not at all. Everyone has just been really worried about you," Li Wenjing replied quickly, her smile growing even brighter. I offered a quick thanks and walked further inside, side by side with Serena, little Lily in my arms. Lily, still nestled against me, had her big eyes wide open, curiously taking in everything around her. The little one had absolutely no idea that this whole company had been named after her. You guys have no idea. When I saw how hard she was crying on TV, I didn't even think twice. I hauled off and smacked James right across the face. I smacked him and I cussed him out, and you know what happened? I let one insult fly, and James's fingers suddenly moved. I saw that. I knew I was onto something, so I tried another one. Sure enough, James's fingers moved again. Just like that, I cussed him right back from the dead. I walked in with a full face of exasperation. Serena beside me was covering her mouth, trying not to laugh. Now I finally understood why no one had looked surprised to see me. There was the culprit. The next second, I pushed the door open and walked in. There were quite a few people in the break room. Most of them were completely engrossed. Chen Di had her eyes wide open, hanging on every word. Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan both looked like they couldn't believe what they were hearing. Ears practically perked up. Angela's expression was carefully neutral. Yet the smile tugging at the corners of her mouth refused to be hidden. Only Miss Claire looked normal. She had a stack of documents in hand and was reading through them with full attention. The moment they all spotted me, every pair of eyes in the room went wide. Every pair, except for Chen Feng, who was sitting directly across from where I'd be, still going full speed. Look at all of you, so easy to impress. I'm telling you, when these lips of mine speak, it carries weight. I could call a dead man back to life. Oh, really? Since when did you have that kind of power? There's plenty about me you don't know. Oh, James, when did you get here? You shouldn't be pushing yourself. Come sit down. Ha! Chen Feng, mid-brag, was suddenly challenged. Mid-sentence, he turned his head, then went completely stiff with horror. A beat later, he dramatically switched gears, plastering on a sheepish grin. Man, James, since when did you learn to just appear out of nowhere? I think you're seriously wasted at poetic animation. What if we opened another company? You could do live performances, reading fortunes, face-changing, the whole deal. Pair it with your golden words that bring people back to life, and we'd be raking it in, guaranteed. I sat down with Lily still in my arms, shot Chen Feng a sideways look, and said flatly, "No thanks. That would literally kill me. James, I was wrong. I take it all back. What golden words? I never said any of that." Chen Feng immediately started pleading his case, conveniently forgetting every single word he just said. Asking him to give up animation was harder than asking him to die. Seeing that I had zero interest in giving him any attention, he immediately shifted his target to little Lily. "Lily, come give Uncle a hug. Put in a good word for me, okay? Remember that toy Uncle bought you?" Watching Chen Feng reach out his arms, Lily blinked her big eyes slowly, then turned her little face pointedly away, and clung to my neck, refusing to even look at Chen Feng. Right now, as far as the little one was concerned, even Mommy's arms weren't as good as this. Forget about Chen Feng. Seeing Lily's reaction, everyone burst out laughing at once. Chen Feng looked deeply wounded, like he was the only one in the whole world suffering right now. Achievement unlocked, betrayed by everyone. All right. Enough messing around. Let's talk business. Mr. James, take a look. This is Tianmei Entertainment's latest response. Ms. Claire smiled, cutting through the laughter, and handed me the tablet she was holding. I didn't bother needling Chen Feng anymore. I took the tablet. On screen was Tianmei Entertainment's latest Weibo post. Serena had already caught me up on the recent situation, so I had a general idea of what was going on. But the moment I actually read Tianmei's post, and saw what Will had said, I had a hard time keeping a straight face. I looked up at Miss Claire, expression a little off. "So this Will, is he the same guy who did Last Minute Protagonist?" Ms. Claire nodded. "That's him. Don't underestimate him. He's still got a pretty solid fan base." That made me want to laugh and groan at the same time. A rapper, in terms of name recognition, he didn't even come close to a mid-tier mainstream artist. The only reason someone like him could find an opening was because rap operated in a different lane from regular music. I still remembered back when I had first crossed over. I had even made fun of that song, and now here we were, going head to head. I lightly tapped my fingers on the screen, thought for a moment, then raised my head and looked around at everyone gathered. My gaze lingered for just a beat on Feng Xiaoqiao and Yi Shuihan, since we're going up against Tianmei. Our side is still a little short on people. I've looked into this year's China's Ultimate Voice ahead of time. If they come at us with sheer numbers, we're genuinely at a disadvantage. So I'm going to reach out and bring in a few more people. As for the outcome, I can't make any guarantees. But if we truly can't find anyone— I paused, then looked back up. Then we'll just have to make do with what we've got. Then I'm afraid I'll have to ask everyone here to put in a little extra effort. Also, don't worry about Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan for this competition. It's time for you two to step up. Come with me to my office for a minute. I said that and stood up, heading out with Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan. The others exchanged glances. None of them knew just how capable Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan actually were. They had assumed I would be the one stepping up for this competition. After all, the company was genuinely short on people right now. When it came to rap, Chen Di and Serena simply didn't know enough about it. I was the only one who stayed completely calm. I knew exactly what Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan were capable of, and I already had a song in mind. If the two of them performed this song, it would be a straight-up, one-sided beatdown against Will. Nobody had any idea what I had actually written for Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan. All anyone knew was that when the two of them came back out, they were cradling the sheet music like it was pure gold. Their faces were practically splitting from ear to ear, and before anyone could even ask, those two were already jogging down the hall, locking themselves inside the recording studio. Clearly, they were wasting no time getting to work. China's Ultimate Voice aired live every Friday at 8 p.m., running for a total of 8 episodes over 2 months. Easily the biggest show of the season before the Spring Festival. With less than a week to go, Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan couldn't afford to waste a single second. The moment they had the song in their hands, they knew. If they could perform it perfectly, this would be the song that made them famous. Hands down. No question about it. I hadn't followed the two of them back out. At this moment I was sitting in my office, making phone calls. The company still didn't have enough pillars to stand on. If we wanted to go toe-to-toe with Tianmei Entertainment and the other companies, we needed more people. And I already had someone in mind. More than one, in fact. By the time everyone saw me walk back out of the office, I had a full smile on my face. Get ready, everyone. Tomorrow, 3 heavyweight players are joining our company. You'd better bring your best. Make a good impression on them. Everyone looked at each other, their curiosity getting the better of them. Someone blurted out, "Come on, Mr. James, don't keep us in suspense. Who is it?" The reason they called me Mr. James was because Yunjie and Mia had discussed it before. As the company kept growing and more employees came on board, they needed to set the right example. At work, the proper attitude had to be maintained. In private, they could call me whatever they wanted. But at the office, professional standards had to come first. Naturally, Serena and Chenfeng were the exceptions. One was the boss's wife, the other a company shareholder. Those two had no need for such formalities. Even though everyone was burning with curiosity, I just smiled and kept my lips sealed. What's the fun in telling you now? When they show up tomorrow, you'll see. Consider it a little surprise. Everyone let out a collective groan of frustration, their hearts itching like something was clawing at them from the inside. I just smiled and paid them no mind. Instead, I turned to Angela. "Director Yang, I need you to put in a bit more work. The company is getting back on track now. Operations, staffing, hire whoever we need. Also, put the word out. Starting today, Poetic Entertainment is officially open to new artists. Serena and I will be running the auditions ourselves. Anyone who passes, they won't have to worry about a thing." Hearing me say that, Angela's expression shifted subtly. I seemed like a completely different person since waking up. If the old me had still been holding back a little, the me standing here now was going all in. The energy radiating off me had also grown far more commanding. I was clearly ready to take on the entire entertainment industry single-handedly. And it was my own talent that gave me the confidence. The kind of confidence that made such a move feel entirely within reach. I'll also be setting up the company's official Weibo account. On top of that, we'll be expanding our presence across all major platforms. Angela nodded and took note of everything. With the main points covered, everyone stayed a little longer to chat. Angela was the first to leave. In the company's early stages, no one had a busier plate than her as head of HR. Not long after Angela stepped out, 2 pieces of news broke online in quick succession, and the internet erupted all over again. Just the night before, netizens had been anxiously wondering whether Poetic Entertainment could hold its own against Will's challenge, but in the span of just one night, The entire situation had flipped completely. The first piece of news was, without question, my recovery. I had woken up and been discharged from the hospital. A paparazzo had captured photos of Serena and me, walking out of the hospital together. In the photos, aside from both of us looking a little pale, we appeared completely fine in every other way. The moment that news dropped, the internet lost its mind. Within just a few hours, my name was back at the top of the trending charts. Beneath those trending topics, the comment sections were absolutely buzzing. Everyone was tripping over each other to react. No way? He actually woke up? Is this real? I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed. Don't mess with me. Weren't they saying he was in a deep coma? He looks completely fine in those photos. I'm such an idiot. People were so worried about him. Some of us even cried a few tears over this. Wakes up and doesn't even bother to give us a heads up. Crocodile tears. El Mayo. He's awake. That's what matters. Now I just want to know, is Will panicking? Will. I'm not panicking at all. I've got last-minute protagonist. Every entertainment company that saw the trending topics felt a bitter knot tighten in their chest. Great. This guy shows back up, and the trending charts are practically his alone. In an instant, the dread of being dominated by him came rushing back. Even Lu Gao, when he heard I had woken up, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of unease. He even went and asked Will directly whether he was confident. Will swore up and down that it was no problem. When akin to rap, he had never bowed to anyone, but Liu Gao still couldn't shake his doubt. After all, they had lost in the recording battle before, and that had been against a former queen of the industry. But the challenge had already been thrown out there publicly, and all Liu Gao could do now was hope that I didn't know how to write rap. The second topic, setting the internet ablaze, was this: Poetic Entertainment had officially opened its doors to new artists, and they were doing things differently from anyone else. As long as you had talent, as long as you had confidence in yourself, Poetic Entertainment would consider you. Serena and I would personally conduct every audition, pass the audition, and the treatment was exceptional, including the chance to receive a song personally written by me. If my waking up had sent shockwaves through netizens and other entertainment companies alike, then this announcement was nothing less than an earthquake for the industry. It was easy to see what was coming. If Poetic Entertainment succeeded, the entire model of the entertainment world would be rewritten. A new era would have fully arrived. Those towering walls that had always stood tall would crumble. Anyone with real ability would get their shot and rise to fame fast. For the artists at the bottom, those with genuine talent, and the new faces trying to break in, the door had just swung wide open. But for the people with capital behind them, Poetic Entertainment was pushing right up against their bottom line. The old entertainment model ran on more than just money and connections. It ran on unspoken rules. Artists with real talent, who actually made it through, were few and far between. But with Poetic Entertainment's announcement, suddenly a lot of people saw a way forward. The established players felt their core interests start to shake. From now on, anyone with even a shred of talent would just go audition at Poetic Entertainment. Why would they come to anyone else? Every single company was rattled. They started reaching out to each other, comparing notes. In the end, all eyes turned to the big three. Yinhai Entertainment made no move whatsoever, silent as the grave. But Tianmei Entertainment and Shengxi Entertainment made a rare alliance, putting out a joint statement. They announced they would form a united front, offense and defense together, to shatter my undefeated record on China's Ultimate Voice and shut Poetic Entertainment out across every front. At the same time, Tianmei Entertainment and Shengxi Entertainment extended an open invitation to every other company in the industry, urging them all to join in sanctioning Poetic Entertainment. The first step of that sanction would begin on China's Ultimate Voice. If the earlier 3-day celebration event had been a minor skirmish between me and Tianmei Entertainment, then from this point forward, it would be all-out war between me and the entire entertainment industry. Director Ma, you've gone too far. Inside the Shengxi Entertainment building, Miao Anyun's lips pressed into a tight line, her expression cold. Not far from where she stood, behind his desk, Ma Liang was leisurely sipping his tea, a smug smile resting in his narrow, triangular eyes. Miao Anyun, watch your tone. Is that how you speak to your company's leadership? That booking? I had already confirmed it. Why was it pulled from me and given to someone else? That was mine. I was the first one to lock it in. Miao Anyun clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms without her even noticing. She had been working so hard. And after finishing this fan-signing event, she would finally have saved up enough money to cover the penalty for breaking her contract. But right at this moment, the company yanked the fan-signing event away from her and handed it off to someone else. She had gone to her manager looking for answers, but even her manager looked pained and helpless. In the end, her manager had quietly told her she had made an enemy. The person who had put a freeze on all of her activities was the very man sitting in front of her now, sipping his tea, Ma Liang. Facing Miao Anyun's accusations, Ma Liang laughed softly, calm and unbothered. Then he said, Now, Yun, that's where you're wrong. The company has its own arrangements. All you need to do is follow them. Of course, if you're willing, come with me to a cocktail party tonight. By tomorrow at the latest, I'll set you up with a new booking. How about it? Think it over. As he spoke, Ma Liang set down his teacup, his triangular eyes narrowing to a slit, a smile full of satisfaction as he looked over Miao Anyun before him. Ever since I had burst onto the music scene, Shangxi Entertainment, which had never prioritized music to begin with, had made things even harder for its artists. And during this time, Ma Liang had been enjoying himself thoroughly. Those artists, desperate for their careers. Which one of them hadn't just quietly fallen in line? It was only this Miao Anyun who refused to learn her lesson. And she just had to be so beautiful, which had kept Ma Liang's mind restless for a long time. In my dreams, I would rather die than let you have your way. Miao Anyun glared at Ma Liang with burning eyes, the fury and despair inside her reaching their absolute peak. Last time, she had slapped him across the face, and yet he still hadn't given up. Now he was resorting to tactics this low and disgusting. Then I'm asking you to leave. And I can promise you, from here on out, every company activity will have nothing to do with you. You'll be stuck rotting inside this company whether you like it or not. Ma Liang didn't flinch at all. He knew Miao Anyun came from an ordinary family, and had no way to pay the contract penalty. She was just a small-time singer. What could she possibly do about it? Just then, the office door was suddenly shoved open again. A sneaky, rat-faced little creep like you? And you think you deserve someone like her? Yun, I've got you. Let's go. Ma Liang stared, jaw dropped, at the young girl who had just burst in. He recognized her as Miao Anyun's assistant. He just hadn't expected this little assistant to have this kind of nerve. Do you even know who you're talking to? Ma Liang's expression darkened instantly. He had been throwing his weight around in this company for years, and no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Truly something he had never seen in his life. I'm talking to you. Beady eyes, narrow face, triangular stare. One look and anyone can tell you're no good. Miao Anyun was a little dazed herself. This was the first time she had ever seen Ran like this. Honestly, it was actually kind of cool. Fine. I see you've decided you're done here, haven't you? Ma Liang laughed out of sheer rage. A tiny little assistant, acting this wild? I am just a little assistant. Fire me if you've got the guts. Besides, if this place won't have us, there are plenty of places that will. James Rivers. You know who that is, right? We'll go to him. At the sound of my name, not only did Miao Anyun freeze, even Ma Liang went still. Ma Liang froze because he didn't just know the name. The company had held more meetings over me than he could count, but a moment later he laughed out loud. You, a little assistant, plus a third-tier nobody, and you think James Rivers is going to stick his neck out for you two? Dream on. Now get out. Before Miao Anyun could even react, Ran grabbed Miao Anyun by the arm and stormed out, slamming the door behind her, leaving Ma Liang alone, staring after them with nothing to show for it, looking at the tea he had spilled all over his desk. That little brat has absolutely no idea what she's gotten herself into. Once they were out of Ma Liang's office, Miao Anyun was still a bit dazed. It wasn't until Ran, Ran pulled her all the way out to the front doors, that she finally snapped back to her senses. Are you okay? In truth, Ran had just been putting on a brave front back there. She was just a young girl, after all. Facing a situation like that, what she had just done was the absolute limit of her courage. She never expected that this quiet little assistant of hers, who never drew attention to herself, could be that fierce. Yonyon, don't be sad. I was standing out there, and I just couldn't take it anymore. That animal, the things he was saying were way out of line. I'm not sad. Ran, you were incredible. Miao Anyun grabbed Ran's hand and said quickly. She had nearly fallen over watching Ran. Ran in action just now. Huh, pretty cool, right? Ran grinned to herself with a sheepish little laugh. She had only been riding the wave of adrenaline. Now that the rush had faded, her heart was still beating a little fast. Miao Anyun murmured in agreement. Then her expression fell a little. But because of this, you won't be able to stay at the company either. They'll make your life miserable for sure. Don't worry, Union. What I said back there wasn't just talk. Look who I got in touch with. As she spoke, Ran held out Miao Anyun's phone right in front of her, her expression bright and full of mischief. I just saw that Poetic Entertainment was hiring. And besides, they're clearly ready to go head-to-head with every other company in the industry. So I used your phone to message Serena. Hehe, she agreed to cover your contract penalty. Serena. Miao Anyun was stunned for a moment. A face floated up in her mind. That woman, gentle and calm as still water. She took the phone, and sure enough, it was a chat thread between her and Serena. Ever since the new song showcase, when she and Serena had added each other as friends, the two of them hadn't really talked much, just the occasional exchange about music, whenever something came up. But the conversation on the screen now was clearly longer than usual. It was Ran who had been on her phone, reaching out to Serena. And on the other end, Serena had agreed to Ran's request without any hesitation. She truly hadn't expected it. In the end, it was Serena, someone she had barely crossed paths with a handful of times, who had stepped up for her. Yunyun, Poetic Entertainment needs people right now, and you need a company. Isn't that perfect? And I'm confident that with your talent, this contract penalty, you'll earn it back for Poetic Entertainment in no time. So there's nothing left to hesitate over. Ran noticed that Miao Anyun hadn't responded, and thought she might still have some reservations, so she hurried to reassure her. Miao Anyun looked up, her expression carrying something complicated. I'm not hesitating. I'm just moved. Someone I once competed against for the top spot. I never imagined she'd be the one to come through for me like this. Whether or not I can ever earn back that penalty for them, they helped me first. That means we owe them, and I intend to honor that. Ha! Well, it helps that she found herself a great husband. But I'm sure Yunyun's future husband won't be any less amazing. Who said anything about finding a husband? Yunyun, are you actually blushing right now? Ha! The clouds broke and the laughter came. The two of them fell into playful bickering again. Ran had teased Miao Anyun into a full red flush across her cheeks. But deep down, Miao Anyun couldn't help but wonder, could there really be a better husband out there than James Rivers? The James family of 3 was sitting down to lunch. Serena was still talking with me about tomorrow's plans. To me, this whole thing was actually pretty simple. Are we going to Shenxi Entertainment tomorrow? Drop Lily off at kindergarten in the morning, then head straight over. The sooner, the better. Should I come with you? What about the contract penalty? Just have someone from legal handle it. Serena still felt a little wistful about it all. When Miao Anyun had first messaged her, she had been a little caught off guard. Miao Anyun's performance at the new song showcase, she still remembered it as clearly as day. To think that a talent like that was being buried and shelved, all she could say was, the people with the money were beyond shameless. After lunch, we settled into the couch. I was watching little Lily play with her toys in front of me, and on a whim, I reached over and patted her little head. Lily, how would you feel about having your very own bedroom? Little Lily lifted her head, looking at me with a blank expression. I quickly went on. Little Lily is a big girl now. Daddy's going to set up a special little bedroom just for you. How does sleeping in your own room sound? This time, the little one understood. She immediately dropped the toy in her hands, threw her arms around mine, and scrunched up her little nose. No, Lily wants to sleep with Daddy and Mommy. But Lily is growing up. You should have your own room. Otherwise, when the other kids at kindergarten find out that Lily is still sleeping with Daddy and Mommy, they're going to make fun of you, especially that Feng Xiaoxiao. She would definitely tease Lily about being a baby who can't grow up. I flicked Lily's little nose and patiently talked her through it, even pulling out the name of the chubby little kid that Lily couldn't stand the most. It was quite the effort. Sure enough, the moment Lily heard she might get teased, even her little eyebrows knitted together tightly, and the look of troubled conflict spread across her face. Seeing that, I pressed the advantage immediately. The little room is really pretty. Lily is definitely going to love it. And Daddy and Mommy's room is right next door? Really close. Lily pursed her lips and finally gave in. Fine. But Daddy still has to come and tell me a bedtime story every night. Of course, Daddy and Mommy will always tuck their little baby in and help her fall asleep. Pinky promise. Seeing Lily agree, I felt a rush of delight. I quickly held out my pinky finger and locked it with hers. Truly, my own little one was the most well-behaved of all. I had seen online how so many kids had to be coaxed for a long, long time before they'd finally agree to sleep on their own. With the agreement made, I turned toward the kitchen and called out happily to Serena, who was still tidying up in there. Honey, we don't have anything going on this afternoon. Let's just move now. There isn't much to bring. The new place has pretty much everything. In the kitchen, Serena had been listening all along as I coaxed Lily outside. Her cheeks had gone a soft shade of pink. When she heard me call out to her, she bowed her head slightly and replied quietly, Okay. We tidied up around the house for a little while longer. None of the furniture here needed to come. The new place already had everything. All we needed to bring were the everyday essentials, and Lily's toys. 2 hours later, the family was all packed up. We loaded everything, big bags and small, into the car and headed to the new home. Before long, the family had arrived at the new neighborhood, Xincheng Huayuan. We drove the car all the way down into the underground parking garage and found a spot. I got out first to grab the bags. Serena took Lily by the hand, and all three of us headed straight for the elevator. It was Lily's first time here. She blinked her big eyes and took in everything around her with wide, curious wonder. Soon the elevator reached the 18th floor. Serena led Lily out of the elevator first. I followed behind with the luggage. We came to the door. Serena typed in the newly changed passcode, and the door swung open. They stepped into the entryway. The two of them changed into house slippers. Serena also knelt down for little Lily, and slipped her pretty little pink slippers onto her feet. Only then did she take the little one's hand and walk into the living room. The wide, bright living room that greeted them made Lily's eyes go wide without her even realizing it. Every single thing in the new home was a fresh and exciting discovery to her. Lily, this is our new little home. I set down the bags in my hands and took Lily's hand together with Serena, leading her further inside. She was still a little shy. Lily, Daddy and Mommy are going to take you to see your little bedroom. Little Lily, obedient as could be, followed along with me and Serena. As we walked deeper inside, having just arrived somewhere unfamiliar, she was still a little apprehensive, but then I gently pushed open the door to the little one's bedroom, and her eyes lit up in an instant. What filled Lily's view was an entire world of soft, pale pink. The whole floor was covered in a fluffy carpet, decorated with all kinds of cartoon characters. A brand new princess bed sat in the center of the room. Right beside the princess bed was a small, pink cartoon-style sofa. On the other side sat a little nightstand, with a small nightlight resting on top of it. Lily had never seen a bedroom this beautiful in her life. It looked just like the room of the little princess, from the fairy tales Daddy always told her. I picked Lily up and carefully set her down on her little bed. The soft mattress sank down gently beneath her. Back when we first chose this house, the most important thing, the thing both of us had fallen in love with, was this little bedroom. It was clear that Lily truly loved it. Her eyes were full of pure, sparkling light. I ruffled Lily's hair with all the affection in the world. "Does Lily like her little bedroom?" Little Lily pressed her small palms lightly into the soft mattress beneath her, and her big eyes curved into happy little crescents. "Daddy, is this really Lily's very own bedroom?" I smiled and gave a warm, Lily loves it." Getting that confirmation from me, Lily's face bloomed into the most radiant smile. She flopped back onto the soft little bed and rolled from side to side, as if she wanted this little room that belonged to her to be filled with her presence. In that moment, both Serena and I smiled with the deepest sense of contentment. The little one being happy was all that mattered. Together as a family, with laughter filling every corner, we cooked our first dinner in the new home. When it was time for the little one to go to sleep, just like always, Serena and I sat on either side of her. I told her a fairy tale, as I always did, and Lily drifted off to sleep peacefully in the middle of the story. Once we were sure she was completely out, we tiptoed over and turned off the light, then quietly left the little bedroom. Back in the master bedroom, just the two of us alone. The air between us suddenly felt a little charged. "I'll shower first." Still, it was me who broke the tension. I drew a deep breath and made a hasty escape into the bathroom. Behind me, Serena couldn't help but smile. She sat down on the edge of the bed and turned on the bedside lamp, then switched off the main ceiling light. In the warm, soft orange glow of the lamp, her already pretty face had turned a rosy shade of pink. When I came out of the bathroom, I found Serena with her head bowed, holding her pajamas against her chest, not sparing me a single glance. She slipped right past me and disappeared into the bathroom. The sound of running water filled the room again, ringing out unusually clear in the quiet. I flopped onto the bed, feeling my heartbeat thundering stronger than usual tonight, thudding away in my chest. Tonight, there was no little Lily between us. When Serena came out of the bathroom, her head was still lowered. At the sound of the door, I looked over and couldn't look away. She was wearing a thin, light set of pajamas. In the glow of the lamp, the flush across Serena's skin was plain to see. Even the tips of her ears had turned pink, but she still walked straight over to the bed where I was sitting and sat down. Her small hands fidgeted self-consciously with the hem of her clothes. "Honey." That one word came completely out of nowhere and nearly stopped my heart cold. I looked up and met her eyes, saying nothing for a moment. Only then did Serena raise her head and hold my gaze. She had just stepped out of the shower, and a faint, clean fragrance still clung to her. Her flushed little face was dewy and glowing, and the warmth in those almond-shaped eyes of hers was dangerously, impossibly captivating, enough to make my breathing go uneven. "Honey, I won't be able to hold back if you keep looking at me like that." Serena kept her eyes on me. Then, after a moment, her expression softened and her smile appeared. "After everything that happened, I finally understand that love can't wait. I'm ready. It's just, are you sure your body can handle it?" I didn't answer. Instead, I reached out and pulled her close by the neck, drawing her into my arms, and let my actions do the talking, proof that my body was just fine. A night of joy, warmth without limit. The next morning, getting up was a real struggle. I'll admit, I had maybe pushed it a little too hard last night. My body was genuinely feeling it, but I had no choice. I had to get up, because Lily still needed to be dropped off at school. Serena was still sleeping soundly beside me. I carefully pressed a light kiss to her lips, then couldn't help stealing one more touch of that softness. Only then did I tiptoe out. The body may have been protesting, but the hands were nothing if not honest. I threw together breakfast in a hurry. Little Lily was already awake. She was lying on her stomach on her little bed, little feet kicked up, studying the cartoon bear on her pillow. When she heard me knock and come in, Lily reached out both her little arms right away, asking Daddy to carry her. A wave of pure warmth washed over me. My little one truly was the best. Surprising. It was her very first night sleeping alone, and she woke up without a single tear or fuss. After breakfast, I dropped Lily off at kindergarten. By the time I got back, Serena was still asleep. Seemed like it wasn't just me. Last night had worn her out just as much. I thought about it for a second and climbed back under the covers. It wasn't until 10 o'clock that we finally made our way out the door, driving toward Shengxi Entertainment. Fortunately, neither of us had forgotten. Today we were heading to Shengxi Entertainment to bring someone over. Time passed quickly. 3 hours went by in the blink of an eye. On the ground floor of the Shengxi Entertainment building, Miao Anyun and Ronron had been waiting inside the lobby for a while now. Unlike the composed Miao Anyun, Ran kept glancing at the time on her phone. Ran. If they said they'd come, then they'll come. Don't worry. But Yunyun, shouldn't you send Serena a message and check? It's already past 1. Ran couldn't help but be anxious. All their hopes were riding on me and Serena. If the two of them really didn't show up, then she and Miao Anyun were finished. The two of them waited anxiously. Instead of me and Serena arriving first, an uninvited guest showed up instead. Oh, isn't that Miao Anyun? What are you doing here at this hour? Is there a company event today? The newcomer had a pair of oversized toad-eye sunglasses on, staring down at Miao Anyun in front of her, sharp chin tilted high in the air. That air of superiority, paired with that surgically altered face, made Ran's stomach turn. Miao Anyun simply gave the newcomer a flat, disinterested glance, and paid her no further attention. This woman had always been her rival. The fan signing event from yesterday had been taken from her by this very person. Miao Anyun didn't even have to think about it. She knew exactly how she had gotten that booking. Someone like that wasn't worth a single word of her time. But Ran wasn't about to let it go without a word. She shot back directly. Is this your house? We come and go as we please. What's it to you? Stubborn to the end. Enjoy it while it lasts. You'll get what's coming to you. If there was anyone in the entire company who wanted to see Miao Anyun fall the most, it was without question this toad-glasses woman. Yeah. She curled the corner of her mouth, with a look of perfect, smug satisfaction, with her old rival out of the picture. Whatever little resources Shengxi Entertainment had in the music world would naturally shift in her direction. James Rivers and Serena, what are they doing here? No idea. Did the company sign a deal with them? At that moment, a stir of murmuring broke out across the lobby, drawing everyone's eyes, instinctively toward the entrance. Standing at the door, dressed sharply in formal wear, were me and Serena, both wearing warm smiles, walking casually into the lobby. The moment this couple appeared, it was as if everyone else in the entire lobby had dimmed a few shades. You can compare products all you want, but comparing people is where it really hurts. These two walking side by side were simply blinding to look at. Watching the two of them walk straight in her direction, Iya took an involuntary step back, only to realize the two of them had stopped right in front of her. And then Serena let go of my hand, smiled, and greeted Miao Anyun warmly. Yunyun, we're here. Those few words from Serena sent a ripple through the entire lobby. No one had expected that I and Serena had come here for Miao Anyun. In recent days, word had gotten around, more or less, about what had been happening to Miao Anyun. Beside her, Ronron's eyes were practically glowing. In that moment, Serena, in Ronron's eyes, looked like an angel descending from heaven. She silently declared in her heart that next to Yunyun, Serena was now officially her second favorite person. All right, let's take care of business first. Watching the three women in front of me, clearly about to launch into a full conversation, I stepped in quickly, then walked toward the front desk at the far end of the lobby. Serena gave a small nod, and followed behind with Miao Anyun and Ran. Miao Anyun's heart was anything but calm right now. She had always believed that if Serena said she would come, but when the two of them actually appeared right in front of her, she felt an inexplicable urge to cry. She had never cried no matter how hard things got, and yet she had been moved to tears by Serena, someone she had only met a handful of times. The receptionist at the Shengxi Entertainment front desk had already spotted our group long before we reached the desk. After all, with so many people in the lobby, everyone had stopped and was watching at this point. By the time I reached the front desk, she had already notified the company's upper management. Mr. Gu, please hold on just a moment. Management will be right down. Sure. I smiled. This receptionist knew how to handle things. Before long, 2 people came stepping out of the Shengxi Entertainment elevator in a hurry. The moment one of them showed his face, Ran beside me was already baring her teeth. Both of them had looks on their faces when they saw me that were anything but friendly. One of them let out a cold laugh and addressed me directly. Well, isn't it the famous poetic himself? To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit to our Shengxi? I slid a sideways glance at the one talking and said nothing. That attitude irritated the other one visibly. He darkened his expression and pressed on. James Rivers, what exactly did you come here for? If you're not going to say, we'll have security escort you out. I sized up the 2 of them, then turned my head back toward Ran behind me. Who are these 2? Coming in so hot. Someone who didn't know better. Would think they were the chairman of Shengxi. Ran suppressed a laugh, and immediately launched into a pointed introduction. The first one who spoke. He's the company's head of operations, Director Liu. The one behind him with the potato nose. He's a board member who shows up to eat and does nothing else. Ma Liang. Ran's words gave me a clearer picture. It was pretty obvious. Ran had very different feelings toward these 2 people. This one, called Ma Liang, was clearly not a decent person. Director Liu and Ma Liang, is it? Is this how your company treats its guests? Where is Tian Xinqi? Tell him to come out and talk. I'm the chairman of Poetic Entertainment, after all. If we're talking about standing, these 2 don't really carry much weight in front of me. The moment those words left my mouth, Ma Liang's expression turned even uglier. You think you're worthy of talking to our chairman Tian? Security. The words had barely left his mouth, when Ma Liang was already hollering for security. The guards at the entrance came rushing over. I raised an eyebrow. Didn't expect Shengxi Entertainment to have such a loose cannon. If they actually threw me out today, that would be a grudge that wouldn't go away easily. When a company opens its doors for business, and the chairman of another company shows up in person, only to be thrown out by a subordinate, then those 2 companies would have absolutely nothing left to discuss. Hold on, Xiaoma. Now that's on you. Someone came in person, and you're trying to throw them out? Aren't you worried people will laugh at us? Just as security was closing in, another voice rang out from the elevator. Everyone looked up, and the Shengxi staff all called out at once. Chairman Tian! I looked over as well. The man stepping out had small, narrow eyes, and gold-rimmed glasses. I had seen his photo online. It was none other than Tian Xinqi, the chairman of Shengxi Entertainment. Chairman Gu, my people were rude. I apologize. I just don't know what brings you to our humble company today. Tian Xinqi laughed amiably as he walked to the front of the group, addressing me face to face. I returned a smile right away. Chairman Tian, you flatter me. If Shengxi is a small company, then Poetic Entertainment doesn't even count as a sesame seed. The reason I'm here is simple. I came to bring Chairman Tian some money. It's just that someone tried to stand in the way of such a good thing. I truly wasn't expecting that. Shengxi's hospitality really does leave something to be desired. The 2 exchanged pleasantries with ease. This was Tian Xinqi's first time meeting me in person. Looking at this young man barely past his 20s, he didn't dare underestimate me for even a second. Anyone capable of going up against the entire entertainment industry alone. Underestimate them, and you'll only end up worse off. Bringing money. Now there's a good thing to hear. Though I'm not sure what money you're referring to. Tian Xinqi adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, his gaze shifting to Miao Anyun, who was standing beside Serena. He had a pretty good idea of what this was about. He was of course aware of the situation with Miao Anyun. She was just a small-time artist. He had simply turned a blind eye, and let Ma Liang do whatever he wanted. He just hadn't expected that a small-time artist could bring someone as influential as me through his door. Chairman Tian, this isn't really a place for conversation. Why don't we sit down and talk? Right. Look at my head. Getting old and forgetting my manners. Come, let's move to the conference room. With that, Tian Xinqi led me and the others toward the elevator with a warm smile. I wore an equally warm smile. The 2 of us walked and chatted like old friends. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought these two were long-lost companions. Once in the conference room, everyone took their seats. Tian Xinqi spoke up again. All right then, Chairman Gu. Now you can tell me, what kind of good business is worth a personal visit from Chairman Gu? Well, funny you should ask. My wife happens to be close friends with your company's artist, Miao Anyun. We heard that Miao Anyun hasn't been having the easiest time here, and naturally my wife couldn't just stand by, so I'm here to take Miao Anyun with me. Whatever the penalty is, I'll cover it in full. How does that sound? Surely Chairman Tian wouldn't turn away a deal like this. After those words landed, the conference room went a little quiet. Serena's face flushed slightly. Miao Anyun's lips parted in surprise. Ran stifled a laugh. What kind of reasoning was this? Ma Liang and Director Liu just felt like I was showing off, but couldn't find any way to counter it. Tian Xinqi was cursing internally. He felt like I was this type, taking advantage of the fact that he wasn't well read, speaking in these formal, flowery phrases that were soft on the surface but sharp underneath, and deeply uncomfortable to hear. Chairman Gu, you want to take someone away based on a few words. Isn't that a bit much? Tianxin dropped his smile, his small eyes fixing on me. Chairman Tian, isn't this a good deal for both sides? You take the money, I take the person. We'll treat it as a unilateral breach on our end. Whatever the penalty is, it's not like you're walking away empty-handed. I held Tian Xinqi's gaze, expression steady, without the slightest trace of unease. Since Chairman Gu came in person, I have to show some respect. The penalty is 20 million. Chairman Gu, think carefully. Is a third-tier artist really worth that price? After a brief pause, Tian Xinqi smiled again, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. The atmosphere in the conference room eased once more. Hearing those words, Miao Anyun glanced at me for just a second, then fixed her gaze on Tian Xinqi. 20 million. The irony is, she had made Shengxi well over 20 million already, and yet in the end, she couldn't even scrape together 20 million for her own penalty. On top of that, she had to sit here and be insulted by the very people who had been bleeding her dry. No need for Chairman Tian to trouble himself over that. I believe Miao Anyun will prove to Chairman Tian herself, in time, that your judgment today left something to be desired. Chairman Tian, please bring out the contract. I kept my eyes on Tian Xinqi as I spoke slowly and deliberately, the composure I carried. Made Tian Xinqi's already small eyes narrow even further. Well, since Chairman Gu is so confident, I'd be going too far to refuse. As Tian Xinqi spoke, he instructed his secretary to retrieve Miao Anyun's contract. Chairman Tian, we can't just... Ma Liang, sitting beside Tian Xinqi, saw the chairman's secretary already heading out for the contract, and started to panic. He opened his mouth to talk, Tian Xinqi out of it, but was cut off by Tian Xinqi with a sharp, furious glare. Seeing that Tian Xinqi was genuinely angry, Ma Liang quickly shrank back. Beside them, I watched the whole scene with quiet amusement, and after a small smile spoke up again. Chairman Tian, I do have a fair amount of respect for you personally. It's just that some of the board members in your company are truly a disappointment. Tianxin narrowed his small eyes and gave me a flat, measured look. Whatever warmth had been in his smile was now gone. Our company's internal matters. Chairman Gu needn't concern himself. I just shrugged, still smiling. Before long, the secretary returned and placed the contract in front of Tian Xinqi. Tian Xinqi glanced down at it briefly, then looked back up at me. All right. The contract is here. Take a look. I trust Chairman Tian's integrity. Honey, go ahead and transfer. I laced my fingers together and made no move to examine the contract. When one party walks away willingly, all you need to do is pay, tear up the contract, and you can leave whenever. That much. Even Shengxi Entertainment wouldn't dare play tricks on. And Shengxi Entertainment had no reason to play tricks, because they weren't losing anything. This was pure profit for them, no strings attached. Serena took out her phone, tapped a few times, then gave me a small nod. Shortly after, someone from the finance department walked in. and leaned close to Tian Xinqi, speaking quietly. Chairman Tian, our corporate account just received a transfer from Poetic Entertainment. Exactly 20 million. Not a cent more, not a cent less. Hearing that, Tian Xinqi's small eyes narrowed even further, until they were just two tiny dots on his face. He slid the contract across the table toward me. Good. Take a look at the contract. I picked it up and passed it directly to Miao Anyun. Check and see if this is yours. Miao Anyun bit her lip, glanced up at me. Her eyes were already glistening. Just take a look. Once that's done, we're going home. Serena gently patted her on the arm and said softly. Miao Anyun gave a small nod at that and took the contract, flipping through it, then quietly said, It's my contract. Perfect. I nodded, then looked back over at Tian Xinqi. First matter settled. Now let's talk about the second thing. James Rivers, are you serious right now? Ma Liang had been just barely holding himself together, and the moment he heard there was something else, he snapped right then and there. He couldn't hold it in any longer. He shot to his feet and roared with fury. Even Tian Xinqi, who had stayed composed throughout, now had a look on his face that was less than pleasant, his brow furrowing. Chairman Gu, respect is something we give each other. I'd advise you not to push your luck. Ha, easy, Chairman Tian. This second matter is a small thing. It's just that this little assistant, Ran, she should be one of your company's employees too, since she's always been by Miao Anyun's side anyway. Why not do us a favor, Chairman Tian, and hand her over to me as well? Once I finished speaking, everyone else kept their composure. But Ran was completely frozen. She hadn't expected that someone as small and insignificant as herself would have me speak up for her in front of Tian Xinqi. Even though her contract penalty wasn't a large amount, it was still enough to take a serious toll on her. She had been prepared to grit her teeth and pay the penalty herself. She hadn't expected me to bring it up first. Miao Anyun was also taken aback for a moment, then quickly said under her breath, Chairman Gu! Ran's penalty. I'll cover it. But I waved my hand toward Miao Anyun and kept my eyes on Tian Xinqi. After hearing my words, Tian Xinqi's expression returned to normal. He smiled again. Chairman Gu, saying that isn't a bit of a slap in my face? She's just a third-tier singer's little assistant. Consider it a gift. Secretary Chen, go get the contract for this little assistant and bring it out for Chairman Gu. Secretary Chen nodded and headed out. In just a moment, he returned with another contract. This time, he handed it directly to me. For an employee this marginal, hardly worth noticing. Not just Tian Xinqi, even his secretary didn't think twice about her. Ran was utterly speechless now. So to the people in front of her, she was someone who didn't even deserve to have her name spoken. How excessive! Then I'll accept this graciously. Thank you for your warm hospitality today, Chairman Tian. Until we meet again, I hope our next meeting is just as pleasant. I stood up and took my leave with a smile. It was quite something meeting Chairman Gu today. Youth really is a wonderful thing. Though I have quite a bit on my plate, so I won't be seeing you out. Tian Xinqi stood as well, returning the smile. I nodded, took Serena's hand again, and with Miao Anyun and Ran in tow, our group walked out of the conference room in full stride. Chairman Tian, he was far too arrogant. Why did we have to give him so much face? The moment my figure disappeared from view, Ma Liang's face turned a shade of grim iron. He looked toward Tian Xinqi, seething with resentment. Useless. What exactly would you have used to stop him? Can't you see that man has nothing to fear? I can tell you clearly. If you'd thrown him out today, you'd still be handing someone over tomorrow, just with your tail between your legs. Tian Xinqi, who had once had a soft spot for this bootlicker Ma Liang, now felt like he could have strangled him. Losing face was a small thing. Losing standing was what truly mattered. He stared toward the conference room doorway, the light in his narrow eyes, flickering with something unreadable. What a figure. I underestimated him before. This time, that old fox Liu Gao has finally met his match. Lucky for me, he's not in film and television. Otherwise, I'd be losing sleep too. This brief clash with him today, Showed me he's even more formidable than the industry gives him credit for. Not just in talent. His nerve and presence aren't lacking in the slightest either. Once a young fox like this fully rises, he'll be a force that never lets up. Everything hinges on whether China's ultimate voice can put him in his place. If it can't, Tianmei is in real danger. Tian Xinqi kept his gaze fixed on the doorway, speaking quietly to himself. Those words gave Ma Liang a startled jolt. Tianmei, that's Tianmei we're talking about. A giant on the same level as Shengxi, and all it takes is that one kid? On the way down, none of us said much. Miao Anyun clearly had something on her mind, but every time the words rose to her lips, she couldn't get them out. I and Serena both noticed. I thought it over, and said to Miao Anyun, "Don't overthink it. The reason I brought you with me today, yes, partly because of my wife, but also because poetic entertainment genuinely needs people, and your talent speaks for itself. We believe in you, and we believe that the penalty won't take long for you to earn back for the company. So there's nothing to feel like you owe us. It doesn't work that way." Once we stepped out of the elevator, the atmosphere in the ground floor lobby had shifted entirely. Everyone there had seen Tianxin personally invite us upstairs. Now I was walking back out with Miao Anyun. The conclusion was plain to see. Yi Ya's face looked especially bad. She had wanted to push Miao Anyun out. Just not like this. She had only wanted to watch Miao Anyun fall apart, not see Miao Anyun walk out like she'd hit the jackpot. As our group passed by her, Ran, who had been feeling the blow just moments ago, caught sight of her, and couldn't help but smile again. She stuck her tongue out and made a face at her, then walked away with her head held high. Seeing Yi Ya's expression, Ran felt a whole lot better inside. Even if she was a nobody without a name worth knowing, she was still far better than this woman. All shine on the outside, rotten underneath. Outside of the Shengxi entertainment building, the golden sunlight fell across us again. I let out a long, slow breath without even thinking. Dealing with all these old foxes was honestly more exhausting than writing songs. Miao Anyun looked a little dazed. From the moment she had been subjected to those unspoken rules, she had played out countless possible outcomes in her mind. The best one she could imagine was earning enough money herself, paying the penalty, and then quietly fading back into ordinary life, disappearing from the world without a trace. After all, having offended Shengxi Entertainment, which mid-sized or small company in the industry would dare take her in? And as for going to Tianmei Entertainment, or Yinhai Entertainment, would it really be any different from Shengxi? Everyone knew. The contracts at all three entertainment giants were more or less the same. Thinking of that, she looked again at me and Serena walking ahead. A quiet tenderness surfaced in her eyes. It was them, with their unshakable resolve, who had walked her out of there, who had preserved what little dignity she had left. So even if the contract I gave her turned out to be the worst possible deal, she had already made up her mind to sign it. At the very least, she believed that at Poetic Entertainment, those kinds of unspoken rules would never exist. Yun, let's go get your things first. Serena, who had been walking ahead, suddenly stopped, and turned back to walk beside Miao Anyun, her pretty eyes curving into a warm smile as she asked, "Sure, it's not far. Just up ahead. Ran and I only have some clothes. We've already packed everything up." Caught in the warmth of Serena's smile, Miao Anyun paused for just a moment. Then a smile of her own rose to her face. Miao Anyun and Ranran's belongings really were minimal. Everything fit into 2 small suitcases. They were loaded up without any trouble at all. But the room they had been living in made both me and Serena involuntarily frown. I couldn't help but silently grumble about it. Shengxi Entertainment was truly getting more and more shameless. A singer this talented, and they had her living in what was basically a storage closet. At the new song showcase, Miao Anyun's ability had been clear for everyone to see. If she were at Poetic Entertainment, she would be treated like a treasure. We loaded up the bags, and the car rolled smoothly along, toward Poetic Entertainment. I drove the whole way, while the 3 women in the back chattered away non-stop, like old sisters who hadn't seen each other in years. Ran Ran especially. I kept thinking she and Mia were cut from the same cloth. Those two couldn't possibly be long-lost sisters, could they? But then again, that was a good thing. Poetic Entertainment was getting livelier by the day. Back at Poetic Entertainment, the receptionist, Li Wenjing, was completely stunned. She had truly seen something today that she never had before, and felt more grateful than ever that she had ended up at Poetic Entertainment, because right in front of her, a middle-aged man was sitting there with a pleasant smile. Here for an audition? Is James not in the office right now? King Lu. Mr. James said he'll be here shortly. You're welcome to wait in the lounge. Sure. King Lu smiled and agreed, and followed Li Wenjing toward the lounge. When the lounge door was pushed open, there were already a few people inside. King Lu's eyes registered mild surprise when he saw them. Then a smile quickly returned. Ha! Never thought you two would be here too. That kid James. He's really trying to turn the whole entertainment world upside down. Brother Lu, you showed up yourself? And you're talking about us? Inside the lounge, Mia, who had been pouring tea, felt her eyelid give an involuntary twitch. Earlier, when I had said 3 heavyweight names were joining the company, she never in a million years thought it would be them. Xue Xiaoqian, Liu Ruying, King Liu. These were genuinely heavyweight names, but how on earth had I managed to pull all 3 of them away from their own studios? Because the 3 people in front of her all ran their own studios. They were each their own boss, and some of their operations were even bigger than Poetic Entertainment's. And yet they had willingly come to join Poetic Entertainment. That was genuinely hard to believe. King Lu laughed and settled into the sofa, glancing at the other 2. What can I say? What James offered was impossible to turn down. Same for you 2, wasn't it? Ha ha, ha ha. True. Shui Xiaoqian let out an exaggerated laugh. Liu Ruying smiled and nodded in agreement. If anyone in this industry could bring these 3 together in one room, there was only one person, and it was him. That guy James tells us to come, then disappears on us himself. When he gets back, I'm giving him a piece of my mind. Ah, Brother Liu. I'm back, aren't I? I genuinely had something to take care of. Since you're a big person with a big heart, cut your little brother some slack. King Liu's words hadn't even finished before my voice came drifting in from the doorway. With me, of course, were Serena and Miao Anyun. Ran followed close behind. The moment she saw the people inside, her expression instantly shifted to the same look Mia had worn earlier. Speak of the devil. Say one word about someone and they show up. King Liu shook his head with a laugh, watching me walk through the door. Xue Xiaoqian wore an equally amused smile as he looked at the newcomers, saying, James, Serena, and Miao Anyun. Well, looks like the new song showcase crew is almost all here. I grinned as I looked around at everyone present, my heart buzzing with excitement. Now I could finally breathe easy. With these people at Poetic Entertainment, I could go all in without holding back. King Liu, Liu Voyeng, Shui Xiaoqian, Serena, Miao Anyun, together forming a new Big Four, and backing them up, the dynamic duo, Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan. Even the little assistant was a force of nature. Add in the fresh talent we had been recruiting these past few days. We were set. We were absolutely set. Haha, now that everyone's here, let's get those contracts signed. Where's Director Yang? Quick, close the door before anyone runs off. I don't even know how to describe a lineup this stacked. I was so thrilled, my eyebrows were practically lifted off my face. As I laughed out loud, You're still the chairman of a company, you know. Do you have to be like this? Angela arrived fashionably late. Contracts already printed and in hand. Everyone here is family. It doesn't matter. What chairman? You're all the chairman here. I'm just the one pouring the tea. I waved it off and took the contracts from Angela's hands, flipping through them. Then I gave a satisfied nod. These look great. Well written. This works. Future pillars of this company. Take a look. As I spoke, I handed out the contracts one by one to everyone. Even Serena got a copy. Couldn't be helped. Even though she was the boss's wife. This was something Serena had requested herself. She was a legitimate artist in her own right. Once things turned official, everyone settled in. They took their contracts and began reading through them carefully. Truth be told, the reason Shui Xiaoqian, Liu Huoying, and King Liu had agreed to come was because I had given them a reason they simply couldn't refuse. It wasn't exposure they lacked. What they lacked were songs, truly great songs that belonged to them alone, and that was exactly the card I had played to win all three of them over. The lounge fell quiet for a moment. Everyone read through their contracts in silence, but the further they read, the wider the smiles on their faces grew. The one who stood apart from the others was Miao Anyun. As she read through the contract, her eyes went wide with pure shock. Because this contract, there wasn't a single other entertainment company in existence that would ever offer something like it. No time restrictions, no penalty fees. Even leaving was completely unrestricted. It read almost like a standard employment contract at any normal company. Resign with 1 month's notice, and you were free to go when the time was up. James, I know you're looking out for us, but isn't this contract a little too unfavorable for you? No entertainment company in the world would dare sign something like this. King Liu had by now finished the last page. He closed the contract, looked up with a smile that carried a weight of genuine warmth, and said, "Same goes for all of you. Don't misunderstand. This isn't just for you. Every single artist at Poetic Entertainment going forward will be signing this exact contract." I held up the contract and gave a light wave. Wait, I believe that trying to bind someone with a contract is the single most foolish thing a company can do. If the company is truly worth staying at, even with a free contract, I trust you'd choose to stay. And if the company isn't worth it, even if you're all here, no one would give their heart to it. And if I'm being a little arrogant, out of every entertainment company out there, there's probably no one more reliable than me. That kind of self-assured confidence drew every eye in the room. Even King Liu's gaze filled with a quiet, unmistakable respect. And yes, the way things stood right now, I was the only one who had earned the right to say those words. My talent alone was what let me say them without flinching. Good. I'm genuinely looking forward to what's ahead at Poetic Entertainment. Mr. James, it's an honor to be joining Poetic Entertainment. King Liu picked up his pen and signed his name on the contract. Then he stood up, walked over to me, and extended his hand. Brother Liu, welcome to Poetic Entertainment. I won't let you down. Don't get too wrapped up in each other. Mr. James, what about us? Did you forget we exist? Xue Qiao had already signed his contract too, and teased the two of us as we shook hands. Liu Huoying had also signed, and looked over with a warm smile. Ever since I had come back, the smile on my face had never once faded. I laughed. How could I forget? None of you are getting away. Welcome, all of you, to Poetic Entertainment. All three of them burst out laughing. Then each handed me one copy of their contract, and kept the other for themselves. By now, only Miao Anyun hadn't signed yet. Everyone's eyes drifted toward her without quite meaning to. They landed on her. Ron beside her was nearly beside herself with anxiety. She had no idea what Yunyun was thinking. If it were her with a contract like this, she would have signed her name on it the second it hit the table. Noticing that I was also watching her curiously, Miao Anyun bit her lip. Mr. James, I need to make a change to this contract. Those words made everyone in the room involuntarily furrow their brows. None of them understood what Miao Anyun was doing. Wanting to change a contract like this, what was this girl thinking? Only I and Serena had a quiet sense of what Miao Anyun meant. Before I could even respond, Miao Anyun spoke again. At the very least, the penalty you covered for me needs to be added on, factored in. After that's paid back, the rest of the contract goes as normal. Those who didn't yet know the full story all looked toward Miao Anyun with curiosity. It felt like there was quite a story here. I thought it over. When I looked at the quiet certainty in Miao Anyun's eyes, I finally spoke about the penalty. Let's draw up a separate agreement just for that. When you feel ready to pay it back, pay it back. There's no rush. As for this contract, it stays as is. The two are separate. Every artist at this company will be held to the same standard. Hearing that, Miao Anyun finally let out a breath. She picked up her pen and signed her name without hesitation. This was the outcome Miao Anyun had wanted most. What she had lost, she would earn back through her own effort. The kindness I and Serena had shown her was personal. She would carry it in her heart. But company matters needed to be kept separate. Now that the contracts are all signed, Mr. James, what's the next step? Xu Xiaoqian, seeing everything settled, spoke up. Old Xu, honestly, right now we don't need you yet. Just be patient for a little while. Your moment will come. This round of China's ultimate voice. I'm going to teach every other company in this industry a very serious lesson. This is going to change the history of the music world. Ha ha, I love it. Xu Xiaoqian looked at me like this, and felt even more excited about what lay ahead. He had a feeling it was going to be something the world had never seen before. Over the following days, everyone fell into their roles. Serena and I were busy with auditions every single day. Unfortunately, very few of the newcomers were making it through. Serena and I were both seasoned professional artists, and songwriters ourselves, so our standards in the audition room were naturally high. On top of that, poetic entertainment. My vision for it was a boutique operation. Quality over quantity, always. So after several days of back-to-back auditions, only a small handful had passed. Without realizing it, Friday had come around again. As for Xu Xiaoqian and the others joining Poetic Entertainment, the company had done an excellent job keeping it under wraps. Nobody on the outside had any idea yet. If they ever found out, it would send another shockwave through the industry. China's ultimate voice was back again tonight for its second episode, right on schedule. The mood online was unmistakably clear. Every voice out there was unanimous in anticipation, wondering what kind of surprise I would bring them this time. Ever since Tianmei Entertainment's Will had issued his challenge, Poetic Entertainment had been completely silent, but the audience knew. A guy like James Rivers had definitely been getting ready. They were all unanimous in their belief that Poetic Entertainment's silence only meant one thing. They were holding back something massive. So the moment 8 p.m. rolled around, countless viewers flooded the official live stream, staking out their seats. The venue itself was already packed wall to wall. At this hour, other battles on other stages had already begun, but almost nobody was watching. Those songs had been heard a dozen times already. Nobody felt the slightest spark of anticipation. Only their respective fan bases were still there, cheering their favorites on. At 8:30 p.m., with all eyes watching, the challenger Will finally stepped onto the stage. He wore a black knit cap, dressed head to toe in full hip-hop style, his expression dripping with swagger. The moment he hit the stage, he grabbed the mic and addressed the crowd with full confidence. I hear there's a James Rivers. Who's got a knack for writing songs? Love songs. Sure, I'll give you that. But rap? You're not on my level. He announced it loud and proud, drawing a wave of boos from the crowd below. The live-stream chat exploded with comments, the majority of them putting him on blast. Then Will tilted his head back and continued, "You know why? There are so many people hating on me online? It's because I stand too tall. I make too big a target." He finished that line and suddenly exploded into motion, and a wall of sound erupted through the entire venue. "It's because I stand too tall. Too tall? Too tall, too tall. It's because I stand too tall. Too tall, too tall, too tall. Everyone asks who I am. None of them saw I was thunder. They're all out there memorizing my lyrics, the taste of blowing up overnight. It's all because of me." That explosive opening didn't bring an explosive wave of cheers. It brought an explosive wave of laughter. Inside the live stream, the whole chat had turned into a sea of pure comedy. What the? I stand too tall? Is this supposed to be rap? More like a broken record machine. Blame it on having a big mouth. Just one line on repeat. I'm dying. Seriously, guys. How is this any different from Last Minute Protagonist? This has completely shattered my understanding of rap. Someone come get this child. Finally, after an endless loop of I stand too tall, the song came to a complete stop. Will waved at the crowd. and walked off stage proud and self-satisfied. Whether in the venue or in the live stream, everyone let out a collective breath of relief at that moment. They dug a finger into their thoroughly tortured ears and unleashed a flood of complaints. After listening to Will's rap, now all I've got stuck in my head is, I stand too tall. Is there any saving me? Poetic, come save us. Drop something good and let us rinse our ears out. Please. That delusional confidence is genuinely terrifying. All noise. Zero technique. What is happening to the music scene? Amid the flood of complaints from netizens, Poetic Entertainment's act finally took the stage. That lit a spark of hope back in everyone watching. But when they saw it was two young men nobody had ever seen before, they all paused for a moment. Then the worry set in without anyone planning it. Poetic is putting up rookies. Is this actually going to work? Will's skills are weak, but his fan base is legitimately huge. And he's got money and packaging behind him, especially the younger fans, kids who never experienced what real music used to sound like. Getting tricked into liking Will is completely understandable. These two from Poetic, nobody has ever seen them before. They look like the freshest newcomers you could possibly find. Unknowns like this are genuinely hard to feel confident about. The crowd in the venue also fell into a hush, quietly watching the two figures standing on the stage. This made Will backstage even more smug. Look at the stage energy right from the start. The gap is already obvious, but Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan stayed perfectly composed. They held their mics with their backs to each other, standing steady on the stage without a flicker of nerves. This was their first performance. I believed in them, and they would give me back a perfect result in return. The music began. On the big screen, the song title appeared. Drifting North. Lyrics and composition by Poetic, performed by Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan. Seeing Poetic's name on the credits, the audience settled down just a little, regardless of who the two newcomers were. Poetic's songs were beyond question. On stage, Feng Xiaoxiao let the music carry him. As he was the first to raise his mic and hum, the melody he hummed softly made everyone unconsciously perk up and listen, savoring every note. But backstage, Will wore a look of open contempt. Online, the comments carried a mix of doubt as well, and some of Will's fans had begun jumping in. No way. Poetic, this isn't rap. The intro doesn't sound like rap at all. Rap is usually hard-hitting from the jump. This opening sounds more like a pop song. Please, I thought Poetic was supposed to be something special. My Will came at them with rap, and they don't even dare take it on. It's not poetic, it's forgettable. Call it forgettable one more time and I'll come for you. Why are you in such a rush? Just listen and you'll know. So only you can talk about our Will. But we can't say anything about Poetic? Double standards. Just wait for that slap coming your way. Anyway, I trust Poetic unconditionally. On stage, Feng Xiaoxiao was still humming softly. The melody was already beautiful. Shi Shuihan gripped his mic with both hands, back turned to Feng Xiaoxiao, quietly waiting for the moment the humming would end. Suddenly the music shifted, growing urgent, fast, intense. Everyone's eyes tightened, and their hearts clenched in that instant. Their whole bodies couldn't help but tense up. They knew the real thing was here. Sure enough, Yi Shuihan, who had been standing still, moved with the driving beat of the music, swiftly raised his mic, and the rap began. On the journey toward a dream, I left everything I knew behind. The bag on my shoulder carries every hope I have for the future. Just like all of you, I came from somewhere far away, working ordinary jobs, drifting and aching for home. How many of us just want our lives to be a little better, to rewrite our own story, to ease a little of the weight our parents carry? Every time the new year comes around, the longing for home only grows, unable to go back, because the dream still hasn't been reached. The crowd in the venue couldn't hold it together anymore. Screams and cheers erupted one after another. Absolutely unreal. That raw, soaring cry and those perfect high notes drove the energy of the entire venue to its peak. Every single person in that moment clenched their fists, feeling a force inside them strong enough to overturn the universe. That was the power this song gave them. That was the most immediate, undeniable magic of rap. One song, one moment of fame. Tonight, every single person remembered these two artists. From Poetic Entertainment, Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan, with one song, Drifting North. They announced the return of Poetic Entertainment's reign. In that moment, the outcome of the competition needed no words. Everyone already knew the result, and that was that. Everyone except the ever-confident Will. Inside the Tianmei Entertainment Building, even before Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan had finished the second half of their performance, their meeting had already been called to order. But this meeting was nothing like the ones before, because this time it was a video conference. Beyond just Tianmei Entertainment, Shengxi Entertainment, Yinhai Entertainment, and the chairman of every mid-sized and small entertainment company, they were all present for. This video conference, organized by Tianmei Entertainment, Tianmei Entertainment's chairman, Liu Gao, sat with a grave expression, addressing the heads of every company on the screen. As he began to speak, I'm sure everyone already knows why this meeting was called. This time, I hope no one is still holding on to wishful thinking. The company he founded, Poetic Entertainment, is declaring war on the entire industry. If we don't unite, the music world will no longer have a place for any of us. On the screen, the expressions of every chairman were tight and uncomfortable. They all understood this reality. When one falls, the rest follow. The moment Tianmei Entertainment was toppled by Poetic Entertainment, the traditional structure of the entertainment industry would face a transformation of historic proportions. Seeing that no one was speaking, Shengxi Entertainment's Tian Xinqi picked up where Liu Gao left off. I think none of us wants to see any changes in this industry. Speak freely, everyone. Let's try to come up with a plan. This many companies against one small outfit. What is there to be afraid of? The moment Tian Xinqi finished, one mid-sized company's chairman spoke up with a strained look on his face. Going through conventional channels, our only option is to beat him in the competition. But everyone knows how talented James Rivers is. Is beating him in the competition even possible? Even the greatest talent runs dry eventually. I refuse to believe that James Rivers can keep producing songs of this quality indefinitely. The moment he can't, that's when we strike back. Before that person had even finished, several others chimed in quickly in agreement. Liu Gao gave a nod at this point. That's exactly right. No one's talent is infinite. We have so many companies, we can simply wear him down. And on top of that, Poetic Entertainment hasn't taken on a single sponsor yet. As long as we shut them down hard this time, I believe no sponsor will be willing to back Poetic Entertainment afterward. Without sponsors, they'll have no choice but to dissolve. Because their funding can't sustain a full company operation for long. Once those words landed, everyone present nodded in unanimous agreement. But right at that moment, Tian Xinqi glanced over at David Yang of Yinhai Entertainment and added casually, Chairman Yang, I hear you've been getting quite close with James Rivers lately. Any brilliant ideas you'd like to share? David Yang kept his smile steady and shook his head. I don't have any brilliant ideas. I'll follow whatever everyone else decides. Yinhai Entertainment fully supports this with both hands. It's just that recently our team at Yinhai has been a bit stretched thin. Practically speaking, we may not be able to contribute much action. But my spirit is with you all, always. Hearing those words, Liu Gao and Tian Xinqi both couldn't help but purse their lips. This blatant brush-off, they could read it plain as day, but they didn't press the matter. As long as Yinhai Entertainment didn't make any moves against them, that was enough. They never truly expected Yinhai Entertainment to step up and go after me. Since everyone is in agreement, let's discuss the plan going forward. For this current episode of the competition, until we're properly prepared, I don't want anyone challenging Poetic Entertainment and handing them easy points. Let's put everything into preparing for the remaining episodes. Each stage allows a maximum of 3 challenges per episode, meaning there are still 18 rounds left. I don't believe James Rivers' talent is infinite, and I don't believe Poetic Entertainment's small roster can hold up through that many rounds. So, everyone go get your best performers ready. Magic City Stadium, Even though Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan had already stepped off stage, the crowd in the venue was still buzzing with excitement. They were eagerly waiting for the next battle, wondering what song Poetic Entertainment would bring out next. One song, Drifting North, had shown everyone that Poetic Entertainment had returned to the throne. The online audience had by now all flooded into this competition's live stream room. In previous seasons of China's Ultimate Voice, all three stages had consistently drawn similar viewership, but now the stages belonging to Shengxi Entertainment and Yinhai Entertainment had been almost completely abandoned. The entire show had, effectively, become Poetic Entertainment's personal stage, but unfortunately, no matter how long the audience waited on either side, they kept waiting. No second challenger ever came. It was as if every entertainment company had completely gone quiet all at once. Time ticked by, second by second. The other two stages kept their battles burning hot, but on the stage where Poetic Entertainment stood, only the autumn wind was drifting in circles. Right up until this episode of China's Ultimate Voice was announced over, not a single person had stepped up to challenge. That sent the audience, who had been waiting so patiently, completely over the edge. They had been waiting so long the flowers had wilted, and this was all they got to see. So they all started tagging the major entertainment companies and roasting them with everything they had. Wow. Is there literally no one left in this industry? Are you serious right now? You drop your pants, and this is it? This feels like someone dumped a bucket of ice water on you in the dead of winter. I stayed up for this, and you're telling me it's over? Are you kidding me? The moment James shows up, not a single soul in the music world can step up. My ears. I just wanted to hear a few more good songs. Tianmei Entertainment. Are you all just giving up? You might as well let me go up there. Either way, someone's losing. At least I'd give it a shot. Pack it up. This is straight-up cowardice. I hereby declare Poetic Entertainment one of the new Big Three. The Tianmei era is over. Netizens unleashed every ounce of mockery they had, trying to use their words to goad these entertainment companies into growing a spine. All they wanted was to hear good music. Why was that so hard? And just like that, with the roaring support of the internet behind them, in the end, the major entertainment companies, with Tianmei Entertainment leading the charge, finally couldn't hold back and released a statement. The one who laughs last is the winner. Watch and wait. The statement was brief, but it carried a very different kind of message. The netizens who loved nothing more than a good showdown saw these statements and felt the disappointment in their hearts flicker back into something like hope. The way they saw it, as long as these entertainment companies hadn't given up, that was fine, even if it came a little late. As long as there were good songs to listen to, they were satisfied. So netizens poured into the comment sections under those posts and started cheering them on. At this moment, the Poetic Entertainment crew was already on their way back to the company. The group that had come tonight was small. Just Serena, Mia, Miao Anyun, Feng Xiaoxiao, and Yi Shuihan. One company van had fit them all. The van was driven by a driver the company had specifically hired. Everyone else, including me, hadn't gone to the venue. We had all stayed back at the company watching the live stream in real time. I can't believe it. Serena and Yun didn't even get to perform, and they already threw in the towel. Mia pursed her lips with a hint of disappointment, even though she didn't know what song I had prepared for Miao Anyun. She knew very well that the one Serena had was also an absolute bomb. Still, Feng and Yi just sang too well. They blew the whole place apart. All thanks to Mr. James's songwriting. After all these years, the two of us are finally getting to experience that kind of blood-pumping rush on a real stage. Feng Xiaoxiao let out a happy little laugh, his face full of pure admiration whenever he thought of me. They haven't given up. They're saving their big move for later. The battles ahead are only going to get more intense. Miao Anyun picked up her phone at that point and held it out for everyone to see. Everyone looked at the screen and saw the statements from Tianmei Entertainment and the other companies. In just a short time, all of those statements had shot to the top of the trending charts. Currently sitting at number 1 was the song Drifting North, followed closely by all those statements. Honestly, I only trust Mr. James. These people aren't going to last long. Yi Shuihan took one glance and said with clear frustration. Everyone heard that and smiled to themselves. Yeah, as long as I was here, there was nothing for any of them to worry about. The van kept rolling down the road. The group was still chatting about the competition when Feng Xiaochao suddenly got a phone call. The smile that had been all over his face before had faded by the time he hung up, replaced by a furrowed brow. What happened? He Shuihan noticed and asked him quietly. They had just come off a huge win tonight. It should have been a happy moment. Feng Xiaoxiao, looking like this, clearly meant something messy had come up. The others in the van had also picked up on it and turned their eyes his way. That made Feng Xiaoxiao feel a little awkward. He felt like he had killed the mood for everyone. It's nothing. Yi, you go back to the company with Serena and the others. I should be able to handle this on my own. Serena, could I trouble you to drop me off near Zhengcheng Yida Plaza? Feng Xiaoxiao gripped his phone tight, his expression growing more and more uneasy. Causing trouble like this, at a time like this, made him feel genuinely embarrassed, but he had no choice. He had to go. Of course. Go take care of what you need to. Serena nodded. This was clearly something personal for Feng Xiaoxiao. She didn't ask any further. The van made its way to Jiangcheng Yida Plaza. Feng Xiaoxiao hopped out in a hurry and left. Yi Shuihan watched Feng Xiaoxiao's retreating figure and suddenly said, Serena, I'm a little worried about Feng. How about we follow him and see what's going on? The others in the van exchanged glances. Serena looked at Yi Shuihan with some concern. This is his personal business. Would it be okay for us to follow him? Serena, it's fine. Feng and I go back years. And if I'm guessing right, the person he's going to see, I probably know them too. Him leaving me behind was purely because he felt bad about it. So Serena, Prest, how about we go take a look? Hearing Yi Shuihan's words, Mia and Miao Anyun both perked up noticeably. Their natural instinct to be in on the drama surfaced without warning. Serena thought it over for a moment, then asked Yi Shuihan one more time with a serious expression. You're sure it's fine? Serena, it's totally fine. Yi Shuihan patted his chest and swore on it. Only then did Serena nod. The whole group put on their masks and slipped out of the van like a band of sneaky little thieves, leaving the driver alone, who parked the van in a nearby lot. Along the way, Yi Shuihan seemed to already know where Feng Xiaoxiao was heading. The group didn't stop anywhere. Yi Shuihan led the way and walked straight into a small tavern nearby. The tavern wasn't big, but it was decorated in a way that felt warm and inviting, like stepping into someone's home. The place was already packed wall to wall, but the small stage at the center of the tavern was the source of a loud and chaotic commotion. The group looked over and spotted Feng Xiaoxiao right away. He was in the middle of arguing with a group of people about something. Behind Feng Xiaoxiao stood two young women with hurt looks on their faces. One of them was holding a guitar. Yi Shuihan took one look and his eyes went wide. He rushed forward immediately. Serena and Miao Anyun exchanged a glance with the others, eyes carrying a flicker of concern. They were worried these two would escalate things beyond control. Fortunately, once Yi Shuihan rushed up, he didn't immediately start arguing with the group. Instead, he moved to stand with the two girls and asked, Xinyi? Peeling? Are you two okay? Feng Xiaoxiao saw Yi Shuihan come charging up, which naturally meant he also spotted Serena and the others not far behind. That made him even more embarrassed than before. The two of them had barely just joined the company, and already the boss's wife was watching them get into a scene. This was beyond awkward. Thinking that, he couldn't help but pull Yi Shuihan aside and say with some frustration, Yi, didn't I tell you to go back to the company with Serena? Why did you still come? Come on, Feng, you can't be like this. What's the point of hiding something like this? We're all open about it. Serena and the others, they're nothing like the leaders at other companies. They won't hold it against us. Looking at Yi Shuihan, who was younger than him, Feng Xiaoxiao was briefly at a loss for words. He just felt it wasn't about whether they would hold it against him or not, because no company really wanted to see its people getting into trouble outside. But what had happened, and there was no point overthinking it now. He turned right back to the group and kept arguing. From listening to the argument on stage, Serena had pieced together a rough idea of what was going on. The cause came down to these two girls in white t-shirts on the stage. They were a folk music duo who had been the resident performers at this small tavern. The two of them had written quite a few original folk songs of their own, which had been well loved and widely sung here. But because these two had no backing, no connections to speak of, people from a small entertainment company were trying to buy out their songs for a few thousand yuan and put the tracks under one of their own artists' names. The girls had refused, and this was the scene that followed. The people in front of them now were just hired troublemakers, paid to come here and cause a scene. The real person behind it was the company representative, still sitting comfortably in one of the booths. Serena knew that this kind of thing was nothing new in the entertainment world. Calling the police wouldn't even help, because clearing out one wave of troublemakers would only bring another. Besides, they weren't throwing punches, just talking. For instance, right now these people were just saying the songs were unlistenable. They were customers, and they had every right to request different music or performers. Even the tavern owner coming out couldn't do anything about it. When you run into something like this, the best move is to fight fire with fire. Just like the choice I had made back then. I had first used Yinhai Entertainment as cover, letting a big company shield my real talent. Then, once I had made a name for myself, I used Huayang as leverage to push back against the pressure, and finally started Poetic Entertainment. But that was something only I could have pulled off. Most people with a small amount of talent would simply get swallowed up by the current. Serena looked at the two young women on the tavern stage, standing there looking a little helpless. Then she looked over at Mia beside her, who was equally indignant, and Miao Anyun. She thought it over and made her decision. She brought Mia and Miao Anyun and walked straight up to the booth. She looked down at the small company manager sitting there. Feng Xiaochao and Yi Shuihan, seeing this unfold, quickly grabbed the two girls and hurried over. Their hearts were in their throats right now. If Serena got treated badly here on their account, they might as well dig a hole and bury themselves. Which entertainment company are you from? Standing at the booth, Serena asked directly. The old Serena wouldn't have done this, but people grow. The Serena standing here now carried more than a little of my spirit. This little manager had been watching the chaos with amusement, when suddenly 3 women, with powerful presence, appeared in front of his seat, 2 of them flanking the middle one, on either side shielding her tightly, and at that moment, the 2 young men who had just appeared on stage came rushing over as well. The whole group formed a wall around the person in the center, glaring at him with laser focus, as if the slightest wrong move from him would get him torn apart on the spot. Who are you? They're back up. The manager frowned. He had a nagging feeling the woman in front of him looked familiar. Never mind who we are. Using your company to bully people, that's just wrong. The music world is the way it is. Because of people like you. Serena didn't even need to answer. Mia had already stepped to the front and taken charge. Seeing Mia like this, the manager let out a laugh, and then made a show of swirling the glass in his hand. Little girl, you should watch what you say. I'm just an ordinary customer. Which eye of yours saw me bully anyone? Doing it but won't own it. Typical. Mia shot him a sideways glare, her face full of contempt. Serena also shook her head. This man was clearly playing dumb. She turned to look at the 2 girls instead. Feng Xiaoxiao, seeing that, quickly introduced them to Serena. Serena! This is Wang Xinyi and Wu Peiling, and this is our boss's wife. Wait, I know who you are. The manager, still sitting in the booth, seemed to have just realized something, and immediately let out a startled cry, his eyes going wide, staring in disbelief at Serena, surrounded by the group in front of him. The 2 girls also froze for a moment, then looked straight at Serena. That one outcry brought the entire tavern to a standstill. Every head in the place turned to look, even the troublemakers who had been causing the commotion just now. had their mouths hanging open, staring over in stunned silence. Had they just heard what they thought they heard? Was this Serena? The Serena they knew? The moment that cry rang out, everyone knew things were about to go sideways. Mia was already drilling into the manager, with a look sharp enough to kill. The next second, the whole place erupted. Serena, she's literally the hottest artist on the internet right now, bar none. Even the tavern owner was rubbing his hands together, rushing to call security. He was a die-hard poetic fan himself. If Serena had any kind of incident at his little place, he would never forgive himself. Serena looked calmly at the manager. Her identity was out. She pulled off her mask without missing a beat. Beside her, Meow Onion and the others all removed their masks at the same moment. Oh wow, it's actually Serena, and Meow Onion too. And those two guys, aren't they Feng Xiaochao and Yi Shuihan, who just finished performing Drifting North? The gods have descended. What kind of magic does this little tavern have? Where's James Rivers? Where did James Rivers go? I need to see him. I'm his biggest fan. The energy coming off them is insane. I'm almost too intimidated to go ask for an autograph. The moment Serena and the others revealed themselves, the whole place instantly erupted into chaos. Practically every pair of eyes in the room was lit up looking their way. If the security guards hadn't already gotten into position, people might have already rushed forward for autographs. This left, the manager still sitting in the booth squirming like he was on hot coals. He wanted to sew his own mouth shut right now. Why had he cried out like that? He genuinely hadn't expected that picking on two nobody girls would somehow drag Serena into this. If Poetic Entertainment came after his company was finished. Once a company's reputation collapses, it means that company is heading into a pit it can never climb out of. So Poetic Entertainment didn't even need to do anything deliberately. With my current level of influence, all it would take is one post from me explaining what happened, and his little company would be done for. It's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. Oh, it's Serena. I was just leaving. Won't be coming back. Before Serena could say a word, the manager, who had already figured it all out, smiled nervously, and immediately stood up and made his exit. Now he just hoped this wouldn't blow up further. Serena didn't stop him. She knew that after this, he definitely wouldn't be coming back. This kind of thing happened all the time in the entertainment world. No one could really stop it completely. These two girls were lucky enough to know Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan. Those who weren't as lucky could only consider themselves unlucky. The world wasn't always fair like that. Serena, I'm so sorry for dragging you into this. The most awkward people in the room right now were without question Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan. Even Yi Shuihan hadn't expected things to go this way. It's nothing. It's not like I was in any danger. It's just that leaving tonight might not be so easy. Serena let out a small laugh and looked up at the crowd inside the tavern, which was buzzing restlessly. A lot of them were now chanting Serena's name out loud. Others were chanting Poetic's name. Even the troublemakers had melted into the crowd. Right now they wanted nothing more than to find a hole to crawl into. They had been listening to my songs every day, too. A few of them were even fans of mine and Serena's. Getting caught doing something wrong by your own idol. There was no worse feeling in the world. Because of Serena's unexpected appearance, the little tavern was on the verge of turning into Serena's impromptu fan meet and greet. At this point, the tavern owner pushed his way through the ring of security guards and squeezed in, barely containing his excitement. Serena, hello. I'm the owner of this place. Given the situation right now, do you think? Could you say a few words to the fans? The tavern owner's eyes were practically glowing. Even without getting to see his idol, me, Serena was everything. She basically represented me, and tonight's events would definitely make the rounds online. His little tavern was about to blow up. Sure. Give me just a second. Serena looked at the tavern owner standing in front of her, clearly quite a few years older than herself, and felt a strange, dazed feeling wash over her, without even noticing when it happened. She had become someone others called Big Sis. She had become an idol that many people looked up to. Getting Serena's answer, The tavern owner's face broke into a full-on grin. He nodded repeatedly in agreement, then turned and made his way back into the crowd to pass the word. The crowd in the venue erupted in waves of excited cheering, and Serena turned back around to look at the two girls standing near Feng Xiaoxiao. Their eyes were still a little red. They shouldn't be coming back anymore. You can go back to singing your songs in peace, Serena said softly. Looking at Wang Xinyi and Wu Peiling's reddened eyes, Serena felt a pang in her chest. People with real talent simply didn't deserve to be treated this way. Thank you so much, the two of them said together in grateful voices. They had been dealing with this harassment for a long time. Tonight, they truly hadn't known what to do anymore, which was why they had called Feng Xiaoxiao. The two of them had known Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan for a long time. They were close friends. Xinyi, Peiling, this can't keep going on like this. Who knows, down the road, there might be other shameless companies that come after you. Why don't you come try auditioning at Poetic Entertainment? Feng Xiaoxiao looked at the two of them with a furrowed brow. Wang Xinyi and Wu Peiling heard those words, and their eyes dimmed slightly. If they could have joined a good company, why would they be doing tavern residencies here? Feng, we're folk musicians. Folk music is all we know and do. Artists like us. Would Poetic Entertainment even take us? The boss's wife is literally standing right here. Why not just ask? Just try. Yi Shuihan jumped in quickly, then looked at Serena with eyes full of hope. Serena, Xinyi and Peiling are genuinely incredible. Wang Xinyi and Wu Peiling, hearing that, looked over at Serena with quiet, hopeful eyes. Serena smiled, a soft warmth rising on her face. Who says folk musicians can't have a future? Could I hear you two sing first? Serena didn't give an immediate yes, even if they were Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan's friends. As a company, the proper steps still had to be followed. Wang Xinyi and Wu Peiling gave a nod. They looked at each other, quietly tightened their fists, and gathered their courage. One took the microphone, the other picked up her guitar, and they walked toward the stage. The people around them parted and made way. Some were already cheering them on by name. Most of them were regulars here. They knew full well what these two were capable of. Serena and the others moved to stand in front of the stage, watching quietly as the two simply dressed figures stood at the center of the small tavern stage. In that moment, the entire tavern fell silent. Wang Xinyi and Wu Peiling settled onto the bar stools out of habit. They looked out at the people below the stage, eyes already glistening. Hello, everyone. This may be our last time performing as a duo at this venue. We hope this final folk song will stay with you, to bring a little something to everyone here. Folk music is poor. Guitars are expensive. Stories are long. The road ahead is far. We hope everyone will remember our duo. We're called Landlord's Cat. With those words said, Wu Peiling gently strummed the guitar. A melancholy melody rose into the air. Wang Xinyi wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, raised the microphone, and sang softly. Don't cry. There will always be a road ahead. A clear voice, tinged with quiet sorrow, filled the room. Wang Xinyi tilted her face toward the ceiling, drew a slow breath, and swallowed back the catch in her throat. The moment that song began, something lit up in Serena's eyes. This girl had a beautiful voice, and she was exactly the kind of singer folk music was made for. Wang Xinyi steadied herself, settled her emotions, and kept singing. Don't cry. There will always be a road ahead, as if happiness is waiting just around the corner. You hold me in your heart. I am right beside you. Wherever you go, I'll go too. Hearing that, Serena gave a slow nod. The two of them were still a little raw on stage, but that rawness was precisely what made them fit folk music so perfectly, and the way they performed together as a duo gave everyone a feeling of going back to the very beginning, back to when they were just starting out, playing their first songs with green, unsteady hands, chasing the first dream they ever had. That was more than enough. When the song ended, some of the older audience members had tears running down their faces. A lot of them had been coming here just for these two girls. It was easy to see. After this, these two would likely never perform in this little tavern again. The two of them stepped down from the bar stools, gathered themselves, and walked with nervous steps toward Serena and the others. They knew that the next words from Serena would decide the direction of their future. "You, wonderful. Poetic Entertainment welcomes you." Serena looked at the two of them with a warm, gentle smile, extending her hand. Her words were completely sincere. That made Wang Xinyi and Wu Peiling feel like crying all over again. They quickly shook Serena's hand. Their hearts moved beyond words. The crowd in the venue slowly came back from the world of the folk song and transformed back into passionate fans, chanting Serena's name in unison. Urged on by everyone, Serena shook her head with a smile and walked slowly up to the stage. "It's so wonderful to see everyone here. A new song is out of the question tonight, but let me sing you an older one. It's one of my personal favorites, The Wind Rises." The moment those 3 words left her mouth, the crowd erupted even louder. Men and women alike, transformed in that instant into devoted little fans, walking and stopping all along the way. Following the traces of a drifting youth, I arrived to find what looked like a full-blown concert unfolding before me. The moment I got Mia's message, I had rushed straight over without stopping, and the result was I got caught up in it too. The people who spotted me immediately went wild, especially the tavern owner. He actually grabbed the microphone and shouted that tonight the boss was in a great mood, and every drink was on the house. In the end, me and Serena and the others, after signing what felt like an endless number of autographs, and with the protection of security, managed to fight our way out of the crowd, pile into the car, and speed away from the place. "So what did you say your duo is called?" In the car, I looked at the two of them with a somewhat stunned expression. Wang Xinyi and Wu Peiling glanced at me nervously, answering in small voices. "Landlord's Cat." I stared at the two of them, the expression on my face hard to describe. "I feel like playing Landlord's Cat right now. I'm just a tenant's dog." "You two sing folk music?" I asked again in disbelief, making both of them even more tense. In their eyes, I was at the very top of the entertainment world, someone completely out of reach for small-timers like them. They were a little scared, afraid that being folk musicians might make them seem unworthy, but seeing the encouraging looks from Serena and the others, they answered, "Yes, folk music." Only then did I give a nod. Seeing the two of them still looking a little frightened, I quickly reassured them. "Folk music is great. Folk music has 3 things: love, ideals, and faraway places. The dream that lives in everyone's heart." Hearing my words, the two of them felt warmth spread through their chests. Their expressions eased as well. If even I had said so, then they should be just fine. Feng Xiaoxiao, sitting to one side, still looked a little guilty. He turned to me with his head lowered. "Mr. James, I'm sorry. It's all because of me that everyone got dragged into this. Don't worry about it. It's not like we were in any danger. And because of you, Poetic Entertainment gained 2 more artists. If anything, I should be thanking you." Before Feng Xiaoqiao could apologize again, I quickly waved him off. He had been apologizing the entire way. My ears were about to grow calluses. Right now is actually perfect timing. As you've seen, plenty of entertainment companies have already put out statements. The next few rounds of competition are going to be fought for real. This happening now is actually a good thing for the company. I wasn't just saying this to comfort Feng Xiaoxiao. I genuinely was happy to have gained 2 more strong additions. As for Tianmei Entertainment and the other company's intentions, I had more or less already figured them out. In any arena, strength has always been what does the talking. No matter what they plan to do, as the defending side, I had one thing to say: meet every challenge head-on, no matter what comes. By the time the car reached the company, it was already deep into the night. All we did for now was get Wang Xinyi and Wu Peiling settled into the artist apartments. The official onboarding paperwork would have to wait until tomorrow, just 2 hours later. The news of Serena, and the rest of us showing up at the tavern, had already flooded the entire internet. On Douyin especially, video after video from the scene kept pouring in. Every single one was racking up hundreds of thousands of likes. The clip of Serena performing The Wind Rises had crossed 1 million likes in under an hour. Every night owl who scrolled across those videos was beating their chest in regret, wishing they could turn back time and rush to the scene themselves. After all, since me and Serena had first appeared on the public radar, there hadn't been a single official public appearance. And now they had pulled this kind of surprise ambush. Netizens from every corner flooded the comment sections in outrage, every one of them sounding like a wronged lover who had been completely blindsided. Fine, I'll admit it. I'm jealous. A chance to be up close with Serena and James. And I missed it. Poetic could at least give us a heads up next time. This kind of surprise appearance is just not fair. No concert, no fan meet, and now this. Oh, and there was folk music too. I'm devastated. Folk music is poor. Guitars are expensive. The girl is beautiful and I'm just not worthy. The fans who were there didn't even try hard enough. How did you just let them walk away like that? When is a proper concert happening? Is it ever going to happen? Faced with the avalanche of on-the-scene videos flooding the internet, netizens one by one transformed into the bitterest of lemons. Sour beyond all description, this whole string of events successfully shot to the top of the trending charts as well. Everyone had made peace with it at this point. A day without seeing me and Serena on the trending list felt physically wrong. As for the main characters, me and Serena, we had already made it home. Little Lily had been put to sleep by one of my bedtime stories earlier that evening. The two of us had a light, quick dinner, and then the next 10,000 words will be omitted here. The next day, as the morning sun rose, I dragged my aching, heavy body into the kitchen to put together breakfast. Serena, cheeks still faintly flushed, stood beside me helping out. The morning sunlight poured in through the window, and I suddenly realized I hadn't done my morning workout in quite a long time. No wonder this body had been feeling more and more worn out. It was all because I had skipped my morning routine. Serena, on the other hand, just felt her face burning hot. Every time she thought about what had happened last night, she wanted to disappear from embarrassment. She still had no idea where I had learned all of those things. It was enough to make her both mortified and annoyed. Honey, go wake Lily up. I tasted a spoonful of the fresh rice porridge, gave a satisfied nod, then picked up the side dishes from the counter, and turned to say to Serena. Serena was still somewhere far away in her own thoughts, her bright, watery eyes staring straight ahead, completely unhearing. Seeing that adorably dazed side of her, I smiled, and quickly stole a kiss on her flushed cheek. Honey, if you keep dawdling, Lily is going to be late for school. Caught completely off guard, Serena snapped back to reality. Her face went even redder. She lowered her head and walked briskly out of the kitchen, those quick little steps almost rivaling a competitive walker's pace. By the time Serena came out of the little bedroom, carrying a freshly woken Lily in her arms, I had already set everything on the table. The rice porridge, the stuffed pancakes, and all the side dishes. I was sitting there with a warm smile, waiting for the two of them, looking at that big pair and little pair of matching almond-shaped eyes. My mood just kept growing brighter. Truly, with a beautiful wife and an adorable child at home, life couldn't get any better than this. After breakfast, we dropped Lily off at kindergarten as usual. Then the two of us headed to the company. Most of the staff had already arrived, each busy with their own work. Wang Xinyi and Wu Peiling had also shown up early. They had just walked out of Angela's office, after signing their contracts. Compared to the day before, the smiles on their faces were completely different, radiant. Neither of them had ever imagined that someday they would actually join a company. This recognized and talked about, let alone sign a contract, that neither of them had ever dared to dream of before. A free contract, no restrictions, no strings attached. Even though right now, Poetic Entertainment didn't have many resources to offer them yet, everyone knew the future of Poetic Entertainment was beyond measure. There was simply no ceiling on what it could become. Serena and I had just walked into the break room when Ms. Claire came in as well. Worth noting, Ms. Claire was currently not only serving as Serena's manager, but also overseeing the company's operations and development. Poetic Entertainment was still growing, and when it came to recruiting management talent, my standards were strict. Beyond being trustworthy and having strong character, their professional capabilities also had to be top tier. People like that were genuinely hard to find, so I wasn't in any particular rush. On top of that, the company had been fully consumed with everything surrounding China's ultimate voice, and I simply didn't have the energy or time to recruit and screen for management-level hires right now. Morning, Miss Claire. I looked at Miss Claire, who seemed more energetic than before, and greeted her with a smile. Serena went forward and took Miss Claire's hand, and the two sat down together. In front of Miss Claire, Serena always seemed like a little girl. Compared to when they first met, she looked years younger. Even her white hair had been dyed back to black. The smiles on her face had grown far more frequent. Everything was moving in a better direction, and that was more than enough. Morning, Mr. James. There are a few things I need to tell you. Tianmei Entertainment's queen, Mu Baiwei, has been urgently called back to the country. She's already on the trending charts. Shangxi Entertainment's king, Qi Hua, also showed up at the Shangxi building this morning, and a number of first-tier artists from other entertainment companies have basically all set aside what they were doing. It looks like everyone is going all in to prepare for China's ultimate voice, Qi Hua and Mu Baiwei. Those two are reigning royalty right now. They've held the top spots for a long time, and they both command massive fan bases. This past year, one has been busy filming movies, and the other went overseas for a world tour. Online, discussion about the two of them had dropped off quite a bit, but no one doubted their influence for even a second. Just look at right now. The moment they showed their faces, they were trending. That alone says everything. Now, with both of them suddenly returning and appearing at their respective companies, combined with the high-profile appearances of first-tier artists from other companies, it feels like a storm is gathering before it hits. The air is thick with something coming. Anyone who could read the room understood that this situation meant the old guard powers of the entertainment world were moving against Poetic Entertainment. Online, the reactions split sharply in two directions. Fans on both sides refused to back down. Before the main players had even started competing, the netizens were already at each other's throats. Serena is great, but my Queen Weiwei is better. Unconditional support for my Queen Weiwei. I'll admit Mu Baiwei's skill is real, but don't forget, I haven't forgotten Poetic. Poetic is unbeatable. Let me just ask one thing. Is there a single person in this industry who can actually hold their ground? Where are you putting my Qi Hua? Don't forget, Qi Hua isn't just a singer. He's also a songwriter. Is my Qi Hua just supposed to step aside now? Or has Poetic just gotten too comfortable? Honestly, one-on-one, I think aside from James Rivers himself, Poetic Entertainment's side really has nothing. Real talk. A reigning king and queen. That's not hype, that's earned. As a Poetic fan, all I can say is, Poetic, go for it. Add me to the Poetic fan count. No matter what, I'll always support them. Don't forget those first-tier artists from the other companies. They're not pushovers either. Outside of Serena, who else does Poetic Entertainment actually have? This is going to be hard. Poetic Entertainment, trying to change the state of the industry by itself. That's genuinely an enormous challenge. The whole internet is in chaos. The entertainment world's biggest storm had officially been kicked up from this moment on. From here, the grand confrontation was fully underway. Inside Poetic Entertainment, after hearing Ms. Claire's full report, my expression hadn't changed in the slightest. There was something almost immovable about me, like a mountain that wouldn't shift no matter how strong the wind. I looked at Ms. Claire and smiled. Now this is more interesting. Before, not a single one of them was worth taking seriously. That Will, he was just pure comedy. Against a shift like this, I genuinely wasn't worried. The deeper the world's foundation runs, the more I welcome it. Strong opponents from two worlds of culture colliding. What kind of sparks would that create? Honestly, I'm looking forward to it. After saying that, I called together all of Poetic Entertainment's artists and held the company's very first meeting since it was founded. The entire content of that meeting came down to one song, in each person's hands, one song each. It left everyone completely stunned. They held the sheet music quietly, reading through it. The further they read, the wider their eyes went. This is an absolute treasure. When they lifted their heads, the way they looked at me had shifted completely. It was the kind of look that said they could devour me whole. King Lu especially. Liu Huaying, Shui Shaoqian. By the time those three finished reading, their entire minds were ringing. These songs felt like they had been written specifically for each of them. Liu Ruoying's hands, holding the sheet music, were trembling. Tears had already formed in her eyes. The song in her hands was one she had only ever seen in her dreams. A song she had longed for with everything she had. She believed that with this song alone, she would rise overnight to become a queen of the industry. Not just a queen, a reigning one. Liu Huoying looked up, and like everyone else, looked at me with deep, serious eyes. Mr. James, is this really for me? Of course. I gave a firm nod. Looking at Liu Ruoying like this, my heart was full of quiet emotion. This was someone whose voice had once moved countless people to tears. In this world, only Liu Ruoying was worthy of this song. I looked around at everyone else, and said with complete sincerity, "Sing it without worry. The company has already registered the copyrights. As long as you're with us, I won't make promises about everything, but songs that belong to you alone will never run dry." Hearing that, everyone gave a nod. They all felt the sheet music in their hands grow, a little heavier. This was my trust in them. For our very first song together, I had handed each of them something this exceptional, and a song that fit each of them so perfectly. That was the kind of person I was, and in return for my trust, they would each push their performance of these songs to the absolute best. The meeting ended. No one said another word. They pressed the sheet music to their chests and walked into their respective recording studios, filled with excitement. I watched their retreating figures and let out a long, slow breath. The winds were about to rise. China's music world would be shaken by the arrival of these people, with the boundless anticipation of every netizen watching, and under the watchful eyes of every entertainment company. Friday, November 22nd. China's Ultimate Voice's third episode finally arrived. Tickets for this episode had sold out long ago, and scalpers were selling theirs at sky-high prices. Even so, countless people were still scrambling to get their hands on them. Outside the Magic City Stadium, long before 8 o'clock that evening, the crowd was already enormous. Whether they had tickets or not, everyone pressed in. They all knew. This round of competition was something extraordinary. Everyone from Poetic Entertainment had shown up this time. Even I, after putting little Lily to sleep, rushed over. Unlike the worried netizens outside, every single person here was completely calm and confident. Why? Simple. Because of my songs. As for exactly who would take the stage tonight, that was still an unknown. Because I had said, we would decide who performed based on who challenged us. Whoever they sent, we would answer in kind. I would beat them on their own ground. Over at Tianmei Entertainment, a video conference was already underway. They were debating who should go first in the opening round. After everything was discussed, Lu Gao made the final call. Since we've already decided to crush James Rivers, for the first round, let's send Mu Baiwei from our company. Give Poetic Entertainment a strong opening warning. A reigning queen. Let's see how James Rivers answers that. At 8 p.m. sharp, China's Ultimate Voice officially began. This time, even the broadcast network was paying close attention to this competition. They had even moved the prime time slot to the very front of all three stages, which meant the very first battle of the evening would belong to Poetic Entertainment. As the entire audience filed in and took their seats, the doors of the Magic City Stadium slowly closed. The whole venue fell into darkness. Then the next moment, the words, China's Ultimate Voice, blazed to life in the air above, and the opening music rose with it. Amid a scattering of starlight, the atmosphere inside the entire venue felt dreamlike and otherworldly. Every single audience member erupted in a wave of cheering at that moment. This different kind of opening made every person in the venue understand. The competition that followed was going to be extraordinary, and it left. The many audience members who hadn't gotten tickets deeply regretful. All they could do was watch this spectacular event from the livestream. In the starlight, the stage camera slowly revealed a lone figure walking forward. The moment that figure appeared, it triggered a roar from the crowd like a crashing tidal wave. Wei. The livestream audience was equally stunned. Nobody had expected Tianmei Entertainment to play their trump card in the very first round. The queen, Mu Baiwei, had taken the stage. Walking out. Onto the stage, the queen Mu Baiwei wore a white gown like a fairy descended from the heavens. She gave a gentle wave to the crowd, a light, composed smile resting on her delicate face. Especially those eyes of hers. Peach blossom eyes, soft as water. They were impossible to look away from. At barely past 30, those eyes alone were enough to captivate the entire world. Wei! The crowd below the stage instantly erupted. The cheering grew even more intense. It wasn't until Mu Baiwei gently raised a finger to her lips and gave a soft shh that the audience below finally quieted down. The moment a queen stepped onto the stage, the energy of the entire venue had visibly surged. Even online, the viewers in the live stream were full of admiration. This is what a queen looks like. That influence is real. Wei is so beautiful. I'm in love. Honestly, Serena and Mu Baiwei are on the same level. Too bad one is married with a kid, and the other isn't. There's really no comparison there. But Serena's husband is James Rivers. I love both of them. I like both of them. If it were anyone else, there might not even be a contest. Married or not. Aside, skill is everything. Compared to Mu Baiwei, Serena is still a little green. They debuted at different times. Give Serena a little more time, and she'll be the next queen too. With Mu Baiwei stepping in, I honestly don't know what to say. By comparison, Poetic Entertainment's side doesn't seem to have anyone who can match up. Never mind. Let's just listen to the music. My Wei, hee. Watching Mu Baiwei's reach and influence, even I, still backstage, couldn't help but take notice. A queen is a queen, after all. In any world, the dominance of a king or queen is undeniably, unquestionably powerful. But a queen? Poetic Entertainment may not have one right now, but I had someone who was just one step away from becoming one, and I believed that tonight Poetic Entertainment would give birth to a reigning queen. Ruiying, you're up for this one. I smiled and looked toward Lu Ruiying. Lu Ruiying was taken aback for a moment. Then her gaze steadied, and she gave a firm nod. Okay. On the Poetic Entertainment side, the lineup had been decided. Back on stage, Mu Baiwei blinked her beautiful peach blossom eyes, drawing another wave of cheers from the crowd. The big screen also displayed tonight's song title, Reminisce. The slightly melancholy music began, and the audience instantly fell quiet, many of them closing their eyes, letting the melody carry them back into memory. It was a lyrical, heartfelt ballad. On stage, Mu Baiwei had settled into her emotional state and found her footing. When Mu Baiwei finished the entire song, she let out a deep, slow breath, easing herself back out of the world the song had taken her into. Then she turned toward the audience below the stage, those fans, wildly waving their glow sticks, and bowed. She stepped back and walked slowly toward the backstage area. Liu Huoying had already been waiting behind the stage. The moment Mu Baiwei walked toward the backstage, she spotted her waiting there. The two women looked at each other. Mu Baiwei's eyes carried an unmistakable flash of surprise. Ruiying, you joined Poetic Entertainment? Liu Huoying smiled lightly and gave a nod. Yeah. You've been out of the country for a year. You probably haven't heard. James Rivers is a genuinely great songwriter. And a genuinely great boss. Mu Baiwei's expression cooled slightly. She and Liu Ruiying had known each other for years, and this was the first time she had ever heard Liu Ruiying praise someone this openly. I won't keep chatting with you then. It's my turn to go on. Go get them. The stage lights in front had already come back on. Liu Huoying said one more thing, then walked quickly onto the stage. Mu Baiwei came back to herself and answered, then turned to watch Liu Huiying's retreating figure. The two of them had debuted around the same time. She knew perfectly well. Liu Ruiying had only ever been missing one thing, that song that truly belonged to her. Once she had it, she could step into the ranks of queens. After being urgently called back to the country, she had gotten a rough picture of what had been going on. When it came to me, she felt both curious and genuinely admiring. Someone with that kind of talent was worth anyone's admiration. But Tianmei Entertainment had given her her start, and that was why, even after becoming a queen, she had stayed with Tianmei Entertainment. Whatever kind of person Liu Gao was personally, Tianmei Entertainment had been there from the very beginning, before she had anything, giving her resources, and making her who she was today. She wasn't someone who forgot kindness. As for the current state of the entertainment world, she understood it well, but there was nothing she could really do to change it. And besides, hadn't everyone fought their way out of exactly this kind of environment? So there was no right or wrong here, only the times changing. My appearance was perhaps itself one of those turning points in a changing era. If I dared to step forward, then I had to have more than enough strength to take on everything. Mu Baiwei saw all of this very clearly. Liu Huiying walked slowly onto the stage, and the moment she appeared, a wave of gasps swept through the crowd. The audience hadn't expected that the one representing poetic entertainment would be her. It wasn't just the audience. Even inside the Tianmei Entertainment conference room at that moment, everything went dead silent. The smiles on their faces froze in place, just like that. Everyone staring at the big screen in disbelief, unable to accept what they were seeing. Liu Ruiying, an artist who had once stood alongside Mu Baiwei as equals, if not for the fact that she had never found that one song that truly belonged to her. She would have become a queen long ago. Liu Gao especially. His hands holding the teacup were trembling right now. How formidable Liu Ruiying was. No one understood that more clearly than him, the chairman of Tianmei Entertainment. Back then, just to give Mu Baiwei the edge over her, Tianmei Entertainment had spent an enormous amount of money, bringing in countless top songwriters, and in the end barely managed to secure one satisfying song. That pushed Mu Baiwei up to the position of queen. But now Liu Ruiying had taken the stage again, and this time she had the backing of a monster like me. The moment Liu Gao thought about that, a chill ran straight through him. He had been feeling completely certain of victory just moments ago, and now his heart had descended into full-blown panic. On the live stage, Liu Ruiying wore a white button-up shirt printed with gardenia petals, paired with a pale blue pleated skirt. Just standing there like that, she had already captured the hearts of a massive part of the audience, the gentle smile on her face. One look at it and warmth spread through you instantly. In the official live stream, the comments that had just been buzzing about Mu Baiwei suddenly went silent. Then the screen filled wall-to-wall with question marks. And then, an avalanche of stunned exclamations. Every single viewer became even more electric in that moment. Liu Ruiying. Guys, that era is really coming back. Right now, I honestly don't have words for what I'm feeling. Anyone who lived through that era must be in tears right now. Liu Ruiying actually joined Poetic Entertainment. I never would have dared to imagine this. Guys, I'm getting more and more excited about what's coming. Facing the wildly enthusiastic crowd, Liu Ruiying felt almost dazed. It had been a very long time since she had stood on a stage like this. For these past 2 years, she had been searching for that song, and now she had finally found it. The music began at that moment. The entire audience stopped cheering in an instant. They listened in complete silence. On the big screen above the stage, the song title appeared, Later, carried by the music. Liu Ruiying drew a deep breath and raised the microphone. Every member of the audience, as if they had heard this song before, couldn't help but sing along. Even the viewers watching from the live stream, whether in front of a TV or holding their phones, all found themselves quietly humming along without meaning to. What was clearly just a competition had transformed into Liu Huiying's solo concert. A full house sing-along. The audience had only heard it once. Some hadn't even finished hearing it. Yet they could already follow along with the performer on stage. and sing every note from memory. Seeing this, every competing artist was deeply moved. They felt an overwhelming envy in their hearts, and at the same time, an overwhelming joy for Liu Ruying. This kind of moment was the scene they all dreamed of. It was what every artist spent their entire life chasing. Which singer wouldn't long to have a song like this? To have one moment of glory like this? The Full House sing-along echoed through the entire venue. Tonight held no regrets. Inside the Tianmei Entertainment Conference Room, the atmosphere had dropped to absolute zero. Everyone looked at Liu Gao's noticeably ashen face and didn't dare breathe too loudly. In the entire room, the only sound was that Full House sing-along playing from the big screen, still ringing on and on. Liu Gao stared at the scene on the screen with hollow, vacant eyes. To turn a competition into something like this, it seemed like there was no song in the world capable of it, other than one written by me. Chairman Liu, it's just one round. There's no need to take it so hard. We already knew about his talent going in. Our strategy was never built on just this one round, so keep a level head. And besides, the result isn't decided yet, is it? Mu Baiwei still has a chance. Her song is no less impressive. It was Tian Xinqi who finally broke the silence, expression calm. If he hadn't understood my talent so clearly, he wouldn't have let me walk out of there so easily last time. Liu Gao let out a long, slow breath. He had to admit, he had genuinely been rattled. He had already raised the level of respect he had for me, again and again, and yet reality kept proving he still hadn't given James Rivers enough credit. What he had expected to be a clean sweep had been quietly dismantled without a single dramatic move. All right, let's wait for the result. If Mu Baiwei loses, we'll discuss then who should step up for the next 2 rounds. Who should take the stage? At that moment, the Full House sing-along at the Magic City Stadium had come to an end. All that remained were the audience members, swaying their hands softly with the melody, their eyes full of deep feeling as they looked up at the stage, at Liu Ruying, who had long since let tears fall freely. Liu Ruying, in that moment, was moved beyond all words. As a singer, to stand on a stage and witness a moment like this, she had lived her life without regret. The music was still playing. Liu Ruying worked to steady the trembling in her heart. Gathering herself, a warm smile back onto her face, she continued singing through the final notes as the music faded. The applause from below erupted like thunder. The crowd's cheers and screams filled every corner of the venue in an instant. Liu Huiying held the microphone, bowed deeply. Thank you all. After saying that, she lifted her head, composed herself, and walked slowly off the stage amid the roaring cheers. Backstage, Mu Baiwei had not left. She looked at Liu Huiying with a complicated expression, and after a moment said, Congratulations, Ruying. After tonight, you are a queen. Liu Ruying hadn't fully come back from the world of the song yet. She wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Wei, I finally found this song. Coming to Poetic Entertainment, meeting James Rivers. And now, standing here, I finally understand. Everything was meant to be. As she spoke, the smile on Liu Huiying's face grew wider and wider, radiant as a blooming flower. This song was always here, waiting for me all along. I'm so glad I didn't give up. Hearing Liu Ruying's words, Mu Baiwei couldn't help but freeze for a beat. Then she bit her lip lightly, and a flicker of curiosity passed through her eyes. She had never met me, only heard about me through others, only seen me online, but it seemed like everyone who spoke of me, whether they were my rivals or my friends, the first thing they acknowledged without exception was my talent. And tonight, she had heard later with her own ears. She had witnessed my talent firsthand. That only made Mu Baiwei more and more curious about me. What kind of person was this man? That he could win over every single person he met? All right, Wei, the company people are still waiting for me. I'll head over first. We'll catch up another time. Liu Ruying was feeling a little impatient now. She wanted to see everyone at the company. She wanted to share this joy with them in person. She wanted to say thank you to me face to face. Of course, go on. We'll talk another day. Mu Baiwei came back to herself and gave a nod, then watched Liu Ruying jog all the way. back to the room where poetic entertainment had gathered. At that same moment, the online voting was in full, intense swing. Countless netizens were at that point beside themselves, not knowing who to vote for. Both mattered to them equally. They loved Mu Baiwei, and they loved Liu Huiying just as much. A bunch of traitors to their own hearts, staring at those two names on the voting buttons, feeling completely torn. On Weibo, in every entertainment group, and basically anywhere people could talk, netizens were in heated discussion. Even inside the official live stream, countless viewers were utterly undecided. What do I do, guys? I'm a Mu Baiwei fan, but I love Liu Huiying's later so much. It feels exactly the same as the real thing. I'm completely lost. I love both Reminisce and Later's show host. Why don't you just split me in half and be done with it? That would save me this agony. And just like that, within the time allowed, the audience finally gritted their teeth and made their choice, casting their one precious vote. The broadcast network was rapidly tallying the valid votes. When the final result finally appeared, everyone who saw it froze for a moment. And then the very next second, the live stream flooded with comments, announcing that a new queen had been born in this moment, Queen Liu Huiying. The title is rightfully hers. Comments like that swept across the screen in waves. What made it even more remarkable was, just 2 minutes after the voting results appeared, reports from every media outlet on Weibo raced each other to be the first to publish. Shocking. China's Ultimate Voice witnesses the most historic sing-along moment ever. Tens of thousands join in. Click for full story. Former goddess Liu Huiying defeats Queen Mu Baiwei, successfully claims the throne. Unbelievable. Tianmei Entertainment falls to Poetic Entertainment, the ultimate winner. Every kind of eye-catching headline flooded every major platform. The media, which had been absent for so long, finally reappeared. The moment Liu Huiying won, every media outlet saw it clearly. Poetic Entertainment's rise was now unstoppable. They had gone a long time without reporting anything about Poetic Entertainment, all because the entire entertainment industry had been pressuring them. The media had held back for so long. And now, in this moment, they finally understood completely. The era of the Big Three might be coming to an end. From the moment I appeared, the standing of the Big Three had already begun to shake. Their grip on the industry had been weakening day by day. And now, with this competition over, and Poetic Entertainment's first queen crowned, the landscape of the entertainment world was becoming clearer than ever. So the media no longer bothered giving Tianmei Entertainment any face. They finally stepped forward and spoke. Inside the room where Poetic Entertainment had gathered, I also saw the final result. A wave of relief washed over me instantly. That was close. Only 2 votes apart. Liu Huiying had won. By the slimmest margin imaginable. That's enough. Poetic Entertainment's first queen has officially arrived. We lost. Inside the Tianmei Entertainment conference room, Liu Gao shook his head, his face full of unresigned bitterness. Just 2 votes apart. Mu Baiwei had still lost. Even though he had already prepared himself for this outcome, seeing those numbers, he still felt a deep, burning frustration he couldn't shake. Speak up then. Who do we send up next? With the result now set, Liu Gao quickly pulled himself together and said flatly, the representatives from each entertainment company exchanged looks. After a round like that, deciding who to send next was a problem. Even Mu Baiwei had lost. The opening show of force meant to intimidate Poetic Entertainment hadn't worked at all, and instead, Liu Huiying had been elevated to queen. That was a slap in the face if there ever was one. Right now there are only 2 options. Either keep sending kings and queens and let skill do the talking, or just send up sacrificial offerings to wear them down. The way things stand now, even sending Qihua might just be wasted effort. We don't know what cards James Rivers is still holding. Liu Gao rubbed his temples with a slight headache, then continued. In that case, let's send others up first to test the waters. Wear down James Rivers' talent. Based on what I know of him, as long as we bring original new songs, he'll match us with original new songs, and his reputation won't allow him to put out anything below standard. So it still comes back to the same point. I don't believe his talent is limitless. When Tian Xinqi finished, many people still exchanged uneasy glances. They didn't know what to say. Could my talent really be exhausted? They couldn't help but feel this question rising inside them. I was simply too monstrous to make sense of. From the moment I appeared, every single song I put out had been exceptional. Up to this point, how many quality tracks had I already released? It left everyone feeling deeply uncertain. But for now, it was a case of trying anything and hoping for the best, because outside of a war of attrition, they had no better plan. Chairman, whoever goes up next, we'll follow your lead, one company representative said with a helpless expression. Whoever goes up next, they're almost certainly going to get torn apart by the internet. After what just happened in that last round, the expectations for what comes next are sky high. If whoever follows can't meet that bar, they'll get absolutely destroyed online. Ha, I know what you're all worried about. Here's what we'll do. For the next round, let's send Yiya from our company. She's just a third-tier artist. Give her one original song, and let her take the hit. With her going first as a buffer, the first-tier artists you send up after her won't take quite as bad a beating online. The moment Tian Xinqi finished, every company representative let out a breath of relief. In their respective companies, first-tier artists were their golden assets. They genuinely had no desire to send their own top talent up there to take the hit. And just like that, over at the Xingxi Entertainment Building, Yiya, still in the lounge, watching the show, suddenly received a notice. In a daze she couldn't make sense of. She was summoned by the company to the Magic City Stadium. By now, at the Magic City Stadium, the other two stages were in the middle of their battles, but the audience watching had noticeably thinned. Everyone was still savoring later and waiting in anticipation for Poetic Entertainment's next round. It wasn't until Yiya arrived backstage at the Magic City Stadium that she pieced together what was happening. She was being sent up to compete. Her expression instantly turned ugly. Even the oversized toad-eye sunglasses on her face seemed to tilt from the tension. She had watched the competition. She knew exactly what the last round had been. That had been a battle between two queens. And now she was being sent up. Wasn't that just pure cannon fodder? What's more, the song in her hands. She hadn't practiced it even once. Performing this song now was guaranteed to be a disaster. Furious, Yiya called Ma Liang immediately, but the result nearly made her smash her phone. That wretched man had turned his phone off at a time like this. Just earlier, in bed, he had sworn up and down that he would help her move up in the world. And now look at this. At this point, the results of the other two stages were already in, and the competition had once again returned to the stage where Poetic Entertainment stood. The crowd in the venue erupted in cheers again. They were all looking forward to seeing who would challenge Poetic Entertainment this time, and what kind of sound they would bring. Backstage, Yiya could only close her eyes, draw a deep breath, and walk toward the stage on shaking legs. At this point, she understood. This was a decision from the company's upper management. She had no power to change anything. The spotlight on stage came down. Accompanied by the roaring cheers of the crowd, Yiya had already stepped onto the stage. When she opened her eyes and saw the audience, all those pairs of expectant eyes, she nearly burst into tears. Oh God, this is terrifying. If this had been her own concert, with this many people this enthusiastic, she would have been over the moon. But this was a competition, and she was completely out of her element. Looking at the passionate crowd below the stage, she felt herself crumbling inside. A tide of towering resentment surged through her. She knew, from today on, she was finished. The seed of hatred took root deep in her heart. Yiya raised the microphone with vacant, empty eyes. The music officially began. Then came her stumbling, halting singing. Below the stage, the audience that had been so full of anticipation instantly deflated. Then the entire venue erupted in a wave of booing. Inside the official live stream, countless viewers had already transformed into keyboard warriors and started laying into her. Oh my God. The moment she opened her mouth, I jumped. Are you some kind of demon? How did you have the courage to stand on that stage? force-feeding us garbage. And here I thought the age of legends was back. Almost died on the spot when she started singing. Not just a little off, a mile off. My ears, I need to wash them out. The voice isn't bad. She just clearly showed up without preparing at all. The entertainment world has completely thrown away its dignity. This is absolutely unlistenable. Guys, I'm going to go spend some quality time with my girlfriend. I'll be back in 3 minutes when poetic entertainment takes the stage. Buddy, wake up. You won't last 3 minutes. The comments mocked with everything they had. The booing in the venue was relentless, but on the stage, Iya carried on singing like a soul. That had already left its body. Her heart had died long before the song ended. Backstage, the poetic entertainment, crew watched the scene unfold with stunned expressions. She's completely given up. Mia's brows knitted together. I can't believe. Those entertainment companies could be this shameless. And isn't this just straight up destroying someone's career? Miao Anyun looked at Yiya on the stage, and couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh. Looking at her, she felt like she was seeing a glimpse of what her own fate would have been if she had stayed at Shengxi Entertainment. That was capital for you. Always devouring people whole, leaving nothing behind. The song ended. Amid a storm of jeers and chaotic noise, Yiya walked off the stage with a blank expression. My eyes had narrowed. I felt that what those people had done was a complete insult to artists, and an insult to music itself. Miao Anyun, this round is yours. Show them what music really looks like. Show them what the right attitude toward music is. Okay. Miao Anyun gave a nod, and stepped toward the stage. In the moment she and Yiya passed each other, Yiya wore no expression. Miao Anyun wore no expression either. Neither of them even looked at the other, yet inside both of their hearts, something gave a fierce, simultaneous lurch at that instant. Guys, I'm back. Has poetic entertainment not come up yet? The person above. It hasn't even been 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Nothing matters for 3 minutes. Brace yourselves. I wonder what song poetic entertainment is going to bring this time. Come on, get up there already. Speaking of poetic, I miss our poetic little princess. Haven't seen our baby in so long. She's here. Miao Anyun has joined poetic entertainment too. Oh my god, my Yun is here. This is too good to be true. Amid everyone's anticipation, Miao Anyun walked gracefully onto the stage, drawing a wave of stunned exclamations from the crowd. This was so very poetic entertainment. Every single time, they always brought a different kind of surprise. At the back of the stage, Yiya, who had not yet left, heard the waves of exclamations coming from the venue. Her heart clenched again and again. She finally turned and looked back at the stage, at Miao Anyun, dressed in nothing more than simple casual clothes, who, in Yiya's eyes, looked so effortlessly elegant, especially that deep, unshakable confidence radiating off Miao Anyun. It made Yiya's vision blur for a moment. Yiya pulled her gaze away and didn't dare look anymore. She was afraid that light would pierce straight through her heart. She had once been the same, full of dreams for the future, full of reverence for the stage, full of sincerity toward music. But somewhere along the way, everything had changed. Once she had witnessed the power of capital, her original heart had shifted, from loving to sing, to climbing by any means necessary, stopping at nothing. And in the end, she had come to this. On the stage, the music had already begun. That beautiful melody, just from the intro. Yiya knew this was another exceptional song, but none of it had anything to do with her anymore. After tonight, there would be no place for her in the music world. Yiya took off her toad-eye sunglasses. 2 silent tears slowly rolled down her eyes. A moment later, she put her glasses back on, lifted her chin, a resolve on her face she had never worn before, and turned and walked away. On the stage, Miao Anyun's heart was equally unsettled. Just now, as she and Yiya had passed each other, she thought of the early days when they had both just debuted. Back then, the Yiya she knew had been just like her, a young girl with a bright smile, with a love for music no different from her own. But now the two of them had walked in completely different directions. The entertainment world, that great vat of dye. It truly had the power to make a person unrecognizable. The music began. Miao Anyun came back to herself. Her eyes grew more resolute than ever. Now, she too had walked out of that vat. Meeting Serena. Meeting me. Meeting poetic entertainment. That had been her fortune, and she would sing every song that came after with everything she had, to repay them. The song title had already appeared on the big screen above the stage. Another original new song. Another poetic original. The audience was already moving with the music, waving their glow sticks. Some of them had even started swaying their whole bodies with the rhythm. Every face was filled with anticipation as they looked at Miao Anyun on the stage. Line 4712. OCR artifact, skipped in source. One song that made everyone who heard it understand. Tonight truly was a night of beautiful devastation. The price of understanding was a pain that would never fully leave. Only those who had truly loved and lost could know what this song was saying. To have loved someone deeply, who could bear to let go, but what can't be held will never be held. In the end, all you can do is smile and release it. The singing continued on the stage. And what nobody knew was that at this very moment, Yiya had already contacted the media and contacted the police, handing over a set of evidence. Yiya knew her future was gone. Since it was already gone, she wanted to have one last moment of madness before the end. Call it atonement for the choices she had made all these years. Yiya knew that once these things came out, she herself would be in an even worse position. But she had no regrets. She was going to drag Shengxi Entertainment down with her. Shengxi Entertainment owed her that. When the media received the information, they were stunned into silence for a moment, especially when they received the photos and documents Yiya had sent. They were shaken beyond words. This was massive. They rushed to Yiya's location. At the first possible moment, Yiya had already removed her sunglasses. She sat in the room she had prepared, expression completely calm. When all the media had arrived, she finally spoke slowly. "Since you're all here, I'll begin. As you can see, certain senior figures at Shengxi Entertainment, board member Ma Liang in particular, have been exploiting their positions to force unspoken rules on Yiya." As she spoke, the media recorded every word without daring to miss a single moment. Every camera was fixed on Yiya. Every name coming out of her mouth was someone well known and respected in the entertainment world. Not just the unspoken rules. There was also embezzlement of company funds, tax evasion, and a series of other revelations. The hands of the journalists recording it all were trembling. It wasn't until the police arrived and took Yiya away that the media finally drew a deep breath and stared in disbelief at the records in their hands, along with the photos, documents, and videos. Whether the other allegations were true or false remained to be verified, but the unspoken rules part was beyond doubt, because the video Yiya had given them clearly and unmistakably documented Shengxi Entertainment's board member Ma Liang, and every sordid act involving him. This was a major incident for the entertainment world. This time, Shengxi Entertainment was truly about to have its skin peeled back layer by layer. After the police left, the media also departed quickly. They needed to get this story out immediately. This was priceless traffic. The media was still on their way back to their offices when Tian Xinqi's secretary at Shengxi Entertainment came rushing through the office door and walked in. Tian Xinqi, in the middle of his video conference, frowned and looked up, puzzled by the secretary's obvious urgency. The next second, the secretary leaned close and spoke quietly in his ear. Tian Xinqi's expression changed completely. He offered a quick apology to the representatives on the call and immediately ended the conference. "Say that again." "Yiya. How did she dare do something like this?" Tian Xinqi's eyes went wide as he stared at the secretary in front of him. "Chairman Tian, it's confirmed. Just now, a journalist we work with sent word to verify it. In less than 10 minutes, every media outlet will have it published. And Yiya has already been taken away by the police." The secretary confirmed again, then took the file the journalist had sent and placed it in front of Tian Xinqi. Tian Xinqi snatched the file and began reading through it with urgent, anxious eyes. But the further he read, the worse his expression became. He never imagined this woman would be this reckless. When all was said and done, Tian Xinqi had underestimated Yi Ya's capacity for revenge. He also hadn't expected her revenge to come this fast, this decisive. She was willing to throw away her own reputation and name entirely, going down in flames and taking everyone with her. After reading through all the documents, Tian Xinqi drummed his fingers on the desk in an irregular rhythm. After a moment, a flash of cold resolve appeared in his eyes. At this point, the only move was to minimize the damage as much as possible. The unspoken rules issue wouldn't be too hard to manage. Fire whoever was implicated. Pay to make it go away. The only consequence would be the company's reputation, taking a major hit. But the tax evasion and everything else? He had to move fast, and made sure everyone on that list kept their mouths completely shut. With that decided, Tian Xinqi acted immediately. Notify everyone. Conference room, all hands, now. The secretary nodded and left at a quick pace, leaving Tian Xinqi still in his office, turning the situation over carefully in his mind. Magic City Stadium. The competition was still going. Miao Anyun finished her song, and walked slowly off the stage to warm, thunderous applause. The outcome of this round was never in question. Miao Anyun had won, by an overwhelming margin, and most netizens felt that labeling Miao Anyun a third-tier artist was completely unreasonable, just based on this one song alone. She was at minimum second tier, or even pushing for a spot among the first tier. That topic was barely out before the internet suddenly turned to debating what tier Serena should actually be classified as. The whole comment section started shifting direction. I just checked online. Serena is still being labeled a third-tier artist. That's honestly absurd. A third-tier artist, whose albums dominated the top 10 of the new song charts. I'd say Serena is an infinite-tier artist. She has James Rivers behind her. He can pull out a song for her anytime. The next song he writes for her might just shoot her straight to Queen. Queen isn't that easy to reach. You need at least one packed concert. Look at Lu Ruying, Mu Baiwei. Every one of them has done multiple concerts. Her skills are there, but her track record isn't deep enough yet. So she's still infinite tier. Doesn't fit neatly into any bracket. While netizens were still debating all of that, the third battle of the competition was already starting. The challenger this round came from a mid-sized entertainment company, a first-tier artist, bringing another original new song. This first-tier artist was considerably more composed. At least he had come prepared. His personal popularity was solid, too. So the audience was receptive. He didn't fall apart on stage. When the song ended, he bowed, gave his thanks, and exited cleanly. He knew very well in his heart that he was just cannon fodder. Sure enough, to the roaring cheers of the entire venue, Poetic Entertainment's Serena took the stage again. Still an original. Still a new song. By now, the audience had grown somewhat accustomed to my talent, as if it were simply the natural order of things. But their enthusiasm hadn't dimmed in the slightest. The whole venue was loudly chanting the names of Poetic and Serena. It wasn't until the music began that the venue gradually quieted. The song Serena brought this time was still in the spirit of tonight, pure emotional devastation, still a heartfelt, melancholy ballad. The ratings for this episode at the broadcast network had already more than doubled compared to either of the previous two episodes, and the most common comment online right now was that this episode had been worth every penny, whether it was the two queens earlier, or Miao Anyun and Serena after them, or even the first-tier artist in between. Every single new song brought to the stage was top tier, and every performer had delivered those songs flawlessly, leaving every member of the audience fully satisfied. Now, in this final round's final song, the audience held on to every note like it was something precious. Every single one of them wished they could make Serena keep singing this song forever. They wished this episode would never end. But all good things must end. Sometimes the audience hadn't had nearly enough of Serena's voice. When it was already reaching the final verse, the music faded, The lights faded. With a parting smile, Serena bowed and walked off the stage, but the audience could not smile. The competition was over, and their hearts had been taken with it. In the moment the lights dimmed, everyone felt a hollow ache in their chest. By this point, no one was even thinking about the result, because everyone already knew. Poetic Entertainment had won. 3 episodes in, ever since Serena's Alaska, Bay, in the very first episode, had claimed victory on the stage. Poetic Entertainment hadn't lost a single round. As of now, in terms of points, Poetic Entertainment had accumulated 5. Tianmei Entertainment had only 2. Even in a war of attrition, Tianmei Entertainment couldn't mount a counterattack until the 6th episode at the earliest. And if they lost the 6th episode too, they would be completely eliminated and would forfeit their Big 3 title for the year. Time was running out for Tianmei Entertainment, but Tianmei Entertainment had made no statement whatsoever. No one knew what Liu Gao was thinking. China's Ultimate Voice, 3rd episode, was officially declared over. Everyone cleared out. The unsatisfied audience migrated to Douyin and Weibo, and right now on Douyin and Weibo, every corner was flooded with videos of those new songs. Netizens watched the videos and listened to the music, and suddenly felt like they had been transported back in time, back to the era when giants clashed. And yet this time around, while it could also be called giants clashing, these giants were almost entirely from Poetic Entertainment. Liu Huoying, Serena, Zhao Anyun, even Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan's Drifting North had been dug up and reshared. Aside from Mu Baiwei, every name was from Poetic Entertainment. One China's Ultimate Voice had been turned, by sheer force, into Poetic Entertainment's own private showcase, and while netizens were still completely lost in the world of those songs, unable to pull themselves away, video after video from media interviews was now spreading rapidly across the internet. These videos shot to the trending charts. With lightning speed, most netizens were at that moment still happily scrolling through the new song videos that had just dropped today, but then, mid-scroll, they suddenly came across these media videos, and the entire internet erupted. "Oh my God, this is massive! Don't try to hide this from me. Let me read this carefully. Shengxi Entertainment is done for. No way. What year is it? And they're still pulling this unspoken rules nonsense. The censoring on this video is giving me a headache. One of the people being exploited is actually a celebrity I used to like. I can't. They had such a clean, wholesome image on screen, too. This industry is so dark. This is the entertainment world." Iya did the exposé. She really got it rough, being exploited and then tossed out as cannon fodder on top of it. Shengxi Entertainment has got to be out of their minds. True, Iya is genuinely a bit pitiful. Love the comment above. But a pitiful person always has a hateful side too. Every choice she made was still her own in the end. As the media weighed in, as the likes and shares on each video multiplied, the trending charts filled wall to wall in an instant with this story. Unspoken rules, something everyone despised and condemned, had now been laid out in plain, clear view for every netizen to see. Shengxi Entertainment's official Weibo account was instantly flooded by users. Most of them were there for the spectacle, but another portion poured in furiously to condemn Ma Liang and the other exposed executives, because the idols they loved were among the ones who had been exploited, and at this moment, me and the others were already in the car heading back to Jiangcheng. They had naturally seen all of those videos too. As fellow artists, watching something like this unfold left them all with a deep, bitter ache. The entertainment world is too murky. This kind of thing has always been around. It's just, no one expected Yiya would actually blow it all up like this. The moment this comes out, her future is completely over, Feng Xiaoxiao said with heavy emotion. He had spent a long time living at the bottom of this industry. He had heard stories like this more than most. Miao Anyun also let out a quiet sigh inside. In an environment like the entertainment world, how many people could truly hold on to who they were? Oh my, guys, look at this. There's more breaking news, and the authorities have actually stepped in. Yi Shrihan, who had been scrolling non-stop, suddenly cried out and held up his phone. Everyone quickly turned to look at their phones again, and the more they read, the more their expressions shifted. This really is massive. The eagles are circling, just as netizens were still reeling from Shang-Chi Entertainment's unspoken rules, scandal. Several major official media outlets had also stepped in to cover the related developments. That made netizens even more furious. It turned out it wasn't just the unspoken rules. There was also tax evasion and a string of other issues. Even though Shang-Chi Entertainment had rushed out an emergency statement, saying the relevant individuals had been detained, and they would fully cooperate, it still couldn't hold back the wave of public outrage. You're one of the big three. A company this big, with this many people doing wrong? And you're saying you didn't know? In under 2 hours, Shang-Chi Entertainment's reputation had plummeted to its absolute lowest point. Even Shang-Chi Entertainment's stock price was hemorrhaging badly. But the scariest thing wasn't the public outcry. The scariest thing was that the authorities had stepped in. The moment the announcement of a full entertainment industry crackdown dropped, every entertainment company except Poetic Entertainment was left completely stunned. Which company doesn't have something to hide? Well, this is it. The authorities have come in to clean things up. We're done. Time kept moving forward, through one piece of breaking news after another.
Day after day went by. The internet was still buzzing, but the entertainment industry was facing an unprecedented earthquake. The authorities had stepped in to conduct thorough investigations of every company. For a while, everyone in the industry was on edge. No one had the energy to worry about sticking together anymore, except for Lily Entertainment, which remained perfectly calm. Every other entertainment company, big or small, was dealing with some kind of scandal. This allowed many investors and sponsors to see the new landscape of the industry clearly. It also showed them the potential of Lily Entertainment. If they had been worried before that these other companies would team up to pressure them, they were completely over that fear now. After all, these entertainment companies were now like clay Buddhas crossing a river, barely able to save themselves. They didn't have the time or energy to worry about anyone else. By the time these companies recovered, their partnerships with Lily Entertainment would already be set in stone. And so, investors and sponsors of all sizes contacted Lily Entertainment immediately. It was a bittersweet situation for me. I somewhat regretted not listening to Angela's advice to hire a personal assistant for myself, since the company wasn't fully organized yet, and the staffing wasn't all in place. I was the only one who could make any major decisions. This meant that lately, I've been so busy I barely have time to breathe. If I wasn't on my way to a meeting, I was on my way to sign a contract, and I had to review every single one of these deals myself. If something shouldn't be accepted, I didn't accept it. If there was even a slight issue, I rejected it outright. Everyone at Lily Entertainment was working overtime. They all had their roles. Some were handling appearances, others were handling PR. Surprisingly, Angela, who used to be the busiest, had now become the most relaxed person in the office. It had been 4 days since the 3rd episode of The Voice of America. Tuesday noon, November 26th. The CEO's office at Lily Entertainment. Serena carried in a tray of steaming food and set it on the desk. She looked at me with concern as I was still buried in documents. Time for lunch. You need to find an assistant as soon as possible. Doing everything yourself just isn't sustainable. I nodded and rubbed my temples. I finally put down the file. Yeah, Angela is already working hard to find one. It's just that good assistants are hard to come by. I really don't know where you found Mia. Why can't I run into a little assistant like her? Maybe it's just fate. Serena smiled. Mia really is great. And Meow Onion's assistant, Ron. They're both wonderful people. We chatted as we ate. Just then, my phone suddenly rang. These days, the sound of my phone was starting to irritate me, but I sighed anyway. I put down my chopsticks and took a look at the screen. The caller ID made me pause. I quickly answered. Professor Sue, is something wrong? When Serena heard me say that, she quickly looked up at me. This call was Ashley from Lily's teacher, Sue Lin. As I listened, my brow began to furrow. Serena couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. Okay, Professor Sue, I understand. I'll head over right now. With that, I hung up. What's wrong? Did something happen to Lily? Serena also put down her chopsticks, her face full of panic. Lily was her world. If anything happened to her, she didn't know what she would do. It's fine, don't worry. Professor Sue only called, who say that Lily hasn't been eating well for the past 2 days. Seeing how panicked Serena was, I hurried to comfort her. Hearing that, Serena finally let out a sigh of relief. But then she frowned again. Lily hadn't been eating? That had never happened before. Let's go over and check on her. I was a little uneasy. Professor Sue thinks we should too. She's worried as well, I continued. Serena nodded. Neither of us had the appetite to finish lunch. We packed up the containers on the desk and hurried out of the office, toward River Blossom Kindergarten. At the kindergarten, Sue Lin was watching Lily sit quietly at the dining table, with her head down. The teacher looked deeply troubled. Right now, Serena's and my popularity were at an all-time high. You could say that almost every American who went online knew who we were. As our daughter, Lily was the star of River Blossom Kindergarten. Everyone absolutely adored this well-behaved little girl, but for some reason over the last 2 days, this sweet little thing had stopped eating. No matter how Sue Lin tried to coax her, she would only take 2 tiny bites, and then sit there quietly with her head lowered. No one knew what was going on in that little head of hers. But Sue Lin had a feeling. The problem likely stemmed from her parents. Serena and I arrived in a rush. From a distance, we saw little Lily sitting there perfectly still. Sue Lin was by her side, still patiently trying to get her to eat. All the other children had finished their lunch, and were starting their naps. Professor Sue, I'm so sorry. Lily is really causing you a lot of trouble. As we walked up, I apologized to Sue Lin first. Then, I knelt down, scooped Lily up, and held her in my arms. Lily, what's been going on lately? Why aren't you listening to your teacher? Children who don't listen are being naughty, you know. When Lily saw us arrive, her big eyes visibly brightened. Once I picked her up, she wrapped her arms around my neck and wouldn't let go. Seeing her daughter safe and sound, Serena finally felt her heart settle. But then her brows knit together, and her eyes were clearly filled with anger. It's no trouble at all. This is our responsibility. I feel bad that I haven't been able to take better care of her. Mr. Rivers, it's good that you're here. She's usually such a good child. She's just had something on her mind the last few days, and she hasn't been willing to talk to me about it. You should try to talk with her more. I'll go look after the other children now. Sue Lin also breathed a sigh of relief when she saw us. She spoke quickly. In her opinion, when a child hides something, it's usually because of their parents. Many people think children don't need communication, but that's not true, because many small children don't know how to express their thoughts correctly. That's why they need their parents' guidance and healthy interaction. All right, Professor Sue, thank you for your hard work. We'll have a proper talk with her. Serena nodded quickly, her face flushing with embarrassment. Sue Lin nodded and left the dining area. Only the 3 of us were left in the school cafeteria. I sat down while holding Lily, looking at the food on the table that had only been touched twice. I asked gently, Lily, tell Daddy why you aren't eating your lunch. Lily pursed her lips and said nothing. Her hands were still tightly wrapped around my neck. I couldn't help but smile when I saw that. This little look, and Serena, they were cut from the exact same cloth, because every time Serena had something on her mind, she would also unconsciously purse her lips. Why aren't you eating? Before I could say anything else, Serena spoke up. Her voice was uncharacteristically stern. It even gave me a bit of a start. I looked up and reflexively shrank back. It was rare to see Serena actually angry. She looked like someone you didn't want to mess with, tucked in my arms. Lily also ducked her head and buried her face in my chest. But, a moment later, Serena picked the little thing up. I wanted to say something, but after she shot me a look, I sat there obediently. I kept trying to reassure myself. One of the most important rules in parenting is that when it comes to the parents, regardless of which one is disciplining the child, the other must never undermine them. Serena lifted Lily out of my arms. The little girl stood by the table looking pitiful, her big eyes already brimming with tears. It looked like she was about to start crying any second, but Serena kept her face stern. Why aren't you eating your food? Did I not tell you that wasting food is bad behavior? Hold out your hand. As soon as Serena said that, Lily was so scared that her tiny body began to tremble. Tears finally rolled down her cheeks. Her little pursed lips began to quiver. She stole a glance at me, her daddy. But I kept my eyes on my own lap, not daring to make eye contact with my precious daughter. Though my heart was breaking for her, I knew I couldn't go against Serena right now. Seeing that her daddy was no help, Lily finally reached out her small, trembling hand. A second later, Serena's palm came down on the little hand. The crisp sound made my heart flutter. I was absolutely aching for her. This was the first time Lily had ever been hit by her mother. Her little mouth pulled down even further, and the tears were practically streaming down her face. "Eat first." Serena gave her a few more swats. Then she knelt down, placed Lily back in her small chair, and commanded. Lily finally picked up her chopsticks. Under Serena's strict gaze, she began to shovel the food into her mouth. Swallowing her tears, she finished every last bit in no time. Only then did I quickly pull the little one into my arms. I gently wiped the tears from her face. There, I comforted her patiently. "Now that you've finished your lunch, Mommy isn't angry anymore. Come on, tell Daddy. Why haven't you been eating these past 2 days?" "Ian, because I wanted Mommy and Daddy to spend more time with me." Lily was still sobbing. Her fingers were nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. She looked down and spoke in a small, timid voice. When I heard that, I was stunned. I think I understood. Lily didn't know how to express it, so she used this method to make Serena and me pay more attention to her. Looking back, since the company got busy, we really haven't been taking good care of the little one. Lately, Serena and I have been leaving early and coming home late. We only saw her for a bit when we dropped her off at school, or when we tucked her in at night. I fell into deep thought. Suddenly, I felt like I had made a mistake, a huge one. My original intention for starting the company was to give Serena and Lily a better life, and to make them happier. But now I was so buried in work that I was going completely against my original purpose. Serena also looked guilt-ridden. She bit her lip and looked at me. I looked up and met her eyes, and then I suddenly relaxed. I pulled Lily's small body closer. Mommy and Daddy were wrong this time, and Lily was wrong too. Mommy and Daddy neglected your feelings, but you shouldn't have used such a wrong way to tell us. Mommy and Daddy are apologizing to you now, but you also need to apologize to Professor Sue and to yourself. You understand? You're not allowed to skip meals ever again. Mommy and Daddy will also spend more time with you. I understand. With her face still buried in James Rivers's chest, Lily said softly as she snuggled against him. Serena leaned in as well, reaching over to stroke the little girl's head. Daddy is only saying that because he spoils you. But Lily, you need to know that regardless of the reason, not eating is wrong no matter what. Lily won't do it again. Mommy, please don't be mad at me anymore. Hearing Serena's voice, little Lily started sobbing again. With her little mouth puckered, she wiggled out of James Rivers's arms and dove straight into Serena's embrace. Seeing his little treasure about to cry again, James Rivers felt his heart ache terribly. He quickly patted her back. He looked at Serena and said, all right. It's enough that she understands now. Home isn't a place for logic. It's a place for love. Just give her a hug and it'll be okay. Yeah, Mommy, give me a hug. Don't be angry anymore. Lily's response almost brought Serena to tears. With her eyes slightly reddened, she hugged Lily tightly. Those 2 swats she'd just given her had actually broken her own heart. The 2 of them stayed with Lily for a while longer, before handing her back to Professor Sue. They watched as she apologized to Professor Sue and was led to the lounge for a nap. James Rivers and Serena finally breathed a sigh of relief. Once Lily was asleep, the couple left the kindergarten and headed back to the company. James Rivers kept thinking about how to maintain the balance between work and family. Lost in thought, he suddenly turned to Serena. Honey, isn't Lily's birthday coming up in a couple of days? Yeah, Serena nodded. November 28th was Lily's 4th birthday. Then this time, we have to give Lily a proper birthday celebration, James Rivers said, falling back into thought. Serena gave a soft, but her heart felt a bit heavy. Lily was about to turn 4, but this would be her first real birthday celebration. She remembered the girl's 3rd birthday. That day, she hadn't even had a piece of cake. The next 2 days returned to a hectic pace. However, outside of work, James Rivers and Serena intentionally carved out more time to spend with the little one. Even though James Rivers still didn't have an assistant, as long as it was time for Lily to get out of school, he would push aside all business meetings. As for the staff at Lily Entertainment, over these past 2 days, everyone had a look of excitement on their faces. They were constantly being secretive while preparing various things. Finally, it was November 28th. Serena's fan meet and concert was also being held today. For this particular event, only 2,000 people were attending. These people were all Serena's die-hard fans. They shared a few small private groups, and even Serena herself had joined them. The group was named James and Serena's Extended Family. When the fans learned Serena was holding a fan meet, and that it was exclusively for them, the groups completely exploded. Everyone bought their tickets immediately. But when everyone arrived at the venue full of excitement, they realized the event wasn't scheduled until 8:30 p.m. Some fans, unable to contain their excitement, started debating it in the groups. Why is it so late? Eventually, the group leader, Little Red, firmly calmed the fans down. Only then did the commotion subside. Meanwhile, Lily Entertainment had rented out the River City Grand Theater in advance as the venue. Everything was ready, waiting for the event to begin. November 28th, 8:30 p.m. All the fans entered after receiving their fan gift bags. To their surprise, inside these gift bags, there wasn't just Serena's album and autograph. There was actually a signed family portrait as well. This sent the fans into a state of pure euphoria. This trip was totally worth it. Not only do we see Serena in person, but we get the full set of autographs. This is awesome. Once all the fans were inside, the theater doors suddenly slammed shut. The venue was plunged into darkness, just as the fans were growing confused and starting to turn on their phone flashlights. Music suddenly filled the air. It was a cheerful melody they had never heard before. Then, a tiny, crisp child's voice began to sing. The moment that voice rang out, everyone froze. Then they suddenly clutched their chests, staring in disbelief toward the source of the sound. The fans felt like they were dreaming. That's Little Lily's voice. Accompanied by the singing, a spotlight suddenly cut through the dark. Under the light stood Lily, wearing a cute white, puffy dress. Her little skirt was decorated with blooming little flowers. Her hair was tied into two little buns, with delicate ribbons shaped like butterflies. She looked like an elf that had wandered into the human world, crashing into the fans' field of vision. Every fan in that moment felt their hearts melting from the cuteness. This is just unfair. They all wanted to rush up and take her home. Lily swayed her body to the music. Another spotlight suddenly dropped. James Rivers, dressed in a sharp suit, appeared under the light. James Rivers' movements matched Lily's perfectly. The two of them swayed in sync to the rhythm. The cheerful song flowed from his mouth into everyone's ears. A second later, everyone from Lily Entertainment appeared. Their faces were beaming with smiles as they walked out slowly, singing a birthday song in unison. At that moment, the fans instinctively started singing along to the birthday song. Over 2,000 people sang together. The entire venue was filled with the same melody. Little Lily's big eyes were now completely curved into crescents. She happily bobbed her little head and clapped her hands as she looked at all these uncles and aunties who had suddenly appeared. This was her first birthday, and it was the happiest moment of her life. James Rivers and Serena lifted her up high, singing the birthday song until the very end. All the lights went dim. James Rivers' gentle voice drifted out. "Lily, make a wish and blow out the candles." Lily closed her eyes, holding her tiny hands together in front of her face. No one knew what she wished for, but the smile on her little face grew brighter and brighter. That smile was etched into everyone's memory, especially for James Rivers and Serena. Their hands were trembling at that moment. They were so happy they wanted to cry. Serena and I never had birthdays, because we were orphans. No father, no mother. But now, for their daughter Lily Rivers, they had succeeded. They had given her a beautiful childhood. At this moment, in the hearts of James Rivers and Serena, nothing was more precious than Lily's smiling face. As little Lily blew out the 4 candles on top of the cake in one breath, the venue erupted in a deafening cheer. The lights flooded the room. James Rivers and Serena pulled Lily into their arms, each giving her a big kiss on her cheeks. Then they shouted, "Happy birthday, Lily! Happy birthday! Happy birthday, little Lily!" The fans in the crowd all started shouting as well. Little Lily let out a silver bell laugh. Then James Rivers shouted, "Let's eat cake!" As soon as he said the words, many staff members pushed large cakes into the venue. These were all prepared for the fans. Such a fan-spoiling move kept the laughter echoing through the room. There was music, autographed gifts, and even cake to eat. Every fan felt that this trip was incredibly meaningful. Coming home with a full heart was exactly how the fans felt. The team from Lily Entertainment, at that moment, presented Lily with the gifts they had prepared. As each person gave their gift, They were rewarded with a sweet thank you from Lily. This made everyone incredibly happy. They gathered together to enjoy the cake. And after Lily received her gifts, she wiggled out of James Rivers' arms. She went to play with the other children who had come to the event. The mom fans, in the audience, watched over the children carefully, especially when they saw their own kids interacting with Lily. The expressions on their faces were even more excited than the children's. Just then, Lily's attention was suddenly caught by a little girl whose face was just as rosy as hers. This little girl wasn't playing with everyone else, like the other children. Instead, she was clinging to a man's leg, staring toward them timidly. The little girl's eyes were fixed on the group of children playing together, filled with longing. When Lily looked over, their eyes happened to meet. The girl nervously hid her head behind her father, not daring to look at Lily. Seeing this, Lily instinctively pursed her lips. She hesitated for a moment, picked up a small piece of cake from the table, and walked toward the girl. "Here, this is for you." "It's very sweet," Lily's sweet voice said. The little girl's body swayed slightly. The man standing in front of her looked down at Lily and her big, round eyes. He knelt down and rubbed the girl's hair. "Nini, the big sister is offering you cake. Go on, take it. Don't you like her the most?" The little girl named Nini rubbed the hem of her somewhat faded dress. She finally looked up shyly at Lily. "Sister, can I really have some?" "Yes, I like you, Nini. I want to be Nini's friend. Please, have some cake." Lily beamed a smile and held out the cake. Not far away, James Rivers, who had been keeping his eyes on Lily, saw this scene and smiled warmly from the man and the girls. It was clear that this man's family situation probably wasn't very good. After a thought, James Rivers walked over. He also knelt down and patted Lily's head. "Lily, why don't you take your little sister to go play?" "Okay," Lily chirped. She looked at Nini expectantly. Seeing the sincere expression on Lily's face, Nini, finally, with her father's encouragement, took the cake and grabbed Lily's hand. Lily's face immediately lit up with a huge smile. Holding Nini's hand, she skipped and hopped toward the other children. "Thank you, little Lily. Is truly wonderful." The two adults stood up at that moment, both looking at their daughters in the distance. The man was the first to speak in admiration. "You too. I can see that Nini is a very kind girl. By the way, how old is she?" "She's 3, a bit younger than Lily. Ever since he saw Lily on his phone, he's always liked her so much. From then on, I started following your Twitter and TikTok and joined the groups. I just hoped that one day I could let her see the big sister she loves so much with her own eyes." Quote wide, the man said, as he looked at his daughter playing in the distance, while Lily held her hand. His eyes were already turning slightly red. "I came here today intending to beg you for a chance for the kids to meet after the show. I didn't expect it to happen like this." Hearing the man speak, James Rivers knew that this was a man with a story, and little Nini clearly loved Lily very, very much. As a father, he had taken the risk on a dream that might not even come true, just to bring his child all this way to attend the fan meet. "Right, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm James Rivers. Nice to meet you. I'm Felix Shaw." "Felix Shaw, like a free spirit roaming between heaven and earth. That's a great name. I assume you're older than me, so I'll call you Big Brother Felix. What kind of work do you do, if you don't mind me asking?" "I'm 30 this year, so I am indeed older than you. Right now, I'm working as a security guard." "A security guard?" James Rivers looked at Felix Shaw's sturdy, athletic build and nodded. A frame like that was more than enough to be a professional bodyguard. "Yeah, I'm a veteran. After I was discharged, I studied business administration for a while. Later, I joined a media company, but unfortunately, I'm just not cut out for that kind of environment. I saw some things I didn't like and stepped in, so I was fired. Then, for my daughter's sake, I took a job as a security guard." Even though he was talking about being fired, Felix Shaw spoke very openly. His expression was calm, and when he looked toward his daughter, there was a clear touch of warmth in his eyes. Hearing this, James Rivers didn't reply immediately. Instead, he also looked toward the two little girls. He thought for a moment before speaking again. "Business administration, Brother Felix. Would you be interested in giving Lily Entertainment a try? We're currently short-staffed, and we're also looking for someone to head our companies. Security detail. I haven't been able to find the right person for the job yet. I don't suppose you have any veteran friends." You could recommend to me? Felix Shaw was stunned for a moment. He turned to look at James Rivers. Are you serious? Of course, we really are short on people. I'm not one to play games. How about this? See that beautiful woman over there? That's our HR director. If you're interested, you can talk to her and schedule an interview. James Rivers nodded naturally. He gestured toward Angela's direction and spoke to Felix. Felix Shaw looked at James Rivers intently, then shifted his gaze to Angela. He thought for a long time. It wasn't until little Lily walked over holding Nini's hand that he finally spoke. Okay, I'll give it a shot. As for security personnel, I have some veteran friends I can ask for you. Thanks, James Rivers said with a smile. He then walked toward Lily and Nini and scooped up the two adorable kids, one in each arm. Lily, Nini, did you girls have fun? Yes, the two little ones chirped in unison. Their faces lit up with brilliant smiles. Or personism. This, Felix Shaw couldn't stop his eyes from turning red again. He had almost forgotten how long it had been since Nini had lapsed so genuinely from the heart. He stood there for another moment, lost in thought, before decisively walking toward Angela. He could tell from James Rivers that Lily Entertainment would definitely be a good place to be. James Rivers watched as Felix Shaw approached Angela, exchanged a few words with her, and took a business card from her hand. Only then did he look away. As for whether Felix Shaw could pass the interview, that wasn't for James Rivers to decide. When it came to HR matters, James Rivers never interfered. It was the same with Lily Animation, even though it was technically under Lily Entertainment ever since James Rivers gave the scripts and funding to Chen Feng. He had never looked over their shoulder. He trusted their professionalism. As an outsider to the craft, he didn't want to overstep. After a bit more celebrating, the event ended successfully. Lily's birthday concluded amidst a wave of blessings from the fans. The fans left the venue in an orderly fashion, beaming with joy. For them, today was truly a rewarding experience. On the internet, as various entertainment companies were being thoroughly investigated by the authorities, things had quieted down significantly. Essentially, after this round of crackdowns, every company had taken a hit to their vitality. After nearly a week of settling down, the public's fervor wasn't quite as intense as before. They would only discuss it briefly whenever they saw another celebrity getting into trouble. Overall, both in the industry and online, the hype was slowly cooling off. Users were gradually returning to their normal routines, but just as netizens were aimlessly scrolling through videos out of boredom, a certain video suddenly burst into their feeds. The title was clearly written by one of Lily's mom fans. My little Lily is just too cute. Netizens who saw the title were all filled with confusion. Was there something that happened that they didn't know about? So, they clicked on the video. But before long, every person who watched the video had reddened eyes. Breathing heavily, they rushed to the Twitter accounts of James Rivers and Serena to start flaming them. This is it? This is what you do? You do something this big and only show me a clip after it's over? I'm so mad. You clearly don't even see us as human. Why didn't we get a notification? The love is gone. It's over. Let's just pack it up, boys. The moment I saw Lily appear in the video, I lost it. When I saw the three of them, swaying their bodies in perfect sync, my mind went completely blank. James, you have betrayed my love for you. Friendship over. Unfollowed. Unfollow them, brothers. I'm unfollowing. Crying noises. Seeing this family of three, I couldn't help but grin like a proud auntie, but my heart is so jealous. Why did they get to be there in person, while I'm stuck here drooling over a video? A single video posted by a fan instantly turned every netizen into a lemon, full of envy. They wished they could storm into James Rivers' house right now and demand to know why he hadn't notified them. But it didn't stop there. Later, many more videos from the scene were leaked. There were clips of the family of three singing together. There were medleys of children's songs. There was little Lily closing her eyes to make a wish. There was Lily playing with the other children. The most outrageous one was of Serena and several mom fans sharing parenting tips. Not only were there videos, but fans also posted photos of the family's signed portraits. There were even photos of fans holding Lily and taking sweet pictures together, along with all sorts of small gifts from the event. Only half an hour had passed since the fan meet, but the internet was already completely flooded with these videos and photos. Countless netizens endured the heartache, scrolling through every single video with their eyes wide. especially when they saw fans having close interactions with Lily. They wished they could shove that fan aside and take their place. I can't take it anymore. Brothers, James Rivers and Serena are absolute jerks for this. Who will join me to kill James and steal Lily? Well said. Count me in. Kill James, steal Lily. For a time, the internet was in a state of collective outrage. Everyone was shouting this slogan. The once quiet internet was again thrown into a massive upheaval because of James Rivers' family of three. Only this time, netizens weren't showing their support. They were expressing their strongest condemnation. In response, James Rivers and Serena saw these online condemnations. Almost immediately, they both shrunk their necks in unison, feeling as if daggers were coming at them from every direction. But there was nothing we could do. We only had 2 days to prepare. 2,000 people was the absolute limit for the venue. Any more, and it would have been a disaster. Of course, I had to prioritize my core fanbase first. Finally, under pressure, James Rivers and Serena were forced to post on Twitter, brothers, we were wrong. Please show some mercy and forgive us this one time. We really weren't prepared enough this time. Next time for sure. As soon as the tweet went out, it was pushed to the top of the trending list by countless users. Seeing the main stars speak up and showing a good attitude about admitting their fault, the netizens became even more arrogant. Be more specific about next times. When exactly is next time? What year, month, and day? What hour, minute, and second? Get out here and tell us clearly. I won't say anything else. Just release the full video for us to see first. You even want it next time? I'm telling you, you're dead meat. Are there any brothers going to the set of The Voice of America tomorrow? Catch them both for me, and make them confess. When exactly is next time? The internet was hit with another wave of excitement. Every user wanted to know when this next time would be. Naturally, with such a big commotion, the other entertainment companies saw it too. However, their hearts were only filled with bitterness. Their own companies had just been through a crackdown, but over at Lily Entertainment, it was like they were celebrating the new year. Heads of many small and medium-sized entertainment companies began to think seriously at that moment. Should they start aligning themselves with Lily Entertainment? After all, based on the current situation, James Rivers' talent was completely bottomless. A simple fan meet was turned into something extraordinary by him, and all those children's songs that appeared were original new songs. For someone who could throw out so many new songs just to celebrate his daughter's birthday, who would dare to say that James Rivers' talent had run dry? If you can't beat them, join them. Heads of many small and medium-sized companies had an epiphany at that very moment. Skyline Entertainment Tower. Lu Gao had lost track of how many times he'd stared blankly into space. He knew that after the last blow to Grand Century Entertainment, dissenting voices had already appeared within the company. Even though Tian Xinxi was still holding on, he probably wouldn't be able to last much longer. Those small and medium entertainment companies were just a bunch of opportunists to begin with. After such a heavy blow, they would likely only pay lip service from now on. This birthday party held by James Rivers also allowed Lu Gao to see the man clearly. He had no bottom line at all, and the talent he displayed was simply suffocating. We have to end this quickly. Help me contact Chairman Tian. For the next round of the competition, put all 3 of our aces on stage. Lu Gao spoke to his secretary with an expressionless face, while thinking about many, many things. If they lost this round as well, how would they maintain their title as one of the big 3? The next day, the hype about the fan meet still hadn't faded, but another topic was quickly climbing the charts. That was tonight's episode of The Voice of America. After the previous competition, everyone was dying of anticipation for this one. After all, they knew that in every episode, James Rivers could bring different new songs, and the kind that were incredibly good. Ever since James Rivers appeared, their playlists had never lacked great music. In the last few days, media outlets online had even boldly claimed that James Rivers was the one sent by heaven to create a new era for the music industry. Netizens were very much in agreement with this. They felt that this was truly a case of the hero making the times. Rather than saying talent had defeated capital, it was more accurate to say that capital could no longer suppress talent. James Rivers, all by himself, used his talent to turn the entire music industry upside down. If he could successfully take down Skyline Entertainment this time, then James Rivers would become the first person in history to single-handedly shake a giant conglomerate. At Lily Entertainment in River City, James Rivers and Serena had just arrived at the office when Angela came over. Mr. Rivers, Felix Shaw passed his interview. However, his specific position is still up for debate. I think there are currently 2 roles that would suit him perfectly. One is as the director of the security department. The other is, he knows many people in this field. It would be good to have him lead the setup. The second role is as your personal assistant. Based on his previous work experience, he performed quite well, in a management capacity as well. Plus, his professional background is very solid. Angela said this as she handed Felix Shaw's interview file to James Rivers. James took the folder and began reading through it carefully. Then he suddenly looked up and asked, "Do you know why he was fired by his previous company?" Angela nodded. "I asked about that. It's because he couldn't stand some of his boss's under-the-table dealings. Mainly, he couldn't stand seeing the boss bullying the newcomers, so he was let go. That kind of personality definitely isn't built for corporate politics." "I see. Good. At least his values are straight and his character is solid," James said while flipping through the pages. After he finished reading everything, he looked up again. "Do you know anything about his family situation?" "I didn't ask about that. However, he requested to start work after 9:00 a.m. He's fine with staying as late as needed at night, but he needs to go home every day between 4:00 and 6:00 p.m. Of course, he said he's willing to take a pay cut for it, but that specific time block is non-negotiable." James nodded and fell into thought for a moment. Then he reached out and handed the file back to Angela. "Give him the standard salary. We can work around his schedule. Ask him if he's willing to be my assistant. If not, the security director position is fine too. See what he thinks." Angela took the folder, her brow furrowing slightly. But she didn't say anything. She simply gave a quick acknowledgement and left the office. Serena also looked over, looking a bit confused. She asked curiously, "Is there something special about this guy? It feels like you're placing a lot of importance on him. But he has to go home every day between 4:00 and 6:00 p.m. Of course, he said he's willing to take a pay cut for it. But that specific time block is non-negotiable." James nodded and fell into thought for a moment. Then he reached out and handed the file back to Angela. "Give him the standard salary. We can work around his schedule. Ask him if he's willing to be my assistant. If not, the security director position is fine too. See what he thinks." Angela took the folder, her brow furrowing slightly. But she didn't say anything. She simply gave a quick acknowledgement and left the office. Serena also looked over, looking a bit confused. She asked curiously, "Is there something special about this guy? It feels like you're placing a lot of importance on him." "I don't know either. It's just that I saw his daughter yesterday, and combined with his attitude, I just have a bad feeling about it. I hope I'm just overthinking things. We'll find out once we get to know him better." James Rivers shook his head, his expression a bit heavy. He'd had a faint feeling that something was off yesterday. The thing that felt wrong were Felix Shaw's words. He said he hoped that one day he could let Nini see the big sister she liked with her own eyes. And because of that one reason, he had traveled thousands of miles to get here. Even when he wasn't even sure if he'd get to see Lily, under those circumstances, it was a bit unusual. What kind of problem would make him so desperate? James Rivers didn't know. He'd only just met Felix Shaw yesterday, so they hadn't gotten that far in the conversation. Time flew by, and soon it was 8:00 p.m. The 4th episode of The Voice of America had arrived. The main event that everyone had been waiting for, to kick off the night, had finally begun. Skyline Entertainment sent out an A-list singer, who performed an original love song. The song had netizens nodding in approval. Their quality has definitely improved. Skyline Entertainment is finally stepping up their game. But even though the quality had reached the top-tier levels of the old music industry, unfortunately, the audience was still more excited for James Rivers' songs. How did that saying go? You're good, but James Rivers is better. Comparison is the thief of joy. The level of the other songwriters this season has hit a ceiling. If you were to rank all the songwriters, James Rivers would be in a league of his own. In front of James Rivers, every other songwriter had to take a back seat. Finally, it was Lily Entertainment's turn. Netizens were surprised to find that Lily Entertainment was once again sending out rookies, and it was another duo. The rookie duo of Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan from before had already given them a massive surprise. They didn't expect another one so soon. Furthermore, this duo was actually the same pair of folk singers who had gone viral online previously. Wang Xinyi and Wu Peiling. The familiar bar stools, the familiar white t-shirts and jeans, the familiar guitars and the same girls. It was obvious they were planning to perform folk music. The audience couldn't help but look forward to it. None of the folk songs they had heard in the past had ever truly gone mainstream. They wondered if this song could give them a different kind of feeling. The music began. The song title appeared on the giant screen. Wu Peiling gently strummed her guitar as Wang Xinyi swayed her body, smiling at Wu Peiling. This beautiful scene caused the hearts of the audience and netizens to instinctively calm down. The music was pure. The singers were pure. Everything was just right. They looked at the big screen. Once again, the song was written by James Rivers. The performers were Landlord's Cat. The song title on the screen also perfectly matched the aesthetic of folk music. Clouds and smoke turned to rain. Accompanied by the music and the guitar, Wang Xinyi began to sing softly. Her voice was pure and went straight to the heart. Every member of the audience who heard it felt their hearts settle into a peaceful state. It was as if this song possessed a kind of magic that could quiet their inner souls. This was the unique charm of folk music. Folk music is about three things: love, ideals, custom point, and far-off places. These are the original longings at the core of every person. Everyone who heard this song, at that moment, remembered the dreams they once kept hidden in their hearts. Those dreams might be about the person they once loved most, or the original intent they had abandoned long ago, or the aspirations that had been shattered by reality. All these things they once had and then lost were suddenly awakened by Wang Xinyi's singing. These two girls are so gentle. Only Lily Entertainment could provide a home for such a refreshing duo. I want to see you again so badly. Even if it's just a brief glance before we part, I'm tearing up. Cherish the people around you. These two girls are like cats I raised myself. Boo-hoo, I'm the landlord, and I'm taking them home. My restless heart suddenly went still. Tears just started falling naturally. But I'll never be able to see him again. Everything has an end, except for the act of missing someone. The song Clouds and Smoke turned to rain, plunged the netizens into a collective state of melancholy once more. At this moment, everyone was thinking of that person they wanted to see again, but knew they never would. The audience listened intently to the singing, remembering the person they had kept locked away in their hearts for so long. Whether it was family, friendship, or love, there is always that one person who makes you want to see them again from the bottom of your soul. Even if that meeting only lasts for a split second. Even inside Skyline Entertainment, Lu Gao, who was watching the competition, closed his eyes. Who didn't have someone they wanted to see but couldn't? Even though James Rivers was his rival, Lu Gao had to admit that this man truly understood the human heart. He was just too talented. At least in terms of songwriting, James Rivers was like a monster with no weaknesses. Some board members at Skyline began to sigh in dejection. They were completely lost now. How were they supposed to fight back? They couldn't fight this at all. They weren't even in the same league. They were simply being pinned to the ground and crushed. They glanced at Lu Gao, whose eyes were still closed. No one knew what the head of the company was thinking right now. On stage, Wang Xinyi, wearing only light makeup, held the microphone. She looked like the girl next door, giving off a strange sense of familiarity. She sat on the familiar high stool, singing peacefully as she looked out at the audience. Wu Peiling strummed her guitar strings swiftly. The song slowly approached its end, and the eyes of the two girls grew brighter and more moving. They had finally found where they belonged. Lily Entertainment was a wonderful, big family. The singing stopped. Wang Xinyi picked up the mic, and Wu Peiling picked up her guitar. The two of them bowed to the silent audience in the venue. Then they turned, smiling, and walked toward their team, until only their backs were visible. The audience finally emerged from the song's atmosphere. A wave of thunderous applause and screams erupted. These girls are hidden treasures, truly the dream. I knew it. Girls who sing folk music are always so pure and beautiful. It's not that folk music has declined. It's that the good stuff has only just appeared. Someone online posted this comment, and countless people agreed that folk music hadn't died. It was just that no one was writing it with heart anymore. Now, this song had finally arrived. Soon after, the results of the match were released. The board members of Skyline Entertainment looked at the obvious vote count online. None of them showed much of a reaction. When failure becomes a habit, it actually becomes easier to accept. In their current situation, If Skyline Entertainment had actually won, then they would have been truly shocked. Chairman Liu, is there any point in continuing the competition? One of the board members looked at Lu Gao, who was still deep in thought with closed eyes, and finally couldn't help but ask. Only then did Lu Gao open his eyes and look at the board members present. He was no longer angry. He'd missed by a single step back then. Coming this far was also Skyline Entertainment's own fault. Why wouldn't we compete? At least we should die with some dignity. Hasn't King Xihua from Grand Century Entertainment yet taken the stage? We'll see after he performs. As for the matches after that, I have my own plans, Lu Gao said calmly. The board members around the table looked at each other. Setting aside the fact that Mu Beiwei had already failed, Xihua was surely in a dangerous spot too. Even if King Xihua managed to win one match, what difference would it make? As long as James Rivers' talent remained, the final points would inevitably belong to Lily Entertainment. Any bystander could see it. Lily Entertainment had essentially already secured their spot as one of the new big three. The rest was just a matter of time. But since Lu Gao had made his decision, the board members didn't ask further. After all, he was the one who had built this company from the ground up. No one doubted his ability. At the other two stages in the venue, Grand Century Entertainment's score had reached 4. Aside from that, the remaining points were held by various other entertainment companies. Overall, Grand Century Entertainment was still on solid ground. Meanwhile, Ocean Blue Entertainment's score had climbed to 6. They were also winning most of their matches, performing even better than Grand Century. The current situation was very clear. If nothing unexpected happened, Skyline Entertainment would be knocked down. The new big three would be Ocean Blue Entertainment, Grand Century Entertainment, and Lily Entertainment. The competition returned to the stage occupied by Lily Entertainment. This time, a familiar face took the stage. Xiao Fei Bai from Grand Century Entertainment. He was the contestant who had once been crushed by Serena during the New Song Festival. He was a contestant who had only received a single pity vote from the judges. Now, he was standing on this stage once again. Even though he wasn't sure if his opponent was Serena, he knew one thing for certain. This round would still feature a song written by James Rivers. Xiao Feibai felt like he was in a dream. He remembered when he, Miao Anyun, and Serena could still compete on the same level. But how long had it been? The two of them had already become stars beyond his reach. Whether it was reputation, popularity, or the songs they sang, he couldn't compare to any of it. And the man responsible for all of this was that one individual. Actually, Xiao Feibai and Miao Anyun had always been on good terms. He was happy to see her succeed like this, but he still felt a deep sense of regret. After all, he was still stuck in the swamp of Grand Century Entertainment for the foreseeable future. The music began to play. Xiao Feibai quickly adjusted his mindset. No matter what, his love for music remained unchanged. In the world of music, he had to give it his absolute best. When the song ended, the fans in the venue gave him a warm round of applause. This round of the competition wasn't a joke. The singers were all top tier. The audience truly appreciated it. Xiao Feibai bowed in appreciation, let out a long breath, and slowly walked off the stage. As he reached the entrance to the backstage area, the person walking toward him made him freeze just as he was starting to relax. A helpless, bitter smile appeared on his face. "Professor Shui, how is it you? This is way too much respect for someone like me." The person was none other than Shui Xiaoqian. He gave a loud laugh and patted Xiao Feibai on the shoulder. "Nothing I can do. It was Mr. Rivers' orders. But it's also because you sang really well. This is just soul-crushing." Xiao Feibai shook his head, his smile turning even more bitter. Internally, he was cursing James Rivers. Talk about using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Shui Xiaoqian was already more famous than most A-list singers. Even though he hadn't been in the public eye much the last few years, his old hits were still everywhere. Now, paired with a song by James Rivers, Xiao Feibai didn't even know how to describe it. It was pure, unadulterated overkill. Shui Xiaoqian was already holding his microphone as he stepped onto the stage. Unsurprisingly, the venue erupted in a deafening wave of cheers. Xiao Feibai looked back at the stage, at the radiant Shui Xiaoqian, and made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and hissed to himself, "To hell with this. I'm jumping ship no matter what. Grand Century Entertainment, give me a break. Not even a dog would stay here." Shui Xiaoqian's appearance had completely broken Xiao Feibai's spirit. he hadn't personally experienced the showdown between the two divas earlier, so he hadn't felt the sheer pressure of Lily Entertainment. But now that he was facing Shui Xiaoqian himself, he realized this was a fight he couldn't win. There wasn't a single shred of hope for victory. This realization caused the seed of doubt that had already been in his heart to instantly take root and sprout. If he loved music, he absolutely had to leave Grand Century Entertainment. Even if he had to pay a massive termination fee, he would leave. Once he was out, it would be great if Lily Entertainment took him in. If not, he would find any way possible to keep his music career alive. However, he believed Lily Entertainment would want him because their philosophies were the same. On the stage ahead, the continuous cheers from the audience were still echoing. Xiao Feibai looked up at the spot where the song title had appeared on the screen, Actor. As the backing track started, the audience gradually went quiet. Shui Xiaoqian instantly tapped into the emotion of the song. The unique lyrics combined with his signature voice made the song feel like it was custom-made for him. Xiao Feibai was entranced as he listened. No wonder all these people wanted to join Lily Entertainment. This was the answer. No matter how good a singer was, they needed a song tailored specifically for them to truly shine. The singer and the song are always complementary. Every famous singer has a classic that no one else can surpass. And this was the charm of Lily Entertainment. James Rivers could always create the perfect song for every single one of them. The song, Actor, immediately shattered the hearts of the netizens, who had just been calmed by clouds and smoke, turned to rain. They were instantly overwhelmed with emotion. Life is just a script, and we are all just actors in our own lives. I'm wondering what someone has to go through to be able to write lyrics like these. Wait, are you saying Serena is an actress? Haha, stop talking nonsense. I clearly meant what did old Shui go through? For James Rivers to write a song like this for him? It turns out old Shui is always the one getting hurt. Actually, over time, each of us has become an actor, living our lives behind different masks. I salute the guy above me. The song built up layer by layer, each line of the lyrics cutting deep into the heart. It dragged the audience's emotions to rock bottom, then pulled them back up only to crush them again. Shui Xiaoqian was completely immersed in Actor. This song from James Rivers really was made just for him, just like Lu Ruing's later. He knew the moment he received the song that joining Lily Entertainment was the best decision he had ever made. The song reached its climax. Shui Xiaoqian loosened his grip on the mic, then tightened it. His unique voice rang out once more. This is just a total level 1 wipeout. Backstage, Xiao Feibai kept shaking his head with a bitter smile. He had felt this way twice since his debut. Once was Serena's performance of Courage, and the other was Shui Xiaoqian's Actor today. He was lucky that he had performed first both times. He couldn't imagine how he would have followed them if they had gone first. His confidence would have been completely shattered. After all, failing to live up to the previous act is incredibly embarrassing. On stage, Shui Xiaoqian had finished his song. He waved to the crowd and walked off. Backstage, Xiao Feibai saw Shui Xiaoqian approaching. He froze for a second, thought it over, then rushed forward. Professor Shui, is Lily Entertainment still hiring? Hearing this, Shui Xiaoqian gave him a surprised look, then quickly broke into an understanding smile. Probably. But you'll have to talk to Mr. Rivers. I've got high hopes for you. Young man. Shui Xiaoqian saw right through Xiao Feibai's intentions. He smiled and patted his shoulder. This 20-something-year-old kid had finally seen the light. Mr. Rivers, I understand. Thank you, Professor Shui. Xiao Feibai dithered for a second, before realizing that the Mr. Rivers Shui Xiaoqian mentioned was James Rivers. His impression of James Rivers was still stuck on him being a young, talented up-and-comer. Now, it suddenly clicked. Right. The man was about to be the boss of a big 3 company. He couldn't help but feel emotional. They were the same age. How could the difference be so massive? If James Rivers knew what he was thinking, he would definitely have something to say. Why the hell are you trying to compare yourself to a walking cheat code? Talk about looking for trouble. Feibai, why are you standing here dazed? As Xiao Feibai was wallowing in his feelings, another voice suddenly reached his ears. He looked up and froze yet again. Qihua, you're up next? That's right. I came to see just how powerful the younger generation has become, Qihua said with a smile. Then he looked toward the room occupied by Lily Entertainment and sighed with emotion. I never thought the day would come where I'd be called back out to compete against the juniors. To be honest, if I win, it's expected. If I lose, I'll be a laughingstock. Xiao Feibai didn't reply, mostly because he didn't know what to say. His heart was racing. Qihua was a modern-day king. His talent was indisputably strong, but for some reason, he had a lingering feeling that James Rivers simply wouldn't lose. All right, I'm heading out. Qihua noticed Xiao Feibai's internal conflict, but he didn't pay it much mind. After all, he knew himself that James Rivers was a once-in-a-millennium freak of nature. No one knew what kind of trick James Rivers had up his sleeve this time. As soon as Qihua appeared on stage, the venue erupted in cheers. Over 10,000 people stood up to cheer. It was enough to make the ground shake. Following the diva Mu Baiwei, this was the second heavyweight contestant. It meant this competition was going to be one for the books. For this round, Qihua performed the Cantonese song titled Size of Sound. The classic melody paired with his unique voice instantly conquered the ears of everyone in the audience. A king is a king for a reason. He was simply impossible not to love. Backstage, James Rivers was watching the competition. When he saw Qihua take the stage, he started to smile. Finally. I've been waiting a long time for this. James Rivers knew that after this round, Lily Entertainment would have no more rivals in the music industry. Qihua's appearance signaled to every entertainment company that this match would determine the future direction of the entire industry. If Mu Baiwei's defeat earlier represented the powerful rise of Lily Entertainment, then the outcome of this match would solidify Lily Entertainment's place in the hierarchy. A classic Cantonese song. This was the final challenge Qihua was bringing to James Rivers. It was also the hardest one. Just like later, a classic is a classic because it stays relevant no matter how much time passes. The biggest difference between it and other songs is that others are just temporary fads. They don't have the soul to last. After Qihua finished his song, he stood on the stage he hadn't visited in so long. Looking at the audience, he vaguely saw a glimpse of his younger self, especially today, since he was playing the role of the challenger. It brought back those old feelings. Time waits for no one. The new generation always surpasses the old. Just like the song he had just sung, only a sigh of sound remained. The crowd below had gone wild. They screamed Qihua's name, and many were moved to tears. Ever since Mu Baiwei, Qihua, and the others had started focusing on their own separate careers, it had been a long time since the audience enjoyed music like this. Even though James Rivers had arrived later, the emotional resonance he brought was different from the nostalgia evoked by these veterans. Humans are nostalgic creatures. The appearance of these stars satisfied their longing. This season of The Voice of America had exceeded all their expectations. The music stopped. Amidst the deafening shouts of the crowd, Qihua reluctantly left the stage. Coming backstage, he looked toward the room where Lily Entertainment was located. He couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. This time, what kind of surprise would James Rivers give everyone? For someone in Qihua's position, even though he was technically signed to Grand Century Entertainment, his name was only there, on paper. He could have gone independent a long time ago, so for this match, he was more curious about who his opponent would be, and what kind of song James Rivers would write. Like then, the door to Lily Entertainment's room opened. A man with a sharp, heroic aura stepped out. When Qihua saw him, he froze instantly. It wasn't until the man walked up to his side that he finally snapped out of it. He shouted the name in disbelief. King Lu? Hey, young Qi, you sang very well. In you, I can really see a shadow of my younger self. Qihua never expected James Rivers to be such a sly dog. He also never expected that King Lu would actually join Lily Entertainment. King Lu was a legend from the older generation and was Qihua's personal idol. Going up against his own idol, Qihua was completely dazed. He had thought he was setting a challenge for James Rivers, but it turned out he was the one being challenged. In front of his idol, wasn't he just like a rookie all over again? He thought, that jerk James is seriously too much. Having his own idol come out to crush his set. It was honestly speechless. Qihua stuttered for a while. Finally, with a flushed face, he managed to choke out, King Lu, I really didn't expect it to be you. I'm basically here just to get schooled. Don't say that, Qi. Good music knows no borders and has no age limit. A good song is a good song. Your size of sound moved me deeply. I could feel the soul in it. It was truly excellent. Then, thank you for the praise, Big Brother Lu. I'm also very much looking forward to your song. Xihua, who had finally calmed down, felt incredibly happy to receive King Lu's praise. His heart was racing with joy. Moreover, to hear a new song from his idol, he was beyond excited. He had literally grown up listening to King Lu's music. Alright, enough reminiscing for now. I'll head out to the stage first. King Lu nodded. Then he turned and walked toward the stage. Xihua watched King Lu's steady gait. He was even more excited now. An idol is an idol for a reason. Even his back looked incredibly cool. Meanwhile, in the live stream chat, when people saw who was representing Lily Entertainment, the netizens' hearts felt like they had just experienced a magnitude 10 earthquake. They were shocked beyond words. With the boss pulling moves like this, how is any other entertainment company supposed to survive? King Lu's looks, oh my god, he's still a total heartthrob. Xihua, so you're James Rivers, right? Wait, King Lu? Sorry. I think my voice was a little too loud just now. LMAO. Everyone knows King Lu is Chihuahua's idol. James Rivers really knows how to play. Poor Chihuahua. The snow flutters. The north wind whistles. The world is a vast expanse of white. Inside the Lily Entertainment room, James Rivers calmly put away his phone, but the smile on his face was impossible to hide. Serena looked at him curiously. What did you just post? Why are you smiling so happily? I just thought of something funny. Let's watch the show. James Rivers tried his best to hold back his laughter and quickly changed the subject. Serena gave James a puzzled look. She had a feeling he was up to no good. On stage, the music had already begun. King Lu followed the rhythm with effortless style and opened his arms to the crowd. The female fans below immediately erupted in a piercing wave of screams. First-class acting, first-class singing, first-class character. His looks and aura were beyond first class. That was King Lu. Even though he was older now, it didn't diminish his image in the hearts of his fans at all. Instead, it gave him an even more mature charm. The song title appeared on the giant screen behind him. Obsessed in Secret. It was another Cantonese song. The same language. The same level of classic quality. An old king against a new king. Idol against fan. This was a classic among classics. As soon as King Lu's uniquely gentle and rich voice rang out, everyone's heart skipped a beat. A familiar feeling. A familiar formula. The only things that had changed were his age. And this new song. The song captivated everyone instantly. It stirred up memories in countless people's hearts. They all felt the illusion of being back in their youth. The song is too good. And as expected, only King Lu can give it that specific soul. One of a kind. No cover version could ever replicate this vibe. Salute to the classic. Tonight is truly a night for the classics. Seriously, James Rivers really knows how to pick 'em. No bias here. No matter who sang this song, it wouldn't be as soulful as King Lu's version. His voice is magnetic. He sings with such emotion. Romantic and warm, yet with a touch of melancholy. It spoke right to my soul. Netizens were falling into nostalgia. Even Xihua, backstage, was completely entranced by King Lu on stage. Listening to this song, it was as if he was back sitting in front of a CD player, watching his idol day and night. Back then, he had dreamed that one day he could stand on the same stage as his idol. Now, it seemed that wish had finally come true. In the Skyline Entertainment meeting room, all the senior management, the moment they saw King Lu appear, became expressionless and defeated. We're tired. Just let it all burn. This world isn't worth it. They thought King Xihua could at least put up a fight. Who would have thought he wouldn't last even a second? They looked at Lu Gao again. The meaning in their eyes very clear. Fine, we're done struggling. What do you suggest we do now? Lu Gao was also expressionless. He ignored everyone's gazes and continued to watch the suave figure on the big screen. He was singing yet another classic Cantonese song, Obsessed in Secret. It truly was mesmerizing. Meeting adjourned, Lu Gao's cold voice rang out. The board members present were all startled. They wondered if they had heard him wrong. Meeting adjourned? Was he just giving up like that? They all looked at each other in confusion. But seeing that Lu Gao remained unmoved, in the end, they could only pack up their documents and leave one by one. Lu Gao's eyes flickered with a cold light. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. A moment later, he took out his phone and dialed a number. passed the word. Tell him to get ready. We cannot lose the title of the Big Three. A voice responded on the other end. After a moment, Lugao put down his phone and continued watching the show. Now, he could only go with the second option. Since they couldn't touch Lily Entertainment, they had to find another way. As for why he didn't tell the other board members, it was because he thought they were all useless. If they had crushed James Rivers when he first started, showing his talent, there wouldn't be all these problems now. Besides, the fewer people who knew about the second option, the better. At the venue, King Lu was still singing. The entire audience was now on their feet. They were waving their light sticks with everything they had. The rhythm of the light sticks matched the song perfectly. As they listened, it was as if a scene of King Lu in his younger days appeared before them. Every movie he had acted in back then, every song he had sung, those images flickered in their minds. Truly a classic voice. It was mesmerizing. It was nostalgic. By the time King Lu reached this part of the song, many people couldn't help but cover their faces and weep. This was their youth. This was what music was like back then. It made people want to join in and sing along at the top of their lungs. That's the mark of great music. Whether you're happy or sad, you can't help but get lost in it. When you're happy, you hear the melody. When you're sad, you hear the lyrics. It can take all the stories a person has experienced and weave them into the music, leaving them deeply moved. Right now, on the internet, topics about King Lu and this song had already gone viral. The song wasn't even finished, but the trending spots were already locked in. As expected of King Lu, the moment he opens his mouth, everyone is obsessed in secret. Classic Cantonese song. The King returns. Obsessed in secret has me in tears. King Lu at his peak. Even I at my peak would have to back down from that charisma. First saw the King when I was in diapers. See the King again now that I've got prostate issues. The King is still the King, but I am no longer the person I used to be. On stage, the song had ended. At this moment, it wasn't just the audience who was teary-eyed. Even King Lu himself had eyes brimming with tears. The King was older, but his heart was not. Singing, obsessed in secret today, he felt like he had found the passionate version of himself from years ago. Although many people had said long before, that King Lu didn't even have to do anything. Just standing on stage would get people excited. But who didn't know his character? He would never allow himself to stand on stage without a new work, just coasting on his past reputation. This song, Obsessed in Secret, truly recaptured his glory from years ago. Even after King Lu left the stage, the hearts of the audience and the netizens watching the stream remained stirred for a long time. His figure had disappeared from the stage, but in the hearts of the audience, he would always be there. The fourth episode of The Voice of America concluded with King Lu's exit. And with the end of this episode, it signaled that a new era for the music industry had officially arrived. First, the various media outlets reacted instantly. The moment the competition ended, a flood of news followed, following King Lu's victory. Lily Entertainment takes one in the stage rankings. No doubt about it, a new Big Three has emerged. The rise of James Rivers, from unknown to CEO of a Big Three giant. In just a few months. Entertainment shock, Skyline is dead. Lily takes the lead. James Rivers is the ultimate winner. Aside from the media buzz, some entertainment companies even started changing their recruitment policies. They even put out word that all their company terms would now follow Lily Entertainment's lead. Besides making those statements, they proactively posted on Twitter to congratulate Lily Entertainment. They weren't looking for much, just hoping to get on their good side. Everyone knew James Rivers was a treasure trove. Staying on good terms with him was definitely the right move. Of course, some companies were still waiting and seeing. They believed that a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. Skyline Entertainment, even at its worst, was still a massive company that had held the Big Three title for years. The entertainment world was in upheaval again, but this time, James Rivers didn't need to borrow any momentum. He already possessed the ability to go head-to-head with the other Big Three giants. Due to the impact of this episode, Lily Entertainment became incredibly busy again. Fortunately, Felix Shaw showed up for duty. The very next morning, he became James Rivers' personal assistant, part bodyguard, part driver. This made things much easier for James. Felix's work performance was beyond reproach. On his very first day, he had already organized most of the company's business. Once the organization was done, handling each matter seemed effortless for him. James Rivers didn't have to worry about a thing. He couldn't help but feel like he'd found a real bargain. Meanwhile, good news came from Lily Animation. The Outcast was finally finished. It was ready for release at any time. When James Rivers arrived at the company, he could hear cheers coming from the Lily Animation office. Chen Feng's voice in particular could be heard all the way out by the main door. Brothers, help me pick a lucky day. The first production from Lily Animation is about to make its debut. Feng, congratulations. Quick, let me see how it turned out. James Rivers pushed open the door to the Lily Animation office. I looked at Chen Feng, who was still buzzing with excitement, and said, "Heh, same to you, same to you. James, you're just in time. Take a look at the finished product. See if it matches what you had in your head." When Chen Feng saw James Rivers arrive, he immediately pulled him over to the computer. Even though Chen Feng had full confidence in his team's technical skills, he still wanted the man who wrote the script to take a look. After all, he was the one who should have the best feel for this story. As Chen Feng clicked on the video file titled The Outcast, James Rivers leaned in and stared intently at the screen. At this moment, Quinn, Simone, and the others all gathered around as well. The expressions on their faces were incredibly tense. After struggling for so long, they were terrified that James Rivers wouldn't be satisfied with their creation. On the screen, the story of the Outcast slowly unfolded. It began in the dead of night. A drunken man was rambling to himself, muttering as he walked through the mountain forest, accompanied by the eerie cries of birds and beasts in the mountains. The atmosphere was incredibly unsettling. James Rivers was slightly taken aback and continued watching. Then, in a graveyard, a mysterious silhouette was digging up a grave. The rhythmic sound of the shovel hitting the dirt scared the drunkard so much he screamed, "Ghost!" The scene shifted, and Brandon appeared. Seeing this, James Rivers' eyes narrowed slightly. The Brandon on the screen in front of him wasn't exactly 100% identical to his memory, but it was easily over 95%. The plot continued to unfold. When Ruby appeared, James Rivers completely let out a sigh of relief, seeing Ruby again. Speaking in a thick regional drawl, James Rivers hit the pause button. He slowly turned his head. Behind him, every employee involved in Lily Animation was staring at James Rivers nervously. None of them even dared to breathe. Seeing them like this, James Rivers suddenly smiled. "Great work, everyone. It's ready for release." The moment he said it, the office instantly erupted into a wave of cheers. This animation had cost them months of blood, sweat, and tears. Now that it had finally passed the test, how could they not be ecstatic? "Feng, when do you plan to start the promotion and release?" James Rivers asked with a smile. He hadn't expected that the people in front of him could actually produce this animation, and the level of detail was no less than the original The Outcast in his memory. "James, what do you think? I've made all the preparations. Will and his team's project should start promotion in early December. We'll set hours for the same day as theirs. When they release, we release. Aren't you afraid of being overshadowed if we do that? Them, above all beings, was my creation. Don't you think I know the script inside out? And besides, I don't believe they can produce something better than ours. I am now fully confident that The Outcast will crush them." Chen Feng gave a loud laugh. His smug look made James Rivers want to punch him. "But when we start the promotion, I'll have to trouble you and Serena." "Ha ha!" Chen Feng's tone shifted, and he scratched his head as he added. James Rivers shot him a look. "Weren't you acting all cocky just now? Why are you backing down already? You're pathetic." Meanwhile, inside another studio also located in River City, Will and Rebecca had finished their trailer. However, Rebecca's face was still clouded with gloom. Looking at the finished cut on the computer, she couldn't help but think of Chen Feng again. Ever since she found out Chen Feng was a rich heir, she had been filled with regret. As James Rivers' fame continued to skyrocket, her regret had now reached a point of absolute bitterness. She had originally thought Chen Feng's family background was no different from Will's. After all, when Chen Feng was dating her, he never acted like he had money. He was always content with a simple life, looking just like some average loser. In that case, why wouldn't she choose Will, who was better looking? Furthermore, James Rivers wasn't nearly as famous then as he was now, and he was even embroiled in that domestic violence scandal. When she saw that James Rivers was Chen Feng's best friend, she thought he would only drag Chen Feng down. But given the situation at the time, it made her lose all confidence in Chen Feng's friend as well. One wrong step, and everything followed. This thought filled Rebecca with intense remorse every time it crossed her mind. She also felt an immense hatred for Chen Feng. Why would a rich kid act like some pure-hearted romantic? Regret was useless now. The damage was done. Rebecca could only look at the trailer on the screen and ask, "Will, the trailer drops tomorrow. Are all the ads and everything in place? And did we manage to get any celebrities for the promotion?" "Everything is ready. Don't worry, Becky. This animation is bound to be a hit. And I've hired some of the most famous influencers in the anime world for the promo," Will said with a confident smile. But what about Chen Feng's side? Don't forget what James Rivers said back then. And with his current fame, his promotion will only be more effective than ours. Rebecca's expression was still a bit sour. She kept remembering James Rivers' irritating voice from that day. What did he mean by, "I know a little"? You either know it or you don't. That, "I know a little" nonsense was just aggravating. Hearing Rebecca's words, Will didn't seem to care at all. But seeing that she was still worried, he wrapped an arm around her waist and comforted her. James Rivers. I'll admit he's very strong when it comes to music. But this is animation. The animation world and his entertainment industry are two different things. You know as well as I do that Chen Feng spent almost 2 years working on this story. I don't believe that in such a short time, James Rivers can produce another good script. Sigh, I hope you're right. Rebecca thought about it and finally nodded, her expression softening slightly. It made sense. James Rivers was someone who had never touched animation before. No matter how talented he was, there was no way he could produce a script so quickly and have it finished. Besides, his musical talent was already so overwhelming. If he could also create animation, he simply wouldn't be human. The next day, December 1st, 9:00 a.m., Love Animation, founded by Will, officially released the trailer for Above All Beings as a domestic animation, and with recommendations from several famous anime influencers, the trailer immediately attracted countless anime fans. It had to be said that Above All Beings, while following the traditional power systems of domestic animation, was still quite impressive with its high-quality visuals and dramatic storytelling. Just 2 hours after the trailer was released, it received a mountain of positive reviews. Inside the Love Animation studio, everyone was celebrating. The success of the trailer gave them hope. Even Rebecca, who usually looked gloomy, was now beaming with joy. With the trailer getting so much praise, it was easy to see that once the full series dropped, the company would be swimming in cash. "Becky, see? I told you. It's an absolute hit. Come here, give me a kiss to celebrate." Will looked at the booming stats for the trailer, already grinning from ear to ear. He pulled Rebecca in by the waist and said with a smirk, "Stop it. Everyone is watching." Rebecca looked bashful as she turned her face away. The other employees in the studio were speechless. They all thought the same thing. "Why are you acting so innocent? It's not like you haven't done this in front of us before." Will, who was in a great mood, didn't care about Rebecca's refusal. He forced a heavy kiss onto her lips. He could already see the endless profits rolling in after the series premiered. But just then, one of the senior staff members suddenly came rushing over. His hand holding a tablet was trembling. "Will, it's over. Quick, look. Another domestic animation has appeared online." As he spoke, he handed the tablet to Will. Will, still looking smug, frowned, feeling a bit annoyed at the senior's behavior. "It's just another animation. What's the big deal? Why the panic? There isn't a single domestic show these days that can compete with us." Will took the tablet and looked at it dismissively. In the current domestic animation market, there really wasn't anything he considered a threat. But when he saw the title of the animation, the smile on his face vanished. The Outcast? Is this a ripoff? His animation was called Above All Beings, and now this one was called The Outcast. It was finished. Then, he clicked on the promotional video on the tablet. Jordan of Wudang greets the Grand Master. The past is irrevocable. The future can be changed. The video was an absolute bombshell from the start. The scene with Jordan of Wudang greets the Grand Master made Will's pupils shrink. The more he watched, the more panicked he became. The art quality, the voice acting, the character designs, the dialogue, especially when he saw Ruby appear with her thick regional accent. His world went dark. This character design and this voice were incredibly captivating. By the time Will snapped out of it, he saw another iconic scene, Brandon's moonlit bird walking incident. In the video, shameless Brandon was laughing hysterically while channeling his energy. The laughter made Will's hand holding the tablet shake uncontrollably. Then, the tablet fell to the floor with a loud thud. The light of domestic animation, if above all beings, was just a modification based on existing animations. Then this. The Outcast was undoubtedly the new standard. Who? Who exactly is this? Will muttered in disbelief. He quickly snatched the tablet off the ground and clicked on the uploader's profile. And then his world went completely black. He slumped onto the floor. Will, Rebecca cried out, also sensing that something was terribly wrong. She didn't bother with Will sitting on the floor, and instead grabbed the tablet. A second later, she also froze in her tracks. Uploader, Lily Animation. By now, almost everyone probably knew what Lily represented, but Rebecca still refused to believe it and opened Twitter. She found the accounts of James Rivers and Serena, and started checking. Then, she also slumped onto the floor. On both James Rivers's and Serena's accounts, the latest post was the same. Lily Animation's debut, The Outcast. The trailer is out now. I hope you all check it out. I can guarantee this is a domestic animation you cannot ignore. For details, please click the link for The Outcast. Heh, I know a little. Ha, what a joke. Rebecca was laughing and crying at the same time, looking like she'd lost her mind. Finally, she suddenly grabbed the tablet and found the company profile for Lily Animation, staring at it intently. There, in the board of directors column, the name Chen Feng was clearly listed. The phone, I need to call him. This was the only thought in Rebecca's mind now. She was completely filled with regret. She wanted to get back together with Chen Feng. She believed that if she just acted a little pitiful and vulnerable, Chen Feng would definitely agree to reconcile with her. After all, during their year and a half together, he had treated her incredibly well. You bitch, what are you doing? Will, sitting nearby, saw Rebecca acting like this, and snatched the phone from her hand. He questioned her with bloodshot eyes. Get lost. It's all your fault. You're the one who ruined everything. If it weren't for you, I would still be with Chen Feng. Saying this, Rebecca lunged for the phone as if she were possessed. The two of them started scuffling right there in the office. At that moment, another wave was surging across the internet. It wasn't just the animation world. Even people who didn't usually watch animation knew that a new domestic production was about to be released. The name was The Outcast. It wasn't just because of the promotion by James Rivers and Serena. Even King Lu, Xue Xiaoqian, and others posted on Twitter at the exact same time. Every one of them was recommending the animation The Outcast. The views on the trailer had already surpassed 100 million. There were millions of retweets and tens of millions of comments. It had already seized the top trending spots on every app. Data like this had never been achieved by any animation before. Countless famous animation influencers voluntarily made promotional videos to help spread the word. After all, this was pure traffic. No one was going to pass up on such massive hype. Chase was a well-known animation influencer with 10 million followers. He was genuinely passionate about animation. Initially, when he saw the promotion for The Outcast by James Rivers and the others, he was exceptionally furious. He felt that fan circle culture was polluting the animation world. He was prepared to defend the industry to the death against such contamination. And so, he clicked on The Outcast trailer to watch it for himself. He wanted to pick it apart. He wanted to find the flaws in this animation, and then blast James Rivers and his team. However, once he finished watching the entire trailer, he was completely stunned. After freezing for a long time, he swallowed hard. Finally, he posted on Twitter and attached the link to the trailer. At first, when I saw so many celebrities promoting The Outcast, I was exceptionally furious. I felt this was a stain on our animation industry. I actually like James Rivers quite a bit, and I love listening to his songs, but I did not believe he could make a good animation, especially a domestic one. The industry has been suffering lately. The state of domestic animation is agonizing. But after watching the trailer in its entirety, I realized I was wrong. I just want to say, I'm sorry to James Rivers. And then I want to say, it's amazing. In my heart, this is undeniably the light of domestic animation. Right now, I solemnly recommend this animation to everyone. Keep watching, and you'll be in for a surprise. Chase finished the post in one breath, and then let out a long sigh. He was now incredibly excited for the official release of the episodes. Furthermore, as someone who never followed celebrities, He followed two people for the first time. One was James Rivers, and the other was Serena. As the hype continued to build, the trailer for The Outcast went completely viral. It didn't just cause a stir in the animation world. Even netizens who rarely watched animation were paying close attention to this domestic project, not for any other reason, but because it was produced by Lily Animation, and the person who wrote the script was James Rivers. The online discussions regarding The Outcast were absolutely explosive. From the animation world to the entertainment industry, basically everyone was talking about this domestic animation. When I saw James Rivers' recommendation, I thought this jerk was slacking on his music to start messing around in other fields again. But once I saw so many celebrities recommending it, I clicked on it with a heart full of curiosity. And now I've seen the light. I'm dying. What kind of god-tier animation is this? The moonlit birdwalking was done in one smooth motion. Haha. I have to say, I absolutely love Ruby's character. Especially that authentic regional accent. Haha, you idiot. That was just too perfect. James Rivers is ridiculous at writing songs. And now he's writing animation scripts too? And he's doing it this well? He's not even human, even as someone who doesn't watch much anime. I'm actually looking forward to The Outcast. I love the Grandmaster, he's so cool. I have a feeling he's a total final boss. The character designs and story content in the Outcast trailer had completely captured the netizens' attention. They were all eagerly awaiting the arrival of the full episodes. Meanwhile, Above All Beings from Love Animation had been left forgotten in a corner. Perhaps in the first 2 hours, some people had clicked in to take a look. But by now, the view count had dropped to nearly 0. It wasn't that Above All Beings wasn't good enough. It was that The Outcast was simply too brilliant. Comparison is the thief of joy. At this moment, Will, who had just finished fighting with Rebecca, had lost all will to live. He could already see the fate of Above All Beings. He was going to lose his shirt on this project. He could not accept this outcome. To create this animation, he had emptied his life savings. He'd sought out every possible investor. He'd borrowed from every source he could find. And mostly, it was all under his own name. In this current situation, many employees had already packed their bags and left. Rebecca had completely broken things off with him and blocked him. At this moment, he was left with nothing but an empty office and a mountain of crushing debt. He was 100 times worse off than Chen Feng had ever been. Inside Lily Animation, everyone was still celebrating the trailer's massive success. Just then, Chen Feng received a phone call. He looked at the caller ID, and his brow immediately furrowed. He didn't pick up the phone right away. Instead, after hesitating for a good while, he silently hung up and blocked the number. When he looked up again, he saw all the faces, filled with joy in front of him, and he smiled too. Standing to the side, James Rivers saw it all and gave a slight smile. Then he walked over and patted Chen Feng's shoulder. Not picking up? Now that you've made it, wouldn't it be better to pick up and hear what she has to say? So that's all I am to you. A petty man who holds a grudge. Is that right? Chen Feng shot him a look and spoke irritably. James Rivers laughed even more cheerfully. He gave Chen Feng's shoulder 2 more heavy pats. Chen Feng finally let out a sigh and shrugged his shoulders. Before The Outcast was a success, I kept thinking that if I ever made it, I'd stand before her all high and mighty to prove to her just how bad her judgment was. But once I actually succeeded, I suddenly realized it's all in the past, especially when I was working hard with everyone here. I became even more aware that the reason we were able to come together was because of the dream in our hearts, and that dream shouldn't be stained by someone like her. The past is in the past. We should look forward. That's some deep insight. Not bad. This is the Chen Feng Weno. A round of applause for you. James Rivers was still smiling, but there was finally a touch of relief in that smile. Truth be told, he had been worried before. He worried that once Chen Feng succeeded, he'd go back to Rebecca. He worried he'd be fooled by sweet talk again. He worried he'd repeat the same mistakes, but he hadn't. Although Chen Feng seemed loud and carefree, he was sharp and clear-headed. He knew exactly what was what. What no one expected the next day was that Rebecca actually showed up at their door. Even though she was blocked by the security department, she still didn't leave. She kept waiting outside the company. In the end, Chen Feng and James Rivers had to come out to see her. Once again, the 3 of them met. Only this time, Will was missing. Rebecca's face still bore some marks of a struggle. Her outfit was just like it used to be. When she saw Chen Feng, The look of poor, pitiful me she put on made James Rivers think to himself that it was a waste she wasn't an actress. Chen Feng, Will and I broke up. Rebecca tried to step forward and grab Chen Feng's hand, but Chen Feng stepped back to dodge her. And so she looked up and spoke to him pitifully. You broke up? What does that have to do with me? Chen Feng looked at the woman in front of him. Though he felt a slight ripple in his heart, he still frowned and spoke. Chen Feng, I know you hate me. You can hit me if you want, or yell at me. As long as it makes you feel better. Then can we get back together, just like before? We aren't. Please get one thing straight. I don't hate you now. No matter what happened between us back then, we have no relationship whatsoever now. And I will never have any relationship with you again. Finally, please leave. You are not welcome at our company. Rebecca tried to continue, but Chen Feng cut her off directly and ordered her to leave. Chen Feng, do you have to be this heartless? Setting aside what happened, are you saying you didn't do anything wrong at all? If you hadn't hidden the fact that you were a rich kid back then, I wouldn't have left you. You're the one who lied to me first. These words almost made James Rivers laugh out loud. They also made Chen Feng, who still had some lingering feelings, turn completely cold. Setting aside what happened, what a joke. I have nothing to talk about with you now. Stay here if you want. But, Rebecca, let me make one thing clear to you. There will never be anything between us again. If you have even a shred of dignity left, please stop bothering me. After speaking, Chen Feng turned to leave, and then his face turned completely dark. On both sides of the company entrance, there were crowds of onlookers gathered to watch the drama. He even saw that some people were actually eating sunflower seeds. It was absolutely ridiculous. Seeing that Rebecca was about to reach out and try to stop him, James Rivers stepped directly in front of Chen Feng. He looked at Rebecca with a smile. Seeing James Rivers' handsome, smiling face again, Rebecca felt an inexplicable surge of fear. She dared to throw a tantrum in front of Chen Feng, but she didn't dare do that in front of James Rivers. She still vaguely remembered that James Rivers looked exactly like this back then, as if nothing in the world could stop him. So, her impression of James Rivers now was that of an omnipotent being. You heard what Feng said clearly, and I'll give you a piece of advice too. Don't go looking for trouble for yourself. Also, I told you both back then, the tides turn every 30 years. Don't look down on a man just because he's poor. By the way, my brother isn't poor. I hope you remember my words. You can see yourself out. Rebecca finally left. Because of James Rivers' words, she could be sure Chen Feng wouldn't do anything to her, but she couldn't read James Rivers. In her mind, capital was always the same. The fact that James Rivers could build such a large company in such a short time was a terrifying thing in her eyes. If James Rivers knew what she was thinking, he would surely be between laughter and tears. So now, in the eyes of others, he had also become a corporate big shot. On December 5th, The Outcast officially premiered. It was released on the largest domestic animation platform, the free animation platform. On the day of the premiere, this domestic animation garnered a staggering 400 million views. It was recorded as having the highest first-day view count in history. Furthermore, the ratings surpassed all other animations released in the same period. For a domestic animation to reach this level was simply unbelievable. The name Lily Animation echoed throughout the entire industry because of this one show. The trending topics online hadn't stopped since The Outcast appeared. Lily Entertainment and Lily Animation were on everyone's lips, especially James Rivers. Netizens were now talking about him with great enthusiasm. Media outlets even published articles stating it meticulously detailed James Rivers' rise to fame. Netizens who saw the post all gasped in collective shock. Starting from total obscurity, he relied on his song, A Lifetime with You, to burst into the public eye. Then came the collaboration with Hua Yin on Just Being Ordinary, which officially made him a household name. Next were the Devoted Husband and Domestic Violence incidents, which plunged James Rivers into a whirlpool of public opinion until Serena stepped forward to clarify, leading the public to embrace James Rivers once more. After that, there was no stopping him. He released one masterpiece after another. Even when Serena was being blacklisted, Hua Yan stood by him because of his song, A Heart Full of Dreams. By that point, James Rivers already had the confidence to challenge the entire industry. Then came the partnership with Hua Yin for The Voice of America, where he stopped holding back. A few rounds of the competition completely solidified his status. In just 6 short months, everyone in the entertainment industry was left, staring at his back in the distance. And now, with Lily Animation's release of The Outcast, he has stirred up a massive wave in the animation world. He holds the world in the palm of his hand. It's simply terrifying. Countless netizens finished reading the post from the media outlet, and they all flooded the comments section with shock. Man, if you hadn't laid it out like that, I never would have realized James Rivers was this legendary. Guys, can you believe it? I've been following his music since the start, and suddenly I look up and he's at the peak, and I'm still the same obscure kid I was back then. This is just insane. It happened so naturally. We only focused on James Rivers' music. It seems like no one actually noticed his rise to power. A true idol is right before us. In every aspect, he's my goal. But this couldn't have happened without our support. Wait, James Rivers has made so much money, but I've never seen him donate a single cent. And here comes the moral policing. The man earned that money through his own talent. Whether he donates or not is his business, right? It is his business, but he wouldn't be where he is without us. Look at every talented, reputable person in the industry. They all do charity. James Rivers is the only exception. Don't lump yourself in with the rest of us, buddy. You're acting like he doesn't have talent, and only made it because of you. Everyone says Serena and James Rivers are a breath of fresh air in the industry, but I guess they're just like every other capitalist. They're no different from the rest. No one knew who started it, but the mood on the internet suddenly shifted. Many netizens began debating whether or not he should be donating money. Back at Lily Entertainment, the team naturally saw these comments and topics. How can people be like this? What right do they have to say that? 30% of everything Lily Entertainment earns goes toward helping impoverished children and patients who can't afford medical care. Every single cent is only released after Ms. Claire personally reviews it. Serena, James, aren't you going to come out and clarify things? Mia sat on the sofa clutching a tablet, speaking huffily to the screen. Ms. Claire and the others also looked over. They all knew that 30% of the money James Rivers made flowed toward various impoverished regions. On the day Lily Entertainment was founded, Starlight Charity was founded alongside it. It was just that James Rivers never talked about it. He simply did the work in silence. Seeing Mia's puffed up, angry face, Serena found it a bit funny. She poked Mia's cheek. "We developed too quickly," she said. "It's natural for people to be jealous. This is all very normal. If people love you, there will be people who hate you. If you got angry every time something like this happened, you'd end up being worked to death by it sooner or later. But they're being so annoying." Mia was still indignant. Even she was donating 30% of her earnings, and now they were being dragged like this. All right. Calm down. Someone is clearly trying to stir up trouble. But trying to make a fuss over something like this is honestly quite childish. Don't worry, just ignore it. There's a saying, do good deeds, and don't ask about the future. Follow your heart, regardless of the direction. James Rivers, sitting on the other side of the sofa, also comforted Mia. No matter what people said online, as long as his conscience was clear, it was fine. White will never turn into black. Lily Entertainment's donations had always been made through the American Charity Association. Every transaction could stand up to scrutiny, so he wasn't worried. Do good deeds, and don't ask about the future. Follow your heart, regardless of the direction. Everyone present silently repeated those words in their minds. Then they all looked at James Rivers, their eyes growing brighter. This was the essence of James Rivers' charm. Look at the culture in this man. Not only is his songwriting incredible, but even the way he speaks is so comforting. Meanwhile, the controversy online was growing larger. James Rivers' silence only made the storm rage more fiercely. It was like a tiny spark threatening to start a wildfire. What a brilliant move, Chairman Liu. With just a few trolls, we've muddied the waters. James Rivers must be exhausted trying to deal with this. The next episode of The Voice of America will be the perfect time for our counterattack. In Liu Gao's office, the director of operations was happily sucking up to Liu Gao. Liu Gao was the one who would order him to orchestrate this. He hadn't expected the internet to actually turn into a crusade against James Rivers. Who said I was going to use this to counterattack? If James Rivers could be stopped by a little thing like this, then he wouldn't be James Rivers. Liu Gao's expression remained flat. He wasn't the least bit happy about his subordinates' flattery. If we aren't counterattacking, Then why are we doing this? Having failed to impress his boss, the director of operations was a bit embarrassed. He asked in confusion. It's just to distract James Rivers for a bit. Just to break his focus. Don't ask about things that aren't your concern. Lu Gao shot him a look, his eyes showing no emotion. Right, then I'll head back now. I'll leave you to it. The director gave an awkward smile, then quickly got up and took his leave. No one could figure out what Lu Gao was really trying to do. That included James Rivers. He knew this incident. Definitely had someone pulling the strings in the background, but he couldn't see the point of it. Throwing mud at him? Trying to distract him? Hoping he wouldn't have the energy to focus on the voice of America? If that was the case, then James Rivers could only say that the person using this tactic was incredibly foolish. To think a small matter like this would keep him from being able to write songs was a total joke. But on the second day after the incident began, 3 people arrived at Lily Entertainment. People even James Rivers hadn't expected. When the 3 arrived, James wasn't in the office. The receptionist, Li Wenjing, looked at the 3 dignified elderly men in front of her, and couldn't help but wonder who they could possibly be. At the same time, she quickly stood up to greet them. Hello, how can I help you 3? Young lady, we're looking for James Rivers. Is he in the office? The elderly man in the lead answered with a smile. Meanwhile, all 3 of them were taking in their surroundings. You're looking for Mr. Rivers? Please wait a moment. Mr. Rivers isn't in right now, but I'll contact him for you. Then I'll trouble you to let him know that Lin Gudong is here to visit. Of course, why don't you 3 wait in the lounge for a bit? Mia, someone is here for James. Come over and help me out. Li Wenjing answered quickly. She had a feeling these 3 elderly men were very important, so she hurriedly notified Mia to help receive them. Fearing she might be disrespectful, Mia came rushing over and led the 3 elderly men into the lounge. She served them tea, and the 3 men thanked her politely. Then, one of the men looked at the other with a smile and complained, Lin, I told you we should have called ahead. Who just drops in unannounced like this? Didn't I want to give him a surprise? Young people usually love that kind of thing. I didn't expect. The kid wouldn't even be in the office at this hour. As soon as he finished, the 3rd elderly man immediately chimed in. Haha, we've already got 1 foot in the grave and you're still playing these games. However, little James has organized this company quite well. It's a bit small though. I've heard you guys praising him every day, so I wanted to meet him in person as soon as possible. I didn't expect to miss him. The elderly man finished, then turned to look at Mia, who was standing stiffly to the side. Don't be so tense, young lady. The 3 of us aren't bad people. Right, we haven't introduced ourselves yet. I'm Bai Yongji, the chairman of the American Charity Association. This is Du Gu, the general director of Huayan TV. And the other is Lin Gudong, the general director of Huayin. Hearing the 3 of them introduce themselves, Mia's mind went completely blank. The only words repeating in her head were American Charity Association, Huayang, and Huayin. These were all major figures. One would never even get a chance to see in person. And today, they had come to Lily Entertainment together. Seeing that Mia wasn't responding, Bai Yongji continued, Lately, online, hasn't there been a lot of criticism regarding your boss? How is it that James Rivers doesn't seem very worried about it? Ever since they arrived at Lily Entertainment, the 3 elderly men were very pleased with what they saw. The entire office seemed completely unaffected. Everyone had a smile on their face as they worked. This surprised Bai Yongji a bit. Usually, when other companies face something like this, to protect their reputation, their PR teams would have been out in full force. Furthermore, he knew exactly how much James Rivers had donated. After all, every single donation was made through the American Charity Association. And it was a very significant amount. After all, it was 30% of a company's revenue. One could only imagine how much that was. Hearing Bai Yongji's question, Mia finally snapped back to reality. Although her brain was still reeling, she spoke quickly. Because Mr. Rivers said, do good deeds, and don't ask about the future. Follow your heart, regardless of the direction. If we do good deeds that are worth doing, we won't worry about personal gain or loss, nor do we need to worry about what others say. As long as our own consciences are at peace. The 3 elderly men's eyes lit up simultaneously. Bai Yongji even muttered, do good deeds, and don't ask about the future, under his breath. Then he suddenly let out a laugh. What a phrase! Do good deeds, and don't ask about the future. I'm really starting to look forward to meeting this young man. Haha, boss, what did I tell you? Little James wouldn't be worried at all. That's exactly why I like the kid. On that point, I agree with Lin. Even though I haven't met James Rivers, my first impression of him is someone who remains calm under any circumstance, a man of true substance and character. Just then, the lounge door was pushed open in a hurry. The group turned to look. It was James Rivers, rushing into the room. Old man Lin, I could hear you, praising me all the way from outside. I was almost too embarrassed to come in. Looking at the three elderly men, James Rivers gave an awkward laugh as he walked toward them. Hearing someone praise him like that with his own ears was honestly a bit embarrassing. And most importantly, those were famous quotes from the masters of his original world. He was just a creative middleman. Being praised like this actually made him feel a bit guilty. Haha, so a kid like you actually knows how to be embarrassed? Let me introduce you. This is Du-gu. He's the one from Hua Yang you didn't get to meet last time. And this is Bai Yongji, the main person who came to see you today from the American Charity Association. The three elderly men also stood up. Lin Gudong introduced the two with a smile. Master Du, Master Bai, I'm so sorry. I feel bad that you had to make the trip here. Please, sit down. Standing like this is making me nervous. James Rivers quickly shook hands with the three gentlemen and hurried them to take their seats. Then he sat down properly on the other side. Mia was still standing stiffly in place. It wasn't until James Rivers shot her a look that she finally sat down, looking incredibly anxious. There was no helping it. The most powerful person she had ever met was James Rivers. Now, facing these three men who had held high positions for decades, it would be stranger if she weren't nervous. At the same time, her admiration for James Rivers grew even deeper. She had always thought James Rivers was legendary, but she hadn't expected him to be this impressive, able to chat and laugh so easily in front of these giants. Gentlemen, I was wondering if there is something important you needed from me. Once everyone was settled, James Rivers finally asked. Aside from Lin Gudong, Du-gu and Bai Yongji were meeting James Rivers for the first time. They studied him carefully, and the more they looked, the more pleased they were. They were old hands at judging character. They could tell from James Rivers' aura and energy exactly what kind of man he was. Since you're calling us master, I won't beat around the bush. Little James, I'm actually here to ask for a song. You've written songs for old Lin and old Du before, so you have to write one for the American Charity Association as well. Originally, the Charity Association planned to produce a promotional program soon. It just so happened that when I saw the situation online, I discussed it with these two old friends. We decided it was perfect to come to you. You're famous, your songwriting is excellent, and your charity work is spot on. I couldn't think of anyone better. So, little James, what do you think? Are you interested? Bai Yongji looked at James Rivers and spoke cheerfully. The other two elderly men also looked over. Seeing the three of them staring at him in unison, James Rivers felt the pressure was immense. They had already come to his door. Could he really say he wasn't interested? Of course I'm interested. Master Bai, when is this promotional program scheduled to air? We expect to launch it by the middle of this month. Since you've accepted, little James, my heart is finally at ease. And don't worry, we won't let your hard work go unrewarded. The current atmosphere on the internet really needs to change. People dare to say anything these days. They even resort to inciting public opinion for attacks. It's high time they were given a reality check. James Rivers' attitude made Bai Yongji genuinely happy. No wonder Lin Gudong constantly praised this young man. He really was worth it. Specifically, James Rivers' broad-mindedness earned his admiration. If anyone else had faced this kind of trouble, they would have likely jumped at the chance to clarify things. After all, no one wants to be the fall guy, donating so much money only to have mud thrown at them. Du-gu sat to the side with a smile and took a sip of tea. He's right, he said. People nowadays have short memories and no discipline. Even though we cleaned up the industry a bit before, they still can't resist the temptation of profit. They've turned the internet into a toxic mess. It's definitely time for a wake-up call. The promotional film would still air on Hua Yang, while the song would be released on Hua Yin. That was why the three of them had come together. Originally, when Lin Gudong heard the news, he simply wanted James Rivers to write the song. He didn't expect it to coincide with the surge of online criticism. Right now, online, due to the earlier promptings by paid trolls, many uninformed onlookers had been misled. The topic remained at the top of the trending list. Even James Rivers's and Serena's Twitter accounts were nearly overrun by haters. However, the majority of people were fiercely defending them against the trolls. Whether Lily Entertainment had donated or not, at least in their hearts, Lily Entertainment had moved them deeply many times. That was enough. James Rivers chatted with the three masters about the specifics of the project and had lunch with them. Only then did the three elderly gentlemen head back. They planned to stay in River City for a few days this trip. During this time, they would be at the River City TV station until they received the song and finished the promotional program before returning home. In truth, Doogu and Ba Youngji really wanted to meet the James Rivers they had heard so much about. That was why they came to River City in person. Otherwise, it would have just been a phone call. One could only say that James Rivers' influence was growing by the day. Even these top-tier veterans wanted to see for themselves exactly what kind of person he was. Meanwhile, Skyline Entertainment was unexpectedly quiet. After the series of blows they had taken, even when Xiao Feibai chose to terminate his contract, Skyline Entertainment played the role of the nice guy. They followed the contract terms exactly and released Xiao Feibai. There was no other reason. Tian Xinxi was truly afraid of him now. He had weathered many storms, but this was the first time he felt someone had made him so utterly helpless. In his heart, James Rivers was a very jinxed individual. It seemed like every time he went against James Rivers, something bad would happen, especially when Lily Animation appeared. The release of The Outcast caused Tian Xinxi to lose all interest in fighting. The script for The Outcast was written by James Rivers. This meant that if James Rivers ever decided to enter the film industry, he could crush Skyline Entertainment in minutes. After all, screenwriting skills were universal. If James Rivers could release The Outcast today and shock the entire animation world, who was to say he wouldn't release something like The Legend of Two tomorrow to blow up the film and TV industry? Chairman Tian, are we really going to align with Lily Entertainment? In Tian Xinxi's office, his secretary looked at the documents with a hint of joy in her eyes. But she still asked the question, what other choice is there? Should I wait for James Rivers to come and ruin me again? Besides, we didn't have any major conflict to begin with. There's no need to fight to the death. Let's just leave it at that. Tian Xinxi adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. He naturally caught the flicker of joy in his secretary's eyes. It turned out even his own secretary thought aligning with Lily Entertainment was the right move. He sighed. One could only say that James Rivers was truly a terrifying man. His existence was illogical. He was a pure freak of nature. In reality, regardless of what the outside world thought, James Rivers had already agreed with the three masters. He would give them a suitable song in 3 days, and for this song, James Rivers already had the perfect choice in mind. When it came to charity, his first thought was this specific old song. After all, back in his original world, whenever he heard this song, he knew it was time to donate. The next day, the 5th episode of The Voice of America arrived. James Rivers had prepared a song for this episode as well. But, to his surprise, the focus of this episode wasn't on Lily Entertainment's stage. The 3 matches featured smaller companies challenging the throne. And these 3 small entertainment companies were all ones that had recently shown goodwill toward Lily Entertainment. Their performances this time were clearly intended to ride the hype. They sang standard, respectable old songs. Lily Entertainment naturally reciprocated the kindness. They didn't release any new songs, and responded with old songs as well. After all, you don't hit a smiling face. They had shown goodwill, so Lily Entertainment wasn't going to crush them. It must be said that these companies that had shown goodwill were undergoing massive internal changes. Even their artist contracts were being modeled after Lily Entertainment's contract system. Without realizing it, the landscape of the entertainment industry was shifting. Once a set of rules becomes the default for the majority, it becomes the new standard. It seemed to be naturally accepted by the public. Even Skyline Entertainment had made changes, and the netizens were also subtly getting used to the changes occurring in the industry. Therefore, there wasn't much hype online regarding this shift. Of course, there were still some traditionalists who stuck to the old industry model. However, their situation was becoming increasingly difficult. Because of the impact of the new model, the contrast was clear. None of the artists were fools. Many artists from those companies began jumping ship, and new talent couldn't be recruited. If they didn't change, their companies would only find it harder to survive. Unexpectedly, in this episode of The Voice of America, Skyline Entertainment turned around and challenged Ocean Blue Entertainment. Furthermore, they were well prepared and won all 3 matches. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard and left Ocean Blue Entertainment completely stunned. After the 5th episode, aside from Lily Entertainment's score being rock solid, the scores of the former Big 3 actually became neck and neck. Because of the total defeat this time, Ocean Blue Entertainment's score remained at 6. Skyline Entertainment's score reached 5. Grand Century Entertainment was also at 6. Among the 3 veteran giants, Ocean Blue and Grand Century were only 1 point ahead of Skyline. Clearly, Skyline wasn't going to give up on this competition easily. This made the final outcome incredibly unpredictable. Skyline Entertainment was definitely looking to stir things up. In that moment, Ocean Blue Entertainment and Grand Century Entertainment instinctively became wary. Skyline Entertainment's move was unexpected by everyone and left David Yang and Tianxin fuming with laughter. What? You can't beat Lily Entertainment, so now you're starting to mess with Ocean Blue and Grand Century? Do you really think we're just pushovers? But then again, the 3 of them were similar in strength. By doing this, Skyline might actually manage to turn things around. For instance, in this episode, before anyone noticed, Skyline Entertainment had snatched up 3 points. In response, David Yang and Tianxin Qi naturally began making their own preparations. This led to the subsequent 6th episode, where the industry once again entered an era of a clash of the titans. Only this time, it had nothing to do with Lily Entertainment. The scores of the 3 veteran giants were chasing each other. Grand Century and Ocean Blue were only a point apart. The situation was very unclear. Meanwhile, the online debate regarding James Rivers remained stuck on the charity donation issue. The arguments online grew increasingly heated, with no signs of the hype dying down, but despite this, James Rivers remained completely silent. The entirety of Lily Entertainment seemed to have lost its voice at the same time. What no one knew was, that during these days, James Rivers was busy, traveling back and forth between the office and the TV station. The song for the charity promotional program had been written days ago, and these past few days, he had been checking the program with the 3 elderly gentlemen.
Love is never simple in a world ruled by power and money, and this story is just getting started. If you want to follow their fate until the very end, subscribe to Manhwa Recap, like the video, and stay with us for the next chapter.